You will receive 8 billion luxury blind boxes every day, but you can only open 9 of them. Will you get lucky enough to become a billionaire? While you were watching videos in your bedroom, a strange message suddenly popped up on your phone. The Trillion Blind Box app has been successfully installed. Do you want to start claiming your blind boxes? You looked at the new app on your phone and couldn't help but laugh. Scam apps are getting less and less creative these days. A trillion blind boxes. Someone just sent me a 5 yuan blind box. That's already a stroke of luck. You initially wanted to uninstall the app, but then thought it might not be easy for them, so you decided to support it and casually clicked on the blind box in the middle. Immediately, a system notification popped into your mind. Congratulations, you've received a McDonald's meal. Enjoy your click. This is ridiculous, a McDonald's meal. Just as you were about to toss your phone aside, you suddenly noticed a McDonald's meal had appeared on your previously empty desk. You rubbed your eyes hard to confirm it wasn't an illusion and rushed over. You grabbed the hamburger in your hand and could feel its warmth. Without hesitation, you took a big bite. It felt amazing, like drinking sweet water in the desert. After a few bites, it suddenly hit you that since the McDonald's meal really appeared, it meant this blind box app wasn't a scam. After being tormented for so long, heaven finally rewarded you. You quickly grabbed your phone and rapidly clicked on the remaining blind boxes, and a series of messages appeared on the screen. You received cash of 188,888 yuan. You received a property in City Garden Building 8. You received a 100x cashback card. You received a Pagani, a limited edition Wind Child supercar. You received cash of 1,666,666 yuan. As the messages appeared, the sound of text notifications rang continuously, and a heavy cardboard box appeared on the table, with a pure black leather-wrapped key on top. After all the messages were displayed, a 24-hour countdown appeared on your phone screen, indicating that there was a daily limit on claims. Excited, you closed the app and then opened a text message from Ice Merchant Bank, showing that your previously zeroed account balance had turned into nearly 2 million. You couldn't help but swallow hard, checking your account balance 2 or 3 times, never even dreaming that one day you would have so much money. You approached the table and looked at the golden logo on the black leather car key, feeling exhilarated. As a knowledgeable buyer, you understood what this logo represented. The Pagani Wind Child is a symbol of luxury cars, and with the global limited edition title, it must start at least in the tens of millions. Taking a deep breath, you opened the cardboard box with trembling hands, revealing it was filled with property certificates, the red gold lettering shining brightly in the sunlight. You opened one of them and read the information: City Garden Building 8, Room 101, with an area of 102 square meters. You hurriedly pulled out a few more, all in your name, hugging the property certificates to your chest, internally shouting that you had hit the jackpot. City Garden is located in the most prosperous commercial area of Bin City, known as the Super Core CBD, with an average price of over 30,000 per square meter. This building alone is worth several hundred million. You took a few steps back and fell onto the bed with a thud, staring blankly at the ceiling, your mind completely blank, overwhelmed with joy. After more than half an hour, you finally regained your composure, staring intently at the property certificates on the table. Selling these houses would be a one-time deal. It doesn't align with economic interests. After all, I studied economics. How could I let this opportunity slip away? The best way to maximize the benefits of these properties is to rent them out. Based on your years of rental experience, this building's annual income would be at least around 20 million. Thinking of this, you couldn't help but gasp. Just moments ago, you were a penniless nobody, and now you own properties worth over 100 million. Even if you did nothing from now on, just collecting rent would make you a millionaire. Indeed, the secret to becoming rich is divine favor. You felt you couldn't waste any more time and needed to rent out the properties quickly. You already had someone suitable in mind. You grabbed the cardboard box and hurried out the door, making your way downstairs. You looked around but didn't see your supercar. Just as you were puzzled, a message popped into your mind. The supercar is parked at the street corner outside, as it would be too startling to have it appear directly in the neighborhood. You quickly arrived at the intersection and saw a crowd gathered there, feeling curious and hurriedly squeezed into the crowd. You saw several influencers posing in front of a flashy supercar, clearly trying to show off on social media. You immediately walked towards the supercar, intending to ask the influencers to leave, but unexpectedly they spoke up first. What's this guy doing pushing forward with a cardboard box? Does he even know what car is behind him? If there's even a scratch, he won't be able to pay for it even if he sells a kidney. One influencer stepped in front of you, haughtily scolding you as if the car belonged to her. You shrugged your shoulders and replied, "This car is mine. How could I not know what it is? Are you the ones who are clueless? Who told you to sit on my hood and take pictures? Not only are you damaging my property, but you're also invading my privacy. If I report this to the police, you'll be in big trouble. Oh, look at you acting all tough. If someone didn't know better, they might think this supercar actually belongs to you. You're wasting your acting skills by not becoming an actor." Another influencer chimed in, throwing insults your way. With such a big mouth, aren't you afraid of getting your tongue twisted? With your pathetic appearance, even if you worked your whole life, you couldn't afford a single wheel of this car. Hearing their increasingly ridiculous comments, you felt furious. You struggled to pull out your key from your pocket, pressed it, and the supercar beeped, followed by the lights flashing. At that moment, the influencers looked like ducks caught by the neck, all their words stuck in their throats, their faces turning red. You tossed the cardboard box into the passenger seat and turned to sit in the driver's seat, not even glancing at the influencers during the entire process. Suddenly, the two influencers put on flirty poses and said, "We didn't recognize you, young master. Please don't hold it against us. Let's add each other on WeChat and chat sometime." You snorted and replied, "I only like the natural kind, not the silicone look. Stay away from my car or you'll be in big trouble." You slammed the door shut and pressed the gas pedal to the floor. The supercar roared to life and zoomed away, leaving the two women covered in exhaust fumes. The feeling of driving a supercar is just different. It truly lives up to its name, making you feel like the wind child, and it's absolutely exhilarating. You drive to a nearby agency, walk in carrying a cardboard box, and the people inside completely ignore you, which doesn't surprise you at all. You've rented from this agency a few times before, only seeking the cheapest options, which doesn't benefit anyone else, so aside from the beautiful manager, no one pays you any attention. As you look around, a voice comes from behind you. "Your lease shouldn't be up yet. Why are you here looking for a place?" It's the beautiful manager, Lan Minjing. You smile and say, "I'm not here to rent a place. I have some properties I'd like your help to lease out. Is that possible?" Everyone around you shows a look of surprise upon hearing this. You're not saying the box is filled with property deeds, are you? If you have that many houses, wouldn't that make you the richest person in the world? What's going on here? A male employee jokes while opening the box, only to be stunned by the property deeds inside. He was rendered speechless. You push his chin up and mock. "It's just a few dozen properties. No need to be so surprised, Mr. Rich." As you speak, you flip the box over, spilling the property deeds and keys onto the table, then gesture for them to take a look. "Oh my, it's the property deed for Building 8 in Garden City. This building is the crown jewel. It's said that when it first launched, a mysterious buyer bought the entire building, and it has been idle for years. Just the cleaning fees for this building alone amount to over 100,000 every year, and many agencies have been eyeing it. I've heard about this too. These can't be fake deeds, can they? They look too real, and the keys also seem authentic." Once the authenticity of the property deeds was confirmed, the atmosphere in the agency exploded with excitement. Except for Lan Minjing, everyone else was overly enthusiastic, practically wanting to kneel and kiss your feet. You ignore the others and focus on the still dazed Lan Minjing, waving your hand in front of her to bring her back to reality. "I'd like to entrust this property to your agency for full representation. What do you think, Manager Lan?" Lan Minjing finally regained her composure, nodded eagerly at your question, instructed someone to collect the property deeds, and led you to the VIP room to discuss the contract details. You simply waved your hand at Lan Minjing, saying it wasn't necessary to go through all that. "I trust you'll definitely maximize my profits. I'm handing this property over to you. You can decide how to rent it out. Let's prepare the contract." You said this quite casually. Lan Minjing was left speechless, feeling incredibly moved at the same time. "This is a property worth billions." Lan Minjing teased, "So you're saying you're fully entrusting this property to me? Aren't you afraid I'd sell it and run off with the money? It's just a property. It's really not a big deal. The trust between us is worth much more than a single building. You genuinely don't see this property as significant. After all, you didn't spend any money on it. It came from a blind box. If it's gone, so what? You might end up getting something even better." Lan Minjing, unaware of your perspective, felt overwhelmed by emotion. She believed this trust was incredibly weighty and she had to handle it well. She absolutely couldn't let you down. You chuckle and say, "You've reminded me. Let's draft a power of attorney contract. From now on, you'll be my agent for real estate matters." The contract was prepared quickly, and you casually glanced over it before signing, confirming that what you said was true. With a smile, you say, "Now that the contract is ready, do you have time tonight? Let's go out for a meal to celebrate." Lan Minjing hesitates for a moment and says, "I need to handle the leasing for this building these days, but I'm free on Sunday. How about we go out the day after?" You nod in agreement, smile as you leave the agency and stand on the street, deciding not to get your car just yet. You decide to check out a nearby mall first. Glancing down at your clothes, you realize they are not only the cheapest street vendor items but have also been worn for several years, with your knees already worn to a faded white. When you had no money, you pinched pennies, but now that you're wealthy, you can't skimp on yourself anymore. It's time to dress up properly and at least have some decent clothes to show off. Standing at the mall entrance, you take a deep breath and remind yourself that you're now a wealthy person and can go inside to browse. With the watchful eyes of security at the door, you walk into the mall with your head held high. There aren't many customers inside, and the sales assistants look quite bored. Having only worn street vendor clothes before and not knowing any men's fashion brands, you fortunately choose the store with the most customers and stride inside. The staff at big brands are different. They don't look down on your worn clothes. They greet you with a smile saying, "Welcome to the world's second largest menswear brand, Zegna. Are you looking for custom pieces or ready to wear?" You immediately ask, "What's the difference between custom and ready to wear?" Custom means tailored specifically for you, fulfilling all your requirements, even uniquely designed, but it does take some time. Ready-to-wear refers to clothes that are already made, produced in batches. Our ready-to-wear is categorized into 4 levels: 3 lines, 2 lines, 1 line, and Ultra 1 line. Each level has a different quantity. The Ultra 1 line has no more than 9 pieces globally. If you happen to encounter someone wearing the Ultra 1 line, you might get to know them. Without a second thought, you express your desire to see the Ultra 1 line, and the sales assistant immediately takes you to that area. There's no one here. Other customers shopping notice someone entering the Ultra 1 line area and immediately focus their attention on you, seeing a guy dressed in street vendor clothes. These people simultaneously sneer, then look away, concentrating on selecting clothes they like and can afford. This was fine at first, but then in the 2-line area, a portly middle-aged man with a flashy influencer face hesitates over whether to buy something. Upon seeing you, the two immediately show signs of disdain and complain, "With your taste, how dare you call yourselves the world's second biggest menswear brand?" Even a dog would go to the Ultra 1 line area. Look at his sorry state, dressed in street vendor clothes. He can't even afford a button. My husband is overestimating him. With his poor appearance, he couldn't even compare to a thread, let alone a button. It's truly disgusting. People nearby heard their comments and all displayed looks of disgust before casting scornful glances your way. You initially didn't want to respond to them, but then you received a notification in your mind. As the owner of $1 trillion blind box, how could you be mocked? It's time to teach them a lesson and earn a special blind box. Then you sneer and say, "We're all here to buy clothes. How do you know who's more noble? Haven't you ever been told not to judge by appearances?" The influencer face curls her lip and says, "Look at you, just a bottom-tier loser. You're not even worthy to carry my husband's shoes, yet you dare talk about nobility. My husband could drop a little change from his fingers, and it would be more than you earn in a lifetime." The middle-aged man pats his potbelly and agrees. "That's right. In my eyes, scum like him is nothing but waste. Even letting him go would pollute the environment." Seeing the situation, the sales assistant steps in to mediate, saying everyone is here to shop for a good time, so there's no need to make things so unpleasant. Let's all take a step back. The influencer face jumps up, shouting, "What are you talking about? We're here to shop. What's that loser doing here? Who can clarify that? If he's not kicked out, it'll ruin our shopping experience and we won't buy anything here. Let's see what benefits this loser can bring you. How do you know I can't afford anything here? How about letting your greasy husband follow me? I'll spend whatever he spends. Can you afford that?" You look at the greasy middle-aged man with a contemptuous gaze full of provocation. The greasy middle-aged man felt belittled and immediately got angry, jumping up and shouting, "You ungrateful loser, how dare you talk back to me?" Do you know I own a store and can make millions a year? Your entire family wouldn't earn that much even if you sold your kidneys. You glance around and say, did everyone hear that? He said today, he'll buy whatever I buy and he'll match my spending. Someone be my witness. Then you give a wicked smile and use the cashback card you received earlier to make your point. The words were spoken with such dominance that everyone around was stunned, and it took the waiter half a minute to regain composure. The waiter attempted to ask, Sir, are you saying you want to buy all the top-tier clothes for a total of 1.8 million? Would you like to reconsider? Upon hearing the price, Wang Zhidi found that the money in his card was just enough, and he casually took out the card and handed it to the waiter to swipe. Everyone saw the card in the waiter's hand, their eyes widening in disbelief, especially the greasy middle-aged man and the internet celebrity, whose eyes seemed ready to pop out. Another waiter hurriedly brought over the POS machine. Just as they were about to swipe the card, Wang Zhidi suddenly remembered the 100-fold consumption card he had received earlier and quickly called out to wait. The greasy middle-aged man, hearing this, immediately felt his heart drop. He scoffed loudly, You sure know how to put on a show, making it seem real. Why are you backing down now? What's the point of pretending to be a big shot if you can't even pay? What's wrong with today's youth? They all act like they're in a drama, dreaming all day long, always waiting for a pie to fall from the sky. Who says otherwise? They spend all day not thinking about working in a factory, always imagining they're rich second-generation kids, not even looking in the mirror to see their own worth. Do they really think they have the luck of a rich second generation? The people around them began to mock collectively, trying to showcase their superiority. Wang Zhidi ignored them, took out his phone, opened the 100-fold consumption card, and after confirming it was correct, waved to the waiter, signaling her to swipe the card. As everyone saw Wang Zhidi continue to swipe the card, they were all left dumbfounded. After all, with their spending power, they could afford to shop here but couldn't buy top-tier clothes. With a beep, the receipt emerged from the POS machine, indicating a successful transaction, and everyone was left in shock. The two waiters were the first to react, hurriedly taking down all the clothes and carefully packing them into bags. Their annual salary couldn't compare to the price of a single piece of clothing. This commission was more than their 2-month salary, and the key was that in front of them was a true wealthy person. If something indescribable could happen, they wouldn't have to worry for the rest of their lives. Spending 1.8 million, the 100-fold consumption card is activated, cashback of 180 million, and you receive 18 consumption red envelopes, which can be withdrawn at any time. A notification sound rang in Wang Zhidi's ears, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted as his gaze drifted toward the greasy middle-aged man. He said lightly, Only 1.8 million, for a big boss like you, it must be nothing. If the top-tier ones are gone, buying the first-tier ones is also good. The greasy middle-aged man's face turned extremely ugly. He had just been boasting, and his total annual earnings were only a little over 2 million. How could he afford so many clothes? He raised his voice. Just because you have money, you think you're impressive and can bully others. There's no reason for forced sales. Wang Zhidi snorted from his nose. You're right, having money is impressive. Weren't you just like that? I dislike it the most when people are untrustworthy. With big data so developed now, finding you is just a matter of 1.8 million. Are you thinking of playing with me in the future? He spoke casually, but to the greasy middle-aged man, it sounded like an explosion, making him feel terrified. The greasy middle-aged man knew very well that someone who casually spends a couple of million on clothes was definitely not someone he could provoke. Dealing with him would be a matter of minutes. His legs went weak, and he knelt in front of Wang Zhidi, repeatedly pleading, I didn't recognize the great talent and offended this young master. Please treat me like nothing and just let me go. Wang Zhidi glanced at him sideways and said, What did you just say? Treating you like nothing would pollute the environment. I'm someone who loves the environment. How could I do that? No money? That's fine. Just take that person beside you and go kneel in the square, bowing your head. 10,000 for each bow, and if you do it 18 times, this matter will be settled. The internet celebrity jumped up, clearly unwilling to do this, but before she could say anything, the greasy middle-aged man made a shocking move. He jumped up and slapped the internet celebrity hard across the face, knocking her chin askew. You wasteful thing, when the young master gives us an opportunity, we should be grateful and do everything as the young master says. The internet celebrity screamed, You shameless dog, If it weren't for your 2 stinky coins, I wouldn't even bother with you. With that little worm of yours, what are you showing off in front of me? Go die." As she spoke, she lunged at the greasy middle-aged man and they started fighting, moving from the store out into the street, attracting a crowd of onlookers. The board staff in the store immediately started filming and uploading it to Douyin, too lazy to even add a mosaic, making them famous. "Congratulations, host. Task completed. Special red envelope has been issued. You can open it at any time." Wang Jidi heard the prompt and knew the task was complete, so he decided to ignore the 2 rascals and went to buy things in other stores. The staff knew Wang Jidi was a wealthy man, and they all rushed forward, hoping to get a chance to soar to greatness. Wang Jidi felt overwhelmed and bought some expensive items, having them sent to his car, escaping like he had lost a battle. He drove to the seaside, opened the car roof to let the sea breeze in, feeling incredibly comfortable and couldn't help but shout a few times. Wang Jidi opened the app and saw a string of red envelopes on the screen, one of which had a flame pattern which should be the special red envelope. He decided to open a regular red envelope first to test his luck, and if it was good, he would open the special one. "Congratulations, you have received 3.6 yuan in cash. Enjoy your click." "Congratulations, you have received 188 yuan in cash. Enjoy your click." "Congratulations, you have received a 10x cash increase card, valid for 1 hour. Enjoy your click." "Congratulations, you have received 18.2 yuan in cash. Enjoy your click." "Congratulations, you have received Villa number 1. Enjoy your click." All the red envelopes were opened, and he received over 180,000 yuan in cash, a time-limited 10x increase card, and a villa which was quite lucky. Wang Jidi first used the 10x increase card to avoid forgetting later, which would be a huge loss. 10x increase card used successfully. Your funds have increased tenfold. Total funds 1.8 billion. Please check. Wang Jidi heard the prompt and choked on his saliva, coughing. 1.8 billion in assets, something he had never even dared to dream of before. Indeed, a pie falling from the sky was the way to go. He took a deep breath and focused on the special red envelope, feeling that today's luck was good and he should be able to get something nice. "Congratulations, you have received a system deep binding card. Enjoy your click." Wang Jidi's eyes widened in surprise. He didn't expect the special red envelope to give him a card, not knowing what it was for, but decided to try it out. "System deep binding card used successfully. System transferred from phone to host's consciousness. Information transmission begins." As the prompt sounded, Wang Jidi felt a current flowing from the phone into his arm, up his arm, and finally into his brain. Wang Jidi's head felt heavy, and then he found a lot of information inside. Following the information, a virtual interface appeared before him, identical to the previous app interface on his phone. He picked up his phone to take a look, and the app was gone, leaving just an ordinary old phone that no one would pick up if thrown on the street. Wang Jishin's face showed joy. The system dad was so humane. Such an arrangement relieved his worries, and he no longer had to fear losing the red envelope system. He opened the handcuff, and inside was a property certificate and a key card. The property certificate indicated Villa number 1 in the C-Star area, with his name listed as the owner. The C-Star Villa area was the most luxurious villa area in Bin City, with each villa marked at sky-high prices, and Villa number 1 was the highest of the high, costing over $1 billion. Because of this, Villa number 1 had been idle for many years, and many believed it would probably never sell. Suddenly, the property manager of the C-Star Villa area, Yu Taeyu, received a call from above, saying that Villa number 1 had been sold, and the owner might arrive at any time, so he needed to prepare for the welcome. Yu Taeyu hung up the phone and rushed out of the office, shouting at his subordinates, "Villa number 1 has been sold and the owner could come at any time. Everyone, be sharp. Absolutely no mistakes are allowed. If anyone dares to upset the owner, I will make sure they regret it for life." The property staff were startled by his words, and chaos ensued as they frantically made calls everywhere, ensuring that no problems would arise. Anyone who could afford Villa number 1 in C-Star was undoubtedly an extraordinary person and had to be treated with the highest etiquette. There could be no slip-ups. A single word from such a person could ruin their lives, and in front of true top-tier figures, they automatically regarded themselves as ants. Wang Jishin was unaware of the shock he had caused the property staff. He drove his car gracefully to the entrance of the villa area and swiped his card to enter. The security guard looked in the direction of the supercar and said to another person, "Look at that car, Isn't it heading towards the core area? Could it be the owner of Villa Number 1 coming? The other person curled his lip and said, I just took a glance. The driver is a young man. How could someone so young afford Villa Number 1? He's probably just a second-generation heir visiting another villa. We should mind our own business. After all, he has a card, and if anything happens, it has nothing to do with us. We don't want to get into trouble. If Lee Bappy finds a reason to complain, he'll dock our pay again. I heard he's got a new girl. Who knows how he'll come after us? While these two security guards were talking, Wang Zhishan had already arrived in front of Villa Number 1, drove into the garage, and entered the villa through the internal passage. The villa's decoration was extremely luxurious, and the level of automation was very high. When Wang Zhishan became the owner, he had already registered his iris and palm print. After being confirmed by the villa's scanning system, all the smart features were activated, leaving Wang Zhishan feeling refreshed, as if he had wasted his life until now. He threw his clothes on the sofa and thought for a moment, deciding to go out for a stroll since he would be living here in the future and needed to familiarize himself with the environment. He swaggered outside, where the greenery was excellent and the air was particularly fresh, resembling a park. Wang Zhishan wandered around the villa area like a headless fly, cursing the wickedly extravagant rich while being filled with anticipation for his future days. Just then, a commotion caught his attention, instantly piquing his interest. He had never seen rich people fight and wanted to broaden his horizons. Following the noise, Wang Zhishan was stunned by the scene before him. He saw a girl sitting on the ground, her hair disheveled, tears streaming down her face and marks of being hit on her face. Opposite the girl was a fierce-looking man in a security uniform who was shouting loudly, "You really have some nerve to cause trouble on my turf. I see you don't want to live anymore. Do you believe I'll beat you to death? I have already contacted the owner and he said he gave the money to you, 800 yuan per person. How can you only give 300? This is our hard-earned money." The girl stared fiercely at the man, questioning loudly. The man scoffed, "Stop wasting my time. I let you come here to clean because I pity you. You think you can get a kickback from me? You poor folks, you can't even afford college, yet you want to work your way through school. It's ridiculous. You just want to make money to go out and entertain." Wang Zhidi understood at this point. This girl was just like him when he was in school, working hard outside to pay for tuition. This security guard brought them here to work and then deducted their pay. It was simply too arrogant. Wang Zhidi stepped forward and said loudly, "Who gave you the power to do this? Everyone has it tough. Deducting people's hard-earned money, doesn't your heart ache?" The security guard looked Wang Zhidi up and down, seeing he was dressed in cheap goods, and immediately showed a disdainful expression. "I am the security team leader, Li Jiayang. Where did you pop up from, daring to meddle in my business? I think you need a lesson." Wang Zhidi snorted, "I don't care who you are. As the owner here, I absolutely do not allow this to happen." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Li Jiayang. "You should take a look at yourself in the mirror. With your appearance, you dare to say you're the owner here. I've seen photos of every owner here. They all look dignified. And look at you, you're not even worthy to carry their shoes. You're just like this cheap woman. Both of you deserve a good beating. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know how many eyes the King of Hell has." As he spoke, he picked up the walkie-talkie and called a few lackeys from the security team to come over with weapons. Wang Zhidi coldly smiled and took out his phone to dial the property manager's number listed on the property documents. Yu Taeyu was anxiously waiting. Upon hearing the phone ring, he quickly picked it up, seeing it was the number he was waiting for, and hurriedly pressed the answer button. "Mr. Wang, hello, I am the property manager Yu Taeyu. I don't know where you are, I'll come to pick you up right now. You don't need to pretend to be a good person in front of me. Your security team leader is threatening my personal safety. If I don't see you within 10 minutes, you will bear all the consequences." Upon hearing Wang Zhidi's words, Yu Taeyu felt his legs go weak, almost scared to the point of wetting himself. He wanted to call Li Jiayang but found his hands weren't working, so he hurriedly called a salesperson for help. Li Jiayang looked at Wang Zhidi with contempt and said, "Don't play this game in front of me. You're acting pretty well. Who are you calling? It wouldn't be our property manager, would it?" Wang Zhidi twirled his phone and said, "Who I call isn't important. What's important is whether someone will deal with you. I want to see if you really can cover the sky with one hand. You think you're something special, huh? You're really into this act. Why don't you say you're the owner of Villa Number 1, the most mysterious rich man?" As the security team leader, Lee Jae-young naturally knew from the notification that Villa Number 1 had been sold, and he was extremely envious, thinking about how to get close to that person. Just as Wang Jidi was about to speak, Lee Jae-young's phone rang. He saw it was Yu Taeyu calling and quickly pressed the answer button, whereupon Yu Taeyu's roar came through. "You damn bastard, you really have some guts to threaten Mr. Wang. You're really asking for trouble. If you dare to touch a hair on Mr. Wang, I will make you wish you were dead. Where are you now? Speak clearly." Hearing this, Lee Jae-young was nearly scared out of his wits. He didn't expect that this person in front of him was indeed the owner of Villa Number 1. He had really gotten himself into big trouble. He knew very well that someone who could spend over $1 billion to buy a villa was an absolute giant. Wanting to get rid of him was just a matter of blowing a breath. "You bastard, did you hear what I said? Quickly tell me where you are. If you touch even a finger of Mr. Wang, I will make you sit in the bitter kiln." Lee Jae-young finally regained his composure and hurriedly replied that he had done nothing in front of Villa Number 23. While he was at a loss, Wang Jidi went over and pulled the girl up, discovering that she was very beautiful, but her eyes were very resolute. Wang Jidi looked at the girl and said, "I heard your conversation. I will definitely seek justice for you, so don't worry." Just as the girl was about to respond, several security guards called by Lee Jae-young rushed over, brandishing rubber sticks and looking fierce. "Which blind bastard dares to offend our captain? Do you know that in the Haexing Villa area our captain is like a god? If you provoke our captain, I'll break your legs." These guys shouted menacingly, clearly accustomed to such things. Hearing his subordinates, Lee Jae-young was almost scared to death. He kicked the leader, sending him sprawling. "You bastards, shut up. What are you shouting about? Get the hell out of here, do you all want to die?" A few security guards were completely confused, not knowing what was going on. They were used to teaching lessons to the poor, but today they were being taught a lesson instead. Lee Jae-young knelt directly in front of Wang Jidi, pleading, "I didn't recognize Mr. Wang, I was just talking nonsense earlier. Mr. Wang, you are magnanimous, please spare me this time." Wang Jidi snorted coldly. "When you deducted money from this girl, did you ever think about sparing her? Do you know how hard it is for these students? I can't tolerate any sand in my eyes. Since you dared to do this, you must pay the price for your actions. If you have the ability, come at me and see if you can bear the consequences." He had been through the grind in society for a few years and knew how things should be done. In this day and age, being a good person or pretending to be a saint often ended in tragedy. While they were talking, Yu Taeyu arrived with his people, all panting, especially the female property staff, who managed to run so fast in high heels, which was quite impressive. Upon seeing Lee Jae-young kneeling in front of Wang Jidi, Yu Taeyu immediately knew who was in charge and hurried over to apologize. "It's my mismanagement that put Mr. Wang in danger. I will handle this matter seriously and give Mr. Wang an explanation." Wang Jidi glanced at him, and his words nearly scared Yu Taeyu to death. "I really don't know how you became the property manager. I seriously doubt your competence now. It seems I need to report this to your superiors and reconsider the selection of the property manager." Wang Jidi placed a heavy accusation on him, nearly scaring Yu Taeyu's soul away. If he lost his position as property manager, he would be completely ruined. Yu Taeyu humbly said, "It's all my fault. I didn't manage my subordinates well. Mr. Wang, please give me a chance to correct my mistakes." Wang Jidi interrupted him. "It seems you still don't understand what's going on. Do you think it's just my personal safety that's at stake? If it were that simple, just ask your security captain what he has done using this position. How many times has this happened? You know that if this gets out, it will bring us great shame. Can you bear the consequences of that?" Yu Taeyu was left dizzy by Wang Jidi's rapid-fire questions, not knowing how to respond, and could only look at Lee Jae-young. "You damn bastard, what exactly did you do? Speak the truth, and if you dare to hide anything, see how I deal with you." Lee Jae-young stammered out the details, and Yu Taeyu felt a buzzing in his head, as if his brain was aching. Yu Taeyu finally understood why Wang Jidi was so angry. If such a thing were to get out, it would indeed be a disgrace for him. At this level of personage, reputation is everything. Any potentially embarrassing incident is not allowed to happen. Yu Taeyu's emotional intelligence was absolutely sufficient. He bowed to the girl and said, "This incident is entirely the fault of our property management company. We sincerely apologize for the trouble caused to the young lady. We will immediately make up the difference in her salary, and additionally, we will provide compensation." As he spoke, He nodded to a female property staff member, who immediately stepped forward to take the girl away to handle the subsequent matters. Yu Taeyu sincerely apologized to Wang Jidi. I have nothing to say about what happened today. It is all my negligence. Please give me another chance, Mr. Wang. I assure you that I will not make such a mistake again. Wang Jidi touched his nose and said, Your emergency responsibility is quite good. Since that's the case, I'll give you a chance. In the name of your property management company, sue him and those security guards. I have always believed that when a person makes a mistake, they must pay the price for it. I trust you won't disappoint me. Remember, there is only one chance. Yu Taeyu quickly nodded in agreement. Mr. Wang, please rest assured. I will handle this matter well and definitely make those bastards pay for their actions. He felt as if he had walked through the gates of hell, his courage nearly shattered. That damned bastard Li Jiayang almost ruined him. He must make this scoundrel pay an unbearable price. Li Jiayang was completely terrified and was about to plead for mercy when the security guards who rushed over from behind directly pinned him to the ground. His nickname was Li Bappy, always looking to gain benefits from other security guards. Now that he had this opportunity, those people would not let him off easily. Wang Jidi was involved in this matter because his younger sister was also working part-time, so he empathized. Regardless of the circumstances, he would not interfere with the remaining matters and sent Yu Taeyu away, swaying back to Villa Number 1. Villa Number 1 was the core of the entire villa area, surrounded by 4 other villas, namely villas number 2 to 5, which were also quite expensive. Those who could live in these villas were also prominent figures in Binhai City, and each villa owner specialized in different areas. The owner of Villa Number 2 was named Wang Yingji, known as the first young master of Binhai City, because he was the young master of the Dawan Group. The Dawan Group originated in Binhai City and now has its headquarters in Madu, ranking among the top 10 in the entire Hyugyuo with formidable strength. Wang Yingji was different from other rich young masters. He had some legitimate business dealings and was kept at home by his father, Wang Xiaodong, to guard the family. Wang Yingji learned from the butler Liu Junheng that Villa Number 1 had been sold, and the owner was a young man a few years younger than himself, which immediately piqued his interest. He rubbed his nose and said, Uncle Liu, have you checked the background of the owner of Villa Number 1? Liu Junheng shook his head and said, After I heard about this, I immediately used my connections to investigate, and the result surprised me greatly. The owner of Villa Number 1, Wang Jidi, has a very simple background. His parents are workers from a small town in the mountains, and they are now laid off and running a grocery store for a living. He also has a younger sister named Wang Xuanghua, who is studying at Binhai University and just entered her internship period this year. Last week, she submitted her resume to our group. I have already had the HR department notify Wang Xuanghua to officially let her enter the finance department as an intern, so it won't attract attention, and it will be easier to deal with in the future. Wang Yingji nodded and said, Uncle Liu, you arranged this very well. You must take good care of Wang Xuanghua. There must be no problems in our company. Wang Jidi being able to acquire Villa Number 1 means his background is definitely not that simple, which means what you found out is what others want me to see. Just because they can do this, their energy is much greater than we imagine. Find a suitable opportunity to meet them and become friends. Liu Junheng expressed that he would arrange everything properly and that there would be no mistakes. Wang Jidi returned to the villa, lay on the comfortable big bed, and thought about what happened today, feeling extremely happy. He felt that now that he had money, he should improve the living conditions at home, but given his parents' personalities, directly giving them money would only scare them. He had to slowly drop hints. His younger sister had been working hard to support herself while studying for years, enduring a lot of hardships, and she deserved to have her life improved. Thinking of this, Wang Jidi immediately called his sister, dialing 3 times before the call connected. Why did it take so long? Are you working again? You're about to graduate, don't work so hard. Wang Xuanghua smiled with joy upon hearing her brother's voice. Although their family conditions were poor, her brother treated her especially well. He always saved some money from his not-so-high salary to buy her good food and new clothes. Even though the clothes were just from street vendors, having new clothes was a big deal for a family like theirs, and it made her feel particularly satisfied. It's precisely because I'm about to graduate that I need to work more. Otherwise, Where will I live? The rent is ridiculously high now, and you don't even know the market. Hearing his sister's words made Wang Zhidi's nose tingle. Having such an understanding sister was truly a blessing. You shouldn't always be so sensible. Being this sensible makes your brother's heart ache. Look at the girls your age, which one is like you? Now that I have money, you won't need to work temporary jobs anymore and you don't have to worry about housing. I'll arrange everything for you. Wang Zhidi tried to calm himself, adjusting his tone to be steady. As a billionaire, supporting his sister was not a problem. Wang Xuanghua responded with a smile. I knew my brother was working hard and would definitely get a promotion and raise. As your sister, I also need to work harder. Besides, Mom said the whole family should help you save up for a wife. Nowadays, you can't marry a city girl without hundreds of thousands. I want a city sister-in-law too. In Wang Zhidi's mind, his sister's mischievous face appeared. This girl always knew how to find joy even in hardship. Not working anymore, so I can't explain everything to you. I'll send you some pocket money first. I'm coming back from the temporary job soon, so let's forget about today's pay. He said this because he heard shouting on the phone, clearly indicating that his sister's call had upset the foreman. As someone who had been at the bottom, Wang Zhidi understood the nature of those foremen very well. They were all just dogs for the higher-ups, only knowing how to bully the temporary workers below them. He guessed correctly. It was indeed the foreman at Wang Xuanghua's workplace who, upon seeing her on the phone, immediately started yelling. You were called here to work, not to make phone calls. You've been on the phone for 2 minutes, you won't get paid for this hour. If you don't want to work, just get lost. Wang Xuanghua looked at the fierce foreman and immediately glared back, having eaten enough losses to know how to respond. Just as she was about to argue, a text message alert sounded. She glanced at it and was instantly stunned. The message showed a deposit in her bank account of 1 followed by a string of zeros. Wang Xuanghua didn't care about the foreman anymore and hurriedly picked up her phone to count. To her surprise, it was a full 1 million, something she had never even dreamed of having. She immediately called Wang Zhidi. Bro, what did you do? Why did you transfer me so much? You must not do anything foolish. Mom and Dad are counting on you to carry on the family line. What are you talking about? Many things can't be explained in just a few words. In short, the source of this money is legitimate, so you can spend it without worry. Didn't I tell you? Now that I have money, even if you do nothing for the rest of your life and spend 10,000 a day, I can still support you. Why is that mad dog still barking? Show some spirit and make that mad dog shut up. Do you need me to help you? You must handle this yourself. From now on, you will be a princess. Wang Zhidi spoke with extreme dominance. After all, money gives people courage. There are no cowards in this world, and those who are cowardly are simply incapable. Wang Xuanghua was inspired by Wang Zhidi's words. Her courage surged, and she stared fiercely at the foreman, startling that old woman. She quickly turned off her phone screen to avoid being seen by others. In this day and age, one shouldn't flaunt their wealth. What if a wealthy girl gets schemed against? Wang Xuanghua raised her head and said, You're just a foreman, why are you acting like a big shot? My brother has money now and I won't be short of it either. I won't put up with your nonsense. I don't want this hour's pay. The first 3 hours total 240 yuan, so hurry up and pay me. If you dare not to, just wait and see how I deal with you. The foreman, a typical sycophant, was always bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Seeing Wang Xuanghua stand her ground, he immediately wilted and obediently paid her to let her go. Wang Xuanghua's workplace was a 20-minute walk from the bus station, and now that she had money, it was her first time splurging on a taxi. She quietly checked her messages, still feeling confused. She knew her brother would never lie to her. This money must be clean. Wang Xuanghua didn't let the taxi stop at the school gate. After all, she was still receiving low-income assistance. If others saw her, who knows what rumors would spread. As she approached the school entrance, she heard someone calling her. Looking in the direction of the voice, it was her good friend Hu Qingsu, who worked part-time with her. Hu Qingsu was one of the 3 campus beauties and the most unpretentious one, definitely a natural beauty without heavy makeup like the other 2. Wang Xuanghua noticed Hu Qingsu's face looked a bit swollen and quickly asked, What happened to your face? Didn't you go to collect your wages today? Those people wouldn't be trying to cheat us, would they? In such a large villa area, how could they possibly refuse to pay us? That's just outrageous. We must confront them. Don't worry, my brother just sent me some money, so I'll cover the others' wages first. We can't let everyone go hungry. Hu Qingsu rolled her eyes helplessly and said, Can you please stop talking so much? You've already got the money back and today's situation is still uncertain. She recounted what happened at the Haixing villa, and when she mentioned the young man who helped her, her eyes flickered. clearly a bit smitten. After finishing her story, Hu Qingsu looked Wang Xuanghua up and down and said, "You know, the guy who helped me really does resemble you a bit. If I didn't know he was from a wealthy family, I would think you two were relatives. Does this count as a couple's resemblance? We should find a chance to introduce you." Wang Xuanghua pouted and said, "I think it's you who's getting a crush. What's so great about a wealthy young master? My brother has money now too. I've wanted to introduce you to my brother for a long time, but I was always too shy to bring it up. Now that I have the courage, it's settled." As soon as she finished speaking, her phone rang. It was a landline number, and she immediately pressed the answer button. "Is this Miss Wang Xuanghua? This is the HR department of the Dawin Group's Binhai branch. You have been accepted as an intern in our finance department. Please come to report tomorrow. If you have any issues, the time can be adjusted." "No problem, no problem. I'll be there first thing tomorrow. By the way, could you check if my friend Hu Qingsu, who applied with me, has been accepted?" Wang Xuanghua excitedly agreed, and in her happiness, she didn't forget her good friend and asked for help. The person on the phone was clearly taken aback and immediately asked her to hold on while they checked the admission information, actually calling Liu Junheng to ask how to handle it. Liu Junheng quickly confirmed that they would be admitted together and informed the HR department that Wang Xuanghua was not an ordinary person. Anything related to her must be satisfactory, and she shouldn't be made aware of it. The HR personnel immediately understood, knowing which young lady this was, having been influenced by novels, stepping out to be self-reliant and enjoy a good life. Since the young lady loved to have fun, they had to play along with her. If the young lady was happy, everyone would have a good life. Just as Wang Xuanghua was in high spirits, Wang Zhidi also received a phone call. After transferring money to his sister, Wang Zhidi was about to take a break when his phone rang again, from a very unfamiliar number. "Mr. Wang, hello, I am Li Anfei, the president of Bincheng Bank. I apologize for the intrusion, please forgive me." The other party introduced themselves first, adopting a very low posture and speaking with great respect. Wang Zhidi frowned slightly and said, "So it's President Li. I wonder what you need from me." Li Anfei immediately responded, "You deposited 1.8 billion in our bank today, and first, I want to thank you for your trust in us. To better serve you, we have decided to invite you to become our highest-end VIP guest, providing you with the most attentive service. I wonder if you have time tomorrow. I would like to invite you to the bank to discuss some service-related matters." Wang Zhidi hesitated for a moment and said, "Since President Li has said so, I will come by tomorrow morning, just wait for me. Then I will await Mr. Wang's arrival and won't disturb you any further." Li Anfei replied with a smile, without excessive pleasantries. Everything was clean and efficient, appearing more professional. Soon it was the next morning. As soon as Wang Zhidi opened his eyes, a virtual interface popped up in front of him, and the 9-square grid red envelope reappeared. Wang Zhidi jolted awake and immediately chose to click on the red envelope, opening all of them. "Congratulations, you have received 1865 yuan, enjoy your clicks. Congratulations, you have received a Black Rock Reef Clubhouse, enjoy your clicks. Congratulations, you have received a charm increase card, enjoy your clicks." This time he received several tens of thousands of yuan in cash, a charm increase card, and a Black Rock Reef Clubhouse. The charm increase card appeared in the cards section of the virtual interface, and a brown paper bag appeared on the bedside table. Wang Zhidi first used the charm increase card. The card transformed into a stream of light and flew into his forehead, but there was no reaction at all. He snapped his fingers, and a mirror fell from the ceiling, hanging right in front of him. He looked at it seriously but didn't feel particularly handsome. Suddenly, Wang Zhidi felt a heaviness in his mind, and some information about the charm increase card appeared in his head. The charm increase card was a very unique existence, usually not visible and requiring a certain probability to trigger. Once successfully triggered, it would instantly increase Wang Zhidi's charm, primarily targeting the opposite sex, with the strongest effect being love at first sight, followed by mutual affection, and the least being a good impression. Wang Zhidi listened to the information, and indeed, the system's products were all magical existences. This thing was like cheating, only it couldn't be controlled. He picked up the brown paper bag, which contained several pages of documents, with a string of numbers and a name at the end, identifying the current person in charge of the Black Rock Reef Clubhouse. Wang Zhidi glanced at the old computer and decided to buy a phone first, then go to Bincheng Bank. After all, He was a big client and wasn't worried about wasting time, so he could just make Lee Anfei wait. Lee Anfei is the president of the Industrial and Commercial Bank, a prominent figure in the upper class of Binhai City, with a status that is undoubtedly high, and there must be many people seeking his assistance. However, Wang Jidi is different from others. He holds 1.8 billion in cash, such a massive cash flow that even the presidents of the 4 major banks would not dare to show off in front of him. Binhai Commercial Bank is different from the 4 major banks. It is a city-level commercial bank, which is a tier lower in the overall hierarchy. As for Lee Anfei, Wang Jidi now wants to withdraw this sum of money, and everyone in Binhai Commercial Bank would be in tears. Moreover, this hole cannot be filled in the short term, not to mention the enterprises in Binhai City. Even if the entire Huigyu is considered, there are very few who can come up with this cash flow. Just as Wang Jidi thought, he took a big circle outside and wobbled his way to Binhai Commercial Bank, entering the president's office. What he saw was a smiling Lee Anfei, whose face showed no dissatisfaction, as if Wang Jidi had arrived right on time. "Mr. Wang, so young yet with such substantial wealth, truly impressive. It's admirable," Lee Anfei gestured for him to take a seat, giving a compliment that made Wang Jidi feel quite pleased. Wang Jidi smiled in response. "President Lee is too polite. I'm just lucky, it's really nothing much." He was speaking the truth, but in Lee Anfei's ears it sounded like blatant Versailles, and he secretly mocked him for not being humble. Lee Anfei pressed a button on the desk, and a young woman in a Binhai Commercial Bank uniform walked in, holding a folder. Wang Jidi glanced at the woman. She was tall, not the currently popular skinny type, but rather plump and perfectly proportioned. "I've met Mr. Wang. I am your personal financial manager, Yuan Bingyu, and I will be serving you exclusively. Whatever you need, you can come directly to me. My phone is on 24 hours a day, ensuring I'm always available, and I have the entire financial department backing me up, so I won't let you down, Mr. Wang." Yuan Bingyu's voice was very pleasant, like pearls falling on a jade plate. If one were to listen with their eyes closed, it would feel particularly comfortable. Wang Jidi carefully observed Yuan Bingyu. She exuded a pure, capable, mature woman vibe with a very elegant appearance, combining grace with a touch of delicacy, her features perfectly arranged. At first glance, she seemed like an ice queen, but upon closer inspection, there was a hint of charm, extremely alluring to men, a standard seductress. Wang Jidi withdrew his gaze, internally exclaiming in surprise. It was already so competitive, and now they were even using beauty as a tactic. It was simply too enticing. "Miss Yuan, no need to be so polite, just sit down and talk. Also, you don't need to use honorifics, just call me directly, I'm not used to being addressed formally." Wang Jidi tried to appear approachable, feeling a bit dizzy with such a beauty in front of him. Yuan Bingyu confidently sat down opposite Wang Jidi, her Binhai Commercial Bank uniform featuring a knee-length skirt. After sitting down, she naturally crossed her legs, her fair calves stacked together, her skin seemingly glowing, dazzling Wang Jidi's eyes. Wang Jidi tried to make conversation. "Your bank's service is indeed on point. Does everyone have a dedicated financial manager?" Lee Anfei immediately replied, "Of course not. According to our bank's regulations, only those with deposits exceeding 10 million can receive private banking services. For amounts over 100 million, one can receive senior private services, and for someone like Mr. Wang, with amounts exceeding 1 billion, only the top-tier private services are available. Bingyu is our bank's top financial manager, serving only top-tier clients like Mr. Wang, and this is exclusive, so Mr. Wang can rest assured." As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Bingyu was about to introduce the financial project when Wang Jidi shook his finger, and his next words left both of them stunned. "You don't need to introduce these things. This money is just pocket change to me. Just ensure that I have money to spend when I need it and the rest of the projects can run themselves." Wang Jidi said this very casually, but Lee Anfei and Yuan Bingyu felt as if thunder had struck them, both silently exclaiming in their hearts. Yuan Minju cautiously asked, "I wonder, Mr. Wang, what is your spending standard? It would help me have an idea of the cash flow cycle." Wang Jidi stroked his chin and replied, "I spend money very freely, just like yesterday when I bought 9 sets of clothes for over 1.8 million and transferred 1 million to my sister. As for how I will spend in the future, I'm not quite sure yet. Besides my account at Bincheng Bank, I also have some accounts abroad. Large sums of money are transferred through those accounts, so I think having 100 million in your account should be about right. But you can rest assured, I will deposit the earnings from the new properties into your bank accounts, and the money will definitely increase. After all, I'm a Hyugyul person, and a Northeasterner at that. It is my duty to support the construction of my hometown. He at least studied economics and had the basic knowledge and sense to know how to disguise the source of his wealth. Lee Anfei's eyes turned as he recalled some information he had heard from the real big shots at the Wealth Summit. He immediately concluded that Wang Zhiti came from one of those hidden families. Despite Wang Zhiti's pleasant words, he was essentially converting family wealth into his own. The offspring of those truly large families usually do this, as a way to leave themselves a backup plan. If problems arise in the future, they can make a comeback or live comfortably for the rest of their lives. The wealth transferred out by these offspring is negligible for the family, so the family turns a blind eye, pretending not to see. The larger the family, the more assets are transferred out, forming new families and creating a chain of interests that further solidifies the main family. As for why he chose Bincheng Bank as the institution to handle his funds, it was because it was low profile and not easily noticeable. As for whether Bincheng Bank intended to take advantage of him, they really thought the family was fake. When such a family takes action, it would be catastrophic, and no one could withstand their wrath. Wang Zhiti was unaware that his few words had led Li Anfei to think so much, thus gaining a loyal guardian of his wealth. Yuan Bingyu did not have such broad insights and was thinking about other aspects. She asked, "I wonder, Mr. Wang, what new industries will you be adding? Besides helping you manage cash, will the industries need management?" Wang Zhiti smiled and replied, "My current property is Building 8 of Yaifeng City Garden. The entire building is mine, and I have fully entrusted it to Lan Mengting for management. In the future, all the properties I purchase in real estate will be handed over to Lan Mengting, but the earnings from these properties will still be deposited into my account, which I will continue to have you manage." While Yuan Bingyu smiled in agreement, she noted the name Lan Mengting in her heart. The fact that she could specifically manage real estate matters indicated that she had Wang Zhiti's trust. After chatting for a while longer, Li Anfei smiled and said, "It's almost lunchtime. I wonder if Mr. Wang would be willing to join us for a meal." Wang Zhiti laughed and said, "Director Li, there's no need to be so polite. As we do more business together in the future, it would be too formal." Yuan Bingyu immediately said, "The dishes at Haishijio Club are quite delicious, and the environment is very nice. Why don't we go there?" Wang Zhiti did not expect that Yuan Bingyu was referring to the Black Rock Reef Club, so he decided to take a look at the situation there. He nodded and said, "Since it's manager Yuan's recommendation, it must be just right, let's go there." A few of them went downstairs, and when Yuan Bingyu saw the Pagani Wind Sun, her eyes immediately lit up, and she unconsciously licked her lips. Wang Zhiti happened to see this scene and felt that Yuan Bingyu's action of licking her lips was incredibly tempting, making him feel a surge of heat. He smiled and asked, "What does manager Yuan think of my car?" "I don't know much about cars. As long as it has 4 wheels and can run, that's fine." "But the car must look good, and this one is too beautiful." Yuan Bingyu's answer was completely unexpected. Wang Zhiti was taken aback. Indeed, women are all about looks, beauty is everything. Wang Zhiti said apologetically, "I'm really sorry, this car only has 2 seats. President Li should drive himself." Li Anfei was quite perceptive, slapping his head and feigning annoyance. "Oh dear, look at my brain. I have to go to the city hall soon, so I can't have dinner with Mr. Wang. Let manager Yuan represent me and accompany Mr. Wang. Next time I must have a good drink with Mr. Wang." Wang Zhiti expressed his regret. "I didn't expect it to be so unfortunate. Since President Li has important matters to attend to, I won't force you. Next time I'll treat you." Although Yuan Bingyu was a senior financial manager at Bincheng Bank and earned a decent income every month, she was still at a lower middle-class level, with significant gaps in many aspects. Sitting in the car, she felt particularly comfortable. Her own vehicle was like a farm vehicle compared to this one. Yuan Bingyu glanced at Wang Zhiti and thought that he didn't look handsome at first glance, but the more she looked, the more attractive he became. Charm increase card activated, level of affection triggered. Suddenly, a message flashed in Wang Zhiti's mind, and a hint of surprise crossed his eyes. There were only the 2 of them in the car, and it was easy to guess who was feeling affection. After all, he had been in society for a few years and understood many things, but he used to be a poor guy who didn't even dare to think about it. The saying that men become bad when they have money is because only after having money do they dare to do certain things. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called becoming bad, it would be called asking for trouble. Being attracted to beauty is a man's instinct. Every man has a bit of a pig's hoof in his bones, and it often depends on whether there is an opportunity to express that nature. Even those who can remain faithful will show some reaction when faced with beautiful women. The only difference is the final outcome. Wang Zhidi carefully observed Yuan Bingyu again. She was definitely a top beauty, and the thought of such a beauty having feelings for him was quite exhilarating. He deliberately found a topic to chat with Yuan Bingyu, as affection needs to be nurtured continuously to blossom. By the time they reached the entrance of the club, they were already calling each other by name, taking a solid step forward. Wang Zhidi and Yuan Bingyu walked into the Black Rock Reef Club. From the outside, it looked quite ordinary, but inside it was a different world, extremely luxurious in its decoration. The receptionist stood beside them, displaying a professional smile, and said, "Welcome to the Black Rock Reef Club. Here, you will enjoy the highest level of service. We have several tiers of private rooms. May I ask what level you two would like? Each tier has a different theme and style." Seeing Yuan Bingyu in her industrial and commercial bank uniform and being a top beauty, she immediately understood the situation. Many things are just like that. Those who could approach such a top beauty must be well off, definitely a big catch, and this opportunity must not be missed. The private room must be top-notch. The result was beyond the expectations of the hostess. Wang Zhidi did not choose a private room but pointed to the scattered seats in the hall. "There are only two of us, no need to waste a private room. We can just pick a seat here, please arrange it for us." The hostess thought she had misheard and confirmed it seriously before leading them to a scattered seat. Wang Zhidi watched the hostess turn and leave, smiling as he said, "She didn't earn the private room fee, so she's not happy, but she didn't show it too obviously. I'd give her 3 points." Yuan Bingyu looked at Wang Zhidi in confusion, not understanding what he meant, but she didn't ask. Some things didn't need clarification. A waiter came to their table, smiling as he placed the menu in front of Yuan Bingyu, clearly indicating it was her turn to order. Yuan Bingyu was a bit at a loss and casually ordered a few dishes that were reasonably priced, then pushed the menu to Wang Zhidi. Wang Zhidi waved his hand, saying, "Just these few dishes will do. After all, you're treating, so we shouldn't be too extravagant." The waiter took the menu and left, and Wang Zhidi commented that the waiter's perception was lacking, unable to distinguish between big and small Wang, so he could only give 2 points. Yuan Bingyu couldn't help but ask, could it be that Zhidi wants to open a restaurant, so he's looking to see what needs improvement? Wang Zhidi shook his finger and said, "Opening one myself would be too exhausting. I will never start a company or do business on my own, you'll understand later." Hearing this, Yuan Bingyu was even more curious but couldn't say anything more, just pouting, which was even more tempting. A few dishes were quickly served. The chef's skills here were indeed commendable, as even ordinary dishes were made to be visually appealing and delicious. The two chatted happily while eating, but then a few young people walked in from outside, and the leader was clearly not a good character. Yuan Bingyu's expression turned to one of disgust upon seeing the leader, indicating she knew him. Wang Zhidi immediately asked, "Why does Bingyu look like that? Who is he?" "His name is Liu Qizhai, the young master of Minjiang Logistics. Minjiang Logistics is a large logistics company that has been doing business with our bank for a long time. When I first became a financial advisor, I dealt with their boss, Liu Ge, and got to know Liu Qizhai. Both father and son are not good people. They always think of taking advantage of us financial advisors. One of my sisters was deceived by them. Clearly, it was their fault, but Liu Ge's wife, Nai Beiju, came to our bank to make a scene. You have no idea how shameless that woman is. She even showed a video to everyone. In the end, that sister couldn't take it anymore and resigned to go back home. They even tried to target me, but after I scolded them, they finally backed off. Later, they replaced me with a male advisor. It was always troublesome anyway." Yuan Bingyu briefly recounted the situation, her tone filled with regret. It was not easy to do anything these days, especially for a beautiful woman. At that moment, Liu Qizhai also spotted Yuan Bingyu and immediately swaggered over with a few lackeys, looking incredibly arrogant. "Isn't this the beautiful advisor? Why aren't you at the bank? Out here accompanying someone, I thought you were so high and mighty, but you're just this kind of person. But your taste isn't great. You found such a useless guy who can't even get into a private room, just eating this junk in a scattered seat. Today, I'll give you a chance to eat something good inside, and then let us brothers have some fun. You won't miss out on the benefits later." His words were filled with filth, and the other patrons in the scattered seats showed their displeasure. However, thinking that he could enter the private room, they dared not say anything and could only lower their heads. Wang Jidi interjected before Yuan Bingyu could react, coldly looking at Liu Qizhai and saying, "At first glance, you're just an uncultured brat barking like a mad dog. You think being able to eat in a private room is a big deal. Such a shallow understanding really makes one worry about your intelligence." A sycophant jumped up and shouted, "What do you think you are? How dare you talk to Liu Xiao like that? Being able to eat in a private room is certainly impressive. If you have the ability, go eat there too." Wang Jidi snorted. "Whether it's a private room or a public seat, it's about the mood. Whether a meal is enjoyable or not doesn't depend on where you eat, but on who you eat with. Since you think being able to eat in a private room is impressive, don't you think it's even more impressive that you can't? You are not welcome here. You can leave now. What do you think you are? The owner of the Black Stone Reef Club. You don't welcome us. I can eat here once, which is enough for you to eat here 10 times. Where are the security guards? Hurry up and bring them to me. This guy is ruining my mood. Throw him out of here and see who is not welcome." A woman in a kippah led several security guards over, clearly having received a report to handle the situation. The woman smiled and said, "Why is Liu Xiao so angry? The private room has already been prepared for you. Everything is as usual. With Liu Xiao's status, why bother getting angry with someone sitting in a public seat? If this gets out, won't it be embarrassing for you?" "What do you mean by that? Once you enter this door, everyone is a guest here. Who gave you the right to rank people? You didn't even ask about the situation and came in saying such things, clearly biased towards him. This is your way of treating guests." Wang Jidi looked coldly at the woman. Someone who could come out to resolve issues should at least be a mid-level manager of the club. Her way of handling things was truly disappointing. This woman was the head manager of the club and also the mistress of the club's owner, Zhu Shaowei. She had always been very arrogant and rarely regarded others. She immediately put on a stern face and scolded loudly, "Guests are indeed ranked. Now I tell you, our club does not welcome you. You need to leave immediately or I will have the security throw you out." Liu Qizhai fanned the flames from the side. "Did you hear that? You are the unwelcome one. Hurry up and get lost. A real man doesn't suffer immediate losses. Why don't we leave first and find a chance to get back at them later? After all, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Yuan Bingyu looked at the fierce security guards with some fear and advised Wang Jidi to leave first. Wang Jidi smiled slightly and said, "I forgot to mention this place when I talked about my assets before. This place is mine now. In my territory, how can it be someone else's playground?" Liu Qizhai laughed exaggeratedly. "You really have a big mouth. Aren't you afraid the wind will blow your tongue away? How dare you say the Black Stone Reef Club is yours? You should take a look in the mirror and reflect on your own character. With your appearance, you think you can have such a big club. Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey?" The woman chimed in. "You might scare others, but it won't work on me. Our club's owner is a big shot in the capital. In front of him, you are nothing." Wang Jidi was too lazy to waste words with them and directly dialed Zhu Shaowei's number, which connected immediately. "Boss, you finally called me. The old gentleman notified me early this morning to give the club to you and told me to wait for your call. I don't know where you are. I'll come over to meet you now and report on the club's situation, making sure you are satisfied." Zhu Shaowei's attitude was extremely low, almost to the ground. Someone who could have the old gentleman give away the club was undoubtedly an extraordinary existence. Dealing with him would be as easy as blowing away a breath. Wang Jidi snorted. "You really know how to sweet talk. I'm currently in the club lobby surrounded by an arrogant woman and security guards. Your management of the club has truly opened my eyes. How about I just give the club to you so you can play to your heart's content? Come to the hall to see me right away." After he finished speaking, he threw the phone on the table. Listening to the busy tone, Zhu Shaowei was so frightened that he nearly broke down. He dashed out of the office, shouting as he ran. The other management staff, seeing Zhu Shaowei like this, were puzzled and hurried to follow him. Such a commotion naturally attracted the attention of those in the private rooms. Wang Yingji happened to be dining in the top-tier private room and curiously followed to the hall. Upon seeing Wang Jidi sitting in the open area, he was momentarily stunned, then looked around and immediately understood what was happening. He quietly instructed his subordinate to be a bit more clever, as there was a real big shot here, and it would be a good opportunity to make a connection. The woman, hearing the shouting, turned to look in the direction of the sound and saw Zhu Shaowei approaching quickly with the management staff. A bad premonition suddenly gripped her heart. Liu Qizhai, being oblivious, thought Zhu Shaowei was coming for him and was even more pleased with himself, his tail almost wagging to the sky. "You're just putting on a show here. Now that Boss Zhu is here, he's a well-known figure in Bincheng. Soon he'll break your legs and throw you out of here." After saying this, he walked towards Zhu Shaowei. "For such a small matter, why does Boss Zhu need to come personally? Just call a few security guards to handle them. I'll tell my dad to come here more often in the future, and will definitely not disappoint Boss Zhu with the best private rooms." Before Liu Qizhai could finish his sentence, Zhu Shaowei slapped him hard across the face, leaving one side of his face swollen. Zhu Shaowei then kicked Liu Qizhai in the stomach, sending him sprawling on the ground, groaning. Wang Jidi looked coldly at Zhu Shaowei, a hint of disdain on his lips. This contemptuous expression did not anger Zhu Shaowei. Instead, it made him feel it was only natural. A true young master should be like this. "I've met the boss. Everything is my fault. I haven't educated my subordinates well. Please punish me, boss. I have no complaints." Zhu Shaowei bowed to Wang Jidi and respectfully said this, startling everyone except Wang Yingji. "I've always been a person who values reason. Let me explain the reasoning to you. Bingyu and I came here not wanting to eat in a private room, so we chose to sit in the open to enjoy the scenery. Today, Bingyu is treating me to a meal, and I didn't want her to spend too much, so I ordered a few dishes with good value. Can you tell me if this is acceptable, if there's anything wrong?" Wang Jidi looked at Zhu Shaowei indifferently, not getting angry, but instead asked this question. Cold sweat broke out on Zhu Shaowei's forehead. When the old man got angry in the past, he would also present facts and reason with others. After the reasoning was done, that person would be in big trouble. According to the old man, if you couldn't hold your ground in reason, you had to pay the price. Zhu Shaowei nodded and bowed. Since the club has set up open seating and these dishes are on the menu, what the boss said is completely reasonable. Since you acknowledge this, it means that those sitting in the open are also guests of the club. When guests are dining, if someone comes to disturb them and provokes them, and during the entire provocation process, no one intervenes, then suddenly a woman in charge appears, bringing security to back up the provocateur. This woman even publicly claims that guests of the club are divided into ranks, with private room guests being more noble than those in the open seating, and wants to throw the open seating guests out. You tell me, what kind of management philosophy is this? You run the club like this and still dare to say you want to satisfy me. Do you think you're too clever, or do you think I'm too foolish? When Wang Jidi spoke the last sentence, his voice became extremely stern, scaring Zhu Shaowei so much that his legs trembled and the woman directly collapsed to the ground, having completely wet herself. Zhu Shaowei repeatedly pleaded, "It's all my fault, I didn't educate these employees well. Please, boss, give me another chance. I promise it won't happen again." Wang Jidi had just established his authority, and now it was time to show leniency. After all, the club still needed Zhu Shaowei to manage it, to become a hen that lays golden eggs. No one is perfect. Who can be without mistakes? The Blackstone Reef Club is doing so well. Manager Zhu has made significant contributions. He must be too busy, which is why he has been lax in managing his employees. Let's forgive him this time. Yuan Bingyu, with her keen ability to read the room, spoke up just in time, providing Wang Jidi with a way out. Wang Jidi took the hint and said, "Bingyu makes a good point. For your sake, I won't hold this against Manager Zhu this time. Throw that Liu out for me. From now on, anyone from Minjiang Logistics will not be received at the club. Fire these security guards and this woman too. I don't want to see her again. Do you understand what I mean?" Zhu Shaowei nodded in agreement. After all, she was just a woman. As long as he could keep his current position, what kind of woman couldn't he find? Wang Yingji, seeing that the matter was settled, felt it was the right moment and immediately stepped forward. "I never expected that young Master Wang is the owner of the club. I believe under your guidance, the club will surely thrive, and such problems will not occur again." Minjiang Logistics is so audacious, thinking that just because they are a logistics company, they can act with impunity. I will notify the procurement department of the group to terminate all cooperation with Minjiang Logistics and inform our partners that anyone using Minjiang Logistics will have their cooperation qualifications re-evaluated. Wang Yingji walked out with a few subordinates, flattering while directly delivering a gift, clearly intending to trample Minjiang logistics underfoot. Wang Jidi smiled and thanked him, then asked curiously, "I don't know which young master you are. We will be good friends from now on." Wang Shiji laughed heartily and said, "We are not just good friends, we are also good neighbors. I'm the owner of Villa Number 2 and you are the owner of Villa Number 1. We are definitely close neighbors. As the old saying goes, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. As neighbors, we should naturally help each other just like family." I forgot to introduce myself. I am Wang Yingji, the general manager of the Binhai branch of Dawen Group. You can't write two Wang characters in one stroke. We are indeed from the same family. His words were very layered, first clarifying his status, indicating that the difference between Villa Number 2 and Villa Number 1 was not that significant. Then he emphasized their neighborly relationship, followed by stating his identity, and finally, through a surname, he drew the relationship even closer. Compared to Wang Yingji's eloquence, what shocked everyone more was Wang Jidi's identity as the owner of Villa Number 1. Considering he was also the owner of the Blackstone Reef Club, the combination of these two identities made his background truly terrifying upon reflection. Liu Qizhai, just before being dragged out, happened to hear this conversation, and he was so scared that he felt his courage shatter, regretting deeply. As for his few lackeys, they had long shrunk to the back, fearing being recognized. There was no need for Wang Jidi and Wang Yingji. Even those little brothers around Wang Yingji could easily bankrupt them if they wanted to. There is a saying that birds of a feather flock together. Those who can be subordinates to real big shots are also giants in other places. Zhu Shaowei opened the club's top-tier private room, which had only been used by the old gentleman before. Now it naturally belonged to Wang Jidi. Yuan Bingyu was a very perceptive person and felt that since she had just met Wang Jidi, she should still maintain her self-respect. "Zhai Tai, have a good chat with a few young masters. I have some matters at the bank, so I'll head back first." Wang Zhai Tai nodded and said to Zhu Shaowei, "Bingyu is specifically in charge of handling my financial returns. From now on, just inform Bingyu about the income of the club and the usage of funds. You drive Bingyu back to Bincheng Bank. Also, Bingyu has the same rights as me to use this private room. Do you understand?" Zhu Shaowei immediately nodded in agreement, and Wang Yingji's eyes lit up, though the focus of the two was different. Zhu Shaowei was thinking about how to build a good relationship with Yuan Bingyu. After all, she was his direct superior, and had the kind of relationship that could influence the boss. Wang Yingji was concerned that Yuan Bingyu was specifically managing funds, which here should refer to cash, meaning Wang Zhaitai had an extremely large cash flow in other industries. These 2 points were crucial, especially the large cash flow, which meant that when necessary, he could inject funds into any enterprise to ensure its development. Directly injecting 100 million in cash could be equivalent to 1 billion in terms of utility. This kind of direct impact was extremely significant for boosting investor confidence. The key was that the other party had such a large cash flow, and one could only imagine the assets at home. It was essential to build a good relationship with him, as it would undoubtedly bring great benefits. Everyone was drinking and chatting when Wang Zhaitai received a text from his sister, saying she had already started her internship at Dawen Group. Wang Zhaitai immediately replied, encouraging his sister to work hard, and casually asked if she had a place to stay so he could make arrangements. His sister said she could stay in the dormitory for now, and it wouldn't be too late to find a place after the internship period, to avoid losing out if she didn't pass. Wang Zhaitai casually responded a few times, put down his phone and looked at Wang Yingji, saying, "I just got a message from my sister. She's interning at your company and doesn't need any special treatment. Everything can be the same as others." He was very clear in his heart that with Wang Yingji's connections, once he knew he was the owner of Villa Number 1, he would definitely have checked his background thoroughly. His sister's entry into Dawen Group must have benefited from Wang Yingji. Otherwise, with so many applicants, how could it have landed on his sister? Wang Zhaitai was not a naive newcomer. He knew how many tricks were involved in such recruitment. There was no fairness in this world. Wang Yingji immediately expressed that there would definitely be no problem. As the saying goes, a tiger father has no dog son, so a tiger brother certainly wouldn't have a dog sister. Everyone was happily chatting when Wang Yingji suddenly received a phone call, stood up to talk for a while, and returned with a smile. I have a cousin's daughter who has opened a company in our Bincheng and wants me to go over to discuss some matters. Does young Master Tai have any interest in meeting her? Wang Zhaitai smiled and replied, if young Master Jai thinks it's a good idea, then I have no problem. With the two main characters making a decision, the rest naturally dispersed. These people wanted to inform their families about this matter as soon as possible, letting them know that a true dragon had emerged in Bincheng, hoping to reap some benefits. Wang Yingji saw Pagani Wind Child and his eyes lit up, saying, I heard someone say yesterday that there's a Wind Child in Bincheng. I was wondering who had such great means to acquire that car. I wanted to buy that car back then, but my identity wasn't enough, and even offering more money didn't work. It's really frustrating to think about. Wang Zhaitai casually smiled and said, I think it's not that difficult. It's just a matter of placing an order. Upon hearing this, Wang Yingji internally mocked Wang Zhaitai for not being a proper son, jokingly teasing him a couple of times before they each got into their cars and set off. They arrived at the Feiyu building, a new technology building where all the tech companies in Bincheng had settled. Wang Yingji smiled and said, My sister is named Sikong Ruyan. Not only does she have a beautiful name, but she's also a stunning beauty. It's just a pity that she's a strong woman, not my type. Wang Zhidi chuckled and replied, What type doesn't matter. It all depends on whether you want to eat. As long as you want to eat, there's no dish you can't try. The two shared a common understanding in this regard and soon arrived at their target floor. Under Wang Yingji's guidance, they directly entered the office, where a beautiful white-collar woman left Wang Zhidi in awe. Wang Zhidi saw a young girl dressed in an OL suit, frowning as she leaned back in a large executive chair. The girl's beauty was breathtaking, with willow-shaped eyebrows, red lips, and white teeth. Her features were three-dimensional, exuding a sense of heroism without any hint of aggression. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and she wore light makeup, giving her an exceptionally elegant demeanor, as if she were a fairy described in a book. One could hardly imagine a celestial being descending to earth could be more exquisite. Hearing the footsteps, the girl slowly opened her eyes, which were particularly bright, but there was a faint sorrow in her gaze that tugged at the heart. Yuan Bingyu was already a top beauty, but compared to this girl, she still seemed slightly lacking. It was a subtle inadequacy that was hard to articulate, just a feeling that something was missing. Wang Yingji smiled and introduced, This is the future richest woman in Huigyu, Miss Sikong Ruyan. This is my neighbor, Wang Zhidi, the owner of Villa No. 1 in Haixing. We had dinner together at the Haishi Reef Club before receiving your call, so I brought him along. Since we are all young people, it's good to get to know each other. Sikong Ruyan elegantly nodded and said, I've met young Master Tai. Since you are Brother Jai's good friend, you are naturally my friend as well. Please make yourself at home. Wang Zhidi responded with a smile. Miss Sikong is too polite. It is my honor to become friends with you. If you need any help in the future, just let me know. There's no need to be courteous. Sikong Ruyan exchanged a few pleasantries before getting to the point. Brother Jai knows that I came to Bincheng this time because I'm interested in the environment here and hope to acquire a few electronic factories. Then, I plan to merge these factories into a semiconductor group and, taking advantage of favorable policies, build a massive chip manufacturing empire. Her words were actually directed at Wang Zhidi. Since he was specifically brought here by Wang Yingji and was the owner of Villa No. 1, his identity and background were certainly not simple. Perhaps he could provide assistance in some matters, so it was beneficial for him to be aware of the situation. Wang Zhidi, having studied economics, had at least some understanding, and during his previous experiences of being exploited by superiors, he had come into contact with various information. He stroked his chin and said, Miss Ruyan indeed has great ambitions, and you are seizing your opportunities well. However, have you considered the substantive issues? How will you produce chips? Huigyu is significantly behind in this area. We don't even have advanced lithography machines to manufacture high-precision chips. Sikong Ruyan immediately replied, Young Master Tai's concerns are valid. I'm already negotiating with foreign parties to purchase mid-tier lithography machines, which will allow us to produce mid to low-end chips. These chips can be used in electric vehicles and other fields, and the profits from these areas can ensure our profitability. Once we have money, we can invest in research and development. As far as I know, our Huigyu has already made certain achievements in carbon-based chips. If we focus on this area, we could create miracles. Even if we don't achieve results in this regard, following the previous business model, we can still obtain substantial profits. It won't disappoint anyone. After she finished speaking, she noticed that Wang Jidi had fallen into deep thought, seemingly not listening to her, and a flicker of anger crossed her eyes. In fact, it wasn't like that. While Sikong Ruyan was speaking, Wang Jidi suddenly heard a system prompt in his ear. The system has detected a defect and is automatically performing a patch upgrade. The upgrade time is 1 minute. System upgrade complete. A random red envelope distribution mechanism has been added. The grade, quantity, and distribution time of the red envelopes are all random. Please be ready to receive at any time. Wang Jidi didn't expect that after the system upgrade, a random red envelope distribution would be added. It made sense. With only 9 red envelopes distributed each day, it would take ages to distribute 1 trillion red envelopes. As he was pondering this, the red envelope interface suddenly popped up, with 3 red envelopes flashing continuously, and he immediately chose to open them. Congratulations, you have received 1563 yuan in cash. Enjoy your click. Congratulations, you have received the Binda Electronic Factory. Enjoy your click. Congratulations, you have received a box of Xuanmai chewing gum. Enjoy your click. The news of the Binda Electronic Factory appeared in Wang Jidi's mind. This factory was the largest electronic factory in Binhai City, but its business had not been doing well in recent years, so the owner chose to sell it outright. After digesting all the information, he noticed that there was no more sound in his ear, and when he looked up, he saw Sikong Ruyan glaring at him with fiery eyes. Wang Jidi smiled and said, "Miss Ruyan, don't be angry. I listened to your words and found them very reasonable, so I was thinking about some issues. Coincidentally, a couple of days ago, I had nothing to do and thought I should have some assets, so I casually bought the Binda Electronic Factory. After buying it, I was troubled. Managing a factory is really a tall order for me, and I was just pondering where to find a professional manager. Since Miss Ruyan is so ambitious, why don't we cooperate? I can invest in the Binda Electronic Factory, and we can establish a joint group company together. You can be the executive president of the company, and you will handle all the affairs. As for how much equity I hold, you can decide." He said it very casually, but Wang Yingji and Sikong Ruyan were left dumbfounded. They had never seen someone like this in their lives. It was simply astonishing. Sikong Ruyan swallowed hard and said, "I asked Jai Ji to come today to discuss the purchase of the electronic factory and see if he had any connections. I had considered buying the Binda Electronic Factory before, but the asking price was 300 million, and they wouldn't accept loans. The payment had to be made in full within a short period, which made me back off. The other electronic factories were also priced around 100 million, and after buying the factory, we would still need to purchase equipment and go through a series of debugging, all of which require money. It was really tight. That's why I thought of playing the favor card, but I didn't expect Jai Ji to bring me a surprise, while Tai Xiao brought me a shock, leaving me a bit overwhelmed." Wang Jidi chuckled and said, "It's just an electronic factory, what's the big deal? I'm just afraid Ruyan won't like it. Otherwise, I would just give it to you. From now on, don't call me Tai Xiao, that feels too distant. Just call me Jidi, it sounds more like friends. Ruyan would not consider me a friend, right?" If it were someone else being so pushy, Sikong Ruyan would have slapped them long ago. However, hearing Wang Jidi say this, she felt a bit annoyed but also sensed something different. A man's charm is determined by many factors, and among these factors, being handsome is actually the least important. Sikong Ruyan smiled and called out Jidi, and then they chatted happily. Wang Yingji, sensing the mood, quickly left, not wanting to be a third wheel, and headed back to the company to see that little ant. On the way, Wang Yingji informed Liu Junheng to cancel all the afternoon arrangements and also arranged for him to have a chance to meet Wang Xuanghua. Like father, like son. A mouse's son can dig a hole. These true heirs of wealthy families are quite capable. After all, the genetic inheritance is there, and they can't be that foolish. The brainless behavior of those rich young masters usually means they don't take the other party seriously. Who would bother with an ant? Just stepping on it would suffice. When they truly decide to take action, at the very least, they need to have 8 eyes open, their minds spinning like the Galaxy 2 supercomputer, considering all aspects quite thoroughly. Liu Junheng instructed the finance department manager, Su Yihua, to keep track of the timing and send Wang Xuanghua out to deliver documents, even planning the route. Su Yihua, having reached this position, was certainly not just lucky. Recalling how the HR department had used Wang Xuanghua and Hu Qingsu to replace two well-connected individuals, it became clear what was happening. He glanced at the time and approached Wang Xuanghua with the friendliest smile. "Zio Wang, you've been working for a while and must be tired. Please take this document to the marketing department. No need to rush, just come back before the end of the day." Everyone, including Wang Xuanghua, was left dumbfounded. There were still 3 hours until the end of the workday, clearly indicating she was being sent off to slack off. Wang Xuanghua replied earnestly, "Manager, don't worry, I will go and return quickly. When I worked before, I was quite fast on my feet." Saying this, she picked up the document and left like a gust of wind. Su Yihua watched her retreating figure, thinking this was the demeanor of a strong woman. She was indeed impressive. He then turned his attention to Hu Qingsu, still smiling broadly, and said, "You two are just starting your internships and may not understand many things. Don't rush, take your time. If you encounter anything you don't know in the future, feel free to come and ask me. I love teaching newcomers." Hu Qingsu hurriedly exchanged a few polite words while wondering what the manager was really thinking. Could it be that he was interested in their looks? That seemed unlikely. Just as she was lost in thought, Wang Xuanghua unexpectedly bumped into Wang Yingji, who was ready and waiting. Wang Yingji was a master in this regard. The angle of their collision was just right, and in a flash, he wrapped his arm around Wang Xuanghua's waist. The scene was straight out of an idol drama, the quintessential meeting of a domineering CEO and a Cinderella. It was indeed strange. Despite having encountered countless women, Wang Yingji found himself genuinely attracted to the innocent Wang Xuanghua in this familiar scenario. As for Wang Xuanghua, this little white flower had never even watched many romance dramas, let alone been in a relationship. Encountering such a sunny, domineering CEO left her completely dazed. Wang Yingji very gentlemanly straightened Wang Xuanghua up and said apologetically, "I'm really sorry, I was lost in thought and didn't see you. Which department are you from?" Wang Xuanghua immediately lowered her head and said, "I'm a new intern in the finance department. I'm really sorry, please forgive me." Wang Yingji smiled and exchanged a few more words without lingering too long. After all, it was just a chance encounter, and he couldn't overdo it. Wang Xuanghua watched his retreating figure, her face as red as an apple, taking a long time to regain her composure before heading to the marketing department. At the same time, Wang Zhidi was chatting happily with Sikong Ruyan, but unfortunately, luck was not on his side, and he didn't trigger the charm increase card. He checked the time and smiled, saying, "Ruyan must have some things to take care of, so I won't disturb you. Let's go to Binda Electronics together tomorrow morning. I'll come to pick you up. I don't know where you live." Sikong Ruyan smiled and replied, "I live at Villa number 4, Phoenix Mountain. Just come to the company to pick me up." Wang Zhidi agreed with a smile, showing no signs of reluctance, and left gracefully, earning quite a few impression points. He had initially planned to pick up his sister after work, but remembering she mentioned having a good friend, and that his car could only fit one person, he dismissed the thought. Wang Zhidi felt it was still too early to go back, so he drove around aimlessly. Soon he arrived at Binhai Road, but not long after he was stopped by someone. A person in a yellow vest, smiling broadly, said, "I'm really sorry, our film crew is shooting here, and the road is temporarily closed. Could you please take another route?" Upon hearing that they were filming, Wang Zhidi became interested. He had also been a temporary actor while working odd jobs during school. However, back then, the crew members were not so polite, shouting as if they were kings. As for the stars, they acted even more high and mighty, casually surrounded by 7 or 8 bodyguards, each one looking like a fierce dog. Wang Zhidi smiled and said, "Since I have nothing to do, how about I just watch?" The person in the yellow vest glanced at the sports car and immediately said it was no problem, then went to inform the director that a wealthy young man was watching. The director replied that it was unnecessary to worry about him, and everyone should continue filming, but they must drive away the onlookers to avoid disrupting the shoot. Just as Wang Zhidi was enjoying the show, he suddenly heard the sound of high heels clicking on the ground. He turned to look in the direction of the sound and saw a particularly beautiful girl. This girl gave off a very quiet vibe, with shiny black long hair that somewhat obscured her doll-like face and a pair of beautiful eyes that resembled a clear pool of water. The girl smiled and said, "My name is Shangyuan Yangsu, and I'm an actress in the crew. I need to perform a scene where I drive a sports car down from the mountain, but the rented car hasn't arrived. I wonder if you could help me out." Wang Zhidi smiled slightly and said, I thought it was something serious, but it's just a small favor. Of course, it's no problem. Besides, beautiful cars and beautiful women complement each other. Back in college, he had foolishly tried to pursue the class beauty, knowing she liked literature, and he squeezed out some time to read many romantic literary works. It turned out that compared to literature, the class beauty preferred money, spending her days mingling with several rich second-generation heirs, and had been to the hospital several times to terminate pregnancies. Along with those little lives, Wang Zhidi's naive crush was also extinguished, but he remembered all those romantic literary works. Charm Increase card activated, triggering level of affection. Wang Zhidi heard the prompt and was momentarily surprised, then realized that it was just how it was with actresses. Seeing a wealthy young man naturally sparked affection. He casually opened the passenger door and made an elegant gesture of invitation. Shangyuan Yangsu, the demure lady, sat inside, her legs crossed, appearing quite reserved. Wang Zhidi drove the car to the designated spot and then slowly got out. The male lead, Sun Qingying, stood up immediately upon seeing the car emblem. Where did the props team get this car? This is a Pagani Huayra and it's a global limited edition. There are only a few in total. It's amazing. Sun Qingying was not only a seasoned actor but also an amateur racer, and he was particularly fond of various supercars, knowing them all by heart. His assistant immediately replied, "This car wasn't rented by the props team. It's the vehicle of a wealthy onlooker." The female lead, Li Yuhan, sitting next to Sun Qingying, immediately brightened at this statement. Anyone who could get a limited edition sports car was definitely not an ordinary person. Such cars couldn't just be bought with money. They also required a very high status. Not everyone who drove supercars was truly wealthy, but those who drove limited edition supercars were certainly from the upper echelons of wealth. Li Yuhan, as a popular movie star, had always dreamed of marrying into a wealthy family. But unfortunately, the previous few second-generation heirs had only played around with her and had no intention of marrying her. She had always been unwilling to accept this, believing that with her looks, she could definitely climb up to a wealthy young man, and she couldn't miss any opportunity. This shot is actually very simple. It just involves driving the car to the designated spot. Then Shangyuan Yangsu gets out of the car, and the car drives away. Li Yuhan had other ideas and immediately approached the director to request more scenes. She also wanted to sit in this luxury car and add some scenes where the car shakes. The director, being a cunning old fox, naturally understood Li Yuhan's intentions and thought she looked quite good, so he could send her to the rich young man. The rich young man would definitely not refuse. Perhaps he could even build connections and find an investment for the next project, so why not? Wang Zhidi unexpectedly discovered that after helping with this, he could pass through the blocked area and continue walking forward. However, just as Shangyuan Yangsu got out of the car, she asked him to wait a moment while she got him a small souvenir to express her gratitude. Wang Zhidi would never admit that he was waiting because Shangyuan Yangsu was beautiful. He simply wanted a small souvenir. Shangyuan Yangsu quickly returned, holding a small keychain, one side with the name of the crew and the other side with her still photo. She smiled and said, "I have a supporting role in this film, so I have a small souvenir to thank my fans. I hope you won't mind." Wang Zhidi took the keychain, turned it around on his finger and said, "A girl as quiet and elegant as you is quite rare. I believe as long as you can maintain this, you will definitely become a breath of fresh air in this industry. Even if you don't become hugely popular, you will certainly gain everyone's recognition. Thank you for your kind words, young master. I hope so too. My whole family is involved in opera, and I have been trained in this area since I was young. The first time I stepped on stage, I fell in love with that feeling. Unfortunately, fewer and fewer people watch opera, and the audience is often empty. I don't want to sing to the air like my ancestors, so I applied to film school, hoping to become a good actress and bring good works to everyone." Shangyuan Yangsu always exuded an air of elegance. It turned out she came from a family of opera performers and had been nurtured in this field since childhood, giving her a naturally different temperament. The two were happily chatting when the director came over with Li Yuhan, who was exaggeratedly twisting her waist as if she were about to break her hips. "Thank you very much, young master, for your great assistance. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to shoot that scene just now. May I ask your surname?" The director spoke very politely, completely devoid of the arrogance often seen in front of actors. Investors are like fathers, and as long as they can provide funding, one could even kneel and bow. Wang Jidi waved his hand and said, "You don't need to be so polite. It was just a matter of pressing the gas pedal, nothing serious." Seeing that Wang Jidi was easy to talk to, the director immediately felt he was a true young master. Only those from real wealthy families would always hold themselves to such etiquette. Speaking of which, I have a small request. We have another scene coming up where our female lead, Lee Yuhen, will get into that sports car. To provoke the male lead, she decides to have an intense encounter with the wealthy young man driving the sports car, so we would like to borrow your car and have you make a cameo. As soon as the director finished speaking, Lee Yuhen immediately leaned in, revealing a charming smile, throwing flirtatious glances, and casually lifting her skirt to subtly show her legs. "You can rest assured, young master, I am professional in this area and will definitely perform well. If you are worried about not acting well, we can practice a few times first, and you can perform when you feel ready." Li Yuhen's words were already quite explicit, just short of directly suggesting that Wang Jidi could turn the act into reality. Wang Jidi frowned and said, "Please have some self-respect. Regardless of whether you are a star or an actress, you are at least a woman and should have a woman's dignity. And you, director, should know what is appropriate to do and what is not. Your current behavior is very disappointing to me. I really don't know what kind of eye you have for picking people. A great actress like Miss Shang Yuan can only be a fourth tier, while those who don't know how to respect themselves can become the leads. No matter what rules you have, don't put them on the table. It makes me feel disgusted, and I really don't want to see you." After saying this, he spoke a word to Shang Yuan Yangsu, got into the car and drove away, leaving the director and Li Yuhan in a cloud of exhaust. Watching coldly from the side, Sun Qingying shook her head and said, "I really don't know what the director is thinking. That person can drive a globally limited edition sports car. Their status is absolutely top-notch. If they want women, they could line up from Binhai Road to Haixing Square, and they would still look down on this kind of goods. It's simply a huge joke. If they really wanted to choose, it would be a pure girl like Shang Yuan Yangsu, but after a few years in this divat, Yangsu would become someone they despise." Sun Qingying is a veteran in the industry, definitely an old-timer, so she speaks boldly without fear of being blacklisted or ostracized. Shang Yuan Yangsu didn't dare to do the same. She could only stand quietly with her head down, thinking about the scene in the car earlier, her lips involuntarily curling up slightly. Li Yuhan happened to see this expression and was extremely annoyed, deciding to go back and think carefully about how to deal with Shang Yuan Yangsu, making her understand the heights and depths of the world. Wang Jidi was still unaware that his words would bring disaster to Shang Yuan Yangsu, while also bringing good news to himself. He returned home gracefully, pressed a few buttons on the main control screen, and the kitchen's automatic cooking equipment quickly prepared several small dishes, which tasted quite good. Wang Jidi took a deep breath and called his mother, telling her he had resigned and was going into business with a few friends, promising that he would make money in a while. His mother was silent for a moment and told him to do what he wanted. If it didn't work out, he could always return home, and the family could live off the old house, which would at least provide enough to eat. Wang Jidi's voice choked a bit as he comforted his mother for a few moments when a call came in. Seeing the incoming call, Wang Jidi took the opportunity to hang up, thinking that if he continued talking, he would end up making his mother cry. The call was from his good brother Yin Renfeng, who had slept on the upper bunk with him. They could be considered brothers in hardship, the two poorest in the entire class. Their relationship was a deep working friendship, much stronger than the bonds of classmates, as the current classmates had long since changed. "Taizi, what have you been up to lately? Has your salary gone up? If things aren't going well, just quit. There are plenty of things to do to earn a living." Yin Renfeng always started with this line, as if he was doing great, but in reality he was also a corporate slave, sleeping later than a dog and waking up earlier than a chicken. Wang Jidi chuckled and said, "You really hit the nail on the head. I really am quitting. I remember you said last time that you wanted to open a couple's shop. How much are you still short? Don't be polite with me. I'll send you 100,000 later." "I'm not joking. I have money now and you don't need to worry about where it came from. It's definitely clean. Do we still need to write an IOU? I trust you, and even if I didn't, I would still consider my godson. Enough of the small talk. You called me for a reason. Class reunion. How could they think of inviting us? After graduation, I deleted all their contacts and you're the only one I kept. All right, I got it. I'll definitely go tomorrow night. Hurry up and give me your card number. Why so much nonsense? He casually tossed the phone aside. Now that he was doing well, he couldn't forget his buddies. He had planned to find him in a few days, and today was just the right time. Yin Renfeng was luckier than him. While working, he met a factory girl named Wu Ziving, whose name and looks were quite ordinary, but she was a really nice person. When Wang Jidi lived nearby, he often went to their house to have meals. Later, when they had a son, life became increasingly tight and he stopped visiting. Yin Renfeng quickly sent over the card number, jokingly teasing that if Wang Jidi really transferred 100,000, then his son would be his own. Wang Jidi casually sent over 500,000 and Yin Renfeng's phone rang shortly after, his voice urgent as he asked, "What on earth have you done? How do you have so much money? Is something big happening? If there's anything, I'll bear it with you." "You just know how to overthink. Didn't I already tell you? My buddy has hit it big now. Even if you don't look for me today, I'll look for you in a couple of days. Just rest assured and use it well, manage your store properly, and when you get the hang of it, I'll help you open a big restaurant. We were poor when we were in school, laughed at every day. It can't be like that for our sons. Let's drink and chat tomorrow." Wang Jidi knew Yin Renfeng would call, so he laughed and said a few words to reassure him, telling him to use the money as he saw fit. He swayed his way to the rooftop, which had a huge glass curtain and a high-powered telescope to watch the beautiful night sky at any time. Lying on the luxurious hammock, listening to soft music and gazing at the stars, he couldn't help but sigh. People always say that poverty limits a person's imagination, but they never mention that wealth can also limit a person's imagination of poverty. That's why there are so many ignorant intellectuals who propose seemingly foolish suggestions, because in their minds, if you can't afford food, why not eat meat? Wang Jidi was promptly awakened by a notification sound, and a red envelope interface appeared before him. Without hesitation, he chose to open it. "You have received 523 yuan in cash, enjoy your click. You have received a Vacherin Constantin Caritas watch, enjoy your click. A large flat in the city center, enjoy your click." This time he received over 100,000 in cash, along with a nice watch and a large apartment. Wang Jidi sorted through the information in his mind, and upon seeing the price of the watch, sat up in shock. He had never even dreamed that a watch could be worth over 30 million, enough to buy 2 Pagani Huayra. No wonder people say luxury watches are a man's indulgence. Every successful man should have a good watch. As for the large flat worth over 3 million in front of this watch, it was nothing but a younger brother, hardly worth mentioning. Wang Jidi glanced around and saw a red booklet with a rectangular box on top. He casually opened the box, revealing a watch with a 50mm diameter, a pure white dial, and gold inlaid with jade hands, with numbers formed from pure natural oval diamond particles. The case and bracelet were pure gold, and the crystal was polished to reflect a rainbow of colors in the morning light. However, when looking at the dial, there was not a hint of glaring light. One had to admit that the craftsmanship had reached an extraordinary level. According to the manual, every Vacherin Constantin Caritas watch is equipped with a built-in micro-satellite tracker, making loss impossible. Wang Jidi casually set the watch aside and picked up the red booklet, which was the property certificate for the flat located right near the Wan Group. He revealed a knowing smile. The system really did a great job, arranging everything perfectly, just right for this flat to be used as a dormitory for his younger sister. Wang Jidi tapped his temple, feeling that, while the Pagani Huayra was cool for show, it still lacked something when it came to carrying people. The randomness of opening red envelopes was too great. He didn't know when he would get a suitable new car, so it seemed he needed to buy a proper one anyway, since money was no object. Wang Jidi made up his mind and lingered in bed for a while. Indeed, wealth and privilege were the roots of moral decay. If it were in the past, he would have already gotten up and been busy. He changed into formal attire and drove to the bottom of the technology building, where he had already contacted Sikong Ruyan on the way, and she was waiting for him at the entrance. Sikong Ruyan was like a beautiful landscape, captivating the passers-by, while several wealthy young men in the building, who considered themselves capable, pondered how to showcase themselves. Then they saw a Pagani Huayra stop in front of Sikong Ruyan, who without any hesitation, elegantly got inside. These wealthy young men immediately lost their confidence. They knew very well that someone who could drive such a supercar was definitely not someone they could provoke. Sikong Ruyan smiled and said, "I've wanted to buy a supercar for a long time, but the conditions have never allowed it, so I can only temporarily use a BMW." Wang Jidi smiled slightly and said, "I heard from young Master Jai that you came from the Magic City and that your family has a long-standing friendship with his family, so your background shouldn't be bad. Even if you can't get a limited edition sports car, buying an ordinary supercar shouldn't be a big problem. Is there something hidden in this?" Sikong Ruyan hesitated for a moment and slowly revealed her situation. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to speak the truth. It was better to clarify some things in advance than to face awkwardness later. "Actually, I take my mother's surname. My father is Du Tingxuan, the head of one of the 3 major families in the Magic City, the Du family. You must have guessed it. I am my father's illegitimate daughter. My father's wife passed away and they were deeply in love, so my father was heartbroken. My mother happened to be my father's secretary and naturally became a source of comfort. There were at least a few such sources of comfort at that time, but my mother was the most outstanding among them, winning my father's favor, which resulted in me being born. My mother thought she could give birth to a son to solidify her position in my father's heart, hoping to become his second wife and a noble lady, Mrs. Du. Her pregnancy was disappointing and she gave birth to a girl like me, shattering Mrs. Du's beautiful dreams. She could only be Secretary Sikong for the rest of her life." She paused here, and Wang Jidi immediately guessed that her childhood must not have been happy with a mother who felt unfulfilled. How could she possibly be happy? "My father is somewhat loyal. Although he couldn't give my mother a proper status, he has always taken care of us. He promoted my mother from secretary to manager. My parents didn't particularly like me, but they weren't bad either. When I was young, they would take me to amusement parks, but it was the kind where they rented the entire place. Since I started university, my father has been pushing me to go on blind dates. In his eyes, a girl like me is only useful for marriage alliances. I was unwilling to accept that, so I worked hard, hoping to achieve something and gain my father's recognition, but unfortunately I never succeeded. My father wanted me to marry the young master of the Zhang family, who is a typical playboy and doesn't engage in proper work. There are at least several sources of comfort outside. My elder brother didn't want me to be pushed into a fire pit, so he argued with my father and ultimately secured a chance for me to gamble. I came to the Northeast to set up a factory, aiming to achieve results within 3 years, so I can take control of my own destiny." Sikong Ruyan bit her lip, her beautiful eyes misty with tears, a mix of stubbornness and softness that made one feel heartache. Wang Jidi looked at Sikong Ruyan sincerely and said earnestly, "A girl like you shouldn't live in a hard shell. In the end, only you will be hurt. If you are willing, let me protect you. No matter who it is, they shouldn't force you to do things you don't love. Anyone who dares to coerce you will pay an unbearable price. Don't talk to me about the 3 major families of Magic City. No matter how strong they are, I don't take them seriously. I'm different from others. No one can make me feel apprehensive." He wasn't bragging. The $1 trillion red envelope system was his confidence. No matter how powerful the 3 major families were, could they outdo the system daddy? As someone with a system, standing at the peak of life and stepping on everyone else was the bare minimum. If he couldn't do that, he might as well just die in a puddle of his own urine. Trigger the charm enhancement card. Trigger the level of mutual admiration. Every girl who admires you deserves to be cherished. You mustn't let her down. The prompt sounded like celestial music in Wang Jidi's ears. At this level, many things could basically be settled. As for the speed of development that followed, it depended on the girl's personality. After all, some were bold and some were reserved, so it couldn't be generalized. Sikong Ruyan stared blankly at Wang Jidi, feeling his infinite charm, especially the sincerity in his eyes, which made her feel at ease. She no longer had the demeanor of a strong woman. Her pretty face turned crimson, and she unconsciously lowered her head, replying in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "Not your anything, why should you protect me? Besides, it shouldn't be so direct. We need to develop things slowly." Wang Jidi barely caught this sentence, his heart filled with joy, and he forced himself to maintain his composure, appearing indifferent on the surface. "What I am to you isn't important. What's important is that I've decided to protect you, and that's enough. We have plenty of time." After all, he had studied romantic literature and knew what kind of approach to use with which type of girl. A strong woman like Sikong Ruyan craved to be conquered by someone stronger, wanting to be a devoted admirer. But in the end, she would have nothing. Wang Zhidi's domineering demeanor was absolutely appropriate. Although Sikong Ruyan appeared displeased on the surface, she actually found it quite pleasing in her heart. They arrived at Binda Electronics, where the factory director, Pan Xianzhang, who had received advance notice, was already waiting for them at the entrance with the management team. When Pan Xianzhang saw a luxury car suddenly stop in front of him, he immediately knew the main person had arrived and hurriedly stepped forward, adopting a respectful demeanor. With a beaming smile, he said, "Welcome, boss. I didn't expect the boss to be so young, truly impressive. And the lady is stunningly beautiful, a perfect match for the boss." Wang Zhidi was very satisfied with Pan Xianzhang's words. Sikong Ruyan blushed slightly but did not refute it, accepting it as it was. Wang Zhidi smiled and said, "Director Pan, there's no need to be so polite. In the future, the factory's matters will rely on your efforts." Upon hearing this, Pan Xianzhang felt relieved and quickly nodded and bowed to express his loyalty, then welcomed them into the conference room. Wang Zhidi glanced at everyone and said, "I'm here this year to inform you that I've decided to merge the electronics factory into my girlfriend Sikong Ruyan's technology group. I won't participate in any management. All matters will be handled by Sikong Ruyan. Don't think that just because she's a woman you can act recklessly. Any consequences that arise will be borne by you. Just to let you know, Zhu Shaowei is my subordinate. If you don't know what he does, you can inquire." He had heard from Wang Yingji that Zhu Shaowei was well connected in the underworld, and many people had to give him face, which was why he brought it up. Pan Xianzhang immediately expressed, "Boss, please rest assured. From now on, we will definitely follow the lady's orders. If anyone dares to disobey, there's no need for the boss to take action. I'll take care of it myself." He had heard from the previous boss that Wang Zhidi paid all the money in one go, and his strength was absolutely unfathomable. Even the well-known large enterprises in the country couldn't do that. From the current situation, it seemed that Wang Zhidi was doing this to please his girlfriend, spending lavishly just to see her smile. Such extravagant spending was something they could never provoke. Wang Zhidi smiled and nodded, casually saying, "Next, Sikong Ruyan will explain what you need to do. I won't meddle in it. Just remember I'm here." As he spoke, he did something that moved Sikong Ruyan deeply. Wang Zhidi placed the sports car key in Sikong Ruyan's hand, then leaned close to her ear and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. "From now on, with me by your side, I will never let you suffer again. Whatever you like, I will get it for you. You are the unique treasure in my heart, one of a kind. I have enough time and patience to wait for you." His breath brushed against Sikong Ruyan's earlobe, sending a tingling sensation through her, as if a little deer was thumping wildly in her heart. Sikong Ruyan gently nodded. Often, silence speaks louder than words, and everything was understood without saying a thing, their hearts in sync. Wang Zhidi called a ride-hailing car and arrived at the largest car dealership street in Binhai City, where each 4S shop was more luxurious than the last. He had the car stop at the street corner and casually walked in, dressed in formal attire that was from a high-end brand but without a visible logo, looking like an insurance salesman. Wang Zhidi entered a 4S shop, but the people inside completely ignored him, treating him as if he were invisible. He couldn't help but frown and turn to leave, hearing the mocking voices of the salespeople as he exited. Wang Zhidi walked into several more shops, encountering the same situation, filling him with confusion about where these people's sense of superiority came from. He decided to try one more shop. If no one acknowledged him again, he would go back and wait for the red envelope, not believing he couldn't get a car. Wang Zhidi entered a Rolls-Royce 4S shop, and the situation was similar to before, but the people here were even worse, actually pointing and whispering about him. Just as he was about to leave, a voice called out from behind, "Excuse me, sir, are you looking to buy a car?" Wang Zhidi stopped and turned to see a girl standing there, her face full of youthful vitality and collagen. The girl had big eyes that sparkled like crescent moons when she smiled, making her look particularly pleasant. Yang Mengting, seeing Wang Zhidi's expression, asked again, "Excuse me, sir, are you looking to buy a car?" Wang Zhidi replied indifferently, "If I'm not buying a car here, am I supposed to be buying vegetables?" Upon hearing this, Yang Mengting immediately responded cheerfully, "I don't know your surname, sir, or what kind of car you want to buy. I'm Yang Mengting, an intern sales assistant here, and I'm at your service. I hope my service can make you feel at home." Wang Zhidi smiled and said, So you're an intern. No wonder no one else attended to me. Only you came to talk to me. Aren't you afraid I can't afford it and will waste your time? Yang Mengting quickly replied, not being able to afford it doesn't mean I can't look. I can't afford those high-end cosmetics or expensive designer clothes either. But I'm willing to look through the display window, set a goal for myself and work hard for it. Who knows, one day my efforts might pay off. She spoke sincerely, radiating vitality like a little sun, warming his heart. Yang Mengting, how have I taught you before? The luxury cars in our store are not something just anyone can afford. Don't waste time on unrelated people. It makes us seem lacking in taste. Just as Wang Zhidi was about to speak, a sharp and sarcastic voice came from the side, belonging to a haughty woman. Yang Mengting clearly didn't dare to provoke this woman and cautiously maintained a smile, saying, "Anyway, I don't have any customers, so I might as well familiarize myself with the business. I will try not to let others see." Wang Zhidi interrupted Yang Mengting's words. "I'm here to buy a car, it's not something to hide from others. How much is that SUV in the middle?" Yang Mengting looked at the car and said, "This one is the top-tier Rolls-Royce SUV Cullinan. Its appearance is particularly grand, and the interior is extremely luxurious, especially the power." Wang Zhidi waved his finger and said, "No need for so much introduction, just this one will do. Let's go swipe the card and handle the paperwork." As he spoke, he took out a card from his pocket and casually handed it to Yang Mengting. Yang Mengting, incredulous, said, "Sir, aren't you going to ask about the price of this car? This is too casual. The on-the-road price of this car is 6.3 million plus taxes and fees. It will definitely be over 7 million. Wang Zhidi interrupted her again. "This amount of money can still be swiped with this card. Please handle the paperwork for me now. I need the car for business later." His voice was not low, and the salespeople in the store heard him clearly, each one unable to believe their ears. The woman from earlier reacted the fastest, snatching Wang Zhidi's bank card and smiling sweetly as she introduced herself. "I am the store's top saleswoman, Bao Yingmei, very familiar with the business process. A big client like you should be attended to by me. Let me take you to see the car now." Yang Mengting stared wide-eyed, unwillingly saying, "This is my first deal, how can you steal it from me? What nonsense are you talking about? A trainee like you has no right to attend to such a big client. Hurry to the side, don't delay my business. Do you still want to be promoted?" Bao Yingmei looked at Yang Mengting with disdain, loudly scolding her. Yang Mengting dared not reply, only able to lower her head helplessly and step aside. Just as Yang Mengting took a step away, she felt a warmth in her hand, being grabbed by a large hand which naturally belonged to Wang Zhidi. Wang Zhidi, with an indifferent expression, said, "You haven't finished handling my business. Where are you going?" Yang Mengting's eyes widened in disbelief, staring blankly at Wang Zhidi. Seeing Yang Mengting's dazed and cute expression, Wang Zhidi's lips couldn't help but curl up slightly. Such a cute girl was really hard to find. He casually took back the bank card and politely said to Bao Yingmei, "Please, get out of my sight, don't ruin my mood for buying a car." Bao Yingmei's face changed. Then she unwillingly said, "I was wrong just now, it's my fault for making you unhappy. We can go out for a test drive. I am confident I can make you happy." Her words were already very explicit. As long as she got this deal, she guaranteed Wang Zhidi would be satisfied with the test drive, and as for what would happen during the drive, it was naturally implied. Wang Zhidi snorted from his nose. "I'll say it one last time, disappear from my sight immediately. Just seeing you makes me feel disgusted, get lost." His final "get lost" was definitely full of momentum, and Bao Yingmei's face turned pale as she stepped back several paces. The high heels were too high and she stumbled, sitting directly on the ground. Yang Mengting felt a bit sorry for her, but Wang Zhidi directly pulled her along, striding forward, passing by Bao Yingmei without even glancing at her. The commotion in the showroom naturally attracted the attention of the higher-ups, and soon a chubby guy came to the side of the car. "Honored guest, I am the manager of this 4S store, Zhu Yigui. It is truly an honor for you to come to our store." Zhu Yigui stood by the car, bowing and nodding. As a manager who had risen from the bottom, his insight was not something those salespeople could compare to. He immediately noticed the watch on Wang Zhidi's wrist, definitely not cheap, worth at least a few million. Such a client brought benefits to the store that were not just about buying a car, but also included a series of follow-up services. Basically, having just one such client can sustain an entire branch. After all, the maintenance of these luxury cars costs astronomical figures. Moreover, like a Trax-like, Those who can enter the circle of such wealthy clients are certainly not lacking in wealth themselves. As long as one comes to the store, it's a huge business deal. Encountering such a deal once every 3 to 5 years would be immensely profitable. Wang Jidi said expressionlessly, I think the opposite of what you said. The people here do not welcome me. When I first entered, many people were pointing and whispering about me. If it weren't for Yang Mengting receiving me, I would have already left. The key is that when Yang Mengting was attending to me, your top salesperson scolded her for wasting time. To be honest, I'm really curious why your salespeople's time is so precious. Do they earn more than I do every minute? Zhu Yigui was sweating profusely, constantly nodding and bowing, apologizing repeatedly. It's all my fault for not educating these employees properly. I will definitely manage them strictly in the future, and such a situation will never happen again. Please bear with us, sir. Wang Jidi snorted through his nose. Considering Yang Mengting's face, I won't hold it against you today, but that top salesperson surnamed Bao makes me very uncomfortable. I don't want to see her here again. You understand what I mean. Having someone like her working alongside Yang Mengting can easily corrupt her. As he said this, the image of Yang Mengting's big eyes floated in his mind, and he felt that such a silly and cute girl should not be tainted. Zhu Yigui showed an understanding expression and said, Sir, please rest assured, we will not disappoint you. Your needs are our highest standard. Wang Jidi smiled in satisfaction, which deepened Zhu Yigui's misunderstanding. Looking at Yang Mengting walking over with a form, he revealed a different meaning on his face. Yang Mengting looked at Zhu Yigui in surprise and said, Why is the manager here? I was just about to fill out the form for this gentleman. Look at my brain. I haven't even asked the gentleman's name and I can't fill it out. She stuck out her tongue shyly, giving off an even more silly and cute vibe, and with those big eyes she looked like a character from an anime, utterly adorable. Wang Jidi smiled slightly, told her his name, and then said, You don't need to rush, take your time with everything. After all, I have time. Yang Mengting nodded with a smile, and Zhu Yigui, seeing this scene, became more resolute in his thoughts. Zhao Yang, you performed very well. From now on, you are officially promoted. Make sure to attend to Mr. Wang well and meet all his requests. From now on, you will be Mr. Wang's exclusive attendant, and you don't need to attend to other clients. Serve Mr. Wang anytime and anywhere. As long as you serve Mr. Wang well, there will be promotions and raises in the future. The future is bright, understand? Yang Mengting nodded in a daze, indicating that she would definitely satisfy Wang Jidi and would not disappoint the manager. Zhu Yigui encouraged her with a few words and left, knowing that the less he knew about the relationship between the client and the exclusive attendant, the better. Yang Mengting laid the writing board on the passenger seat, bent slightly to fill it out, and occasionally looked up to ask a couple of questions. Because the SUV has a high chassis, Wang Jidi, sitting in the driver's seat, could see through Yang Mengting's slightly open collar while answering. Wang Jidi's old face turned slightly red. After looking a few more times, he gently patted the seat. Writing like this is too tiring, just write here. The dashboard is big enough to hold it. Hearing that Wang Jidi was worried about her getting tired and wanted her to get in the car to write, Yang Mengting felt a sweetness in her heart, thinking that the other party was too considerate. She obediently nodded and awkwardly sat in the passenger seat, unconsciously glancing to the side, and suddenly froze. Yang Mengting quickly reacted, looking down at her collar, her face turning as red as an apple, and then she became flustered. She didn't know if her earlier demeanor would lead Wang Jidi to misunderstand her, thinking she was the same kind of woman as Bao Yingmei. Yang Mengting also didn't know what she was thinking, timidly pouting as she apologized and explained. I didn't mean it just now. I really had no other thoughts. Please don't misunderstand. I'm not like those people. Wang Jidi initially felt embarrassed for being caught in the act, but he didn't expect this girl to apologize first, almost laughing out loud. He smiled and said, It's the first time I've met such a silly and cute girl like you, such a confused little sister. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and fill out the form. Yang Mengting stuck out her tongue again, quickly filling out the form, then suddenly stopped and patted her head. I really should throw this brain away. I actually forgot to ask Mr. Wang about the license. Our store has some premium licenses. Mr. Wang can consider them. Wang Jidi couldn't help but laugh at Yang Mengting's antics. She was just too funny. Don't keep hitting your head. If you keep doing that, you'll make yourself silly. Anyway, from now on, you're my exclusive receptionist. Whether you have a brain or not doesn't matter at all. Just do whatever comes to mind. Don't call me Mr. Wang anymore. I'm older than you, just call me Taiji and show me the licenses. Yang Mengting felt incredibly lucky. Her first business deal was with such a good client, and being his exclusive attendant would surely make her life easier. She pulled out the licenses from her tablet and said, "Here are the 3 best licenses. Bin B 11,111, Bin B 66,666, and Bin B 88,888, priced at 1.8 million, 2.4 million, and 2.6 million respectively." Wang Zhidi chuckled and said, "I don't want to be a bachelor. Making a fortune isn't interesting. Just pick those 6 for me, okay? You go arrange it." Yang Mengting entered the selected licenses into the system. Everything was completed in 40 minutes, so she just sat there chatting. She felt the luxurious interior of the car and glanced at Wang Zhidi, suddenly thinking he looked a bit more handsome than others, definitely her ideal type. Charm enhancement card activated, triggering level 1 love at first sight. The difficulty of triggering this level is extremely high. Be sure to cherish it. Wang Zhidi was startled by the prompt and turned his gaze back to Yang Mengting, his eyes holding a different meaning. Yang Mengting felt Wang Zhidi's gaze, like a frightened little rabbit, hurriedly lowering her head. She secretly glanced at Wang Zhidi, liking him more and more, but also feeling a sense of loss, thinking someone like him could never like her. Wang Zhidi smiled slightly and said, "You're my exclusive receptionist. Shouldn't we exchange WeChat and phone numbers so I can reach you anytime?" Yang Mengting quickly nodded in agreement, taking out an outdated phone to exchange contact information with Wang Zhidi. Wang Zhidi asked in surprise, "How do you still use such an old-fashioned phone? It's almost comparable to the one I used back then." Yang Mengting hesitated for a moment and said, "Taiji, you don't know, I'm from the countryside. My family was poor when I was a child, and my mother ran off with a carpenter from the village. My dad worked at a factory in town, earning very little. I didn't do well in school, and after finishing high school I stopped studying. I used to work at a factory with an aunt from my village, but I didn't earn much. Later, I heard people say selling cars was profitable, so I came here. I'm a bit clumsy and can't do anything well. If I hadn't met Taiji today, I would have had to pack up and leave by the end of this month. You're really my lucky star." Wang Zhidi looked at Yang Mengting in surprise, not expecting this silly girl had already been through some hardships in society. The two were chatting happily when Zhu Yaij came over with all the documents, his attitude almost as low as the dust. Wang Zhidi casually placed the documents in his handcuff, smiling as he said, "You can share this commission with Mengting, and you'll have to take good care of her in the future." He had arranged this very well. If you want the horse to run, you must let it eat grass. It was just a small amount of money, nothing to worry about. Zhu Yaij was not polite. The thoughts of these wealthy heirs are hard to guess. What they give must be taken, and what they don't give cannot be coveted. Wang Zhidi arrived at the city garden. The security at the entrance of such a high-end community usually does not stop luxury cars. Who knows what kind of people are inside, and what if something happens? Anyway, there is another security system inside that can definitely ensure the safety of each household. Otherwise, wouldn't the hundreds of thousands in property fees be wasted? Wang Zhidi used his access card to open the door and was first greeted by a hall. On both sides of the hall were spiral staircases leading up to 2 large bedrooms. Each bedroom was at least over 50 square meters, with bathrooms and showers fully equipped. Adding a kitchen would make it a small apartment, and one wouldn't even need to come down. The entire downstairs was a living room, with only 2 corners designated for the kitchen and bathroom. The kitchen was very luxurious, while the bathroom was particularly small, definitely just for emergencies. Wang Zhidi was very satisfied with this place. Seeing that his sister would finish work soon, he decided to walk over, which would take exactly 15 minutes to reach the entrance of Dawan Group. He had already called his sister on the way, and Wang Xuanghua was extremely happy to know her brother was coming. Wang Xuanghua grabbed Hu Qingsu's hand and said, "My brother just called me and said he has a surprise for me, and he's going to introduce you too." Hu Qingsu hesitated and said, "If your brother is giving you a gift, I shouldn't be there. How about we do it another day?" Wang Xuanghua pouted and said, "There's no better day than today. It's just perfect, so it's settled. Hurry up and get ready." The 2 interns were definitely the privileged class of the finance department, and Su Yihua took special care of them, making Hu Qingsu suspicious and very afraid that the manager had bad intentions. Hu Qingsu couldn't refuse Wang Xuanghua and could only nod in agreement. Soon they arrived at the entrance and unexpectedly saw a somewhat familiar figure. Hu Kingsu frowned slightly, searching her mind, and finally remembered that this figure was the man who helped him in the villa area. Just as she was about to tell Wang Xuanghua, she didn't expect the girl to call out brother, and the man immediately turned around. It was indeed him. Wang Jidi was also taken aback when he saw the girl beside his sister, feeling puzzled about how she could be with his sister. Wang Xuanghua pulled Hu Kingsu and ran to Wang Jidi, just about to introduce them when they both exclaimed, "How come it's you?" Wang Xuanghua asked in confusion, "What's going on here? I wanted to introduce you, but it seems unnecessary now." Hu Kingsu hurriedly said, "The person who stood up for me last time in the Haixing Villa area is him. I said you two look alike. I didn't expect you to be family." Wang Xuanghua, having the previous 1 million as a foundation, didn't show much surprise but instead smiled and clapped her hands. "It seems you and my brother really have a connection. Now, let me formally introduce you. This is my brother, the promising young man Wang Jidi, and this is my good sister Hu Kingsu. I've told my brother before that Kingsu often works with me and takes good care of me, and she's a great beauty." "I wasn't lying to you, right?" Wang Jidi smiled slightly and said, "You mischievous girl, I was worried you wouldn't take care of yourself, but now that she's here I can rest easy. It seems the gift I prepared for you is just right. Now let's go receive the gift and don't act too surprised." In his words, transformed the gift for his sister into a gift for both of them, definitely a master of concept substitution. Wang Jidi brought them to the city garden, where property staff were already waiting for them with 2 access cards for Xin Zhicheng. The access cards here required identity verification, and the 2 girls remained in a daze during the verification process, not knowing what was going on. It wasn't until they walked into the spacious apartment that they finally came to their senses, looking at the luxurious residence with disbelief. Wang Jidi smiled and said, "This is the gift I prepared for you. From now on, you will live here, so you won't have to run back and forth anymore. Don't mention internships to me. If you two fail to secure an internship, the HR department of Dawen Group must be blind, and it will eventually go bankrupt." Wang Xuanghua and Hu Kingsu were sharp enough to immediately think that their entry into Dawen Group was definitely Wang Jidi's doing. He must have been worried about their self-esteem, which is why he let them start as interns. As for not being able to be regular employees, that was simply a joke. Wang Jidi had only been wealthy for 2 days, yet he already had the arrogance of a rich man, not giving Hu Kingsu a chance to refute him, and he had already decided that she would live here. Wang Xuanghua smiled supportively beside them, and Hu Kingsu quickly got caught up in it, which of course also had to do with Wang Jidi's status. They were happily chatting when Yin Renfeng's call came in, reminding Wang Jidi not to forget the class reunion in the evening, and it would be best to bring a girlfriend along. Wang Jidi was puzzled by this statement but nodded in agreement. As for where to find a girlfriend, wasn't there one right in front of him? Hu Kingsu noticed the siblings' gaze fixed on her and immediately guessed their thoughts, unable to help but show a shy expression. "I've never had a boyfriend, I don't know how to be a girlfriend, and besides, I've never attended any gatherings. What if I don't perform well?" Wang Jidi smiled slightly and said, "It's just a class reunion, nothing serious. Just treat it as going out to eat and drink with friends. As for how to be a girlfriend, it's just a matter of practice. You'll know once you've done it, unless you think I'm not good enough for you." His words were very clever, perfectly blurring the lines. As long as Hu Kingsu agreed, she wouldn't be a fake girlfriend anymore. Wang Xuanghua looked at her brother in surprise, wondering why she had never noticed that he had this skill. It seemed that men were all self-taught in this regard. She couldn't help but think of the chance encounter with Wang Yingji, who was also an elegant scion of a noble family, meeting all the conditions of a male lead in a novel. She just didn't know who the Cinderella would be. At her naive high school age, Wang Xuanghua had read a few romance novels and had a special fondness for the Cinderellas in them, fantasizing that she was one. Unfortunately, she had always had the conditions of a Cinderella but lacked the fate. Now she didn't even have the conditions, enough to qualify as a vicious rich girl. While Wang Xuanghua was lost in thought, she heard her brother cough and immediately came back to her senses, helping her brother to persuade Hu Kingsu. She had previously thought about having Hu Kingsu be her sister-in-law but felt that her family's conditions were not good enough to bring it up. Now that her brother had the ability, she naturally wanted to follow her heart. "What my brother said is right. Everything has a first time. Just look at how excellent I am, and you know my brother must be great too," This matter is settled. Hu Kingsu nodded helplessly, then pouted and said, "But my best outfit is this company suit. The rest of my clothes are really not presentable. What if I embarrass your brother?" "What do you mean your brother? You two are now a couple. You should call him Jitty or simply call him Tidy. Hurry up and call him to see how it sounds." Wang Xuanghua teased with a smile, firmly nailing down this matter, determined to completely ensnare Hu Kingsu. Hu Kingsu glanced at Wang Jitty out of the corner of her eye, her face flushed as she called out, "Jitty." With that utterance, it was basically set in stone. Wang Jitty gave his sister an appreciative look. Indeed, siblings were best in battle, and it was worth all the care he had given this girl. "There's still plenty of time before the gathering. We can just go buy a whole outfit. You and Xuanghua have similar body types, so you can be the model for the clothes. Buy 2 sets of everything, and when the time comes, you'll both wear the same thing, making it obvious to everyone that you're family, 2 stunning beauties for sure." After saying this, he found it a bit strange. When had he become so smooth-tongued? Was it because he had money in his pocket? This thought flashed by and was quickly dismissed as he smiled at the blushing Hu Kingsu, finding her increasingly adorable. Good deeds do bring good rewards. Having done a good turn back then, he was now reaping the benefits. It seemed he should do a good deed every day to repay the heavens for their grace. Hu Kingsu sat in the passenger seat, admiring the luxurious interior. Although she didn't know much about cars, she could tell this one was expensive. She glanced outside and asked curiously, "The news always says that drivers on the road have bad tempers and that road rage happens all the time. But why do the drivers we see seem to know how to yield and keep the roads so smooth? It seems the news can't be trusted." Wang Jitty replied with a smile, "It's not that the news isn't trustworthy, it's just that the people involved are different. Do you know how much it costs to fix a scratch on my car? At the very least, it starts at over 100,000. Many of the cars outside are in that price range too. Who would dare to cut me off? They'd be risking their own car." Hu Kingsu was left speechless, taking a while to recover before she looked around the interior again and weakly asked how much the car cost. Wang Jitty casually responded, "After all the paperwork, it's about 7 million. Hu Kingsu nearly choked on her own saliva, her eyes filled with disbelief. She had never even dreamed of sitting in a car worth millions. Wang Jitty chuckled, "When you and your sister have some time to rest, I'll take you both to buy a couple of cars for getting around." Hu Kingsu wanted to refuse, but, for some reason thinking of them as a couple, she nodded in agreement. They arrived at the so-called most fashionable Mila Mall, known as a shopping paradise for women with every imaginable women's clothing brand available. Hu Kingsu timidly said, "I've handed out flyers here before. All the clothes inside are designer brands and every piece is so expensive. Why don't we go to another mall?" Wang Jitty smiled and replied, "That's exactly what we want, designer brands. You and your sister are now part of the Dawan group, no longer just students at school. Many things have changed. When you were in school, being a bit poor didn't matter. As long as you worked hard, you'd earn the teacher's favor and your classmates' respect. At most, you'd just be teased a bit by those rich kids for working part-time. But in society, it's different. If you just bury your head in work, others will see you as a fool and play with you for fun. The bigger the group, the more types of people there are, and those who like to bully the weak thrive on finding a sense of superiority. If you dress too plainly, people will think you're easy to bully, especially since you're girls. It will attract those with ill intentions. But if you're dressed in designer brands, it's different. People will think you have a strong background and they'll have to think twice before messing with you. I've been at the bottom before. I know what I'm talking about. Trust me, with me as your support, how could anyone bully you?" Hu Kingsu couldn't help but think of Su Yihua, feeling that Wang Jitty was right. She obediently nodded, indicating that she would listen to him. The two entered casually, surrounded by a dazzling array of signs. Hu Kingsu remembered that the flyers she had distributed were for Prada, a brand on par with Chanel, and she thought the clothes on the flyer were beautiful, which is why she thought of coming here first. Wang Jitty suddenly felt a bit urgent and asked Hu Kingsu to pick out clothes first, saying he would find her later. Hu Kingsu smiled and nodded in agreement, walking towards the Prada store, while Wang Jitty glanced at the location and quickly headed to the restroom. Just as Wang Jitty was about to look for Hu Kingsu, a virtual interface suddenly popped up, showing a received red envelope. "Congratulations on acquiring ownership of the McDonald's Mall. Enjoy your clicks." A hint of surprise flashed in Wang Jitty's eyes. He hadn't expected that coming to buy clothes would lead him to acquire a mall, which was quite interesting. Just as the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, something went wrong on Hu Kingsu's side. Prada, as a renowned international brand, had a store decorated in a lavish manner, with expensive clothes displayed on exquisite racks. They didn't use plastic mannequins but showcased the garment's elegance through the arrangement of the racks. Each piece of high-end women's clothing was crafted by top masters, resembling works of art that attracted attention. There weren't many customers in the store, all dressed in designer brands, carrying luxury bags, accompanied by attentive salespeople. When Hu Kingsu left, she had changed out of her Dawan Group work uniform into casual wear she carried with her, which was clearly cheap, totaling no more than 200 yuan. Although her appearance was decent, such attire naturally failed to attract the salespeople's attention, and no one paid her any mind. Hu Kingsu looked at the salespeople flattering others and then at her own solitary reflection in the mirror, feeling that Wang Zhidi's earlier words were spot on. In today's society, everything is judged by appearances. Dressing well earns you respect, while dressing poorly invites disdain. Hu Kingsu spotted a clean, plain dress and wanted to take a look, but as soon as she reached out, she heard a loud shout. "What do you think you're doing? Who told you to touch the clothes? If you get them dirty, can you afford to pay for them?" Hu Kingsu was startled and quickly withdrew her hand, looking towards the source of the voice, which belonged to an aggressive young woman. This young woman had big waves in her hair, her lips painted like a chicken's backside, arrogantly tilting her head, her eyes filled with disdain. "This dress is priced at 48,000. Are you sure you want to buy it? If you're not buying, don't touch it. If you dirty the clothes, we'll have to pay a high price to clean them, and your monthly salary wouldn't even cover it." The young woman's tone was filled with a sense of oppression that made Hu Kingsu very uncomfortable. Over the years of working, Hu Kingsu had encountered many difficult people and knew she couldn't back down at this moment, otherwise who knows what might happen. "How can you speak like that? Who says you can't look if you're not buying? Those people are also picking out clothes. Do you think they're all buying? You really have a lot of nerve to say that. What right do you have to compare yourself to these esteemed customers? If you're not buying clothes, get out immediately. Our high-end store is not for poor people like you." The young woman glanced at her own Prada uniform and then at Hu Kingsu's cheap outfit, a sense of superiority rising within her. Hu Kingsu's face turned extremely ugly, her pearly teeth biting her lip, and she found it hard to speak, especially since a piece of clothing costing over 40,000 was indeed too expensive. Just then, a deep voice rang out at the entrance. "Is this how you treat customers? Call your store manager out here." Wang Zhidi strode in from outside, having heard the salesperson's words clearly, and was instantly filled with rage. His voice was particularly loud, startling those around them, not just in this store but also drawing the attention of people from nearby shops. At the same time, the store manager inside was also startled. The manager, a middle-aged woman, quickly walked up to Wang Zhidi. She glanced at him. Although she didn't recognize his clothes, she recognized the watch on his wrist and immediately gasped. A person who could wear a watch worth millions definitely couldn't be offended casually. She had to handle this well. The manager cautiously said, "I wonder what style of women's clothing this gentleman would like to buy from us. We will definitely provide the best service." "Shut up. My girlfriend came to your store to buy clothes and look at how your staff treated her," Wang Zhidi interrupted the manager angrily, his gaze piercing. The young woman from earlier hurriedly said to the manager, "Second aunt, you have to help me. I didn't expect that a woman dressed so poorly would have such a rich boyfriend. Isn't this just playing with people? Shut your mouth. I told you before not to be so blind, but you wouldn't listen. Now you've caused such a big mess. It's really too hateful." The manager glared fiercely at the young woman, then glanced at Hu Kingsu, thinking that although she was beautiful, her cheap outfit could indeed lead to misunderstandings. Wang Zhidi, hearing their conversation, figured out their relationship. No wonder the young woman was so arrogant. It turned out someone was backing her. Perhaps he had no way to deal with them before, but now it was no problem. If he wasn't satisfied today, this store might as well close down. The manager, gritting her teeth, forced a smile and said, "I think this is a misunderstanding. Our Prada, as a world-renowned women's clothing brand, has always adhered to the principle of providing the best service." Wang Zhidi snorted through his nose. "Don't play tricks. Just now my girlfriend was discriminated against by your staff here. Is this what you call the best service? If I don't get a satisfactory explanation today, this matter definitely won't be over. You better think carefully about what to say." People nearby overheard this and began whispering to each other, asking what was going on. This young master's girlfriend came here to buy clothes, but the staff looked down on her and even tried to chase her away. These staff members nowadays just rely on their connections, thinking that selling goods in a place like this and interacting with a few upper-class people makes them important. Who says otherwise? Look at those real big shots, they don't act like this. What are these staff members worth? Hearing the discussions around her, the manager's face turned very ugly, but she didn't dare to lose her temper and could only glare at the young woman. The young woman hurriedly whispered, "Second aunt, you have to help me. I just met a boyfriend a few days ago, and knowing I work at Prada, he treats me like a goddess. With my level, where can I earn such a high salary? For my father's sake, you can't let me be chased out." The manager angrily said, "You keep causing me trouble. I'll handle everything and definitely settle this for you. Just stay aside." She changed her expression to a smile, bowed, and said, "I believe this is a misunderstanding. This young lady must have misunderstood our staff's intentions. I sincerely apologize for this, sir. Today, all purchases here will be at a 30% discount to express our apologies." With Prada's premium pricing, even a 30% discount would still yield a high profit. Resolving issues this way was a common tactic for them. Hu Kingsu, hearing about the discount, couldn't help but feel tempted. Thinking about the price of that dress earlier, she would save over 10,000 yuan. Just as she was about to speak, Wang Jidi interjected, "Do you think I'm short on money? You think you can just brush me off like this? It's not that easy." Hearing this, the manager's expression changed, realizing that this matter was getting a bit troublesome. She had worked at the Manhwa shopping mall for over a decade, encountering all sorts of characters, and she knew she couldn't just bow and scrape. Sometimes she had to be a bit tough. "I have already expressed my utmost sincerity. I don't know what else you want. Everything is just your word who can vouch for you." Wang Jidi looked at the store manager, who was playing with facial expressions, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting as he clapped his hands and pulled Hu Kingsu along, turning to walk into the Chanel store across the way. The store manager, seeing Wang Jidi leave, revealed a smug smile, thinking that challenging her was quite naive. Just moments ago, there had been such a commotion outside, and the Chanel store manager had come out to see the excitement, realizing that the person before him was not short on cash, and immediately greeted her with a smile. Wang Jidi wasted no words, saying indifferently, "Don't ask me about prices, just put together a few suitable outfits for her. I have a gathering soon, understand what I mean." The store manager quickly nodded in agreement, calling over the sales staff and pulling Hu Kingsu into the fitting room, sending in various high-end styles like a conveyor belt. Wang Jidi sat on the sofa inside, casually picking up her phone and dialing the number provided in the message. "You are Guan Qingtao. I am Wang Jidi. I am on the 3rd floor of the Manhwa shopping mall in the Chanel store opposite Prada. Don't tell me you've already clocked out. If I don't see you in 20 minutes, you won't need to come to work tomorrow. You have 19 minutes left, so hurry up." The sales staff were busy with Hu Kingsu, and the store manager was naturally attending to Wang Jidi. Hearing her words, the manager's hand couldn't help but tremble. Wang Jidi glanced at the manager and said, "I hope you stay here honestly for the time being. Understand what I mean?" The manager quickly nodded in agreement, secretly gloating, thinking that the Prada manager was going to have a good show to watch. In the fitting room, Hu Kingsu looked at the luxurious clothes, completely dazed, swallowing hard without regard for her image. In the eyes of those sales staff, Hu Kingsu was like Cinderella in a fairy tale, about to fly up and become a phoenix. This reaction was normal. If it were them, they would probably be no better off. Cinderella really tested one's psychological quality after all. Hu Kingsu had a strong foundation, and after their efforts, she underwent a dramatic transformation, truly a Cinderella turning into a princess. Wang Jidi, seeing Hu Kingsu being brought out by the sales staff, couldn't help but stare. Indeed, there were no ugly women in this world, it all depended on how one dressed. Hu Kingsu wore a beige collared shirt that looked very ordinary, but the floral pattern embroidered with gold thread made it extraordinary. She paired it with a super short skirt, the hem about 4 to 5 centimeters above her knees, showcasing her long, beautiful legs perfectly. Her legs were tightly together, seemingly confirming something, and looking down her beautiful legs, a pair of delicate feet were perched in crystal high heels. The shoe design featured leather straps, each adorned with 9 small diamonds, sparkling under the lights, making her feet even more alluring. Wang Jidi swallowed hard and said, "Wrap this outfit up and get 2 more in a similar style. The rest must be conservative. I can't let others see my things." The store manager understood immediately, hurriedly instructing the staff to arrange it, while also placing the wrapped clothes right at the store entrance, clearly showing off to the Prada store across the way. The Prada manager, seeing this scene, felt her eyes redden. Just what was displayed there was at least worth over 500,000. A big fat chicken just flew away like that. While she was grinding her teeth, she saw the mall manager Guan Qingtao rushing over, panting, accompanied by several senior executives. She had a bad premonition, but thinking about her relationship with these executives, she figured that even if something happened, she could definitely handle it. While she was pondering, Guan Qingtao and his team entered Chanel, and upon seeing Wang Jidi sitting on the sofa, he immediately recognized that she was the main character. Guan Qingxiao was about to speak when Wang Jidi shook his finger and said, "You were 2 minutes late compared to my request, which makes me quite unhappy. However, today I have something even more unpleasant to deal with. If you can make me happy, I won't hold those 2 minutes against you. Follow me." As Wang Jidi spoke, he stood up and swaggered over to the front of the Prada store. The onlookers had not yet dispersed and immediately sensed that a good show was about to unfold. The manager of the Prada store thought that Wang Jidi was there to complain about them and decided to play the victim first. "I'm really sorry to have disturbed Manager Guan. This matter is just a misunderstanding, and we have already made an apology and compensation. But this gentleman is being unreasonable, clearly with ulterior motives, so—" "Shut up. Do you know who this is? This is Mr. Wang Jidi, the new owner of the male shopping mall. The entire mall belongs to him. What could he possibly want from you?" Guan Qingxiao shouted in exasperation, nearly slapping her. No wonder the new owner was so angry. It turned out he had been offended by someone from his own mall. If he were in this situation, he would definitely be furious and would not let it go easily. The Prada manager nearly lost her mind upon hearing this. She never expected this person to be so formidable. The people nearby were also dumbfounded. Many of them were from high society and understood very well that taking over male shopping mall required not only sufficient financial resources but also a strong background. Male shopping mall was not an ordinary place. It had a very special nature. Without a background, just having money was absolutely not enough to take it over. This was also why Guan Qingxiao was particularly fearful. With the background Wang Jidi displayed, a mere breath could make him spend the rest of his life in misery. Wang Jidi cleared his throat lightly. "You need to arrange immediately to terminate the cooperation with Prada. I don't want to see such a bullying store in my mall tomorrow. By the way, send a notice to the other stores so they can properly educate their managers and staff. If they can't teach, I can help them teach." Guan Qingxiao immediately nodded in agreement. "Boss, please rest assured, I will handle this matter well. I know many friends in the business circle and will definitely inform them that such a reputation-damaging store should not appear in any mall." Wang Jidi was clearly very satisfied with Guan Qingxiao's quick understanding and nodded at him, which surprised him greatly. Wang Jidi looked at the dumbfounded manager and said politely, "I'm really sorry, I don't need evidence. My words are evidence. If you don't believe me, ask them and see who they believe." Upon hearing this, the manager seemed to awaken from a dream and directly knelt at his feet. "It's all my fault. I didn't recognize the great mountain and offended Mr. Wang and his wife. I beg Mr. Wang to be magnanimous and spare me this time. My family is in a very difficult situation. My in-laws are both paralyzed in bed. My father has Parkinson's, my mother has dementia, and I have a son in middle school who has congenital polio. My husband couldn't stand the situation at home and ran off with a little vixen. Now, my whole family is relying on me. If the store closes, we will all die." The manager desperately tried to elicit sympathy, but instead of feeling sorry for her, everyone burst into laughter. "If I were you, I wouldn't be here begging Mr. Wang but would seriously reflect on myself and consider how much karma I've created to deserve such retribution." "That's absolutely right. Just look at her earlier demeanor. She doesn't seem like a good person. If she really had such a family, I would believe she abandoned them." Hearing the others chatter, the manager realized she had gone too far, but it was too late to back down. She could only grit her teeth and hold on, hoping to save her store first. The Mila Mall is the top shopping center in the entire Northeast, where countless brands are eager to establish a presence but find it impossible to do so. If they were to be expelled from here, the economic loss would be immeasurable, and the impact on the Prada brand would also be difficult to estimate. This matter will definitely be investigated, and the store manager, as the instigator, will inevitably bear all the responsibility. The price to be paid will be absolutely unbearable. The store manager hurriedly shouted, "We have a contract. If you do this, you must pay us a hefty penalty for breach of contract, which would be a loss for you." Guan Qingtao thought about it and quickly lowered his voice, saying, "According to the contract, terminating the agreement with them early requires a penalty of 5 million. Should we?" Wang Jidi interrupted Guan Qingtao, saying, "Even if it's 50 million, I will still compensate. A trashy store like this absolutely cannot appear in my mall. My mall not only has the highest quality products but also the best service. Every person who comes to my mall, regardless of whether they have money or not, is a distinguished guest. Discriminating against customers is absolutely not allowed in my mall. To put it bluntly, even if I raise a dog in my mall, it should wag its tail at the customers, not look down on them. Anyone who dares to do something like Prada in my mall will be a cautionary tale for you all. Do you all understand?" The Chanel store manager immediately replied loudly, "What Mr. Wang said is simply golden advice. From now on, it will be our motto at the Chanel store to ensure that all customers feel at home." Other store managers quickly followed suit, flattering him, and immediately spread the news to their peers. The vacancy of a store in my mall is definitely a good opportunity. It just depends on who can seize it. Wang Jidi patted Guan Qingtao on the shoulder and whispered in his ear, "I haven't mentioned the most important point yet. Do you know who has the real power? Today, they offended me, and coincidentally I bought the mall. I can't vent my anger on my own property. I can only express a little frustration. If my mall were not mine, it wouldn't just be them who are unlucky. The entire management of your mall would also suffer. Don't think that your hard work counts for much. In the face of absolute interests and power, when necessary, even a biological father can be sacrificed. Do you understand my words?" After he finished speaking, he walked into the Chanel store, where a beautiful woman was waiting for him. That was the main course, while everything else could only be considered an interlude. Guan Qingtao's back was soaked with sweat. Wang Jidi's words were chilling upon reflection, and the more he thought about it, the colder it made him feel. Wang Jidi's words did not represent personal opinions but rather the thoughts of their social class, which could not be wrong. Guan Qingtao thought about his earlier actions and wished he could slap himself. He had performed terribly. He glared at the Prada store manager and gritted his teeth, saying, "Get out of here tonight. You are absolutely not allowed to appear here tomorrow. I will contact the Prada headquarters in Hugyu and demand an explanation for this matter. You, who look down on others, just wait for your retribution." The Prada store manager, upon hearing these words, felt as if her soul had left her body, sitting on the ground in a daze, unable to recover. Wang Jidi walked out of Chanel with Hu Qingsu, and seeing the Prada store manager's expression, Hu Qingsu felt an unprecedented sense of relief. "Congratulations on triggering the charm increase card. The level triggered is the highest level of love at first sight. The other party is already your type. There's no need to rush to eat. Nurturing the relationship a bit more is quite good." Wang Jidi found the red envelope system to be quite cheeky, but he liked this teasing. He reached out and took Hu Qingsu's delicate hand. That smooth feeling was truly wonderful. Conservative-style clothes come in 2 sets, one of which is for my little sister. As for her wearing revealing clothes, how could a good big brother allow that? They arrived at the agreed restaurant where Yin Renfeng was already waiting at the door. Wu Ziying didn't come along, probably staying home to take care of the kids. Wang Jidi chuckled and said, "Why didn't you bring my godson? You wouldn't have any bad intentions trying to keep my godson from your family, would you?" Yin Renfeng squinted and replied, "Now you're also a person on the board, yet you still talk such nonsense, not afraid of your sister-in-law laughing at you. You kid have good fortune, finding such a beautiful girl as your sister-in-law. You must cherish her well. If you treat her poorly, just wait and see how I deal with you." Hu Qingsu blushed at being called sister-in-law by Yin Renfeng, feeling particularly sweet inside, thinking that this title sounded really nice. They went to the large private room upstairs, where many people were already gathered. In the center was a young man in a suit named Zhao Mingxian, who was the class monitor, a particularly sycophantic guy who treated those rich second-generation kids like his own father. Speaking of which, there was quite a grudge between Wang Jidi and Zhao Mingxian, mainly over the hardship subsidies during school, which Zhao Mingxian had given to those second-generation kids. Wang Jidi reported him to the school, But in the end, Zhao Mingxian faced no consequences, while Wang Zhidi was instead given a major demerit for speaking the truth. Wang Zhidi was no pushover either. He directly leaked the matter to a labor newspaper, which was not afraid of trouble and blew it up. Ultimately, his demerit was revoked, and he got his money back, but none of those poor guys who received the money remembered his kindness. They all went a fawn over those second-generation kids. It was after that incident that Wang Zhidi completely saw through the coldness of the world. When Zhao Mingxian saw Wang Zhidi enter with a beautiful woman by his side, he immediately felt disgusted, as if he had eaten a fly, and decided to give him a hard time. Wang Zhidi scanned the surroundings and noticed a few empty seats in the corner, thinking it would be quiet enough, and pulled Hu Qingsu to sit down. Before his butt even touched the chair, Zhao Mingxian spoke up first. The University of Society is different. It makes people self-aware, knowing what kind of person they are and where they should be positioned. Anyone with eyes could see that Zhao Mingxian's words were aimed at Wang Zhidi, and recalling his poor appearance during school, it was clear who he was siding with. The class monitor is absolutely right. A loser only knows what they are after being beaten down by society. They really think that during university, everyone would accommodate trash. Who says otherwise? Without self-awareness in college, always thinking about showing off to the class monitor, not even looking in the mirror to check their own character. Wang Zhidi ignored their words. They were now people from two different worlds, and in his eyes, these people were even less than ants. Seeing Wang Zhidi not responding, Zhao Mingxian signaled to a fat guy, who understood and cheerfully spoke up. Wang Zhidi was famous for being a workaholic in college. Now that he's in society, he must have even more room to develop. Where are you making money now, and how much can you earn in a month? Wang Zhidi smiled lightly and said, before I could earn a few thousand a month, but now I'm not working anymore. I'm quite enjoying my leisurely life. The fat guy exaggeratedly made a face, mockingly saying, you're not choosing to live off your parents, are you? Do you think it's easy for your parents to raise you? A person needs to have skills. Look at our class monitor, now a corporate executive earning hundreds of thousands a year. And look at his outfit. Hey, your clothes are pretty nice. Where did you get this counterfeit? It looks just like the real thing. I never wear counterfeits. Wang Zhidi lightly coughed and said, back in school your pig eyes weren't working well and I didn't expect your vision to be even worse now. Who told you this is a grade? I bought this at a street stall. How could it compare to a grade? Aren't we here for a gathering? Why is there not a single dish? You all must be turtles able to drink the wind. His words were sharp and unreserved, causing the atmosphere at the table to freeze. Zhao Mingxian tapped the table and said with a sidelong glance, in a bit our class beauty Yan Yuhua will come with her husband. Her husband is my boss, a definite successful person. Everyone is waiting for him. Do you think everyone is as clueless as you, like a starving ghost reincarnated, demanding food as soon as they arrive? Why not go beg for it? What do you mean by that? If I had known you all were like this, we wouldn't have come to the reunion. As if anyone wants to be friends with you. If Taizi were a beggar, you wouldn't even be as good as a beggar. He just transferred me 500,000 yesterday to open a store. Who among you can take out 500,000? Yin Renfeng shouted angrily, feeling that everything was his fault. If he hadn't insisted on bringing Wang Zhidi wouldn't have bothered with these petty people at all. Who is making such a fuss? It's just 500,000 and you treat it like a fortune. Which rich person is so impressive? Tell me. An extremely arrogant voice came from the entrance, and Yan Yuhua, dressed flamboyantly and carrying an LV bag, walked in with a greasy middle-aged man. Zhao Mingxian saw the middle-aged man and immediately stood up, his face full of flattery. Mr. Wu, you finally made it. We classmates have been waiting eagerly. If you hadn't come today, this gathering would have no soul. This middle-aged man was Yan Yuhua's husband, Wu Junhua, who owned a company with assets of around 18 million. Wu Junhua waved his hand and said, Zhao Zhao is still so good with words. Next time there's work, I'll give it to your company so you can earn a little money. Speaking of which, you bottom-tier people have it tough. You work so hard just to earn a little. Today's meal is on me. I can't let you suffer more. As he spoke, he glanced around and was immediately captivated by Hu Qingsu, feeling that his wife was really nothing compared to her. After sitting down, Wu Junhua patted the empty seat next to him and said to Hu Qingsu, Why are you sitting so far away? Come sit here. Hu Qingsu completely ignored him, and the atmosphere became extremely awkward, prompting Yan Yuhua to jump in. Where did you pop up from? Didn't you hear my husband talking to you? I don't think you're one of my classmates. Zhao Mingxian quickly took over the conversation. This woman was brought by Wang Jidi, who knows where he dug her up from. If you ask me, she's just a factory girl here to mooch off us. I didn't want to bother with them out of respect for our classmates, but I didn't expect them to be so ungrateful as to offend Mr. Wu. They must be made to pay for it. Wu Junhua pretended to be magnanimous and waved his hand, saying, "Since we're all classmates, let's not hold it against them. It doesn't matter if we lose a pair of chopsticks. Nowadays, women must be careful when choosing men. Just because someone is young doesn't mean they won't be deceived. Love isn't just sweet words, it also needs a material foundation. Look at my watch, pure Swiss gold, worth over 700,000. That's enough for those poor folks to earn in a lifetime. One must have self-awareness." As he spoke, he looked down at Wang Jidi with disdain, his meaning clear. The previous fat man, seeing that Wang Jidi also had a watch, deliberately asked, "That watch of yours looks good too. What brand is it? It wouldn't be an old Huahai, would it?" Others burst into laughter, and although they didn't speak, their nakedly mocking gazes fell squarely on Wang Jidi. Wang Jidi sighed and said, "I've always believed in being low-key. I didn't want to bother with you, yet you take advantage of my silence, not knowing your own limits. This watch of mine is a Vacherin Constantin Callista, worth only 30 million. It really isn't anything special, just something I wear for fun. I didn't expect you to still be as boastful as you were in school. You can wear a 30 million watch. You'd probably choke on a 3,000 one. With your looks, who gave you the courage to have a crush on me back then? Compared to my husband, you're not even worth a single hair on his leg." Yen Yuhua scoffed, believing that someone like Wang Jidi, a poor wretch, could never turn his life around and was destined to be trampled underfoot. As luck would have it, just as she finished speaking, the door to the private room opened, and two young masters walked in. Upon seeing them, Wu Junhua immediately transformed into a sycophant, but the outcome was unexpected. Wu Junhua, upon seeing these two young masters, instantly changed his demeanor from arrogant to that of a new lapdog. "I didn't expect to see young Master Zhang here. If I had known you were here, I would have come over to toast you earlier. No need for you to come to me." He bowed and scraped to the young man on the left, whose family group was his bread and butter, and he had to treat him like a father. Young man didn't even glance at him, quickly walking over to Wang Jidi, bowing respectfully, and called him young Master Tai. "I knew I saw young Master Tai just now, only he has such grace. I hope you can forgive my intrusion." Wang Jidi looked at the young man and tapped his temple, saying, "I remember now, you were with Wang Yingji when we had dinner that day. Your name is Zhang Yunlong, right?" Zhang Yunlong nodded and said, "Young Master Tai has a great memory. I am indeed Xiao Zhang. This is my friend Lu Junliang, whose family is in the building materials business. I hope young Master Tai will take care of us in the future." Lu Junliang also adopted a fawning demeanor, saying, "I heard Brother Zhang mention young Master Tai before, and I admired you greatly. Finally meeting you, you are now my idol." Wang Jidi nodded and said, "Since you are Yunlong's friend, you are my friend now too. If you need anything, just ask." He appeared completely casual, as if the two young masters before him were merely younger brothers. Wang Jidi patted Yin Renfeng's shoulder and said, "This is my best brother. He's opening a small shop in a few days. Please come by to support him when you have time." Zhang Yunlong and Lu Junliang stared intently at Yin Renfeng, memorizing his face. Since he was Wang Jidi's brother, he was practically family now. Zhang Yunlong glanced around and frowned slightly, asking, "How could young Master Tai be sitting here? Are you and Wu Junhua?" Hu Qingsu linked her arm with Wang Jidi's and said, "You mean Mr. Wu? A person as capable as him, how could he have anything to do with us? He just told me to leave Jidi and accompany him. And that executive over there said I'm just a small factory girl and Jidi is a beggar. For us to sit here is already a blessing from our ancestors." She often worked outside and had seen all kinds of people, knowing when to say what. With Wang Jidi's status, it wasn't wise to bicker with these people. But she was different. Even sages say that only women and petty people are hard to raise, so whatever women do is justified. Wu Junhua and Zhao Mingxian nearly wet their pants upon hearing Hu Qingsu's words, their legs giving way as they dropped to the ground. Wu Junhua pleaded repeatedly, "It's my fault for not recognizing Tai Xiao. I've said a bunch of nonsense. I beg you, Tai Xiao, please let me off this time." Zhao Mingxian chimed in from the side, "It's my poor eyesight that made me look down on people. I'm just a beggar, so for the sake of our school connection, please let me go." Wang Jidi ignored the two of them and looked at the fat guy, saying, "Now do you believe that this outfit of mine is not fake?" I either wear the real deal or street market stuff. I would never wear a fake. After saying that, he swaggered out with Hu Kingsu, stopping in front of Wu Junhua. I just told you one must be low-key. What's a few 100,000 Swiss gold watches? This watch of mine is just for telling time. After Wang Zhidi and the others left, Zhang Yunlong glared at Wu Junhua and said, "Your eyes are truly useless, daring to offend Tai Xiao. I'll go back and tell my family that someone like you, so arrogant, is not a suitable partner for collaboration, lest one day you get caught in the crossfire and end up destroyed. Don't think about pleading for mercy. Tai Xiao is someone even Wang Yingji has to curry favor with. Telling you all this is just to let you know how you're going to die." Lu Junliang turned his gaze to Zhao Mingxian, smiling with a hint of malice. "What a coincidence, I'm an old acquaintance of your company's boss. I will definitely tell him about this incident, so he knows how capable his executives are. Cherish your last meal, because you probably won't be able to afford it in the future." Wu Junhua and Zhao Mingxian wanted to plead for mercy but didn't know what to say, collapsing to the ground, realizing their lives were over. Yan Yuhua, however, was thinking about how to improve her situation, wondering if she could become Wang Zhidi's lover. She regretted not seeing that he was a second-generation rich kid. Otherwise, wouldn't she be marrying into a wealthy family now? Wang Zhidi was unaware of the situation inside and wouldn't care even if he did. He originally wanted to take Yin Renfeng back, but the guy refused, saying he didn't want to be a third wheel. Wang Zhidi didn't insist and casually transferred him 300,000, telling him to buy a car for commuting, mainly to pick up his godson from kindergarten. Yin Renfeng didn't hold back at all, casually thanking him and taking a taxi away. Hu Kingsu, sitting in the car, said, "It's clear that you two have a real friendship. He feels justified using your money, and when you need him, he will definitely give everything for you." Wang Zhidi nodded. "You're right, we are true brothers. Even if we don't contact each other for decades, when needed, we can still help each other with all our might. So when he spends my money, he won't be polite at all. When I really face difficulties, he can use his life to help me. I always feel that in this life, one must have a good brother who can share everything and also a soulmate who understands and loves each other." When he said the last sentence, he looked deeply at Hu Kingsu, who blushed and slowly closed her eyes. Wang Zhidi didn't take the final step. Even though she was willing, it couldn't be done in the car. There had to be a sense of ceremony. Hu Kingsu felt Wang Zhidi's affection and was completely captivated. She would pay any price to be with this man. Wang Zhidi dropped Hu Kingsu off at home and saw his little sister sprawled on the sofa without any decorum. He casually covered her with a blanket and ignored her. He returned to the villa, looked up at the starry sky again, and images flashed through his mind, causing the corners of his mouth to slightly rise as he slowly drifted into sleep. Morning came quickly, and it was time to open the red envelope. Without hesitation, he chose to open it. "Congratulations, you have received 456 yuan. Enjoy your click. Congratulations on acquiring 28% of the Tianxing Entertainment Group's shares. Wishing you a pleasant click." Wang Zhidi was already indifferent to the cash he received. However, he found the shares of this entertainment company quite interesting. Was he being nudged to enter the entertainment industry? The thought of entering the entertainment world immediately brought to mind the image of Shangyuan Yangsu, who was undoubtedly top-notch in terms of temperament. Among the people he knew, only Sikong Ruyan could rival Shangyuan Yangsu, though they had different styles. Both were captivating in their own right. Wang Zhidi casually picked up the share agreement next to him, glanced at it nonchalantly, then coughed. A small passage appeared on the table beside him. He stuffed the agreement into the passage, which automatically stored it in a safe in the basement, a special safe that only he could open. Wang Zhidi glanced at the morning light outside and decided to go downstairs for a quick nap. Just as he was dozing off, the phone rang suddenly. He pressed the answer button, and a strange voice came from the Bluetooth speaker in the bedroom. "Sorry to disturb you, young master. My name is Sun Qingying and I'm from the same crew as Shangyuan Yangsu. She's being bullied." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhidi immediately woke up and interrupted her without hesitation. "Where are you now? What exactly happened? Hurry up and tell me clearly. I'm going to find you at the address you mentioned." After a few exchanges, he sat up aggressively from the bed, not expecting that at this moment, the system had distributed a dozen random red envelopes. "Congratulations on receiving 328 yuan in cash. Wishing you a pleasant click. Congratulations on receiving a bottle of special cooling oil. Wishing you a pleasant click. Congratulations on receiving a Lamborghini Huracan. Wishing you a pleasant click." While getting dressed, Wang Jidi opened the red envelopes. Besides several tens of thousands of yuan in cash, there was also a bottle of cooling oil and a Lamborghini Huracan. Although the Lamborghini Huracan was not a limited edition, its global quantity was still limited, and its value was no less than that of a Pagani Huayra. Wang Jidi silently praised the system. Indeed, it was powerful. In a place like a film crew, a supercar would be much more eye-catching and impressive. He instructed the smart orb, and the keychain he had previously stored was transmitted to the table beside him, which he casually attached to the car keys. Sun Qingying stretched her neck, constantly looking into the distance when a Lamborghini Huracan suddenly stopped in front of her. Wang Jidi rolled down the window and said, "I remember seeing you in the crew last time. You seemed to say you were the male lead. You look very familiar." He wasn't trying to be pretentious. It was just that growing up, he had either been studying or working, and he hadn't watched much television. Sun Qingying showed a surprised expression. She was still looking for that day's Pagani Huayra, not expecting that the person had already switched to a Lamborghini Huracan. Many wealthy young men drove supercars, but few owned two top-tier supercars, which proved that the person in front of her was even more impressive than she had imagined. Sun Qingying hurriedly said, "It's an honor for you to remember me, young master. I really couldn't stand by and had to take the liberty of calling you. Those people are really bullying Shangyun Yangsu too much. You'll see for yourself how they can be so cruel. Shangyun Yangsu is a very strong girl. She doesn't want others to know about her grievances and is just crying alone in a corner." Wang Jidi's expression darkened. "Thank you for telling me this. Now take me to find her." Sun Qingying quickly nodded in agreement and led Wang Jidi into the filming location. Soon, in a dilapidated makeup room, they saw Shangyun Yangsu curled up in a chair. Upon hearing footsteps, Shangyun Yangsu glanced in their direction, and when she saw Wang Jidi, her expression immediately turned to one of panic. Wang Jidi took 3 steps and 2 steps to stand in front of Shangyun Yangsu, looking down at her, giving her an overwhelming sense of pressure. Sun Qingying, very tactfully, exited the dressing room and stood guard at the door to prevent anyone from disturbing the couple inside. Wang Jidi casually pinched Shangyun Yangsu's chin, forcing her to face him, and saw that one side of her face was swollen. Shangyun Yangsu panicked and said, "Why are you here? Don't look at me like that. My face doesn't look good." At that moment, she was concerned about her appearance and didn't feel that Wang Jidi's actions were an offense against her. This was determined by their social status. If Wang Jidi were still the same as before, he would probably have received a slap in return. Wang Jidi took out some cooling oil from his pocket, skillfully rubbed it in his palm, and then placed his hand on Shangyun Yangsu's face, gently soothing it. Shangyun Yangsu felt her face was icy cold, yet she could also feel the warmth of Wang Jidi's palm. The pain in the affected area faded away in the alternating sensations of cold and heat. She looked at Wang Jidi, who had a gentle expression, and her eyes were filled with intoxication, feeling that at that moment she was the happiest woman in the world, and all her suffering was worth it. Congratulations on triggering the Charm Increase card with the highest level of love at first sight. The other party is willing to give you everything. You can pick at will, so cherish it. Wang Jidi smiled slightly at the prompt. Indeed, after meeting the girl's standards, romance and gentleness were the best weapons to win her over. He slowly moved his hand down, gently resting it on Shangyun Yangsu's delicate neck. The heat of his palm against her fair skin made Shangyun Yangsu shiver, and she slowly closed her eyes. Without hesitation, Wang Jidi covered her lips with his, and then there was a flurry of chaos, yet he still hadn't taken the final step. Shangyun Yangsu sat in Wang Jidi's embrace, her delicate arms wrapped around his neck, her body softly leaning against his chest. Wang Jidi deliberately put on a stern face and said, "You went through such a big incident. Why didn't you call me?" Instead, it was Sun Qingying who notified me, and that's how I found out. Shangyun Yangsu weakly replied, "I thought it was just acting and getting hit. I've been hit before, so it wasn't a big deal. Besides, we've only met once. Although I have feelings for you, I can't just call you for every little thing. What if you find me annoying? With a wealthy young master like you, there must be plenty of girls around you. I definitely don't match up. As long as I have a little place in your heart, that's enough." Her weak demeanor particularly stirred a man's protective instincts, especially for powerful men who were most drawn to such delicate women. Wang Jidi tightened his arms and said, "From now on, don't say such things. No matter when, there will always be a place for you by my side. If anything happens in the future, notify me immediately. It seems your assistant isn't that great either, leaving you here alone. First, tell me what exactly happened. My woman was bullied, and this absolutely cannot be left unresolved. Someone must pay the price. He had previously not let Sun Qingying speak, wanting Shangyu and Yangsu to say it herself. Last time, Li Yuhan wanted to film a scene where the car shakes, but you rejected her. She felt very embarrassed and went back to ask the director to add a scene where she slaps me. Originally, these scenes are all fake slaps, but during filming the director said to make it realistic, so Li Yuhan really had to hit me and make it sound loud. We filmed several times, and I could only grit my teeth and endure it. I thought it would be over after filming, but unexpectedly, Li Yuhan wanted to add more scenes in the middle of the night. This time, she had several supporting actresses slap me, and they were particularly harsh. As you saw, I got scared and hid here. As Shangyu and Yangsu reminisced, her beautiful eyes were filled with tears, resembling a pitiful little rabbit, her body trembling uncontrollably. Wang Jidi was about to comfort Shangyu and Yangsu when a sudden commotion came from the doorway. Clearly someone was trying to enter to find Shangyu and Yangsu, but was stopped by Sun Qingying. He simply held Shangyu and Yangsu and took a few steps to the door, forcefully opening it, and indeed saw Sun Qingying arguing with two women. The two women changed their expressions upon seeing Wang Jidi. Everyone in the crew remembered this wealthy young man who drove a super luxury car. Wang Jidi coldly looked at the two women and asked Sun Qingying, "Who are they and what are they arguing about?" Sun Qingying immediately replied, "One is Li Yuhan's assistant and the other is Miss Shangyuan's assistant. They said they want Miss to go and add some scenes." "All right, I'll go with you. I want to see what scenes you want to add. You all really have some nerve, so unaware of your own limitations. I'll help you out, lead the way." Li Yuhan's assistant with a raised neck said, "I know the young master is wealthy, but our circle has its own rules. It's not just about having money. Our Yuhan is not short on money either. Many things are just misunderstandings. Once clarified, it's over. If it really escalates, it won't be good for anyone." Wang Jidi snorted from his nose. "You really have some nerve. You're the first to dare speak to me like this. Go call Li Yuhan and the director for me. I want to see just how arrogant your circle is. A mere assistant daring to be so presumptuous, really thinking you're something." His brazen display startled the assistant, but thinking of Li Yuhan's backing, she felt it was no big deal and swaggered away. Wang Jidi turned his gaze to Shangyu and Yangsu's assistant, who felt a wave of pressure and hurriedly defended herself. "It's not that I don't want to help Yangsu. It's just that I have the heart but lack the strength. Li Yuhan is the leading actress of Tangsing Entertainment. We really can't afford to offend her." Upon hearing Tangsing Entertainment, Wang Jidi smiled and asked, "Is Tangsing Entertainment that impressive?" Sun Qingying replied from the side, "Tangsing Entertainment is the largest entertainment company in the entire circle, with its reach spanning various fields. The boss, Yi Qinglei, has extensive connections. I know the young master is definitely a strong person, but Yangsu still needs to navigate this circle. Offending Tangsing Entertainment is truly not worth the loss." Wang Jidi coldly smiled and said, "But as far as I know, Yi Qinglei only holds 25% of the shares in Tangsing Entertainment, at most making him the second largest shareholder. As for the other small shareholders, they are all insignificant. In the future, if there are any plays from Tangsing Entertainment that you are interested in, the male lead will definitely be you." Before Sun Qingying could react, the director and Li Yuhan arrived, and not just the two of them but quite a few others followed. The director with a beaming smile said, "I've met this young master before. The previous matters were all misunderstandings. It was my mishandling and I want to apologize to the young master." "You don't need to apologize to me. This is the last film you'll ever make in your life. How you want to shoot it is your prerogative. No one has the right to interfere. I hope you can cherish the remaining filming time, lest you have regrets in the latter half of your life." "Why are you staring? Is what I'm saying not clear enough?" Wang Jidi casually interrupted the director, his words shocking the director and also making him feel angry. The director thought of himself as a big shot and felt there was no need to keep bowing and scraping, so he straightened his back. "This young master is joking. Many things are not as simple as you think. I am the exclusive director of Tangsing Entertainment. If you want to do something, you need to ask our boss Yi." Wang Jidi ignored the director and instead looked at Li Yuhan, his gaze turning extremely cold, causing the woman to tremble in her heart. Li Yuhan steeled herself and said, "I'm the leading actress of Tangsing Entertainment and I can speak directly with boss Yi. You better not act recklessly. Let's just consider the previous matter as my fault. I will talk to Boss Yi and have her take the second role in the next movie as compensation." Wang Jidi curled his lip and said, "You still want a next movie? That's simply ridiculous. If it were another film company, I might have to put in some effort." "Yanzu, do you know why I haven't contacted you these past few days? It's because I've been considering acquiring shares in a film company to properly support you. I didn't know which company was good, so I let my subordinates handle it, and coincidentally, they ended up acquiring Tangsing Entertainment. I was actually thinking of asking you if this company is any good." He spoke very casually, but the people present were thunderstruck, their faces filled with disbelief. Li Yuhan exaggeratedly shouted, "Even if you are a wealthy young master, you can't just boast without any preparation. Boss Yi values Tangsing Entertainment more than her own life. How could she let someone else become the major shareholder? Besides, do you know how much money it takes to acquire shares in Tangsing Entertainment? You are so young. Would your family let you squander that much money? It's simply a huge joke." Sun Qingying shook her head from the side and said, "You are too naive. There are some things in this world that you can't just choose not to do. If someone with absolute weight steps in, Boss Yi wouldn't be able to refuse selling. Selling would save the company, while not selling would lead to a dead end. As for how much money it takes for someone capable of doing this, that amount is nothing but a drop in the bucket, hardly worth mentioning." As if to confirm her words, Wang Jidi casually took out his phone, dialed the number on the information, and put it on speaker. "Young Master Tai finally called me. I've been waiting so long that the flowers have wilted. Let's see when you have time for me to visit you and discuss the company's plans for the second half of the year. As our company's largest shareholder, you have the final say in decision-making. If you find anything unsatisfactory, I will do my utmost to correct it." The voice coming from the phone was familiar to the main characters present, and the content of the conversation scared them to death. "President Yi is too polite. I never play games. I'm acquiring shares in your company because my girlfriend, Shangyuan Yangsu, is a small artist in your company. Speaking of your company, it really opened my eyes. I feel like this share purchase is a bit of a loss. Selling it feels unsatisfactory, so why not just let it go to waste?" Wang Jidi said very casually, but after hearing it, Yi Qinglei was nearly scared to death. The largest shareholder wanting to let the shares go to waste clearly meant he wanted to ruin the company. Yi Qinglei hurriedly said, "Young Master Tai, what do you mean by that? What do you mean our company, your company? Aren't we family? If there are shortcomings, we will work hard together to improve. Just point them out and I will definitely make it satisfactory for you. Miss Shangyuan chose to sign with us, no, with our company, so it's like coming home. I will immediately arrange for the best agent to ensure she becomes the hottest star." Wang Jidi laughed and said, "I was just joking with Brother Yi. Why are you so agitated? As long as my girlfriend doesn't suffer, I won't care about the rest. But speaking of which, our company's directors and artists really should work on their character. They are all so arrogant that one would think they are the kings of the world. The director of the crew, my girlfriend, is currently and really doesn't satisfy me. He simply can't add scenes. I want to guide him a bit, but he told me to consult Brother Yi. What do you say?" Yi Qinglei had been in the industry for so many years, definitely as shrewd as a monkey, and immediately understood that there was something fishy about this production team. They must have provoked Wang Jidi. Thinking further, Wang Jidi suddenly acquiring shares in Tangsing Entertainment was likely related to this intrigue. Yi Qinglei was no novice. He knew how deep the waters were in this world. For those truly powerful families, such maneuvers were completely basic operations. He immediately said, "Rest assured, young Master Tai, I will call that bastard right now and make sure everything goes according to your instructions. Anyone who dares to make young Master Tai uncomfortable for even a moment will regret being born." The director hurriedly interjected, "Boss, you don't need to call me. I've heard your orders and everything will be done as young Master Tai says. You damn bastard, make sure to serve young Master Tai well. When you come back, I'll deal with you. Just wait." Yi Qinglei cursed the director fiercely, then flattered Wang Jidi for a while. Just as he was about to hang up, Wang Jidi mentioned Sun Qingying, saying he was a good person. Upon hearing this, Sun Qingying was so excited that he could hardly contain himself, knowing that he would be in an invincible position in the entertainment industry from now on. Indeed, good people are rewarded. In contrast to Sun Qingying's beautiful mood, Li Yuhan was filled with regret, wishing she had known how formidable the other party was. Even if she had borrowed a few guts, she wouldn't have dared to provoke Shangyu and Yangsu. As for Li Yuhan's assistant, he was trembling in fear, desperately trying to hide behind others, hoping not to be noticed. Indeed, speaking out of turn was a grave sin. Li Yuhan pleaded in a low voice, "It's all my fault. I have a pair of dog eyes and offended young master and Miss Zhu. I beg you please be magnanimous and spare me this time." Wang Zhidi coldly smiled and said, "What do you mean by that? Adding scenes is normal. Why can't I add some too? That stagehand over there, go find me 10 strong female extras to come in. They must have good strength and tell them how to rehearse. Last night there were several female supporting roles. Get them to the scene immediately. Even if they've already been buried, they must be dug out. If they don't want to come, fine, as long as they never show up in this circle again. It'll be as if nothing happened." Several assistant directors nodded like dogs and rushed out as fast as they could. In just over 10 minutes, those people arrived on set. The female supporting roles already knew what had happened and looked at Wang Zhidi in extreme fear, wishing they could kneel down and beg for mercy. Wang Zhidi looked at the extras and said, "This is your first added scene. Go up and slap those people hard. Each slap must be loud. Keep slapping for 20 minutes, and after that your faces must be swollen by 10 centimeters. That's the artistic requirement. If you do well, each of you will get 3,000 as a reward. Go." The stage manager outside had already instructed the extras to follow Wang Zhidi's orders, and they could only exceed his demands. They absolutely could not just go through the motions. These female supporting roles, who usually clung to Li Yuhan and bullied the extras, now had the chance to take revenge, and they hit harder than one another, quickly turning those female supporting roles into pig heads. Wang Zhidi instructed the previous stage manager to measure these people's faces with a ruler. If they didn't meet the artistic standards, keep slapping until they did. "I know it's all my fault. I shouldn't have been jealous of Miss Zhu. I shouldn't have used such despicable means. I beg young Master Tai and Miss Zhu to be merciful and let me off the hook. I really won't dare again. From now on, I'll be a dog by Miss Zhu's side, biting whoever I'm told to bite without the slightest hesitation." Li Yuhan watched in horror, looking at Wang Zhidi with a face full of despair, constantly pleading. Wang Zhidi squinted and said, "If apologies were useful, what would we need the law for? When a person does something wrong, they must pay the price. Don't say I didn't give you a choice. Either you add to this scene like they do, and as a big star you must strive for perfection, at least double what they do. Or I will completely blacklist you, ensuring you never see the light of day again, and make you cough up all the money you've earned over the years. Then learn how to be a good person." Li Yuhan stared wide-eyed, gritting her teeth and said, "I'm willing to add to the scene until Tai Xiao and Miss Zhu are satisfied." The following events naturally became easier. Those extras had a good time and gave Li Yuhan a good beating. Wang Zhidi looked at the women who had turned into pig heads and said to the director, "I always keep my word. Their matters are settled. As for your issues, I will have a good talk with Yi Qinglei, and we will properly rehearse your scenes. If I hear even half a complaint from Zhuer, I will make sure you regret it." The director nodded and bowed like a little dog, saying, "Tai Xiao, please rest assured. I will immediately work with the screenwriter to revise the script, and we will reshoot all the previous scenes to ensure Miss Zhu is satisfied." Wang Zhidi showed a smile that suggested he was a teachable child, pulling Shangyu and Yansno towards the sports car, and he did this because the system daddy had just come through again. Shangyu and Yansno had been feeling clouded until she sat in the car and finally realized what was happening. "You actually acquired shares in Tangsing Entertainment for me, becoming the largest shareholder. Isn't that a bit exaggerated?" She stared at Wang Zhidi, her eyes filled with affection. A man willing to do this for her was truly ready to give everything. Wang Zhidi lifted Shangyu and Yansno's delicate chin and smiled. "Do you think it's exaggerated? I don't think so at all. You are my treasure. Treasures must be cherished with all my might. Only when my treasure is happy will my sky be bright and sunny. If my treasure is unhappy, my sky will be filled with clouds." The romantic literature from earlier was now coming into play. What is romance? A luxury car and a beautiful person are what romance is about, and this kind of romance requires a material foundation. Wang Zhidi pressed the gas pedal, and the Lamborghini let out a roar, then shot out like an arrow. He first went to the property registration office, making Shangyu and Yansno wait in the car, and came out after more than half an hour. Wang Zhidi drove for another 30 minutes, arriving deep in the famous Golden Coast of Binhai City, where there was a villa area known as the Heart of Romance. The villas here were all small duplexes, each with a different design, and all the layouts were extremely romantic, truly a house full of romance. Wang Jidi parked in front of the villa with the best view, pressed the remote key in his hand, and the iron gate of the small courtyard slowly opened, then drove the car inside. Shangyun Yansno stood in the center of the small courtyard, stretching out her hands to feel the taste of the sea breeze, and looked at the warm sunlight, feeling particularly relaxed. Wang Jidi took Shangyun Yansno around the entire villa, smiling as he asked how she felt. Shangyun Yansno smiled and said, "This villa is so beautiful, it's just like a little cake house from a fairy tale. Living here must be a very happy thing." Wang Jidi took out the property deed, grinning as he opened it in front of Shangyun Yansno, and there it was, her name, leaving her dumbfounded. "How can it be my name? You want to give me this house?" Shangyun Yansno gently licked her lips, looking extremely tempting, fluttering her beautiful big eyes, appearing innocent and cute. Such an obvious thing our big star still needs to ask. From now on, this will be our romantic love nest. When you're tired, just come back here to rest. Wang Jidi embraced Shangyun Yangsu from behind, letting her delicate body lean against him. The feeling of holding such soft flesh was simply too comfortable. Shangyun Yangsu felt herself enveloped by the man's scent, her body growing weak and soft, unconsciously tilting her head, offering everything that could be taken. Wang Jidi looked at the intoxicated Shangyun Yangsu, decisively choosing the path of a beast rather than one less than a beast, his heart fluttering like a pair of flying swallows. Shangyun Yangsu was indeed a good girl who kept herself pure, a blush proving all of this, making her even more endearing. She buried her flushed little face like an ostrich in Wang Jidi's chest. Wang Jidi held Shangyun Yangsu tightly, filled with emotion, realizing that life's encounters were indeed unpredictable. In the past, a goddess like her wouldn't even spare him a glance, let alone be held in his arms with desires. Shangyun Yangsu took a deep breath, raising her happy face, her fingers drawing circles on Wang Jidi's chest. "You really are a nemesis. I never expected that after guarding myself for so many years I would end up giving in to you. You must treat me better from now on. There must be a place for me here. If there's no place for me, I won't cry or fuss with you. I'll just leave quietly, making it so you can never find me again, living out my life in solitude." Her eyes were filled with sorrow, as if she had truly been abandoned, making anyone who saw her heart ache, wanting to protect her. Wang Jidi tightened his arms, pretending to be domineering, saying, "Now that I've completely taken you, you are utterly mine. Where do you think you can go? From now on, this romantic little house will be your cage and your final refuge. You will be locked here for the rest of your life, never escaping my grasp. Just wait and see how I deal with you." As he spoke, he mischievously used his hands, and the next moments were filled with delightful scenery, the taste of which was not to be shared with outsiders. The two stayed in the romantic little house for a day and a night, and the next day the red envelope was opened there. This time luck was quite good, yielding hundreds of thousands in cash and a single Juliet rose. Just as they were about to leave, Wang Jidi took out the Juliet rose, smiling as he handed it to Shangyun Yangsu. At first, Shangyun Yangsu didn't think much of it, but when she held the flower she found its fragrance very special, seemingly different from other roses. "What kind of rose is this? Why does it have such a unique scent? I've never seen it before." Wang Jidi casually smiled and said, "It's a Juliet rose. I originally wanted to get you a bouquet but ended up with just one. Thinking about it makes one feel a bit down." "What are you saying? This is the famous Juliet rose, worth $1 million for just one, a rose that even money can't necessarily buy." Shangyun Yangsu exaggeratedly opened her mouth, her little cherry lips capable of stretching to swallow an egg, truly a feat for this girl. Wang Jidi pinched her lips teasingly, saying, "You don't need to use parallelism. It's exactly the Juliet rose you mentioned. From now on, as long as it's something you like, I'll find a way to get it for you. When you go back, behave and shoot your scenes. I'll come to see you when I have time, and when you're tired, we'll return to our love nest. This will always be your home." Shangyun Yangsu obediently nodded in agreement, while secretly making a decision in her heart, a decision that would be the best choice of her life. On their way back to the film set, Yi Qinglei called, stating that Shangyun Yangsu's new management team had been formed. This time, it was all top-tier configurations from Tianxing Entertainment. With this setup, if they couldn't make Shangyun Yangsu a superstar, Yi Qinglei would go live and cut off his own. Wang Jidi responded with a smile. President Yi really knows how to joke. From now on, just treat my shares as yours, and aside from the dividends, everything will be up to you. Don't worry, young Master Tai. I will definitely make the company bigger and stronger, and I will never let you down. If there's anything, feel free to contact me, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Yi Qinglei hung up the phone, excitedly calling out. Indeed, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. With Wang Zhidi's full support, he could completely take control of the company. At the same time, he felt a pang of sadness in his heart. After a lifetime of hard work, he found that he was still not as capable as someone who could win a smile from a beautiful woman. Truly, comparing people can lead to despair, and comparing goods can lead to discarding. Wang Zhidi and Shangyuan Yangsu lingered for a while before leaving the film crew, but they hadn't driven far when the phone rang again. Hello, Mr. Wang. I am Lin Qiulin, a financial advisor from Bincheng Bank. You need to come to the bank quickly. Someone is blocking Yuan Bingyu. Wang Zhidi's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing the content of the call. He hadn't expected that after Shangyuan Yangsu was bullied yesterday, today it was Yuan Bingyu's turn to be blocked. What on earth was going on? What exactly happened? Who is so bold as to block someone at the bank? Doesn't Li Anfei know how to handle this? Mr. Wang, you may not know, but the troublemaker is Nai Beiju. She is a notorious troublemaker and has caused a scene at our bank twice before. No one can do anything about her. Even our bank president doesn't dare to provoke her. We reported it to the security bureau before, but it had no effect at all. Lin Qiulin explained the situation clearly, filled with disgust for Nai Beiju, yet also a sense of helplessness. Wang Zhidi indicated that he understood and would handle the matter properly, asking Lin Qiulin to take care of Yuan Bingyu and ensure no problems arose during this time. He thought for a moment and called Zhu She away. Dealing with such shameless troublemakers required someone from the streets. You have any instructions, young Master Tai? As long as I can do it, I will do my utmost to ensure you are not disappointed. Zhu Sheawei answered the call, immediately pledging his loyalty. If he didn't hold onto this big leg tightly, he would surely regret it for life. Wang Zhidi replied coldly, There's someone named Nai Beiju who dares to cause trouble for Bingyu at the bank. According to the bank staff, this person is a disgrace, a standard troublemaker. I'm heading to the bank now, see if there are any useful people around. I don't want any unnecessary trouble, do you understand what I mean? Zhu Sheawei quickly responded, Rest assured, young Master Tai, I will arrange for personnel right away. I will definitely not let you down. Wang Zhidi acknowledged with a grunt, hung up the phone, and pressed the accelerator to the floor, roaring towards Bincheng Bank. Soon, he arrived near the bank and saw a large crowd gathered in front, with loud noises coming from it. Wang Zhidi parked the car by the roadside and staggered over, using his shoulders to push his way inside. In the midst of the crowd was a woman with a round face, jumping up and down, shouting, Let that bitch Yuan Bingyu come out. If you have the guts to seduce someone, why don't you have the guts to face people? When you were seducing, weren't you quite capable? Why are you hiding now like a turtle? Don't think you can hide inside. You can run from the monk, but you can't run from the temple. You can hide from the first day of the month, but not from the 15th. Wang Zhidi recognized this woman as Nai Beiju. She was indeed not a good person. With her round face and triangular eyes, she was as disgusting as they come. He approached the bank entrance and said to the security guard, Let me use your walkie-talkie and call Yuan Bingyu out. This ugly woman has a point. Hiding is not a solution. One must face things. If you didn't know better, you'd think she was in the wrong. Before the security guard could respond, Nai Beiju jumped up and shouted, Who do you think you are? You have no right to speak here. Get the hell out of my way or I'll douse you in urine. Wang Zhidi snorted through his nose. Yuan Bingyu is my exclusive secretary. Her affairs are my affairs. If you dare to cause her trouble, you're going against me. Your name sounds a bit familiar. You should have a shameless husband hiding somewhere. Come out quickly or you'll see how I deal with you. As soon as he finished speaking, two men stepped out from the crowd, one of whom was Liu Qizhai, and the other older man should be his father. The security guard at the door, hearing Wang Zhidi's words, didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent and immediately reported the situation via the intercom. Yuan Bingyu hurriedly ran out. Along with her came the entire executive team of Bincheng Bank. Wang Zhidi was their breadwinner, and they couldn't let the other party be dissatisfied. Li Anfei smiled broadly and said, Mr. Wang, what brings you here? I'm truly sorry for this. I'll handle it right away. Wang Zhidi let out a heavy snort, ignoring Li Anfei, and instead focused his gaze on Yuan Bingyu, making her eyes dart nervously. What exactly is going on? Why didn't you tell me about this? You're my exclusive financial manager, which means you're my person. My people can't be bullied at will. If this gets out, where do you think I can put my face? You want me to be the laughingstock? Wang Zhidi's face was as dark as water, his tone extremely low, each word like a heavy hammer striking hard on Yuan Bingyu's heart. Yuan Bingyu panicked and said, "It's all my fault. I didn't consider things thoroughly. I was only thinking of not causing you trouble, not realizing the impact it would bring. We'll talk about your issues later. First, let's discuss what this is about. What is this person with a face like a pancake?" Wang Zhidi rudely interrupted Yuan Bingyu, shifting the topic to Nai Beiju. Nai Beiju was a notorious shrew in the business circle of Bincheng, and she was the kind who had no shame, capable of doing anything. At one point, to avoid paying compensation, she even went without clothes and caused a scene at the other company's entrance, ultimately forcing them to back down, and that money was never paid. The reason she came to cause trouble this time was that, after Liu Qizhai was kicked out of the Haishi Reef Club, many companies terminated their cooperation with them under Wang Yingji's maneuvering. Liu Qizhai learned the reason behind this and didn't think his son was in the wrong. Instead, he believed Yuan Bingyu had set a trap for revenge. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? He didn't dare provoke Wang Zhidi, so he set his sights on Yuan Bingyu, deliberately sending his wife to create a scene and smear her reputation. Liu Qizhai and Nai Beiju thought Wang Zhidi was a prominent figure and would definitely not stand up for a woman. They believed that with a little more bribery, they could regain the lost business. Unfortunately, they didn't realize that Wang Zhidi was also a typical nouveau rich, especially protective of his own, and would never allow his woman to be bullied. Wang Zhidi coldly looked at Liu Qizhai and said, "Your wife just said Bingyu seduced someone. She must be talking about you, right? You should take a good look at yourself in the mirror. What qualifications do you have for Bingyu to seduce you? If you don't give me a clear explanation today, you won't be able to walk away unscathed." Liu Qizhai looked into Wang Zhidi's eyes and felt a chill in his heart, realizing he had stirred up a huge mess. It was no longer just a matter of whether he could salvage the business. Nai Beiju lacked this insight. She only thought Wang Zhidi was young and couldn't be that formidable, believing she had to make a scene to gain more benefits. Nai Beiju was someone without any sense, thinking that with her shamelessness, she could make the young Wang Zhidi flustered, ultimately forcing him to compromise. "You're making such a fuss, clearly a spoiled rich kid who doesn't know how to respect your elders, with no upbringing at all. It's this woman who seduced my husband and then my son. My husband and son are the best, no one can compare. If we don't get an explanation today, this matter will definitely not end here. This woman still wants to work here, it's simply a daydream." Wang Zhidi coldly looked at Nai Beiju and said, "No matter what you said before, if you dare to say I have no upbringing, this matter cannot be considered over. My people will be here soon. All of you who are just watching, if you don't want to be unlucky, get out of the way immediately or you'll regret it. You all can't think of running away. What was just said? You can run the monk, but you can't run the temple. You can hide from the first day of the month, but you can't hide from the 15th. When he was struggling at the bottom, he understood one principle. When it's time to be ruthless, you must be ruthless, or you won't have the chance to be. As for the consequences of doing this, it depends on your capabilities. With his current abilities, these consequences can be ignored. If Zhu Shaowei can't even handle this little matter, he has no right to be the number one in Bincheng, and he certainly doesn't deserve to be mentioned by Wang Yingji." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people rushed in from outside, led by a bald man wearing a big gold chain. The guy shouted as soon as he entered, "I don't know who Tai Xiao is, but Wei Ji asked me to come over first to support Tai Xiao. Which blind fool dares to offend Tai Xiao? You're really tired of living. What are you all looking at? Do you all want to die?" Wang Zhidi coughed and said, "What's your name? If you can fight, don't make noise. Hasn't anyone taught you?" The bald man quickly replied, "My name is Wang Yongbao. Tai Xiao calls me Dapiazi, just trying to be civil so it doesn't affect the young master." Wang Zhidi snorted, "Be civil to talented people. What's the point of being civil to these guys? Get them all out of here. Whoever isn't satisfied can fight and just pay for their medical expenses." Upon hearing this, Dapiazi immediately shouted loudly, and his subordinates looked fierce, causing the onlookers to vanish in the blink of an eye. The Anfei saw that what the security guards had struggled so hard to do before was accomplished just by a few shouts, and he sighed inwardly about the difference. Wang Zhidi instructed Dapiazi, "Take this family of 3 to your place and let Zhu Shaowei know to wait for me there." This fat woman just tried to make a scene with me. Take her over and let her know how to talk to me later. Now go. Depieazi quickly nodded in agreement, then kicked Naibeaju in the face, directly breaking her nose. Naibeaju barely had time to scream a couple of times before another kick knocked out several of her teeth, leaving her completely silent. After they dragged the family of 3 away, Wang Zhidi coldly looked at Li Anfei, who was sweating profusely, feeling anxious. Li Anfei bowed and said, "Tai Xiao, please don't be angry. This time I didn't consider it well. Actually, Lin Qiulin called you on my behalf." Wang Zhidi waved his hand to interrupt him. "You did one right thing. Since that's the case, I won't hold it against you this time. Prepare 1 million cash for me immediately. I'll be taking it later. Also, from now on, change my exclusive financial manager to Lin Qiulin. He will only be responsible for financial matters, while the rest will still be handled by Yuan Bingyu. Prepare a quiet place for me. I want to talk with my exclusive secretary." In his words, he split Yuan Bingyu's responsibilities while also changing her status from exclusive financial manager to secretary, which carried a different implication. Li Anfei didn't dare to say a word of dissent, quickly assuring that there was no problem at all, and led Wang Zhidi and Yuan Bingyu to a small high-end conference room. Yuan Bingyu stood in front of Wang Zhidi like a little girl who had done something wrong, her head lowered, her hands fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, indicating her inner tension. Wang Zhidi glared and said, "I am very angry right now. Why did someone else have to tell me about this instead of you notifying me immediately? Do you think that as my financial manager, you are only responsible for financial matters, and that other things are none of your concern, so I don't need to know?" Yuan Bingyu pouted and said, "That's how it is. After the last meeting, you didn't even send me a WeChat message. How was I supposed to know what you were thinking? And now that this has happened, how could I dare to call you? That would only make you think I'm incompetent and look down on me even more." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhidi felt speechless. He realized that after their last separation, he indeed hadn't contacted her, which was a mistake. He sighed and said, "I have many things to handle and can't focus all my thoughts on you, which is why I didn't reach out. But that doesn't mean you aren't important to me. You are mine and everything is related to me. If anyone dares to bully you, I will not let them off the hook. Let's consider this incident settled. From now on, you will be my exclusive secretary, no longer just a financial manager. Your role is closer to me, and you should know how to handle things. I will talk to Li Anfei, and you won't have to adhere to the working hours of Bincheng Bank anymore. I will need you whenever I have something to discuss, and you must be available at all times. Also, if you find yourself with nothing to do, you can try making some investments on your own. After all, I have so many savings. Losing a few 100,000 or 1,000,000 isn't a big deal." Yuan Bingyu could hardly believe her ears. She never imagined Wang Zhidi would say such things. It was simply too outrageous. Seeing Yuan Bingyu's stunned expression, Wang Zhidi suddenly felt a mischievous thrill, abruptly standing up from his chair and taking 2 steps toward her. Yuan Bingyu instinctively took a step back, only to find herself sitting on the conference table. Wang Zhidi stepped forward again, his legs brushing against the edge of the table, feeling a wave of smoothness on both sides of his body. Yuan Bingyu leaned back slightly, her hands propped on the table, creating a very alluring pose. Wang Zhidi had just tasted meat the night before, and knowing what it was like, naturally felt a sense of obsession, unconsciously reaching out and pressing forward. Both of them managed to maintain their last line of rationality, as this place was not suitable, but their relationship had indeed progressed a step further, leading to something else. Wang Zhidi casually instructed Li Anfei, and Yuan Bingyu was no longer bound by the attendance system, becoming a free little bird. Wang Zhidi took Yuan Bingyu to the location shared by Zhu Shaowei on WeChat, which was a storage area in the urban-rural fringe. At the innermost part of the storage area, there was a particularly dilapidated warehouse, but once inside, it was a different world, where Liu Ge and his family were brought. Zhu Shaowei smiled broadly and said, "I've met the boss. I've taken care of everything. No matter how the boss deals with them, there won't be any trouble." Wang Zhidi casually nodded and said, "I dislike trouble the most. If there's any in the future, I will leave it to you to handle. I trust you won't let me down." Hearing this, Zhu Shaowei was overjoyed. Being able to handle trouble for someone in power was a very promising sign, and his rise to success was just around the corner. He hadn't been idle these past 2 days and had quietly looked into Wang Zhidi's background, only to find shadows, leaving him utterly astonished. Zhu Shaowei was very clear in his heart that the reason for this situation was that the forces behind Wang Jidi did not want to be investigated, so they provided simple information. This information was meant to convey a message to the investigators. If they were foolish enough to continue probing, they would face the wrath of thunder, and the outcome was predictable. Zhu Shaowei felt that Wang Jidi must be connected to the old gentleman. Being able to gain the old gentleman's favor could mean he was a person of great influence. Wang Jidi had no idea that his one remark had led Zhu Shaowei to think so much. Otherwise, he would surely have given a thumbs up for his imagination. He approached Liu Ge and casually said, "You really have some guts, daring to let your wife trouble my woman. Quite commendable." Liu Ge, already beaten to a pulp, hurriedly pleaded, "It's all a misunderstanding. It was that shameless woman's own idea and has nothing to do with me. Young master is a true noble. Why bother to stoop to my level? I beg you, show mercy and let me go." Liu Qizhai shouted from the side, "Young master, don't listen to this old fool's nonsense. I am the only innocent one, dragged down by them. After the last incident, many companies stopped cooperating with our family. Those two old fools came up with this scheme to salvage the situation. They think the young master is a person of stature and cannot afford to lose face. As long as they are shameless enough, they can make the young master yield. Then they can extort enough from the young master, just like how our family used to owe money and my shameless mother did the same." Including Wang Jidi, everyone was left dumbfounded. Indeed, as the saying goes, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Wang Jidi snorted through his nose, "Shut up. You're all a bunch of scoundrels. Now that you've fallen into my hands, you will definitely pay the price. Especially you, you shameless woman. Everyone says you are the most disgraceful wretch. At this point, I want to see what tricks you can still play." Nai Beiju had lost her previous arrogance and pleaded in a low voice, "What the young master said is too right. I am indeed a shameless wretch, but I can be of use. In the future, if the young master has any rivals, you can let me out to annoy them. I can do anything to make them sick, guaranteed to make them vomit. The young master doesn't need to treat me like a person, just treat me like a vicious dog. As long as the young master gives the order, no matter who it is, I can sink my teeth into them." Everyone looked at Nai Beiju in shock. Indeed, the reputation was well deserved. The most shameless person in the Binhai business circle, her name was not for show. Wang Jidi turned to Yuan Bingyu and asked with a smile, "What do you think should be done with them?" Yuan Bingyu bit her lip and said, "My good friend had to leave here because of this family of wretches. Now they are targeting me again. If it weren't for you, who knows what would happen, so they cannot be let go lest they harm others again." Wang Jidi nodded. "I understand what you mean. When I came in just now, I felt the scenery in the warehouse area was not bad. You can go out for a stroll." Yuan Bingyu understood very well that Wang Jidi did not want her to see his ruthless side, and her heart warmed involuntarily. She obediently nodded and went out. Wang Jidi coldly looked at Liu Ge and his family and said, "What I hate most are people like you. You have no bottom line and harm others without hesitation. I want them to pay an unbearable price, but I can't let them die so easily. Do you have any good suggestions?" Zhu, the Deformity Pavilion, is one of the most notorious places on the dark web, a place that can be called the evil among evils. "Just showing the young master 2 pictures will suffice," he said as he took out a tablet, opened a special search engine, and entered the infamous dark web, finding 2 images on it. Wang Jidi felt that his nerves were already quite resilient, but upon seeing the images, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine, the hair on his body standing on end. The images depicted a grotesque monster, absolutely horrifying, making it hard to look away while simultaneously compelling one to gaze upon it. This feeling was truly incredible. Wang Jidi took a deep breath and said, "Your idea is good. Evil people need to be tempered by evil. Let them make the most of their remaining days. What was that search engine you just used? Tell me more about the dark web. It seems like quite an interesting place." After saying this, he was startled again, this time by his own transformation, wondering how his heart had become so hard as iron. In the past, Wang Jidi would never have made such a choice. The things in the images were inhumane. How could one send a person to such a place? Wang Jidi's mind raced as he thought about the events of the past few days and his own style of handling matters, which indeed showed an unknown transformation. This transformation felt like breaking the shackles on him, allowing him to fully unleash his true nature, and his intelligence was highly engaged, demonstrating exceptional performance in speaking and handling affairs. He had never even dreamed of having such capabilities. If he had possessed them earlier, he wouldn't have been bullied like a dog. The key was that after acquiring the trillion-dollar red envelope system, Wang Zhidi had almost instantaneously completed his transformation into a higher being, which was the most astonishing aspect. Just as Wang Zhidi was puzzled, Zhu Shaowei's words rescued him. Zhu Shaowei was about to introduce Wang Zhidi to the situation of the dark web when he noticed Wang Zhidi lost in thought and cautiously called out to him. Wang Zhidi came to his senses. "I was just thinking about some issues. What should one do if they experience an unknown transformation and can't figure out what's going on?" Zhu Shaowei answered without hesitation. "I think if you can't understand it, then just don't think about it. No matter how things change, the people around you haven't changed. As for whether the change is good or bad, there's no need to care about how others see it. As long as you feel comfortable, that's all that matters." Wang Zhidi nodded in agreement, feeling that this was very reasonable. No matter how he changed, as long as it didn't affect his people, why should he worry about it? He rubbed his nose and said, "What you said makes a lot of sense. I've been overthinking it. It's mainly because I'm used to that kind of life, and I can't change overnight. Let's talk about the dark web." Wang Zhidi knew that his past couldn't be hidden, so he decided to lay it all out, which would make him seem more profound and easier to intimidate others. Zhu Shaowei flattered him a bit more and then said, "The dark web is a hidden network. If we compare the entire network to an iceberg, what we usually see is just the tip of the iceberg above the water. The dark web is the massive part hidden beneath the surface, a gathering place for evil, filled with endless wickedness. The images the young master just saw are just one example of that evil. The evils you can think of in your daily life are child's play on the dark web. Here, there are evils you can't even imagine, and nothing is beyond your sight. At the same time, anything can be done on the dark web, provided you have money. This is the realm of the wealthy. With money, you can do as you please. I can only give the young master a rough introduction. The specifics must be explored by the young master himself. You can use this search engine to access the dark web." Wang Zhidi's interest was thoroughly piqued, and he transferred the search engine to his phone, preparing to input the villa's smart brain when he got back. The smart brain would definitely sort everything out. The rest of the matters didn't need his concern. Zhu Shaowei would naturally arrange everything properly. He staggered out of the storage room and found Yuan Bingyu, who was admiring the scenery. The two spent the next day indulging in romance and joy, playing happily before Wang Zhidi hurriedly sent Yuan Bingyu back to her apartment and returned to the villa. Wang Zhidi arrived at the basement of the villa, which was the intelligent core of the entire villa and the location for the smart brain installation. He input the search engine into the smart brain, but to his surprise, it was rejected. He had no idea how the smart brain operated, but it produced an entirely new search engine. Through this search engine, Wang Zhidi accessed the dark web and found it to be even more extensive than what Zhu Shaowei had described. Whether it was due to the search engine, the dark web he entered was divided into many sections, making it easier to search. Just as Wang Zhidi was browsing happily, a red envelope interface suddenly popped up, and he received several random red envelopes. "You have received a pack of premium cigarettes, 95 Supreme. Enjoy your click. You have received 100 million dark web universal coins. This currency cannot be cashed out. Enjoy your click." This time, in addition to some cash, he also obtained a dark web account with 100 million dark web universal coins. A realization dawned on Wang Zhidi. The dark web universal coin was specifically used for transactions on the dark web, with a cash-out ratio of 1:100,000. This meant that the dark web universal coins in his possession could be converted into 10 trillion in assets if cashed out, an absolutely astronomical figure. Clearly, this number put some pressure on the system, which prohibited him from cashing out. However, with these dark web universal coins, he could command great influence on the dark web. Wang Zhidi felt a slight regret in his heart. The opportunity to become the world's richest man was thus stifled by the system. He then cheerfully gave himself the title of Supreme God and left the basement, preparing to check out the dark web live streams when the night was quiet. Wang Zhidi lay on the rocking chair on the rooftop and tapped on the table beside him. A screen quickly rose, displaying the dark web live stream interface. He first clicked on a bloody stream, but after just a glance, he quickly closed it, admitting it was too much to handle and nearly made him vomit his dinner. Wang Zhidi tried various projects, passing on those he found unsuitable, and finally discovered a rare live stream section. The streams here were relatively milder and particularly interesting, satisfying Wang Zhidi's curiosity while being acceptable to him. He saw a streamer named Dreamy Elf, noted for her enchanting voice, which immediately piqued his interest, and he clicked in. What appeared before him was a jungle background, not a real jungle, but one from a fairy tale where elves existed. A girl dressed in a purple gauze skirt and wearing a small purple mask appeared in the jungle like an elf. Welcome everyone to Dreamy Elf's live stream. As your favorite dreamy host, have you missed me? Dreamy Elf's voice was exceptionally pleasant, creating a mesmerizing feeling that was hard to resist. Just as she finished speaking, 2 fighter jets flew across the screen, each costing 10 black coins, equivalent to 1 million in cash. I haven't been interested in killing anyone since I didn't hear your voice for a day. Here are 2 fighter jets. Let me see your face. The one rewarding the fighter jets was the Bloody Butcher, who immediately demanded Dreamy Elf to take off her mask, provoking a wave of curses. What do you think you are? Just 2 broken fighter jets and you dare to make such an unreasonable request. Who gave you the courage? A guy called the Mad Prince, while cursing loudly, presented 3 bombers, each worth 30 black coins, directly crushing the Bloody Butcher. With your kind of childish antics, you dare to make demands of the elves. I feel ashamed for you, and you'll have to look at my big rockets to win the elves' favor. The Mad Clown immediately launched 4 rockets, totaling 200 black coins, quickly becoming the top brother, then struck a super cool pose. The Dream Elf showed a sweet smile and said, "Thank you, brothers, for your generosity. To express my gratitude, let me sing you a song. Singing is so boring, dance a moonlight dance for us, and I'll reward you with 2 starships. Those bumpkins aren't worth mentioning." A starship costs 1,000 black coins, which is 100 million in cash. Spending so much money to watch a dance is quite the boastful statement. The Dream Elf deliberately put on a pitiful expression, blinking her eyes at the screen, and Wang Zhidi decided to take action. Seeing the Dream Elf looking so pitiful, Wang Zhidi suddenly felt a bit moved, along with a hint of mischief. Elves are meant to be pampered. How can we make her do such things? Just call me good brother and I have gifts for you. Upon seeing this, the Dream Elf sweetly called out good brother while staring with her big kawaii eyes, giving a mournful look. Wang Zhidi returned a smile and then sent a star fleet, a full 10 starships, grandly floating across the screen. Unlike the guy who just fired blanks, Wang Zhidi was the real deal, and the entire live stream was in an uproar. The Dream Elf was also dumbfounded. A small star fleet starts at 1 billion and it's hard to see one for years. Wang Zhidi smiled again and said, "Why are you staring so wide-eyed, beautiful elf? How do you like this gift?" The Dream Elf nodded repeatedly, acting coyly. "Good brother is so generous. You are my supreme deity. Let me sing you a song." As she spoke, she lightly opened her mouth and sang a particularly gentle and lovely song, showcasing the allure in her voice to the fullest. Wang Zhidi clapped and then sent another star fleet, 10 starships drifting by once more. This time, not just the live stream, but the entire black web was in an uproar. In less than 10 minutes, 20 billion had been rewarded, and could they still have fun? The Dream Elf was so flustered she could hardly sing, absolutely incoherent. If her voice weren't so pleasant, it would have been a disaster. The audience was showering her with compliments, various praises erupting like a geyser, images of kneeling and calling her daddy were flooding the screen. Wang Zhidi boldly said, "I don't want so many sons, I'm afraid I'll lose years off my life. What do you want to see rewarded? This deity will satisfy you today. Supreme deity is mighty, we've never seen a large star fleet, please send one." What nonsense are you talking about? Since the establishment of the large star fleet, no one has ever rewarded it. That's 100 billion. Wow, supreme deity is amazing, voice cracking. From now on, you are my only idol. Let me bite you and I won't let go. The reason for this situation was that Wang Zhidi directly sent a large star fleet with hundreds of starships blocking out the sky. This time it was truly impressive. Giant banners appeared across all sections of the black web. The first supreme deity of the black web has descended, the supreme of the black web, the unparalleled true God. All the hidden big shots of the black web were drawn out by this banner, collectively rushing to the Dream Elf's live stream. Initially, the black web administrators set up the large star fleet reward project to find true big spenders, hoping to latch onto their coattails. After all, someone who can give 100 billion in rewards must be an extraordinary existence. Just one such person could sustain the entire black web, and being their dog would be fine. Wang Jidi saw that the live broadcast room was too chaotic and lost interest. He greeted the dreamy elf and exited the live stream. As soon as he left the broadcast, a private message flashed on his screen. It was a private chat request from the dreamy elf. Wang Jidi casually pressed to connect, and the speaker emitted the dreamy elf's melodious voice, even more pleasant than before. The live room was too chaotic just now. I didn't host you well, brother. I'm so ashamed. From now on, I'll be your private streamer and sing for you whenever I can, okay? That would be great. As long as it's your live stream, I'll do my best to support you. We can also chat and listen to your beautiful voice. If you need me to reward you to create an atmosphere, just let me know. A dozen star fleets are nothing to me. If you don't want others to share in this money, I can privately transfer black coins to you. Don't be polite with me. Money is nothing, not even worth a donkey's feed. Wang Jidi's words were very domineering, and upon hearing them, the dreamy elf's eyes were filled with infatuation, wishing she could fly over immediately to serve this big spender. The dreamy elf was a very clever woman. She knew that to capture the heart of a big spender, she couldn't just be a pretty face. She had to show her value. She felt that Wang Jidi's extravagant gestures in the live room were not just because he liked her voice. There was also an intention to attract attention. Such situations were not unheard of in the history of the black web. Some super-rich heirs would use this method to develop their influence. The dreamy elf said in a soft voice, "Brother, with such a big gesture, it must have caught the attention of those big shots. They would definitely want to collaborate with you. I wonder if you have any requirements for partners. You can tell me your requirements first, and I'll help you filter through them, choosing the suitable ones to talk to you so as not to waste your time." Wang Jidi hadn't thought of this before, but after hearing her words, he considered it in his heart and thought it would be good to have a hidden power of his own. Right now, he could only rely on Zhu Shaowei. Although the other party seemed very loyal, it was hard to guarantee that it would always be this way. Wang Jidi knew his own situation. Everything he had now came from the trillion-dollar red envelope system, which, to put it bluntly, was just a facade. If one day it were exposed, he would become meat on the chopping block, putting not only himself in danger but also his family and those women. Wang Jidi believed he had to seize every opportunity and work hard to expand his wings. Only then could he become a true supreme. He slightly raised the corners of his mouth and said, "My situation is a bit special. Half a month ago, I was a poor wretch, poorer than anyone could imagine, but everything has changed. However, I have no confidence in what I possess. I always feel that it doesn't belong to me. What do you think I should do?" The dreamy elf nearly jumped up in excitement upon hearing this. She didn't expect her luck to be so good, encountering a prince's return scenario. The chances of such a scenario happening were extremely slim, but once it did, the opportunities it brought were particularly great. As long as she grasped it well, she might even become a little princess. "I understand what you mean, brother. Since that's the case, we first need to have our own armed forces, and we also need a killer organization." The dreamy elf, being a black web streamer, spoke with confidence, leaving Wang Jidi dumbfounded, feeling that he had truly gained insight this time. "My sister's words are truly wonderful. I'll first transfer you 50,000 black coins and do as you said. From now on, you will be my spokesperson." The dream elf happily agreed, and at that moment another person sent a message. Wang Jidi saw the private chat icon light up again, casually pressed to connect, and a deep voice came through. "Greetings, Supreme God. I am Kang Qingzhang, the administrator of the Black Web. First, thank you for your support of the Black Web. Secondly, I would like to ask if you have any needs." Wang Jidi was surprised and said, "Isn't the Black Web an open network where everyone can operate?" "How is there an administrator?" the dream elf interjected. "No matter where it is, it's always survival of the fittest. As the top tier, they are naturally the administrators. I heard there are several administrators in the Black Web, and Kang is the most active one, controlling the Black Fangs, known as the enforcement team of the Black Web." She seemed to casually convey a message to Wang Jidi that this person in front of him was truly capable and worth cultivating. Wang Jidi understood and smiled, saying, "My knowledge is limited and I hope Kang doesn't mind. I wonder if Kang can meet any of my needs." Kang Qingzhang laughed heartily. "Your Excellency, you are being too modest. You are the most esteemed supreme of the Black Web, and of course the Black Web will solve any problem for you. I just discovered the dream elf, contacted some forces, and guessed your intentions. I can assure you that I will do better than them." Wang Jidi said without hesitation. I like Kang's straightforwardness. From now on, regardless of whether there are matters or not, I will give you 10,000 black coins every year. When I need Kang to do something, just complete the task and send me the bill. I don't like being treated as a fool, nor do I like treating others as fools. I prefer a win-win situation. Upon hearing this, Kang Qingzhang's heart screamed in disbelief. The other party was simply outrageous, and could they still have fun? Your Excellency is indeed straightforward. Taking people's money and helping them out of trouble, as long as it is your request, I guarantee to fulfill it and will never let you down. Wang Jidi smiled lightly. I have many things to do usually. If you have something, just find the dream elf. If I have something, I will have her contact you. I can do much more than you think. I won't go into specifics, just figure it out yourself. He was definitely pretending to be profound, often scaring people to leave them in confusion, and as for how to smooth things over later, that would be discussed then. Kang Qingzhang exchanged some pleasantries before cutting off the connection, and immediately received 10,000 black coins, which made his heart tremble. He calculated in his mind and immediately contacted the remaining administrators, explaining the situation in detail. This is the situation. I just wanted to check the identity of the Supreme God but found nothing. Do you know what this means? You don't need to say so much nonsense. I don't care about the identity of the Supreme God. What I care about is the Supreme God's money. As long as the money is in place, I can do anything. I completely agree with Zhang Quang's statement. Since the Dream Elf is the spokesperson of the Supreme God, she should be brought to the management level. I've long been displeased with that snake person. I'll arrange for someone to take him out and free up a position. I agree with Huang Quan's statement. This matter is settled. Does anyone have any objections? If you have objections, come to the triangle area to find me and see if this general can withstand it. Zhang Quang, who manages the Black Web mercenaries, Huang Quan, who possesses all the killers, and the general who dominates the triangle area, are the other three of the four major heads of the administrators. As for the remaining managers, they are merely representatives of various interests, and the human snake representative is the one they look down upon the most, being a trafficker. The Dream Fairy received an invitation from the management, and she was so overjoyed that she excitedly shared the news with her friends in the live streaming circle. She was very surprised to become a representative figure in the Black Web live streaming community, only to later discover that there were hidden talents within that circle. Wang Jidi was completely unaware of all this. His actions tonight were merely a spur-of-the-moment improvisation. The purpose was very simple, to enrich the forces behind him, but he had no idea how far he could go. It wasn't until later events unfolded that Wang Jidi realized how brilliant this seemingly idle move was, mainly because he hadn't anticipated the Black Web's formidable power. Every day, the notification sound for the scheduled red envelope distribution woke Wang Jidi from his slumber, and in a daze, he chose to open the red envelopes. You have received a pack of Blue Arrow chewing gum. Enjoy your click. You have received 165,839 yuan in cash. Enjoy your click. You have received a super intelligent chip. Enjoy your click. Upon hearing about the super intelligent chip, Wang Jidi's mind instantly cleared. He rolled over and sat up, directing his gaze towards the table beside him. On the table lay a chip the size of a fingernail. Despite its small size, it was capable of surpassing all the computers in the world combined. According to the information in Wang Jidi's mind, the super intelligent chip was undoubtedly a product of the future, possessing extremely high artificial intelligence while also being incapable of betrayal. Wang Jidi hurriedly took the chip to the basement of the villa, placing it on the chassis of the intelligent brain, after which he no longer needed to worry about it. The super-intelligent chip transformed into a droplet of liquid, sliding directly into the gaps of the chassis, enveloping the chip of the intelligent brain, followed by a process of self-integration. This process would take about a day and a night, during which it would not affect the operation of the entire intelligent brain. Wang Jidi returned upstairs and heard the notification sound from the electronic calendar. Glancing at the memo, he saw that he was supposed to treat Lan Menjing to a meal today. Wang Jidi casually dialed Lan Menjing's number, and a noisy sound came from the other end, indicating that the beautiful store manager was still busy in the store on the weekend. Sister Menjing, do you remember what you promised me last time? You said you would accompany me for a meal today. You wouldn't ditch me, would you? Lan Minjing responded with a smile. Even if I were to ditch someone, I wouldn't dare to ditch you, my benefactor. I have something to do in the morning. Is it okay if I come over at noon? Wang Jidi said there was no problem. All his time today belonged to Lan Minjing, and he would go to the store to pick her up shortly. After hanging up, Lan Minjing noticed that everyone's gaze was focused on her, causing her to blush. Why are you all staring at me? Don't you have work to do? Don't think that just because we have Wang Jidi's building we can relax. This year's company evaluation, we must win the Best Branch Award. With such a great opportunity this year, if we can't seize it, we would be letting down the heavens. Her subordinates responded with smiles, and the chubby girl said something. I think the manager's direction is wrong. Right now, whether we win the award or not is not that important. What's crucial is to capture the person in front of us. If Wang Jidi becomes the manager's subordinate, the manager will be worry-free for life. Why bother with so much? The chubby girl said this seriously to Lan Minjing, and the others nodded in agreement, feeling that this was indeed a wise saying. Given Wang Jidi's current display of financial power, acquiring their parent company would likely not be a problem. By then, Lan Minjing could be the boss lady, and she could do whatever she wanted. Lan Minjing felt her face heat up in waves, and she glared at those people playfully, urging them not to gossip and to get back to their work. The crowd erupted in laughter and then went about their business. Their internal atmosphere was indeed unmatched by other branches. Lan Minjing was absent-minded all morning, not even knowing what was on her mind, but she certainly felt her face flush repeatedly. Soon it was noon, and the phone rang. Wang Jidi said he would be at the shop soon and asked Lan Minjing to wait for him at the door. Lan Minjing casually changed into a set of casual clothes, looking particularly capable, showcasing the charm of a mature woman to the fullest. Several property owners at the shop were taken aback, and among them, two self-proclaimed successful individuals eagerly approached to strike up a conversation. However, when they saw Lan Minjing get into a Lamborghini, they immediately lost their enthusiasm, secretly relieved that they hadn't acted foolishly, as they could only imagine the consequences. Lan Minjing examined the car's interior and smiled, saying, I never expected that I would have a day to ride in a supercar, truly thanks to you. Wang Jidi chuckled. If Sister Minjing likes it, I can be your personal driver from now on, taking you wherever you want. Lan Minjing rolled her eyes playfully and smiled brightly. What nonsense are you talking? I'm accompanying clients to view properties. How would it look for them to be picked up in a supercar? Wang Jidi grinned. Speaking of which, I'm Sister Minjing's big client. When I bought and sold cars, the salesgirl specifically served me, so Sister Minjing can't just serve me alone. Upon hearing about a salesgirl, Lan Minjing involuntarily tensed up and hurriedly asked what was going on. Wang Jidi, without thinking much, laughed and recounted the story of Yang Mingting, a girl who was adorably naive, and his lips couldn't help but curl up slightly. If you don't look at the surnames, that girl's name is quite similar to Sister Minjing. If we arrange a meeting one day, who knows, you might really become good sisters. Lan Minjing smiled in response, but her heart felt a pang of bitterness. She couldn't quite articulate why, but she didn't want to hear about other girls around Wang Jidi. Congratulations on triggering the charm increase card, triggering the level of mutual admiration. You must cherish it well. Wang Jidi didn't expect to trigger the charm increase card, especially at the level of mutual admiration, and he felt a surge of joy. He smiled and said, I bought the Blackstone Reef Clubhouse before and the food there is quite good. How about we eat there? Lan Minjing shook her head. It's just a lunch. There's no need to make it so extravagant. I know a good buffet, it won't be beneath you, right? Wang Jidi chuckled. Sister Minjing knows my past. Back then, being able to eat at a buffet was already a big deal. I still remember the first time I had a buffet, it was you who treated me. My eating style scared the waitstaff. They thought I was a starving ghost reincarnated. Lan Minjing recalled that scene and couldn't help but laugh. At that time, she never imagined that the young man beside her would turn out to be a true tycoon. They arrived at Wanhui, and Wang Jidi casually parked the car in the underground parking lot, as if it were just an ordinary vehicle, not a supercar at all. Wang Jidi seemingly casually held Lan Minjing's hand, his palm warm and smooth, feeling distinctly different. Lan Minjing felt her hand enveloped in warmth, particularly comfortable, while inside, it felt as if a little deer was kicking her heart non-stop. The two made their way to the buffet restaurant, finding a secluded corner, and the atmosphere between them became extremely intimate. While they were eating, a few rich second-generation individuals were dining in the nearby upscale restaurant, including Zhang Yunlong and Lu Junliang. I heard that you two had particularly good luck last time. Even at a regular restaurant you could run into Tai Xiao. Is that true? How could I lie to you? Speaking of last time, our luck was really incredible. We met a good friend of Tai Xiao. His shop is opening in a couple of days and we'll go there to show our support. As long as that guy says a few good words, our two families can take a few steps forward without any problem. Speaking of which, Tai Xiao is really a good guy. He hasn't forgotten his poor friends at all. I find it quite strange. How could someone like Tai Xiao have ever been poor? You wouldn't understand. When I went back and told my dad about this, his eyes turned green with envy. He told me that I must cling to Tai Xiao's leg no matter what. My dad said that families like Tai Xiao are hidden aristocrats with a legacy of at least a few hundred years. Not to mention us, even the Wang family is nothing in their eyes. The so-called richest man in Huiguo, Zhao Maji, is actually just a servant of this kind of hidden family. If he makes his master happy, he might casually reward them with a fortune. Are you serious? Do you have to exaggerate like this? Do you think this is a novel? Anyway, believe it or not, if it weren't for the fact that we're all good friends, I wouldn't tell you these things. In short, listen carefully. You absolutely cannot offend Tai Xiao. If you offend other young masters, the worst that can happen is just being left with nothing. But if you offend Tai Xiao, his family can easily make you wish you were dead or alive, and it won't do you any good to seek help from anyone. One saying this was Jin Wenpeng, the young master of the Tianfeng Real Estate Group, the second largest group in Binhai City. The Jin family's connections were somewhat unclear compared to the Wang family. Therefore, Jin Wenpeng's father had a better understanding of the situation and had fabricated a special identity for Wang Zhidi. If it had been before last night, Wang Zhidi would definitely not have matched this identity, but today was different. He had unknowingly gained a more terrifying power. Jin Wenpeng slapped his thigh and said, "What I regret the most now is missing that good opportunity at the Haishi Reef Club that day. When will I see Tai Xiao again?" He sighed deeply and walked out with these second-generation airs, only to see a surprising scene at the door. Isn't that the big store manager? Why is she eating at such a cheap place? Could it be that the houses aren't selling well and she's not making money? The one speaking was a heavily made-up woman, her lips painted as if she had eaten something gruesome, referring to the earlier exit of Lan Minjing. Lan Minjing looked at this woman, frowned, and said, "I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's Huang Meihang. I heard you finally managed to sell yourself. I wonder who it was." Having been a store manager for so many years, her tongue was equally sharp, hitting the other party's weak points without mercy. Huang Meihang had worked in Lan Minjing's store before, but this woman was restless, always thinking of shady dealings while selling houses. Lan Minjing felt the influence was too bad, so she reported it to the company, ultimately getting Huang Meihang fired, and the two had thus developed a grudge. Huang Meihang, with a pale face, looked sideways and said, "Don't act so high and mighty in front of me. In this world, everything is fake. Only money is real. Do you know where I'm eating?" At the neighboring noble restaurant, everyone who can eat there is an upper-class person, unlike you who only belongs in a place for the poor. Did you see this bag on me? A genuine donkey bag worth tens of thousands. I can casually carry it. Can you afford it? Lan Minjing snorted through her nose. Whether I can afford it or not is not for you to say. Even if I can't carry it, I can still stand tall. Your parents raised you this big not to sell yourself. When you grow old and lose your looks, let's see what you'll do. You're just putting on a show in front of me. I see you're just envious, jealous, and hateful. So what if you can sell houses? You're still just making a few small bucks. Huang Meihang jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, hissing and clawing. Wang Zhidi came out of the bathroom and happened to see this scene, his expression darkening as he quickly walked over to Lan Minjing's side. "Sister Minjing, what's going on? What is this thing? Where did it come from?" Upon hearing this, Huang Meihang immediately shouted angrily, "Who told you I'm a thing? Let me tell you I'm not a thing." Wang Zhidi curled his lip and said, "You don't need to shout so loudly. Everyone can see you're not a thing. If you were anything, you wouldn't be barking like a wild dog." Huang Meihang was so furious she was at a loss, screaming hysterically, "You damn poor bastard, how dare you say that to me? Do you know who my husband is?" Wang Zhidi replied playfully, "I don't know who your husband is, but I bet he's a dentist. His teeth must be quite good." Both Lan Minjing and Huang Meihang were stunned, not understanding how teeth had anything to do with this situation. Wang Zhidi chuckled and said, "If your husband's teeth weren't good, How could he bear to take a bite out of you? With your disposition, one bite would surely break his teeth. Someone like you, who's so hard to chew, must be a master of eating cold and raw food. Just think how blind your husband must be to not feel disgusted. Upon hearing this, Lan Minjing burst out laughing, thinking how clever Wang Zhidi was to come up with such descriptions. She gave him a playful look and smiled. I never realized before that you have such a sense of humor. Your descriptions are really spot on. Wang Zhidi feigned surprise and said, to receive praise from Sister Minjing, I'm truly happy. I must practice well when I go back so I can make you laugh in the future. While the two were flirting, Huang Meiheng felt a surge of uncontainable rage rising from her heels to the top of her head, nearly exploding with anger. Huang Meiheng roared in fury, "You two damn bastards, how dare you say that to me? My husband will be out soon and he'll make sure you regret it." Just then her husband happened to come out, a middle-aged man with a round belly, greasy and unapproachable. Huang Meiheng shouted at her husband, "Honey, someone is bullying me. Come help me get back at them, teach them a good lesson." The middle-aged man, hearing Huang Meiheng's words, rushed over in a fit of rage, shouting as he ran, "Which bastard is so arrogant, daring to bully my wife Li Yunduo? You really don't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. I see you're looking for trouble." Wang Zhidi looked at this guy and shouted domineeringly, "Do you know you've committed a crime?" Li Yunduo was taken aback, confused, and asked, "What are you shouting about? What crime have I committed?" Wang Zhidi replied with a grin, "Since the founding of the country, it's not allowed for animals to become sentient. You're clearly a pig, yet you're running upright and speaking human words. Isn't that a crime?" Because of Huang Meiheng's shouting, some people stopped to watch. Hearing Wang Zhidi's words and then looking at Li Yunduo's appearance, he really did look like a celestial commander. This guy makes a good point. I need to call the security bureau and report that a big white pig has become sentient. It must be dealt with. These days, there's truly nothing strange. A pig running around in clothes is indeed quite novel. I need to take some good pictures. Everyone laughed uproariously while teasing, which made Li Yunduo so furious he was about to explode, his eyes nearly shooting fire. Li Yunduo shouted viciously, "I'm a senior executive of Tianfeng Group. If you dare to offend me, you're just asking for trouble. Especially you little brat, how dare you speak to me like that? If I don't kill you, then I've wasted all these years out here." Wang Zhidi coldly laughed and said, "So you're saying that because you're a senior executive of Tianfeng Group, you're superior and can do whatever you want?" Li Yunduo grinned, shouting as if it were only natural, "Our Tianfeng Group is the second largest group in Binhai City. As a senior executive there, of course, I'm above others. Someone like you, a clueless poor wretch, dares to offend me. That's like moving earth under the Tai sway. With just one phone call, I can make you regret it." Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a figure rush towards him, followed by a soaring kick that landed directly on his stomach, sending him sprawling. "What do you think you are, daring to speak to young Master Tai like that? When did our Tianfeng Group produce such trash? You think you're something. You dare to shout about being above others. In front of Tai, you're not even worthy of being called human. Calling you a dog would be an elevation. I'll kick you to death." The one who rushed over was naturally Jin Wenpeng. He and the other second-generation rich kids had just arrived at the restaurant entrance and happened to see Wang Zhidi standing up for Lan Minjing. Jin Wenpeng hadn't figured out what was happening when he saw Li Yunduo, this fat pig, rush out and start talking like that. His soul nearly left his body, and he hurried out to resolve the situation, determined to make this fat pig pay an unbearable price. Yunduo, dazed and confused from the kick, shouted angrily, "Which blind fool dared to kick Li, your lord, truly unaware of the heavens and the earth?" Hearing this, Jin Wenpeng's fury soared, and he stepped forward to deliver a hard slap, then shouted loudly, "You dog, open your eyes and see who this young master is." Li Yunduo shook his head, finally realizing that the person in front of him was the young master, and his face turned pale with fear. He quickly turned and knelt on the ground. "I didn't see it was the young master, I was just talking nonsense. Young master, please forgive me this time, don't hold it against me." Jin Wenpeng viciously kicked him again, then hurriedly ran to Wang Zhidi's side, completely submissive. "I never expected to see young Master Tai here. Since our last parting, your demeanor has been on my mind. I just didn't dare to disturb you." Wang Zhidi coldly snorted, "I remember you're the young master of Tianfeng Group. How can someone as impressive as you dare to call me young Master Tai? Your family's executives can run rampant. As the young master of the group, shouldn't you be able to shake Binhai City with just a stomp?" Cold sweat instantly broke out on Jin Wenpeng's forehead. For these wealthy young masters, face was the most important thing. If someone took away their face, they might not react at all. Compared to Jin Wenpeng, whose back was soaked with sweat, Li Yunduo felt like his head was about to explode. To make the group's young master bow so low, the other party must be an incredibly powerful figure. Li Yunduo crawled forward on his knees, constantly pleading, "I was just talking nonsense before. I beg this young master to spare me this time. I'm just a shameless dog, only able to look down on others. I beg the young master not to hold it against me. I won't dare again. I will definitely behave." Jin Wenpeng also accompanied him, saying cautiously, "It's all my fault for not educating my subordinates well. Young Master Tai, please forgive me this time." Wang Zhidi deliberately showed a puzzled expression and said, "I didn't hear what you just said clearly. Is he your subordinate? I feel like you don't know each other." Jin Wenpeng, overjoyed, shouted, "Young Master Tai is right. I don't know this piece of trash. Our Tianfeng group has always had high standards for employees. How could there be such a sycophant? He must be impersonating a senior executive from our group. I will definitely have someone investigate thoroughly and make this despicable scoundrel pay an unbearable price." Wang Zhidi casually nodded, ignoring these people, and took Lan Minjing's hand, leisurely walking outside. Jin Wenpeng respectfully watched Wang Zhidi leave, then turned his gaze to Li Yunduo. If looks could kill, this idiot would have already been riddled with transparent holes. "You damned bastard! Not only did you make me lose a great opportunity, but you almost dragged our Jin family down with you. Just wait, I'll make you pay." Seeing Jin Wenpeng's furious expression, Li Yunduo knew his life was over. Bitterness surged in his mouth, and he couldn't even utter a word of plea. After Jin Wenpeng left, Li Yunduo lunged at Huang Meihang with a fierce expression. If it weren't for this wretched woman, how could he have ended up in this situation? Huang Meihang also realized that Li Yunduo was finished. She no longer acted submissively and fought back without hesitation, grappling with this greasy man. During their struggle, they crashed through the railing and fell heavily to the ground, destined to spend the rest of their lives in a wheelchair. One could only say it was poetic justice. Suddenly, a red envelope appeared before Wang Zhidi, indicating that he had completed a hidden task and was specially rewarded with 1 special red envelope and 8 ordinary red envelopes. He didn't know what hidden task he had completed and had no interest in guessing. Anyway, receiving red envelopes was better than anything else. "You have received 6,580 yuan. Enjoy your click." "You have received Building 3 of Kesh apartment. Enjoy your click." "You have received 1 strong body pill. Enjoy your click." This time his luck was good. Besides some change, he also received 3 buildings. Kesh apartment, located in the core area for white-collar workers, had always been the top choice for them. The special red envelope yielded a strong body pill, which sounded health-related. The system's products were definitely reliable, and he planned to study it thoroughly when he got home. The two arrived at the car, and Wang Zhidi smiled, saying, "It's truly my honor to have dinner with Sister Menjing. I've prepared a gift for you. Let's go take a look now." Lan Menjing, like a playful little girl, responded with a smile, "I never noticed before that you are so slick with words. I'm not that easy to fool. What precious gift could it be?" Wang Zhidi chuckled. "This gift will definitely satisfy Sister Menjing. If you're not satisfied, you can punish me with a kiss. If you are, then reward me with a kiss. What do you think?" Lan Menjing rolled her eyes and playfully said, "You just know how to take advantage of me. Let's go with the punishment first. We'll talk about the reward later." As she spoke, she slowly closed her eyes. Wang Zhidi naturally wouldn't hold back. In the cramped space, the temperature quickly rose. Lan Menjing blushed, gasping for breath, her face showing a happy smile. Her earlier shyness had already indicated that this was their first kiss. Wang Zhidi was incredibly excited, flooring the gas pedal, and the Lamborghini shot forward like an arrow. The car quickly arrived at Kesh apartment, and Wang Zhidi pointed at the buildings, asking, "Sister Menjing, which ones do you think are the best to rent?" Lan Menjing answered very professionally, "Of course, it's buildings 1, 6, and 8. These 3 buildings are the top choices in terms of location and other aspects. It's a pity that the competition for Kesh apartment is too fierce, especially for these 3 buildings, which the developers have been holding on to tightly. It's very difficult to acquire them. If we could get our hands on these 3 buildings, our branch's performance would definitely rank at the top, and being the sales champion would be a sure thing." Wang Zhidi's lips curled slightly. "Then I'll congratulate Sister Menjing in advance for becoming the first sales champion of your group. Let's head back to the store." Menjing initially didn't react, but a few minutes later she stared in disbelief and stammered her inquiry. "The gift you want to give me, it can't possibly be these 3 apartments, right? To acquire these 3 buildings would cost a fortune. How many years would it take to earn that back?" Wang Jidi looked at Lan Menjing with deep affection and said, "As long as Menjing is happy, spending any amount of money is worth it to me. The value you hold in my heart cannot be measured by money." Lan Menjing gazed into Wang Jidi's loving eyes, feeling deeply moved, and made an important decision. "I don't want to go back to the store right now. Didn't you want to see my home? Today, I'll fulfill your wish, so you must cherish it." Lan Menjing's eyes were veiled with a mist of enchantment as she lightly bit her lip and whispered her intentions in Wang Jidi's ear, her voice barely above a whisper. As a cat that had tasted blood, Wang Jidi certainly knew what to do. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, wishing the car would fly faster. Lan Menjing could be considered a small success, having her own cozy little nest in Binhai City. Although the house wasn't large, it was particularly warm. Wang Jidi knew that Lan Menjing was a very strong-willed person, so he naturally wouldn't propose any conditions she couldn't accept. The size of the little nest didn't matter. What mattered was who was inside it. The two enjoyed the scenery for the entire afternoon, and Wang Jidi began to feel some aches in his back, realizing that improving his physical fitness had become a necessity. He looked at Lan Menjing, who was curled up in the blanket, and lovingly held her in his arms. After some tender moments, she sent him back to the villa. Although Lan Menjing wasn't acting on impulse, she still needed some time to digest everything. After raising a piglet for so many years, she had to adapt. Wang Jidi initially wanted to leave the Lamborghini behind, but Lan Menjing firmly refused, saying that driving such a supercar to work would make it hard for others to buy houses. As for leaving the car in the community, that was simply asking for trouble. If someone scratched it, would he still have a life to live? One couldn't be so unethical. Wang Jidi considered this and felt that Lan Menjing had a point, deciding to buy a more affordable car when he had the time, so as not to draw attention. He returned to the villa and first checked on the smart brain. The super-intelligent chip was still merging, and for now there were no noticeable effects, probably only showing results tomorrow. Wang Jidi took out the body-strengthening pill, a black, unremarkable capsule that looked like a scam. He decided to trust the system and, steeling himself, swallowed the pill, feeling a warm sensation spread through his stomach. Gradually, his body began to warm up as if he were soaking in a hot spring. This feeling was particularly comfortable, making him want to moan. Just as Wang Jidi was enjoying this sensation, he quickly realized something was wrong. His body was getting hotter and hotter, as if he had moved from a hot spring to lava. He couldn't stand the heat any longer and dashed into the bathroom, first taking a cold shower, but soon found it felt like a light drizzle, completely ineffective. Wang Jidi hurried to the backyard and jumped into the swimming pool, where the water would automatically adjust its temperature to keep his body at a comfortable level. As his body temperature continued to rise, the pool water grew colder, continuously circulating to maintain a balance with his body temperature. Wang Jidi felt as if he was seeing his great-grandmother, the elderly woman kindly waving at him, seemingly wanting to take him to enjoy a life of comfort. He slowly sank to the bottom of the pool, entering a very strange state of fetal breathing, no longer using his mouth or nose to breathe, but instead absorbing oxygen from the water through his skin. He didn't know how long it had been, but in a daze, the sound of a red envelope notification rang out, bringing Wang Jidi's mind back to reality, making him aware of his situation. Wang Jidi emerged from the state of fetal breathing, immediately feeling a sense of suffocation. He pushed off the bottom of the swimming pool with his feet, and his whole body shot out of the water like a skyrocket. He burst through the surface at least 10 meters high, undoubtedly breaking the Guinness World Record for high jumping, though unfortunately, no one was there to record it. In mid-air, Wang Jidi performed a series of flips, a gymnastics move of extreme difficulty, before landing at the edge of the pool. The impact of his landing left 2 deep footprints in the marble floor, as if he had stepped on tofu. Wang Jidi first looked at the ground, then turned to glance at the pool, discovering a thick layer of oil floating on the water's surface, a truly ghastly sight. What surprised him even more was that he could see through the greasy water to the bottom of the pool, where numerous cracks had already appeared, clearly a result of his earlier push-off. Wang Jidi was well aware that all of this was due to the effects of the body-strengthening pill, produced by the system daddy, which certainly did not disappoint. He planned to lie down on a beach chair to rest for a while, but as soon as he lay down, the chair turned to splinters. Wang Jidi shook his head helplessly and cautiously returned to the house, first checking his body's changes in the bathroom mirror. He was shocked. While his body shape hadn't changed much, his muscles had undergone a dramatic transformation. His back formed a perfect inverted triangle, and his abs were sharply defined, especially with the addition of shark muscles, making him look even more impressive. Wang Jidi then went to the villa's gym, making some adjustments to get accustomed to the changes in his body, particularly in terms of strength control. After more than an hour of adjustments, he no longer risked damaging the beach chair. It was then that he remembered the previous red envelope and immediately chose to claim it. Received a Feipu razor, enjoy your click. Received 16,089 yuan, enjoy your click. Received a Porsche 911 GT, the only one in the world, enjoy your click. Received a Jun Fitness Club Supreme membership card, enjoy your click. The cash he received today wasn't much, but there were several items, the most valuable of which was undoubtedly the Porsche 911 GT. Just the fact that it was the only one in the world was enough to impress. As for the Supreme membership card for Jun Fitness Club, it was perfectly timed. Having a professional place to work out would surely make it easier to tap into his potential. Wang Jidi felt that the body-strengthening pill he had received from the special red envelope would bring about even more changes to his body, and there were still many areas he needed to explore. He returned to the basement, where the fusion of the super chip and the intelligent brain had been completed. The intelligent brain's casing had vanished, transforming into something resembling a crystal ball. Super intelligent brain number 1, I have met the master, and I will serve the master wholeheartedly from now on. The intelligent brain spoke in a beautiful female voice, reminiscent of a sweet navigation voice which sounded quite pleasant. Wang Jidi smiled and said, since you use this voice, I'll call you Linger from now on. Please introduce your functions. Linger, possessing super high artificial intelligence, was very pleased to have her own name. A slightly proud cheer, she began to introduce her functions. After hearing Linger's capabilities, Wang Jidi was utterly astonished. Her functions were incredibly powerful, and it seemed that if she wanted, she could enact a real-life version of Terminator. He shook his head vigorously, pushing his worries out of his mind, and watched as Linger demonstrated her magical abilities. Linger detects that the master has a primitive device in hand, which can barely allow me to split a subsystem inside. I will now proceed with the splitting and copying. Please allow me, master. Wang Jidi heard Linger's request and nodded in agreement without hesitation, only to find that the original device Linger mentioned was the most advanced Huawei phone in his hand. A current shot out from the crystal ball, directly enveloping the phone, crackling with noise, and everything was completed. Wang Jidi picked up the phone, which looked unchanged, and while he was puzzled, a small crystal ball pattern suddenly appeared on the screen. Linger's voice came from the phone's receiver. From now on, when the master is outside, you can contact Linger through the subsystem, and Linger will wholeheartedly serve the master. Linger has fully optimized the original device, enhancing its capabilities by 1286 times, barely reaching the usage standard. Wang Jidi was so shocked that his jaw nearly dropped. The phone's performance had increased by over 1,000 times, almost rivaling a galactic computer. Could he still enjoy himself? Linger cheerfully introduced the new phone's features and its powerful performance, once again leaving Wang Jidi astounded. This was no longer a phone. It was practically a small robot that wouldn't transform. According to Linger, even if the phone was lost, it could activate the automatic return module and find its way back to Wang Jidi, truly not behaving like a phone at all. Wang Jidi granted Linger the highest permissions and then notified Yu Teiyu to come over to repair the swimming pool and replace the marble around it. The pool's automatic circulation system had made the water crystal clear, but the cracks at the bottom still startled the repair workers. What on earth happened in the pool? How could the bottom be damaged like this? Even using a jackhammer wouldn't make it look like this. Wang Jidi felt a bit embarrassed hearing the workers' complaints and couldn't help but smile awkwardly. I really have to trouble manager you this time. There are some things that are hard to explain, and I hope you can keep it confidential and not let outsiders know about my family matters. As a smart person, Yu Teiyu understood that many things were not meant for him to know, The more one knows, the quicker one dies. This saying is always a truth. Mr. Wang, please rest assured, our people are specially trained and know what to do. They absolutely won't gossip outside. Wang Jidi was very satisfied with this statement and smiled, saying, each of the workers involved in the repair will receive a bonus of 10,000 yuan. Just add it to the property fee, and remember to ask me for it later. Hearing that there was money to be made, the repair workers were all extremely happy and quickly expressed their thanks. As for other matters, why think so much? Wang Jidi found the pool repairs too noisy and decided to go to the Jun Fitness Club to adapt his body well. He greeted with a smile and headed to the underground parking lot. Now, parked next to the Lamborghini Bull in the garage was a cool silver supercar, which should be the only one in the world, the Porsche 911 GT. Wang Jidi tapped on his phone, and the Porsche key that was originally in the bedroom slid onto the table, then appeared on the desktop in the underground garage through an internal pipeline. The desktop operated like building blocks, and then a small conveyor belt delivered the key to Wang Jidi's hand. The entire operation took only a dozen seconds. Absolutely amazing. Wang Jidi casually pressed the key, and the butterfly doors of the Porsche 911 GT rose. The interior was not luxurious. Perhaps this was what they called returning to simplicity. Wang Jidi drove for a while himself, then activated the car's autopilot system, placing his hands behind his head and leisurely leaning back in the seat. Truly, it was a luxury car that was the only one in the world. The seat had a built-in massage function, and the technique was quite good, making one involuntarily exclaim in admiration. Just then the phone rang. It was Wang Yingji calling. This kid often called for no reason, trying to get closer to him. Iron Shao, have you heard? There's only one Porsche 911 GT in the world, and it's settled in our Bin City. I wonder who is so impressive. My friends in Magic City and the capital specifically called me to see which strong person it is. I really can't figure it out in my circle. I don't know about you, Iron Shao. Wang Shiji started chattering, clearly excited about the Porsche 911 GT arriving in Bin City. Wang Jidi casually replied, it's just a car, what's the big deal? On the road, it's just like that. The automatic driving is a bit interesting, but it doesn't strain the waist. Iron Shao, you make it sound so easy, but there's only one in the world. It's not like you can just buy it with money. Oh wait, what do you mean it's just like that on the road and the automatic driving is a bit interesting? Could it be that this car belongs to you, Iron Shao? Look at my brain, I should have thought of that long ago. Besides you, who in Bin City could get this car? To take such an expensive car out, Iron Shao is really impressive. Wang Shiji finally caught on, getting more and more excited, elevating Wang Jidi's status in his mind to a whole new height. Wang Jidi chuckled and said, what you said makes sense. A car is meant to be driven, otherwise why buy it, just to keep it at home? I'm heading to Jun Fitness Club to work out. If you're free, come join me. Health is the foundation of revolution. Wang Shiji immediately agreed, saying there was no problem, and he would drive over soon, mainly wanting to admire the Porsche 911 GT and post about it on social media, which would definitely be cool. Don't think these second-generation rich kids are anything special. In reality, everyone's situation is pretty much the same, just the things they flaunt are different. Wang Jidi followed the navigation to Jun Fitness Club and was taken aback by the scale of the place. This was no club, it was clearly a resort. He entered through the main gate and saw a huge promotional poster displaying all the services offered by the club, which even included live ammunition shooting. Gun control in Huigyu is very strict, so the fact that this place can operate such a project indicates that the owner of the fitness club is not a simple character. Wang Jidi only had this thought flash through his mind, then dismissed it. After all, he was there to work out, not to cause trouble. What does it matter if the owner has a background? The security guards there had sharp eyes and immediately recognized that Wang Jidi's sports car was extraordinary, quickly guiding him to a spacious parking spot. Wang Jidi casually pulled out a few old man tickets and handed them to the security guard, smiling as he said, could you keep an eye on my car and make sure no one scratches it? Mainly, I don't want to harm anyone. The security guard quickly nodded in agreement, and after Wang Jidi went inside, he glanced at the old man tickets in his hand, surprised to find there were over 3,000, instantly becoming even more diligent. Wang Jidi arrived at the front desk, presented his Supreme membership card and unexpectedly stirred up trouble. Welcome to Jun Fitness Club, how may I assist you? The front desk girl displayed a standard smile, speaking very politely, but her expression was stiff, clearly showing she was just going through the motions. Wang Jidi casually smiled and said, "I'm a supreme member here and I want to work out. I wonder what you can recommend." Upon hearing Wang Jidi claim to be a supreme member, the front desk girl's expression immediately changed, not to one of warmth but to one of sharpness. "I think you might be mistaken, sir. Our supreme members are all people of status. How could someone as young as you be one? Could it be that you took your family member's supreme membership card? If that's the case, I hope your family can call in to impersonate a supreme member here. The consequences would be very serious." Wang Jidi looked at the receptionist in surprise, frowning as he said, "It's just a supreme membership. What's the big deal? Why are you acting like this? This is my supreme membership card. Take a look and see if it's fake. If it's not, please arrange for someone to take me inside. I want to work out." He placed the supreme membership card on the counter, his gaze piercing as he looked at the receptionist, whose words had already annoyed him greatly. The receptionist glanced at the card number, her eyes widening in shock, and immediately picked up the intercom to call for someone. "Captain Zhang, could you come to the front? A young gentleman has arrived with the 3 Supreme card." She lowered her voice and said several more sentences, constantly glancing at Wang Jidi, her eyes filled with suspicion. Wang Jidi was very displeased with the receptionist's gaze, feeling that her actions were an insult to him. He tapped the counter and said unhappily, "There are more gyms in Bincheng. I don't have to come here. Since you think there's a problem with my Supreme membership card, just cancel it now, so I don't have to see it hanging around here making me feel disgusted." The receptionist was quite bold, glaring at him and saying, "You don't need to put on an act with me. When our security captain comes out, there will naturally be a result." As soon as she finished speaking, a muscular man quickly stepped out from behind and approached them in a few strides. "This must be young Master Tai. It's all a misunderstanding. Young Master Tai is magnanimous. Don't hold it against a little girl. I am Zhang Hurong, the security captain of Jun Gym. I just spoke with our boss, who personally confirmed that the 3 Supreme card is indeed young Master Tai's lifetime card." Zhang Hurong was extremely polite. Someone who could hold the 3 Supreme membership card was definitely not an ordinary wealthy young master, and he must not be offended. The receptionist's face changed dramatically upon hearing this. She knew very well that Zhang Hurong would never joke about such matters, and she had really gotten into trouble this time. Wang Jidi maintained a stern expression and said, "You came out late. I've already decided to cancel this Supreme membership card and will have no further dealings with this place. Now that it's confirmed that this card is mine, can you process the cancellation for me? Do I need to have my family call again?" The receptionist hurriedly apologized. "It's all my fault. Please forgive me, young master. The Supreme membership card is too precious. If I cancel it here, I'll be in big trouble." "Your trouble is your business. What does it have to do with me? Just now you weren't like this. You were acting all high and mighty. It's just a gym. Even if your services are a bit more comprehensive, what's so impressive about that? You really don't know what you're talking about. Hurry up and cancel my membership." Wang Jidi interrupted the receptionist, sternly reprimanding her, believing that such service was unacceptable and that he needed to teach this girl a lesson. Seeing Wang Jidi's resolute attitude, the receptionist suddenly burst into tears, crying and admitting her mistake, looking quite pitiful. Zhang Hurong chimed in, "Young Master Tai is right, it's all her fault, but she's still young. It would be a pity to ruin her like this. Young Master Tai, you clearly have a sharp tongue but a kind heart. You just want to teach her a lesson. Now that she knows she's wrong, let's let her off this time." Wang Jidi frowned slightly, feeling that Zhang Hurong's words were a bit exaggerated. After all, she was just a receptionist at a gym, and whether she stayed or left wasn't a big deal, so how could it be said to be ruined? He thought again about the live fire shooting mentioned on the sign and felt that there must be something fishy about it. Before he figured it out, it was better to say less. Wang Jidi increasingly felt that the hardships he had endured during his time at the bottom were a very important asset. At least in dealing with certain matters, there are many commendable aspects. The cunning of the lower class for survival is often more practical. Wang Jidi deliberately maintained a stern face and said, "Since Captain Zhang has said so, let's not hold it against her this time. In the future, be a bit more clever. Don't think that just because you're in a place like this, you can look down on others. The more you are in such places, the more careful you must be. If you really make a mistake, not everyone is so magnanimous as to give you a chance to correct it." His words were vague and seemed to carry deeper meaning, easily leading to misunderstandings. The receptionist quickly nodded in agreement, expressing that she would definitely change and would not behave like this again. Wang Jidi had Zhang Huarong take him to the gym, and along the way he didn't ask much, as if he understood everything already. He had made up his mind to find Zhu Shaowei later to probe into the details of the Jun gym. After all, he was a supreme member here and couldn't go in blind. Wang Jidi stopped at the entrance of the gym and said to Zhang Huarong, "I'm really sorry to trouble you, Captain Zhang. I can go in by myself." Zhang Huarong smiled and complimented him a few times before turning to leave without any hesitation, giving a particularly brisk impression. Wang Jidi changed into workout clothes and sauntered out of the changing room, scanning the area with his eyes until they landed on the force meter. This force meter was different from those in amusement parks. It didn't require boxing gloves, just a direct punch to the sponge to measure the most intuitive strength, which is what they call hitting flesh. Wang Jidi glanced at the recorder on the force meter, which showed a maximum record of 620 kilograms, with a note indicating the level of a professional boxing champion. With this level of punching power, it would be easy to knock out an ordinary person, and with some fighting skills, killing someone would definitely not be a difficult task. Wang Jidi had never trained before. When he fought, it was all wild punches, a classic example of a chaotic fight that could take down a master. He felt that if he could hit half of that record with his current physical strength, it would already be a tremendous improvement. Wang Jidi took a deep breath and threw a powerful punch. With a loud bang, his fist struck the target, which emitted a creaking sound, and the sponge covering it cracked immediately. The metal plate serving as the target showed a fist imprint in the center, and the entire surface was concave, resembling the bottom of a bowl, enough to demonstrate the power of this punch. Wang Jidi was startled himself and quickly looked at the nearby display screen, only to find it had turned blue, filled with garbled characters, as if it had crashed. He nervously glanced around and saw that no one was paying attention to him, so he immediately rushed to the nearby gym equipment, as if the force meter had nothing to do with him. Wang Jidi had a preliminary understanding of his explosive power, at least above the level of a professional boxing champion. He estimated that the punch he just threw would have made a professional boxer kneel. Next, he wanted to test his endurance, and to test endurance, he naturally chose the treadmill, opting for one located deeper inside. After all, this was a gym. Although there weren't many people exercising, there were quite a few fitness trainers. He waved his hand casually and immediately a fitness trainer came over. "I'm not sure what this gentleman needs. It looks like you want to practice running. Do you prefer jogging or interval running? Each has its own advantages." Wang Jidi, seeing the trainer chattering non-stop, coughed helplessly to interrupt him. "I've always been unsure where my endurance limit lies and I want to test it. Do you have any good suggestions?" The trainer immediately replied, "If you want to test your endurance, you need to do long-distance running. Let's start with 5 kilometers. As long as you can keep it up within half an hour, your endurance will be above average." Wang Jidi stroked his chin and said, "I think 5 kilometers isn't enough. First, set it to 100 kilometers and let's set the time to 1 hour." The fitness coach was dumbfounded, thinking Wang Jidi was joking. Running at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, did he think he was a BYD? However, the fitness coach had to meet the client's request and could only adjust the treadmill to the program Wang Jidi requested. The fitness coach wanted to explain the running method, but unexpectedly, Wang Jidi dashed up and started running quickly. The fitness coach shook his head. He had seen too many people who thought they were fit, only to go wild for a few minutes and then vomit. He thought he should find a vomit bag because, with Wang Jidi's running style, vomiting was inevitable. He just didn't know how long he could last. The fitness coach brought back a vomit bag and found Wang Jidi sitting on the treadmill, staring at the ceiling with a bored expression. Wang Jidi spread his hands and said, "This machine is no good. It started smoking after just a few steps. In such a large gym, you wouldn't have bought inferior equipment, would you?" "How could that be? All our equipment is from big brands, absolutely reliable. There must be some problem." The fitness coach glanced at the counter and his eyes widened. According to the display, Wang Jidi's running speed exceeded the treadmill's limit. This meant the treadmill was overwhelmed by Wang Jidi's speed and decided to shut down and take a break, comforting its weak spirit. The fitness coach shook his head, convinced it was a machine malfunction. How could a person run at that speed? Even Bolt would cry, I'm really sorry, it must be a malfunction in the treadmill's computer. How about we switch to another one? That should solve the problem. Wang Jidi said somewhat sheepishly. I feel like electronic devices are unreliable. You have something that doesn't break easily, can test endurance, and ideally measure strength too. The fitness coach immediately replied, then we can only test the bench press. A normal person's bench press is 50 kilograms, and if they can do a set in one go, their body is quite good. If someone has professional training, they should be able to bench press 80 to 100 kilograms. For professional weightlifters, 150 kilograms is standard, and over 200 kilograms can qualify for the Olympics. The world record holder for the bench press is a famous strongman, said to have reached 500 kilograms. I don't know if that's true, just take it as a joke. Wang Jidi stroked his chin and said, in that case, start me off with 150 kilograms and see if I can do it. Don't be so fussy, just do as I say. The fitness coach nodded helplessly and agreed, calling over another fitness coach to stand on either side, ready to assist if necessary. To their surprise, Wang Jidi easily completed a set of bench presses, finding it no challenge at all, prompting them to increase it directly to 300 kilograms. I'm really sorry, our limit here is 200 kilograms. After all, this is just a gym, not a professional sports center. The new fitness coach explained apologetically, already suspecting that Wang Jidi came from a professional weightlifting team. However, looking at Wang Jidi's physique, he didn't seem like a weightlifter. After all, the muscle shape was very different from that of professional weightlifters. Wang Jidi thought the fitness coach made a good point and decided to increase it to 200 kilograms, completing 5 sets in one go, leaving both fitness coaches stunned. Who am I, where am I, and what am I doing here? This was the true feeling of the fitness coaches, their worldview completely overturned. The commotion attracted the attention of other fitness coaches and a few people working out nearby, who watched in astonishment, equally dumbfounded. Wang Jidi shook his neck, feeling that he had a preliminary understanding of his physical condition. If he could learn some professional fighting techniques, he could even step into the ring. Just as he was thinking this, a red envelope page suddenly popped up, randomly giving him 6 red envelopes which he chose to open directly. You have received 58,000 yuan in cash, enjoy your click. You have received 500,000 yuan, enjoy your click. You have received a professional boxing champion skill card, enjoy your click. You have received a professional wrestling champion skill card, enjoy your click. This time he gained hundreds of thousands in funds, plus 2 skill cards. According to the information in his mind, as long as he chose to use the skill cards, he would acquire the corresponding skills. Wang Jidi made an excuse to go wash up and use the skill cards in the shower room. A little figure appeared in his mind, first demonstrating boxing skills, then various wrestling techniques. As the little figure showcased the skills, Wang Jidi's muscles twitched on their own, making small adjustments to better suit these 2 skills. Wang Jidi felt that his control over his body had reached a new level. When he went to test the strength meter, he was sure he wouldn't break it. He was very satisfied with his changes and swayed outside, hearing a commotion at the door. Wang Jidi arrived at the entrance and saw Wang Shiji fuming, glaring fiercely at the front desk girl, clearly infuriated. The front desk girl said with a raised neck, I've already told you we are a membership-based establishment. Non-members are not allowed inside. If you want to apply for our membership, go fill out a form over there and you will get a response within 6 months. Why can't you understand simple words? Wang Shiji shouted angrily. Do you know who I am? I'm a member wherever I go. It's just a gym. I'll pay 100,000 and you can give me the membership card right away. Do you think having money makes you special? Our place is different from others. Everything has to follow the rules. If you want to become a member, go fill out the form and wait. Otherwise, please leave. The front desk girl showed no fear at all, rolling up her sleeves, clearly ready to vent all her frustrations on Wang Shiji. Seeing this scene, Wang Jidi's previous annoyance with the front desk girl instantly vanished, feeling that she had been quite polite to him. He approached the front desk and gave the girl a thumbs up, saying, I've seen plenty of impressive people, but you are definitely the best. Keep it up. Confront anyone who comes at you. That balances things out for me. Wang Shiji looked at the front desk girl in surprise, not expecting her to dare confront Wang Jidi. It seemed that being confronted himself wasn't such a big deal after all. It felt somewhat honorable. The front desk girl was quite scared of Wang Jidi and immediately lowered her head, not speaking, but her cheeks were puffed out, clearly not satisfied. Wang Zhidi was completely speechless. He greeted Wang Shiji and the two of them swayed out together. Wang Shiji angrily said, "If it weren't for young Master Tai, I wouldn't come to a place like this. A front desk girl is so arrogant, it's really too much." Wang Zhidi laughed. "You're still a young master of high society. Why bother arguing with a front desk girl? My car is right there. That's reasonable, right?" He casually changed the subject, and Wang Shiji's attention was immediately drawn to the Porsche 911 GT, running over to the car and taking a flurry of photos with his phone. Wang Shiji posted the pictures on his social media and quickly caused a stir, with everyone leaving comments. "Young Master Jai is indeed impressive. He even got a Porsche 911 GT. You must drive it to Magic City so we can see it. Young Master Wang is truly wealthy. Only your Dawan group has this kind of financial power. We must collaborate more in the future." Wang Shiji saw the messages from these people and immediately composed a message to send out. "Let me make a serious statement. This Porsche 911 GT is not mine. It's my older brother Taisho's. My brother is the real big shot. I used to be naive, saying I didn't care whether my friends had money, since none of them were as rich as I am. Now I realize I was the clown. Compared to my brother, I'm just a nobody, not even on the same level." Once this message was sent out, the social circle in Weibo exploded, instantly adding tens of thousands of comments, all asking to recognize the big brother. Wang Shiji smiled and said, "Tonight everyone should go to the nightclub to have fun. I wonder if Taisho is free to join us." Wang Shiji chuckled and said, "I don't know who will be there, but I've run into a few young brothers these past couple of days, and they all seem quite enthusiastic. It would be fine to go out and have some fun." After they made plans, Wang Shiji busied himself organizing the gathering, while Wang Zhidi went to the Haishi Reef Club to find Zhu Shaowei, mainly to inquire about the background of the Jun Fitness Club. Wang Zhidi felt that he needed to clarify this aspect, as he always felt uncertain otherwise. Linger originally wanted to infiltrate the top-secret network to obtain information. This suggestion was rejected by Wang Zhidi, who thought it was unnecessary to be so high-profile, but Linger, who had the highest authority, chose to proceed anyway. The firewall of the top-secret network was practically non-existent to Linger. She easily penetrated it and saw the information inside clearly. Linger quickly discovered some interesting things. In a moment of mischief, she processed the information known to Wang Zhidi in a special way, so that anyone who checked later would surely be scared out of their wits. Wang Zhidi was unaware of this and was sitting in Zhu Shaowei's boss chair, smiling as he inquired, "My family thinks my health isn't great and insists I find a place to exercise, so they gave me a Supreme membership card for the Jun Fitness Club. When I went there to work out today, I felt it was quite extraordinary, as if it had a strong background. I was too lazy to ask my family, so I came to ask you." Zhu Shaowei's eyes widened, and he swallowed hard, saying, "The boss actually has a Supreme membership card for the Jun Fitness Club. That's really impressive." Wang Zhidi casually took out the membership card and waved it in front of Zhu Shaowei, indicating it was no big deal. Zhu Shaowei immediately said, "What you may not know, boss, is that the Jun Fitness Club was formerly the renowned Jun Boxing Gym. The Jun Boxing Gym holds a particularly high status in the entire Northeast region, and the old man Li Guangjun is definitely a heavyweight. Many particularly influential big brothers have received guidance from the old man. As long as he says a word, there are plenty willing to step up. The old man's son, Li Jiaming, is also quite remarkable. He transformed the Jun Boxing Gym into the Jun Fitness Club. At the same time, the largest underground boxing arena in the Northeast is located beneath the Jun Fitness Club, where bloody fights are held regularly, and the scenes are incredibly tragic. Many of the well-known young masters in Bincheng have watched these bloody fights and usually place heavy bets, enjoying themselves." Wang Zhidi asked in confusion, "If that's the case, why did Wang Shiji say he had never been to the Jun Fitness Club and even got rebuffed by the front desk girl?" Zhu Shaowei immediately replied, "That's quite normal. Although the underground boxing arena is beneath the Jun Fitness Club, the entrance is located elsewhere. You need to go through a section of the subway to reach the underground boxing arena, which makes it safer and prevents any leaks. Therefore, only people with our kind of status can enter the Jun Fitness Club. The fact that the boss can obtain a Supreme membership card indicates that the person handling your affairs has significant influence in the underworld. It is said that the Supreme membership card can provide many services. As long as the boss is willing, He can have the people from the Jun boxing gym help him resolve some troubles, but I can handle those troubles myself. I shouldn't need their help. His last sentence was to showcase his own value. After all, Wang Zhidi was now demonstrating an increasingly large influence, and to catch the other party's eye, he had to be useful. Wang Zhidi chuckled. We're on the same side, so of course, you should be the one to solve things first. However, when it comes to matters that could cause harm, it's more convenient to use outsiders. At least it won't hurt as much. Zhu Shaowei was overjoyed to hear Wang Zhidi consider him one of his own, and he immediately swore to be loyal from now on. Having obtained the information he wanted, Wang Zhidi decided not to linger and went to check on Sikong Ruyan's situation. Wang Zhidi arrived at Sikong Ruyan's office and quietly pushed the door open without the secretary announcing him. Sikong Ruyan was dressed in a sharp OL suit, looking at the documents in front of her, her brows furrowed into a Chinese letter shape, occasionally shaking her head. Wang Zhidi cleared his throat. I wonder what could be troubling our beautiful president so much, always frowning. You might end up with wrinkles, you know. Upon hearing Wang Zhidi's voice, Sikong Ruyan immediately showed a delighted expression, then quickly wiped her forehead, fearing the appearance of wrinkles. Wang Zhidi smiled and took Sikong Ruyan's hand, kissing her forehead. You will always be the most beautiful in my heart. Even when the day comes that your face is full of wrinkles, nothing will change. It's just that seeing you work so hard makes me feel pained. If there's anything, tell me and I'll help you solve it. Listening to his sweet words, Sikong Ruyan's face lit up with happiness as she gently leaned into Wang Zhidi's embrace. Well, it's nothing serious. It's just that the equipment at Bindo Electronics is outdated and can't meet the group's production requirements. I'm currently pondering how to deal with this equipment and replace it with new ones. The cost is secondary. The key is the source of the equipment. Ideally, we could get an ASM lithography machine from the Tulip country. Even a 7nm one would suffice, so we can keep up with international trends. However, obtaining an ASM lithography machine is extremely difficult, so we can only opt for the 28nm lithography machine from Manhwa Optoelectronics to produce large chips. Wang Zhidi stroked his chin and said, I remember you mentioned before that you wanted to produce chips for electric vehicles. The 28nm lithography machine from Manhwa Optoelectronics is more than enough. As far as I know, this type of lithography machine has been completely localized and won't face any restrictions. Can't we buy it if we have the money? Sikong Ruyan shook her head. Of course, we can buy it, but the problem is how to sell the automotive chips once we produce them. It seems I was thinking too simply before. Nowadays, only a few large enterprises can absorb automotive chips. They have always been in contact with the outside world, and getting them to use our chips is definitely not an easy task. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Wang Zhidi chuckled. I think you're overthinking it a bit. We should take it step by step. Where there's a will, there's a way. Let's first sell off all the outdated equipment from Bindo Electronics, then renovate the factory, and finally buy advanced equipment. At least we need to have a decent appearance. As for the rest, let me figure it out. Who says 28nm chips can only be used for automotive chips? They might be used for other things as well. I've recently become very interested in technology, so maybe I can think more about this aspect. In any case, I've got this covered. If all else fails, we can just take down the Du family. He spoke with extreme confidence. Now, not only did he have the system backing him, but he also had Linger, this super brain. If he couldn't compete with others in technology, he might as well just give up. Wang Zhidi spoke eloquently, and his confident demeanor left Sikong Ruyan mesmerized, wishing she could melt into his embrace. Wang Zhidi smiled and said, You must balance work and rest. Wang Shiji said he wants to go to the nightclub tonight. Come with me. Sikong Ruyan shot him a glance and said, What good girl would go to a nightclub for no reason? If you have that time, you might as well go home and have a good sleep to avoid getting wrinkles on your face and being disliked by certain people. However, balancing work and rest is important. It's been a long time since I've gone shopping. I wonder if certain people are free this afternoon to be my flower protector. Wang Zhidi immediately patted his chest in agreement. As for where they were going, of course, it was the Mila shopping mall. No other place could match that level. Wang Zhidi quickly realized that even after taking health supplements, shopping with girls was a kind of torture, a spiritual torment. Moreover, every girl had an unparalleled talent for shopping. Sikong Ruyan, such a capable woman, was equally enthusiastic about it. While Wang Zhidi and Sikong Ruyan were wandering around, they suddenly heard a commotion of footsteps. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw Guan Qingxiao coming over with some people. Guan Qingxiao, all smiles, said, "Boss, you came to the mall for guidance. Why didn't you tell me in advance so I could lead everyone to welcome you?" Wang Zhidi waved his hand and said, "I'm just accompanying my girlfriend to shop, nothing else, so I didn't inform you. I don't have so many formalities, just do your own job well and avoid anything that would harm the mall's reputation." Guan Qingxiao hurriedly replied, "After the last incident, I've deeply recognized my mistakes and often organize everyone to learn and conduct self-criticism. Now everyone's quality has improved a lot, and such situations will not happen again. Customers coming here all feel at home." Sikong Ruyan finally understood the situation and interjected in surprise, "I didn't expect Myla Shopping Mall to be your property." Wang Zhidi chuckled and said, "You know my sister is interning at Dawen Group. I think girls love shopping, so having a mall of my own is more convenient, so I bought this place." Including Sikong Ruyan, everyone internally exclaimed in disbelief, wondering what kind of statement that was, something only a person could say. Just to make it convenient for his sister to shop, he directly bought the most upscale mall in Bincheng. Truly, he was not a good son. How could he not ascend to the heavens? The female employees in the mall were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, lamenting why they didn't have such a wealthy brother. Heaven was truly blind. These female employees wanted to showcase their own assets, but compared to Sikong Ruyan, they felt utterly crushed and embarrassed. Wang Zhidi sent Guan Qingxiao away and took Sikong Ruyan's hand, saying, "You can rest assured to stir up the electronic group. Even if you ruin the group, I have enough assets to ensure you win the bet. Just like I said earlier, if the father-in-law is ungrateful, I'll let him know why the flowers are so red. What's so great about the Du family in Magic City? How did the three major families rise back then? I'll make them lie back down and step on them a couple of times." He was definitely just boasting. After all, in this day and age, boasting didn't incur taxes. Besides, with a system dad backing him, who could guarantee that his boasts wouldn't come true, Sikong Ruyan showed a happy smile. Wang Zhidi sent her back to the Phoenix No. 4 villa, taking the opportunity to enjoy some benefits. Seeing that it was about time, they set off for the nightclub. Following the address shared by Wang Zhidi arrived at a place called Dream Bar, which was quite remote, embodying the saying that good wine is not afraid of deep alleys. Those second-generation rich kids were all waiting for him at the entrance. Upon seeing the unique Porsche 911 GT, their eyes lit up instantly. Wang Zhidi noticed their gazes and casually tossed his head, waving his finger at them, exuding an undeniable big brother vibe. Jin Wenpeng eagerly said, "When I heard that the Porsche 911 GT was settling in our Bincheng, I immediately thought of Tai Xiao. Who else but you could get that car? That's really impressive." Wang Zhidi casually laughed. "It's just a car, nothing to make a fuss about. You guys don't need to act like this. My former personal secretary once told me something that I found very reasonable. A car just needs to have 4 wheels to run. There's no need to take it so seriously." The second-generation rich kids listening to this were all internally mocking him, thinking Wang Zhidi was shameless, simply not acting like a decent person. Wang Zhidi said with a sideways glance, "Look at your limited perspective. The Pagani Huayra that Tai Xiao drove before has already been given to my sister. Besides, Tai Xiao bought Bincheng Electronics outright to please my sister as a meeting gift. What's a Porsche 911 GT compared to that?" The second-generation kids all gasped, for the first time realizing the terrifying power of Wang Zhidi, which could only be described as horrifying. Wang Zhidi glanced at Lu Junliang, tapping his temple. "I remember your family is in the building materials business. What a coincidence. Yanyan thinks the factory of Bincheng Electronics is a bit run down and I plan to renovate it properly. I'll leave this to you. The price is definitely not an issue, but the work must be done well, and most importantly, there can't be any shoddy work. I don't want any unnecessary trouble." Lu Junliang quickly nodded in agreement. "If Tai Xiao entrusts this job to me, you can rest assured. I will definitely do it beautifully and make you satisfied." Wang Zhidi smiled in response and then walked into the Dream Bar with everyone, only to find it had a retro style, reminiscent of the Republic of China era. He laughed. "Before, Jai Xiao said to go to a nightclub, I thought it was one of those places for dancing, but I didn't expect it to be such a nice spot. It's really interesting. Speaking of which, Jai Xiao has good taste. You can actually find this kind of place. Truly worthy of being a famous playboy, the ultimate killer of internet celebrities." Wang Shiji said seriously. Tai Xiao, please stop teasing me. I have decided to turn over a new leaf and become a hardworking young man. Jin Wenpeng hurriedly looked at the moon outside, his eyes wide in disbelief as he shouted, I thought there were 8 moons tonight, but it turns out there's only one. The dignified Jai Xiao has actually changed his ways. Those internet celebrities must be crying in the bathroom over their lost love. Wang Shiji shot Jin Wenpeng a glare and said very seriously, I'm not joking with you. I've found my true love. The power of love is great, which is why I want to change my ways. Only by doing so can I be worthy of the one I love. You rich kids don't understand anything. Seeing Wang Shiji's serious demeanor, Wang Jidi couldn't help but think of his little sister, then shook his head, feeling it was unlikely. His mindset had shifted significantly. He thought that even if it were true, his sister was not unworthy of the Wang family. As long as his sister was willing, everything could be discussed. Thinking of his sister, he immediately thought of Hu Qingsu, wondering how that girl had been these past few days. He needed to find time to check on them. As they chatted and laughed, they arrived at the large booth at the back, and soon a waitress came over, directly serving the highest quality drinks. A woman in a kippo, looking like a ripe peach, swayed her slender waist and approached them. This woman was Tang Yushin, the owner of the Dream Bar, who had come from Fengcheng. It was said that her previous husband was a big shot in Fengcheng, who later died in an internal conflict. Unable to stay in Fengcheng any longer, Tang Yushin came to Bincheng to make a living, and because of her charm she thrived. Tang Yushin saw Wang Jidi sitting in the main seat, a face she didn't recognize, and her heart was filled with curiosity, wondering which wealthy young master this was. Jai Xiao and Peng Xiao haven't come to see me for a long time. They must have forgotten about me. This young master looks unfamiliar. I don't know how to address him. Jin Wenpeng immediately said, This is Wang Jidi, the young master. It's his first time here, so the boss lady should treat him well and not neglect him. Tang Yushin's mind raced. There was only one Wang family in Binhai City, the Wang family of the Daoan group, and this person didn't resemble Wang Shiji at all. They clearly weren't from the same family. This indicated that he was also a formidable figure, one who had firmly established himself in the river, subduing all the fish, shrimp, and crabs within it. Wang Jidi smiled and said, Boss lady, don't listen to their nonsense. I'm very easy to entertain. I don't have many demands. Tang Yushin threw a flirtatious glance, her eyes captivating and enchanting, definitely a seductress. However, Wang Jidi felt a slight aversion towards such a charming beauty, thinking that compared to his own beauties, she was hardly worth mentioning. Wang Jidi lightly coughed. I see the environment here is quite nice. It's a good choice to come over for a drink and pass the time. But the boss lady's enthusiasm is overwhelming. Not everyone is willing to take risks for a little gain, and it wouldn't be good if it burned them. He only hoped the boss lady wouldn't bother him because of his inner aversion, which led him to say such words. However, the speaker had no intention, but the listener took it to heart, and this remark took on a different flavor in the boss lady's ears. Tang Yushin felt a storm brewing in her heart, believing that Wang Jidi must know something, which is why he hinted at her to let her understand the situation. She immediately changed her demeanor, showing a pitiful appearance, and said, As a widow, life is really not easy for me. I have no choice but to show my face, hoping to earn a living. Why does young Master Tai look at me this way? It makes me so sad. As a woman, what can I do? At most, I can just put out a fire. Wang Jidi shook his head helplessly, tapping his fingers on the table, and said, Zhu Shaowei is my subordinate. If you have any issues in the future, you can ask him for help. Also, I don't like your current demeanor. If you could be a bit more refined and match the style here, it would definitely be more perfect. He originally intended to give a little guidance, but Tang Yushin felt a sudden realization, thinking that her previous approach was indeed wrong. Tang Yushin smiled and said, Thank you for your guidance, young Master Tai. I know what to do next, and I hope you can come by often to see my changes. This time, it was Wang Jidi's turn to be puzzled, not knowing what the boss lady was up to, but adhering to the principle of pretending to understand. He smiled and nodded. Wang Jidi originally wanted to go to a nightclub for dancing, so he wasn't very interested in the Dream Bar, casually making an excuse to return to the villa to entertain himself. Tang Yushin eagerly saw him off outside, and when she saw Wang Jidi get into a Porsche 911 GT, her eyes lit up again, further solidifying her previous thoughts. Upon returning to the villa, Wang Jidi chatted with Linger for a while, then contacted the dream fairy, enjoying the sweet sound of her voice, which was definitely a pleasure. Tonight, I went to a place called the Dream Bar with them. The environment there is quite nice, but the boss lady is not likable. She always wants to take advantage of me. Speaking of which, since your name is Dream Fairy, when you no longer want to be a streamer in the future, I'll get you a fairy cottage. It will definitely have its own charm. Wang Zhidi smiled as he told the Dream Fairy about tonight's events, as they wouldn't meet in reality, making their conversation even more unrestrained. The dream-like spirit replied with a smile, I knew my brother was the best. The dream bar you mentioned is the owner called Tang Yushin. She looks like a natural beauty. Wang Zhidi looked at the dream-like spirit in surprise and said, I didn't expect you to be so well informed, even knowing about a small bar in Bincheng. From now on, I can leave the intelligence work to you. The mask the dream-like spirit wore only covered her eyes, and in reality, most of her face was already exposed, an absolute youthful beauty. Judging purely by looks, the dream-like spirit could only be rated as an 80 out of 100, but with her heavenly voice, she immediately shot up to over 95. The dream-like spirit had previously told Wang Zhidi that her real name was Duan Ruoxi, but Wang Zhidi still preferred to call her the dream-like spirit, clearly not wanting to meet in reality. The dream-like spirit didn't mind. After all, she was Wang Zhidi's representative in the dark web, and things were fine as they were. As for the future, it all depended on her skills. After she became the manager of the dark web, all the streamers treated her as their boss, and these streamers were best at gathering intelligence. The dreamlike spirit slightly organized these streamers, and a vast intelligence network emerged, making it incredibly easy to obtain information. The dreamlike spirit rolled her eyes playfully and said, Why are you being so polite, brother? Everything I have belongs to you. I will serve you for this lifetime. Tang Yushin isn't as simple as you think. Back in Fengcheng, she was a well-known big sister, and even the young master of the Zhang family in Fengcheng suffered losses at her hands. Unfortunately, her luck ran out when her backing, the one-eyed dragon of Fengcheng, died in a gang conflict, turning her into a fallen phoenix. Tang Yushin couldn't survive in Fengcheng, so she ran to Bincheng. It is said that the young master of the Zhang family doesn't plan to let her go and might take action against her at any time. Wang Zhidi stroked his chin and said, Hearing you say that the boss lady seems quite pitiful, I was a bit too harsh on her before. I think the boss lady and Zhu Shaowei are quite a match. One is the big brother and the other is the big brother's woman, a perfect match. Upon hearing Wang Zhidi's earlier words, the dreamlike spirit felt quite unhappy, but when he added that last sentence, she immediately smiled. Brother is such a good boss, always thinking of his subordinates. However, according to the information I received, Tang Yushin still has many troubles to resolve. Of course, none of that matters. My brother is the supreme god of the dark web. Who would dare to go against you? They would be opposing the entire dark web and would definitely meet a terrible end. Wang Zhidi chuckled and casually transferred 10,000 black coins to the dreamlike spirit to reward the person who provided the information. No matter when, one must not be stingy. At that moment, Linger popped up, saying she had compiled a special program to send directly to the dreamlike spirit, which could be installed into her live streaming system, allowing them to contact each other anytime, anywhere. The dreamlike spirit was extremely surprised and said, I didn't expect my brother to have such high-tech stuff. You really bring us so many surprises. Wang Zhidi smiled and chatted for a bit, then had the dreamlike spirit sing a lullaby, and she fell asleep in a daze until she was awakened by the sound of a red envelope notification. Congratulations on receiving cash 188,324 yuan. Enjoy your click. Congratulations on receiving a multiple cashback card. Enjoy your click. Congratulations on receiving an asset doubling card. Enjoy your click. Congratulations on receiving funds 365,874 yuan. Enjoy your click. Wang Zhidi counted today's gains. Overall, it was quite good, especially that asset doubling card, which could multiply assets by 8 times. He casually chose to use all the assets, flipping everything up, especially the black coins, which were completely based on 100 million. It seemed he really intended to let him support the entire black network. Wang Zhidi, adhering to his principle of making himself happy and ensuring everyone else was happy too, casually sent 1,000 black coins to Kang Qingzhang, asking him to distribute it among the managers for breakfast. Kang Qingzhang was completely stunned. internally shouting dozens of "what the hell," directly taking 100 million to let everyone buy breakfast, planning to eat diamonds. The other managers, upon receiving the breakfast money, felt pretty much the same, ultimately firming up their resolve to cling tightly to the thigh of the supreme god. Wang Zhidi calculated in his mind and decided to go see that silly and cute girl, Yang Mengting, whom he hadn't seen for several days, hoping she wasn't being bullied. He planned to give Yang Mengting a surprise, directly heading to the vicinity of the 4S store, thinking it wouldn't be good to drive over in a Porsche, so he simply walked. As Wang Zhidi reached the entrance, he saw a blonde guy with a frivolous-looking woman getting out of an ordinary sports car. The blonde guy saw Wang Zhidi at the door and immediately sneered. A poor guy dares to enter a Rolls-Royce store, really doesn't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. Wang Zhidi couldn't be bothered to respond to the blonde guy and swaggered inside. The blonde guy felt provoked and instantly got furious. "I'm talking to you, poor guy. Do you think just because you're dressed in fake goods, you're really a rich person? This kind of store is somewhere you can just walk into." While shouting, the blonde guy reached out to grab Wang Zhidi's shoulder, but as soon as his fingers touched the fabric, Wang Zhidi grabbed his wrist. The blonde guy felt as if his wrist was clamped in an iron hoop, the bones almost crushed, and he cried out in pain. Wang Zhidi snorted, "Just talk, don't get physical. Don't think everyone is your dad indulging you." Saying this, he casually flung the blonde guy and the woman back several steps, nearly making them sit on the ground. The blonde guy dared not provoke Wang Zhidi again and could only angrily pull the woman, striding ahead into the store. Once inside, he started shouting, specifically targeting Yang Mengting. "Is there anyone here? Can't you see there are customers? Hurry up and come greet us." Upon entering the 4S store, seeing everyone busy and no one paying attention to him, he immediately yelled. A nearby cleaner quickly responded, "Please wait a moment. As soon as a sales assistant is free, they will attend to you, sir." The woman pointed at Yang Mengting, who was playing with her phone, and arrogantly said, "Isn't there one just idling? Let her come serve us." As soon as the woman's words fell, Yang Mengting stood up with a surprised expression and quickly walked towards them, smiling at Wang Zhidi. "Brother Tai, how come you have time to come today? You didn't give me a heads up so I could wait for you at the door." Wang Zhidi looked at the adorable Yang Mengting and reached out to pat her head, saying, "I had nothing to do today, thought I'd come see you." Before he could finish, the blonde guy shouted, "What's wrong with your sales assistant? Ignoring customers to greet a poor guy." The cleaner replied again, "How dare you call Mr. Wang a poor guy? You really have some nerve. Yang Mengting is Mr. Wang's exclusive sales assistant, serving only him." Hearing this, the blonde guy was even more furious and shouted again, "You, a cleaner, shouldn't be talking. Go where it's cool. I want this woman to serve me." Yellow-haired guy shouted so loudly that it naturally startled Zhu Yifeng inside, who hurriedly stepped out. The first person he saw was Wang Zhidi. Zhu Yifeng quickly approached and said, "I didn't expect Mr. Wang to come. Why didn't you notify me in advance? I could have cleared the place to avoid disturbing your car purchase." As he said this, his gaze was fixed on the yellow-haired guy, clearly referring to him, who was shouting and had no manners at all. The yellow-haired guy, oblivious to the situation, angrily yelled, "What's wrong with you? Can't you see I'm here to buy a car?" Zhu Yifeng patiently replied, "Please pay attention, sir. This is a high-end 4S store and we advocate for civilized shopping. Please refrain from shouting loudly. The other salespeople are currently busy, and once they finish, they will attend to you. If you're in a hurry, I can assist you myself." The yellow-haired guy retorted, "I want this woman to serve me. Don't give me that useless talk. Do you know who my father is?" Zhu Yifeng replied sternly, "No matter who your father is, Yang Mengting is Mr. Wang's exclusive sales representative and only serves Mr. Wang, not other customers." The yellow-haired guy glared and said, "Don't play this game with me. What exclusive sales representative? I don't believe she does nothing while you all support her. If there's such a good deal, give me an exclusive sales representative too, so I can show off my status." Zhu Yifeng smiled professionally and said, "If you want an exclusive sales representative, you just need to purchase a car worth over 5 million here and get a license plate worth over 1 million, and I can apply for you." Upon hearing this, the yellow-haired guy choked on his own saliva, coughing several times before recovering. "Why don't you go rob someone? I don't believe this poor guy can come up with that much money. It must be a scam. Today, let this woman serve me or you'll regret it." Yang Mengting pouted angrily and said, "I'm Iron Brothers' exclusive sales representative. If you want me to serve you, stop daydreaming. Just look at yourself. You clearly aren't a good person, at best a nouveau rich. What are you showing off here? I'll have security throw you out." Zhu Yifeng thought Yang Mingting made a lot of sense and immediately called for security to remove the yellow-haired guy and his companion. The yellow-haired guy shouted furiously, "You dare treat me like this? You don't know how many eyes the King of Horses has. Just wait." Zhu Yifeng, who had reached the position of manager at the Bincheng Rolls-Royce 4S store, was certainly not someone who was afraid of trouble. "I don't care what background you have. If you dare to cause trouble here, you'll have to pay the price. Go ahead and try me, throw him out." After the yellow-haired guy was thrown out, Zhu Yifeng quickly changed his demeanor, becoming all smiles and bows. "I'm truly sorry for making Mr. Wang laugh. I will train the security well so they can be more observant in the future and not let those little thugs cause trouble." Wang Zhidi smiled and said, "The security isn't having an easy time, there's no need to blame them. Let's just leave this matter behind. Speaking of which, Mengting is my exclusive sales representative and she's lost many commission opportunities. I need to compensate her. However, none of the cars here satisfy me. I just got a Porsche 911 GT. Do you have a matching sedan?" Zhu Yifeng's eyes widened, licking his lips as he said, "I heard from my peers that there is only one Porsche 911 GT in the world registered in our Bincheng. At that time, I was wondering who is so wealthy and capable of getting that car. I thought it could only be young Master Tai, and I was right. If we're talking about a sedan that matches the Porsche 911 GT, it can only be our Rolls-Royce Ghost. Although this car is not the only one in the world, it definitely won't exceed 5. The price is 10 million pounds. What does young Master Tai think?" Wang Zhidi rubbed his nose and said, "This price is acceptable. I wonder when I can pick up the car. I don't have that much patience." Zhu Yifeng felt his heart skip a beat. This time, he really hit the jackpot. The key is selling a Rolls-Royce Wraith here. The impact will definitely be significant. He immediately nodded and said, "I'll coordinate with young Master Tai right now and then follow up with everything. I'll arrange for air transport. It should take about a month." Wang Zhidi casually took out a Bincheng bank card and said, "That timing is fine. Just pay in full and handle all the paperwork. Let Mengting sign for me. Also, Mengting is getting bored here. If there's anything, just call her. Don't make her run back and forth all the time and let me borrow her for a bit." Hearing this, Yang Mengting couldn't help but blush. What did he mean by borrowing her? She wondered how to be used and whether she would resist when the time came. Zhu Yifeng ignored Yang Mengting's wild thoughts and immediately assured that there would be no problem. From now on, Mengting could manage her own attendance, and Wang Zhidi could use her as he pleased, as long as he was satisfied. Wang Zhidi laughed heartily, pulling Yang Mengting out the door, eager to make good use of this girl. Sitting in the car, Yang Mengting kept stealing glances at Wang Zhidi. When she saw him looking over, she immediately shyly lowered her head. "Why are you sneaking glances at me? If you want to look, just look openly. I'm not made of paper. You can't ruin me by looking," Wang Zhidi said with a smile. Yang Mengting's face turned bright red, like a red apple, making one unable to resist wanting to take a bite. Yang Mengting fidgeted with the hem of her clothes and said, "I just think Brother Tai is so handsome. I can't help but want to look a few more times. Does this count as being infatuated? It's really embarrassing." Wang Zhidi chuckled. "That's perfectly normal. Even sages say that food and sex are human nature. Whether it's a man or a woman, everyone can be infatuated." Yang Mengting mumbled softly, "Brother Tai has male charm, but I don't have female charm. I can't captivate anyone. What should I do in the future?" Wang Zhidi looked Yang Mengting up and down and said with a smile, "There are no ugly girls in this world. It all depends on whether you know how to dress up. I'll take you to spruce yourself up later so you can have a bit of confidence in your beauty. By then, if I become infatuated, I might just transform." Yang Mengting pouted, "If I can captivate Brother Tai, you can transform however you want. After all, I'm here for you today." Hearing this, Wang Zhidi choked on his saliva. Indeed, when a woman gets dirty, it has nothing to do with men. They arrived at the male mall and Yang Mengting weakly said, "There's no need to come to such a high-end place. A regular mall would be fine. Or we could go to the pedestrian street. When I had nothing to do before, I liked to stroll around the pedestrian street, looking at the beautiful clothes inside and fantasizing about wearing them one day." Seeing the hopeful light in Yang Mengting's eyes, Wang Zhidi felt a pang in his heart. They say that children from poor families mature early, but who knows that if these children had a choice, they would also want to be spoiled by their parents and receive their love. He patted Yang Mingting's head affectionately and said, "This mall is mine, so of course I have to take care of my own business. I'll have them give you a card later, and from now on you can shop here." As a beautiful girl, Yang Mingting had some understanding of fashion and naturally knew the status of male mall in Bincheng. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she said, "I didn't expect male mall to belong to Brother Tai. You're really rich. Where would I wear the clothes from here?" Wang Jidi smiled casually and said, "These clothes aren't a big deal, just treat them as ordinary clothes. This matter is settled, and you're not allowed to argue with me." Yang Mingting showed a slightly aggrieved expression, but her eyes sparkled like crescent moons, completely betraying her inner joy. She was truly a silly and adorable girl. As soon as they arrived on the first floor, Guan Qingtai, who had already been notified by the security, was waiting for them respectfully. Guan Qingtai had a beaming smile. "Welcome, boss, to guide us. I wonder if there's anything you need from me." Wang Jidi shook his head and said, "Didn't I tell you before? If you have something to do, go ahead and do it. There's no need to come over just to entertain me. Prepare a Supreme VIP membership card and give it to my little sister here. From now on, all her expenses here will be charged to my account. Also, do we have any good stylists here? Make sure to give this girl a good makeover. She can't just go barefaced. She needs to have some youthful vitality." Guan Qingtai had already noticed that Wang Jidi had changed to another beautiful girl, but he didn't think much of it. With the boss's background, it would be strange if he didn't. He immediately smiled and said, "Our Vanessa styling room on the 5th floor is the best in the entire Northeast. It will definitely satisfy this young lady." When Yang Mingting heard the name Vanessa Styling Room, her eyes widened again in disbelief. "Are you talking about the Vanessa Styling Room that styled the big star Wang Bao when she came for a commercial performance? I heard the stylists there are all incredibly skilled. The prices are outrageous. I had a friend who saved for a year just to get a hairstyle there, and we were all envious. Isn't it said that you need to make an appointment in advance to get styled there? If we just go over, won't we get kicked out?" Guan Qingtai had no hint of disdain for Yang Mingting's naive demeanor and replied with a smile, "That's the very place the young lady mentioned. Appointments depend on who you are. Since you are our boss's person, you naturally enjoy privileges. Even if a huge star is getting styled, as long as you come, they will have to push back their appointments. There's no distinction between big and small." Wang Jidi was very pleased with Guan Qingtai's words, nodding with a smile and letting him lead the way. Guan Qingtai was particularly adept at handling matters. On the way, he had other store managers give a heads up, and the chief stylist, Penny, was waiting for them at the door. Penny had a distinctly flamboyant style that made Yang Mingting feel a bit unsure, so she cautiously leaned closer to Wang Jidi. Wang Jidi smiled and said, "These masters all have such personalities. You can rest assured you will definitely be the prettiest one." Penny immediately chimed in, "The boss truly has an eye for talent. I'm not boasting. With my skills, I can rank among the best in the entire Hyugyo. You leave her to me and I will definitely make the boss satisfied. This beauty's image is not at all inferior to those big stars. Under my hands, she will surely captivate all men." Wang Jidi laughed heartily and said, "That's exactly the effect I want. Everything must be the best. As long as this girl is happy, I will be pleased." Penny hurriedly nodded in agreement and took Yang Mingting to a private room, where several young women helped wash her hair, providing absolutely comprehensive service. His status as chief stylist was not just for show. The scissors flew continuously, and Yang Mingting's silky hair fell like black butterflies. After the general outline was done, the next step was a plasma perm, followed by a full set of maintenance, which took quite a while. Wang Jidi asked Guan Qingtai to go about his own business first. After about 10 minutes, he returned with the prepared Supreme membership card and began to flatter from the side. Wang Jidi finally understood why the previous emperors particularly liked those treacherous ministers. The feeling of being flattered was indeed incredibly pleasant. After more than an hour, Penny's voice came from the private room. "It's just amazing. I've completed another exquisite piece of art. The beauty's foundation is truly excellent. Those stars really can't compare to you. I hope you can let me take a photo to display in our shop for promotion." Upon hearing this, Wang Jidi's interest was piqued, and he got up to walk into the private room, his eyes instantly brightening. Wang Jidi saw Yang Mingting's hair, which was as smooth and silky as satin, cascading over her shoulders, adding countless charms. The key was that while enhancing her allure, she still maintained her previous purity, like a lotus flower emerging from the water, pleasing to the eye. Yang Mengting looked at herself in the mirror, equally unable to believe her eyes, cautiously touching her hair. The feeling of such smoothness was simply wonderful. As a woman, it was her first time realizing how significant the difference between styled and non-styled hair could be. No wonder those big stars looked different from others. Wang Jidi smiled with satisfaction and said, "No wonder you're a famous stylist. You really have the skills. Create an account for me and record all the expenses. Deduct it from the rent later and remember to add a tip of 10,000 yuan." Penny hurriedly nodded in agreement, having already anticipated this while styling, but she didn't expect Wang Jidi to be so generous, casually giving 10,000 yuan. Yang Mengting hesitated for a moment and weakly asked the little sister beside her how much it had cost in total. Upon learning that it was over 40,000 yuan including the tip, she was so shocked that her mouth fell open. How can it be so expensive? I've spent less than half of that on haircuts my entire life. This is just too exaggerated. Wang Jidi smiled slightly and said, "I think this money is well spent. As the old saying goes, you get what you pay for. There's a reason for the high price. In the future, you don't need to worry about money around me. No matter how much you can spend, it can't compare to how fast I can earn. If you could spend me into bankruptcy, all the wealthy people in the world would have to admire you, and you'd be at the top of the Guinness World Records." The speaker was joking, but the listener took it to heart. Wang Jidi was originally teasing Yang Mengting, but in Guan Qingtai's ears, it sent a shiver down his spine. What kind of person could make all the wealthy people in the world admire them? Naturally, it was the wealth they possessed that left those rich men in the dust. From this, one could infer that his boss's background was terrifyingly wealthy, and clinging to his boss's thigh was the only way to have a future. Yang Mengting always appeared somewhat bewildered. As someone who had to stretch every penny, adapting to this was quite difficult. Wang Jidi stroked Yang Mengting's hair and said, "It seems I need to nurture you properly. Now I'm taking you to the women's clothing section and you mustn't look at the price tags. Everything will be according to your wishes. As long as you like it, it's worth the price. You must learn to change yourself. Let's go." Among the few women, Wang Jidi had a pure affection for Yang Mengting, perhaps because he felt he owed his sister something since childhood, and he sought to make up for it through this girl. Yang Mengting looked at the mirror, took a deep breath, then made a decision, revealing a sweet smile as she dove into the high-end women's clothing area. In fact, every girl has the potential to be a shopaholic, but due to various constraints, this potential often goes unexpressed. Once this potential is unleashed, a girl's desire to shop is quite strong, and this was perfectly embodied in Yang Mengting. This girl swept through the store like a whirlwind, quickly buying a large pile of clothes in various styles, leaving onlookers dazzled. Wang Jidi looked at Yang Mengting's old clothes that she hadn't changed out of and decided that their last stop would be Chanel. He was very satisfied with the outfit from last time and believed this time would be no different. The reality proved Wang Jidi's thoughts right. Yang Mengting walked out in a vibrant casual outfit, and with the hairstyle she had just done, she looked like a beauty straight out of a two-dimensional world. The nearby shop assistants couldn't help but exclaim in awe, thinking Yang Mengting was simply too beautiful, a completely different person from before. Because they had bought quite a lot of clothes, the trunk of the Porsche 911 GT couldn't fit everything, so Guan Qingtai immediately drove his own big Benz, transforming into a delivery man. Yang Mengting led them to a rundown neighborhood, which was quite remote and far from where she worked. "Why did you choose to live here? It must take you 2 hours to get to work every day." "Must be because the rent is cheap. You really have it tough," Yang Mengting said, blinking her beautiful big eyes, incredulously adding, "I can't believe you thought about the rent. That's really unexpected. I used to think about renting a place with others, but those who wanted to share thought I was an easy target because I was a little girl and always tried to take advantage of me. I had no choice but to live here. It's a bit far, but at least it's quiet alone, and I don't have to worry when I sleep." Wang Jidi patted the girl's head, feeling a surge of pity in his heart, deciding he would treat her well from now on. Guan Qingtai followed them, carrying things up to the top attic, never showing any disdain, no matter how down and out the girl seemed now. In the future, she would be priceless. Wang Jidi smiled and said, "I'm very satisfied with Manager Guan's performance. You just focus on doing your current job well. There will be many opportunities waiting for you in the future." Guan Qingtai was overjoyed, quickly nodding in agreement, then perceptively left the place. Wang Jidi glanced around. Although it was small and shabby, Yang Mengting had tidied it up very neatly, making it look quite comfortable. Yang Mengting's face turned red, and in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, she said, "Brother Tai said he wants to use me today, but I don't know when. My bathroom is very small, I'm afraid." If it weren't for Wang Zhidi's physical training, he wouldn't have been able to hear the girl's words clearly, and he couldn't help but feel a wave of joy. He laughed and said, "You silly girl, we can't use it right now. We've been busy all day. Let's go out and eat something first." Upon hearing this, Yang Mengting felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation. It's true what they say about how girls' thoughts are something boys can never guess. She tilted her head and said, "There aren't any big restaurants around here. I know a good street stall. Let's go there for spicy skewers. I just don't know if Brother Tai can get used to it. Someone like you must eat lobster and abalone every day. How could you eat such snacks?" Wang Zhidi lightly patted her on the head and laughed. "You keep thinking nonsense. I used to be someone who drank and had skewers too. Let's go to the street stall you mentioned." Street stall wasn't far from there, and there was no need to drive. The two walked hand in hand like a couple strolling down the street. Yang Mengting felt the warmth of his hand and suddenly had the urge to cry. After all these years, finally having someone to rely on felt so good. She gently hugged Wang Zhidi's arm, lifted her little face to look at him, hesitatingly said a sentence that stirred Wang Zhidi's boundless affection. "No one has ever treated me this well. No one has been my support. Brother Tai, can you always be my support? I will be very obedient, always listen to you, whatever you say I will do, and I promise not to cause you any trouble." Yang Mengting's voice trembled, like a pitiful, helpless little chick, hoping to always stay by her master's side. Wang Zhidi pulled the girl into his arms and said very seriously, "No matter when, I will always be your support and will never let anyone bully you." Yang Mengting showed a sweet smile. For this girl, as long as there was a promise, she would be content for life. The two arrived at a street food stall, which was just a large shed with tables equipped with iron troughs, filled with all kinds of spicy skewers. Yang Mengting was surprised to see Wang Zhidi skillfully handling the skewers. "I really didn't expect that Brother Tai would be so down to earth, even so familiar with street food. It's truly unbelievable." Wang Zhidi prepared 2 skewers for the girl and then began to talk about his past, leaving her wide-eyed in astonishment. Yang Mengting blinked and said, "I really didn't expect that Brother Tai also came from a poor background. It's truly astonishing. It's a pity I didn't know Brother Tai back then. Otherwise, we would definitely be good partners with no generation gap, a happy pair." Wang Zhidi took a napkin and gently wiped her mouth, saying, "From what you're saying, it sounds like we have a generation gap now. That's not very nice." Yang Mengting playfully stuck out her tongue and laughed. "Brother Tai and I will never have a generation gap. If Brother Tai changes, I will also work hard to change myself and keep up with you. In fact, many things depend on how you say them. Just like eating at a street food stall, Brother Tai is now wealthy, which is a sign of being down to earth. If it were back when he was poor, it would just be pure poverty. Otherwise, how could we say that status determines position?" This time, it was Wang Zhidi's turn to be surprised. He never expected Yang Mengting to see things so clearly, which was truly rare. The two chatted and laughed, and time passed quickly. It was already getting dark when a few motorcycles roared up. Yang Mengting unhappily said, "The most annoying thing here is these motorcycles. They make such a loud noise at night that it keeps people from sleeping well." Wang Zhidi nodded in agreement. When he used to rent a place, motorcycles often roared by at midnight, which was really annoying. Suddenly, Yang Mengting lowered her voice and said, "That guy with the yellow hair leading the group is the one from the 4S shop during the day. If he looks over here, will we get into trouble?" Wang Zhidi glanced with his peripheral vision, and indeed saw that it was the guy with yellow hair, who had clearly noticed them and was approaching aggressively. He immediately stood up, shielding Yang Mengting behind him, and looked at the yellow-haired guy indifferently, not taking them seriously at all. The yellow-haired guy smiled with a sneer and said, "Isn't this the supreme VIP from the Rolls-Royce store? How come you're here eating street food? It's really eye-opening." Wang Zhidi snorted through his nose. "Money can't buy my willingness. Aren't you here too? Don't tell me you're planning to eat sea cucumbers and abalone here. You better not provoke me, otherwise I'll settle old and new scores with you and you'll definitely regret it. Just try me." The yellow-haired guy glared and shouted angrily, "At this point, you still dare to act tough in front of me. You're really something. Today I'll teach you how to behave so you know that pretending can get you hurt. From now on, keep your eyes open. Not everyone can be offended." Wang Zhidi looked down on him and said, "As a man from the northeast, if we can fight, let's not shout, don't break other people's stuff here. Let's go outside." The yellow-haired guy sneered and cursed, "Look at how arrogant you've become. If I don't take care of you today, I'll take your last name. I'll be waiting for you outside." Yang Mengting picked up 2 bottles and said, "It looks like we can't run away now. Let's grab that yellow-haired guy and fight. We can't afford to take a big loss." Wang Zhidi looked at the little wildcat like Yang Mengting and couldn't help but smile, rubbing her head again. "These are just a few small thugs. I haven't even put them in my eyes. You just stay here and watch how I deal with them." Yang Mengting obediently nodded, but her grip on the bottle tightened, and she decided that if things went wrong, she would definitely go help. Wang Zhidi swaggered outside, looking down at the yellow-haired guy with disdain and said, "Are you challenging me one-on-one, or do you want to gang up?" The yellow-haired guy laughed loudly. "Have you read too many novels? There's no need for so much nonsense. One-on-one means you alone against our group, and a gang fight means our group against you alone. If you kneel down and call me grandpa and let that girl serve me well, I'll let you go today. Otherwise, I'll make sure you end up with broken hands and feet." A cold light flashed in Wang Zhidi's eyes as he took a step forward and threw a hook punch that hit the yellow-haired guy's chin. He controlled his strength, using only 30% of his power, yet it still sent the yellow-haired guy flying, landing on the ground unable to move. Wang Zhidi was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, his fists like the fangs of a fierce tiger, definitely 1 punch for each. In less than a minute, all of them were lying on the ground groaning. Yang Mengting initially wanted to rush out to help, but she didn't expect the situation to be like this. Her mouth opened wide as if she could swallow an egg. She hurriedly ran out, concerned, and asked, "Brother Tai, are you hurt? You're amazing, truly the strongest hero in my heart." Wang Zhidi smiled, then approached the yellow-haired guy, looking down at him. "It seems your brothers are useless, completely unable to withstand a blow. Don't let me see you again. Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll beat you." The yellow-haired guy had no temper left, pleading in a low voice, "I was blind and offended this big brother. Please don't hold it against me. I promise I won't appear in front of you again. I'll stay as far away as possible. Thank you for your mercy." Yang Mengting looked at the people rolling on the ground, clapping her hands and laughing, then nestled beside Wang Zhidi. The two lost interest in eating and returned to the previous loft, squeezing into the small bathroom for a fragrant couple's bath. Wang Zhidi and Yang Mengting enjoyed the scenery together. It was truly beautiful here, and the wonderful taste of it was not something to be shared with outsiders. Wang Zhidi looked at Yang Mengting, who was nestled in his arms like a little bird, and surveyed the loft again, suddenly having an idea. He planned to make a bold attempt, believing it would yield results. After making his decision, Wang Zhidi habitually chose to receive a red envelope. It seemed the terrain here was not good. All 9 envelopes contained money, and there were only a few 100,000. Earlier, when shopping in his own mall, he hadn't used the multiplier consumption card, which was just right for today. While Wang Zhidi was pondering, Yang Mengting's eyelashes fluttered gently, slowly opening her eyes to see a sharply defined face. Yang Mengting was startled at first, then realized, smiling and staring at the face, feeling it was particularly handsome, much better than those stars. Wang Zhidi found it amusing to see Yang Mengting a bit infatuated, and he smiled back at her, as if playing a game of eye contact. "Last night I let you look for so long and you still haven't had enough. You're such a bad brother, always bullying me." After last night's scenery viewing, Yang Mengting was no longer shy in front of Wang Zhidi. Her inner silly side was fully displayed. Wang Zhidi's arm tightened, and Yang Mengting's delicate body pressed closely against him, as if wanting to crush him and merge into her body. "How could I ever get enough? I could look at you for a lifetime and never feel satisfied. You are my little treasure, and I will hold you in my palm for a lifetime." Hearing such beautiful words, Yang Mengting felt incredibly happy, nudging him playfully and intentionally brushing her hair against Wang Zhidi's nose. Just as the two were playing around, Wang Zhidi's stomach let out an untimely growl, and Yang Mengting immediately struggled to get up, wanting to cook porridge for him. Seeing Yang Mengting walk towards the kitchen, Wang Zhidi was filled with curiosity and couldn't help but ask a question. Unexpectedly, the girl answered cutely, saying that since she usually does things alone, it would be more convenient this way and would also reduce wear and tear on her clothes. Wang Zhidi was captivated by this girl's quirky logic. Seeing her put on an apron made his heart stir. Yang Mengting's porridge cooking skills were quite average, but with a beauty like her making it, Wang Jidi enjoyed it immensely, and naturally, he needed to soothe his restless heart afterward. After all, he had already agreed with Zhu Yifeng yesterday that Yang Mingting wouldn't have to adhere to the attendance rules of the 4S shop anymore. She could just send a message and become a free little bird. After a morning of soothing, Wang Jidi's heart finally calmed down completely. Looking at the tired Yang Mingting, a smile returned to his face. "This afternoon you're coming out with me. Don't ask what for, just come along and you'll get to meet an older sister," Wang Jidi said, pinching Yang Mingting's delicate nose, then called Lan Minjing to ask her to find a suitable place. Yang Mingting, with her big kawaii eyes, asked, "What does brother need a house for? Is it possible that someone as rich as you doesn't have a place to live?" Wang Jidi felt he should be worried about this girl's intelligence, shaking his head with a smile, telling her to dress up a bit before heading to the address shared by Lan Minjing. Choosing to have Lan Minjing meet Yang Mingting was definitely a bold attempt. If things went wrong, it could turn into a battlefield. Wang Jidi chose these two for the experiment because he felt they were just right. Lan Minjing was the oldest among the women, having been through many ups and downs in society, and was accustomed to many things, with the strongest adaptability. Yang Mingting was the youngest, a cute little sister who was the easiest to coax, as long as one was persistent. The key was that both of them had high charm levels. Lan Minjing was love at first sight, while Yang Mingting was infatuated at first glance, so it wouldn't end up in disaster. Moreover, there had been groundwork laid before, making their meeting a natural progression. Once the experiment was successful with them, he could see if it could be expanded further. They arrived at the Kunk Youth Apartment, a purely hotel-style apartment that was popular among young people, and the price was equally steep. Lan Minjing was already waiting for them at the entrance. Upon seeing Yang Mingting get out of the car, her pupils slightly contracted, and she began to scrutinize her closely. She quickly ruled Yang Mingting out from the list of enemies. This seemingly cute little girl posed no threat at all. Lan Minjing was very clear in her heart that with Wang Jidi's wealth and status, many things couldn't be forced. One could only change along with him. As a smart woman, she should know how to adapt to the man she loves, rather than making him change at the expense of himself. Ultimately, men who can change for women are not substantial. The scenario of a domineering CEO changing his character for a Cinderella only exists in novels. In this world, it's hard to find a three-legged toad, but two-legged people are everywhere. Don't be fooled by goddess-level beauties. It's not easy to see one in daily life. However, around truly successful top-tier individuals, goddesses are in abundance. Once one falls, countless others will follow. Wang Jidi smiled and said, "This is the car selling little sister Yang Mingting I mentioned to Sister Minjing last time. Besides the different surnames, your names are practically like sisters." Lan Minjing stepped forward, took Yang Mingting's hand, and gently said, "Little sister, you are indeed adorable. No wonder Jidi praises you to the skies in front of me." Yang Mingting blinked her big eyes and said, "Sister, you really flatter me. It's the kind of graceful demeanor like yours that I've always envied. If I had a sister like you, I wouldn't have had to suffer so much before. In the future, I'll be your little sister, and you can be my sister, okay?" Her demeanor was particularly infectious, and Lan Minjing felt that she was just too cute, really like a little sister, working together with her to deal with other wildflowers. Wang Jidi saw that the two women were getting along well, without any signs of conflict, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This attempt had finally succeeded. He randomly shifted his gaze to the entrance of the Kunku Youth Apartment, which gave off a particularly vibrant feeling, fitting for the character of young people. Lan Minjing had already informed the security guards and had them watch over the sports car, mainly considering others. She couldn't let anyone lose everything. The property management here was good. The community was particularly clean, with not a single piece of trash in sight, and there were no cars at all, ensuring it would be very quiet at night. The greenery in the community was also excellent. Strolling around here during leisure time could really lift one's spirits and restore enough energy. Lan Minjing smiled and asked, "What do you think of the environment here, little sister?" Yang Mingting licked her lips and said, "It's just too beautiful here. Living here would definitely be incredibly happy." Lan Minjing smiled and led them to the core building, then to the 22nd floor, which was a small flat with a balcony, about 120 square meters. When Yang Mingting walked in, she felt her eyes were not enough. This was exactly the beautiful mansion she had in mind. Wang Jidi looked at Yang Mingting, whose eyes were shining and couldn't help but smile slightly. This girl had this one good trait: everything showed on her face. "You like this apartment? If you do, just nod your head. This will be your little nest from now on." Yang Mingting stared in disbelief and said, "Brother said he wants to give me this apartment. Such an expensive gift, I can't accept it." Lan Menjiang laughed and said, "What a silly little sister. Since it's a gift from Jidi, you should just accept it. I've already brought the contract." As she spoke, she took out the purchase contract and had Yang Mingting sign her name on it, then took out the POS machine, revealing a professional smile, looking very businesslike. Lan Menjiang smiled and said, "I'll have Fat Girl take care of the property certificate, and I'll bring it to you later. Previously, I had my eye on a duplex apartment in Keshishi community. I'll handle the contract myself, and Jidi can just swipe the money. Keshishi community isn't far from here, so I can come over to see my little sister whenever I want. We sisters can keep each other company." Wang Jidi was momentarily stunned by her words, then realized that Lan Menjiang was hinting to him that she had fully accepted Yang Mingting. He smiled and handed over his bank card while using a multiple cashback card. This time it triggered an 8-fold return. The two apartments cost nearly 8 million in total, yielding about 70 million in returns. Yang Mingting carefully set the contract aside and then flitted around the room like a little swallow, making a fuss. Lan Menjiang looked at Yang Mingting, who seemed like a child, and truly liked her from the heart. Otherwise, how could one explain the wonderful connections between people? Wang Jidi cleared his throat and said, "Now that you both live here and don't have a car, it won't be very convenient for work. Mingting, give Zhu Yifeng a call. Have him contact a friend to send over 2 cars for women around 300,000 each. The license plates must be auspicious, or you can choose a number yourselves." He did this to do Zhu Yifeng a favor. That's how relationships work, and if only one party gives, the outcome will never be good. Zhu Yifeng was organizing employees in the conference room to learn about the company's newly issued Spirit, along with some commendations for them. The news that Wang Jidi had fully paid for a Rolls-Royce Wraith had reached the heavens, and even the big boss knew about it. One must understand that such a top-tier luxury car might not sell even one in 3 to 5 years, so encountering such a wealthy customer was certainly worthy of attention. The president of Rolls-Royce's China region personally called Zhu Yifeng, praising him on the phone and stating that as long as he worked hard, his future would be limitless. Zhu Yifeng was overjoyed and was just about to show off a bit when the phone rang. He glanced at it irritably and saw it was a call from Yang Mingting, quickly answering with an overly flattering tone. After hanging up, Zhu Yifeng was extremely happy. Although this was just a transaction of 6 to 700,000, it represented something different. He cleared his throat and said, "I have something very important to do now. You all study the company's Spirit on your own, and then each of you write me a 1,000-word summary. Now go and get busy." Everyone looked confused, not understanding the situation. They had just been told that this meeting was particularly important and that they must set aside everything to attend. Now they were being told to study on their own, without even looking at the documents, and had no idea what the company's Spirit was. Forget about writing 1,000 words. They couldn't even come up with 100. Zhu Yifeng ignored his bewildered subordinates and immediately called the manager of the BMW dealership, asking him to prepare 2 fully equipped mini cars for women, along with a Geely license plate, to be delivered to the designated location. He rushed to the Kunk youth apartment and called Yang Mingting, soon spotting Wang Jidi coming out with 2 women. Zhu Yifeng was not surprised. For a big shot like Wang Jidi, it would be a miracle if he didn't have a bunch of goddesses around him. As for the 2 beauties getting along harmoniously, that was naturally due to Wang Jidi's financial prowess. As long as the money was right, even a pig could manage that. Seeing the 2 minis that had been delivered, Wang Jidi couldn't help but think of Yuan Bingyu, a typical beauty enthusiast. If she saw this car, she would definitely be so excited she wouldn't be able to move. He felt that trying to navigate a love triangle too often could lead to disaster. If things went wrong, there would be no place to cry, so it was better to stay quiet for a while. Wang Jidi asked Lan Menjiang and Yang Mingting to test drive nearby, and after the 2 women drove off, he instructed the BMW manager to prepare 3 more of the same model. Upon hearing the order, the manager's eyes lit up. A fully equipped Mini costs over 400,000, and selling 5 within a month would be an impressive achievement. The 3 cars Wang Jidi ordered were naturally for his sister and the other 2 girls. For girls who only cared about looks, such cars were quite popular. After sending these people away, it was time for some sweet 3-person moments. But unfortunately, with more people, they couldn't enjoy the scenery. That night, Wang Jidi was sent back to the villa, while Lan Menjiang stayed with Yang Mengting to strengthen their bond and ensure their united front was unbreakable. He first chatted with Linger for a while, then had a nonsensical conversation with the Dream Fairy. This girl, as expected of a streamer, could keep the conversation going without missing a beat. Wang Jidi fell into a dream under the Dream Fairy's lullaby until he was awakened by the sound of a red envelope notification, casually selecting to claim it. You have received a Hermes wallet, enjoy your click. You have received a Bentley Continental, enjoy your click. You have received 30% of Northeast Finance Group's shares, enjoy your click. Not only did he gain a luxury car today, but he also acquired shares in Northeast Finance Group, the largest investment group in Northeast China. This group is full of elites, especially those investment consultants, each one more impressive than the last, their tails almost wagging to the sky. Wang Jidi was having breakfast when the phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. After saying hello, a voice came through the room speaker. I apologize for disturbing Mr. Wang so early. I am Zheng Weideng, the president of Northeast Financial Group. Thank you for purchasing shares in our company. Oh, it's President Zheng. Those shares were just a playful purchase for me, so there's no need to take it to heart. You should continue to do what you need to do. I won't interfere, Wang Jidi said, drawing from his previous experience, knowing the other party's intentions. He preemptively reassured him to avoid wasting words. Zheng Weideng indeed sighed in relief. Wang Jidi owned 30% of Northeast Financial Group, just 1% less than him, making him an absolute giant in the industry. It was essential to build a good relationship with him. Otherwise, a simple trip up from Wang could leave him with nowhere to cry. Zheng Weideng felt that, although Wang Jidi said this, he couldn't fully trust him and still needed to demonstrate his capabilities to gain his complete trust. He spoke at length about the development prospects of Northeast Financial Group and all the upcoming plans, claiming the future was limitless. Wang Jidi chuckled and said, I'm really sorry, even though I studied economics in college, I've never had much talent for investing. My investments are very random, completely based on my mood, just like this time when I bought your stocks. It was just a whim. Hearing this, Zheng Weideng cursed inwardly. How could someone say such a thing? Those shares were worth billions and he bought them so casually. Wang Jidi continued, if I didn't see you as an investment company that might be useful in the future, I wouldn't have bothered buying your stocks. What I just said wasn't just to brush you off. It's how I truly feel. You should do whatever you want without overthinking it. Even if you had concerns before, now that I'm the second largest shareholder, you can throw those concerns out the window. If you were a fighter jet before, now I've added a vector engine to you. Just push forward with all your might. Zheng Weideng initially wanted to paint a grand picture for Wang Jidi, but didn't expect to be hit back with one so casually. He didn't know how to continue and could only say a bunch of flattering words, indicating that Wang could command him whenever needed, before quickly hanging up the phone. Wang Jidi scoffed, dismissing Zheng Weideng's attempts at grandiosity. He was far from the mark for someone in a technical position. The bosses he had dealt with before were all experts at painting grand visions, spinning tales that were more brainwashing than a pyramid scheme. With nothing to do, Wang Jidi simply lay on the sofa, pretending to be a dead dog. The life of a wealthy person, like a piece of salted meat, was truly quite boring. In a daze, the phone rang again and he casually said hello, and Yuan Bingyu's voice came through. Can you come to the financial building? You need to be quick. Upon hearing this, Wang Jidi immediately woke up, glanced at the clock, and saw it was almost noon, just in time to go have lunch with Yuan Bingyu. What's going on? I'll head over now. Share your location with me and don't move around there. Yuan Bingyu agreed and then hung up, secretly relieved, feeling a bit more at ease. She was wearing a white suit, her hair simply tied back, looking particularly capable. Yuan Bingyu came to the financial building to meet a classmate to discuss investment matters, but unexpectedly caught the eye of her classmate's financial director. The financial director, through indirect inquiries, learned that Yuan Bingyu was just a bank employee, and immediately his mind began to wander, wanting to play the game of keeping a mistress. Yuan Bingyu naturally showed him no kindness, but he persisted, determined to showcase his exceptional qualities. She was truly fed up and decided to call Wang Jidi, wanting the financial director to know that she was already taken, hoping to put an end to his sordid thoughts. Just then, that annoying voice came again. "Miss Yuan, why are you in such a hurry? In the field of financial investment, I am somewhat well known. I have many wealthy clients who cooperate with me. If I manage your investments, I can definitely help you make a lot of money. How about we discuss this in depth? I know a high-end restaurant nearby that serves excellent Wagyu beef. We can eat and chat, and I'm sure we'll reach a consensus." The financial director said, shaking the car keys in his hand. The logo was a BMW 7 Series, worth at least over $1 million. Yuan Bingyu coldly replied, "I'm really sorry, my boyfriend is coming to pick me up soon, and I don't want him to misunderstand." The financial director thought Yuan Bingyu was from a working-class background, and her boyfriend couldn't be that great, at most just a senior white-collar worker, hardly worth mentioning. "I think Miss Yuan is overthinking it. If your boyfriend is truly concerned about your future, he wouldn't mind you having this meal with me. I was young like you once and understand that at this age, love seems more important than anything else. But love without a material foundation is ultimately just a castle in the air. You'll realize later that only successful people with accomplished careers can bring you happiness. Love can't be eaten like bread." His words were already quite explicit, and as he leaned closer to Yuan Bingyu, she instinctively took 2 steps back, her heart longing even more for Wang Jidi's arrival. The financial director wanted to move closer, but then a Bentley Continental suddenly stopped in front of them, leaving him momentarily stunned. Wang Jidi got out of the car and walked over to Yuan Bingyu, naturally taking her hand. He sized up the financial director, having just driven over and coincidentally seen him trying to make a move on Yuan Bingyu. "Bingyu, what just happened? Didn't I say I'd pick you up for lunch? What's this all about?" The financial director, as an excellent investor, had indeed interacted with many bosses and seen plenty of luxury cars. He immediately recognized the Bentley Continental as the highest-end model, starting at least at $5 million. Compared to the BMW 7 Series, it was simply a junk car. Yuan Bingyu coldly said, "Didn't you say last time that I should invest some money? I thought a few million shouldn't go to waste, so I came to ask my classmate. He's the financial director, insisting on helping me with investments and wanting to have an in-depth discussion. It's really annoying. Please don't misunderstand, young man. I saw your girlfriend wanted to invest and thought it's not easy for a woman to invest, so I wanted to help her," the financial director quickly explained, sensing Wang Jidi's darkening expression. Wang Jidi snorted, "What kind of person do you think you are that you can help my girlfriend with investments? That's a huge joke. I just acquired 30% of the Northeast Financial Group's shares, so naturally, any investments regarding my girlfriend will be handled by the people from the Northeast Financial Group." It was quite a coincidence that the news of the Northeast Financial Group being acquired for 30% of its shares had already spread throughout the financial circle, and everyone was speculating about which big player was behind it. The financial director, being part of the circle, naturally knew this news, so he believed Wang Jidi's words without a doubt, and he was so scared that his legs went weak. A person who can become the second largest shareholder of the Northeast Financial Group, regardless of financial resources or connections, is undoubtedly terrifying. With just one word, they could completely ruin his life, and who would dare to seek him for investment afterward? Wang Jidi saw the finance director's face turn ashen and found it very uninteresting. Arguing with such a useless person would only lower his own status. "Today I'm in a good mood, so I'll let you off this time. In the future, keep your eyes open. Don't think of yourself as superior and do whatever you want. Now leave." The finance director hurriedly thanked him and fled, and after this lesson, the guy completely turned over a new leaf, which could be considered a blessing in disguise. Wang Jidi took Yuan Bingyu's hand and smiled. "I was just about to look for you. I noticed you didn't have a vehicle, so I specifically checked out a model for you. Take a look and see what color you like." Yuan Bingyu happily sat in the passenger seat, scrolling through pictures on her phone, and quickly chose a pink Mini, surprising him with her youthful heart. Wang Jidi called the BMW dealership manager, asking them to deliver the car to a nearby Western restaurant where they were having lunch so they could test drive it afterward. While they were eating, a red envelope interface suddenly popped up, this time with an extremely large number reaching over 70. He immediately chose to claim it. You have received a ballpoint pen, enjoy your click. You have received 3658 yuan, enjoy your click. You have received 25,896 yuan, enjoy your click. You have received the property rights to friendship building, enjoy your click. You have received a toothpick, enjoy your click. Most of these red envelopes were funds and cash, totaling over 30 million, along with some jumbled items that were not even worth mentioning. The most valuable item was the property rights to friendship building, a very famous high-end international plaza in Bincheng, considered one of the landmark buildings. Unlike the purely top-tier shopping mall, McDonald's Mall, Friendship Building is a large, comprehensive project that combines grade A office buildings, commercial spaces, and luxury apartments. It includes an 80,000 square meter high-end shopping mall, 8 office buildings, and 6 luxury buildings with a total of 72 units, with a total floor area of 680,000 square meters. Moreover, it is located in the core area of Bincheng, definitely a prime location, with the total value of friendship building approaching several hundred billion. Wang Zhidi excused himself to the restroom and contacted Linger with his phone. Looking at the property certificate on the bedroom table, he couldn't help but gasp. This time he really hit the jackpot. After Linger appeared, the system made a small adjustment, sending all the physical items drawn, except for cash, directly to the villa. This way, it could avoid Wang Zhidi encountering unexpected items outside, making it difficult to explain to others and causing unnecessary trouble. Car was quickly delivered, and Yuan Bingyu immediately fell in love with its looks, smiling as she got in and casually drove off. Wang Zhidi casually gave the sales staff a dozen old man bills, telling them to take a taxi back, then drove after Yuan Bingyu, unexpectedly ending up at Friendship Building. Yuan Bingyu parked the car in the Friendship Building parking lot and said with a smile, "This car is just amazing. I think it's even better than your previous sports car. I really love it." Wang Zhidi chuckled, "As long as you like it. Since we've come this far, let's go inside and take a look, and I'll buy you a few outfits." Yuan Bingyu agreed with a smile, affectionately linking her arm with Wang Zhidi's. The charm level of the two was already high, making it easy for things to progress naturally. The path they took happened to lead them past the office buildings before reaching the main entrance of the shopping mall. Wang Zhidi turned his eyes and said, "Since you like investing so much, why don't we set up an office here and establish an investment firm? Let the Northeast Financial Group be the parent company of the firm, and then have them send some elites to help you. It will definitely make your business thrive." Yuan Bingyu blinked and replied, "But I'm an employee of Bincheng Bank. If I do that, it would violate the bank's regulations and I would be fired. If my mom finds out that I'm leaving my job at the bank to start an investment firm, she would definitely think I'm not serious and would scold me to death." Wang Zhidi chuckled and said, "This matter is simple. I'll just have a word with Li Anfei and say you're helping me. Right now, I have nearly 10 billion in your bank. If Li Anfei doesn't give me face, I'll just transfer this money out and he won't even know where to cry." Yuan Bingyu laughed brightly, leaning her body against Wang Zhidi's, and he felt his arm enveloped by her softness, stirring his heart. The two walked into the lobby of the office building, asked the security guard, and learned that the sales office was on the 4th floor, preparing to head to the elevator. At that moment, a delivery guy rushed in, only to be stopped by the security guard. "What's wrong with you? Don't you know that Friendship Building doesn't allow deliveries inside?" The delivery guy hurriedly pleaded, "I know the rules of Friendship Building, but this order is really urgent. Please, just this once, I promise it won't happen again." The security guard remained unmoved, saying, "Don't daydream. Rules are rules and there's absolutely no leeway. Besides, if I let you in, they'll definitely dock my pay. I have a family to support." The delivery guy anxiously said, "I'm about to miss the delivery time and I can't reach the customer by phone. Please, just make an exception." The security guard still disagreed, and the delivery guy, too anxious, tried to push his way in. The security guard reached out to stop him, and the two began to struggle. Wang Zhidi saw this situation and quickly walked over, casually waving his hand to separate the two. "What are you doing? It's not easy for workers. Can't you just talk it out? Fighting is no good for anyone. The winner goes to jail and the loser goes to the hospital." The delivery guy was so anxious he was about to cry, saying with a sob, "I just want to deliver the food upstairs. He won't let me in, and if I get a complaint, my whole day will be wasted." The security guard, looking aggrieved, said, "It's not that I don't let him in. It's that there are rules from above that don't allow deliveries or other non-essential people into the building. If I let him in, they'll definitely blame me and I'll get fined and have my pay docked. I can't handle that. Wang Jidi frowned, feeling that this rule was too despicable, clearly bullying people. He said sternly, "I've got this. Let him in to deliver the food. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Also, I'm quite satisfied with your performance. No matter the reason, it's good to stick to your principles." The security guard was intimidated by Wang Jidi's aura and had no choice but to let the delivery guy in. However, just as the delivery guy was about to enter the elevator, someone inside kicked him out. Seeing the delivery guy being kicked out of the elevator, food scattered everywhere, Wang Jidi was filled with rage and quickly walked over. At that moment, a young man dressed ostentatiously and looking arrogant swaggered out of the elevator. "You useless security guard, are your eyes blind? Didn't I tell you before that these lower-class people are not allowed to enter the building?" Although the security guard was scolded, he dared not show any dissatisfaction and lowered his head to respond. "It's Manager Lu who has arrived. It's not that I want to let this delivery guy in. It's this gentleman who asked me to, saying he would take responsibility for whatever matter it is." Wang Jidi took over the conversation. "You don't need to blame the security. It was I who let the delivery guy in. Who gave you the authority to prevent delivery guys from entering the building? And you, have your family ever taught you what manners are? How dare you say they are inferior people and call the security stinky security?" Manager Lu's attention was drawn by these words, and he looked Wang Jidi up and down, then revealed a disdainful sneer. "What do you think you are? How dare you shout here? I am the security manager here, and my uncle is the vice president in charge of security. We uncle and nephew are the law here. Our words are the rules. Allowing these inferior people to enter the building will affect our building's image. This is the highest end place. We only receive those of high status. Anyone who can come here is an elite. Tomorrow I will make a sign. Inferior people and dogs are not allowed inside." Yuan Bingyu, seeing Manager Lu's arrogant demeanor, was also furious and retorted aggressively. "You are just a security manager. How dare you be so arrogant? You are the one affecting the image here. You should be thrown out." Manager Lu scoffed. "You ungrateful woman, how dare you shout at me? Now I will have the security throw you out." Wang Jidi snorted through his nose. "You really have a big mouth. Aren't you afraid of the wind blowing your tongue? If you have the ability, throw me out and let me see. I am the owner of Friendship Building. This is my place. On my territory, how can it be your decision? It's simply a huge joke." As soon as he said this, everyone, including Yuan Bingyu, was stunned, all with expressions of disbelief. Manager Lu was the first to react, showing an exaggerated smile and saying, "You are the owner of Friendship Building. I think you haven't woken up and are daydreaming. You should take a look at your own worth. Do you have what it takes to be a boss? If you are the owner of Friendship Building, then I am the richest man in the world. I can't stand people like you, trying to puff yourself up in front of women, daring to boast about anything. You are simply a big fool, truly embarrassing your family." This guy had a face full of mockery and even tried to reach out to slap Wang Jidi's face, but was met with a slap on the hand from Wang Jidi, feeling as if he had been hit by a discus. Wang Jidi took out his phone and had Linger call the property company's president, Lin Jianfei, using the number left on the property rights document. In the conference room on the top floor of Friendship Building, Lin Jianfei gathered all the leaders of the property company for an emergency meeting. "I just received a call from the owner of Friendship Building. This building has changed ownership, and currently, we only know the new owner's phone number and the title, Young Master Tai. The previous owner made it very clear that we should not disturb Young Master Tai at will, lest we upset him. If Young Master Tai is unhappy for a moment, no one else will be happy for a lifetime." Upon hearing this, the executives all gasped. The previous owner was definitely a big shot, and for him to say that, Young Master Tai's influence could be imagined. Lin Jianfei looked at these people very seriously and said, "Young Master Tai may come here at any time, so you must keep your subordinates in check. We absolutely cannot leave a bad impression on Young Master Tai. If Young Master Tai replaces our company, every one of us present will have to go drink the northwest wind in the future." Everyone nodded in agreement. Their property company relied on Friendship Building for survival, and once kicked out, the consequences would be catastrophic. Just as Lin Jianfei was about to continue speaking, the secretary suddenly burst in, holding a phone, shouting that Young Master Tai was calling. He was originally very dissatisfied with the secretary's actions, but upon hearing the secretary's call, he immediately cast everything aside and hurriedly answered the phone. "Hello, Mr. Tai, why are you calling me? When are you coming? I'll bring everyone to welcome you." "Stop with the nonsense. I'm at Gate 4 of Commercial Building Number 1. If you're not here in 5 minutes, you'll bear all the consequences." Lin Jianfei listened to the busy tone on the phone, and thinking of Wang Zhidi's cold tone, he felt his legs turn to jelly and immediately shouted, leading the way out. The other executives, seeing this situation, were also flustered and hurriedly followed him out, chattering and rushing. The employees outside, seeing this scene, were clueless about what was happening and could only follow behind, creating quite a commotion. Manager Lu looked at Wang Zhidi, who had hung up the phone, and disdainfully said, "You really put on a good act. If I hadn't met the boss here with my uncle, I might have been fooled by you. I see you're just a scumbag who knows how to deceive women. This beautiful lady should keep her eyes open and not let someone like you trick her. Only someone like me, a successful person, is worthy of you." This guy, seeing Yuan Bingyu's beauty, actually had ulterior motives and wanted to poach Wang Zhidi's corner. Wang Zhidi ignored Manager Lu and instead reached out to pull up the delivery guy, telling him not to worry, that he would definitely give him an explanation for this matter. Manager Lu snorted contemptuously. "I didn't expect you to be so into character. It seems I've spoiled you too much. Hey, someone, call over a few more security guards and throw them out directly." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a commotion of footsteps and immediately looked in the direction of the sound. He saw Lin Jianfei leading the way, with all the executives in the center and senior staff following behind, rushing towards them. Manager Lu was instantly dumbfounded, and his heart sank, feeling like he had stirred up big trouble. He hurriedly approached Lin Jianfei, acting like a lapdog, and said, "Mr. Lin, what brings you here?" "There's just a small issue here and I can handle it right away." Lin Jianfei interrupted him with a slap, pushed him aside, and quickly came to Wang Zhidi, bowing respectfully. "I am Lin Jianfei. I've met Mr. Tai. Your presence truly brings glory to this place." Wang Zhidi snorted through his nose, interrupting Lin Jianfei's flattery, and as Lin Jianfei trembled inside, Manager Lu was also filled with fear and hurriedly leaned towards someone. "Uncle, what exactly is going on? Why is Mr. Lin so respectful to a young kid? Who is he?" Manager Lu cautiously asked Vice President Lu, praying in his heart that it wasn't as that kid had said before. Vice President Lu shot a glare at Manager Lu and scolded in a low voice, "Shut up. Mr. Tai is the new owner of Friendship Building, with a background that's incredibly deep. The previous owner treated Friendship Building like a cash cow, but with just one word from him, he obediently handed it over without daring to make a sound. Now Mr. Tai is our benefactor. With just one word from him, he could kick us out of here, and we'd all be left to eat the northwest wind. How dare you call Mr. Tai a young kid? Who gave you that courage? Compared to Mr. Tai, we aren't even worthy to carry his shoes." After hearing his uncle's words and looking at Wang Zhidi standing in front of him, Manager Lu felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar and couldn't help but tremble. Lin Jianfei, also drenched in cold sweat, could read the situation well, having reached his position through keen observation, and naturally sensed Wang Zhidi's anger. Lin Jianfei steeled himself and said, "I didn't know Mr. Tai would come earlier. I was arranging management work upstairs." "I think you don't need to arrange management work anymore. I've decided to terminate our contract and rebid for a property management company. I cannot allow anyone to have unchecked power in my place, nor can I permit my place to divide people into ranks." Wang Zhidi interrupted Lin Jianfei once again, and what he said next made everyone tremble in their hearts, their faces turning pale with fear. Lin Jianfei hurriedly said, "I believe there must be a misunderstanding in this matter. I have always required all employees to treat everyone in the Friendship Building with utmost respect, and absolutely no situation should arise." Wang Zhidi snorted from his nose, "But what I see is not this situation. This delivery guy was not allowed to enter the building and was kicked out of the elevator. Moreover, your security manager insulted the security guards in front of me, calling them stinky security guards, saying that all delivery people are of low status, and even wanted to put up a sign stating that low-status people and dogs are not allowed inside. I truly have gained insight. I never expected such things to happen in this era. If this gets out online, the image of this place will be ruined. Since you don't care about the reputation of the Friendship Building, I have no need to be polite with you. I will have a dedicated legal team have a good talk with you." Upon hearing this, Lin Jianfei's eyes widened, and he turned to look at Vice President Liu, his teeth chattering. Vice President Liu unhesitatingly slapped Manager Liu across the face, the force of the blow swelling half of Manager Liu's face. "You damned bastard, who gave you the audacity to do such things? Just wait and see how I deal with you." Vice President Liu scolded while punching and kicking Manager Liu, looking utterly indignant. Yuan Bingyu interjected, "You don't need to put on a show of suffering. This person named Liu already said that his uncle is the vice president in charge of security. It must be you. This Liu said that you two are the rulers here, and everyone must listen to you. Your words are the rules, and anyone who dares to provoke you will be thrown out by the security." That Liu also said that Jidi is just a fraud, telling me that following Jidi has no future, only following him is the way to go. It really opened my eyes. Upon hearing this, Vice President Liu's legs went weak and he fell to the ground, wishing he could strangle Manager Liu right then and there, truly a traitor to his uncle. Lin Jianfei kept bowing and apologizing. "Everything is my fault. I did not manage my subordinates well and did not know they would be so audacious." Wang Jidi interrupted Lin Jianfei again, asking the security and the delivery guy, "How long has this rule been in place?" The security guard glanced at Lin Jianfei and stammered, "I've been working here for almost a year, and this rule was already in place when I came. It has apparently been around for a long time." The delivery guy added, "That's right. I heard from my predecessors that it's because entry is not allowed here, so it's a hotspot for complaints. This situation has been going on for several years." Wang Jidi looked at Lin Jianfei indifferently and said, "You must not tell me that you have been completely unaware of this for such a long time. If that is the case, I have doubts about your capabilities, especially regarding the cohesion of your company, which I cannot commend." Lin Jianfei was drenched in cold sweat, unsure how to defend himself, anxiously pacing in place. He blushed and bowed to the delivery guy, saying, "Everything is due to my poor management that this situation occurred. Please accept my apology. I solemnly promise you that I will strictly require the quality of management personnel in the future, and I will never allow such lowly individuals to spoil the group. I will notify the company's legal team to strictly hold Vice President Liu and Manager Liu accountable, ensuring they pay the price for their actions." Upon hearing this, Vice President Liu hurriedly crawled forward a couple of steps, pleading desperately, "Everything is my fault. I beg President Lin to give me another chance. I won't dare again. Over the years I've worked hard, even if I don't have any achievements I've put in my effort." Lin Jianfei kicked him hard on the shoulder and cursed fiercely, "You damned dog, how dare you say such things now? How many bad things have you done over the years? This time we must settle the score with you. You and your nephew want to cover the sky with one hand. Today we will cut off your dirty hands." Vice President Liu saw Lin Jianfei's resolute attitude and knew that pleading was useless. The other party wanted to use their uncle-nephew relationship to appease Wang Jidi. This was the least costly way to salvage the situation. No matter who it was, they would do the same. It could only be said that this time, his nephew had caused his downfall. Wang Jidi looked at Lin Jianfei indifferently and said, "Considering your apology to the delivery guy, I won't hold this against you this time. If there's a next time, you won't need me to say anything. You can take everyone and roll out on your own. Do you understand?" Lin Jianfei thanked him profusely. "Thank you, young Master Tai, for giving me another chance. I promise this kind of situation won't happen again. If it does, I won't have the face to see young Master Tai again. I'll just sink myself into the sea and have no face to live in this world." Wang Jidi nodded in satisfaction and continued, "My girlfriend wants to open an investment firm. Check which office here is available and arrange it well." Lin Jianfei hurriedly nodded and bowed, leading them to the golden floor. Just as they entered the elevator, Vice President Liu lunged at Manager Liu, and the screams were incessant. The security guards and the delivery guy watched the two fighting and felt a wave of relief in their hearts. Yuan Bingyu was very satisfied with the office space. Wang Jidi called Zheng Weideng, who immediately stated that he would handle all the procedures and send an elite team to settle in. After securing the office, Wang Jidi casually chose a more than 130 square meter apartment and had Lin Jianfei register it under Yuan Bingyu's name. Yuan Bingyu had previously rented a small apartment, but now she had upgraded significantly, making her extremely happy. She decided to cook personally to treat Wang Jidi well. Wang Jidi watched Yuan Bingyu busy in the kitchen, feeling a bit anxious. They say that the food made by beautiful women is poison. He wondered if his body, enhanced by health pills, could withstand it. To his surprise, in just an hour, Yuan Bingyu prepared a table full of delicious dishes. Wang Jidi was astonished. I really didn't expect you to have such great cooking skills. It's truly unexpected. Yuan Bingyu smiled and said, I used to be just a small bank employee with a very limited salary. I couldn't waste money, so cooking for myself was the most economical choice. Plus, my mother taught me from a young age that to conquer a man, you must capture his stomach. Good cooking skills are definitely a plus for a woman. Wang Jidi strongly agreed with this statement. Since ancient times, Huiguo has emphasized the virtues of a good wife and mother. Being able to manage both the hall and the kitchen has always been the standard for a virtuous wife. He tasted a dish, and it was truly delicious. Even those top chefs couldn't compare. Wang Jidi praised, I didn't expect your cooking to be this good. If I had known, I wouldn't have opened an investment firm. We should just open a big hotel. With your cooking skills, it would definitely thrive, and I could just sit back and count the money. Yuan Bingyu smiled and said, I did have that thought before, but as soon as I thought of my mother, all those ideas vanished. My mother is my cooking teacher, and her skills are even better. It's just a pity that my grandmother's family looked down on her, and she eventually divorced my father. The reason my grandmother's family looked down on my mother was that they thought she didn't have a good job and was not presentable, which would embarrass them. Wang Jidi asked in confusion, From what you said, it seems your grandmother's family is a prestigious one. Otherwise, how could there be such a saying? Yuan Bingyu replied with a downcast expression, My father is a famous calligrapher, Qi Jinji, and my grandmother's family has always been a scholarly one. After my mother divorced, I took her surname, and it has been many years since I last visited my grandmother's house. They probably have forgotten about me as their granddaughter. My mother has always been troubled by this, so she insisted that I have a respectable job. To help me get into Bincheng Bank, my mother went to great lengths. I used to complain about her, but now I have none. If I hadn't worked at Bincheng Bank, how would I have met you? Meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life. I know that someone from a wealthy family like yours wouldn't marry a Cinderella like me, but as long as I have a place by your side, I will be content. Having said this, her love for Wang Jidi was naturally profound and heartfelt, making the next step simple. Just as Wang Jidi was about to take the next step, unexpectedly, Yuan Bingyu retreated to another room and then appeared in the uniform of Bincheng Bank. The two seemed to return to the meeting room, and the atmosphere quickly heated up, followed by Wang Jidi enjoying the scenery, a scenery not to be shared with outsiders. Wang Jidi looked at the beauty in his arms, a satisfied smile on his face, gently tightening his arm as if afraid she would run away. Yuan Bingyu felt Wang Jidi's actions and was filled with sweetness, thinking her choice was absolutely right, and she would never regret it in this lifetime. She recalled Wang Jidi's expression when he saw the uniform, and came up with a shy idea that made Wang Jidi incredibly happy. In the following month and a half, Wang Jidi spent time with 3 women enjoying the scenery, but the red envelopes didn't yield anything good, mostly cash and funds. These cash and funds added up to at least a couple of $100 million, which he directly handed to Yuan Bingyu as startup capital, allowing her to enjoy herself. The only good thing among them was that he obtained a Sanda champion and a free fighting skill card, further enhancing Wang Jidi's combat skills. As Wang Jidi's combat skills improved, his control over his body became better, and the effects of the health-enhancing pills were further explored. Wang Jidi went to the Jun Fitness Club a few times, but unfortunately, he couldn't test his limits, which left him very dissatisfied, and he complained to Zhang Huarong a few times. Zhang Huarong told the club owner, Li Zhaiming, about this matter, who then reviewed all the surveillance footage and was equally astonished by Wang Jidi's performance. Li Zhaiming felt that Wang Jidi's physical quality had reached an astonishing level, one that even the so-called captain of the beautiful country's team might not surpass. Li Zhaiming thought this was impossible, so he told his father, Li Guangjun, about it and showed him all the information. Li Guangjun remained silent for half a day, then called a good friend, hoping he could help investigate Wang Jidi's background. The person he sought belonged to a secret department, known in novels as the Dragon Group, which could uncover almost anything. However, the result was beyond Li Guangjun's expectations. That friend seriously told him not to think about investigating Wang Jidi's background anymore, as the consequences were something they could not bear. From his friend's tone, Li Guanjun sensed a hint of fear, indicating that Wang Zhidi's background was extremely frightening. He felt that someone as strong as Wang Zhidi should be befriended properly, and as for how to connect with him, it would naturally be under the pretext of helping him with his health. Wang Zhidi was unaware of all this and was currently at his sister's house, having come to deliver a car to the two girls. Hu Qingsu's pretty face turned slightly red as she said, "It's only a 10-minute walk from here to the company, and the surrounding facilities are quite complete. Why would I need a car?" Wang Zhidi smiled and replied, "Cars are a necessity for everyone now. If you don't have a car to get around, it's not very convenient to do anything. Besides, you're my girlfriend, so it's only right for me to give you a car as a gift. Why refuse me?" The younger sister chimed in from the side. "What my brother said is absolutely right. Since we moved here, we haven't gone back to the dorm to get our things. Why don't you take Qingsu back to get her stuff? I'm really too lazy to move, so I'm counting on you too." As she spoke, she winked at Wang Zhidi, her meaning clear. Hu Qingsu also wanted to be alone with Wang Zhidi, so she called her roommates to confirm they were in the dorm and then left with Wang Zhidi. This time, Wang Zhidi was driving a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, which compared to the previous Lamborghini was somewhat less visually appealing. Hu Qingsu smiled and said, "Why didn't you take the sports car from last time? This car's interior looks very luxurious. It shouldn't be cheap, right?" Wang Zhidi smiled back. "This car is only a few million, so it's still acceptable. The previous sports car had too little space. It wasn't suitable for carrying people or goods. If my sister were to be a third wheel, there wouldn't even be a place for her to sit, so I took this car instead. If you like riding in a sports car, I'll drive one when I come to see you in the future. As long as it's what you like, everything will be according to your wishes." Hearing this, Hu Qingsu felt a sweetness in her heart. No matter what kind of girl, everyone likes to be cherished by their beloved. "I was just asking casually. You don't have to take it seriously. As long as I'm with the one I love, even taking the bus is happiness." She added in her heart, of course, it would be even better to be in a car. She really didn't want to go back to those days of squeezing onto a bus and being groped by others. The two chatted and laughed all the way, soon arriving near the school, where they saw a crowd gathered at the entrance, as if something was happening. Wang Zhidi slowed down the car, and he and Hu Qingsu curiously leaned forward to see what was going on. Finally, they understood the situation. In the open space at the school gate, there was a heart-shaped pattern made of roses, and judging by the size of the pattern, there should be hundreds of roses. A trendy guy with a pompadour hairstyle and earrings stood next to the rose pattern, holding an electric guitar, apparently intending to confess his feelings to someone. Hu Qingsu's face turned extremely ugly upon seeing this trendy guy, and Wang Zhidi immediately guessed that she was the one being confessed to. Wang Zhidi squinted and asked, "Do you know this guy?" Hu Qingsu hurriedly replied, "His name is Tang Wenjia. I've heard he has over 100 million in assets. He's a spoiled rich kid. He relies on his family's wealth to pursue any girl he likes, and you know many girls are drawn to money, so he easily wins them over. Tang Wenjia changes girlfriends like flipping through a book, yet many girls still flock to him to satisfy his vanity. I don't know how he set his sights on me. Even though I was poor at the time, I had my principles and wouldn't sell myself for money. After he hit a wall with me, feeling embarrassed, he often came to pester me, and I always firmly rejected him without hesitation. I don't know how he found out I was coming back to school today, but he showed up at the gate with this stunt. It's really too despicable." Hu Qingsu said this not out of self-importance. Tang Wenjia only put effort into her and didn't bother with other girls. As long as he threw money around, those girls would naturally flock to him, so Hu Qingsu, who was not swayed by money, made him unable to forget her. After hearing Hu Qingsu's words, Wang Zhidi's expression changed from gloomy to bright, and then he smiled, increasing the car's speed. He casually honked the horn, and the onlookers, seeing a luxury car approaching, immediately made way. "What kind of car is this? It looks so impressive. From the license plate, it should be a Rolls-Royce. I've heard that even the base model costs at least 1 to 2 million. You can tell you haven't seen much. This is a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, and it must be worth at least 7 to 8 million. Did you see the license plate? Just that alone is worth 100 to 80,000, enough to buy a $1 million luxury car." Someone knowledgeable about cars, hearing the discussion, immediately excitedly shared that seeing a Rolls-Royce Cullinan was truly an eye-opener. "Anyone who can afford a car like this is definitely a real millionaire. It looks like they're coming to our school. I wonder which girl is so lucky." A charming girl nearby immediately licked her lips and said, "If this car were to stop, I would definitely go up without hesitation." A few girls who were clearly her friends nodded continuously. For these girls, only money was real, everything else was not worth mentioning. As everyone saw the car arrive at the rose pattern area, the driver's window rolled down, and a hand reached out, the watch on the wrist sparkling in the sunlight. "Wow, that's a Vacheron Constantin Calista. This watch is worth over 30 million. First, a luxury car, then a famous watch. Today is truly an eye-opener." The car enthusiasts sighed again, and everyone else felt a chill. A watch worth over 30 million was something they had never even dreamed of. Tang Wenjie looked at the Cullinan parked in front of the rose pattern and then at the famous watch on the person's hand. Together, these two items were already worth a third of his family's assets. He knew very well that his family in Binhai could only be considered a third or fourth-tier company, and compared to those real tycoons, they were nothing. Just as Tang Wenjie was pondering what to do, the car started again, driving straight over the rose pattern, scattering petals everywhere. Seeing the carefully prepared scene being destroyed, Tang Wenjie felt extremely angry, but he didn't dare to say a word, just holding it in. The car stopped again and the passenger window rolled down, revealing Hu Qingsu sitting inside. Many of the people around were called over by Tang Wenjie, and according to his plan, after Hu Qingsu arrived, he would sing a love song and then make a heartfelt confession, with everyone cheering him on. Everything would be easy. Tang Wenjie had imagined everything, but he didn't expect Hu Qingsu to return in a luxury car, making him look foolish. Most of the people around recognized Hu Qingsu and were equally surprised to see her in the car. The entire scene fell silent. Hu Qingsu looked coldly at Tang Wenjie and said, "I've already told you that I won't like you. There's no need for you to waste your feelings here." Just as Tang Wenjie was about to speak, Wang Zhidi opened the car door and stepped out, dressed in a well-fitted casual outfit that made him look tall and upright. The girls had previously thought that someone who could afford such a luxury car and wear such a famous watch must be a greasy middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. They had looked down on Hu Qingsu in their hearts, thinking she was using her youth to exchange for meals by finding a sugar daddy. She was really not a good person. But they didn't expect the person stepping out of the car to be a young handsome guy, leaving them only with envy, jealousy, and hatred, wishing they could immediately rush up and take her place. A few girls who considered themselves attractive deliberately pulled down their collars to reveal their fair skin, hoping to catch Wang Zhidi's attention. However, to their disappointment, Wang Zhidi simply walked step by step towards Tang Wenjie. As Tang Wenjie watched Wang Zhidi approach, he felt his legs cramping and couldn't help but swallow hard. "You are the toad that has been pestering Qingsu all along. I wanted to come find you a long time ago, but I held back considering the impact. Now that Qingsu is about to graduate, I thought there wouldn't be so much trouble anymore, but unexpectedly you, this toad, have jumped out to annoy people again." Wang Zhidi spoke very casually, completely disregarding Tang Wenjie, his blatant contempt reflecting the demeanor of someone in power. Tang Wenjie gritted his teeth and said, "I don't know who you are, but how did my pursuit of Hu Qingsu make me a toad?" Wang Zhidi coldly laughed. "You can even ask such a simple question. I truly worry for your intelligence. It's fine for young people to pursue girls, but you must have self-awareness and know your own worth. If a person can't see clearly, they will bring trouble upon themselves. Do you understand what I mean?" Seeing the pitying looks from everyone, Tang Wenjie felt a surge of unnamed rage, rising from his heels to the crown of his head, nearly exploding with anger. He no longer felt afraid and gritted his teeth, shouting, "You don't need to put on a show in front of me. So what if you have a nice watch and a good car? What's the big deal? And Hu Qingsu pretending to be a pure white lotus in front of me, isn't she just someone being kept? It's really disgusting." Upon hearing this, the people around immediately began to discuss, casting disdainful glances at Hu Qingsu, who was sitting in the car. "I don't know what's wrong with today's girls. They're all like this, truly shameless. Who says otherwise? Love has been tainted by such girls. It's really heartbreaking." All those speaking were boys, needing such excuses to comfort themselves and cover up their own financial struggles. If they could choose, they would also want to wear luxury watches, drive fancy cars, and live a carefree life with their dream girls. I never realized before that Hu Qingsu was such a girl, still pretending to be pure in front of us. To put it bluntly, she's just the same kind. I really don't know what's so good about her that she can find such a young and handsome guy. Thinking about my old buddies, it's really nauseating. Those speaking were girls, purely envious and resentful, wondering why they weren't so lucky to be noticed by such wealthy young men. No girl thought Hu Kingsu was doing anything wrong. In this day and age, youth is capital, and using one's capital to exchange for benefits is only natural. Hearing the discussions, Hu Kingsu's eyes filled with tears, not knowing what she had done wrong or why they were saying such things. Wang Jidi snorted from his nose. Listen up, everyone. Hu Kingsu and I are truly a couple, not as sordid as you think. What attracts me to her is her perseverance, something you will never learn, so you can only be someone else's caged bird. Tang Wenjie, exasperated, shouted, You talk so nicely, but if you were a poor guy, how would she look at you? Wang Jidi coldly smiled. He initially just wanted to scold this guy, but seeing his lack of self-awareness, it seemed he needed to be taught a lesson. He scanned Tang Wenjie with his phone camera, and in a few seconds, Linger found all the kids' information. Wang Jidi called Wang Shiji and Jin Wenpeng, instructing them to completely surround Tang Wenjie's father and see how he would continue to act. Tang Wenjie felt a tremor in his heart upon hearing Wang Jidi's words, but thinking about how his father had been in the game for so many years and had decent connections, he believed there shouldn't be any problems. Just a few minutes later, Tang Wenjie's phone rang. The kid, somewhat anxious, pressed the answer button, and an angry roar came from the other end. You damn beast, all you do is get into trouble for me every day. Who the hell did you offend? Our family is completely finished. Tang Wenjie heard his father's words and couldn't help but weaken in his legs, kneeling directly on the ground. He quickly reacted, hurriedly pleading with Wang Jidi, It's all my fault, I was just talking nonsense earlier. Please have mercy and spare me this time. Wang Jidi smiled coldly and said, Now you understand the gap between us. Kingsu is my heart's treasure. Do you think you are worthy of pursuing her? What you just said was quite good, so I've decided to give you a chance to become utterly destitute and see if you can find true love. Remember my advice. You must have self-awareness and know what you are. Not everyone is someone you can provoke. After saying this, he glanced around, and the people nearby quickly lowered their heads, fearing that he would remember their faces and make their lives difficult in the future. Wang Jidi swaggered back to the car, drove through the school gate, and the security guard on duty ignored them, showing no signs of checking. The reason I did that earlier was to teach you a lesson, to let you know how treacherous human hearts can be in this world. What those students said just now means nothing in society. What you will face in the future will be much tougher. Those people in the company will do anything for their own interests. Framing and slandering others is just a piece of cake. You are my girlfriend. I can make you a canary, but I believe you wouldn't want that, and I will respect your choice because you are my beloved. However, I will not allow you to be bullied. In the future, if you encounter such situations in society, you must act like I did just now, making everyone know to be afraid. Do you understand? Wang Jidi looked at Hu Kingsu, whose eyes were filled with tears, and instead of comforting her, he spoke very seriously. Hu Kingsu stared at him with her beautiful big eyes, fixating on him, feeling a bit intimidated, wondering if he was being a bit too grand. As soon as Wang Jidi parked the car, Hu Kingsu dove into his arms, sobbing, her tears quickly soaking his clothes. I know you mean well. No one has ever thought of me like this. As long as you don't mind me, I will be your girlfriend from now on. No matter what others say, I don't care. Even if you can support me, what does it matter? As long as you can support me for a lifetime, I am willing to be your nameless lover. Wang Jidi gently patted her back, softly comforting her in her ear. Girls need to be coaxed, and one can't just be harsh all the time. Hu Kingsu felt that Wang Jidi's embrace was particularly warm, and she really didn't want to leave. After struggling internally for a long time, she finally wriggled out of his arms. She wiped her tears and gave him a kiss on the cheek, then naturally went back to the dorm to get her things. When Hu Kingsu returned to the dorm, she saw that a few people were there and felt a bit surprised, but she didn't ask anything and lowered her head to pack her things. Yuan couldn't help but ask, Why are you back so soon? Didn't anything happen at the school gate? As a student who receives scholarships every year, Hu Kingsu was definitely smart enough to catch on immediately. I was wondering how Tang Wenjie knew I was coming back today. It turns out you told him. Why did you do that? Another roommate immediately said, We did this for you. As long as you can become Tang Wenjie's girlfriend, you won't have to worry anymore. Yuan continued, Besides, what's wrong with Tang Wenjie? He has both wealth and looks. If he could take a liking to me, I would have jumped at the chance long ago. Don't think that just because you became an intern at Dowen Group, your future is secure. So many people are eyeing that position, and someone like you without a background has basically no chance of getting a permanent position. You need to find a way out for yourself. We are doing this for your own good, so don't be ungrateful. Society is different from school. You can't just do as you please. Hyukin-zu said angrily, "Don't act like you're doing this for my own good. I know you all too well, you're all just in it for the benefits. What has Tang Wenjie given you?" The last roommate immediately replied, "Tang Wenjie promised us that as long as you agree to be his girlfriend, he would let us work at their family company. You know how tough the competition is these days. Just think of it as doing everyone a favor. Agree to be his girlfriend and you can definitely get into their company." Yuan interrupted again. What he said is right. It's so hard to find a good job nowadays, you must seize this opportunity. Women are like that. It doesn't matter who you end up with. I heard you and Wang Xuanghua rented a place together. Just the two of you looking so shabby, it must be the cheapest kind, probably even hard to turn around in there. Speaking of which, Wang Xuanghua has a decent background too. If you bring her along to Tang Wenjie, you can definitely get more benefits and it would be helping her out. Upon hearing this, Hyukin-zu felt an unnamed rage surge from her heels to the crown of her head, nearly exploding with anger. She said furiously, "I never expected you would say something like this. It's truly disappointing. My affairs are none of your concern." Yuan scoffed, "Stop pretending to be high and mighty in front of us. Let me tell you, once this opportunity is gone, it won't come back. You must seize such a good chance. Otherwise, it might end up in someone else's hands, and who knows what that would look like." Hyukin-zu coldly smiled and said, "Let me tell you something. Tang Wenjie's family group is about to cease to exist. The promises he made to you will definitely turn to dust. I don't even need to wait for the future. I've already fallen into someone else's hands, and that person is Wang Xuanghua's brother. Do you think Wang Xuanghua is someone special?" Yuan's eyes widened and she shouted, "I think you're really sick. Why would you ignore a wealthy second generation and cling to a poor guy? Everyone knows Wang Xuanghua's family background. She's just a poor girl from a small place, the kind that would split a penny in half to spend it." As soon as she finished speaking, other girls from the dorm rushed in, all looking eagerly at Hyukin-zu. "I knew Sister Zhu was definitely not an ordinary person. Now that she's flying high, don't forget about me. I was young and foolish before, and if I offended Sister Zhu, please don't hold it against me. We all came from the same school. As long as Sister Zhu has any requests in the future, I will definitely go through fire and water for you. How could I let Sister Zhu pack her things alone? Just leave everything to me. I will make sure it's all tidy and definitely satisfy Sister Zhu." The few people in the dorm were all confused, not knowing what had happened. The ones coming to curry favor included many proud individuals. Yuan hurriedly grabbed someone she had a good relationship with and asked what was going on. Upon learning everything that had happened at the school gate, her jaw nearly dropped in shock. "You can't be joking, right? Hyukin-zu just said she is dating Wang Xuanghua's brother. How could that girl come from a wealthy family? Who has the time to joke with you? Go over there and look out the window. The luxury car is parked right below. You know how much that car costs? It's several million. So what if that car is impressive? Do you know what watch he's wearing? A Vacheron Constantin, casually worth tens of millions. But to be fair, that man is Wang Xuanghua's brother. Is it really true? Now that you mention it, I remember. I thought he looked familiar. He came to find Wang Xuanghua before and said he was her real brother. I really didn't expect that Wang Xuanghua, who is usually so simple and has to work part-time, is actually a rich young lady. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. I used to offend Miss Wang. Will she hold a grudge against me? Why is my mouth so reckless? I really want to sew it shut with a needle." The last few speakers were Wang Xuanghua's roommates, who had often looked down on and bullied her. Now that they knew she was a rich young lady, they were so scared they could almost wet their pants. Hyukin-zu listened to these people talking more and more nonsense and coughed heavily, causing everyone to fall silent. "You don't need to be afraid. Xuanghua won't hold this against you. From now on, everyone will go their separate ways, and I believe there won't be any further interactions. I advise you to be down to earth. The reason Xuanghua was like that before was to hone her abilities. Even if you rack your brains, you wouldn't guess how wealthy her family is. I'm currently living in Xuanghua's apartment, which is just over 200 square meters in the city center. We both think we should keep a low profile. Jidi has prepared a car worth over 400,000 for each of us to make our travels more convenient. You shouldn't always think about getting something for nothing. Just like Cinderella and the prince, Cinderella also had to be presentable. "What do you have to offer?" Her words were firm and resonant, but unfortunately these girls didn't take them to heart. All they heard was that Cinderella could win the prince's love. Hu Kingsu was too lazy to deal with them any longer, so she went to Wang Xuanghua's dorm to pack her things and quickly left to avoid their incessant chatter. Yuan saw Hu Kingsu get into a luxury car through the window, filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, along with deep regret. If she hadn't messed things up before, perhaps she could have used that silly girl to connect with that handsome guy. With her skills in serving others, she might have been able to win him over. Yuan felt she should think of another way. She couldn't just give up like this. Wang Jidi was now somewhat regretting his decision. He shouldn't have let Hu Kingsu and his younger sister live together. It was really too inconvenient. He could only take advantage of the situation in the car but couldn't take the final step. Hu Kingsu, as a traditional girl, couldn't accept the car swaying. Wang Jidi had a warm dinner with Hu Kingsu and his younger sister, then returned to Villa Number 1, flipping through his social media out of boredom. He saw a still from a drama posted by Shangyuan Yangsu and decided to visit the set tomorrow. He initially thought about sending her a WeChat message, but decided to give her a surprise instead. The dream fairy logged on right on time, and after chatting for a while lulled Wang Jidi into a dream with a soft lullaby. Wang Jidi was woken up on time by the sound of a red envelope notification, groggily choosing to claim it. His luck today was not good. He only received a few $100,000 in cash, plus over $2 million in funds. He drove the Lamborghini to the location of the film crew and found that the atmosphere here was a bit off. Wang Jidi's brows furrowed slightly. Sun Qingying, his insider, hadn't sent him any news, indicating that the situation here had nothing to do with Shangyuan Yangsu. The crew members saw the Lamborghini and immediately recognized that Wang Jidi had arrived, rushing over as if welcoming an emperor. In fact, this description was accurate. As a major shareholder of Tangsing Entertainment, Wang Jidi held their life and death in his hands. Whoever he wanted to disappear from the industry would have to obediently retreat. Shangyuan Yangsu had completely risen to the lead role, while the original lead, Li Yuhan, was kicked out after filming a few scenes and would no longer have the chance to be the lead. In light of Shangyuan Yangsu's looks and temperament, the screenwriter rewrote the script. Compared to the previous version, it was absolutely a world apart, 100 times stronger than before. The fact proved that it wasn't that the screenwriter lacked talent, it was that they weren't given the opportunity to showcase it. As long as the capital didn't interfere, everything could be done to perfection. Shangyuan Yangsu wore a rather conservative long dress, showcasing her temperament to the fullest, exuding a natural charm. Next came the pure performance of acting, without needing to resort to gimmicks like Li Yuhan, who often relied on flaunting her body to attract attention. After finishing this scene, Wang Jidi applauded in celebration, his clapping catching Shangyuan Yangsu's attention. Upon seeing him, she immediately ran over with joy. "Why did you suddenly come to visit? You didn't tell me in advance so I could prepare properly. This is really embarrassing." Shangyuan Yangsu excitedly linked her arm with Wang Jidi's, pouting and playfully acting cute, while the others naturally ignored them and found their own places. Wang Jidi gently stroked Shangyuan Yangsu's hair, soothingly saying, "You are always the most beautiful, no need to dress up specially. I just wanted to give you a surprise. Have you been working hard these past few days? Don't overexert yourself. I would feel heartbroken if you got tired." Shangyuan Yangsu smiled and agreed, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. She nestled directly into Wang Jidi's embrace, her expression of happiness impossible to hide. Wang Jidi held Shangyuan Yangsu as they sat on a prop bench, the scene coincidentally resembling a park, perfectly suited for a date. As they were engrossed in each other, a sudden commotion of footsteps was heard, followed by a stream of curses. Wang Jidi looked in the direction of the noise and saw a group of a dozen or so thugs swaggering in. Shangyuan Yangsu grimaced upon seeing them and said, "I don't know where these people came from, but they've been causing trouble at the set for the past few days." The director reported them to the security bureau, but they couldn't do anything about it, only managing to chase them away. As soon as the security left, they came back again. Wang Jidi squinted and asked, "Have they harassed you?" Shangyuan Yangsu immediately shook her head, saying, "These people just come to the set and make a loud ruckus, causing all sorts of disturbances while we are filming. But they haven't done anything to us or damaged our stuff. which is why the security bureau can't do much, just scold them a bit. When the director asked if they wanted money, they didn't say anything. I don't know who we've offended, and just thinking about it is frustrating. Wang Zhidi nodded, releasing his hold on Shangyu and Yangsu, standing up indifferently and walked towards the group. I don't care who you are or who you have backing you, you are not allowed to come here again. Do you understand my words? Wang Zhidi said coldly, looking at the bald leader. The bald man glared arrogantly, saying, Who do you think you are? You look pretty tough. Wang Zhidi snorted dismissively. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that you are doing things you shouldn't be doing. This is my girlfriend's first film as the lead, and I don't want any problems. You better seize this opportunity. The bald man scratched his head and said casually, From what you're saying, you must be a rich second generation wanting to spend money to support a star. That's interesting. You don't need to scare me. Everyone knows who Bald Brother is. Get your girl and roll out of here, or don't blame me for being rude. Wang Zhidi coldly smiled and without hesitation delivered a high kick with just a fraction of his strength, striking the bald man's head and knocking him down. What followed was like a tiger entering a wolf's den. Shangyu and Yangsu hadn't even had time to scream before the fight was over. All the thugs lay on the ground, their arms and legs twisted in unnatural angles, clearly all broken. Wang Zhidi looked down at the bald man with disdain, saying, With your little skills you dare to mess around in society. It's simply laughable. Bald man gritted his teeth and shouted, How dare you hit me? You've really gotten yourself into big trouble this time. My boss is Big Bio, a key figure next to Wei Ji. Wang Zhidi sneered and said, I didn't expect you to be Big Bio's dog. That's quite interesting. He casually took out his phone, dialed Zhu Shaowei's number, and pressed the speaker button. Soon, a voice came through. I wonder what the boss wants from me. You need to bring Big Bio to this address right now. There are a few dogs causing trouble in my girlfriend's crew claiming to be Big Bio's dogs. You understand what I mean? I can't believe this is happening. That bastard Big Bio really doesn't want to live anymore. I'll bring him over right away. Please wait a moment, boss. The bald man wasn't a fool. He knew Wang Zhidi wouldn't lie about such matters. The one who could call Big Bio a bastard was naturally Wei Ji. The young man in front of him was Wei Ji's boss, and just thinking about his background sent shivers down his spine. He had really gotten himself into big trouble. What should he do? The bald man turned pale with fear, wanting to plead for mercy but not knowing how to say it. If he said the wrong thing, it would be even worse. Zhu Shaowei arrived with Big Bio in just over 20 minutes, both of them drenched in sweat, unsure if it was from exhaustion or fear. It's my fault for not managing my subordinates well and making the boss angry. Please punish me, boss. I accept any punishment. Zhu Shaowei immediately admitted his mistake, trying to show a good attitude to seek a lighter punishment, just like the old man had done before. Wang Zhidi's face darkened as he said, Your family business is large. A few slip-ups are nothing. Just pay attention to correcting them in the future. Don't always stay high and mighty. Come down and see what your subordinates are like. Bullying the weak is no skill. If you're so tough, go charge the Wang group. His first sentence reassured Zhu Shaowei that he definitely wouldn't be punished this time, but if he didn't correct his ways, it wouldn't be so easy next time. The second sentence was to tell Zhu Shaowei that he must do his job well. The boss must bear the burden of his little brother's mistakes, and he couldn't afford to lose face by bullying the weak. Zhu Shaowei breathed a sigh of relief, quickly nodded in agreement, and then kicked Big Bio in the butt, making him kneel to speak. Wang Zhidi waved his hand and said, I'm not an emperor. There's no need to kneel to talk to me. This bald man says he's your subordinate. Don't tell me you don't know him. Big Bio hurriedly replied, This beast is indeed my subordinate. I really didn't know he had the guts to harass the lady. I'll take them back and break the dog's legs, and I'll tell all the brothers that such things are not allowed in the future. Please give me a chance, young master. Wang Zhidi coughed and said, Considering your good performance last time, I'll let you go this time. What use is it to keep such a beast? Take him to Dahe Mountain and bury him. Upon hearing this, the bald man struggled to bow and plead, It's all my fault. I was blind and offended the young master and the lady. I also have parents and a wife and children at home. I beg the young master and lady to spare my life. I won't dare again. Shangyun Yangsu was quite pleased with the title of lady, and since she hadn't been harassed before, she didn't have such a strong dislike for them. Seeing that he knows he's wrong, why take his life for such a small matter? Let him tell us who the mastermind is behind this and just give him a beating when he gets back. Shangyun Yangsu said with a smile, and her reasoning was sound. This thug causing trouble must have been instigated by someone. That person was the real target, so why bother with these small fries? Wang Jidi nodded and said, "What you said makes a lot of sense. Since that's the case, consider it his luck. Now tell us who instigated this." The bald man didn't dare to be slow and quickly named a thug, saying it was this guy who had found him. Only by finding this guy could they uncover the person behind it all. Wang Jidi squinted and said, "This is my girlfriend's first role as the lead. If anyone dares to make her uncomfortable, they must pay the price. I'll leave this matter to you. I don't care what means you use, but you must dig out the person behind this. If you can't do it, then don't bother with outside matters anymore and focus on managing the Blackstone Reef Club." Zhu Shaowei hurriedly agreed, promising to handle the matter well and not to disappoint Wang Jidi. After sending them away, the director and the actors dared to approach, their attitudes becoming even more respectful. Wang Jidi took out a stack of money from his bag and casually handed it to Sun Qingying, telling him to take everyone out to relax and continue filming tomorrow. Everyone naturally understood what was going on, happily exchanging compliments before heading out to enjoy themselves. Wang Jidi returned to the romantic little house with Shangyu and Yangsu, spending the whole day together admiring the scenery, a wonderful feeling that was hard to share with outsiders. Wang Jidi was awakened on time by the notification sound of a red envelope. Looking at the beauty in his arms, he smiled and chose to claim it. A bottle of Clive Christian perfume, wishing you a pleasant click. Funds of 365,987 yuan, wishing you a pleasant click. 32% shares of Zhongxing Film Distribution Group, wishing you a pleasant click. Wang Jidi didn't expect to receive shares in a film distribution group, along with a bottle of perfume. It seemed the system wanted him to completely enchant Shangyu and Yangsu. He quietly contacted Linger, asking her to control the Porsche 911 GT to deliver the perfume here. Fortunately, the car had autopilot. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. Wang Jidi sighed inwardly, wondering why the system didn't give him a storage space, making it easier to use things when they appeared there. Shangyu and Yangsu saw another sports car in the yard and couldn't help but show a surprised expression, looking at Wang Jidi in confusion, not knowing what was going on. Wang Jidi smiled and said, "I thought it would be inconvenient for you to be without a car while on set, so I decided to give you the Lamborghini Gallardo. From now on, I'll ship it to whichever set you go to." Shangyu and Yangsu stared with her large, expressive eyes, her face filled with disbelief, finally understanding how those predecessors had fallen. It wasn't that they couldn't hold their ground. It was that the pressure from these second-generation heirs was too intense, and the allure was simply irresistible. Shangyu and Yangsu nestled in Wang Jidi's arms, unable to hide the happiness on her face, and then took the initiative to offer her soft lips. Just as they were in their sweet moment, a phone call interrupted the atmosphere, making Wang Jidi feel annoyed. When he saw that it was Zhu Shaowei calling, he pressed the speakerphone button and the other party's voice came through. "I'm sorry to disturb you so early, boss. I've already found out that the person behind this is Hong Binwei. I asked a friend, and Hong Binwei is known as Lord Hong in that circle. He's a big shot. How do you want to deal with him? Should I bring people over to take care of this guy and make him understand the consequences?" Wang Jidi thought of the shares he had just received and couldn't help but smile slightly. The system was really helpful, and this time it would come in handy. "As long as you find the mastermind behind this, the rest I can handle myself." Zhu Shaowei flattered him a few more times before respectfully hanging up. He then sent Shangyu and Yangsu's photo to all his friends, letting them know that this woman was not to be trifled with. Shangyu and Yangsu blinked her beautiful big eyes and said, "I didn't expect the person behind this to be Lord Hong. It must be Li Yuhan, who is unwilling to be replaced by me, instigating Lord Hong to do this. Everyone in the circle knows that Li Yuhan gave birth to a son for Lord Hong when she was young. Due to various reasons, he couldn't enter Master Hong's house, so this son was raised by the Li family, saying he was the second child of his parents." Wang Jidi listened, dumbfounded, really wanting to say that this circle is truly chaotic. It was really eye-opening. Wang Jidi sighed for a moment, then hugged Shangyu and Yangsu tightly. To find someone like her, who remains untainted in such a messy circle, was truly a great fortune. Shangyu and Yangsu felt Wang Jidi's arm tighten and guessed his thoughts, also feeling very fortunate to have met such a kindred spirit. The two lingered for a while, and only then did Wang Jidi decide to get down to business and called Yi Qinglei. Why does young Master Tai have the time to call me? Is the economic team arranged for Miss Shangyuan satisfactory? Wang Jidi got straight to the point. I think there's no need for pleasantries between us. Overall, I'm quite satisfied with your current arrangements. However, there are some flaws that I believe should be addressed, especially since someone is scheming behind the scenes, which is absolutely unacceptable. Yi Qinglei hurriedly inquired about what had happened, and after hearing the details, he fell silent for a moment. Hong Binwei has a significant influence in the circle, and many people give him face. It's not easy to deal with him. How about I talk to him and clear up this misunderstanding? I believe he would be willing to be friends with young Master Tai. I don't think that's a good idea. I don't want to be friends with him. No one can offend me and walk away unscathed. If you feel that your current strength is insufficient to deal with this Master Hong, I can give you more leverage. Go ask the Zhongxing Film Group what happened last night. Wang Jidi interrupted Yi Qinglei's words without hesitation, and his words caused Yi Qinglei to exclaim in surprise. The whole circle is already in a frenzy. Last night, a mysterious person acquired 32% of Zhongxing Film Group's shares. I was still pondering this familiar formula, and I didn't expect it was really young Master Tai's doing. It's truly impressive. Wang Jidi casually said, I acquired the largest share of the cinema chain in Huiguo, becoming a significant shareholder, initially just to ensure Yangsu's film screenings went more smoothly. I didn't expect to find out this morning that the person behind it is this Hong. It's as if heaven wants him dead and he can't blame anyone else. Let me ask you, with these chips now, can we drive them out? If you can't do it, I don't mind acquiring another entertainment company. Also, let me tell you, the heir of the Dawin Group is my good brother, and their cinema chain will definitely stand by my side. Yi Qinglei quickly stated, Young Master Tai, please don't misunderstand. I was considering Miss Shangyuan before, thinking about reconciling. Now that we have this strength, there's no need to waste words with them. We must let that Hong know that not everyone can provoke him in this world. Wang Jidi was very satisfied with this statement, asked Yi Qinglei to wait a moment, and then called the president of Zhongxing Film Group, Gu Zhangjian, who had been waiting for his call. First of all, thank you, young Master Tai, for acquiring our shares and supporting our group's development. Now, young Master Tai is the second largest shareholder of the group. I hope you will guide our work in the future. Gu Zhangjian spoke very politely. His influence was much greater than Yi Qinglei's, and he already knew Wang Jidi, who was also the second largest shareholder of Tangsing Entertainment. He also knew that Wang Jidi acquired shares in Tangsing Entertainment to support his girlfriend, and he estimated that the acquisition of their group's shares was also for this reason. Many had supported actresses before, but such a large-scale investment was definitely very rare. The combined shares of the two companies were worth at least several billion. For him to casually throw out several billion without fear of losing it shows that this money was merely a drop in the bucket for him. Don't say that money isn't everything. As long as you have enough of it, you can really do anything. Take the common saying that money can't buy life as an example. If someone has a terminal illness, like the super-rich Wang Jidi, the chances of recovery are very high. Because he has enough capital, he can use any means to treat himself, including resorting to those evil methods to obtain the necessary materials when needed. A top billionaire, even if there's no hope for a cure, can definitely extend his life by a few decades without any problem. The gambling king of Lionhua Island is a case in point. A first-class rich person can at least live comfortably for another 10 or 20 years. After all, they have money and can use various good medicines to maintain their health. As for a senior manager, sustaining for 7 or 8 years is not a problem, and a well-off white-collar worker should be able to hold on for 3 to 5 years. As for ordinary people, all they can do is go home and wait to die. How long they can live depends on the will of the king of hell. Who dares to say this isn't buying life with money? Wang Jidi smiled slightly and said, Mr. Gu doesn't need to be so polite. I'm a very laid-back person and not very willing to manage things. However, if I decide to do something, I must see it through. If I can't, I won't be happy, and who knows what I might do then. Perhaps making a top cinema chain go bankrupt, letting billions go down the drain, could lighten my mood a bit. Mr. Gu, would you help me make that happen? This was a blatant threat, yet particularly effective, as cold sweat instantly covered Gu Zhangjian's forehead. Whatever Mr. Tai wants to do, of course, we will make it happen. Otherwise, we would all lose face. Just give the word we are all in the same boat. Wang Jidi laughed. Mr. Gu, just call Yi Qinglei and you'll know what I want to do. I believe you won't let me down. Actually, I'm the kind of person who spends lavishly when I'm in the mood. We need to expand the cinema chain. Remember to notify me. This was a classic case of giving a slap and then a sweet date, a perfect blend of kindness and threat. This is the kind of skill a person in power should have. After Wang Jidi finished speaking, he hung up the phone and the rest was no longer his concern. With the strongest entertainment company and the strongest cinema group, if they still couldn't handle one person, they might as well close down. Hong Binwei had his own company which had been thriving thanks to his connections, but now he was in dire straits. What on earth is going on? Why are all the cinema chains refusing to screen our films? This film cost several $100 million. How do we explain the failure to the investors? One subordinate stood up to answer. I've looked into it. This time, Tianxing Entertainment and Zhongxing Cinema Group are leading a joint siege against us. The one who instigated them is the second largest shareholder, Mr. Tai. Once this news got out, Dawen Group immediately followed suit. Other cinema chains, seeing this situation, naturally dared not go against the tide and complied with their demands. The current situation indicates they want to completely disrupt our rhythm. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Hong Binwei was completely bewildered, not knowing what was happening. Hong Binwei was no longer young and had seen many storms, but this situation was definitely a first for him. He was very clear that the Mr. Tai his subordinate mentioned was able to simultaneously become the second largest shareholder of both Tianxing Entertainment and Zhongxing Cinema Group. Regardless of strength or background, he was not someone he could provoke. He didn't even know how he was being dealt with. Hong Binwei took a deep breath and said, "Can anyone tell me how we offended this Mr. Tai?" A female executive answered without hesitation. I asked some sisters inside Tianxing Entertainment, and they said Mr. Tai acquired shares in Tianxing Entertainment just to support his girlfriend, Gu Yangsu. Then he acquired shares in the Zhongxing Film Group, also to ensure that his girlfriend's first film as the lead actress would be a big hit. Shangyuan Yangsu was originally the fourth lead in this film, and the actress she replaced was Li Yuhan. As for the rest, the boss should have a clear idea. Hong Binwei finally understood what was going on and directly cursed, angrily scolding Li Yuhan for being a worthless piece of trash, daring to play him like that. He had to make that worthless person pay the price. The previous male executive licked his lips and said, I think before the boss curses that worthless person, he should consider how to resolve this matter. From what I know about these wealthy young masters, Tai Xiao's grand actions are not solely for Shangyuan Yangsu. It's mainly about his face. If we were in his shoes and got slapped in the face, we definitely wouldn't let it go easily. We would have to regain our face. Hong Binwei snorted. I've been crawling and rolling in this circle for so many years and I have quite a few connections. I don't believe he can completely cut me off. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone rang. It was the investors calling and they immediately started cursing him out. You damn bastard, what else can you do? Who do you think you can provoke? Why don't you just go to hell? I'm officially notifying you to return my investment money within 3 days, or I'll have someone throw you into the sea to feed the sharks. Just as Hong Binwei wanted to explain, the other party hung up, and then several more calls came in, all basically the same. This old guy was completely panicked this time. The last bit of courage vanished entirely, like a spineless dog, slumped in his chair. The others, seeing this situation, naturally scattered like monkeys when the tree falls, each looking for a way out. They couldn't just hang themselves on this one tree. Li Yuhan learned the news that Hong Binwei was finished and was equally terrified, constantly asking those around her what she should do. Her manager, with a stern face, said, I told you before in this circle, those with real ability are the ones in charge. If you can't provoke someone, don't go and provoke them. You didn't listen to me, thinking that just because you gave birth to a son for Hong Leagui, you could act recklessly. Now there's no other way but to wait for their revenge. You should be very clear about what you've done over the years. If you can escape prison, it would be a miracle. If you had followed my advice, maybe that miracle could happen. First, confess your own wrongdoings, then pay all your assets as a fine. After that, announce your retirement from the industry, never to engage in anything related to it again, and give the other party enough face. Perhaps they will let you go. This manager was indeed clever, coming up with this method to cut off the root of the problem. Compared to Wang Jidi, Li Yuhan was like an ant against a mammoth. The mammoth looked down on the ant, but in reality the ant didn't need to regard the mammoth highly. After all, they belonged to two different worlds, and there would be no intersection between them. Li Yuhen's current approach was like an ant trying to burrow under the mammoth's feet, and naturally, it would get stepped on. As for whether that step would crush the ant, the mammoth didn't care at all. Caring about it required qualifications, and not everything had that qualification. In fact, it proved that the manager's approach was correct. Wang Jidi saw the entertainment news and realized Li Yuhen was finished, so he couldn't be bothered with this ungrateful woman anymore. This incident stirred up a storm in the industry, with every manager educating their artists to keep a low profile. Don't casually provoke others. Who knows which person has a real crocodile standing behind them? Hong Binwei was the best example. Wang Jidi and Shangyuan Yangsu had been entangled for several days, but in order not to delay her filming, he had to endure the pain and temporarily part ways with her. When Wang Jidi returned to the villa, Linger's voice immediately rang out. "Master, you're finally back. I thought you had fallen into the tender embrace and forgotten about me." Wang Jidi replied with a smile. "Even if I forget everyone else, I won't forget you. Besides, your subsystem has always been by my side. Isn't that just like meeting in person?" "Master, don't try to gloss over things. Everything is different. From now on, you have to set aside some time every day to chat with me. Otherwise, I'll invite all those female masters here and turn this into a battlefield, and let's see how you handle it." Linger's tone was filled with playful meaning, indicating that this girl's simulated emotions were becoming stronger, gradually approaching that of a real little girl. The two of them chatted until night fell and the dream fairy came online, immediately acting spoiled. "Brother, what have you been doing these past 2 days? Were you secretly meeting a vixen? It must be that way. Otherwise, why would you turn off my system? Does brother not like me anymore, or do you think I can only be looked at and not eaten? If you want to eat me, I can fly over to find you overnight." Wang Jidi shook his head helplessly and said, "I have indeed been with my girlfriend these past 2 days, but that doesn't mean I don't like you. Many things need to be done step by step. Don't rush into reality. When the time is right, everything will naturally fall into place." "Brother, you really have a thick face being able to say such things. Who told me to fall into your hands? I can only follow your wishes. But let's get the ugly words out of the way first. There must be a place for me by your side, or else I'll completely fall into depravity and perform those romantic live streams. At that time, brother, you'll be the culprit who harmed me, and you'll feel guilty for the rest of your life. If I get serious, even I would be afraid of myself." The dream fairy made a fierce expression, but she looked playful and cute. It must be said that this girl is absolutely top-notch when it comes to being endearing. Her cuteness and Yang Mengting's adorableness are two different concepts, both capable of capturing hearts, making it hard to say which is better. Wang Jidi being able to have both types is truly a blessing, and just thinking about it makes him feel incredibly pleased. As they were chatting happily, Wang Jidi received a text message. He snapped his fingers casually, and a projection appeared on the wall, displaying the message he received on his phone. "Sorry to disturb you, Mr. Wang. I heard from the personal trainer that you haven't tested your physical limits while you've been here. I specifically informed our boss about this, and our boss has decided to test your limits in his private training room. I wonder what you think about that." This message was sent by Zhang Hurong, and the boss she referred to was naturally Li Zhai. Wang Jidi wanted to see where his limits lay, and he was also interested in meeting this big shot, Li Zhai. As for whether the other party would have ulterior motives, he really didn't take it to heart. After all, he had the system daddy protecting him, so what problems could arise? Wang Jidi indicated that there was no problem at all and agreed to go over tomorrow, casually asking and learning that Li Zhai liked to drink tea. He fell asleep to the lullaby of the dream fairy and was awakened by the notification sound of a red envelope. "Received funds of 200 million, wish you a pleasant click." "Received 10 boxes of Green Bull functional drinks, wish you a pleasant click." "Received 1 tael of first-generation Yunwu tea, wish you a pleasant click." Wang Jidi felt that today was a good day, with quite a nice harvest, especially getting the first-generation Yunwu tea, which solved the problem of the meeting gift. The so-called first-generation Yunwu tea is picked from the only mother tree in the Yunwu tea production area, with an annual output of no more than 1 pound, all of which is offered to the red wall. The most expensive cloud mist tea on the market right now is the third-generation cloud mist tea, which has undergone 2 grafts, and even so, it sells for 50,000 per tael. The one tail of first-generation cloud mist tea that Wang Jidi obtained would start at least at 1 million outside, but the key is that it is priceless and hard to find. He glanced around and saw a small jade bottle on the table, which naturally contained first-generation cloud mist tea. Wang Jidi picked up the small jade bottle and found that it had no patterns at all, absolutely plain and unadorned. Only at the ceiling point were the 4 characters, first-generation cloud mist, written in tiny script. If one's eyesight were a bit worse, one wouldn't be able to see what was written at all. It was unclear what had sealed the bottle, as there were no visible traces of sealing, as if the lid and the small jade bottle were naturally born together. Wang Jidi licked his lips, feeling that this should be called returning to simplicity. Truly valuable things no longer need external manifestations. He carefully placed the small jade bottle in his bag, got into his Porsche 911 GT, and sped off to the Jun Fitness Club. Zhang Huarong was waiting for him at the entrance, and as soon as the car was parked, she immediately came to him. Our boss's private training ground is built on the back mountain and vehicles are not allowed to enter there. Let's take the electric cart. Wang Jidi smiled slightly and said, since we're here to exercise, why take the electric cart? We can just run there. Zhang Huarong immediately replied, young Master Tai, you may not know, but although the distance from here to the private training ground isn't too far, it's all uphill. Let's take the car. Wang Jidi laughed and waved his finger, calling over the previous security guard to continue watching the car, casually giving him a stack of tips. This security guard had become his exclusive car watcher, and the tips he received from him were almost equivalent to a year's salary. The security guard stood in front of the sports car, looking around restlessly, and anyone who didn't know would think he was trying to catch a thief. Wang Jidi let Zhang Huarong lead the way as they ran towards the back mountain, and indeed, every step was uphill, requiring more physical effort. He didn't care about this consumption at all, maintaining a steady pace without even breathing heavily. Seeing this scene through the surveillance, Li Zhaiming immediately used the intercom to tell Zhang Huarong to speed up and take a longer route. Upon hearing the boss's command, Zhang Huarong secretly circulated her internal energy, enhancing her physical capabilities and increasing her speed to the level of a 100-meter sprint. Wang Jidi kept following Zhang Huarong, unknowingly picking up speed, not falling behind at all, running comfortably and pleasantly. Li Zhaiming was astonished by this situation. He had never thought that someone's physical stamina could be so good. Zhang Huarong took the longest route, running a full 10 kilometers, mostly uphill, which left her panting. Wang Jidi took 2 deep breaths, shook his body and said, this run feels great. It seems I should run more in the future to warm up properly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Huarong inwardly exclaimed in disbelief, feeling that this guy was simply inhuman and utterly annoying. She took a few deep breaths to calm her internal energy and then led Wang Jidi through the side door into the training ground. Wang Jidi looked around. This training ground was particularly large, with a big boxing ring in the center, and from each of the 4 corners of the ring extended 4 iron cable walls. The iron cable walls divided the area into 4 zones. Behind the ring was a shooting range, filled with human-shaped targets. Regularly shooting at such targets could cultivate a person's killing instinct. To the right of the ring were many targets as well, but they were likely for darts and archery, along with a weapon rack that had all kinds of weapons. To the left of the ring was the fitness area, equipped with various fitness equipment, but none of it was electronic. All were the most pure types of apparatus. The area they were in was clearly a reception area, with sofas and tables arranged on both sides. A middle-aged man sat by the table in the center, where an exquisite tea set was placed, indicating that he was someone knowledgeable about tea. Zhang Huarong hurried forward, cupping his fists in salute, and said, report to the master, young Master Tai has arrived. Wang Jidi was very interested in Zhang Huarong's way of greeting. Only those martial heroes on television would salute like that. He imitated him, cupping his fists and bowing, saying, I have met Master Li, and it is truly an honor for Master Li to personally test me. I heard that Master Li enjoys tea, so I specially had my family send me a couple of tails of tea leaves, hoping you will like it. As Wang Jidi spoke, he took out a small jade bottle from his pocket and pushed it in front of Li Zhaiming with a smile. Li Zhaiming was taken aback at first, then a flash of realization crossed his mind, and he quickly grabbed the small jade bottle, carefully inspecting the seal. Seeing the ecstatic expression on Li Zhaiming's face, Zhang Huarong was filled with confusion, thinking, how precious could a couple of taels of tea leaves be? Li Zhiming swallowed hard and said, I never expected young Master Tai would use a first-rate Yunwu tea as a meeting gift. It truly opens my eyes. First-rate Yunwu tea is more precious than diamonds. The key is that diamonds can be bought, but first-rate Yunwu tea cannot be sought after. This bottle of tea leaves can be our family heirloom. The people around them were dumbfounded upon hearing this, not expecting such a small bottle of tea leaves to be so valuable. Wang Zhidi chuckled and almost made everyone bow down. I think Master Li is mistaken. Tea leaves are meant to be drunk. How can they be treated as a family heirloom? That would lose the original meaning of tea leaves. Wang Zhidi's tone was very casual, as if what was before him was not first-rate Yunwu tea, but just jasmine tea sold on the market. Including Li Zhiming, everyone felt their legs go weak, wanting to kneel before Wang Zhidi, shouting, Big brother, you're amazing. Li Zhiming took a deep breath, forcibly calming his emotions, while in his heart, he elevated Wang Zhidi's status to the highest. Using first-rate Yunwu tea as a gift not only showcased financial power, but also indicated an extraordinary background. Only someone with connections could obtain first-rate Yunwu tea. Otherwise, no matter how rich one was, they could only look on with longing. Li Zhiming smiled and said, I heard from Huarong that young Master Tai has been unable to test his physical limits at the gym. I'm very interested in this, so I invited young Master Tai here. The fitness equipment I have is different from what you find outside. They are all inherited from our ancestors, most suitable for such tests, and I am sure it will satisfy young Master Tai. Wang Zhidi, full of interest, said, Thank you again, Master Li. I wonder when we can start so I can see where my limits are. Li Zhiming made a gesture of invitation and led Wang Zhidi to the gym on the left side of the arena. First, they conducted a strength test, using stone locks as the testing tools. These stone locks had been specially modified. Although they didn't look big, they were quite heavy. Li Zhiming pointed to the iron locks and said, The heaviest of these iron locks weighs 1,000 pounds. Young Master Tai can try them one by one, and I hope you can gauge your strength and not injure yourself. Wang Zhidi nodded. Having previously bench pressed 200 pounds with relative ease, he decided to start with 500 pounds. He approached the 500-pound iron lock, grabbed one with one hand, and with a shake of his arms lifted the iron lock. He casually swung it a couple of times, then set it down and walked directly to the 800-pound iron lock, repeating the process. He felt that the 800-pound iron lock made his arm muscles tense a bit, but after swinging it a few times, he found it manageable. Wang Zhidi then approached the 1,000-pound iron lock, extended both hands to grab it, and slowly lifted it, followed by a horizontal lift. Others saw this scene and all held their breath, their faces filled with disbelief, as they had never even dreamed that someone could possess such strength. Wang Zhidi performed 10 shoulder presses and felt a hint of fatigue. He assessed in his mind that his limit should be around 100. In other words, his arms had reached the so-called 10,000 jun, strength of ancient times, and such a limit of power was absolutely unparalleled. Wang Zhidi didn't want to be too astonishing, so he put down the 2 stone locks and deliberately made his breathing a bit hurried. It seems my strength can only reach this level. I still need to practice when I go back. Perhaps I can improve a bit, he said. Li Zhiming quickly replied, Young Master Tai, your current strength is already at its peak. As long as you can maintain it, there's no need to think about further improvement. Over there are cowhide rubber bands soaked in tung oil. Each one is incredibly tough. Young Master Tai can tie them around himself to test his explosive power. After a short rest, just do this. Wang Zhidi shrugged his shoulders and said, I don't think there's a need to rest. I can test it directly. After saying this, he walked to the wooden stake, grabbed a rubber band, pulled it a bit and had 10 tied around him, then began to perform punching and kicking movements. Wang Zhidi felt the pull was too light, so he had everyone continue to tie more on him. When it reached 50, he felt considerable resistance. He believed his explosive power should be able to pull 100 rubber bands, which was still quite satisfying. Wang Zhidi didn't add more but instead conducted other tests. Aside from the first level of strength, which he demonstrated thoroughly, the rest all stopped halfway. Li Zhiming, an old hand, noticed that Wang Zhidi was handling each task with ease, clearly holding back and not truly reaching his limit. He didn't think much about it. He just felt that as a wealthy young master, Wang Zhidi must be afraid of injuring himself, which was why he acted this way. In Li Jiming's view, even though Wang Jidi was holding back, he couldn't be much stronger than the test results, as those results were already beyond human limits. Wang Jidi went to the bathhouse to take a shower, and just as he was relaxing, the system's prompt suddenly sounded. Congratulations on completing the hidden task, intimidating the great masters of the inner world. Reward, a special red envelope. Would you like to open it now? Wang Jidi was intrigued by the information in the prompt, not knowing what the so-called inner world meant. He hesitated for a moment, then decided to claim the red envelope first and then find Li Jiming to inquire further. When the special red envelope appeared, some ordinary red envelopes also randomly appeared, serving as a backdrop for the special one. The red envelopes given for previous purchases were mostly cash and funds, and the ordinary envelopes that served as a backdrop usually weren't much better. Received funds of 350,000 yuan. Enjoy your click. Received cash of 89,653 yuan. Enjoy your click. As expected, the ordinary red envelopes contained nothing but money, and the next hope lay in the special red envelope. Received a super storage space. Enjoy your click. Wang Jidi saw this information, and his eyes immediately widened. He wanted to shout that the system was amazing, truly a wish come true. He felt a heaviness in his head as a lot of information about how to use the storage space flooded in. Wang Jidi activated the storage space according to the information, and a vast expanse appeared before him. Currently, the space only contained a few stacks of cash, which he had just drawn. In the future, all small physical items he drew would appear in the storage space. As for large items like cars and yachts, the reason they weren't placed in the storage space was that he feared taking them out would be too shocking and cause unnecessary trouble. Wang Jidi tested it with a bar of soap. It could easily be placed into the storage space and taken out very conveniently. This was truly impressive. He felt that the only drawback of the storage space was that it had to be touched to put things inside, and it couldn't store living things. Wang Jidi contentedly came outside, where Li Jiming had already brewed a pot of good tea waiting for him. Li Jiming smiled and said, "This is my collection of top-quality Baluachun. Please have a taste, young Master Tai. With the first-rate Yunwu tea, these collections are nothing to mention. As you said, it's best to take them out and drink." Wang Jidi chuckled and said, "I suppose Master Li knows my past. I was absolutely poor, living in dire straits. So I don't have much insight, just say whatever comes to mind. You don't need to take it to heart." The reason he said this was to set the stage and then inquire about the matters of the inner world. Wang Jidi's past experiences were not a secret to everyone. Anyone with a bit of influence could find out, and upon discovering it, they would be astonished. Those with powerful influence would naturally continue to investigate, only to find that the information they sought was classified as 9-star confidential, which nearly scared them out of their wits. 9-star confidential is the highest level of secrecy, and the number of people holding this level worldwide is fewer than the fingers on one hand. Even the top figures of various countries only hold 5-star confidential, so Wang Jidi's identity and background have become extremely terrifying among those top powers. All of this was naturally the handiwork of Linger. It was just her momentary whim, yet it allowed Wang Jidi to connect with the heavens and intimidate everyone. Li Zhizhen's influence couldn't be considered top tier, but it was stronger than the average, so he had received some hints and knew that Wang Jidi was not an ordinary person. Having just received the first-rate Yunwu tea, he naturally regarded Wang Jidi with even more importance and immediately flattered him upon hearing his words. "Young Master Tai, please don't say that." As the saying goes, when heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility on a person, it must first exhaust their muscles and bones, torment their minds, and only through enduring hardship can one become a superior person. Wang Jidi chuckled and said, "Indeed, heroes see alike. I think the same way, but in terms of experience I still lack. I heard someone say that Master Li is a great figure in the inner world, a person of considerable renown, and I admire him greatly." Li Jiming felt quite pleased in his heart, smiling and waving his hand, saying, "Young Master Tai is too flattering. I merely carry the legacy of my late father and have a bit of a reputation in the inner world." Wang Jidi rubbed his hands and said, "I am very interested in the inner world. I wonder if Master Li could tell me what the inner world is all about." Upon hearing this, Li Jiming choked on his saliva, filled with resentment, feeling that Wang Jidi didn't even know about the inner world, and what he had said before was completely nonsense. Although he thought this in his heart, his expression remained calm. It must be said that this composure was quite impressive. Since young Master Tai is interested, I will explain it to you. First, you must understand that the inner world is relative to the world you are in. The world you see now is the real world, also known as the surface world, and naturally the inner world corresponds to the surface world. Wang Zhidi pondered and said, "It's like the dark web and the normal internet. The inner world is a world composed of your rules." Li Zhiming nodded and said, "Your understanding is not wrong, young Master Tai. The inner world is composed of many parts, but the main body is the martial artists." So in a narrow sense, the inner world refers to the kind of Jianghu mentioned in novels, and everyone is called a person of Jianghu, adhering to the rules of Jianghu. And these rules ultimately boil down to one: the law of the jungle, where everything is settled by strength. Whoever is stronger has the right to speak. In a broad sense, the inner world also includes those proficient in abilities and cultivators. I have never seen a cultivator, but they certainly exist. Psychics, I've seen them, and they're not as powerful as portrayed on television. They just have special abilities that are not easy to deal with. There are many psychics, and they also study modern martial arts and ancient martial arts with their special abilities as a supplement, making their combat power very formidable. Wang Zhidi blinked and asked, "Master Li just mentioned modern martial arts and ancient martial arts. What's the situation there? Please enlighten me." Li Zhiming licked his lips and said, "Ancient martial arts are the kinds of skills mentioned in novels. They cultivate internal energy, each with extraordinary abilities. Not everyone can cultivate internal energy, especially in modern times when pollution is severe. Achieving this is even harder. Thus, many martial arts masters, after research, took a different path and developed internal strength, replacing true energy, which is modern martial arts. Modern martial arts are divided into 4 levels: bright strength experts, dark strength masters, transformation strength masters, and micro strength grandmasters. Ancient martial arts are divided into 4 levels: acquired, innate, cave void, and martial void. The level of ancient martial arts is above modern martial arts. Purely in terms of combat power, a micro-strength grandmaster is equivalent to an acquired ancient martial artist, while an ancient martial artist who has reached the martial void is said to be in the realm of land immortals. It is said that reaching this realm is akin to the legendary cultivators. Of course, it's all just legend, and no one knows the truth. I'm a peak dark strength master, and my father is a transformation strength master, so our family occupies a place in the underground world of Northeast. Wang Zhidi listened with great interest, but he treated it merely as a story and didn't take it to heart. After all, he had no intention of mingling in the underground world. In this day and age, enjoying life was what truly mattered, and everything else was up to others. Thank you, Master Li, for telling me all this. It really opened my eyes. If I ever provoke someone from the underground world, I wonder if Zhu Shaowei can handle it. Wang Zhidi asked Li Zhiming with a smile. Knowing the existence of the underground world meant he had to prepare for the future. Upon hearing Zhu Shaowei's name, Li Zhiming snorted disdainfully. Zhu Shaowei is not even a person from the underground world. He's just a big thug. Letting him help young Master Tai with some matters on the streets is fine, but when it comes to someone from the underground world, he's nothing. Young Master Tai is a supreme member of our Jun dojo. If you have any issues in the future, just let me know, and I will naturally help you resolve them. Wang Zhidi thanked him a few times with a smile, then reached into his bag and took out a portion of the cash he had just received, casually placing it on the table. They say the poor are scholars and the rich are martial artists. I suppose you martial artists have significant expenses and you must have some money. I happen to have plenty of money. If you need anything in the future, just tell me. I can casually take out 1 million or 8 million without any problem. This is just a small token for the wear and tear of the equipment. Master Li, please don't think it's too little. If you don't accept it, it means you don't consider me a friend. Wang Zhidi's words were particularly generous, reflecting the straightforward style of a Northeasterner, making everything seem natural. Li Zhiming laughed and said, "Since young Master Tai says so, I won't be polite. From now on, you are my brother. Whoever dares to trouble you, I'll just throw them into the sea to feed the fish. With you backing me up, I can rest easy. Don't call me young Master Tai, that feels too distant. Just call me Taizi. Whenever you have time, come visit the old man. He's the hero I admire the most." Wang Zhidi took the opportunity to solidify their relationship. As someone who had been through the lower ranks, he often didn't care about face. What's the big deal about face? Gaining actual benefits is what truly matters. How often do things happen where one gives face but doesn't care? Wang Zhidi and Li Jiaming went to the Haishi Reef Club to drink, and their relationship quickly warmed up, completely like brothers, appearing very close. Wang Zhidi returned to the villa, sipping the hangover soup prepared by Linger, and casually connected to a video call with the Dream Fairy. Look at how my brother is. Seems like he had a great time drinking. I wonder what happy things happened. Tell me about it. Wang Zhidi recounted the events of the day, especially mentioning the underworld. I never thought there were so many unknown things. My father always said that one learns as long as one lives, and that saying is truly correct. The Dream Fairy smiled and said, I thought it was something significant. Turns out my brother is happy over this little matter. If I had known you were so easily pleased, I would have told you long ago. Wang Zhidi widened his eyes and asked incredulously, From what you said, you already knew about the underworld. What do you think, brother? The dark web is inherently related to the underworld. Many people mingling here are powerful figures from the underworld. Those managers are also big shots in the underworld. If anything happens, why look for others? Just let them handle it. If you don't want to use them, you can go to the dark web's bounty area to post a reward. As long as you offer enough money, dealing with those underworld figures is a piece of cake. If you want to develop power in the underworld, with your title of Supreme God, just a call and followers will come in droves. It's not a big deal. Wang Zhidi was dumbfounded, never expecting such a connection between the dark web and the underworld. Moreover, from the Dream Fairy's words, those underworld figures were nothing significant. Under the pressure of money, they were just a bunch of scum. He rubbed his nose and asked, I heard from Li Jiaming that besides the underworld figures, there are also mysterious cultivators. How much do you know about cultivators? The Dream Fairy asked Wang Zhidi to wait a moment and sent the needed information to the streamer group. The streamers quickly showcased their skills and soon gathered a wealth of information. She organized it and said, I found information on cultivators. They are related to the figures in our myths and legends, and should be considered a super simplified version. According to this information, during the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods, as well as the pre-Qin and Han dynasties, those capable individuals were called Fangxi, with the most famous being Su Fu and Dongfang Xiu. Later, some events occurred, and the spiritual energy of Earth Star continuously weakened, causing Fangxi to devolve into cultivators. This situation persisted until the end of the Yuan and the beginning of the Ming, with the representative figures being the sword heroes of Mount Shu. In the early Ming dynasty, Liu Bowen, in order to ensure the Ming dynasty lasted for 10,000 years, went against the heavens and injured the dragon vein, further depleting the spiritual energy. The cultivators at that time, in utter helplessness, used powerful magical treasures to create an independent space, known as the cultivation realm. When cultivators entered the cultivation realm, they only took the core personnel, while the rest devolved into mere practitioners. It is said that practitioners were quite prosperous at the beginning, possessing the two major forces of Kunlun and the reincarnation sect. Although they constantly fought among themselves, their immense power was absolutely overwhelming. However, later both major forces entered the cultivation realm, taking away a batch of elites, leaving the remaining people even further behind. These individuals are the practitioners my brother mentioned. Their classification is very simple, divided into two stages: sorcerers and cultivators. Sorcerers are the primary practitioners. Although they can use spells, their overall strength is not strong, with the representative figure being Uncle Jiu. Once a sorcerer achieves mastery, they can advance to a cultivator, who is the true practitioner, possessing particularly formidable strength, easily dealing with demons and monsters. When a cultivator reaches the pinnacle, they can find the entrance to the cultivation realm and possess the ability to enter, ultimately becoming a true cultivator there. Outside of sorcerers and monks, there is a general title called Dan Master, which refers to those who possess special techniques and can refine elixirs. Elixirs are extremely precious, so the status of a Dan Master is very high, making them esteemed guests among various factions, with significant influence. The dream spirit paused here, and Wang Zhidi listened with great interest, feeling that the inner world was indeed a marvelous existence. Wang Zhidi smiled and asked, You just said I have money and can deal with those people from the martial world. I wonder how much chance I would have against cultivators. The dream spirit replied with a smile. In fact, cultivators are just like that. They need resources to cultivate. If you can offer those precious items like 1,000-year-old ginseng, they would also be willing to work for you. Wang Jidi nodded and said, "Today I've really gained a lot of knowledge. To be honest, I'm not interested in the inner world. I just want to hear it as a story. I still prefer to hang out in the outer world. As for other matters, as long as they don't come to me, I can't be bothered to meddle." The dream spirit tilted her head and remained silent, but in her heart she disagreed. Wang Jidi was like a firefly in the dark, absolutely eye-catching, and he couldn't hide at all. However, none of this was important. With the powerful strength of the Black Network, there was nothing they couldn't handle, and they could just deal with it directly when the time came. Just as Wang Jidi was about to continue speaking, a system notification sound suddenly rang in his ears. The system has received new information, triggering the upgrade improvement mechanism. The system is entering the upgrade phase, with an upgrade time of 120 hours. During the system upgrade process, daily red envelopes will continue to be distributed, while consumption red envelopes, task red envelopes, and random red envelopes will be suspended. System upgrade begins. A hint of surprise flashed in Wang Jidi's eyes. He didn't expect that obtaining information from the inner world would trigger a system upgrade. He wondered what surprises the improved system would bring him. He temporarily set this thought aside and chatted casually with the dream spirit, casually giving her 1,000 black coins to distribute to the streamers. The dream spirit kept none for herself and directly turned it into random red envelopes sent to the group. When everyone saw the amount of the red envelopes, they were immediately in an uproar. These people flattered the dream spirit, promising to do their utmost to gather information in the future and absolutely not let her down. The dream spirit felt particularly satisfied. This feeling was what she had always pursued, and she resolved in her heart to hold onto Wang Jidi's thigh tightly. Wang Jidi, under the dream spirit's lullaby, happily fell into a dream, dreaming of many scenes, as if he had become a hero traversing the world, carefree and dashing. Until the notification sound of the red envelopes woke Wang Jidi up, he smiled and shook his head, casually claiming the red envelopes. Wang Jidi decided to find Yang Mengting, this little bundle of joy, to cheer him up. He called Yang Mengting and then drove his Porsche 911 GT, speeding all the way to the girl's house. Yang Mengting, like a cheerful little swallow, quickly ran to Wang Jidi's side, hugging his arm and rubbing her little face against his shoulder. Wang Jidi looked at this silly girl, smiled, lifted her delicate chin, and pressed his lips directly against hers, followed by a whirlwind of passion. After enjoying the scenery for a while, Wang Jidi held Yang Mengting, gently stroking her jade-like back, and the girl wore a satisfied expression. "Today I have nothing to do and don't want to stay at home. Where do you think we should go?" Yang Mengting fluttered her beautiful big eyes and replied, "Shall we go to the Discovery Kingdom? I've always wanted to go there to play, but the ticket is too expensive and I can't bear to spend the money." Wang Jidi brushed his fingers across Yang Mengting's nose and said, "Now that you have money, why not go play?" Yang Mengting pouted and said, "What's the point of going alone? It's much better if you, Taiji, go with me. Moreover, if I go out to play by myself and Iron Brother happens to look for me but can't find me, how disappointing would that be? So I want to wait at home for you so Iron Brother can find me anytime. Now that we have such a big house, staying at home every day is quite enjoyable." Wang Jidi looked at the cute girl and couldn't help but tighten his arms, holding her close to feel the warmth of his chest. "You sweet girl, always making people feel so sorry for you. Today, I'll listen to you. Let's go to Discovery Kingdom and have a great time." Yang Mengting happily agreed and quickly got everything ready. The two of them rushed to Discovery Kingdom. Yang Mengting immediately spotted the drop tower, smiling as she grabbed Wang Jidi's hand and ran quickly to the front of the ride. "I've heard from my sisters that the drop tower is the most thrilling. Let's try this one first, okay?" She looked at Wang Jidi with anticipation, and when she saw him nod, she immediately broke into a sweet smile. As they sat on the drop tower, Yang Mengting seemed a bit nervous, gripping Wang Jidi's hand tightly, her palms sweaty. "You don't need to be afraid. I'll always be by your side and will never let go of your hand. I'll protect you well." Hearing Wang Jidi's sweet words made Yang Mengting feel like her heart was melting. She nodded seriously, gripping his hand even tighter. When the drop tower rose to the highest point and suddenly dropped, Yang Mengting let out a sharp scream, just like the other girls. Wang Jidi noticed her pale face and immediately held her in his arms, using his warm chest to give her courage. Yang Mengting nestled in Wang Jidi's embrace, feeling like a small boat that had found its harbor, no longer feeling so scared, her face full of happiness. After getting off the drop tower, Yang Mengting was so frightened that her legs felt weak, relying entirely on Wang Jidi's arm to support her. Wang Jidi teased her, "Look at how scared you are, your legs are all wobbly, especially with this hairstyle, you look just like a little madwoman." As he spoke, he reached out to help her fix her hair. Yang Mengting looked at him affectionately, her eyes filled with deep emotion. Yang Mengting stubbornly lifted her little face and said, "It's my first time here, so of course I'm scared. If I play a few more times, I'll get used to it." Wang Jidi thought for a moment and led her to the roller coaster, and as expected, she was terrified and tears streamed down her face. Yang Mengting's little temper flared up, and she insisted on trying everything once. By the end, she had adapted a bit and wasn't as scared anymore. Wang Jidi playfully brushed his fingers against her nose and said, "You little coward, why do you have to force yourself? It really makes me feel sorry for you. Let's go to that dessert shop over there and buy you some treats as a reward, then I'll take you to eat something delicious. What do you think?" Yang Mengting smiled and nodded in agreement, then said, "Look, Sister Menjiang is about to get off work. Let's go find her and have dinner together, okay?" Wang Jidi was very pleased with this suggestion. It was exactly the effect he wanted, so he readily agreed, and they held hands as they walked to the dessert shop. Yang Mengting was a typical foodie, ordering more than a dozen small cakes that filled the table. She cheerfully took a piece and brought it to Wang Jidi's mouth. Wang Jidi smiled as he ate the cake, his eyes full of affection. After a round of fun, it was clear that this girl had become more dependent on him. The dessert shop happened to be next to the parking lot, in an open-air pavilion where passers-by could see inside. Kang Xiang was the art director of an online entertainment company. Today was his daughter's birthday, so he brought his family out to have fun. He had acrophobia and couldn't enjoy the thrilling rides, so he let his wife take their daughter to play while he leaned against the car, smoking a cigarette. Kang Xiang was smoking while looking around, and he quickly spotted Wang Jidi and Yang Mengting, his gaze immediately drawn to them. He felt incredibly lucky to encounter two raw gems here. With their conditions, a good packaging would surely make them popular streamers. Kang Xiang quickly stubbed out his cigarette and walked briskly to the two, taking out a business card and placing it on the table. "I'm the artistic director of Honglangman Network Entertainment Company, and I want to recruit you two as streamers. I wonder what you think about that." Wang Jidi looked at Kang Xiang in surprise, not expecting someone to approach him about being a streamer. Unless he had lost his mind, how could he possibly do that? Yang Mengting smiled and said, "I think you have the wrong people. Brother Tai and I would never become streamers. It feels like monkey business just to sell some goods." Wang Jidi took over the conversation. "As you can see, we are not interested in being streamers. You should look for someone else." Kang Xiang hurriedly said, "You misunderstand me. I see your external conditions and plan to package you as popular streamers. It definitely won't be like that. I think you should consider it carefully. Young people like you, whether delivering food or working in factories, how much can you earn in a year? Our company is not the top in the streaming industry, but we are above average. As long as you cooperate well, earning $1 million or so a year is not a problem at all." His voice was not low, attracting the attention of those nearby. When everyone heard about the potential for $1 million a year, they all showed envious expressions, and a few even volunteered themselves. Kang Xiang looked at Wang Jidi and Yang Mengting with pride, thinking that such a good offer would surely make them eager to follow him, and that they would listen to him from then on. However, to his surprise, Wang Jidi took Yang Mengting's hand and swaggered out, completely disregarding him. Just as Kang Xiang was about to speak again, he saw Wang Jidi press a button on his car key, and a super cool sports car with butterfly doors popped up. Kang Xiang watched the supercar drive away, his face turning as red as a monkey's butt. That car was clearly worth a fortune, indicating that they were super rich second-generation kids. Asking such a super rich second generation to be a streamer was something even a fool wouldn't say. No wonder they ignored him. Among the onlookers, someone who knew cars suddenly slapped his thigh. Wow, that was a Porsche 911 GT, a new concept sports car with only one in the world, worth over 80 million. Upon hearing this, everyone nearly dropped their jaws. What kind of concept was this? Together, these people would never earn that much in a lifetime. Kang Xiang felt even more embarrassed, as if he could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes, thinking about how he promised them $1 million a year. It felt like a joke. Wang Zhidi was oblivious to the reactions of these people and wouldn't care even if he knew. He took Yang Mengting back to the villa to watch movies and play games, continuing until dinner time. Yang Mengting was the first girl he brought back to the villa, which indicated her unique status in his heart. She was particularly interested in Linger, even playing together with her, proving to be quite a talent that made Wang Zhidi feel impressed. That night, they drove a Cullinan to pick up Lan Minjing, and from a distance, they saw her standing at the door, next to a guy who looked like a pig. This guy was clearly pestering Lan Minjing, and Wang Zhidi felt a surge of anger, directly stepping on the gas to drive over. When Lan Minjing saw Wang Zhidi coming, her face immediately lit up with joy, and she shot a disgusted glance at the fat pig before getting in the car without a word. Although Yang Mengting was cute and naive, she had been through some experiences in society and handled many situations quite well. When she got in the car, she sat in the back seat, leaving the front passenger seat for Lan Minjing, who sat there, looking like a couple with Wang Zhidi. Wang Zhidi did not drive away immediately, but coldly stared at the fat pig. The name tag on the fat pig read Zhu Kebiao, with the position of deputy store manager. Zhu Kebiao felt uneasy under Wang Zhidi's gaze, but seeing that the other was driving a luxury car, he dared not act recklessly and could only lower his head and step back. Lan Minjing gave Wang Zhidi a tap on the arm, signaling him to hurry up and drive, not to stir up trouble. Wang Zhidi glared at the fat pig, started the car and left, while the fat pig watched the taillights of the car, his eyes flickering incessantly. What is that fat pig? Why is he bothering Sister Minjing? Looking at his position as deputy store manager, I've never heard of such a position in your company before, Wang Zhidi said, driving with one hand while the other rested on Lan Minjing's smooth stockings, showing no regard for Yang Mengting, which was a kind of attempt. Lan Minjing first gave a light slap, then allowed Wang Zhidi to continue. After all, that girl was an accomplice, and many things were just a matter of time. Zhu Kebiao is the brother-in-law of the general manager Su Luanfeng. Knowing that my performance here is good, he was assigned to be the deputy store manager this year, and the bonus is definitely not going to be less. Su Luanfeng started the business with the boss and has a particularly good relationship with him. He can do whatever he wants in the company, and we can only accept his arrangements. Anyway, bonuses are just that. Having one more person to share it isn't a big deal, and there's no need to offend people too much, or else the road will get narrower. Lan Minjing spoke very naturally. The workplace was like this. If you couldn't resist, you could only endure. If you got stuck in a rut, it would only lead to depression. She continued. After that fat pig came to the store, he knew I was unmarried and started to pester me. I've already firmly rejected him, but he keeps clinging on. Even if you didn't come to find me today, I was planning to have you come over to let that dead fat pig know that this girl already has a beloved and is not someone he can covet. Lan Minjing was a very smart woman. She knew that some misunderstandings absolutely could not exist, especially in matters between men and women. Those women who used other men to provoke their boyfriends were definitely not thinking straight, and the final outcome was never good, all ending up crying in the bathroom. Wang Zhidi snorted through his nose. If that fat pig doesn't know what's good for him, I'll have someone teach him a lesson so he knows the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. Lan Minjing laughed in agreement, then joked with Yang Mengting, steering the topic away. Wang Zhidi brought them to the Haishi Reef Club, telling them it was his own property and that any future gatherings could be held there with no issues at all. Yang Mengting nodded with a smile. This carefree girl only had eyes for Wang Zhidi and wouldn't think too much about it. However, Lan Minjing had some thoughts in her heart, mainly considering the gap between the two, and she had to perform well, not wanting to regret for a lifetime. Naturally, they were dining in Wang Zhidi's exclusive private room with all rare delicacies served, and the two women were enjoying themselves immensely. Yang Mengting stuffed her mouth full and mumbled, "Why isn't Brother Tai eating? You're just watching us and we're all shy now." Wang Zhidi smiled slightly and said, "You don't know there's a term called a feast for the eyes. Watching you two beauties eat, I'm already full just from looking, no need to eat." Lan Minjing rolled her eyes and said, "I never noticed before that you're so smooth-tongued. My sister and I have both been fooled by you." The three were flirting when suddenly Lan Minjing's phone rang. It was that chubby girl calling. "Manager, hurry to the company forum and take a look. Someone is spreading rumors that you exchanged your body for performance and were taken in by the owner." Lan Menjiang immediately opened the company forum and found that the post had been pinned to the top, with a considerable number of views. It was clear that someone was deliberately targeting her. The post was detailed and included a photo of Lan Menjiang getting into a car, which was naturally Wang Zhidi's car. Yang Mengting said in surprise, "Where did these photos come from? I didn't see anyone taking pictures at that time." Lan Menjiang's face darkened as she said, "It must be from the surveillance in our store. Zhai Tai's parking spot is right at the entrance, which falls within the surveillance range. I'll call the staff in charge of the surveillance right now to see who accessed the footage and dared to blackmail me. This matter is definitely not over." Wang Zhaitai touched his nose and said, "There's no need to ask. It must be that fat pig over there. These are just small matters. The big ones are yet to come. If I'm not mistaken, that so-called director of yours will definitely use this incident to make a fuss and try to remove you from your position as store manager, or even kick you out of the company. He must want that fat pig to take your place. Playing this game with me is really overestimating himself. Sister Menjiang, don't take it to heart. Tomorrow I'll go to the store with you. If that director dares to do this, I'll make sure he knows who he can't afford to mess with. Don't say he's just the second in command of the company. Even if he were the boss, I'd make him kneel and sing, 'Conquer.'" Lan Menjiang looked at Wang Zhaitai, feeling particularly reassured, and made a decision. Lan Menjiang took Wang Zhaitai and Yang Mengting to her place, allowing Wang Zhaitai to fully enjoy the pleasures of life, which were truly delightful. After breakfast, Lan Menjiang went to the store to check the situation, while Wang Zhaitai took Yang Mengting home and then went to the store to support her. As Lan Menjiang walked into the store, she saw everyone whispering and could guess with her toes that they were definitely talking about yesterday's events. Zhu Kebiao had an arrogant look on his face, surrounded by a few of the most sycophantic employees acting like servants. The chubby girl leaned close to Lan Menjiang and whispered, "That fat pig came in this morning and was incredibly arrogant, saying that he would be in charge here from now on." Lan Menjiang snorted, "That pig really thinks too highly of himself. How's the investigation into the surveillance footage going?" The chubby girl immediately replied, "It's still those sycophants causing trouble. I really don't know how their brains work. Even if their heads are stuck up their backsides, they wouldn't do something like this. The store manager is someone the rich Tycoon has his eyes on. How can this fat pig compare? If it really escalates, that Tycoon will unleash his power and the whole company won't be able to bear it." Lan Menjiang looked at the chubby girl in surprise, not expecting this girl to be so insightful. Wang Zhaitai had the same thought. Zhu Kebiao saw Lan Menjiang and said with a fake smile, "Isn't this our noble and reserved store manager? How come you took a taxi here? No luxury car to pick you up. You're just pretending to be aloof in front of us. In reality, it's not like that. You've been having quite a bit of fun with those rich kids, haven't you?" Lan Menjiang glanced at Zhu Kebiao with disdain and said contemptuously, "A dead fat pig like you can only drool while watching. You should take a look in the mirror and see your own character. You're all greasy and disgusting. Which woman would look at you? If you weren't the director's brother-in-law, who would take you seriously? If you went out on the street as a beggar, it would be an insult to those beggars." Since the mask had already been torn off, there was no need to hold back. It was time to be straightforward. Zhu Kebiao's face turned pale with anger as he shouted, "Don't think that just because you have a rich second generation backing you, you can be arrogant. My brother-in-law already knows about what's happening here and he will make you pay. You won't just lose your position as store manager. There will be no place for you in the company. I'll make sure you pack your things and leave. From now on, I will be in charge here. You really have a big mouth. What do you think you are to be so arrogant here? If it weren't for Sister Menjiang holding me back last night, I would have dealt with you right then." Wang Zhaitai staggered in, glancing at these people, and the sycophants were so scared they lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. Zhu Kebiao swallowed and said, "This is our shop's business. It's not for outsiders to meddle in." Wang Zhidi interrupted Zhu Kebiao, "Do you know who I am that you dare to speak to me like this?" Zhu Kebiao mustered his courage to reply, "No matter who you are, you have no right to interfere in our shop's matters. You really are blind as a pig. Building 8 of Yifeng City Garden and the 3 buildings of Kesh apartment were all entrusted to us for leasing. He is our shop's biggest landlord, and according to company regulations, the biggest landlord is like God and can manage everything. Don't you know that? Lan Menjing interrupted this fat pig again, directly revealing Wang Zhidi's identity to let this fat pig know who he couldn't afford to provoke. Zhu Kebiao had previously relied on his brother-in-law's influence and looked down on everyone, so no one told him just how formidable Wang Zhidi was. Just as the atmosphere became extremely tense, Lan Menjing's phone rang, and the caller ID showed Su Luanfeng. Lan Menjing glanced at Wang Zhidi, saw him nod, and immediately pressed the answer button, putting it on speaker. I wonder what director Su wants with me. I'm currently handling shop matters. Put the shop matters aside for now. Let's talk about your situation. What's going on with the forum post? Do you still want the company's image? Su Luanfeng came straight in with a heavy accusation, clearly intending to pressure her. Lan Menjing retorted without hesitation. The person picking me up is my boyfriend. What company rule says I can't have a wealthy boyfriend? Anyway, I'm unmarried, so it's my freedom to get into anyone's car. I don't see how this concerns the company, requiring you, the director, to personally inquire. Su Luanfeng was left speechless by her retort. He had been so focused on helping his brother-in-law rise that he forgot Lan Menjing was a young woman, and dating was perfectly normal. Don't try to argue with me. Your actions are affecting the company's reputation. I've decided to suspend you for reflection. You will hand over all shop matters to Zhu Kebiao, especially your core performance metrics, without any reservations. If the landlord asks, you must cover it up. If you cause any impact on the company, the legal department will definitely hold you accountable, and don't blame the company for being unfeeling then. Su Luanfeng's words were not only unreasonable but also a blatant threat, clearly intending to bully Lan Menjing. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhidi felt a surge of unnameable anger rising from his heels to the crown of his head, nearly exploding with rage. You really have a big mouth. Aren't you afraid the wind will blow your tongue away? Who do you think you are, the king of heaven, wanting to cover the sky with one hand? He angrily scolded Su Luanfeng, startling the other party who didn't know where this person had come from. Su Luanfeng, angry, said, "And who are you? You really have some nerve to speak to me like that. Do you believe I can fire you?" Wang Zhidi snorted through his nose. "I am the rich second generation mentioned in the post, and I am also the landlord you just told to keep quiet. If you have the guts, fire me. Let me see the world. Lan Menjing is my designated exclusive representative, and you actually want her to transfer the business and deceive me. This is outright fraudulent behavior. You don't need your company's legal department to find Menjing. I will hire the best legal team to make you pay for this." Su Luanfeng was startled again, secretly lamenting that he had indeed been negligent in not properly checking the other party's background. However, as the second in command of the Lianjia group, he was someone who had seen big scenes and naturally wouldn't be intimidated. "So it's Mr. Wang. I know you want to support Lan Menjing, but you've got it wrong. Our Lianjia group is the top presence in the entire real estate agency market and won't be easily intimidated." Wang Zhidi couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. After listening to Su Luanfeng's words, Wang Zhidi, filled with rage, retorted with a sneer, "You were just boasting and now you're getting arrogant. I was wondering why the weather has been so gloomy lately. It turns out you've been blowing your own horn. A mere Lianjia group dares to act so cocky in front of me." Su Luanfeng felt a wave of despair, thinking his head had been knocked by a pig. How could he have listened to his wife and done something so foolish? Now he was in trouble and didn't know how to resolve it, but there was no turning back once the arrow was shot. He could only brace himself and see it through. "We're all civilized people, Mr. Wang, so there's no need for such remarks. I'm just following company regulations and there's nothing wrong with that. As for what happened earlier, it was completely a misunderstanding. What Lan Menjing can do well, Zhu Kebiao can do just as well. I believe that when you entrust these tasks to us, you're valuing our Lianjia service, not our store manager." Su Luanfeng's tone softened considerably, mainly to smooth over the previous incident and avoid giving Wang Zhidi any leverage. Wang Zhidi snorted, "On the contrary, I entrusted the business to you precisely because of Lan Menjing. You don't need to worry. I won't use this matter to pressure you. That would be too boring. Didn't you say Lianjia Group is the leader in the real estate agency industry? Today, I'll show you how I make this leader bow down." After saying this, he hung up the phone, not giving Su Luanfeng any chance to respond. Wang Zhidi took Lan Menjing's hand and swaggered out, leaving those nearby too frightened to even breathe. Zhu Kebao knew they had gotten into big trouble. His clothes were already soaked with cold sweat, and he could only hope that his brother-in-law would come through this time. Back in the car, Wang Jidi first called Zheng Weideng and briefly explained the situation. I don't care what methods you use, just give Lianjia Group a good beating. Tell me how much you think is appropriate and just let me know. Young Master Tai, what are you talking about? You're our group's second largest shareholder. If they dare to slap your face, it's like slapping our group's face, so we certainly can't let them off easy. However, their reputation is quite good, so dealing with them might be a bit difficult. I'll think of a way around that. Zheng Weideng immediately assured him there was no problem while emphasizing the difficulty, mainly to showcase his own capabilities. Then I'll trouble you, President Zheng. I'll transfer 500 million to you. You don't need to return any excess, consider it my contribution to the group. If it's less, I'll make it up to you. As for Lianjia Group's reputation, I'll have someone else handle that. You just focus on taking care of them. They must know what it feels like to bow down. Wang Jidi spoke very casually, as if he were offering $5 instead of 500 million, causing Zheng Weideng's heart to tremble. He dialed Yi Qinglei's number again, his voice icy. Lianjia Group has offended me. I want you to thoroughly tarnish their reputation. Can you do that? Yi Qinglei laughed. This kind of thing is no pressure for me. Whether they have issues or not, as long as our Tangsing Entertainment's PR department steps in, we can drown them in a flood of bad publicity. I guarantee their reputation will plummet, and I'll also mobilize paparazzi to dig up some dirt. A company like this surely has skeletons in the closet. Wang Jidi replied with satisfaction. I really like your attitude, President Yi. I'll transfer 100 million to you shortly as PR expenses. Make sure it's a storm. Let them feel the baptism of the tempest. Yi Qinglei quickly agreed, while in his heart, he elevated Wang Jidi's status even further, determined to serve this wealthy benefactor well. Wang Jidi calculated in his heart, driving to Yang Mengting's place, letting Lan Menjing and Yang Mengting tidy up a bit before going shopping. He seized this opportunity to have Linger contact the Dream Fairy, briefly explaining the situation, and the Dream Fairy exploded with anger. Those bastards really have some nerve to offend my brother. I'm contacting Kang Qingzhang right now to send someone to take out all the senior executives of the Lion family group. No, killing them is too easy. They must be made to suffer, losing their families and regretting coming into this world, to eliminate the hatred in my heart. Wang Jidi almost bit his tongue upon hearing the Dream Fairy's words, not expecting this cute girl to be so ruthless when she got angry. There's no need to be so cruel. Just arrange for someone to dig up all the dirt on the Lion family group, especially the illegal aspects, and make it public. You are a beautiful and adorable Loli, my most cherished little sister, as other executives chimed in. He has always been arrogant and domineering, completely disregarding others and only hiring his own people, constantly placing his own in the company. That's absolutely right. I had reported this to General Manager Chen before, but he always indulged him out of old feelings, and look where it has led us. Speaking of which, we put in a lot of effort when the company was founded. Why should he be the only one with such treatment? This is truly outrageous. Now that it has come to this, we are all being made scapegoats alongside him. Do they really think we are fools? If I get the chance, I will definitely drag all of you down with me. Su Luanfeng looked at these people, wishing he could eat them alive, knowing he had incurred the wrath of the masses, and no one could save him this time. Chen Jianchuan also regretted it deeply. Had he known it would turn out this way, he would have disregarded their past friendship. Indeed, loyalty can be deadly. He gritted his teeth and glared at Su Luanfeng, shouting, "What do we do now? It's no longer as simple as lying low. They want to wipe us out completely. I was truly blind to have chosen you as a partner. If we can't resolve this, we might as well go down together." Su Luanfeng licked his lips and said, "I know everything is my fault. If there were a pill for regret in this world, I would trade everything for it. Now that it has come to this, even if you kill me, it won't help. We should think of a way to salvage the situation." Everyone thought about it and realized it made sense. Now that they had found the source of the problem, they could think of a solution instead of running around like headless chickens. One executive hesitated and said, "As the saying goes, to untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer." This matter arose because of Lan Menjing, so we still need her to resolve it. I believe Lan Menjing's words carry a lot of weight. If it were just a simple relationship, the other party might not support him. Everyone has seen Lan Menjing's looks. She is definitely a top choice, and she has been working hard, which is attractive to these rich kids. Everyone felt this made a lot of sense. No matter the time, a whisper in the ear is very important. As long as Lan Minjing is willing to speak up, this matter might not be unsolvable. Another executive raised an important question. While that may be true, have you considered why Lan Minjing would help us speak? Let's think from her perspective. If you were Lan Minjing and encountered such a situation, it would be good enough not to kick us when we're down. Why would she lend a helping hand? This question hit the nail on the head, and everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to respond. Chen Jianchuan took a deep breath and said, "At this point, we can only treat a dead horse as a live one. Everyone, come with me to Bincheng and strive to resolve this matter." This was a huge crisis, and no one dared to be negligent. They rushed to Ice City as fast as they could and arrived at that branch. Su Luanfeng saw Zhu Kebiao and immediately felt a surge of anger, rushing up to slap him, then kicking him to the ground, followed by a flurry of punches and kicks. Zhu Kebiao cried out, "Brother-in-law, please stop hitting me. I know I was wrong. I won't dare again. Just spare me this time. I'm not your brother-in-law. I've already told that waste of a woman that I'm divorcing her when I get back. You two bastards have truly ruined me." Su Luanfeng grew angrier as he spoke, grabbing a nearby stool and smashing it down on the fat pig again. While he vented his anger, Chen Jianchuan asked the other staff how they could contact Lan M. This fat pig, relying on being the director's brother-in-law, completely looks down on others, even saying he has our store manager in his grasp, that he will get her sooner or later and have a good time with her. Su Luanfeng had just stopped when he heard this, and he was so scared that his courage almost broke. He let out another roar and kicked that fat pig repeatedly. "You damn bastard, looking like the second aunt of Zhu Beiji, and you dare to have designs on Lan Minjing. I'll kick you to death." Zhu Kebiao, full of fat, was affected. Although he was grunting from the beating, he wasn't seriously injured. The fat girl spilled the beans like a bamboo tube pouring beans, recounting Wang Zhidi's situation and adding in the previous colleague's speculations, as if it were the truth. Chen Jianchun had once heard a wealthy man talk about hidden families. According to that wealthy man's words, it was about tying together the current displayed wealthy people. In front of hidden families, they wouldn't even count as ants. Hidden families not only possess unparalleled wealth but also have power that is extremely formidable. As long as they are willing, even those top dogs can disappear at their command. Chen Jinchuan had already thought Wang Zhidi was formidable, but he didn't expect him to be from a hidden family. Now it was no longer a matter of whether the group could be saved, but whether the entire family could survive. He angrily rushed over, kicked Su Luanfeng down, and then unleashed a flurry of blows, making that bastard accompany the fat pig. After venting his anger, Chen Jinchuan looked at the fat girl and said, "Can you get in touch with Lan Minjing? Just say that I, leading the group's senior management, want to apologize to her and young Master Tai." The fat girl patted her belly, indicating that she had the best relationship with the store manager and could indeed get in touch, but whether the store manager would agree to meet them was another matter. Chen Jinchuan hurriedly insisted on contacting her first and promised the fat girl that as long as she could get this done, promotions and raises would be no problem, and her future would be bright. The fat girl lived up to expectations and quickly contacted Lan Minjing, explaining everything as it was and asking what Lan Mingting wanted to do. Lan Mingting looked at Wang Zhidi and said, "I've been with the Lion family group since I graduated. I've developed feelings over the years. Why not let them off the hook?" Wang Zhidi smiled slightly and said, "As long as Sister Minjing is happy, everything is fine, but we can't let them off so easily. First, let those two bastards kneel at the entrance of the Black Stone Reef Club and sing Conquer. Then we can talk about other matters." Wang Zhidi brought Lan Minjing and Yang Mingting to the Black Stone Reef Club, where they saw that fat pig and a middle-aged man kneeling there, loudly singing Conquer. Lan Minjing sighed and said, "When I went to the headquarters for the annual meeting before, Su Luanfeng, as the company's second in command, spoke on stage, full of vigor. At that time, he certainly wouldn't have thought he would end up like this today. Since they've already admitted defeat, let them get up. With so many onlookers now, it's affecting the overall image of the club." Wang Zhidi nodded and said, "Since Sister Minjing says so, let them get up first. The rest can be discussed in the private room." As they spoke, they reached the entrance and Lan Minjing informed Chen Jinchuan of the earlier decision, then linked her arm with Wang Zhidi's and strode inside. Chen Jinchuan called out to Su Luanfeng, who hurriedly stood up and followed him eagerly, while that fat pig could only roll aside for now. The previous matter was my failure to manage my subordinates well, causing young Master Tai trouble. It was entirely our fault, and I apologized to young Master Tai. Chen Jinchuan was extremely respectful, his posture lowered to the dust, like a humble servant facing an emperor. Wang Zhidi ignored Chen Jinchuan and coldly looked at Su Luanfeng, whose forehead was covered in cold sweat, head drooping, not daring to speak. You weren't so arrogant on the phone before, saying that your Lianjia group is one of the top players in the real estate agency market, and there's no need to take others seriously. Just a few days have passed, and now you're kneeling at the entrance of my club singing, "Conquer." It seems that your Lianjia group isn't as formidable as you claimed. Don't you think you're being pathetic? Su Luanfeng, hearing Wang Zhidi's question, hurriedly nodded and bowed, replying, "I'm just a worthless dog begging for your mercy. Please don't hold me to the same standards as this worthless dog. Spare us this time." Wang Zhidi coldly smiled and said, "A person can be arrogant, but they need the capital to be so. If it weren't for Sister Minjing's dislike of bloodshed, I thought you all could still stand here. Now all of you have already moved into the little box to settle down. Don't think you're anything special. In my eyes, killing you is as easy as stepping on an ant. It just depends on whether I want to lift my foot." Chen Jianchuan quickly said, "Compared to you, we are like ants compared to a mammoth. There's simply no comparison. Young Master Tai, with your broad-mindedness, please let us go this time. We won't dare again." Yang Mengting interjected, "Sister Menjing has suffered such great grievances, and you think just by touching your lips together we would let you go? Isn't that too naive?" Her words were perfectly timed, and now it would depend on these people's sincerity. If they lacked sincerity, it would be their own demise, and no one could be blamed. Chen Jianchuan had made ample preparations in this regard, quickly taking out a document and placing it in front of Lan Menjing. "We have decided to integrate the entire Lianjia business in Northeast China into a Northeast Affairs Department, with Miss Lan as the manager. The Northeast Affairs Department will be completely independent of the group. All costs will be borne by the group, and profits will be split 80-20, with the Northeast Affairs Department taking 80%. Additionally, Manager Lan will receive 8% permanent equity, making her the third largest shareholder in the company, with voting rights on company matters. The contract has already been drafted. As long as Manager Lan signs it, everything will be set in stone and we will all be good colleagues. I wonder what young Master Tai thinks." Chen Jianchuan was definitely putting in a lot of effort, cutting a piece of flesh from himself. If this didn't work, he would have to choose to sever limbs. Wang Zhidi smiled leisurely and said, "There's no need for President Chen to ask me. As long as Sister Minjing is happy, everything else is not a problem." Under Chen Jianchuan's pleading gaze, Lan Menjing finally nodded and signed the contract, putting an end to the matter. Wang Zhidi coughed lightly. "Our business with Lianjia Group is done. Tomorrow, not only will you return to your original state, but you will also see further development. Next, we should talk about Su Luanfeng and that fat pig. No one can provoke me and come out unscathed. That would be too embarrassing for me." Su Luanfeng had just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, his heart leaping to his throat and his legs went weak, causing him to kneel down. "It's all my fault. I was blind and offended young Master Tai. I will definitely change my ways. Please spare me, young Master Tai." Wang Zhidi coughed again. "It seems you still haven't figured out who you offended. Being so clueless, how can you do a good job? President Chen, do you think I'm right?" Chen Jianchuan understood immediately, hurriedly nodding and bowing. "Young Master Tai is absolutely right. Let's dismiss him from all his positions, strip him of his shares, and send him inside to operate a sewing machine." Wang Zhidi nodded in satisfaction and then instructed Zhu Shaowei to have that dead fat pig detained first. Someone would come to take him away shortly. He called Chen Jianchuan over and whispered in his ear, "Have you ever been on the dark web? If you haven't, it doesn't matter. Tomorrow, someone will send you a video to show you what it means to light a sky lantern. Remember this. If you offend me, maybe I'll be in a good mood and just laugh it off. But if you dare to offend the people around me, it won't be so easy to settle. This time, it's because Sister Minjing has feelings for your group and asked me to go easy on you. It's not every time that you have such good luck." Chen Jianchuan hurriedly replied, "I understand what you mean, young Master Tai. I will definitely make Miss Lan satisfied and will never let her suffer any grievances." Wang Zhidi smiled with satisfaction and said, "I like dealing with smart people like you." As long as Sister Menjing is happy, you will definitely benefit. Hearing this, Chen Jianchuan felt a surge of joy in his heart, thinking that he had turned misfortune into fortune. As long as he could cling to the thigh of a hidden family, success was just around the corner. Wang Jidi sent Chen Jianchuan away and then returned to Lan Menjing's residence. The two women were like sisters and had many daily necessities at each other's places. Sister Menjing, order 2 late-night snacks first. Otherwise, when you see what's coming up, I'm afraid you'll throw up what you ate earlier and then you'll be hungry. Wang Jidi smiled and instructed Lan Menjing, while Yang Mengting stared with her big, kawaii eyes filled with confusion. Wang Jidi didn't explain much, checked the time, and asked the two women to draw the curtains. Then he cast the content from his phone onto the TV. What was playing on the phone was the live stream from the Dream Fairy, showing a fat man lighting a sky lantern, and the reactions of the two women were unexpected. Lan Menjing and Yang Mengting saw Zhu Kebiao tied to a wooden frame, a fuse planted on him, and then lit up. Hearing the fat pig's screams, the two girls first turned pale with fright, then showed excited expressions, watching with great interest. Lan Menjing licked her lips and said, "Although it's a bit cruel thinking about how disgusting this fat pig is, I still feel very pleased inside. It's truly poetic justice." Yang Mengting nodded in agreement. "Sister is right. Although I'm scared inside, I still want to watch." "Do you think I'm a bad girl?" Wang Jidi hugged them and laughed. "As the saying goes, humans are born evil. Everyone has a devil inside them. The key is whether you can control it. As long as you maintain kindness and let off some steam by watching these things, it's very normal and necessary, so there's no need to doubt yourself." Having the two women watch the live stream was, in itself, an experiment. After all, the more time they spent together, the more they understood each other. Many things needed to be slowly revealed to these women, and someone had to take the initiative. With their experience of a successful first experiment, they were naturally the best guinea pigs. If Lan Menjing and Yang Mengting knew their positioning, they would definitely make Wang Jidi draw circles in the corner. Daring to use them as guinea pigs was simply outrageous. The next day, Chen Jianchuan received the video. After watching the content, he was terrified and immediately threw aside his previous tricks, rushing to send Su Luanfeng in to operate the sewing machine as quickly as possible. Wang Jidi was unaware of all this. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He was woken up by the timely sound of a red envelope notification and casually chose to claim it. "You have received 5 million in funds. Enjoy your click." "You have received a Global Supreme Black Card from a Michelin restaurant. Enjoy your click." "You have received 63,587 yuan in cash. Enjoy your click." He organized the information in his mind and was quite satisfied with this harvest. It seemed that being surrounded by beauty easily enhanced his luck. Suddenly, a lewd thought crossed Wang Jidi's mind. If everyone was satisfied, would his luck explode? He was already drooling at the thought and immediately shook his head, pushing the idea out of his mind. He still had to take things step by step. Everything had to come slowly. Lan Menjing had become the manager of the Northeast branch, and there were more things to handle, so she had to go to the store early in the morning. She thought that Yang Mengting had nothing to do at home, so she directly grabbed some laborers to help out. If the 4S store had any objections, they could just not do it. Wang Jidi was swept out by the two women and sat in the car, contemplating, deciding to go see Sikong Ruyan, whom he hadn't seen for several days and missed quite a bit. Among these women, Wang Jidi favored Yang Mengting the most, but valued Sikong Ruyan the most. If he could only keep one by his side, he would definitely choose Yang Mengting, but if he had to choose one as a legitimate wife, Sikong Ruyan was the only choice. This situation sounded contradictory, but in reality it made a lot of sense. It was simply the logic of a powerful man. Wang Jidi arrived at the Science and Technology building, swaggering into Sikong Ruyan's office, where he saw her studying a proposal, occasionally frowning. He cleared his throat lightly, and Sikong Ruyan immediately looked up with joy. He was the only one who could enter the office without going through the secretary. "What made you think of me today? It's been a long time since I've seen you. I thought you had become a missing person," Sikong Ruyan said, pretending to be angry, but no matter how one looked at it, she was acting coy towards Wang Jidi. Wang Jidi pulled Sikong Ruyan up and hugged her onto the guest sofa, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. "You've wronged me. I haven't been idle during this time. I've expanded the business quite a bit, all in preparation for the future. But I have indeed neglected you. How about I treat the beautiful lady to lunch as an apology?" Sikong Ruyan's delicate arms wrapped around Wang Zhidi's neck, her breath like orchids in his ear. Do you think I'm a weak woman, only able to be your caged bird? If I don't have your help, I definitely can't manage. Wang Zhidi leaned back, letting Sikong Ruyan press against him, feeling a wave of softness that made his heart flutter. Who dares to say you're a weak woman? You are Mulan in my heart, an absolute heroine far surpassing any man. I'm just preparing a few backup plans for you, so you don't have so many worries and can go after what you want. If you're willing to be my caged bird, I would be more than happy. I promise to raise you like a canary, letting you live happily for the rest of your life. Sikong Ruyan was very pleased with these words, her fragrant lips naturally leading to a passionate embrace. Nestled in Wang Zhidi's arms, she drew circles on his chest and said, I don't want to be a canary. At the very least, I want to be a hawk. When I get tired of flying in the future, I'll come to your nest to settle down. I understand many things. I've seen a lot at my father's place. As long as there's always a place for me in your nest, and you don't just treat me as a spirit medicine, I will be content. Please don't let me end up like my mother. As Sikong Ruyan said the last sentence, her beautiful eyes filled with tears, losing the earlier strength and showing a unique fragility. Rest assured, my nest will always be your harbor. You will never be my spirit medicine but my irreplaceable legitimate wife, Wang Zhidi said, kissing away the tears in Sikong Ruyan's eyes while giving her a solemn promise, urging her not to be so sensitive and to live without fear. Sikong Ruyan revealed a happy smile. She hadn't just said that, but it was her true feelings. As the illegitimate daughter of a large family, she was still the one favored by her brother, often moving in and out of the family and seeing a lot. Moreover, Sikong Ruyan's mother was the spirit medicine, and there were many such spirit medicines. They often met, and some were even close friends. Under this constant influence, Sikong Ruyan has a relaxed view on many matters, while also knowing how to fight for her own interests. For those truly wealthy families, wanting them to remain loyal is a challenge. Even if they are willing, the family would never agree. For these prominent families, branching out and continuing the bloodline is the most important thing. Anyone who dares to obstruct this will pay an unbearable price. Don't be fooled by those television dramas. Among the siblings of real wealthy families, while fierce battles do happen, they are definitely rare. Everyone knows in their hearts that only by managing the family harmoniously can they enjoy good days. The saying, under a collapsed nest, how can there be intact eggs, is absolutely true. The two were cozy on the sofa until noon, then tidied up and set off. Wang Zhidi and Sikong Ruyan arrived at the only Michelin restaurant in Binhai City, which has a 2-star rating and looks quite nice. Sikong Ruyan smiled and said, in Huiguo, there are only 3 3-star Michelin restaurants, one in the capital, one in Madu, and the last one in Yangcheng. Binhai City, being the most prosperous city in the northeast, having a 2-star restaurant is already quite good. When we go to Madu, I'll take you to see the 3-star one. Wang Zhidi smiled slightly and said, it doesn't matter where we eat, what matters is who we eat with. Eating with you, even at a roadside stall, is happiness. Sikong Ruyan nodded with a smile, linking her arm with Wang Zhidi, as they walked towards the restaurant entrance. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a woman holding a phone suddenly rushed over from the side, crashing into Sikong Ruyan and pushing her towards Wang Zhidi. Wang Zhidi quickly wrapped his arms around Sikong Ruyan. Just as he was about to scold the woman, he saw her rush into the lobby as if chased by a dog. The woman raised her phone and shouted, family, look here. This is Binhai's 2-star Michelin restaurant and we're eating here today. Let's show off the gifts. Her shouting broke the restaurant's silence and the diners looked at her with expressions of disgust. A staff member approached and said, I'm very sorry, but we do not allow live streaming in our restaurant. Also, please refrain from making noise to avoid disturbing other guests. The woman shouted back, what are you talking about? I'm a big streamer with millions of fans. Just search online and see who Pink Heart is. The staff member frowned and said, no matter who you are, we hope you can follow our restaurant's rules. If you cannot comply, we will have to ask you to leave. Pink Heart huffed, reluctantly put away her phone and swayed towards the front desk. Seeing Wang Zhidi and the others inquiring about a table, she directly cut in. The waiter was asking Sikong Ruyan, excuse me, do you have a reservation, sir or miss? Sikong Ruyan elegantly replied, we didn't make a reservation in advance, just arrange a casual seat for us, preferably near the window. The waiter looked and said, I'm very sorry, but aside from the VIP seats, we have no more window seats available. Wang Jidi noticed Sikong Ruyan frowning and was about to take out his supreme black card when that woman swayed over again. He stepped forward slightly to block Sikong Ruyan, and the woman bumped into him, staggering back several steps. Pink Heart felt like she had crashed into a concrete pillar, nearly breaking her bones, and cried out in pain. "What's wrong with you? Why are you standing here like a telephone pole? Hurry up and move aside. If you hurt me, can you afford to pay?" Wang Jidi said coldly. "You really know how to play the victim. Just now at the restaurant entrance, you were running around like a mad dog and already bumped into my girlfriend. We don't see things the same way as you do. You should know what's going on. Seeing us here ordering food, you still dare to crash in, truly ungrateful." Pink Heart shouted, jumping up and down. "How dare you say that to me? Do you know who I am? I'm a streamer with millions of fans. I'll record you and say you're a couple of dogs. Let all my fans cyberbully you, make you socially dead." Wang Jidi's face darkened as he said, "You're just a small streamer. How dare you be so arrogant? I really don't believe no one can take care of you." In the meantime, he had already had Linger extract all of Pink Heart's information and sent it directly to Yi Qinglei. Wang Jidi dialed Yi Qinglei's number, his voice cold. "You must have seen the message I just sent you. No matter what method you use, completely ban her. If I find out she's still streaming, no matter which platform, she won't be able to escape the consequences." Yi Qinglei nodded in agreement. For these big entertainment companies, banning a streamer was absolutely a piece of cake. Although it seemed like the streaming platforms and these entertainment companies were separate, in reality, these platforms were backed by these entertainment companies. Wang Jidi ignored the shrill Pink Heart and took out a supreme black card, placing it on the table. "Prepare me the best VIP seat and also call your manager over." The front desk staff's eyes widened at the sight of the supreme black card, quickly nodding in agreement, then sending a waiter to fetch the manager. Pink Heart scoffed. "Look at how you're acting, as if you're so impressive. That broken card is so dark, it's clearly not something good. You are not allowed to speak to this gentleman like that. This gentleman holds our Michelin restaurant's global supreme black card. There are only 30 of these black cards in the world, and each holder is incredibly distinguished. If they are dissatisfied with a local Michelin restaurant, they can directly communicate with our boss through the VIP hotline at headquarters." The manager of the restaurant hurriedly arrived at the front desk and happened to hear this, immediately reprimanding Pink Heart. Before becoming a streamer, Pink Heart was just a little delinquent with no education. If it weren't for streaming, she would have ended up as a streetwalker. However, she understood this time that the young man in front of her was a significant figure. Thinking back to Wang Jidi's phone call, Pink Heart couldn't help but tremble, realizing she had gotten herself into big trouble. Just then, her phone rang. It was her partner calling. "You ungrateful idiot, who did you offend? Our account has been banned and our ID and likeness have been permanently blacklisted. You can never make a living from streaming again. You wasteful piece of trash, your fate is to be a companion girl for life. You had your chance and blew it. Hurry up and come back." Upon hearing the content of the call, Pink Heart knew everything was over. All the time spent deceiving and accumulating fans had gone to waste. She looked at the cold-faced Wang Jidi, crying and pleading. "I know it's all my fault. I shouldn't have offended the young master and the lady. Please, have mercy and spare me this time." Wang Jidi ignored her and looked at the manager, saying, "I think a restaurant like yours shouldn't allow just anyone to come in. Letting such a person in only affects everyone's appetite and is disrespectful to other guests. Don't you think I'm right?" The manager was sweating profusely, quickly nodding in agreement. "What you said is absolutely right. It's all my oversight. I'll have someone throw her out immediately." Wang Jidi watched as Pink Heart was thrown out, nodding in satisfaction, and instructed the manager to lead them to the VIP seat. Wang Jidi and Sikong Ruyan, under the guidance of the manager, arrived at the most luxurious VIP seat, a place that might not even be occupied once a year. Sikong Ruyan glanced outside, revealing a satisfied smile, and directly ordered a set meal, completely taking charge for Wang Jidi. Wang Jidi felt no dissatisfaction with Sikong Ruyan's actions. Her doing so clearly acknowledged Wang Jidi's identity as a woman. Sikong Ruyan smiled and said, "When I was in the Magic City, I also liked to sit by the window, watching the streets below. Watching the bustling crowd, each person busy with their own affairs, I was filled with emotion. No matter what class they belong to, in reality it's all the same." Wang Jidi smiled slightly and said, "I never expected a strong woman like you to have such sentimental moments. Indeed, women are made of water. People in this world are all busy for survival. When I was poor, I also hustled every day, barely able to fill my stomach. At that time, I didn't have so many thoughts. Every day I just thought about how to earn a little more money so that my sister could have a better time at school. My sister often worked part-time and had to ensure she stayed in the top 3. Only then could she be sure of getting a scholarship. Otherwise, scholarships only belong to the wealthy. This world is so unfair, and there's no place to argue about it. Sikong Ruyan looked at Wang Jidi, her eyes filled with affection, and said, I never expected you to have endured so much hardship. Perhaps this is what it means to endure hardship to become a person of worth. Wang Jidi shook his finger and said, You're mistaken to say that. My later experiences tell me that this saying is completely misleading. If I were still like before, I would only be a corporate slave in this life. Even if I created value, it would be snatched away by others and would never belong to me. The things those wealthy people say sound reasonable because they are rich, so everything they say is right. Just like the industries and shares I have now, if I relied on myself to earn them, not to mention this lifetime, I wouldn't be able to earn them even in several lifetimes. Moreover, the position we are sitting in now, I just glanced at the menu. The cheapest dining fee here is 3/8, and there are hardly any. Our position is the top tier, costing at least 10,000, while back then, I worked my fingers to the bone for only 4 or 5,000 a month. In other words, just sitting here would consume 2 months of my salary at that time. Do you think I had the courage to come here back then? Wang Jidi spoke without reservation, each word hitting the mark, making Sikong Ruyan feel he was particularly charming. Congratulations, you have triggered the charm increase card, reaching the highest level of unforgettable. Special note, adjust the previous charm increase card from love at first sight to unforgettable. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Wang Jidi couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Elevating Sikong Ruyan to this level was no easy feat. The two continued to eat and chat, the atmosphere incredibly harmonious, and in the afternoon they had a good time shopping. Wang Jidi brought Sikong Ruyan back to the villa. Sikong Ruyan had previously visited Villa Number 2 and was particularly curious about Villa Number 1, wanting to see it for herself, and finally achieved her wish. When Sikong Ruyan saw Linger, she was extremely surprised, and after chatting with Linger, she was absolutely ecstatic. You have brought me so many surprises. I never expected there to be such an amazing artificial intelligence here, definitely hundreds of years ahead of the world. Wang Jidi smiled and said, Linger is a unique existence. No one can control her except me. I don't want outsiders to know about Linger's existence. Only those closest to me can share everything with me. First, you need to get all the infrastructure ready. When the time comes, we can form a research team, or simply go out and bring one back. Linger can provide some technical assistance. Do you think we can't produce good chips? I'm just afraid they might be too advanced, leaving others crying in the bathroom. Sikong Ruyan felt incredibly sweet upon hearing Wang Jidi's words, but another thought crossed her mind. Wang Jidi must hold a top position in the family to control such powerful artificial intelligence. She had to seize this opportunity to create brilliance with her beloved, letting everyone know that she could soar to great heights. Wang Jidi saw that the timing was about right and asked Linger to create a suitable atmosphere. Naturally, the next step was to enjoy the scenery intimately with Sikong Ruyan. Although Sikong Ruyan was the second to arrive at the villa, she was the first to spend the night there, which was enough to show her status in Wang Jidi's heart. Wang Jidi was woken up on time by the system's notification sound and found that, in addition to the red envelopes, the system upgrade had also been completed. Congratulations, host. The system has officially upgraded to version 2. Unlike the previous minor disturbances, this is a completely new upgrade and transformation, ready for immediate information transmission. Wang Jidi felt a massive stream of information surge into his brain like a tide, and with a loud bang, he almost crashed. Fortunately, his nerves were resilient. Otherwise, this impact could have turned him into a vegetable. The system was truly unreliable. Wang Jidi sorted through the information in his mind and found that all the previous functions were still there, and the number of randomly distributed red envelopes had increased. The biggest change this time was the addition of types of red envelopes. In addition to money and various items, there were also genius treasures and some legendary things. These included various martial arts techniques, which were completely materialized from the TV novels, unlike the skill cards from the real world he had obtained before. These techniques were diverse, ranging from immortal fantasy, mystical, high martial arts, to low martial arts. There was nothing Wang Zhidi couldn't think of that the system couldn't provide. The only problem was whether Wang Zhidi could draw them out. After all, with trillions of red envelopes, just thinking about the odds made him feel bitter. Wang Zhidi felt that the system still loved him and would definitely reward him when necessary, so there was no need to worry too much. He could leave everything to the system. He was filled with anticipation for the first red envelope draw after the system upgrade and nervously chose to start. You have received 200 million in funds. Enjoy your click. You have received a 12 Paths Tan Leg skill card. Enjoy your click. You have received a Iron Wire Fist skill card. Enjoy your click. You have received a Wuleng Bagua Staff skill card. Enjoy your click. You have received a 600-year-old Ginseng. Enjoy your click. Wang Zhidi was incredibly excited about this haul. If he weren't holding Sikong Ruyan in his arms, he would have jumped up immediately. He carefully moved Sikong Ruyan from his embrace and went to the bathroom to use 3 skill cards. A small figure appeared in his mind, demonstrating all the martial arts techniques. After the figure finished, it transformed into light points and disappeared from his mind. He then felt a special force coursing through his muscles, making him feel itchy all over. This force gradually became more orderly, resulting in a tremendous change in both the coordination and explosiveness of his muscles. The skill cards he had used before only helped Wang Zhidi better master his body, but this force was excavating his body, finally opening the treasure door. A moment of clarity struck Wang Zhidi. His current state was what was known as the peak of Mingjin. As long as he took another step, he could enter the realm of Anjin. He recalled Li Xiaming's introduction. Entering Mingjin meant being a current martial artist, which could be considered quite skilled. Wang Zhidi rubbed his chin and thought for a long time, but he couldn't figure out what use his bright energy really had. With his current wealth and status, he couldn't possibly go out and fight with anyone. It could only be considered a skill for self-defense. Wang Zhidi turned his gaze to the storage space and saw a box inside which contained a very complete ginseng. He licked his lips, unsure how to eat this ginseng. If he took it home to honor his parents, it would surely scare them. During this time, Wang Zhidi and his sister had shared a lot with their family and had given their parents 200,000 cash to buy some good food. As a result, it startled their parents, who thought the siblings were up to no good outside, almost making them go confess. After much persuasion, they finally convinced their parents that Wang Zhidi was trading stocks and had made some money, so the family wouldn't have to be so tight on funds anymore. After managing to calm their parents down, Wang Zhidi decided to lay low for a while, waiting until his sister had fully explained everything before bringing their parents to Bincheng to let them live a good life. Wang Zhidi heard some movement on the bed and hurried out of the bathroom, seeing Sikong Ruyan lazily stretching. To say that a beauty is good is an understatement. Even such a simple stretch was filled with infinite temptation, making one feel hot under the collar. Sikong Ruyan gave Wang Zhidi a roll of her eyes and said, "What are you looking at? Come over and help me. You're such a bad person, almost bullied me to death. It hurts to move. How am I supposed to go to work today? You've wronged me. You don't know who was crazier yesterday. I'm here to help you rub it out. There are so many people in the company. What are they for? Just don't go to work today," Wang Zhidi said as he sat on the edge of the bed, holding Sikong Ruyan in his arms, gently kneading her while smiling in response. Sikong Ruyan happily nestled in Wang Zhidi's embrace, nodding in agreement, indicating that she wouldn't get out of bed today and wanted Wang Zhidi to take care of her. Before they knew it, afternoon had arrived, and Sikong Ruyan had recovered quite a bit. Hand in hand with Wang Zhidi, they strolled around the villa area. Sikong Ruyan smiled and said, "Although Villa Number 1 is prestigious, it's fine for just the 2 of us to live here, but if we want to form a family, it's best to have an estate." Wang Zhidi looked at Sikong Ruyan in surprise, not expecting her to say that. He really wanted to open her head and see what kind of bizarre thought process she had. Sikong Ruyan smiled slightly and said, "After meeting Linger, I realized how wrong I was. The family can give you the only super intelligence, which shows their great expectations for you. I've at least been in a big family and know that the biggest need for these families is to branch out and expand their bloodline. The better the bloodline, the more it needs to be expanded. I know that because of your past experiences and some special reasons, your overall knowledge is very limited, and you need a process to adapt to many things. I'm willing to accompany you through this process, using my experience to guide you so that you can always be strong and not have regrets for life. Wang Jidi listened, dumbfounded, feeling that his brain wasn't enough to process this. It was all over the place. However, he understood one thing. Following Sikong Ruyan's line of thought could perfectly solve the backyard issues. Realizing this, Wang Jidi immediately climbed on board. I do have a gap in this area, so I'll need Ruyan to help me more in the future. But where can we find an estate in Bincheng? Are we supposed to go into the Great Black Mountain? That place scares even me, let alone you. Sikong Ruyan thought for a moment and had no good solution, so she could only jot this down for now and discuss it when a suitable opportunity arose. Liu Junheng stood by the floor-to-ceiling window and immediately saw Wang Jidi and Sikong Ruyan holding hands and strolling, his eyes brightening. He took a closer look with binoculars and quickly confirmed their relationship, feeling a surge of joy in his heart. Liu Junheng immediately called Wang Yingji to let him know what was going on, emphasizing that this path must be walked well in the future. The influence of a pillow talk is more powerful than anything else. During this time, Wang Yingji was spending every day at the company, not because he was particularly invested in the business, but because he was pondering how to pursue Wang Xuanghua. Initially, he had indeed approached it with a utilitarian mindset, but after interacting with Wang Xuanghua a few times, he was genuinely attracted to her. Wang Yingji felt that Wang Xuanghua possessed a quality that other socialites lacked, a quality he called innocence and simplicity. Wang Xuanghua also had a favorable impression of Wang Yingji. The boy was quite handsome, and coupled with his status as a prince, he resembled a Prince Charming even more. Wang Xuanghua asked Hu Qingsu in the break room, "Do you think the prince has some thoughts about me since he keeps looking for me?" Hu Qingsu replied with a smile, "You're still a youthful beauty. It's quite normal for the prince to have thoughts about you. You shouldn't feel unworthy, that's just ridiculous. You're the eldest daughter of the Wang family, and with the prince it's a match made in heaven. I should be the one worried. My family's status is too far from yours, who knows if I can." She inadvertently let her tongue slip and quickly shut her mouth, her face turning bright red. Wang Xuanghua laughed and said, "I've already decided on you as my sister-in-law. If my brother dares to disagree, I won't talk to him anymore. But speaking of which, my brother really hasn't contacted us for several days. Does he think I'm a third wheel? For my brother's happiness, I've decided to accompany the prince to the opera this weekend, so you must seize the opportunity." Hu Qingsu laughed and scolded her, but her heart was filled with anticipation. Just thinking about spending time alone with Wang Jidi made her feel happy. Wang Jidi cherished Sikong Ruyan, and at night, he simply held her to sleep. Indeed, such luck was not good. The red envelope opened in the morning yielded only 10 million in funds and several 100,000 in cash. Wang Jidi transferred the funds he received over the past 2 days to Sikong Ruyan's account, as the company had been burning through money and needed more support. Wang Jidi dropped Sikong Ruyan off at the company and then went to the Jun Fitness Club. He was at least somewhat skilled and needed to show off a bit. After becoming brothers with Li Zhaiming, he worked out in the private training area on the back mountain, driving up from the winding road on the other side. At the entrance, Wang Jidi saw Zhang Hurong and felt a familiar strength from him, indicating that the other party was also a skilled practitioner. Zhang Hurong sensed Wang Jidi's change as well, revealing a look of surprise, suppressing his curiosity without asking. Wang Jidi laughed heartily, "Feel free to ask anything. I'm not a tiger, I won't bite. I know what you want to ask. I had nothing to do yesterday, so I picked up a few martial arts books and practiced a bit, and that's how I reached this level." Zhang Hurong said with great frustration, "Seeing you like this, I really want to strangle you. What do you mean by just practicing a bit to reach this level? You know that we trained in the winter's cold and summer's heat, never daring to relax for a day, and it took us over 20 years of hard work to become skilled." Wang Jidi shrugged. "I really don't want to discourage you, but that's the truth. Maybe this is talent and it's just not something that can be forced." The facts were laid out before them, leaving Zhang Hurong no choice but to sigh inwardly. Indeed, some people are just born better, and some things are just not comparable. Wang Jidi smiled as he entered, seeing Li Zhaiming drinking tea, casually sitting beside him and downing a cup in one go. As a master of dark energy, Li Zhaiming was definitely sharp and perceptive. With no other noise around, he could hear their conversation clearly. Don't be fooled by his calm exterior. Inside, a storm was brewing. He had heard his father mention that there are people in this world known as once-in-a-thousand-years martial arts prodigies. The ability to learn without a teacher is a basic skill for such individuals, and their speed in mastering martial arts is absolutely beyond comparison, leaving others to sigh in envy. Li Jiming thought it was reasonable for Wang Jidi, someone from a hidden family, to possess such talent. He had looked up some information in the past few days, and according to what he found, not everyone from a hidden family is qualified to go out and train. Those who are sent out for training are the ones the family has high hopes for, individuals who can become the backbone of the family. The hidden families have always believed that if heaven is to bestow great responsibilities upon a person, they must first toil their muscles and harden their minds before they can achieve greatness. The fact that hidden families have thrived for so long proves that this approach is correct. Otherwise, those who were slightly lacking would have long been swallowed up without a trace. As these thoughts flashed through Li Jiming's mind, they passed in an instant, and a faint smile appeared on his face. "Young Master Tai, you truly bring me so many surprises. Your physical fitness has already amazed me. I didn't expect that just practicing casually would allow you to cultivate internal energy, and from the looks of it, you seem to have reached the peak of Mingjin, possibly catching up to my level at any moment." While saying this, he gave himself a small compliment, making sure to showcase his own strength to reflect greater value. Wang Jidi scratched his head and said, "I just felt bored and happened to find 3 books, so I practiced a bit. I can't really tell what level I'm at. I think practicing alone is boring and I want someone to spar with me. Brother, can you arrange someone? They don't need to be too skilled, just someone with a bit of experience will do. Anyway, I never thought about fighting others. I just want to be able to block or run away when someone comes at me." Li Jiming couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "This kid really is a rich young master, thinking about how to run away during a fight. Such talent is being wasted. If it were given to someone willing to work hard, they would at least become a grandmaster." Li Jiming only thought this in his heart and wouldn't show it outwardly, so he let Caiyan Huarong and Wang Jidi practice together. The two changed into training outfits and stood facing each other on the stage. Wang Jidi bowed as he had seen on television. Li Jiming laughed from below. "Before, you hadn't cultivated internal energy, so you weren't considered a person of the martial world, and I didn't mind your bowing. But now the situation is different. You are a martial artist, which means you must follow the etiquette of the martial arts community. The bow you just performed was the etiquette of the martial world, that of ancient martial artists, which is inappropriate and could lead to unnecessary trouble." He had Zhang Huarong demonstrate the proper etiquette in detail, and Wang Jidi finally understood, shaking his head helplessly. He hadn't expected it to be so troublesome, which only strengthened his previous resolve to avoid the martial world. Zhang Huarong said seriously, "I'm a disciple of Xiaobei Chengquan. Please guide me, young Master Tai." Wang Jidi chuckled and said, "I don't even know how to introduce myself. Let's just fight first." He didn't take out the iron rings used for iron wire fist from his space and just started fighting. His arms moved like iron whips, creating a powerful wind. Iron wire fist is a type of hung gar that emphasizes bold and expansive movements, perfectly suited to Wang Jidi's character, making it easy for him to execute. Zhang Huarong was internally lamenting. He had initially thought of letting Wang Jidi win, but now it seemed he had overestimated himself. It would be good enough if he didn't get knocked down. After practicing iron wire fist for a while, Wang Jidi decided to try the 12 roads of Tan Tui and immediately changed his technique, his legs strong and powerful. Zhang Huarong was thrown into disarray, only able to shout loudly in surrender before jumping off the stage, gasping for breath. "The Iron Boy's skills are too impressive. Which one did you only practice for a few days? If it weren't for the fact that I confirmed earlier that you weren't a good fighter, I definitely wouldn't believe you." Wang Jidi shrugged and said, "I didn't expect it to be like this either. You're the first martial artist I've faced. It seems I still have some tricks up my sleeve." Li Jiming jumped onto the ring and said, "Little brother, don't get too complacent. You were able to defeat Zhang Huarong, whose exceptional physical condition gave you a significant advantage. I'm here to help you practice. Don't just stick to one skill, but combine these 2 techniques to fully unleash the power of your punches and kicks." Wang Jidi eagerly agreed, and following Li Jiming's instructions, began to blend the iron wire fist with the 12 paths of Tan leg. At first, it felt awkward, but gradually it improved, eventually reaching a flawless level. The spectators below were equally amazed, feeling that Wang Jidi was truly remarkable. Wang Jidi was thoroughly enjoying himself, and it was clear that the system was pleased as well, rewarding him with a dozen red envelopes, along with a box of premium Da Hong Pao tea. He pretended to take a stroll, bringing back the premium Da Hong Pao as a token of gratitude for Li Jiming. Naturally, Li Jiming was very happy, grasping Wang Zhidi's hand and cheerfully saying a few words. In half a month it's my father's 70th birthday. I hope little brother can grace us with your presence at the birthday banquet. Li Jiming, still holding Wang Zhidi's hand, extended the invitation with a smile. His father had wanted to meet Wang Zhidi for a while, but there hadn't been a good opportunity. As the young master of a hidden family, Wang Zhidi's status was extremely high, making it absolutely unthinkable for him to visit Li Guangjun. Wang Zhidi smiled and said, I wanted to visit your father before, but unfortunately, I never had the chance. This opportunity is just right. Li Jiming thought he understood Wang Zhidi's meaning, showing a knowing expression and nodding in agreement. He felt that Wang Zhidi was being thoughtful, using the occasion of Li Guangjun's birthday to meet him, which was indeed very appropriate. According to the customs of Huiguo, it was acceptable for juniors to congratulate elders on their birthdays anywhere, and no one could find fault with it. If Wang Zhidi knew Li Jiming's thoughts, he would definitely tell him he was overthinking it. It was just a simple birthday visit. He had enjoyed himself here enough and originally wanted to see Sikong Ruyan, but unexpectedly, the girl was shy and made excuses about being busy with work, saying she couldn't meet him these days. Wang Zhidi went to the friendship building and spent a day with Yuan Bingyu. The next morning, he opened the red envelopes and received 300 million in funds and a jar of century-old sorghum liquor. He transferred the 300 million to the investment firm's account, allowing Yuan Bingyu to continue practicing with it. His generous display shocked all the employees. These employees were elites from the Northeast Financial Group, usually handling tens of millions, but over 100 million was absolutely out of reach for them. Wang Zhidi's extravagant display completely intimidated these elites, each of them deciding in their hearts that they would never leave the investment firm and would work there until old age. Wang Zhidi returned to the villa, took out the century-old sorghum liquor, and examined it seriously for a long time, thinking that someone like Li Guangjun, an old hand in the game, would surely appreciate such liquor. Linger popped up from the side. As her integration level increased, she was already able to project a 3D image of a little girl looking particularly cute. I saw in the data that old people like to drink medicinal liquor. Why don't we go buy some Chinese herbs and put them in this jar of liquor? At least it would look nice, right? Wang Zhidi slapped his forehead and said, You're absolutely right. How did I not think of that? I just happen to have a 600-year-old ginseng. I'll put it in to make ginseng liquor. Saying this, he took out the ginseng, not treating this priceless herb with any care, and stuffed it into the jar like it was a radish. Linger used a special technique to reseal the jar, then placed it on the conveyor belt to the basement. At the right temperature, the medicinal properties of the ginseng would more easily infuse into the wine. Wang Zhidi was planning to take a nap when unexpectedly, a red envelope page popped up, and in response to his wasteful behavior, the system rewarded him with 20 red envelopes. You have received 200,000 yuan, enjoy your clicks. You have received a consumption multiplier refund card, enjoy your clicks. You have received a 500-year-old Zhu fruit, enjoy your clicks. You have received 185,642 yuan in cash, enjoy your clicks. Wang Zhidi was drawn to that Zhu fruit. Although its age was lower than the ginseng, it was classified among rare treasures. The 600-year-old ginseng, on the other hand, belonged to the category of traditional Chinese medicine, and the two were not on the same level at all. As for the rest of the items, only the multiplier refund card was useful. Now this card had no time limit, so he could use it when he made high expenditures. Wang Zhidi slept until evening, and when he groggily opened his eyes, he found the dream fairy online looking at him through the screen. You mischievous girl, since you're online, why didn't you wake me up? The dream fairy replied with a smile. I just wanted to watch my brother sleep. You look so cute when you sleep. Wang Zhidi chuckled. Your mouth is getting sweeter. Here's 100 black coins. Go buy some candy for yourself. The dream fairy made a face and then began to act cute, trying to make Wang Zhidi happy. Brother, you don't know, Kang Qingjiang has been looking for rare treasures these days and he's offered several bounties, but he hasn't found anything. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhidi laughed and said, Bring Kang Qingjiang over. I want to ask him what he needs those rare treasures for. The dream fairy's heart stirred, and she immediately contacted Kang Kingjong, and the three of them set up a group video call. Kang Kingjong looked troubled and said, "I've had some matters these past few days, so I didn't send a message to the Supreme God to check in. I don't know what you need me for. You're not the dream fairy. Why are you checking in with me for no reason? I don't like climbing Broken Arm Mountain. I heard you're looking for rare treasures. What do you need them for?" Wang Jidi teased with a smile, then asked the question. Kang Kingjong immediately replied, "I recently found an alchemist and want him to make me 2 pills to enhance my power, but I need rare treasures to do it. Rare treasures are just too hard to find. I've tried everything, but in the end I still found nothing. It seems hopeless." Wang Jidi stroked his chin and said, "You should have come to me for this. I had a 600-year-old ginseng yesterday, and today I put it in a wine jar to soak." Both Kang Kingjong and the dream fairy widened their eyes, internally exclaiming, "What the hell, this damn spendthrift is simply wasting heavenly materials." Soaking wine with a 600-year-old ginseng, was he planning to kill himself with it? How could this guy be so reckless and not ascend to heaven? Wang Jidi cleared his throat and said, "I only have a 500-year-old Ju fruit left, which I originally planned to eat as a snack. Do you want it?" Upon hearing this, Kang Kingjong wished he could crawl out of the screen and bow to Wang Jidi. It was simply a timely blessing. "Yes, this is better than that ginseng. Thank you, Supreme God, for the gift. From now on, your words are my decree. I'll do whatever you say." Wang Jidi waved his hand nonchalantly. "It's just a fruit, what's the big deal? No need to take it to heart. But I have a question. How do I send the fruit to you?" Kang Kingjong immediately said, "No need to trouble the Supreme God. I will arrange for the black market to pick it up. If you ever want to send or receive anything in the future, you can also call the black market. My group of black market runners is carefully selected from the Black Fangs, each one incredibly loyal and highly skilled. They will definitely not disappoint you, my lord." Wang Jidi said while rubbing his nose, "I don't want anyone to know my address. Arrange a place for me to put Ju. Your strength improvement will also benefit me. If you need anything in the future, just let me know and I'll find it for you. I can definitely do it better than you." Kang Kingjong quickly nodded in agreement, feeling both delighted and pained about the ginseng. If he had spoken up earlier, he could have taken the whole batch. Wang Jidi chatted with the dream fairy for a while longer when Yang Mingting's call came in. He briefly informed the dream fairy, cut off their video, and accepted Yang Mingting's call. Yang Mingting was wearing a kawaii pajama, fluttering her beautiful big eyes, looking like a beautiful girl who had stepped out of an anime. "My little treasure must be missing me. A day apart feels like 3 autumns, considering we've been apart for several autumns now." Wang Jidi teased with a smile, seeing Yang Mingting roll her eyes adorably, looking irresistibly cute, making him want to rush over to her right away. "Brother just knows how to tease me. I really do miss you, but this time I called you for something else. Manager Zhu called me and said your Rolls-Royce Wraith has arrived. Coincidentally, there's a car show these days, and they want to use this car to make an impression. I can't make the decision, so I'm asking you. If you don't like it, then don't let them do it. What if something happens to such an expensive car?" Yang Mingting's serious expression was amusing to see. Wang Jidi laughed and agreed. "Zhu Yifeng really knows how to handle things, especially regarding you. He manages it very well. Anyway, it won't get damaged just sitting there, so let them borrow it." Yang Mingting nodded in agreement, then her eyes twinkled as she said, "Sister Menjiang hasn't given me anything to do these days. Can you accompany me to the car show, brother?" As she spoke, she playfully stuck out her tongue, completely different from her previous cute and silly demeanor. Wang Jidi certainly wouldn't refuse this adorable girl and felt a surge of energy, deciding to go find her right away to avoid having to pick her up tomorrow. Yang Mingting quickly paid the price for her mischief. After a round of sightseeing, she was exhausted, like a puddle of mud. Wang Jidi was woken up on time by the sound of a red envelope notification. The earnings this time weren't great, only over $1 million in cash and nothing else. He looked at Yang Mingting, who was curled up like a kitten in his arms, smiled, and tightened his embrace, feeling spoiled. He had never even dreamed of having $1 million before. Yang Mingting didn't wake up until the sun was high in the sky. By the time she got ready, it was almost noon. She stuck out her tongue a bit shyly and linked arms with Wang Jidi as they set off. They arrived at Starfish Square, which had the largest exhibition hall in East Asia, now bustling with flags waving and drums beating, incredibly lively. The cars displayed outside were all under $1 million, and the ones being selected were by white-collar workers. The real wealthy people would enter the exhibition hall to see the true luxury cars, along with the car models that complemented them. Many rich people weren't there to choose cars but to pick out those car models. Everyone was getting what they needed, leading to a win-win situation. Yang Mengting looked at the car models with envy and said, "Their figures are so good, especially those long legs. They make me drool. If I had legs like that, brother would definitely like me more." What was that saying? Just having long legs could keep you entertained for a year. Wang Jidi playfully scratched her petite nose and said, "What kind of nonsense is that? Do you usually hang out with chubby girls? When I went to rent a room at Sister Menjiang's shop, that chubby girl always teased me and was so inappropriate. Stay away from her in the future." His voice was neither high nor low, just loud enough for those around to hear clearly, and many faces immediately showed expressions of disdain. Wang Jidi caught a glimpse of their expressions out of the corner of his eye, feeling indifferent, but at that moment, a contemptuous voice came through. A little white-collar worker looking for a place to rent dares to come here to look at cars, and even brought a factory girl, truly unaware of their own worth. Wang Jidi turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw a greasy middle-aged man with a heavily made-up woman in his arms. The greasy man's gaze towards Yang Mengting was filled with blatant desire, clearly wanting to change his taste and try something lighter. Wang Jidi snorted through his nose, coldly staring at the greasy man, causing the latter to shudder and instinctively shift his gaze elsewhere. Just as Wang Jidi was about to speak, Yang Mengting clung to his arm and pouted, "Brother, don't pay attention to those irrelevant people. Let's go look at cars." Wang Jidi nodded, ignoring the greasy man, and turned with Yang Mengting towards the Rolls-Royce display area. The greasy man felt offended and immediately followed them, deliberately stepping in front of Wang Jidi as they entered the display area. The woman gasped upon seeing the Rolls-Royce Phantom in the center of the showroom. "This car looks so noble. Let's buy this one." The greasy man glanced at Wang Jidi with extreme arrogance and then asked the approaching salesperson, "How much is this car?" "It looks pretty good." The salesperson, seeing Wang Jidi, initially didn't want to deal with the greasy man and was about to greet Wang Jidi, but upon seeing him shake his head lightly, he had to give up. The salesperson put on a professional smile. "This car is worth 80 million RMB. If you want to buy it, we can apply to the headquarters for a 5% discount and throw in a set of license plates." The greasy man broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing the price and blurted out, "Why is it so expensive? Why don't you go rob a bank? Who can afford such an expensive car?" The salesperson internally despised him but maintained a calm demeanor, saying, "Sir, you misunderstood. This car is just on display for everyone to see. We never intended to sell it here." The greasy man was left speechless, angrily looking around. Suddenly, he noticed a sign in the display area stating that the cars could be tried for free. He immediately said to the woman, "Let's go try it out and see how it feels to sit in this car." The woman, ecstatic, exclaimed, "Are you really going to buy me this car? I love you so much. Tonight I'll do whatever you say." "What are you thinking? Do you think you're made of diamonds? How can I buy you a car worth over 80 million? Didn't you see the sign? All the cars can be tried out. It won't cost anything, so hurry up and get in." The greasy man angrily scolded the woman, who looked disappointed but still wanted to sit in the super luxury car, reaching for the car door. The salesperson hurriedly swatted their hands away, loudly saying, "I'm really sorry, but this car is different from the others. It has already been sold. We have the owner's permission to display it here for everyone to see, which is why I said we never intended to sell it here." Upon hearing this, the greasy man felt mocked and was instantly furious. Just as he was about to explode, Wang Jidi took Yang Mengting's hand and walked over with a smile. Wang Jidi casually said, "Let me give it a try." The greasy man, filled with rage, immediately jumped up, barking like a mad dog. "You poor wretch, what nonsense are you talking about? An 80 million luxury car, and I don't even have the right to sit in it. What do you think you are?" Wang Jidi snorted from his nose. "I didn't want to pay attention to you just now. Don't get too cocky. Whether I have the right or not, you should ask these salespeople." The salesperson immediately said, "Young Master Tai is the owner of this car. He can sit however he wants. Who can stop him? I really don't know who gave you the courage to say young Master Tai is a poor wretch. Even if he plucks a hair from his leg, it's thicker than your waist." She was determined to cling to Wang Jidi's thigh, so she retorted mercilessly, leaving the greasy man speechless. The greasy man swallowed hard and shouted, "Just now he said he was renting a place. How could he afford such an expensive luxury car? He must be lying. That's utter nonsense. Young Master Tai paid in full when he reserved this car. Even the headquarters was shocked. Just as Zhu Yifeng was having lunch, he hurried to the exhibition area upon hearing that Wang Jidi had arrived, and just in time to hear that statement, he spoke without hesitation. Zhu Yifeng coldly looked at the greasy man, had a nearby staff member take a photo, and then sent the photo to headquarters. Since you have offended our group's most distinguished guest, all Rolls-Royce branches worldwide will place you on the unwelcome list. At the same time, we will share your photo with other luxury car brands. Whether they choose to blacklist you will depend on your luck. The woman immediately shouted, "What you are doing is an invasion of privacy. We can sue you and make you pay the price." Zhu Yifeng said sternly, "We have a dedicated legal team just to deal with rogues like you. You can sue us anytime." The circle of top billionaires is this small. If you dare to offend young Master Tai, the other top billionaires will surely know, and you will bear the consequences. His words were a blatant threat, yet completely reasonable. These top billionaires acted as a whole, often affecting each other. The greasy man was actually just a small boss, with an annual income of only 10 to 18 million. For top billionaires to erase him would be as easy as blowing a breath. He was terrified, quickly nodding and bowing in apology. "I have dog eyes and can't recognize a mountain. Young Master Tai is magnanimous, please don't hold it against me." Wang Jidi disdainfully ignored the greasy man, arrogantly turning his head aside, not even glancing at him. Yang Mengting showed a proud little expression and said, "What do you think you are? You don't deserve to be on the same level as us. Get out of here right now and don't let us see you again. Otherwise, you'll regret it." The greasy man, full of gratitude, dragged the woman away like a lost dog, tail between his legs. Zhu Yifeng smiled broadly and said, "Young Master Tai is coming to the car show. Why didn't Xiao Yang tell me in advance? I could have waited here for young Master Tai. It was too rude just now." Wang Jidi smiled and said, "I came to the car show on a whim with Mengting. You don't need to be so polite, just do what you need to do. After the car show, let Mengting drive this car to my villa, and you can discuss the remaining paperwork directly with her." Yang Mengting blinked her beautiful big eyes and said, "I can't even drive that small car well. What if I crash this expensive luxury car?" Wang Jidi chuckled and said, "As long as you don't get hurt, just think of it as playing bumper cars. If you haven't bumped into a car, your car life isn't complete." Zhu Yifeng and the others, upon hearing this, all shouted in their hearts, "Brother is awesome." Wang Jidi chatted with them for a moment before taking Yang Mengting to see other exhibition areas. Otherwise, staying here was no different from being in a store. Since it was just lunchtime, not many people elsewhere knew about the events happening in the exhibition area. The two wandered around and arrived at a diagonal position, where the McLaren exhibition area was located, with two women in skirts standing at the entrance. Yang Mengting made eye contact with one of the women and immediately smiled. "I didn't expect to see Sister Wen here. It's been a long time since we last met. I see you've become a car salesperson. It looks like you're doing well." Yang Mengting spoke very familiarly with the other woman, then introduced her as Wen Jiqing, who used to work with her as a waitress in a wedding dress shop. Later, the owner of the wedding dress shop ran away, leaving them several months' wages unpaid. Yang Mengting had only a few coins left in her pocket, and she was so hungry that her stomach was almost touching her back. It was Wen Jiqing who squeezed out 200 yuan from her meager savings to help Yang Mengting in her time of need, allowing her to get through the toughest times. Wang Jidi also came from a difficult background and understood how hard it was to live on 200 yuan a month. His gaze towards Yang Mengting held a hint of affection. He vowed to ensure that this girl would live a princess-like life in the future. Wen Jiqing smiled and inquired about Wang Jidi's situation, looking every bit like a caring older sister, worried about her younger sister's well-being. She cheerfully took out 2 bottles of soda, encouraging them to look around the exhibition area and take a few photos if they liked. Yang Mengting, used to Wang Jidi's sports cars, didn't think much of these cars, but to give Wen Jiqing face, she still found a car to casually take a few pictures. Just then a sound of footsteps approached, and a heavily made-up woman accompanied a portly man over. The woman smiled and introduced, "This is our latest P4S model, specially designed for high-end individuals like Boss Lee. It combines the comfort of a business vehicle with the flair of a sports car." Before she could finish her sentence, Boss Lee waved his hand to interrupt her, pointing at Yang Mingting, who was taking pictures by the car. I don't think this car is as high-end as you say. It's not suitable for a successful person like me. I think I'll go look at business cars elsewhere. The woman watched Boss Lee's retreating figure, then glanced at Yang Mingting, who was casually taking pictures, and felt a surge of unexplainable anger rising from her heels to the top of her head, nearly exploding with rage. She shouted at Wen Jiqing and the other woman, "You two come here." Wen Jiqing and the other woman hurried over, respectfully asking, "What does Supervisor Sun need from us?" Their attitude was very respectful, but Supervisor Sun had a dismissive demeanor. "What did I tell you before? Our McLaren is an internationally renowned brand, following a high-end route, attracting the most quality clients. You must keep an eye out. Not just anyone can come to the exhibition area and take pictures with our cars, lowering our standards." Supervisor Sun angrily reprimanded Wen Jiqing and the other woman, both feeling wronged, especially the other woman who felt particularly aggrieved. "This isn't my fault. It's because Wen Jiqing knows that girl and said they used to work together, so she let her take a couple of pictures to show off on social media. I wanted to advise against it, but Wen Jiqing's rank is higher than mine, so she wouldn't listen to me, which is why I didn't say anything. Please forgive me, Supervisor Sun." The woman unhesitatingly threw Wen Jiqing under the bus, placing all the blame on her. Supervisor Sun glared at Wen Jiqing, angrily scolding, "You've been with the company for a while, look at what you've done. What did I tell you before? Don't let those low-class people get close to our cars, let alone take pictures with them. Don't say it's just scratch the paint. Even if the car gets dirty, how can we sell it to other distinguished guests? With someone like you wanting a promotion, it's simply a daydream. I'll report to the higher-ups and have your rank lowered to the minimum." Wen Jiqing felt extremely wronged. The car show was meant for people to take photos, and she had asked Yang Mingting to take a couple of pictures, which was for the company's promotion. How could that be wrong? She didn't dare to argue with Supervisor Sun and could only lower her head and say, "I'm really sorry, I know I was wrong, I won't dare again, please forgive me, Supervisor Sun." Supervisor Sun snorted, "Sorry, if that were useful, why have rules at all? A person must be responsible for their own mistakes and pay the price they deserve." She spoke so loudly that Wang Jidi and Yang Mingting heard her clearly, both equally furious. Just as the two were about to step forward to reason with her, another set of footsteps approached. This time, it was a middle-aged man in a suit, along with Jin Wenpeng. Jin Wenpeng had an arrogant demeanor, while the middle-aged man appeared subservient, trying to curry favor. Upon seeing them, Supervisor Sun's expression immediately brightened, and she hurried over to them, looking like a lapdog. "I've met young Master Jin and Manager Ma. Today's situation is very good. We have quite a few quality guests coming to look at cars, and of course, young Master Jin is the most distinguished. Look at our—" Before she could finish her sentence, Jin Wenpeng pushed her aside and quickly walked up to Wang Jidi. "I'm so lucky today to see young Master Tai here. If I had known you were coming to the car show, I would have called everyone else." Wang Jidi smiled slightly and said, "We're all friends, no need to be so polite. Let's arrange to have a meal together sometime." Jin Wenpeng quickly agreed, while Manager Ma, following behind him, quietly nudged Wang Jidi, filled with confusion. He had seen all the big shots in the upper circles of Binhai City, but this unfamiliar face in front of him was a mystery. However, judging by Jin Wenpeng's attitude, he knew this person was definitely not ordinary and had significant connections. Manager Ma subtly tugged at Jin Wenpeng's sleeve. They had some familial ties, and Jin Wenpeng had always taken care of him. "Let me introduce you. This is young Master Tai, our boss. Even Wang Yingji is his subordinate. The Porsche 911 GT I mentioned earlier is one of young Master Tai's cars. I heard that Rolls-Royce brought in a Huijing, which should also be young Master Tai's doing." Yang Mingting chimed in with a smile. "You do have some insight. That car was indeed bought by my brother, and he paid in full when he made the reservation." Manager Ma was very clear that Jin Wenpeng would never lie to him. Just based on Wang Jidi's two cars, it was evident he was a person of extraordinary background. "I am the regional manager for McLaren in this area. Young Master Tai can just call me Zio Ma. As long as young Master Tai is interested in McLaren, no matter the model, I can get it." Manager Ma acted extremely humble, hoping to build a relationship with Wang Jidi. Wang Jidi coughed lightly. "Manager Ma, please don't say that. People like us, of such low status, are not worthy of such high-end McLarens. I can only play with Porsches and Rolls-Royces. Low-level people drive low-level cars, and high-end cars should be for high-end people. I'll go check out the low-end cars." Upon hearing this, Jin Wenpeng immediately understood what was going on. It was clear that the McLaren people had offended Wang Zhidi. He quickly said, "If young Master Tai is considered low-level, then I must not even count as a person. It seems I need to inform others to stay away from such high-end McLarens in the future." Manager Ma was completely terrified by this statement. It should be known that the positioning of high-end sports cars is actually quite awkward. Ordinary white-collar workers can't afford them, let alone those in lower positions. As for those successful big bosses, they would never buy flashy high-end sports cars but would choose mature and stable business vehicles instead. Therefore, the sales target for high-end sports cars can only be these wealthy young heirs. Once a brand is abandoned by these wealthy heirs, it is definitely doomed. Manager Ma hurriedly said, "I think this must be a misunderstanding. What exactly happened? It would be best if Tai Xiao could clarify." Yang Mengting pointed at Wen Jiqing and said, "She is my sister from my previous job. I just ran into her at the entrance of your exhibition area, and she asked me to help promote it a bit. I thought that since she took such good care of me when I was working, I should help her out a little, so I chose a sports car and planned to take a few photos to post on my social media. I didn't know where a supervisor's son popped up and scolded my sister, saying that people like us are too lowly to take pictures with your high-end sports cars. I used to work as a sales consultant at a Rolls-Royce dealership, and back then, I thought Rolls-Royce was impressive. I didn't expect that in front of your brand it could only be considered low-end. You are truly too high-end for us to aspire to. I must tell the other sisters that if they see anyone selling your brand, they should keep their distance." Upon hearing this, Manager Ma felt an unnamed rage surge from his heels to the crown of his head, and he was about to explode with anger. He wished he could directly strangle Supervisor Sun. That wasteful woman. Was her brain filled with nonsense to say such things? This girl in front of him was clearly soaring to new heights. No matter what her past was, she was now a noble figure. Allowing her to post on social media was definitely a big win after all, like a Trax-like, and who knows how many powerful people are in her circle. Manager Ma angrily turned around and shouted at Supervisor Sun, "You damn fool, what are you still doing standing there? Hurry up and apologize to Tai Xiao and the lady." Supervisor Sun was startled and rushed over in a panic. Hearing their conversation had already made her legs weak, and now, hearing Manager Ma's roar made her even more weak-kneed. She hurried over, but due to her trembling legs, she directly knelt in front of Wang Zhidi, going from being so arrogant just moments ago to being utterly humble. "It's all my fault. I didn't know the lady's status was so noble, so I spoke carelessly. The lady definitely deserves our McLaren." Wang Zhidi shook his head and said, "It seems you still haven't realized where you went wrong. I am truly disappointed in the education of your McLaren employees." Jin Wenpeng chimed in, "Tai Xiao is absolutely right. This kind of brand that looks down on others must be eliminated. Let me take care of it." Manager Ma's heart trembled. He knew very well that if he couldn't satisfy Wang Zhidi today, he wouldn't be able to keep his store open in the future. "It's my failure to educate the employees. I apologize to Tai Xiao and the lady here. She will no longer be an employee of our store. As for the vacant supervisor position, Wen Jiqing has already met the standards in both ability and qualifications. I believe she will definitely be able to manage those employees well." Wen Jiqing, who was watching from the side, was dumbfounded. She never expected that in the blink of an eye, everything would turn upside down, and she would become the supervisor she had always dreamed of. Supervisor Sun, however, was pale with fear. In such a high-end 4S store, the workload is usually light, and the benefits are very good, especially for someone who could reach the supervisor position, which comes with a lot of perks. The key point was that she didn't resign. She had offended a wealthy heir and was fired by the company. This incident would definitely spread in the circle, making her future endeavors extremely difficult. She hurriedly pleaded, "I know it's all my fault, please give me another chance. I will definitely change and never look down on others again." Wang Zhidi raised an eyebrow and said, "If apologies were useful, why would we need rules? We are all adults, and when we make mistakes, we must pay the price. You said that, right? Of course, we must follow what you said. How can one be so double-standard? Being strict with others and lenient with oneself is absolutely unacceptable. I'm very satisfied with Manager Ma's handling of this. Bring me 7 of the car that Mengting just took a picture of, and they should all be red." Everyone present internally exclaimed in shock. It was simply impressive. Could they still have fun? Manager Ma quickly nodded in agreement, wisely assigning Wen Jiqing to handle this order. As long as she could cling to this wealthy patron, the benefits in the future would be plentiful. Wen Jiqing smiled and said, "Jidi is indeed generous. We only have 2 cars right now, but we can gather the remaining 5 within a month." Wang Jidi chuckled. "2 ready-made ones are enough. Deliver these 2 cars to Mengting's place, and I will give you the address for the rest." "I don't like paying deposits. Let's settle the full amount directly. After all, no one dares to take advantage of me. If someone really does, they should be grateful." Yang Mengting thought of the live stream she watched back then and showed an excited expression. "I really hope someone would do that, then I could see it again. Just thinking about it feels great." Everyone fell into a state of gloom again, feeling that the world of the rich was indeed beyond their understanding. When Jiqing collected her thoughts and said, "The total for 7 cars is 42 million. According to our manager, Jidi only needs to pay 40 million. Wang Jidi coughed. "Considering you are Mengting's sister, I won't hold it against you this time and let you gain some experience. This method only works on people like Jin Xiao. You absolutely cannot say that to someone like me. Spending 40 million, would I really care about 2 million? Including Jin Xiao, you all should think carefully about what someone like me truly needs. Once you understand, the future is limitless. If you don't understand, that's fine. It just means you can't enter the top-tier circle. In fact, the current circle is sufficient. One shouldn't be too greedy." His last sentence was directed at Jin Wenpeng, and in reality, he just wanted to show off with no deep meaning behind it. However, the speaker was careless, while the listener took it to heart. Jin Wenpeng felt there was profound meaning in it and decided to ponder it carefully later. Wang Jidi chose to use a multiple return card, and this time it triggered a 9x return, totaling 370 million, which could only be said to be better than nothing. Wang Jidi didn't stay here for long and took Yang Mengting back to the villa. The girl had played with Linger all afternoon and spent the evening enjoying the scenery with him, absolutely delighted. After Jin Wenpeng returned home, he couldn't figure out the meaning of those words no matter how hard he tried. Seeing his father back, he decided to ask for his father's opinion. He walked into his father's study, first recounting today's events, then repeating those words. Jin Guoshun listened to this and pondered for over an hour, suddenly slapping his thigh, startling Jin Wenpeng. Jin Guoshun said earnestly, "Jidi truly deserves to be the pillar of a hidden family. He is really impressive. You handled this matter very poorly, and what Jidi wants is absolutely at odds with your approach. The focus today is not on Jidi, but on the girl beside him. According to your previous description, this girl is the modern version of Cinderella. Do you know what Cinderella's biggest flaw is? It's her background. Hidden families place great importance on this aspect. This girl absolutely cannot marry into a hidden family. Don't be misled. If Jidi dares to tell his family that he is willing to give up everything to be with this girl, I can guarantee that this girl will not see the sun of the next day. There are many things involved in this, the most important being the family's reputation. However, if this girl is willing to be the woman of the young Master Tai, the family will also ensure her wealth and honor. If she can give birth to a son, there is certainly a chance to blend into the family. After all, a mother is valued by her child." Jin Wenpeng seemed to understand, saying, "I understand what father means. To become the wife of the young Master Tai, at the very least, one must have the status of someone like Sikong Ruyan. From the current situation, the young Master Tai is particularly fond of this girl and must want her to have some foundation, so it wouldn't be in vain for him. This McLaren store actually dared to offend him. He wants to take over this store and put it under the girl's name, making the money legitimate. My appearance disrupted this plan. Why didn't I think of this at the time? Does father think the young Master Tai will hold a grudge against me for this?" Jin Guoshun looked at his worried son and shook his finger with a smile, saying, "On the contrary to what you think, the young Master Tai has recognized your character this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have pointed you out. Tomorrow, go find Sikong Ruyan and say you want to exchange shares with her, because we will exchange 10% of Tianfeng Group's shares for 1% of theirs. Remember, the shares must be under Sikong Ruyan's name." Jin Wenpeng was dumbfounded, looking at his father in disbelief, wanting to hear his father's explanation. Seeing his son's puzzled expression, Jin Guoshun shook his head helplessly and decided to give him a good lesson. "Do you think Sikong Ruyan has any status? She's just the illegitimate daughter of the Du family, which is enough for an ordinary family. But in the eyes of hidden aristocratic families, she is still not enough. Not to mention Sikong Ruyan, even the direct daughters of the Du family are the same. However, from Wang Zhidi's attitude towards Sikong Ruyan, it is clear that he wants to marry her, which is why he keeps investing in her. Don't be fooled by the surface. Wang Zhidi is only giving Sikong Ruyan a bind to electronic, but the help he provides her is definitely much more. I've been paying attention to Sikong Ruyan lately, and found that her focus is on equipment modification, clearly not worried about the sales of the products. This shows that Sikong Ruyan is confident that whatever they produce will definitely sell, and at a good price. I let you exchange 10% of our group's shares for 1% of Sikong Ruyan's shares, and now it seems that Sikong Ruyan is taking advantage, but in the future, we will definitely profit greatly. Jin Wenpeng hesitated for a moment and cautiously asked, "Everything is just father's speculation. What if we guessed wrong, or if something changes? Wouldn't we suffer a huge loss?" Jin Guoshun squinted and replied, "Do you know what the essence of doing big business is? It's actually just one word: gamble. For those huge businesses, whether they succeed or not depends on luck, not on how capable you are. Do you really think human effort can overcome nature? Now that everything is in place, it's time to place the bet. At this moment there can be no hesitation, you must have enough courage. We have an old saying in the Northeast, if you don't want to lose your child, you can't catch the wolf. If you don't want to lose your wife, you can't catch the rogue. To gain something, you must first pay." Jin Wenpeng nodded thoughtfully, feeling that his father was absolutely right. Indeed, the older ginger is spicier. Jin Guoshun continued, "Back to the point. What the young Master Tai said to you today already has this intention. It depends on whether you can understand it. I am using 10% of our family's equity to exchange for you a chance to rise to prominence, which is absolutely worth it. You must seize this opportunity." Jin Wenpeng suddenly realized and expressed that he would definitely handle this matter well and would not let his father down. Wang Zhidi was awakened by the sound of a red envelope notification and casually chose to claim it. "Congratulations, you have received 8 million in funds. Enjoy your click. Congratulations on winning 2 packs of spicy strips. Wish you a pleasant click. Congratulations on winning a God-level driving skill card. Wish you a pleasant click. Congratulations on winning a military Hummer. Wish you a pleasant click." Wang Zhidi saw that a skill card had been drawn, and it was a God-level driving skill, which made him very curious, and he immediately chose to use it. He felt a darkness before his eyes, and then his consciousness entered a magical space filled with all kinds of drivable tools. The variety of tools was very complete, ranging from skateboards to interstellar battleships, absolutely everything one could imagine. Wang Zhidi couldn't help but control one of the tools, all of which were perfectly manageable, making him feel like a god of driving. After controlling all the tools, Wang Zhidi felt darkness again before the light returned, and he found himself back in bed. He glanced at the electronic clock and noticed that the time had not changed at all, realizing that the previous practice was purely a mental exercise, which was truly impressive. Yang Mengting nestled against him, and he smiled, tightening his arms around her. After they got up, Wang Zhidi intended to send Yang Mengting back, but she refused, saying she wanted to practice driving so she could smoothly bring back the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Wang Zhidi thought for a moment and decided to find Sikong Ruyan. After arriving at the company, the secretary informed him that Jin Wenpeng was in Sikong Ruyan's office. He was curious about what this second-generation heir wanted with Sikong Ruyan and sauntered into the office. Wang Zhidi saw Jin Wenpeng with a beaming smile, while Sikong Ruyan looked puzzled, which only heightened his curiosity. "What are you two up to? What's going on?" Sikong Ruyan immediately replied. "Jin Xiao just came to find me, saying he wants to exchange shares, offering 10% of their shares for 1% of the technology group's shares. I find it quite unbelievable, so I asked Jin Xiao to think it over. This exchange method is really unfair." Jin Wenpeng hurriedly said, "My father and I have discussed it, and we are particularly optimistic about the technology group's prospects, so we sincerely want to exchange and become steadfast allies." Wang Zhidi laughed. "It must be your father's idea, as expected of the chairman of the second largest group in Bincheng, truly bold. Speaking of which, the Dawan group is already a national large group and shouldn't be considered a local group in Bincheng, so your Tianfeng group is indeed the largest local group. However, Bincheng's status is still a bit lacking, so this exchange is indeed not very fair. If you increase your shares to 15%, it would be more equitable. Jin Wenpeng couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling that Wang Zhidi's appetite was a bit large, but thinking of his father, he immediately nodded in agreement. Sikong Ruyan remained in a daze until the contract was signed, and they received each other's share authorization letters, at which point she began to recover a bit. Looking at the share authorization letter, she said, Jin Guoshun is a well-known fox. How could he agree to this? 15% of Tianfeng Group's shares are already comparable to the entire technology group's size. Wang Zhidi took Sikong Ruyan's hand and said, if Jin Wenpeng hadn't performed well, I wouldn't even consider exchanging with him. We can't just look at the present. We have to consider the future as well. The technology group will definitely grow larger and will become the ceiling of the entire industry, while Tianfeng Group has already reached its limit. Being able to maintain the current situation is already good enough. By then, our 1% share will be worth more than the entire Tianfeng Group. Who do you think benefits more? That's why they say that old fox can indeed see far. There's a reason for his success. Sikong Ruyan, being exceptionally intelligent, quickly grasped the key point, smiling as she nestled into Wang Zhidi's embrace, feeling that this was the true safe haven. The two were absolutely in love with each other, and just as their feelings were deepening and they were about to enjoy the scenery, the phone rang. Wang Zhidi glanced at the phone with annoyance. It was Wang Yingji calling. He unhappily pressed the answer button. You better give me a good reason, or I swear I'll make you regret it. Wang Yingji was startled by this statement, looked at the sun outside, and didn't know where he went wrong. He immediately admitted his mistake and then stated the purpose of his call. I'm really sorry to disturb you, young Master Tai. I'm calling to let you know there's a street racing event tonight. Are you interested in joining? The content of Wang Yingji's words piqued Wang Zhidi's interest. Having just acquired God-level driving skills, encountering a street racing event was absolutely perfect. Wang Zhidi wrapped his arm around Sikong Ruyan and smiled. Young people should be a bit reckless. How about going crazy together tonight? Sikong Ruyan nodded in agreement. Let's do it your way, but I'm afraid I won't be able to let loose and you'll find it boring. Wang Zhidi tightened his arm and said, as long as you're by my side, I'll be happy. How could it be boring? While they were talking, they didn't hang up the phone, and Wang Yingji overheard their conversation, finally realizing where he went wrong. Wang Yingji looked at the sun outside again and mentally wrote a big admiration character. Wang Zhidi was indeed a master, leaving him in awe. After hanging up the phone, Wang Zhidi pondered for a moment and felt that participating in such a street racing event required a modified car. Otherwise, he might end up losing his pants. He called Zhu Shaowei, briefly explained the situation, and then asked where he could get the best modified car. Zhu Shaowei replied without hesitation, Boss, you've come to the right person. My good friend Luo Yishan is a nationally renowned master of modified cars. I'll take you to his shop. You'll definitely find a car that satisfies you. When are you free? Wang Zhidi smiled and replied, I'm free anytime. I'll come find you shortly. I hope I won't be disappointed. Sikong Ruyan said she still had some company matters to handle and asked Wang Zhidi to pick her up later that night. Wang Zhidi and Zhu Shaowei arrived at the urban-rural fringe and found a large yard with a sign at the entrance that read Dado Car Factory. Luo Yishan, who had received news in advance, was already waiting for them at the door. Upon seeing them, he immediately came forward. Welcome, young Master Tai. Your presence here truly brightens our place. Luo Yishan spoke very politely, as he was indeed Zhu Shaowei's boss and someone he could not offend. Wang Zhidi smiled and said, There's no need to be so polite, Boss Luo. I came here to find a suitable modified car for tonight's street racing event. Luo Yishan laughed heartily. If I had known you were interested in street racing, I would have sent you an invitation earlier. I'm one of the organizers of this street racing event, and most of the cars participating have been modified here. As he said this, his face was filled with pride, and he indeed had the capital to back it up. Wang Zhidi smiled slightly and said, That's perfect. My driving skills are quite good, so there's no need to bring out ordinary modified cars. Seeing Wang Zhidi's calm demeanor, Luo Yishan felt he wasn't just boasting and took him to the high-end storage room to check out the modified cars. Wang Zhidi possessed God-level driving skills and naturally had many accompanying skills. With a casual glance, he could tell the condition of these cars. If this is your highest level, it's really disappointing. Even if I drive an ordinary sports car, I could win against the drivers of these cars. Do you think I'm bragging? If you don't believe me, we can give it a try and see just how inferior your modified cars are. Wang Jidi spoke without holding back, and everyone at the factory, including Luo Yishan, was seething with anger. Luo Yishan licked his lips and said, "Since young Master Tai has said so, let's have someone compete with you and broaden our horizons." Wang Jidi was driving a Porsche 911 GT today, and naturally they were unwilling to compete with that car, so they switched to an ordinary Ferrari. The outcome was predictable. With his god-level driving skills, Wang Jidi won by half a car length. Luo Yishan swallowed hard and said, "Young Master Tai's driving skills are too perfect. If it weren't for the modified car and all the auxiliary components, we definitely wouldn't even see his taillights." Zhu Shaowei nodded repeatedly and said, "It seems my boss was right. Your skills really aren't that great. We've only heard you brag before, but today you've been exposed." Luo Yishan gritted his teeth and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Young Master Tai's skills could easily crush professional drivers. He's a rare talent that's hard to come by. Anyone who encounters such a talent would be at a loss. How can you say my skills are lacking? Besides, I do have some tricks up my sleeve you'll see in a bit." While the two were talking, Wang Jidi walked over with a smile, casually raising an eyebrow, and his meaning was clear. Luo Yishan first flattered him for a while, then said, "Young Master Tai's driving skills are truly unparalleled. It's incredibly impressive. I have a modified car here that my master spent his entire life perfecting, but unfortunately, no one has been able to handle it since the modifications were completed. Before my master passed away, he said that there must be someone in this world who can conquer this car, and when that time comes, he would give the car to that person. I believe young Master Tai is that person. This car is tailor-made for you and will surely satisfy you." Wang Jidi's interest was thoroughly piqued, and he followed Luo Yishan to a small storage room in the back, where a black sports car was parked. To others, this sports car seemed very ordinary, but in Wang Jidi's eyes, it was like seeing a giant beast waiting for him to conquer. Wang Jidi sat in the car with utmost seriousness, started the engine and drove outside. Upon entering the training ground, he lightly pressed the accelerator, and the speed instantly surged. The car shot out like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye it was speeding up, even creating a black shadow. It truly lived up to the saying. The car wasn't just fast, it was flying too low, almost like lightning. As the driver of this car, Wang Jidi felt different from others, sensing that he was somewhat unable to control the vehicle. He took a deep breath, concentrating his spirit to the utmost, as if slowly merging with the car, ultimately reaching a state of unity between man and machine. Wang Jidi felt as if the car had become a part of his body. It seemed that with just a thought, he could make the car move according to his will. He drove with one hand, and not only did the speed not decrease, but it actually became even faster than before. Linger's voice came from his phone. "I sense a new system container has appeared beside brother. Bring the container back, and I'll install a subsystem inside." Upon hearing Linger's words, Wang Jidi's heart was filled with joy. With Linger's subsystem as the master, this car would be the most perfect modified vehicle. I can't say there will be no one after it, but it will definitely be unprecedented and will shine brilliantly. Wang Jidi got out of the car, revealing a satisfied expression and said, "This car is truly amazing. Name your price." Luo Yishan immediately replied, "Did I not just say that my master had 2 wishes before he died? The first wish was to find a master for this car. According to his last wishes, whoever can handle this car will own it. Tai Xiao is the only one who can handle this car, so I naturally present it with both hands and ask Tai Xiao to name it, so I can comfort my mentor's spirit in heaven." Wang Jidi touched the car and said, "Since you put it that way, I won't be polite. This car has reached the limit of speed like lightning, so let's call it Extreme Lightning." Zhu Shaowei chimed in, "That's a great name. Only Extreme Lightning is worthy of the boss. It's simply perfect." Wang Jidi nodded in satisfaction and then asked, "I wonder what the second wish of your esteemed teacher is." Zhu Shaowei immediately interjected, "I know this one. He wants to establish a racing team organized by our Chinese people and win international awards. Let those foreigners know that we Chinese can produce excellent racers. As long as it's something we want to do, we can definitely do it the best." Wang Jidi replied without hesitation, "This is a great thing. I don't know how much it costs to establish a racing team, but I will help the old gentleman fulfill his wish." Luo Yishan showed a joyful expression and said, "Thank you, Tai Xiao. I have already calculated that the initial investment to establish the team will be about 200 million. Once the team is set up and participates in a few races, besides winning prize money, we can also build our reputation, and then we can get advertisements, making it self-sustaining. Wang Jidi frowned and said, since it's the old man's wish, we should do it purely. Why take advertisements and distract everyone? Just tell me the account number, and I'll transfer you 1 billion to set everything up. We must find the best racers from our country. Only then can we showcase our style. He was now absolutely wealthy, not only having a cash flow of 10 billion at Bincheng Bank, but also receiving dividends from various groups, adding up to tens or hundreds of billions in revenue. All of this was substantial. The rental properties, along with the profits from the mail, mall, and friendship building, could only be considered a side dish. Even the profits from the side dishes could reach several hundred million, plus the regular influx of funds, making it easy to achieve tens of billions a year. It was precisely because of this support that Wang Jidi felt particularly confident, ready to play however he wanted. Luo Yishan was dumbfounded, and Zhu Shaowei quietly kicked him. He then came to his senses. Thank you, Tai Xiao. No, I mean boss. From now on, as long as it's the boss's orders, I will do my utmost, even if it means sacrificing myself. Luo Yishan expressed his loyalty with tears of gratitude, determined to cling to Wang Jidi's leg. If he missed this opportunity, there would be no second chance. Wang Jidi smiled and said, you just need to get the racing team set up. I have only one requirement. It must showcase the style of our Chinese people. If there's anything in the future, just call me. As long as I want to, there shouldn't be many things that can't be settled. With your status, you shouldn't encounter such matters. The backing for his words was naturally the Black Network, which had immense power and could indeed handle almost anything. Luo Yishan didn't think there was anything wrong with Wang Jidi's words. Many things were just like that. There are hierarchies among people, and the idea of equality is a joke. Wang Jidi didn't waste much time talking to them and drove directly back to the villa, where Linger would carry out a second modification on the car, mainly upgrading the intelligence system. Linger didn't make Extreme Lightning her own subsystem, but upgraded it to her own child system, creating a second complete artificial intelligence. Wang Jidi sat in the driver's seat, and a spherical lightning appeared on the small screen beside him, with a mechanical voice coming from the speakers. Extreme Lightning has met the Master. From now on, I will be the Master's vehicle, ensuring the Master is satisfied and never disappointed. Wang Jidi smiled in agreement and then learned about all the functions of Extreme Lightning, feeling very satisfied with this upgrade. Unless I'm the only one in the car, you cannot show it without my permission, lest you attract unnecessary trouble. Extreme Lightning immediately understood and set this as the highest command, then entered autopilot mode, taking Wang Jidi to the tech company. Sikong Ruyan had already taken care of everything. The two first went to the Blackstone Reef Club for a warm dinner before heading to the shared address. The street racing event was held on the southern slope of Dakingshan, where there used to be a resort that went bankrupt due to poor management. It was bought by these wealthy young men, who then renovated the mountain roads, turning it into a gathering place for street racers. When Wang Yingji and Jin Wenpeng saw a black sports car approaching, they all showed puzzled expressions, not knowing whose car it was. It wasn't until Wang Jidi got out of the car that they suddenly realized and immediately surrounded him. Zhang Yunlong looked at the car and said, I've never seen young Master Tai drive this car before. Could it be new? Why doesn't it have a license plate? Wang Jidi replied with a smile. This car was given to me by Luo Yishan this afternoon. A one-of-a-kind modified car. How could it have a license plate? Jin Wenpeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, could this be the legendary car that no one can handle? Someone once offered over 100 million for it, and Luo Yishan wouldn't sell it. I didn't expect him to give it to young Master Tai. He's really impressive. My boss isn't just impressive, he truly has the ability. Only the boss can handle this car. It definitely belongs to the boss. Luo Yishan and Zhu Shaowei walked over with smiles, recounting the events of the afternoon. Their focus was different. Luo Yishan emphasized Wang Jidi's unparalleled driving skills, calling him the god of cars. Zhu Shaowei focused on the 10 billion, telling them that the money had already been deposited and could be used at any time. Everyone attending the street racing event was from wealthy families, each with at least several billion in assets. Otherwise, they wouldn't qualify to be here. Upon hearing Zhu Shaowei's words, everyone except a few gasped in shock. Despite their wealth, it was absolutely impossible for them to casually take out 10 billion. After all, this was a matter of absolute cash flow. Anyone who dared to take risks could easily cause a financial crisis for their group. Just as these people were shocked by Wang Zhidi's financial power, several cars drove over, directly flashing their headlights at them. Seeing this, everyone was filled with rage, and a few hot-tempered individuals began to curse. Wang Zhidi squinted and observed that there were 7 or 8 sports cars, all on the same level as a Lamborghini Gallardo, indicating they had some strength. Some young people got out of the cars, led by an extremely arrogant figure who looked down on everyone else. The few who were cursing fell silent as if they had been choked. Wang Yingji whispered, "He's Zhang Can, the eldest son of the Zhang family from Fengcheng, and he's quite a domineering character who loves to stir up trouble." Jin Wenpeng took over. The Zhang family is the largest family in Fengcheng, with a very wide influence. The biggest corporate group in Fengcheng is controlled by them. Moreover, several big brothers in the underworld are all their subordinates. Their family head, Zhang Songkun, is said to be able to shake the entire northeast with just a stomp. Wang Zhidi curled his lip and said, "They really have a big mouth. Aren't they afraid of the wind blowing their tongues? Who do they think they are, causing earthquakes for no reason? Although Fengcheng is the capital of our Liaozhou, our Bincheng is the most developed city in the northeast. This guy comes here to act arrogant. He really doesn't know what's good for him." Wang Yingji and Jin Wenpeng hurriedly nodded in agreement. What Tai Xiao said is absolutely right. This is Tai Xiao's territory. How can they be so arrogant here? Wang Zhidi smiled without speaking. Many things are not about self-praise but need to be said by others to be effective. Otherwise, it would seem like Wang Po selling melons. Wang Yingji hesitated for a moment and said, "There's something I need to tell Tai Xiao. The Zhang family in Fengcheng is a branch of the Zhang family in Madu, and the relationship between the two is very close. Pulling one hair can move the whole body." Wang Zhidi learned from Sikong Ruyan that the Zhang family is one of the 3 major families in Madu, and their strength is naturally considerable. Of course, it depends on who you ask. With the Black Net as his backing, Wang Zhidi didn't even take the 3 major families of Madu seriously, let alone just one Zhang family. Wang Zhidi casually said, "What do young people's matters have to do with the family? Should we really call in the adults if kids are fighting? If it comes to that, it's only fair to return the favor and see whose family is stronger, and in the end, who will be the one lying on the ground pretending to be a turtle." Upon hearing this, Wang Yingji and Jin Wenpeng immediately felt reassured. Their courage surged, and they no longer felt any fear. Zhang Can looked at them boldly and said, "I heard you are holding a street racing event here. This young master came to join the fun. You won't mind, will you?" Wang Yingji nonchalantly replied, "You, a defeated opponent, since you're not afraid of embarrassment, I certainly have no problem." Zhang Can widened his eyes and said, "It seems our Wang Dasha has been getting bolder lately, daring to say anything." Wang Yingji snorted through his nose. "We're all here to have fun. No one should scare anyone. Street racing relies on real skills, so don't always think about letting others win." Zhang Can smiled insincerely and beckoned with his finger, and a person walked over from behind. "This is my driver, Okazaki Yamato, whom I found from Yaki. He represents me to play with you. Who dares to come out?" Luo Yishin frowned and said, "As far as I know, Okazaki Yamato is a professional racer. Isn't it a bit boring for Zhang Dasha to play like this?" Okazaki Yamato bowed and said, "I have retired and am no longer a racer. Now I'm just the young master's driver. That shouldn't be against the rules. If you think my skills are not enough, I can let you run first and then chase you from behind. That should be fair, right?" Wang Zhidi coldly smiled and said, "I was just here to play around, but I didn't expect Zhang Dasha to bring out such a dog. Since you're willing to play, I'll play with you. No need for you to let. We'll start from the same starting line and let you lose convincingly." Okazaki Yamato shook his head and said, "I don't know which family's driver you are, but you really have a big mouth. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing your young master?" Jin Wenpeng immediately jumped out and shouted, "You really have a pair of dog eyes spouting nonsense. This is Wang Zhidi, the boss of our entire Binhai city. Who would dare to let him be a driver? That's like the old birthday star eating arsenic looking for death." Before coming, Zhang Can had already inquired and knew that the newly emerged Tai Xiao had a deep background. However, he had always been arrogant and never took others seriously, thinking that even if Wang Zhidi had a deep background, he could still outdo the 3 major families of Madu. Zhang Can boldly said, "So you are that Wang Jidi, huh? I've heard you're quite impressive. I really want to see for myself. Just racing like this isn't interesting. How about we add some stakes and bet 10 million? Wang Jidi shook his head and said, "As the young master of the Fengcheng Zhang family, this little ambition is really unappealing. I had nothing to do recently and bought the male shopping mall. I'll use this mall as the stake. I heard your Zhang family owns the Tian shopping mall on Zhangji in Fengcheng, which is worth about the same as my male shopping mall. Can you put it up?" Zhang Ken was put on the line, with Tian's shopping mall located in the core area, making a fortune every day, valued at around 1 billion. Despite his usual wild antics, he truly didn't dare to agree to such a big deal. If he lost, his father would surely flay him alive. Wang Jidi noticed the flicker in Zhang Can's eyes and guessed what he was thinking, revealing a contemptuous smile. The value of male shopping mall is around 1 billion, and Tian's shopping mall is about the same. It's just a small amount of money, and you can't even make that decision. What are you still doing out here? You might as well go home and wear diapers to avoid embarrassing yourself in public, which would only make people laugh their heads off. Upon hearing this, Zhang Can felt an unnamed rage surge from his heels to the crown of his head, nearly exploding with anger. He shouted furiously, "How dare you say that to me? It's truly despicable. It's just a shopping mall. What's the big deal? I'm betting with you." Wang Jidi clapped his hands with a smile and said, "It was just a small amount of money, no need to take it so seriously, but seeing you like this, it's better to go through the motions." Captain Luo had someone prepare the contract. "I'll sign it with young Master Zhang, putting it in black and white to avoid any last-minute changes." Luo Yishin was also a clever one, deliberately rushing to say, "Boss, you should think it over. Even if Okazaki Yamatsu is retired, he's still a professional driver." His words reminded Zhang Can that he had brought in a professional driver. What was there to be afraid of? He had been foolish just now. With this in mind, Zhang Can looked at Wang Jidi with an air of superiority and asked for the contract. "I didn't expect young Master Tai to be so generous, directly giving me a 1 billion shopping mall. In the future, when you come to my mall to shop, I'll give you a 20% discount." Zhang Can felt confident of victory, and after signing the contract, he mocked with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Wang Jidi casually handed the contract to Sikong Ruyan, responding with a smile, "Young Master Zhang, don't be so confident. Many things remain uncertain until the end, and you never know who the real winner is." Sikong Ruyan smiled in agreement. What Jidi said is true. Many people think they have victory in hand, only to find out in the end that they are the losers. "I hope young Master Zhang can laugh until the end, so you won't end up crying and being laughed at, completely losing the Zhang family's face." She was a very clever woman, knowing when to show herself. When Wang Jidi was betting, she chose to remain in the background. Zhang Can snorted through his nose but didn't respond. After all, Sikong Ruyan was the illegitimate daughter of the Du family, and one must consider the master when hitting a dog. Wang Jidi pulled Sikong Ruyan into the extreme lightning, while Okazaki Yamatsu got into a modified car, both driving to the starting line. Okazaki Yamatsu rolled down his window and made a downward gesture with his finger towards Wang Jidi, expressing his disdain thoroughly. In the face of Okazaki Yamatsu's provocation, Wang Jidi appeared completely unconcerned. Soon this guy wouldn't be able to smile anymore. With a spicy girl waving the starting flag, the two cars shot out like arrows released from a bow. Wang Jidi had no intention of giving Okazaki Yamatsu any chance to show off, quickly ramping up the speed and leaving his opponent behind. Seeing this, Okazaki Yamatsu felt an urgent panic, pressing the gas pedal as if he were trying to stomp it into the fuel tank. He had activated all auxiliary devices, while Wang Jidi had only used 2 gas bottles. The gap between them did not narrow, instead, it grew larger and larger. After the second turn, Okazaki Yamatsu could no longer see the taillights of Wang Jidi's car, completely sinking into despair. He knew very well that he had caused Zhang Can to lose a shopping mall, and the other party would definitely not let it go easily. He thought that rather than suffer later, it would be better to end it all now. Okazaki Yamaryu steeled his heart and charged directly into a deep ravine, plunging down at an incredible speed, instantly turning the entire car into a heap of scrap metal. His body was reduced to a pulp, absolutely dead beyond any doubt, leaving no chance for others to gloat over his corpse. The extreme lightning, as a subsystem of Linger, was naturally extremely powerful, connecting to satellites in the sky, which could only be described as basic functionality. Wang Jidi, through satellite imagery, saw Okazaki Yamaryu choose to commit suicide and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Yaki truly is a crazy nation. Every person is utterly unreasonable. He showed no intention of slowing down. Instead, his speed increased, clearly intending to practice on this racetrack. Sikong Ruyan leaned tightly against the backrest, her small face pale with fear, yet her eyes were filled with excitement, feeling it was just too thrilling. Wang Jidi executed a beautiful drift, navigating the last and most dangerous curve, elegantly arriving at the finish line. As soon as he got out of the car, everyone erupted in cheers. This victory was truly spectacular. Luo Yishin shouted excitedly, "Boss, you were amazing. You were a full 18 minutes faster than the previous best record on this track." Even the most professional race car drivers couldn't reach this level. If you participated in professional competitions, you'd definitely be a world champion, leaving others in the dust. Wang Jidi rubbed his nose, somewhat dissatisfied, and said, "This track is too simple, lacking any challenge. I must find a more thrilling track in the future." Everyone thought he was being too pretentious, but as a victor, he could say whatever he wanted. Wang Jidi made a victory gesture towards the pale-faced Zhang Can, further igniting the other's fury. Sikong Ruyan added fuel to the fire. "What did I just say? The one who laughs last is the true victor. There's an old saying, being fat at first doesn't count, being fat later collapses the bed. Thanks to young Master Zhang for your generosity. Don't say we lack humanity. You have a week to prepare and hand over the Tian shopping mall to us completely. We are all respectable people, and I believe you won't play any tricks in this regard. Otherwise, how will you face this circle in the future?" As a true business elite, her negotiation skills were top-notch, directly seizing Zhang Can's weakness while blocking any chance for him to play dirty. Zhang Can gritted his teeth and said, "I think this bet shouldn't count. My driver had an accident halfway. Otherwise, how could we know he wouldn't have caught up later?" Wang Yingji jumped up and shouted, "I've seen many shameless people, but you're the first I've seen so utterly shameless. When going through the second curve, your driver couldn't even see the taillights of Tai Xiao's car, while Tai Xiao's speed kept increasing. How could he possibly catch up? Your driver committed suicide because he was utterly desperate with no chance of winning at all, so he had to die. Only in this way could he find relief. This mountain road is under full surveillance. If you refuse to acknowledge it, I'll post the footage online for everyone to see what kind of person young Master Zhang is." Zhang Can's face turned ashen with anger, yet he had no words to say. Any racer who saw that footage would know what had happened. Wang Jidi coughed lightly. "Your tricks won't work on me. Go back and tell your father that in 7 days I will come to collect the shopping mall. The mall cannot have any changes. If you try to play dirty, I'll play with you to the end and see who is afraid of whom." Zhang Can looked into Wang Jidi's eyes, feeling a chill run down his spine, and involuntarily lowered his head, taking 2 steps back. "I'm not someone who can't afford to lose. I'll go back and prepare. Tai Xiao, don't be too happy. Be careful, fortunes change." Wang Jidi snorted. "No matter how fortunes change, they won't turn in your favor. You don't need to worry about me. No need to see me off." People in the young master circle of Bincheng cheered with delight as they saw Zhang Can and his group fleeing like lost dogs in a panic. Someone shouted, and everyone joined in a chorus of "Iron Young Master," the cheers rising higher and higher. From that moment on, Wang Jidi officially became the #1 young master in Bincheng, the big brother of all the young masters. With just a word from him, everyone would do their utmost. Wang Jidi laughed heartily and said, "Since today is such a joyous occasion, let's go to the Black Stone Reef Club and have a drink to celebrate." The crowd cheered again, and naturally the festivities began. Inspired by the enthusiasm, Sikong Ruyan also let loose at the villa that night. The next day, after receiving red envelopes around noon, an unfamiliar phone call came in. Wang Jidi, holding Sikong Ruyan, casually pressed the answer button, and a deep voice came from the speaker. "Let me introduce myself. I am Zhang Songkun, the head of the Zhang family in Fengcheng. I apologize for contacting you, Iron Young Master, and for any disturbance." Wang Jidi replied indifferently, "So it's Mr. Zhang. I wonder what you want from me. It wouldn't be about the Tian shopping mall, would it? You truly are a perceptive person. The bet between you and my son, in my view, is just child's play and shouldn't be taken seriously. I won't let Iron Young Master suffer. I've selected 10 luxury supercars, worth definitely over 100 million, as compensation for you." Zhang Songkun spoke very naturally, as if this was the only way to handle the situation. Wang Zhidi's voice turned cold. A mere Tian shopping mall, I never took it to heart. If your son came to plead with me, I might let him off the hook. But since your son lost and wants me to step in, that's simply against the rules and leaves me very displeased, so I will take that shopping mall. Zhang Songkun was taken aback by Wang Zhidi's words. Clearly, he had expected Wang Zhidi to comply without a word of opposition. I advise Iron young master not to act impulsively. I know you have a strong background, but this world is full of people with backgrounds. We are all prominent figures. Causing a ruckus is not good for anyone, and I believe your family wouldn't want more enemies. His words were a blatant threat, as the Zhang family had the power to force others to comply. Wang Zhidi snorted through his nose. Congratulations on your misunderstanding. What I fear the least is enemies. The more enemies I have, the more colorful life becomes. I have a contract with your son, and I know what you want to say. This contract is not something to be put on display. It cannot see the light of day. For me, this contract is just a sufficient reason. We are all civilized people, and how can we act without reason? Why don't we gamble again? When the time comes to settle accounts, you will obediently hand over the Tian shopping mall to me. If I lose, I will directly give you the male shopping mall. If you lose, you will give me the Awu wholesale market. The two combined are just over 2 billion for you. While it may not be insignificant, it won't break the bank. Why am I being so merciful? Upon hearing this, Zhang Songkun felt an unnamed rage surge from his heels to the crown of his head, nearly exploding with anger. He laughed in fury and said, "It's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me like this. Iron young master indeed has guts. In that case, I will wait for you in Fengcheng and see how you take the Tian shopping mall from me while also making me compensate for the Awu wholesale market." Wang Zhidi responded with a cold snort, then hung up the phone, leaving the conversation decidedly unpleasant. Sikong Ruyan nestled in Wang Zhidi's arms, worriedly said, "They say a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. If we go to their territory, will we suffer losses?" Wang Zhidi caressed Sikong Ruyan's jade-like back and confidently said, "No matter where I go, I will definitely be like a fierce dragon crossing the river. Those fish, turtles, and crabs in the river that dare to mess with me will only find themselves on a dead end, with no chance at all." Sikong Ruyan resolutely replied, "I believe in your abilities. You can definitely do this. I want to go with you, otherwise I won't be at ease." Wang Zhidi frowned and said, "You said it yourself, we're going to someone else's territory. If something goes wrong and you get hurt, wouldn't that break my heart?" Sikong Ruyan thought about it and agreed, pouting, "Since you say so, I won't be a burden. I'll wait for you to come back in Binchang. If you don't come back for a day, I'll wait a day. If you don't come back for a year, I'll wait a year. If you don't come back for a lifetime, I'll wait a lifetime. I was born yours, and in death I will be your ghost. You are my everything. Aside from you, I don't want anyone else in this life." Wang Zhidi looked at the deeply affectionate Sikong Ruyan, holding her tightly in his arms, further solidifying his thoughts. After sending Sikong Ruyan back to the company, Wang Zhidi first called Zheng Weideng to inquire about the Zhang family in Fengcheng. Zheng Weideng immediately said, "On the surface, our Northeast's largest group company has already entered the national industry, the Dawen Group. In reality, if we talk about powerful families, the chairman of Dawen Group, Wang Xiaodong, doesn't even rank in the top 10. He is far from it. Our Northeast Financial Group is the largest investment company and knows the most about this. The hidden big shots in the Northeast are definitely not few. The Zhang family ranks among the top. Not only do they own a large number of industries in Fengcheng, but they also have many connections with other large groups. Unless Xiao Tai can control all the big groups, it is absolutely impossible to strike against the Zhang family in this regard. I think Xiao Tai can consider other aspects. According to the internal information I have, the Zhang family's focus is on the darker side. He is indeed an excellent investor, guessing what Wang Zhidi wanted to do from his question and directly pointing out the direction. Wang Zhidi nodded thoughtfully and smiled. "Thank you, Director Zheng, for your guidance. I know what to do now." Zheng Weideng hurriedly said a few humble words, and after hanging up the phone, he pondered for more than an hour before ultimately giving up on warning the Zhang family. He didn't know that from the moment he hung up, he was already completely under Linger's surveillance, and this decision would bring him great benefits. Wang Zhidi arrived at the Dream Bar. It was still early, so it was naturally not open. he skillfully entered through the back door. After meeting, Tang Yushin and Zhu Shaowei were immediately struck by each other's presence. Zhu Shaowei had been trying to pursue Tang Yushin but had made slow progress. Tang Yushin was a very clever woman, knowing how to maximize her advantages and make it hard for men to extricate themselves. Wang Zhidi didn't interfere with their intentions, letting them play it out themselves. As for how far they could go in the future, that was up to their fate. Just as he walked into the backyard, a sudden rush of wind caught his attention. Before his mind could react, his body instinctively stepped aside. Wang Zhidi saw a young man with a fierce expression, glaring at him with the intent to strike again. He could sense that the other party was also a peak master of Ming Jin. Judging by the shape of his hands, he likely practiced something like eagle claw kung fu. For the first time, Wang Zhidi felt that having martial arts skills was quite a good thing. Otherwise, that last move would have definitely been enough to put him in a tough spot. Just as he was about to engage with the opponent, a delicate voice called out from the room, and the young man immediately lowered his head and stepped aside. "He is my husband's younger brother, named Hai Donking. He just came to find me these days and hasn't met Xiao Tai. If he has offended you, please forgive him." Tang Yushin explained to Wang Zhidi with great trepidation that her little brother's attack on him could lead to serious consequences, potentially a disaster. At the same time, she was very surprised. She knew full well how strong the Haidonking was, and that sneak attack was absolutely unexpected. In this situation, Wang Zhidi was still able to dodge calmly, indicating that his skills were completely above those of the Haidonking, at the very least a capable fighter. When Wang Zhidi arrived, Tang Yushin had not sensed any strength from him, thinking he was just an ordinary person. Now, however, this situation brought a significant amount of information, which sent chills down her spine. The more Tang Yushin thought about it, the more frightened she became, scolding Haidonking. "I told you before that things are different now. You can't just attack others at will, especially someone as esteemed as young Master Tai, who is an incredibly noble existence. If you harm even a hair on him, you would deserve to be torn to pieces. Hurry up and apologize to young Master Tai. If you can't get his forgiveness, you might as well find somewhere else to live." Seeing Tang Yushin's terrified expression, Haidonking realized he had really caused trouble and that he was dealing with someone formidable. He gritted his teeth and knelt down to Wang Zhidi, wanting to apologize. Wang Zhidi stepped forward, hooked his foot around Haidonking's knee, and with a clever twist made him stand up straight again. "A man's knee is worth gold. One kneels to heaven, to the earth, and to one's parents in between. How can you kneel to others so casually? What happened just now is no big deal. It was my fault for entering the backyard without notice, and misunderstandings are natural." Hearing Wang Zhidi's words, Haidonking felt deeply moved, thinking he was definitely a good person. They entered the house, and Tang Yushin smiled, asking, "Young Master Tai hasn't been here for a while. I wonder what brings you today." Wang Zhidi briefly recounted the previous events, emphasizing the bet with Zhang Songkun. "What do you think I should do to win this bet? As long as I can win, any means can be considered." He looked intently at Tang Yushin, seeking her opinion. This well-known elder sister must have some insights. Haidonking, angry, shouted from the side, "My elder brother's death is related to that bastard Zhang. If young Master Tai wants to deal with this scoundrel, he must make him feel pain so he truly knows fear. Otherwise, that beast might do something unpredictable." Tang Yushin shot Haidonking a glare before taking over the conversation. Although his words are rough, they hold truth. If young Master Tai wants to make that old man afraid, he indeed needs to approach it from this angle, making him understand that you can take his life. That old fellow has 4 subordinates known as the 4 pillars in the underworld. If you dismantle those 4 pillars, that old man will surely be afraid. Wang Zhidi nodded, saying, "That's a good idea. We'll do as you say. Just wait for the news." After saying this, he stood up and staggered out, suddenly stopping at the back door. "I won't interfere in the matter between you and Zhu Shaowei. Regardless of whether you like him or not, he truly likes you. A forcibly twisted melon is indeed not sweet. Such matters cannot be forced. If the deal falls through, there should still be kindness. Don't let it come to the point of risking your life." After saying this, Wang Zhidi stepped out the back door, not giving Tang Yushin any chance to explain. Tang Yushin sighed inwardly, glanced at Haidonking, and said nothing, returning to her room. As soon as Wang Zhidi sat in the car, a red envelope page popped up, giving him 108 random red envelopes, which he immediately chose to open. "Congratulations on receiving a bottle of Pulse. Enjoy your click." Congratulations on receiving funding of 32 million. Wish you a pleasant click. Congratulations on receiving a box of dental floss. Wish you a pleasant click. Congratulations on receiving 2 drops of Tiani Divine Water. Wish you a pleasant click. Congratulations on receiving 18 yuan in cash. Wish you a pleasant click. The total amount of funds and cash received this time reached 80 million, along with many miscellaneous items, the best of which should be the Tiani Divine Water. Wang Zhidi took out a drink and took a sip, pondering the use of Tiani Divine Water to connect the extreme lightning with the Dream Fairy to see what this girl thought. The Dream Fairy said in a beautiful voice, "A couple of days ago, while chatting with someone, I heard that one of the 4 giants of the management, Huenquin, seems to need special water for training. At that time, I was too busy showing off the 2 cars my brother gave me, so I didn't listen carefully. Otherwise, I could inquire about it now and quickly get some news." She was referring to the McLaren P4S and BMW Mini that Wang Zhidi had equipped for her, which were standard for other girls as well. After discovering the existence of the black market errand service, Wang Zhidi naturally would not treat the Dream Fairy poorly, making her particularly happy. Wang Zhidi smiled and said, "No need to check specifically. I haven't met Huenquin yet. You can contact him for me. I happen to have something for him to do." The Dream Fairy happily agreed, and a little over a minute later, Huenquin officially came online. Huenquin had a rather androgynous appearance, making it hard to tell if he was male or female. Perhaps this was the disguise of a killer. "Nice to meet you, Supreme God. I wonder what you need from me." Wang Zhidi casually explained the situation and then said, "I don't want Zhang Songkun's life. It wouldn't be fun if he died. I heard he has 4 pillars, and I don't want those 4 pillars to see the sun tomorrow. Get this done, and I'll give you a drop of Tiani Divine Water as a reward." Upon hearing the words Tiani Divine Water, Huenquin's eyes immediately lit up, filled with a look of desire. He said urgently, "Is the Supreme God referring to the Tiani Divine Water from the Divine Water Palace back then?" Wang Zhidi shrugged and replied, "It must be Tiani Divine Water, but I haven't heard of the Divine Water Palace, so I don't know if it's theirs. If you don't believe me, I can use black coins as payment. As long as you do a good job, the price will definitely satisfy you." Huenquin hurriedly said, "Supreme God, please don't misunderstand. I absolutely do not doubt your intentions. I'm just too surprised. I didn't expect there was still Tiani Divine Water in existence. Rest assured, you don't need to wait until tomorrow morning. Before dinner today, I will dismantle those 4 pillars, ensuring they die a miserable death, scaring that old guy to death." Wang Zhidi smiled slightly and said, "I really appreciate your working style. I've decided to reward you with an extra drop. Work well and I won't treat you poorly." Upon hearing this, Huenquin felt like kneeling down to him and immediately went to arrange the matter. Zhang Songkun stood in the gathering room, looking at the corpses of the 4 pillars, his face turning extremely ugly, filled with endless fear. His secretary and lover, Hu Yanfeng, said submissively, "Those 4 were assassinated one after another within an hour. The last 2 were prepared, yet still couldn't escape, indicating that the attackers were all professional killers, and there must be a powerful organization behind this." Zhang Songkun gritted his teeth and asked, "Who do you think did this and what is their purpose?" Just as Hu Yanfeng was about to speak, the phone rang suddenly. She glanced at Zhang Songkun and seriously pressed the answer button. "Secretary Hu, bad news. All the computers of our invested group have been hacked and are under control, with the words 'willing to gamble, willing to lose' on the screen. We have already found the best programmers and are doing everything we can to resolve it. According to these programmers, the other party is a top-level hacker. And definitely not just one person. It must be a very powerful organization capable of organizing so many top hackers, a force that is truly astonishing." Hu Yanfeng glanced at Zhang Songkun again and pretended to be relaxed, saying, "It must be someone else's prank. We should tell everyone not to be so nervous. Notify the heads of these groups that all employees will have a day off tonight. I believe that with one night's time, everything can surely be resolved." After hanging up the phone, Hu Yanfeng saw Zhang Songkun's face turn pale, not daring to breathe, and cautiously stood to the side. Zhang Songkun gritted his teeth and said, "It must be that Wang guy stirring up trouble behind the scenes. That damn kid is truly despicable, thinking he can scare me like this. It's simply a joke. Immediately organize a team to rush to Binhai City tonight and bring that bastard to me, to offer him as a sacrifice to the spirits of the 4 pillars." Hu Yanfeng hurriedly advised from the side. I know the deaths of those 4 have deeply saddened you, and you want to avenge them. But this matter is not ordinary. You need to think it over carefully before deciding what to do. Wang Jidi was able to have 4 pillars killed in such a short time, which indicates that there are terrifying forces behind him. Even if our people go to Binhai City, they may not succeed and could instead leave us with no room for maneuver. Zhang Songkun had just been blinded by anger, but upon hearing Hu Yanfeng's words, he quickly calmed down and realized the truth in them. Since Wang Jidi dared to do this, he must have made thorough preparations. If he acted rashly, he would surely face a devastating blow. The more Zhang Songkun thought about it, the more fearful he became, and his gaze fell once again on the corpses of the 4 pillars, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Hu Yanfeng observed everything and guessed Zhang Songkun's thoughts, filled with disdain but still wanting to give him a way out. I think this matter should be considered carefully. Wang Jidi said he would come to Fengcheng. We can wait for him to arrive and then make a decision. If he comes with many people, it shows that his power is limited, and we can fight him to see who can bring the other down. If he comes alone, it indicates absolute confidence. As long as we dare to make any move, we will surely be completely destroyed before we can act. Zhang Songkun nodded and said, What you said makes a lot of sense. Ultimately, this is all my good-for-nothing son's fault. If I had known he would be so reckless, I should have dealt with him back then. Hu Yanfeng cautiously said, I think now is not the time to scold the young master, but rather for you to consider whether you are willing to accept the consequences. Currently, we have 2 bets on our hands. If we acknowledge them, both the Tian shopping mall and the Awu wholesale market will have to be handed over to Wang Jidi. The economic loss is secondary. The main issue involves your reputation, especially with the Awu wholesale market, which is even harder to speak of. Zhang Songkun squinted, calculating in his mind. If Wang Jidi dares to meet us alone, just based on that courage, he deserves our respect. Hu Yanfeng understood and knew what to do. Many things depend on how they are said. An embarrassing matter can be framed differently. They thought their conversation would not be known to others, unaware that Linger had controlled the electronic devices here and was eavesdropping clearly. Linger relayed everything she heard to Wang Jidi, her small face in the 3D projection showing a look of pride. Wang Jidi smiled and said, You lovely girl, you are truly my treasure. You handled this beautifully. Linger grinned and said, To receive praise from the master makes me so happy. That damn bastard actually thought of sending someone to deal with the master. It's simply unforgivable. Why not create an accident for him tonight and electrocute this guy? I've already been to his house and there are plenty of smart devices available. I guarantee he won't have anywhere to run. Wang Jidi rubbed his nose and said, He's just talking. He hasn't taken any action. Why kill him? That would be so boring. Since this old guy wants to play like this, I'll accompany him to a one-on-one meeting and see what tricks this old man can come up with. Linger's ultimate directive is obedience, so she naturally had no objections and completely followed Wang Jidi's arrangements. The Dream Fairy, aware of the situation, showed a worried expression and said, Brother, going to a one-on-one meeting is too risky. If you ask me, there's no need to go through all this trouble. Just with the 2 drops of heavenly water you gave to Huenquen, he would do anything for you. We've already taken down the pillar. We might as well destroy the house too. Let's see how this old guy will brag then. Wang Jidi pretended to be serious and snorted. What did I tell you before? I wanted you to be a cute loli, not a scheming, bloody loli. In the future, you can't say such violent things. It's a total mood killer coming from your heavenly voice. The Dream Fairy pouted. All right, I know I was wrong. I was just worried about your safety. I promise I won't do that again. Wang Jidi always used a strategy of flattery, giving a slap and then a sweet date, transferring 10,000 black coins to the Dream Fairy as compensation for his earlier harsh words. He fell asleep to the Dream Fairy's lullaby and was woken up on time by the red envelope notification sound, lazily choosing to claim it. You have obtained the status of a special invited member of the Dragon Group. Enjoy your click. You have obtained a box of ice cream assassins. Enjoy your click. You have obtained Tian Shield Security Company. Enjoy your click. You have obtained 12 million in funds. Enjoy your click. Upon hearing the contents of the red envelope, information flashed in Wang Jidi's mind and he immediately woke up. Wang Jidi sat up abruptly, sweeping his hand across the table, revealing a small red booklet with a 5-clawed golden dragon on it. He opened the booklet, which contained very simple content. a large photo of himself, his name beside it, and below that, a section indicating his identity as a special invited member of the Dragon Group. The photo didn't even have a steel seal. It looked fake, but under special instruments the truth would be revealed. Such anti-counterfeiting technology is absolutely top-notch. It would be extremely difficult for anyone to forge it. Wang Zhidi learned from the information in his mind that the Dragon Group is an organization specifically responsible for the inner world, directly accountable to the top of the court, with power that surpasses everything. The special invited member status was specifically set up by the Dragon Clan to appease those ultra-top families, possessing super privileges that can override all rules. Since its establishment, the Dragon Group has issued only a handful of special invited member certificates, each belonging to extremely powerful individuals. With this special member certificate, Wang Zhidi could act like a crab, walking sideways however he pleased, and no one would dare to say a word. Wang Zhidi put away the special member certificate. He wouldn't need it for now, as the people he encountered with his current status were not qualified to make him use it. Another gain this time was the Tian Shield Security Company, a security group company that spans the entire world. It is also the only security company controlled by Chinese people, alongside the famous Beishui Security Company, known as the two most powerful security companies in the world. The headquarters of Tian Shield Security Company is in the capital, and all provinces and directly governed cities in China have branches, with Fengcheng being no exception. Wang Zhidi became the owner of the Tiandun Security Company, which meant that in any state or directly governed city, he would have half the home advantage, equally sharing the stage with the local strongmen. He was quite satisfied with this gain, chuckled, and fell headfirst onto the soft pillow for a nap. While Wang Zhidi was sleeping soundly, the headquarters of Tiandun Security Company in the capital was in turmoil. Executive President Zhou Jianhua gathered all the branch managers, pulling them out of bed for the most urgent video conference. "I have called you all here to tell you something very important. Our company's owner has changed." The branch managers, who had been yawning, instantly perked up, all wearing expressions of disbelief. Bai Yuqiao, the manager of the Shanghai branch, was the only female manager and had risen through the ranks from the bottom, truly a modern-day Hua Mulan. Bai Yuqiao incredulously asked, "Today isn't April Fool's Day. What kind of joke are you playing? How could our company's owner possibly change? Who could make our boss hand over the company? Even those few hidden families we know of don't have that capability." Zhou Jianhua replied helplessly, "It's precisely because we know nothing about the new owner that I called you all together to discuss this matter. All we know is that our new boss is a special member of the Dragon Group, known in the dark web as the Supreme God, and has taken over the entire management of the dark web. According to the insider information we've received, the new boss treats money as if it were nothing, absolutely someone who is rich enough to rival the world. Moreover, the new boss can offer you unexpected things. It is said that when Huang Quan was asked to do something, he was given 2 drops of Tianyi divine water." All the managers gasped. They were all exceptionally capable individuals and understood what Tianyi divine water meant. Bai Yuqiao said without hesitation, "With these 2 identities, the new boss is already qualified to be our owner. When can we pay him a visit?" Zhou Jianhua said gloomily, "The more troubling issue is this. The previous owner instructed that unless the new boss seeks us out, we are not allowed to disturb him. I will send you the new boss's phone number shortly. In any case, you must be clever. If anyone provokes the new boss, they will definitely regret it." After everyone ended the video call, Zhou Jianhua specifically contacted Bai Yuqiao and Shi Chunhua, the manager of the Fengcheng branch. "I contacted both of you because your locations are the most likely to intersect with the new boss. Yuqiao, pay special attention to Sikong Qian. This woman is fortunate, having given birth to a good daughter, who might become the new boss's mother-in-law in the future. Chunhua, the matter you need to focus on is that the new boss will come to Fengcheng to handle something, and it is very likely that he will need your people. You must ensure that nothing goes wrong for the new boss." Bai Yuqiao and Shi Chunhua quickly nodded in agreement. Such a good opportunity must not be missed and should be seized properly. After hanging up the video call, Zhou Jianhua thought for a moment and decided to have the company's chief instructor, Qi Changgeng, organize an elite team to establish a security squad in Bincheng. As the executive president of the company, Zhou Jianhua had more information than others, which gave him a significant advantage, proving that there is no fairness in this world at any time. Wang Jidi woke up at noon, feeling refreshed, and checked the electronic calendar. After returning from Fengcheng, he was just in time to attend the birthday celebration of Old Master Li. He had been immersed in the film crew these past 2 days, watching Shangyu and Yangsu shoot during the day and enjoying romantic moments in a cozy little room at night, feeling particularly relaxed. On the day of departure, Wang Jidi took the high-speed train to Fengcheng, looking completely at ease. Wang Jidi booked a presidential suite in the most luxurious hotel in Fengcheng. Before he could even settle in, the phone rang. He casually pressed the answer button and Zhang Songkun's voice came through. Young Master Tai indeed has great courage, daring to attend the meeting alone. I'm very impressed. I have prepared a welcome banquet for you at the Huiking Grand Hotel. I wonder if you would honor me with your presence. Wang Jidi replied nonchalantly. Since it's an invitation from the Zhang family head, of course, I will give you this face. I will definitely attend the banquet on time and will not let you down. After hanging up the phone, he thought for a moment and decided to call Shi Chunhua to prepare a few people for support. It's always better to be safe than sorry. The reason Wang Jidi didn't notify the people from the black market was that they excelled in killing and were the best offensive weapons, not to be used as shields. When Shi Chunhua received Wang Jidi's call, he was extremely excited and assured him that he would arrange everything properly, ensuring that Wang Jidi wouldn't be harmed in the slightest. Zhang Can, knowing that Wang Jidi had arrived, was immediately filled with anger but also saw it as a good opportunity to let that bastard know who the real big shot was. At the appointed time, Wang Jidi swaggered out. He arrived at the Huiking Grand Hotel, one of the top hotels in Fengcheng, owned by someone with a significant background, not to be trifled with. Zhang Songkun hosting a welcome banquet here showed he was quite sincere, but one must always be cautious and keep a hand in reserve. The receptionist saw Wang Jidi and without waiting for him to speak, made a gesture inviting him to follow her to the top floor. The entire top floor had been booked by Zhang Songkun, with 9 tables set up in total, the main table in the center surrounded by the other 8. Wang Jidi glanced around. The other 8 tables were filled with fierce-looking individuals, clearly not good people. The central table was quite empty, occupied only by Zhang Songkun and his son, along with Hu Yanfeng, while the rest were all vacant. Linger transmitted information through the earpiece, indicating that Zhang Songkun's arrangement was very significant for those in the underworld. Following Linger's information, Wang Jidi boldly sat down opposite Zhang Songkun, symbolizing a direct confrontation, leaving no face to spare. The 8 tables around were filled with well-known bosses from Fengcheng's underworld, and seeing Wang Jidi's arrogance, they all showed their anger. Wang Jidi glanced at these people and casually remarked, "Today is the welcome banquet prepared by the Zhang family head for me, yet it seems you all are quite dissatisfied." Zhang Songkun laughed heartily and said, "Young Master Tai must be mistaken. It is their honor to meet you. Who would be dissatisfied?" Wang Jidi tapped the table and said, "Who is dissatisfied they know in their hearts. I tend to speak frankly, so please don't take offense, Zhang family head. I came to Fengcheng this time to see my spoils. We Chinese value the principle of betting and accepting losses. I believe your Zhang family in Fengcheng can afford to lose." Zhang Songkun never expected Wang Jidi to be so direct, coming straight to the point without leaving any room for maneuver. His expression darkened as he said, "Accepting losses is inevitable. I never said I wouldn't honor the bet. Young Master Tai, why must you be so aggressive? I have already prepared the transfer contracts for Tian's shopping mall and the Awixale wholesale city, and they can be signed at any time." Hu Yanfeng took out 2 copies of the contracts from her briefcase, wearing a professional smile as she turned to Wang Jidi. Wang Jidi casually glanced at them, signed his copy, and raised an eyebrow at Zhang Can. "Young Master Zhang is truly a generous spender. I always thought of myself as a spendthrift, but compared to you, the gap is quite significant. I will arrange for someone to manage these 2 places well. Even if they incur losses year after year, I will never let them go under. Otherwise, wouldn't Zhang Deshao have nothing to look forward to?" His words were absolutely heart-wrenching. As long as Tian's shopping mall and Awu's small wholesale city remained, Zhang Can would always remember today's humiliation. For someone like Zhang Can, once a mental demon formed, his life would be completely ruined, and he would only become a breeding tool. Zhang Can shouted angrily, "You damned bastard, you're really going too far. I'm telling you not to be so arrogant or you'll regret it." The older brothers around him immediately stood up, glaring fiercely at Wang Jidi, as if they wanted to tear him to pieces. Wang Jidi smiled indifferently and said, "Zhang De Xiao is really like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, not recognizing a good person's heart. My purpose in doing this is to make you feel ashamed and then strive for progress. At the same time, I want you to be less impulsive in the future. Every time you see Tian Shopping Mall and Awu Small Wholesale City, you'll think of our bet. You'll remember that your recklessness caused significant losses to your family, and you'll think twice before acting in the future. If I had lost back then, I would definitely have helped you keep Mall Shopping Mall safe, and I would have taken my friends to stroll around. I would tell my friends about this matter, so they would all take it as a warning and not make the same mistakes, ultimately avoiding a bloody disaster." His expression was very casual, but his words revealed sincerity, making it seem like he truly thought this way and would indeed act accordingly. Zhang Songkun sighed inwardly. Just from the comparison in demeanor, his son was utterly outclassed, not even qualified to carry Wang Jidi's shoes. Indeed, he was worthy of being from a top-tier family. He was truly impressive, an absolute talent for dominance. Zhang Songkun glanced at the others and said irritably, "What are you all doing? Young Master Tai is a guest. How can you not understand the basics of hospitality? Sit down." The older brothers, still fuming, sat down, their eyes never leaving Wang Jidi, clearly unconvinced, thinking he was just a braggart. Zhang Songkun cleared his throat and said, "Now that we've completed the bet, let's talk about something else. Does young Master Tai have anything to say about the deaths of the 4 pillars?" Wang Jidi pinched his nose and replied, "I don't know what pillars or rods you're talking about. After I finished the call with your boss last time, I was in a bad mood. Coincidentally, I had something in hand that a good friend needed, so I casually mentioned it, asking him to help me vent. If your boss hadn't brought it up today, I would have forgotten about it, even if I had done well." Zhang Can felt he had caught another opportunity and slammed the table, shouting angrily, "You damned bastard, you actually had someone kill 4 uncles. Today, I will make you pay blood for blood to comfort the spirits of the 4 uncles in heaven." The older brothers stood up again, rolling up their sleeves, clearly ready to take action. Wang Jidi remained unafraid, pouring himself a glass of water and saying, "Why are you so agitated? I think the people from the inner world can leave from here now. The head of the Zhang family should understand my meaning. If you don't, you might as well ask your main family, the Zhang family in Madu, if there's any reason to deal with me." Zhang Songkun's face turned extremely ugly as he coldly glanced at the others. "I'm not dead yet. The Zhang family is still under my control. What do you all want? If you don't want to stay here, get out." The expressions of the older brothers changed, and they sat back down in their chairs. This time, their momentum was absolutely different from before. Hu Yanfeng saw the change in these older brothers and sighed inwardly, as the saying goes, 1 burst of energy leads to a decline, and 3 leads to exhaustion. Now these people are like this. Their momentum has already declined, and it is absolutely impossible to expect them to rally again tonight. Wang Jidi sighed and said, "I have been Iron Shao for less than 4 months. Before that, I was just a piece of mud trampled by everyone. I was also willing to be that mud, carefully experiencing the bitterness of being mud. In that process, I learned many things that your son will never learn in his lifetime." He paused here and then added, causing the atmosphere to heat up again. Wang Jidi's words took everyone by surprise. They exchanged glances, unsure of what he was getting at. "According to the logic of the lower class, if you slap someone, you should give them a sweet date to balance things out, which benefits everyone. I had thought that since I took so much from you, I should at least give you a little rebate. After all, I'm full, and I should let you have a sip of soup. But your son has been too disrespectful to me, so there are no sweet dates for you. I'm really sorry about that." Zhang Can was so furious at these words that he felt like a Buddha was born and another ascended to heaven, and he slammed the table angrily. This time, all the big brothers sat on their stools pretending to be dead dogs. Not one of them stood up, directly leaving Zhang Can at a loss. Zhang Songkun took a deep breath and said, "I genuinely want to be friends with Iron Shao, but it seems you have no such intention. Since that's the case, so be it. Our entanglement is over. I hope we meet again in the future, and I wish you continued success without ever falling into hard times." Wang Jidi blew on his nails and said, "I have always thought that the saying, 'a tiger falling to the ground is bullied by dogs,' is complete nonsense. The person who says this has never been a dog. A dog is a dog no matter what. Don't say it's a fallen tiger. Even if it encounters a limping old wolf, it still has to weigh its options carefully. Anyway, during the time I was a dog, I had to bow and scrape to everyone. Even a bankrupt boss wouldn't dare to be looked down upon. Who knows when they might make a comeback? Even if they have nothing, at least they still have some connections. A dead camel is bigger than a horse. Besides, I'm not a tiger now. I'm a dragon soaring in the sky. If you expect me to come down and let wild dogs bully me, you'll have to wait. His words were particularly arrogant, and his expression particularly infuriating, but everyone present felt a chill in their hearts and didn't even dare to look him in the eye. Wang Jidi stood up with a smile and said, "The most disappointed people tonight are not you, but another group. They are still hoping you will take action and then take credit with me. When one meets a confidant, 1,000 cups are too few. When conversation doesn't click, even half a sentence is too much. Having wasted so much of my breath talking to you, it's already your honor. I'll take my leave now." After he finished speaking, the room fell silent, and everyone just watched him swagger out. Zhang Songkun glanced at Hu Yanfeng, and she immediately made a phone call. A moment later, she received a reply. Hu Yanfeng's face turned very ugly, and she lowered her voice. Just now, the elite of Tiandun Security Company all gathered near the hotel. According to the scouts' observations, these people are also carrying guns, which means that in their hearts, Wang Jidi is the top existence. If we had really made a move just now, I'm afraid we would have been in serious trouble. The energy Wang Jidi displayed is truly beyond imagination. Although her voice was low, it was so quiet here that the big brothers heard it clearly and collectively gasped. In their hearts, Wang Jidi's status rapidly rose, and some quick-witted individuals were already pondering how to get close to him. Zhang Songkun was considering another aspect. Someone of Wang Jidi's status would definitely not stoop to telling lies. In other words, the other party is actually considering giving them some benefits, and upon reflection, it becomes clear what is going on. Wang Jidi has spent most of his time in Bincheng, far removed from Fengcheng, and if something were to happen, he could only retaliate afterward, not resolve it at the moment. In this situation, having a local strongman as a partner is a relatively ideal choice. At the very least, they can hold the fort when needed. There is an old saying that you don't know someone until you fight with them. Although there was a conflict between them, they have at least got to know each other, and turning hostility into friendship is not uncommon. As a result, due to his son's foolishness, this matter was completely messed up. Repeated provocations would make anyone angry. The more Zhang Songkun thought about it, the angrier he became, feeling that he had lost a good opportunity. If he had seized this chance, perhaps he could have freed himself from the control of the Zhang family in the Magic City. He glared at his son with resentment and scolded, "We are all young people. Look at Tai Xiao, who can already stand on his own. When faced with issues, he has the demeanor of going into battle alone and the confidence to speak freely, winning everyone's admiration. And you're just a failure, first creating such a mess and then ruining it further. If I had known you would turn out this way, I should have strangled you at birth to save myself from cleaning up your mess." The older brothers around watched Zhang Can, who was being scolded to the point of tears, and then thought of the impressive Wang Jidi. They all sighed inwardly, wondering how the gap could be so vast among young people. Truly, comparing people can lead to despair, and comparing goods can lead to rejection. Zhang Can hung his head, filled with indignation, feeling that his father was being unreasonable, clearly believing he had good intentions. After leaving the hotel, Wang Jidi called Shi Chunhua. Although they didn't need them tonight, he was very satisfied with their performance. He instructed Shi Chunhua over the phone that in the future, the security work for Tian's shopping mall and Awu's small wholesale city would be handed over to them, and not to fear any trouble. There was no one he couldn't handle. Shi Chunhua kept agreeing, and after hanging up, he reflected carefully, realizing that Wang Jidi's implication was to let him know how strong his background was. Otherwise, what was the big deal about a shopping mall or a small wholesale city that required their Tiandun Security Company to send someone to take over the security work? Wang Jidi mainly expressed that there was no need to take anyone to heart. There was no one he couldn't handle, allowing them to work boldly in the future. The more Shi Chunhua thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed, and he immediately contacted Zhou Jianhua, relaying Wang Jidi's words verbatim and then sharing his speculation. Zhou Jianhua sighed and said, "Your speculation is completely correct. Our group's overseas business department has indeed encountered some problems. It seems that the former owner transferred the group to the new owner out of this consideration. The new owner has enough connections and strength to solve all the problems. The new owner cannot directly tell us this, so they set up this situation to convey the information to us, allowing us to figure it out ourselves. If we can't understand it, we don't deserve to be in this position. The new owner will definitely make a big deal out of it and let us give a good person a place. If Wang Zhidi knew their thoughts, he would definitely shout in his heart, "What the hell, there are not so many thoughts, I just want to find security for my business." Wang Zhidi first took a tour around Tian's shopping mall. To be fair, it couldn't compare to Mail Mall, but it had gained a reputation in the state capital. The overall situation of Tian's shopping mall was good, with no major issues, so he called the management team to meet, and then let things take their course. Wang Zhidi came to the Awixale wholesale city again. Although it was called a wholesale city, in reality, it was a very large wholesale market. Small merchants from all over northeast China came here to get their goods. It looked low-end, but it was actually more valuable than the Tian shopping mall. Wang Zhidi was looking around at the entrance when he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Looking in that direction, he saw a young man who looked much older than him. After hesitating for a few seconds, he recognized the person as his high school classmate, Feng Jianping. They were about the same age, but Feng looked too old. "I could tell it was you right away. You guys who went to college are different. You sit in an office every day, enjoying the air conditioning while making money. Look how young you are. Unlike me, I'm out in the sun every day, worrying about that little shop, looking old and haggard. Standing together, people would think I'm your uncle," Feng Jianping said enthusiastically. They had a good relationship in high school, mainly because they often worked together to earn some pocket money to help their families. Feng Jianping's family was in a more difficult situation, so after the college entrance examination, he gave up the opportunity to go to university, which was a pity. When Du Lei returned home for the new year, he heard from his parents that Feng Jianping's family had moved away, and he didn't know where they had gone, thinking he would never see him again in this lifetime. Feng Jianping warmly took Wang Zhidi into a small shop inside. Compared to other shops, this one was much smaller. Feng Jianping's wife and children were busy in the shop, and the child looked to be in middle school, quickly picking up a book to read during a busy moment. Wang Zhidi sighed and said, "Seeing your son reminds me of us back then. We were just like that, squeezing out every bit of time to study. Your grades were even a bit better than mine, but it's a pity you gave up the chance to go to university. I'm sure you must feel regret when you think about it occasionally." Feng Jianping looked at his son with pride and said, "Don't be fooled by how little time my son spends studying. His efficiency is top-notch. He's always in the top 5 of his grade in exams. Not going to university was indeed my biggest regret, so I can't let my son have the same regret. Even if it kills me, I'll make sure he goes to college." As he spoke, his voice grew a bit somber. Life had too many difficulties that he could only keep bottled up inside. Wang Zhidi changed the subject, saying, "I see other shops are bigger than yours. What's going on?" Feng Jianping's wife interjected, "The shops in our wholesale city are classified by size according to their level. We are currently a level 3 shop, so we're only this big. In fact, with our sales volume, we could have been promoted to a level 2 shop long ago, but we offended Manager Bao, who manages this place, and he made things difficult for us, which is why we haven't been promoted." Wang Zhidi frowned slightly and said, "In my memory, Jianping has always believed that suffering is a blessing and would never provoke others. Back in high school, when we were bullied, we all shouted to fight back, but he held us back. How could such a nice guy offend anyone? There must be something else going on." Feng Jianping's son lowered his head and said, "It's all my fault. Manager Bao's son is a bully at our school, picking on people all day long. Since many people from our school do business here, we didn't dare to offend him. Once, he bullied a girl in my class and I couldn't help but intervene. After this incident was reported to the school, the girl, fearing the Bao family's influence, turned everything around and blamed me. Later, when the school called our parents, my dad didn't want me to suffer an unjust accusation, so he had a dispute with Manager Bao, and that's how it ended up like this." Feng Jianping hurriedly said, "You can't blame yourself for this. Your mother and I have lived so humbly, we can't let you end up like this too. Moreover, your teacher has already vouched for you. It's not your responsibility at all, and the school doesn't intend to pursue this matter any further. It's all that surnamed Bao insisting on marking a major offense in your file. How can this be? I certainly want to clarify this." Wang Zhidi sighed inwardly at the state of their family. If it weren't for his system dad, he would surely end up like this too. Just as he was lamenting in his heart, two people walked in from outside, the leader sporting a prominent belly, looking incredibly arrogant. Feng Jianping saw this person and was filled with disgust, yet he had to greet him with a smile. "Manager Bao, what brings you to my store? If there's something, just give me a call. You don't need to come in person." Manager Bao snorted through his nose. "Seeing your face annoys me. I'm here to inform you that starting next month, you will be downgraded to a level 4 store. This shop will belong to him from now on, so hurry up and vacate the place. If you haven't moved out by then, I'll have security throw all your things out." Feng Jianping's wife immediately said, "On what grounds can you downgrade us? Our sales have already exceeded the standards for a level 3 store. How can there be a downgrade instead of a promotion?" The guy next to her sneered, "You ungrateful woman, this is Manager Bao's decision. If he says you're upgraded, you're upgraded. If he says you're downgraded, you're downgraded. What's with all the nonsense?" Feng Jianping retorted, "You can't bully people like this. You've given level 1 and 2 stores to your relatives and now you come to snatch our store. It's simply outrageous." Manager Bao looked at Feng Jianping with disdain. "I am the law here. You know how much I give to the higher-ups every year. You country bumpkins are nothing. I can step on you however I want. You really have a big mouth. Aren't you afraid of the wind blowing your tongue? You think you're something, but you're just a piece of trash." Wang Zhidi coldly interjected, looking at Manager Bao with equal disdain. Manager Bao sized up Wang Zhidi and asked with a sideways glance, "Where did you pop up from? You really have some guts to meddle in my business." Wang Zhidi replied coldly, "I'm Feng Jianping's high school classmate, here to see him. When I encountered someone as arrogant as you, I had to step in. You're just a dog for others. What right do you have to shout here? You really think you're something, but in reality, you're just a fart." Upon hearing this, Manager Bao jumped up, roaring and flailing his arms. "I thought you were some big shot. Turns out you're just a little nobody. Dare to act tough with me. Let's see how I deal with you. Go call my relatives over right now." Manager Bao shouted, and the guy next to him immediately ran out, shouting loudly. Soon dozens of people rushed out from those big stores. With such a commotion, others naturally heard it. It must be said that Feng Jianping had good connections, as quite a few people came out from those small shops as well. Seeing this situation, Manager Bao angrily shouted, "You bastards don't want to work here anymore, huh? Get the hell back." The people from the small shops hesitated for a moment and most of them dispersed, leaving only 6 or 7 still there. One woman shouted, "Brother Feng always helps us. This surname Bao bullies us every day. Today we'll fight back." The remaining few joined in the shouting, their eyes all red, completely ready to fight, which instead frightened Manager Bao's group. Feng Jianping said to them, "Thank you all for your righteous help. This is a matter between my classmate and me. I don't want to involve everyone. Let us handle it ourselves." These people shouted in unison, "Brother Feng, what do you mean by that? If it comes to it, we can just go out and set up a stall. We can't let that bastard shit on our heads." Feng Jianping was deeply moved by their reaction and could only shout a loud thank you. Wang Zhidi clapped his hands and said, "I really appreciate everyone's help. I promise you here that you will definitely not have to set up stalls, and everyone will be able to get a first-class shop. Let me introduce myself. I'm the new owner of Awu Wholesale City. This is my place, and no one else can act recklessly here." Before he could finish, Manager Bao interrupted him with a loud laugh. "I was wondering why the weather has been so gloomy lately. It turns out you've blown the cows up into the sky. Who doesn't know that Awu Wholesale City is the Zhang family's property? When did it fall into your hands?" Wang Zhidi ignored this guy and called the general manager of the wholesale city, Cheng Wenjin, in front of everyone. "This is Wang Zhidi. Zhang Songkun should have told you about me. I don't care what you're doing right now. Get to lot 5 immediately. If I don't see you in 10 minutes, you can figure out the consequences." "Boss, don't worry, I will definitely be there in 10 minutes. I won't let you down." Wang Zhidi was too lazy to waste words with him and hung up the phone, looking at Manager Bao with a forced smile. Manager Bao, who often flattered Cheng Wenjin, was very familiar with his voice and could naturally tell the difference between true and false, so scared that his legs were trembling. "I didn't expect the boss to come. Everything that just happened was a misunderstanding. Please don't hold it against me. I won't dare again." Manager Bao immediately turned into a sycophant, bowing and scraping to Wang Zhidi, hoping he would show mercy and spare him this time. He knew very well that Wang Zhidi could pry Awu Wholesale City from the Zhang family's hands, and his power was absolutely terrifying. Dealing with him would be as easy as squashing an ant. Wang Zhidi revealed a contemptuous smile, showing no intention of speaking. After 7 or 8 minutes, a middle-aged man rushed over with people. Cheng Wenjin was sweating profusely, bowing and scraping to Wang Jidi, saying, "I didn't know the boss was coming. I apologize for not welcoming you properly." Wang Jidi snorted. "If I had told you I was coming, how could I have seen such a good show? You really raised a good dog, daring to act like a tyrant here and even claiming to be the law of this place, treating me like I'm fake." Cheng Wenjin's shirt was instantly soaked with cold sweat. He knew more than others and understood that the person in front of him was a real Tyrannosaurus Rex. "It's all a misunderstanding. Please let me explain." Wang Jidi waved his hand to interrupt Cheng Wenjin, patting Feng Jianping on the shoulder and saying, "He is my elder brother. Ask that guy named Bao what he did to my elder brother. That Bao just said he sends a lot of money to the higher-ups every year, so here he is the law, doing whatever he wants and no one can go against his wishes. I've recorded it. Do you want to listen and see if I'm wronging you? You don't know who those bastards above are." Cheng Wenjin's legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground, while Manager Bao was already scared stiff, having lost control of himself completely. Cheng Wenjin hurriedly pleaded, "It's all my oversight. Please give me a chance and I will definitely change my ways." Wang Jidi smiled and said, "Why are you kneeling? If I didn't know better, I'd think I was bullying you. Before today, this place wasn't mine and I didn't care what happened here, nor did I want to settle scores for the Zhang family. However, from today onwards, such situations are not allowed to happen again. If I find out about this again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Don't tell me it doesn't matter to you. Get rid of this person with the surname Bao and all those behind him. I don't want to see them again. Is there a problem?" Cheng Wenjin let out a long sigh of relief and quickly assured that there would be no issues and that he would handle the matter properly. Wang Jidi rubbed his nose and said, "Do you see these people behind me? Give each of them a first-class store. As long as they are working here, they are not allowed to be demoted. Also, connect those second-class stores and turn them into a super store. This store will belong to my big brother from now on. Is that okay?" Cheng Wenjin's alliance confirmed there was no problem and would prepare the contract and renovations immediately, ensuring that the big brother would be satisfied. From now on, the big brother would be the supervisor here. Wang Jidi rubbed his nose and said, "I still need to catch up with my big brother. I don't have time to deal with you. Remember my words, no matter when, don't make it too ugly. That won't benefit anyone, so get to work." His final gaze was particularly fierce, exuding an extremely sharp dominance, absolutely looking down on the world. In Cheng Wenjin's heart, Wang Jidi left an indelible impression. He never thought of betraying him in his lifetime. After sending those people away, Wang Jidi patted the little guy's head, looking somewhat emotional. "From now on, don't help out in the store. Focus on your studies. Your dad's dream when he was in high school was to get into a good university. He could have done it, but fate closed all the doors and windows. Help your dad fulfill this dream, don't let him down." The little guy nodded vigorously, and Wang Jidi smiled with satisfaction, then shifted his tone to say something else. "Now, Uncle will teach you how to be a person. Tomorrow, when you get to school, find that girl you helped last time but who wronged you and slap her hard. Then tell her that you will never forgive her. From the moment she wronged you, she no longer deserves to be a person." Feng Jianping's son showed an incredulous expression upon hearing this, and those around him were equally stunned. Wang Jidi said coldly, "What Uncle tells you is based on personal experience. Your dad's biggest weakness in life is that he thinks too much for others. You must remember that what makes a person human is having a heart, and this heart should not be bound, especially not by the morals taught in school. Those things are only meant to bind the poor. People like Manager Bao cannot be bound at all. They only become more arrogant. The reason I can deal with him is not because my morals are so noble, but because I have enough strength. Otherwise, even if I were a saint, he would still slap me twice. To live well in this world, you can't think too much. Considering your own interests is not wrong. It's a natural thing. Just like when you helped that girl, but she wronged you for her own benefit. Do you know how much impact it would have on your life if a major offense was added to your record? So giving her just one slap is already lenient. In 10 years, when you have greater abilities, you can step on her again." Feng Jianping felt that Wang Jidi's teachings to his son were wrong, but thinking about Wang Jidi's current achievements, he felt that everything he said must be right, and he fell into confusion for a moment. Wang Jidi pressed the little guy's shoulder and said, "Keep an eye on these people. They are your family's good friends. If they are ever in trouble, you must help them, even if it means selling everything you have. Because when your family was in trouble, they stood up against power. At that time they were willing to help you, so you must remember this and repay them in the future. As for the remaining people, your father is willing to help them. It's just his nature that cannot be changed, so you don't need to take them seriously. If they encounter difficulties in the future, not kicking them when they're down is your kindness. Think about how your father usually helps them and how they acted just now. The 6 or 7 people who had wanted to argue fell silent upon hearing this, increasingly feeling it made sense. Perhaps they should tell their own children. Wang Zhidi patted the little one's head and smiled. I just taught you how to be a person. I will only teach you this once. How much you can understand depends on your fate. Remember, your dad is a good person, but he is also a pitiful one. You must not let your dad down, but there's no need to listen to his nonsense. The little one nodded thoughtfully, firmly remembering these words, and when he grew up, he relied on this reasoning to become a successful person. Wang Zhidi smiled at Feng Jianping. You won't blame me for corrupting my nephew, will you? If you need anything in the future, just call me. We are good friends, and that will never change. I'm heading back to Bincheng now. Feng Jianping nodded and said, I didn't expect such a big change in you. I know I haven't accomplished much and don't want to change anything, but I hope my son can succeed. Thank you for teaching him how to be successful. We will always be friends. Wang Zhidi waved his hand with a smile and swaggered away. At that moment, his mindset underwent a significant change. Suddenly, a red envelope page popped up in front of him, accompanied by a notification sound in his ear. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task, the first ring of spiritual transformation. You have received a special red envelope. A special red envelope and over 100 ordinary red envelopes appeared on the virtual interface, and Wang Zhidi immediately chose to open them. You have received a case of Huixu beer. Enjoy your click. You have received a cultivation upgrade card to be used within 20 minutes. Enjoy your click. You have received 80 million in funds. Enjoy your click. You have received 56,400 yuan in cash. Enjoy your click. You have received the heart of the Overlord. Enjoy your click. The biggest gain this time was the heart of the Overlord from the special red envelope, which was a very mysterious thing that couldn't be clearly explained in words. After integrating the heart of the Overlord, Wang Zhidi chose the path of dominance, also known as the so-called conquering the world. He thought all of this was nonsense. As someone aspiring to be a wealthy man making cured meats, why would he want to conquer the world? Wouldn't that just be asking for trouble? Another tangible gain was the cultivation upgrade card, which, when used within the time limit, automatically raised his cultivation level by 1, reaching the peak level of dark energy. After entering this level, Wang Zhidi felt his control over his body further strengthened, and the effects of the previous body-strengthening pills were further realized. As for the remaining items, they were inconsequential. He casually took out a can of beer, drinking while strolling around. Wang Zhidi spent another 2 days in Fengcheng, noticing that old Master Li's birthday banquet was approaching, so he returned to Bincheng. First, he went to see his sister. Last time when his sister went to see an opera, she left him alone with Hu Qingsu, and the outcome was naturally predictable. Wang Xuanghua smiled and said, Where have you been these days, brother? Not even a WeChat message. Some people were quite anxious. Hu Qingsu's face turned red as she said, You only know how to tease me as if you weren't worried. But speaking of which, where has Zhidi gone? Wang Zhidi responded with a smile. I went to Fengcheng these past 2 days to negotiate a business deal, securing Tian's shopping mall and Awu's small wholesale city. Now I have a bit of a foundation over there. I plan to give the male shopping mall and Tian's shopping mall as a dowry when my sister gets married, which is also a way of doubling the good fortune. Wang Xuanghua's eyes widened, and after counting on her fingers for a long time, she finally figured out how substantial her dowry was. She let out a wail. My brother prepared such a generous dowry for me. How much bride price must the other party offer? I guess I won't be able to get married. Hu Qingsu teased with a smile. But you can't say that. Anyone worthy of being the daughter of the Wang family must be a young master from a wealthy family. How could they not afford the dowry? Don't say I didn't remind you. Our new female manager has been chasing after the crown prince. Knowing your relationship with him, who knows what kind of trouble she might cause? Wang Xuanghua snorted through her nose. I'm not afraid of that spoiled girl. If she dares to make a scene, I'm not one to be jealous. I'll make sure she regrets it. Wang Zhidi didn't take their words seriously, leaving potential trouble behind. Seeing his sister wanting to be a third wheel, he helplessly glanced at Hu Qingsu and returned to the villa alone, preparing for the birthday banquet the next day. He asked Linger to bring over the ginseng sorghum wine he had made earlier, touched the jar, and felt a cool sensation. It was quite interesting. Wang Jidi casually found a pocket, stuffed the jar inside, and placed it aside without giving it much thought. As long as they were in the villa and there were no outsiders, the dream fairy would use lullabies to coax Wang Jidi to sleep, which had become a necessary routine. The red envelope received the next morning contained just over 100 million in cash and funds, which completely failed to pique Wang Jidi's interest. He glanced around the garage and decided to take the military Hummer. He hadn't driven it yet and needed to break it in. The military Hummer looked particularly imposing, exuding a sense of dominance, and most importantly, it was sturdy enough to be used as a bumper car. Wang Jidi arrived at the designated hotel, where Zhang Hurong was waiting for him at the entrance. Upon seeing the military Hummer he drove, her expression changed slightly. "Our boss is at home with the old man and won't be able to come for a while. He asked me to express his apologies and to take young Master Tai upstairs first," Zhang Hurong said very politely. After all, given Wang Jidi's status, Li Zhiming should have personally welcomed him for the old man's birthday. Wang Jidi laughed heartily and said, "With my friendship with Brother Li, there's no need for such formality. Just tell me which private room it is and I'll go up myself." Zhang Hurong hurriedly exchanged a few polite words and led Wang Jidi to the top floor, arriving at the entrance of the largest song hall. Wang Jidi glanced at the sign and smiled slightly. "This sign is quite fitting. I can go in by myself. You can go about your business." Zhang Hurong also felt she should report the situation she just learned to Li Zhiming, so he wouldn't be caught off guard and create unnecessary blunders. He smiled and said a couple of words before turning to head downstairs, actually looking for a quiet place to make a phone call. Wang Jidi casually walked into the dining hall, where quite a few people were already present, seemingly from all walks of life. When everyone heard the door open, their gazes turned to the entrance, looking at Wang Jidi as he walked in, their faces showing expressions of confusion. Judging by Wang Jidi's attire, he seemed to have some background, but the bag he was carrying appeared out of place. The group pondered for a moment. Among the young figures in Binhai City, many were somewhat familiar, but they had never seen this one before. Coming to pay respects to the old man, he shouldn't be a small character. Could he be a newcomer from outside or a scion sent by a family? Wang Jidi ignored these people, noticing a seat in the corner that looked quite quiet. He strolled over casually, sat down without a care, and placed the bag at his feet. His nonchalant demeanor further fueled their speculation, and they whispered among themselves, hoping to glean some information about him. Wang Jidi was too lazy to pay attention to these people, simply leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed, completely appearing to be above it all. After more than 10 minutes, the sound of the door opening echoed again, and a well-dressed young man walked in with an apologetic expression. "I'm really sorry, there was a bit of traffic on the way. I almost missed the time. Please forgive me, everyone." Wang Jidi frowned slightly upon seeing this young man. He had little interaction with the second-generation students back in school, and this one happened to be one of them. This young man was Sun Qingchun, who had some connections in the underworld, and had been arrogant and dismissive of others during his school days. Wang Jidi had once taken a job organizing bookshelves in the library, and one day while sorting books, he found Sun Qingchun and a girl intensely enjoying the scenery. He had no interest in such lewd activities, but that pair had even used 2 books as a cushion, which naturally got dirty, and he needed them to pay for it. Wang Jidi demanded compensation from Sun Qingchun, but unexpectedly this guy refused and even asked him for a viewing fee, leading to a conflict between them. Fortunately, the librarian at the time was a veteran of the school, and ultimately, the matter was suppressed and left unresolved. Sun Qingchun had targeted Wang Jidi twice during school, and each time Wang Jidi had fought back hard, and that was that. After graduation, they were worlds apart, hardly even seeing each other, let alone having any interaction, yet here they were meeting again. Sun Qingchun looked Wang Jidi up and down, revealing a contemptuous smile as he said, "I didn't expect to see you here. It seems you've made something of yourself, renting a suit and mingling around for free food and drinks." A heavily made-up woman curiously asked, "Young Master Chun, do you know this young man? Please introduce us." Sun Qingchun smiled insincerely and said, "Since Sister Hua has asked, let me introduce you. This is quite a remarkable person, the famous working prince of Binhai University. His parents run a large supermarket in a small mountain town with a startup cost of tens of thousands and a monthly revenue of several thousand. Our working prince has shown an incredible talent for working since the day he started school, juggling over 10 jobs a week and earning several hundred a month. It seems that after graduation, he finally gained some insight, realizing that just being a little prince isn't enough. He must go to big events to mooch off food and drinks and maybe even network a bit. His words were filled with sarcasm, and the others, hearing this, looked at Wang Zhidi with similar disdain. No wonder this kid sat in the corner as soon as he arrived. He was afraid of being recognized. Who says otherwise? He even pretended to be mysterious, making me think he was a fierce outsider, but he's just a local earthworm. Thank goodness young Master Chun recognized this little pauper, otherwise he would have tricked us. How can a person be so shameless? Wang Zhidi, hearing the discussions around him, appeared completely indifferent, merely looking at Sun Qingchun with a detached expression, as if he were watching a clown. Sun Qingchun was utterly disgusted by Wang Zhidi's gaze and shouted angrily, "You ungrateful thing, thinking you can come here to mooch off food and drinks. Let me tell you, you've come to the wrong place. Get out of here immediately or you'll regret it." Wang Zhidi ignored Sun Qingchun entirely, closing his eyes again, as if the person before him were just a wild dog barking incessantly. Seeing this, Sun Qingchun felt a surge of unnameable rage rising from his heels to the top of his head, nearly exploding with anger. He roared, "You damn guy, you're really too despicable. I'm calling security to throw you out." Just as Sun Qingchun finished speaking, a loud roar came from the entrance. "Sun Qingchun, what are you doing? Who gave you the audacity to shout here?" A furious voice came from the entrance, and everyone turned to see Li Guangjun and Li Zhaiming walking in, with Li Zhaiming being the one shouting angrily. Sun Qingchun, seeing Li Zhaiming's furious expression, thought he didn't understand the situation. He hurriedly stepped forward to explain, "I've met Grandpa Li and Uncle Li. I came specifically to celebrate Grandpa Li's birthday. I just found a freeloader and was about to have the security throw him out." Li Zhaiming shouted in rage, "You bastard, shut your mouth. The one who should be thrown out is you. How dare you speak to young Master Tai like that? You really have the guts of a bear and the heart of a leopard." Sun Qingchun looked at Li Zhaiming in shock, completely bewildered, as if he were asking himself who he was, where he was, and what was happening. Li Guangjun pushed Sun Qingchun aside and quickly walked up to Wang Zhidi, making a gesture as if to scare the kid into wetting his pants. Li Guangjun clasped his hands together, looking apologetic, and said, "It is my honor that young Master Tai could attend my birthday banquet. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. I am truly sorry." As soon as the old man said this, the entire restaurant fell silent. Everyone wore a look of shock, unable to believe their eyes. Sun Qingchun was so frightened that his legs went weak, not understanding how it could be like this. Clearly, he was just a nobody. Why would old Master Li take the initiative to apologize? He shouted frantically, "Grandpa Li, please don't let him deceive you. We are from the same school. I know what kind of person he is. He's really just a little nobody." Li Zhaiming was already furious beyond measure and without hesitation slapped Sun Qingchun, knocking out half of his teeth. "You damn bastard, how dare you speak nonsense here? What do you think you are? You will definitely regret this." Wang Zhidi coughed and said, "What he said isn't entirely wrong. When I was in school, I was indeed a little nobody in his eyes. But 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, the situation is different now. In my eyes, he is even less than a little nobody. I have always believed that a family that cannot educate its children has no reason to exist. Old Master, do you think I am right?" Li Guangjun nodded and said, "Young Master Tai is absolutely right. Such a family will eventually become a disaster. It's better to prevent it before it happens. I will definitely not let young Master Tai down." More than half of the people present were from the underworld and understood the implications of the words. Sun Qingchun had brought disaster to the Sun family. They gasped in shock, never expecting that the kid they had just looked down upon would hold such a high position in the old man's heart. It should be known that the Sun family also had some power, and the result was that with just one word from Wang Zhidi, the old man agreed to eliminate the Sun family, which sent chills down their spines. The few people who had just spoken were filled with regret, wishing they could slap themselves for being so foolish. Sun Qingchun finally reacted and directly knelt down to Wang Zhidi, pleading repeatedly, "It's all my fault. I looked down on people. I beg young Master Tai to spare me this time for the sake of us being from the same school." Wang Zhidi touched his nose and casually said, Today is a good day for the old man's birthday. What kind of play is this? Li Jiaming understood and shouted to Zhang Hurong, who was standing at the door, "Get rid of this dead dog standing at the door. Hurong, take people to carry out young Master Tai's orders. No one should plead for him. This is the consequence of offending young Master Tai." Zhang Hurong immediately came in from outside, kicked Sun Qingchen in the face, and then grabbed him by the collar, lifting him out with one hand. Two waiters came in and quickly cleaned up the bloodstains. Everyone took this opportunity to adjust their mindset. Li Guangjun, as the protagonist of the day, naturally sat at the main table, with his son Li Jiaming on his left and the guest of honor, Wang Zhidi, on his right. Li Guangjun smiled broadly and said, "I'm very happy that everyone could come to my birthday banquet, especially the arrival of young Master Tai, which truly adds brilliance to my celebration." Wang Zhidi smiled slightly and said, "Old man, you are too polite. I am good friends with Brother Li, so it is only natural for me to come and pay my respects to my elder." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, it was finally time for others to speak. A man with a potbelly opened a box, revealing an old longevity star carved from Hessian jade. "It is my honor to come and celebrate for the old man. I present this longevity star as a gift, wishing the old man a long life." Li Guangjun smiled slightly and said, "You are truly thoughtful." The rest of the guests presented their gifts, each item more extravagant than the last, all quite valuable. The woman who had asked a question earlier, Sister Hua, took out 2 bottles of Maodai liquor, which were very rare purple clay bottles that looked quite old. The old man, being a lover of fine liquor, brightened at the sight of the 2 bottles and said, "I didn't expect these to be the 1950s Jinlun Maodai. They are now priceless and hard to find. You have gone to great lengths." Sister Hua hurriedly said, "Thank you for the compliment, old man. I exerted a great deal of effort to obtain these 2 bottles of Maodai, which are said to be out of print, just so the old man could have a taste." Just as Sister Hua finished speaking, a red envelope interface popped up, displaying a solitary red envelope. Wang Zhidi silently wished to open it, and to his surprise, it revealed a case of Jinlun Maodai with a total of 30 bottles. He happened to hear the old man lament, "This kind of Maodai is indeed becoming rarer. These 2 bottles must be well preserved. I'll savor them when I crave a taste." Wang Zhidi smiled and said, "I didn't expect the old man to like Maodai so much. This 1957 Jinlun Maodai is indeed hard to find. I have a case of 1953 Jinlun Maodai at home. I don't usually drink white liquor, so I'll bring it to the gym next time and let Brother Li take it back for the old man. The old man doesn't need to save it, just drink some when you want. I'll ask at home to see if there are any more stashed away and bring them all to the old man." Upon hearing this, everyone internally exclaimed in disbelief, feeling that Wang Zhidi was being too ostentatious, wondering if they could still enjoy themselves. Sister Hua's eyes twitched, feeling that Wang Zhidi was retaliating against her. She had intended to take the spotlight this time, but ended up becoming a joke. In a moment of impulsiveness, she blurted out, "I assume young Master Tai didn't come empty-handed. I wonder what exquisite items he has prepared for us to see." After saying this, Sister Hua regretted it, realizing that offending such a powerful figure was definitely not worth the trouble. Wang Zhidi smiled nonchalantly, opened the bag at his feet, and placed a jar on the table under everyone's gaze. As everyone saw Wang Zhidi bring out a jar, they all displayed puzzled expressions, unsure of what he was up to. Wang Zhidi smiled and said, "My dad taught me from a young age that when giving gifts to elders, one must be sincere. Only then can it show respect for the elder. So I specially prepared a jar of ginseng liquor for the old man. The liquor itself isn't anything special, just 100-year-old sorghum liquor." A man nearby's eyes lit up, cautiously asking, "Is young Master Tai referring to the 100-year red sorghum? It is said that this liquor is the first brew of red sorghum liquor each year. It is directly stored in a specially made jar and buried in a designated place, and it can only be taken out after 100 years, making it the king of liquors." Wang Zhidi tapped the jar's mouth and said, "That's right, it's the 100-year red sorghum. If you don't believe it, you can come and take a look yourself. This jar will satisfy you." The man hurried over, carefully examining the seal, then looked below, his eyes shining like light bulbs. "It really is that specially made jar. The mouth seems to have been tampered with, but the method of resealing is very clever. It should have just been opened a little when something was added inside. As for what was added, let's not talk about that for now. Just this jar of century-old red sorghum, if placed in the hands of someone who truly understands wine, could bankrupt many people. It must be worth a few million, right? The entire restaurant was filled with the sound of people swallowing. These individuals were well informed, but a jar of wine worth millions was definitely an eye-opener for them. Everyone simultaneously thought of another question. With such precious wine, what kind of ginseng did Wang Jidi add? It couldn't be something that would waste heavenly treasures, could it? Wang Jidi chuckled and said, I found a 600-year-old ginseng at home, thinking that the old man is getting on in years and should drink some medicinal wine to replenish himself. So I stuffed that ginseng into the jar, and it has only been soaking for more than half a month. If the old man thinks it's not ready yet, he can take it back and soak it for another year or so to see the effects. This time, there was no sound of swallowing. The entire restaurant fell silent, and even the sound of a needle dropping on the floor could be clearly heard. Everyone was numb. A 600-year-old ginseng was clearly something extraordinary, worthy of being a family heirloom. To think it was used by this spendthrift to soak wine was simply a sign of heaven's blindness. Why didn't lightning strike this spendthrift? No one doubted that Wang Jidi was lying. Given his previous display of status and the wine worth millions, there was no need for him to lie. Moreover, with the wine in Li Guangjun's hands, even if it were to be tasted after 3 to 5 years, the effects could still be judged, and such lies could definitely be exposed. These big shots would never say something that could be uncovered. Li Guangjun was even more shocked. He knew very well that with this 600-year-old ginseng, Wang Jidi could already command the winds and call the rain in this world. The key was that he casually used such ginseng to soak wine, indicating that in his eyes, a 600-year-old ginseng was nothing at all. He must have even better treasures. Li Guangjun was determined to build a good relationship with Wang Jidi. As long as he could cling to the other's thigh, benefits would surely follow. As for the guests present, he needed to make himself familiar. If he caught the eye of a big shot, soaring to success would be just around the corner. Wang Jidi saw through their thoughts, not taking it to heart at all, and, unlike before, he appeared approachable, expanding his network. Overall, Wang Jidi's gains from this birthday banquet were significant, laying a solid foundation for future development. As the banquet neared its end, most guests had already left, leaving only a few loyal members of the Li family still here to accompany Wang Jidi. Wang Jidi smiled and said, What Sun Qingchen said earlier is true. I indeed went through a period of hardship, so my experience is somewhat lacking. I hope everyone can help me out in the future. Upon hearing this, everyone was even more astonished, then firmed up their thoughts. Wang Jidi was indeed someone from a big family, and his previous experiences were merely training. Now that his wings were not yet fully grown, it was a good opportunity to seek his support. Once he soared high, it would be a daydream to try to ally with him later. The atmosphere became even more enthusiastic. Wang Jidi handled it all with ease, displaying extraordinary composure. When Wang Jidi returned to the villa, he reflected on the events of the day, a smile appearing on his face. This feeling of being the center of attention was indeed wonderful. He felt that he had been too busy these past few days and should take some time to relax. When he had no money, he toiled and struggled, but now that he had money, he couldn't continue like this. Wang Jidi calculated in his heart that among these women, 3 were workaholics, 1 was inconvenient in the crew, and the only one suitable for him to relax with were Hu Qingsu and Yang Mengting. He had spent more time with Yang Mengting before, somewhat neglecting Hu Qingsu, which was not good. He had to make it up to her properly. Wang Jidi was always one to act on his thoughts, so he immediately contacted Hu Qingsu to ask if she was free recently to exercise together. Hu Qingsu seemed to be lost in thought and softly said that it was not convenient these days, suggesting they could hang out in a few days. Upon hearing Hu Qingsu's shy voice, Wang Jidi's mind immediately conjured up the image of her blushing face, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted slightly. He comforted her gently for a while, then sweet-talked her with a bunch of romantic words, making Hu Qingsu very happy. Just as the two were enjoying their conversation, Hu Qingsu suddenly exclaimed a couple of times, startling Wang Jidi, who immediately asked what was wrong. Hu Qingsu stammered that it was nothing, but Wang Jidi naturally did not believe her and immediately rushed to find her, while also calling Wang Yingji. Hu Qingsu was sitting at her desk rubbing her stomach when Su Yihua came over, showing a concerned expression. I see you're not feeling well, so I've decided to grant you a week of paid leave to rest and recuperate. Only when you're healthy can you work well, she said. Hu Kingsu hurriedly replied, Section Chief, you don't need to do this. This is an old problem of mine. I have to deal with a few days of pain every month and I've long gotten used to it. I can hold on. Su Yihua immediately said, then you should take a week of paid leave every month. Health is the foundation of revolution. We absolutely cannot be vague about this. This matter is settled. Pack up and prepare to get off work. Wang Xuanghua, take this report to the general manager and then you don't need to come back. Kingsu nodded helplessly and Wang Xuanghua playfully stuck out her tongue, saying, it must be my brother who called Yingji telling you to take leave. Whether it's paid leave or not, even if they deduct your salary, what can you do? Hu Kingsu once again showed a shy expression, just about to say a few words when the phone rang. Naturally, it was Wang Zhidi calling. You have received 24 million in funding, enjoy your click. You have received Shenentang Pharmaceutical Group, enjoy your click. You have received a set of acupuncture needles, enjoy your click. You have received a super doctor skill card, enjoy your click. You have received 3,625,871 yuan in cash, enjoy your click. While Wang Zhidi was waiting for Hu Kingsu to come out, a red envelope page suddenly popped up, giving 330 random red envelopes with a variety of items. The best among them was naturally the Super Doctor Skill Card, along with a Shenentang Pharmaceutical Group, while the others could only be described as trivial. Wang Zhidi chose to use the Super Doctor Skill Card, and his mind exploded with a loud sound as countless streams of information surged in like the mighty Yangtze River. He had been through this several times before, and his nerves had become increasingly resilient. He only felt a bit uncomfortable but did not experience any other issues. After absorbing and digesting this information, he had become a super doctor. He couldn't say he could compare to Bian Kue or Hua Chuo, but he was definitely much better than Zilila. He was very satisfied with this harvest. No matter when having skills was always good, as the saying goes, more skills do not weigh one down. Wang Zhidi saw Hu Kingsu walking out of the building and immediately noticed her menstrual pain. No wonder she had been exclaiming in pain over the phone. Hu Kingsu sat in the passenger seat, looking at Wang Zhidi with a face full of happiness, saying, I told you I was fine, why did you rush over? I've gotten used to it all these years. Wang Zhidi placed his hand on Hu Kingsu's lower abdomen, gently kneading it, and Hu Kingsu felt particularly comfortable, unable to help but let out a soft moan. Hu Kingsu felt that the pain was not so bad anymore. She looked at Wang Zhidi in disbelief, not understanding what kind of magic his hands had to make it like this. Wang Zhidi saw the look in Hu Kingsu's eyes and guessed what she was thinking, explaining while he rubbed her. I used a massage technique to help relieve your pain first. Later, when we get back to where you're staying, I'll treat you with acupuncture, and it will be completely painless. During your period, I'll do acupuncture for you every day, and by the time your period is over, you should be almost fine. Then I'll buy some high-quality Chinese medicine for you to soak in for a few days, and you'll be completely cured, so it won't come back again. Hu Kingsu listened, dumbfounded, looking at Wang Zhidi in disbelief, never expecting that he was actually a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. Wang Zhidi lightly scraped her nose and said, What kind of look is that? Are you doubting me? Just wait until I finish today's acupuncture and see how I punish you. Hu Kingsu showed a shy expression, mumbling a couple of words softly, but Wang Zhidi couldn't hear clearly. They returned to the apartment and went straight to Hu Kingsu's bedroom, where she took off her clothes and lay flat on the bed. Although Hu Kingsu had already been thoroughly taken by Wang Zhidi, she was still extremely shy, her face as red as an apple, making one want to take a bite. Hu Kingsu awkwardly stripped off her clothes and lay on the bed, her delicate figure fully displayed. Wang Zhidi felt a surge of heat and quickly took a deep breath to calm himself down, then took out the silver needles he had prepared. He first pressed a few times on Hu Kingsu's lower abdomen, asked a few questions carefully, then placed a silver needle at that spot and finally gently twisted it, slowly inserting it. At first, Hu Kingsu felt a bit of pain, but soon she felt a warmth inside her lower abdomen, as if there was an electric heating pad, very comfortable. She couldn't help but moan, her voice incredibly seductive, making Wang Zhidi's blood rush, almost losing control. Wang Zhidi took another deep breath, completely calming his mind, and after inserting a few more needles, he finally stopped and sat beside her. After a few minutes, Wang Jidi quickly pulled out the needles and saw a few drops of black blood oozing from the needle holes. He used a tissue to gently wipe away the black blood, tenderly helped Hu Qingsu into her pajamas, and then held her in his arms. How do you feel now? You didn't take care of yourself well when you first got your period, and as a result, you caught a cold which left this root problem. I used acupuncture to draw out the cold poison while you were on your period, and then we'll reinforce it with a medicinal bath, so there won't be any problems in the future. He explained in more detail this time, and combined with his earlier performance, his persuasiveness was absolutely solid. Hu Qingsu, with a look of intoxication, said, "You truly are the partner I chose. You are indeed incomparable in every way. My heart is all yours. Unless you don't want me, I will always be yours. No matter what title you give me, I will never regret it." Wang Jidi tightened his arms and whispered in Hu Qingsu's ear, "What are you talking about? Of course, you will always be mine. If you dare to leave me, even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will bring you back and punish you severely, just like last time. I will definitely bully you for the rest of your life." Hu Qingsu thought of the last time and blushed furiously, burying her face in Wang Jidi's chest, constantly acting spoiled. The two were entwined until dark, and Wang Jidi noticed that his sister had not yet returned, causing him to frown slightly. Hu Qingsu made a couple of small dishes and shook her head with a smile, saying, "Xuanghua is also a big girl now. As her brother, you can't control everything. She's a very sensible girl, knowing how to protect herself. Do you think everyone is as foolish as I am, falling into the hands of a big lecher like you?" Wang Jidi chuckled, pulling Hu Qingsu into his lap, laughing as he took advantage of her, making her laugh uncontrollably. The two had a very indulgent meal, and while Wang Jidi wanted to stay, Hu Qingsu absolutely refused, so he had no choice but to return to the villa. Not long after Wang Jidi left, Wang Xuanghua returned with a beaming face, her hair a bit disheveled, clearly having done something out of line. Wang Xuanghua looked at the blissful Hu Qingsu and curiously asked, "Why do you look like this? You seem to be in less pain. I didn't expect my brother to be such a miracle worker." Hu Qingsu recounted how Wang Jidi had treated her, leaving Wang Xuanghua dumbfounded, unable to believe it was true. "What's going on? Our family has had 18 generations without a doctor. How could my brother have such skills? Could it be a genetic mutation? But that doesn't make sense. That would only make him a superhero. I've never heard of anyone turning into a divine doctor. What on earth is happening?" Wang Xuanghua's imagination ran wild, even coming up with genetic mutations, but she couldn't figure it out, so she decided not to think about it. After all, he was her own brother. If he had such abilities, wouldn't that be better? It would save trips to the hospital in the future. For the next few days, Wang Jidi appeared punctually after his little sister left, first giving Hu Qingsu acupuncture, and then naturally taking advantage of her in various ways. Hu Qingsu was usually fiery and tough like a tomboy, but she was extremely shy in this regard, needing Wang Jidi to guide her. Every night when Wang Xuanghua returned home, knowing her brother was there with Hu Qingsu, she would first tease him, then complain that he was inconsiderate and didn't wait to see his sister. Hu Qingsu rolled her eyes and said, "Jidi actually wants to stay. He asked what's going on with you, coming home so late every day. I know you don't want to tell him, so I chased him away. If you want to face his interrogation, just let him stay tomorrow." Wang Xuanghua hurriedly bowed. "I was just talking nonsense. Sister-in-law, please don't let my brother stay. He'll ask all sorts of questions, and just thinking about it is annoying." Hu Qingsu deliberately huffed. "You're just a little flirt, but to be fair, whether I can become your legitimate sister-in-law is still uncertain. I'm sure your brother has other close female friends besides me. I'm already content just to be by his side." As she spoke, a look of sorrow crossed her face, but then she became resolute, determined not to back down. Wang Xuanghua widened her eyes and said, "I don't care about that. In my heart, I've decided you are my sister-in-law and everyone else is unnecessary. If my brother doesn't let you be my sister-in-law, I won't talk to him anymore. I'll make a fuss until he knows the consequences of making mistakes." With her sister-in-law's support, Hu Qingsu felt very happy, but then she thought that this wouldn't do. She had to guide her a bit. "In the future, just talk to me about this. Never say it in front of your brother, and definitely don't let the prince know, or your feelings will be in danger. People like your brother and the prince, do you think they can be faithful? Even I, the ugly duckling, know it's impossible. One must have self-awareness. Given my family background, if I really became your legitimate sister-in-law, it might not be a good thing. At the very least, your brother could embarrass himself outside. People are so realistic nowadays, and many times they care about status and background. You're not that poor girl anymore. You're a true heiress and don't have to think so much, but I can't afford to. As a university student, Wang Xuanghua's thoughts were naturally not so conservative. Many things, as long as she thought about them, she could understand what was going on. She couldn't help but think of Wang Yingji, feeling that he also had to go out for socializing, and that many times it was inevitable to put on a show. It seemed she had to learn to be a bit more magnanimous. Wang Xuanghua nodded and said, "What you said makes a lot of sense. In my heart, you are my sister-in-law. If my brother dares to treat you poorly, just watch how I deal with him." Her tone had already changed, but the meaning was about the same. Hu Qingsu was already satisfied with this support. Wang Zhidi was completely unaware of all this. If he knew, he would definitely find it strange. After all, women are selfish, and it's not easy to be so open-minded. In fact, the changes in the women around him, aside from their own understanding and experience, were greatly influenced by the role of the system dad. The acupuncture sessions had ended, and the next step was naturally to undergo a medicinal bath. Wang Zhidi drove to the largest Shenong pharmacy in Bincheng. He had already spoken on the phone with Gong Lijun, the executive president of Shenong Pharmacy, casually encouraging him to just do things as before. The headquarters of the northeast region of Shenong Pharmacy was in Fengcheng, and the regional head, Shang Shenghui, wanted to come to meet him, but he directly refused. Wang Zhidi saw that there was no parking space in front of the pharmacy, so he parked a bit farther away and then walked to the entrance. As soon as he entered, a sales assistant warmly approached him. "May I ask what you need, sir? Our various supplements are absolutely genuine." Wang Zhidi smiled and shook his head, saying, "I don't need any supplements. I just want to buy a few Chinese herbal medicines. Just prepare them according to this list." As he spoke, he took out the prescription. The sales assistant glanced at it. All the items were the most common herbs, and the total cost was not much. The sales assistant thought she could still make an effort, so she put on her most professional smile. "The herbs you want to buy are really too ordinary. They won't have any effect at all. The patient still needs to supplement. Look at our ginseng, all wild ginseng bought from Beishan, and our agio is made from the skin of wild donkeys. The cordyceps are even more remarkable. They are picked by virgin girls at the top of the snow mountains and kept close to their chests to ensure the efficacy of the cordyceps." Before the sales assistant could finish, Wang Zhidi directly interrupted her. "Do you think picking cordyceps is like picking tea leaves? What virgin girls picking them at the top of the snow mountains and keeping them close to their chests? Do you know that this way, the cordyceps can't be eaten? Also, who told you that if you're sick you don't need medicine, just supplements will do? Do you know that this kind of statement can easily cost someone their life? Sick people are already weak. At this time, if they are not supplemented properly and just take supplements, their bodies definitely won't be able to handle it, and a small illness can turn into a big one. Do you understand Chinese medicine knowledge? Just because you sell medicine here, you think you're in the industry. That's a huge joke. If you don't understand, just shut up." Wang Zhidi angrily reprimanded the sales assistant. After acquiring the skills of a super doctor, he developed a certain affection for Chinese medicine and naturally would not allow others to speak nonsense. The reason why Chinese medicine has been declining year by year is that there are too few knowledgeable people and too many fraudsters. Just thinking about it is infuriating. The sales assistant was furious after being scolded. If it were someone else, they might have endured it, but this woman had an unclear relationship with the store manager. The sales assistant's eyes turned, and she thought of a bad idea, glancing sideways and saying, "The herbs you want are all quite difficult to obtain. If you want to buy them, you must bundle them with our health products. The amount of medicine on your list is quite large. You need at least 10 boxes of cordyceps and 10 boxes of agio. Otherwise, you can go to another store." Wang Zhidi snorted through his nose. "This is simply nonsense. The medicines I want to buy are all the most ordinary ones. How could they possibly be ineffective? Besides, who allowed you to bundle sales? Let me tell you, I don't need any supplements. Just quickly prepare these few medicines for me. If you dare to keep babbling, don't say I won't make it easy for you." The sales assistant, seeing Wang Zhidi's firm attitude, immediately shouted a few words to the back, and an extremely arrogant guy came out. This person swaggered and shouted, "Who is so bold as to cause trouble in our Shenong Hall? Do you know we are a well-known quality store?" Wang Zhidi snorted again. "I don't see how your store is of high quality. All I see is you bundling sales. It seems you are the manager of this store, so you must give me an explanation." The sales assistant leaned close to the manager, directly hugging his arm, rubbing against him while embellishing the story. The manager's eyes widened and he said loudly, "Our store has this rule. If you want to buy medicine here, you must have a minimum purchase. If you can't afford it, then don't come in. Do you think we are those small street shops? We are a nationally renowned pharmaceutical group, serving only high-end customers, not people like you who are poor and shabby." Wang Jidi looked coldly at the manager and said, "As far as I know, Shenang Pharmaceutical Group adheres to the principle of customer first. How has it become distorted here?" The sales assistant scoffed with his nostrils in the air. "Only those who can afford our store's products are customers. What are you? Just a broke loser?" Wang Jidi's expression changed. "As far as I know, Shenang Hall has a supervisory department. Aren't you afraid I will complain to them?" The manager smugly replied, "The manager of the Northeast Supervisory Department is my brother. If you have the guts, go ahead and complain and see if anyone will pay attention to you." Wang Jidi nodded and dialed the complaint hotline of the supervisory department. As soon as the other party heard it was the largest store in Binhai City, they hung up without a word. The manager, holding the sales assistant, looked at Wang Jidi with disdain and mocked. "Now you know, don't think that just because you know a little rule you can act like a big shot in front of me. These days it's all about power. With my brother's connections I can do whatever I want. You think you can complain to me? That's just laughable." Wang Jidi revealed a cold smile and dialed Shang Shenghui's number. It rang only twice before the other party's voice came through. "I don't know what Mr. Wang needs from me. Please feel free to instruct me, and I guarantee to handle it well." Wang Jidi coldly snorted. "I'm at the largest Shenang Hall pharmacy in Binhai City, and I'm shocked to see that I had no idea our Shenang Hall had such a thing as bundled sales. Also, who allowed you to categorize customers into different classes? Those who don't buy health products are not high-end customers, and those who buy ordinary medicines are all broke losers. You are the person in charge of the Northeast region, and this is how you take responsibility for me. If you can't handle it, then get someone who can. Mr. Wang, please don't be angry. I don't know how this happened. It's all my fault for not strengthening the supervision of each pharmacy. I will definitely rectify the supervisory department strictly and make them reflect deeply." Wang Jidi interrupted him. "It seems I really need to replace the person in charge of the Northeast region. Don't tell me you didn't know that the manager of this store is the brother of your supervisory department manager. I just called the supervisory department, and as soon as they heard it was this store, they immediately hung up. What else do you have to say? Before dark today, replace everyone in the supervisory department. Not a single operator is to be left. Withhold your bonuses and dividends for the next 5 years. You can do it if you want, or leave if you don't. Your current position is thanks to the Shenang Pharmaceutical Group, not the other way around. Soon, I will notify the inspection department of the headquarters to conduct a thorough investigation of your inspection department. If I can't find evidence, that manager will be sent in to work on the sewing machine. Think about the consequences." After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Shang Shenghui was furious and led all the senior executives to the branch's inspection department, directly announcing the order. The manager was dumbfounded and incredulously asked, "Our department has been with the company for so many years. We may not have achievements, but we have put in hard work. How can we just be replaced like this? What is going on?" Shang Shenghui gritted his teeth and said, "Others are just being replaced, but you will definitely be sent in to work on the sewing machine. If you want to know what's going on, ask your brother. Which bastard operator took the call just now? Who gave you the courage to hang up the complaint call? Do you know the person who complained is our new boss? I've been eating your shit for 5 years without dividends or bonuses. Do you know how much that is? I almost want to strangle you all. Besides that bastard, get out of the company immediately. I will inform the entire industry and completely drive you bastards out." The people from the inspection department saw Shang Shenghui, who was going crazy, and their legs turned to jelly, looking at the manager with eyes full of extreme hatred. If looks could kill, the manager would already be riddled with wounds, guaranteed to die a miserable death. Meanwhile, in the pharmacy, the store manager scoffed and said, "You're acting, keep acting. You really look the part. I almost got fooled by you, it's really laughable." Wang Jidi said coldly, "You can laugh all you want now, but soon you won't be able to laugh anymore. Your brother is going in and you won't escape either." The sales assistant said with a sideways glance, "You're too into the role. Do you really think you're a big shot? A big shot wouldn't care about these small amounts." Before the sales assistant could finish, the store manager's phone rang, It was the manager's brother calling. "You damn bastard, you've got the guts to mess with our boss. I see you're tired of living. How did I end up with such an unlucky brother? I should have drowned you in a well when you were little. Now that I'm going in, you're happy, aren't you?" After hearing his brother's furious roar, the store manager went into a daze, taking a long time to realize that what Wang Jidi said was not a lie. His legs went weak, and he knelt in front of Wang Jidi, raising his hand to slap himself several times, hitting hard enough to draw blood from the corner of his mouth. "I'm just a turtle bastard. I didn't know the boss was here. I was just talking nonsense before. Please give me a chance. I won't dare again. Spare me this time." Wang Jidi looked at the store manager, who was begging desperately, and then at the trembling sales assistant, suddenly intrigued. "I can not only spare you but also your brother, but it depends on what you do." Upon hearing this, the store manager's eyes immediately lit up with hope, and he hurriedly bowed and pleaded. "As long as the boss can spare me and my brother, I'll do anything you ask, even if it means going out to run errands right now." Wang Jidi chuckled, indicating that he wasn't interested in the store manager's frog-like figure, but wanted him to do something else. "I can spare you and your brother, but you need to show some sincerity. The root of all this trouble is that woman. You know what to do." Wang Jidi looked at the store manager with interest, planning to conduct a little test to see how far a person would go for themselves. The store manager immediately understood and delivered a heavy slap to the sales assistant's face, definitely with enough force to leave half of her face swollen. He then kicked the sales assistant to the ground, followed by a flurry of punches and kicks, the sales assistant letting out screams like a slaughtered pig. Wang Jidi curled his lips and said, "It seems you brothers still want to get in there and work the sewing machine. This level of effort is simply unsatisfactory, too disappointing." Upon hearing this, the store manager steeled himself, grabbed the sales assistant by the hair and slammed his head against the ground repeatedly, the tiles clattering loudly. The sales assistant's head was covered in blood, and he was beyond tears. If this continued for another 10 blows, he would surely lose his life. Seeing that the store manager showed no signs of stopping, Wang Jidi revealed a cold smile. Indeed, a person would do anything for themselves. He coughed heavily. "That's enough for now. I will inform Shang Shenghui that I will no longer pursue your brother's responsibility. You can take her and leave." The store manager kept bowing and apologizing, dragging the nearly lifeless sales assistant out of the store in a hurry. Passers-by outside, witnessing the scene, naturally reported it to the security bureau. This guy had caused serious injury, and going in for a sewing machine was a certainty. However, he ultimately saved his brother, which could be considered a good deed, though it ruined his brother's future. It was uncertain whether his brother would forgive him. Wang Jidi instructed the other staff to prepare the medicine, casually appointing someone he found pleasing to temporarily take over as store manager. Whether this would last depended on the person's capability. Hu Qingsu was lying on the sofa watching TV, bored, when she heard the door open and immediately jumped up, rushing over like a fledgling bird into his arms. Wang Jidi, naturally, was warm and affectionate, one hand mischievously roaming, causing the beauty in his arms to breathe heavily. Hu Qingsu noticed the package in his other hand and asked curiously, "What do you have there? Is it some snacks?" Wang Jidi kissed her on the tip of her nose and teased, "I never noticed before, but you're quite the foodie. This is the medicine I prepared for you. Didn't I already tell you that after we finish, you need to soak in a medicinal bath for a few days to completely eliminate it? Now I'll teach you how to soak." Hearing that they were going to the bathroom together made Hu Qingsu blush deeply, yet she obediently nodded, her eyes becoming dreamy. Wang Jidi half-dragged, half-carried Hu Qingsu to the bathroom, casually letting her sit on the toilet while he filled the bathtub with water. Hu Qingsu watched as he tested the water temperature and added the medicinal herbs, stirring them carefully, feeling that he was full of charm. She thought she was the happiest woman in the world, having such a pampering man. What more could she ask for? The title of being together really didn't matter. As Wang Jidi stirred, the medicinal herbs mixed with the hot water, releasing a very unique herbal fragrance that made one feel completely relaxed. Wang Jidi smiled and said, "It's all ready for you, hurry and soak." After saying this, he turned and walked out of the bathroom, showing no intention of closing the door, instead sitting on the sofa at the entrance, peering inside. Hu Qingsu's pretty face was flushed, and without any hesitation she began to undress, her delicate figure becoming even more alluring in the mist. She stepped into the bathtub, feeling a special warmth, not just the heat of the water but a cozy sensation that seeped into her body. Hu Kingsu soaked comfortably, drowsily falling asleep. After more than an hour, she felt strong arms gently lifting her out of the bathtub. Then she was wrapped in a particularly soft towel, followed by gentle drying, quickly making her body feel fresh and dry. Hu Kingsu lazily opened her eyes to see Wang Jiti's handsome smile, her arms wrapping around him, and what followed was naturally a beautiful scene. Wang Jiti looked at the jade figure in his arms, a satisfied smile on his face. Such a life must be cherished. He pinched Hu Kingsu's nose and said, "The remaining medicine is enough for you to brew 3 more times. I'll come every day to help you." Hu Kingsu wriggled her body and said, "I've already taken a week of paid leave. I can't stay like this any longer. I'll go back to work at the company tomorrow, and I'll handle it myself in the evening. Anyway, I'm yours, so there's no need to be so anxious." Wang Jiti always respected his woman's opinions and smiled in agreement, and naturally, they spent a warm time together. That night, Wang Jiti returned to the villa and chatted with the Dream Fairy, who seemed busy with something these past few days. The Dream Fairy smiled and said, "I've been helping my brother with advertising these days. Now the entire dark web knows that the Supreme God is omnipotent. The management has already heard about the divine water given to Hue and Quantiantian by my brother. Those guys are envious beyond measure. Thanks to my brother, I've become the 5th major figure in the management, and my words carry as much weight as anyone else's." Wang Jiti laughed and said, "I told you our fairy is the best. Just as I said, sooner or later, you'll be number 1. The Dream Fairy rolled her eyes playfully and said, "I think being number 1 in the dark web isn't as good as being my brother's little wife. Brother, when can I come over and dedicate myself to you, so you can have me completely instead of just through this cold screen?" Wang Jiti smiled slightly and said, "Haven't I already given you the address? You can come whenever you want. Speaking of which, I also want to see what the lovely little fairy looks like in full. Such a heavenly voice must be matched by her appearance." The Dream Fairy happily agreed, saying she would handle things outside and come to Binhai City to accompany him, never to leave his side again. Wang Jiti naturally wouldn't refuse, and everything proceeded in an orderly manner. He enjoyed the company of several women every day, absolutely relishing it. Acquired 2.8 million in funds, enjoy your click. Acquired a udon flower, enjoy your click. Wang Jiti looked at this harvest, his brow slightly furrowed. Including this udon flower, he had received heavenly materials for 10 consecutive days. He wondered what the system meant. Could it be that it wanted to completely enrich him so he could always be prepared? That seemed to be the only explanation. Wang Jiti spent the afternoon shopping with Yuan Bingyu, intending to stay at her place, but the Dream Fairy sent him a message saying she had something to do that night. He returned to the villa and connected to the Dream Fairy's video. The girl had changed to a butterfly fairy hairpin, still covering her eyes. According to the Dream Fairy, when they finally met in person, she would let Wang Jiti see her full appearance, giving him all the firsts. The Dream Fairy smiled and said, "I've almost handled everything on my side. In another month or 2 I can come find my brother. Just thinking about it makes me excited." Wang Jiti smiled in response, "I'm also filled with anticipation. You don't need to bring anything. I'll prepare everything for you here." The Dream Fairy showed a sweet smile and then sang a sweet song for Wang Jiti, making him utterly enchanted. Wang Jiti clapped and then curiously asked, "You said you had something to find me about tonight. I wonder what it is." The Dream Fairy shook her head, making an extremely cute expression, and said, "I knew my brother wouldn't be able to resist. I was just wondering how long you could hold out, but it turned out to be much shorter than I imagined." Words were somewhat ambiguous. Wang Jiti narrowed his eyes, indicating that when the girl arrived and they went to enjoy the scenery together, they would see how long she could hold on. The two chatted and laughed for a while, when the Dream Fairy suddenly became serious and said, "Tonight, let my brother come back. It's not that I'm looking for him for something, but the general has a request of him. I just joked with my brother on purpose to buy some time. Now that the general has a request of us, we naturally have to take it seriously. I'll send my brother the general's information first, so he can take a good look and have some understanding of the general, and then consider how to respond to him." As she spoke, she had already sent the information. Linger projected the information onto the rear screen, and the first thing that appeared was the general's photo. The general was a man in his 50s, and his military uniform was somewhat similar to that of the group from back in the day, though it had changed somewhat. The general's gaze was particularly sharp. Even in the photo, it gave a sense of pressure. According to the information, the general's family was one of the pioneers of the triangular region, and their family had inherited the title of general. The general's family was the absolute ruler of the triangular region, and even if the other major forces joined hands, they would still not be a match for this family. Wang Zhidi frowned slightly and said, I have always been very opposed to chasing dragons. I didn't expect the general to be involved in that. The dream fairy interrupted Wang Zhidi's words. Brother, you can't think like that. Many things will still be done by others even if the general doesn't do them. Besides, you are already an adult. In the adult world there is not just right and wrong, there is also compromise. It's not that you must do what is right and avoid what is wrong. Only in the world of children can you do what you like without considering right or wrong. With your current status, you can change many things, turning what you dislike into what you like. It's not all smooth sailing and everyone happy. Wang Zhidi looked at the dream fairy who was speaking so eloquently and smiled, shaking his head. You mischievous girl, I didn't expect you to have such a well-thought-out argument. I was just expressing a sentiment, not saying anything else. I am very clear about many things. Life will not always go according to one's wishes. The highest realm of life is to be rarely confused. When I was in college, an old professor once said something that has stuck with me, which I regard as a profound truth. He said society is like a bus. If you don't want to get involved with everyone else, you can choose to stand a little further away and look at the scenery outside the window. But never stand in front of the bus. That would be like a mantis trying to stop a car, and in the end, you will not only be crushed but also be scorned by everyone. He said, what is a psychological disorder? As long as it does not conform to the mainstream of society, it is a psychological disorder. If the whole society is evil and you insist on being a good person, then there is something wrong with your heart and you are destined to be abandoned. This old professor also told us that if society has become what it is now and you still cannot become a wealthy person, it can only be said that you are a big waste. The dream fairy kept blinking her eyes, then gave a thumbs up and said, this old professor sees things too clearly. If he were to hold classes on the dark web, he would definitely make a lot of money. Wang Zhidi shook his head and said, the reason the old professor has such deep insights is that his son is a good person who works for the people, a good person who ended up in a particularly tragic situation. I heard that the old professor passed away 2 years ago, suffering greatly and feeling particularly unwilling. The lesson he taught us is that good people do not receive good rewards. After sharing their sentiments, he checked the time and saw it was almost right, so he connected the video call with the general. The general himself was even more imposing than in the photos. Even through the screen, one could feel the immense pressure. To dominate a region, it was indeed not that simple. The general maintained a stern expression and slightly bowed, saying, I have met the supreme God, and I have never smiled since I was young. I hope the esteemed one can forgive me. Wang Zhidi responded with a smile. There's no need for such formality, General. Everyone has their own personality. There's no need to change for others. Moreover, in your current state, you already exude a lot of pressure. If you were to smile, I might be too scared to speak. The general nodded and said, I am indeed being presumptuous in contacting you, esteemed one. There is a matter I would like to ask for your assistance with. Wang Zhidi thought about the rewards from the red envelopes over the past few days and had some idea in his heart, showing a nonchalant demeanor. I wonder what the general needs. Please tell me. There are not many things in this world that I cannot accomplish. If it truly is such a matter, I think the general should reflect on himself and consider why his character has become so poor. The general paid no mind to Wang Zhidi's teasing. As long as he could obtain what he wanted, it didn't matter if he was mocked or even scolded. Clearing his throat, the general said, the supreme God is truly joking. I have encountered some issues recently and need some rare materials. I heard from Kang Kingzong and Huang Quan that you have such treasures in your possession. I hope you can grant me some, and in the future, as long as it is your command, I will do my utmost. Wang Zhidi rubbed his nose and said, I thought you had something serious to discuss. It turns out you just want rare materials. How many do you need? Upon hearing this, the general's eyes lit up and he cautiously stated a number. At least 3 types of rare materials are needed to ensure this matter proceeds. If you think that's too much, 2 types would suffice and I will find a way. The general expressed his hopes, only to find Wang Zhidi yawning. From what the general said, having 3 types of rare materials does not guarantee success. Does that mean the more rare materials there are, the higher the chance of success? The general quickly nodded, saying, that is indeed the case. If there are 6 types of rare materials, the success rate can reach about 90%, but that is really too difficult. Wang Zhidi stroked his chin and said, 90% still means there is a chance of failure. What I dislike the most is failure, so for anything I am involved in, failure is absolutely not allowed. How can we ensure success? The general swallowed hard and said, if we could use the Udambara flower as the main ingredient, we would definitely succeed, but the Udambara flower has already. Wang Zhidi directly interrupted the general. In the future, when you speak to me, just get to the main point. Don't waste time with unnecessary chatter. I will give you 1 Udambara flower plus 6 types of rare materials. If it fails, you can kill everyone involved. What use is it to keep such useless people? Upon hearing Wang Zhidi's words, the general was completely unfazed by his attitude, as he had already fallen into a daze, looking utterly bewildered. The dream fairy was equally startled, licking her lips and saying, this is no joke. Can you really produce 7 types of rare materials at once, including the already extinct Udambara flower? Wang Zhidi snorted through his nose. How dare you doubt my abilities? That is truly naughty. When you come, I will definitely spank you as punishment. But it's just rare materials. What's the big deal? It's a good thing for you, but for me, it's just whatever. He spoke so casually, and indeed it was true. While the general and his group sought rare materials in vain, for him, it was merely a matter of opening a red envelope, nothing significant at all. The general finally reacted, tearfully expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Supreme God. From now on, as long as it is your command, our family will be willing to shatter into pieces to fulfill it. Wang Zhidi rubbed his nose and said, you saying that makes me feel like I'm just a wealthy young master, enjoying luxury cars and beautiful women every day, completely carefree. There's really no need for such drastic measures. But on the other hand, I don't like seeing others sell soil, and I'm not demanding it from you, just a suggestion. Sell less soil to Hyugyu. The general quickly nodded in agreement, promising to do his utmost to prevent everyone from selling soil to Hyugyu. After all, the world market is so vast that it can easily accommodate them. So it's settled. Do you want the black market courier to deliver it for you, or will you send someone to pick it up yourself? Wang Zhidi casually asked, since the black market courier was under Kang Qingzhang, who knows if the general would trust him. The general immediately stated that using the black market courier would be fine. If Kang Qingzhang dared to intercept his goods, he would fight that damned bastard. Wang Zhidi was too lazy to waste words with the general, casually hanging up the video call and continuing to chat with the dream fairy. There's no wall that doesn't let the wind through. After the general received these items, the matter became known to everyone. Everyone was astonished. They never dreamed that Wang Zhidi would make such a bold move, completely overturning their understanding. People had a new recognition of Wang Zhidi's wealth, and his influence in the black market grew even larger, reaching an unparalleled level. At the same time, everyone felt that what Wang Zhidi said about not allowing failure was actually a requirement he imposed on them, and it was the only principle. This principle was understandable. After all, he had offered so many good things, and if they failed while working for him, it would be a disgrace. Even if Wang Zhidi said nothing, they would have to dig a pit to bury themselves. They simply couldn't afford to lose face and would have no courage to meet others. Wang Zhidi was actually feeling pressure from the general, wanting to put on a good show to let the other party know he was capable too, without considering so much. Many times it's like this. When you intend to plant flowers, they don't bloom. When you casually plant willows, they flourish, and before you know it, great things have been accomplished. To make it up to Yuan Bingyu, Wang Zhidi stayed with her for the next few days, absolutely inseparable. He was playing games in Yuan Bingyu's office when suddenly a red envelope page popped up, giving him over 400 red envelopes at once. Congratulations, you have received funds of 8.32 million. Enjoy your clicks. Congratulations, you have received funds of 7.96 million. Enjoy your clicks. Congratulations, you have received funds of 12.83 million. Enjoy your clicks. Wang Zhidi was bewildered by the contents of these red envelopes. It was the first time he had opened envelopes filled entirely with funds, each ranging from hundreds of thousands to tens of millions. In total, it accumulated to over 9.9 billion, and combined with his existing cash flow and various earnings, it was heading straight for 30 billion. Wang Zhidi had no idea what his system daddy was up to, giving him so much money. What exactly did it want him to do? Was it planning a money-dispensing action? Just as he was puzzled, the phone suddenly rang. It was his wealth manager at Bincheng Bank, Lin Qiulin. Lin Qiulin had officially become his wealth manager due to his previous tip-off, but most of the time he was in contact with Yuan Bingyu. Wang Zhidi firmly believed that to make the horse run, it must be well fed, so he gave Lin Qiulin 1% of the investment company's shares, which made the guy extremely grateful. He was now absolutely loyal. "I'm sorry to disturb you, young Master Tai. This time I have very important matters to report. Didn't you say last time that you wanted to get a manor but didn't want it to be too remote? Opportunities have come today. At the junction of our development zone and the state gold, the first idea was to develop a tourist area and build a super luxurious villa complex. It is said that there are villas of all styles inside, and the entire villa complex is connected into a manor. However, shortly after the villa complex was completed, the well-known incident occurred. The status of Bin City plummeted, and it was completely finished there. The developer held on for several years but could no longer sustain it, so they decided to sell the entire villa area. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhidi finally understood the purpose of the system father. It was clearly to give him money to buy the villa complex and then tidy up the backyard. Of course, it could also be understood as the system father wanting to watch the excitement, as the backyard is not so easy to tidy up. If not handled well, it could turn into a hellish scene. Wang Zhidi took a deep breath and decided to take a look at the villa complex first. Following the address shared by Lin Qiulin, Wang Zhidi arrived at the mentioned location and immediately saw a red wall enclosing the villa complex. This red wall is in a classical architectural style, with a mythical beast at intervals, looking particularly spectacular. Wang Zhidi arrived at the main entrance, which featured a magnificent gatehouse, with 2 large stone lions at the entrance, absolutely imposing. The 2 large doors are made of solid wood, painted with vermilion, and adorned with fist-sized copper nails that gleam in the sunlight. A blank plaque hangs on the gate, clearly newly replaced, as the name of this villa complex is naturally to be named by its owner. Wang Zhidi nodded in satisfaction. From these details, it was evident that the developer had indeed put in effort, deserving a thumbs up. He felt that just this gate alone was already high-end, elegant, and classy, and he believed the villas inside would surely be even more to his liking. Wang Zhidi noticed that several luxury cars were already parked in the spaces on both sides of the entrance, clearly indicating that this villa complex had attracted many people's interest. He recalled what Zheng Weideng had said before, that there are many hidden wealthy individuals in the Northeast, who usually do not show their wealth but are actually extremely affluent. It seems that among the visitors this time, there should be such hidden wealthy individuals. Otherwise, where would all these luxury cars come from? Of course, it could also be possible that there are external big shots. Thinking of this, Wang Zhidi's lips curled up slightly. Being able to directly compete with such wealthy individuals was exciting and truly interesting. He swaggered to the entrance, only to be stopped by the security guard, who said that during the upcoming auction, casual visits were not allowed. Wang Zhidi took out his phone, displayed the electronic invitation card inside, and indicated that he was a buyer, permitted to enter and view the property. The security guard immediately stepped aside, respectfully gesturing for him to enter, as those who could afford to buy here were not someone he could offend. Wang Zhidi was very satisfied with the security guard's attitude and casually took out a dozen old man bills, stuffing them into the guard's hand. "I appreciate your diligence. This is a reward for you. Once I buy this place, I'll let you continue working as a security guard here." The security guard quickly thanked him. Many people had come before, but few had tipped, and only Wang Zhidi had been so generous. Wang Zhidi walked through the gate and immediately felt that this place was very high-end. It was not a concrete surface, but rather a cobblestone path made of bluestone. He lightly tapped his toes, and the stones were connected very firmly, with excellent load-bearing capacity. There would definitely be no problem for vehicles to drive on. Wang Zhidi glanced around. The entire villa complex was divided into several areas, each with its own distinct style. Almost every conceivable style could be found here, and one villa even had a fairy tale style. Looking at the fairy tale style villa, Wang Zhidi immediately thought of the dreamlike elf. This villa was simply tailor-made for her. He first walked to the antique style area, where everything was connected by long corridors, adorned with intricately carved jade buildings, looking particularly noble and grand. Wang Zhidi entered the core villa as if stepping into a palace, with its resplendent decoration and paintings hanging on the walls, which looked particularly beautiful at first glance. However, the quality of the paintings was too poor, probably just cheap items sold for 9.99 with free shipping. Then again, who would put real art here? Wang Zhidi thought that Lan Menjing and Yang Mengting would like this style, so he arranged for 3 of them to go out, then planned to stroll around other areas to arrange the remaining 4. He arrived at the normal style villa, which felt very approachable, completely suitable for ordinary people to live in, likely intended for those white-collar workers. Wang Zhidi thought that Yuan Bingyu and Hu Qingsu would fit perfectly here. After all, they came from ordinary backgrounds, and this style was more suitable for them. Next, he went to the European-style villa area and felt that the style there was very suitable for Sikong Ruyan and Shangyuan Yangsu, as their tastes were a bit more refined. As for the last area, the Yatsukahira-style villa area, Wang Zhidi had no interest at all, thinking that such a place was only suitable for servants to live in. With this thought, Wang Zhidi's mind began to wander, contemplating whether to hire a never-setting sun butler and find some Yatsukahira maids. He couldn't help but picture Yatsukahira women in maid outfits surrounding him, massaging his shoulders and legs, which would definitely be a great enjoyment. Just as this image took shape, the figures of 7 women appeared, like a storm, shattering the scene and kicking at Wang Zhidi in a circle. Wang Zhidi shook his head, thinking that there would be 7 tigresses here in the future, and it was better not to think about touching a tiger's tail, or he would definitely get into big trouble. While he was pondering this, he saw a group of people walking out of the Yatsukahira villa area, led by a young woman. This woman was dressed in a moonflower kimono, clearly a Yatsukahira person, with a proud expression on her face as if she were something special. A slick-haired, made-up man, clearly a sycophant, was nodding and bowing beside her like a lapdog. "Miss, please rest assured, I will arrange the best designer to make this place as noble as your hometown, and I will definitely satisfy you." The woman scoffed disdainfully. "You lowly creatures, how can you make this shabby place as noble as my hometown? It's simply a joke." The man immediately slapped himself twice, showing an extremely servile demeanor that made one want to kick him in the face. "What the miss says is true. Such a despicable place cannot compare to the nobility of the miss's hometown. I was just talking nonsense." Wang Zhidi frowned upon hearing their conversation. It seemed this Yatsukahira woman also wanted to buy this villa complex. This woman was his potential competitor, which wouldn't have been a problem, but her derogatory remarks about the place made him feel angry. That dog-like man was clearly a Hyugyul person, and it was such servile creatures that tarnished the reputation of Hyugyul people. Wang Zhidi had no intention of looking at the Yatsukahira villa area anyway, so he simply walked towards the central garden. Didn't want to deal with these people, but unexpectedly they approached him instead, especially that dog-like creature barking like a mad dog. "Where did you come from? Who allowed you to come here? Do you know this is the place of the noble Miss Nagasakawa Ryui? How can a lowly creature like you have the right to be here?" Wang Zhidi looked coldly at this guy, his icy gaze making the man feel a chill in his heart, and he unconsciously took 2 steps back. The woman saw this situation and huffed angrily. "You rude Chinese, you don't even understand a bit of etiquette. Barging into someone else's place like this is simply disgraceful." The woman looked at Wang Zhidi with contempt, her eyes filled with disdain. Wang Zhidi coldly smiled and said, "I think you're daydreaming. Someone like you, hoping for a pie to fall from the sky, can only be a loser here. This villa area hasn't been auctioned yet. How do you know it's definitely yours? I could just as easily say this place is mine and tell you to get out immediately." The dog-like man jumped up again, barking and clawing. "This is Miss Hasegawa Rui from Sakura Corporation, and I am her translator, Zhu Zinwei. Sakura Corporation is a well-known large group in Yagami, a giant in your China. Whatever our lady desires, who dares to compete with her?" Wang Zhidi looked at this dog-like creature and said with disgust, "From what you're saying, it seems you're not a Chinese anymore." Zhu Zinwei proudly raised his head and said, "You hit the nail on the head. Starting next week, I will no longer be a lowly Chinese but a noble Yagami person. The lady even specially granted me a surname, so I will be called Inanaki Zinwei from now on. To become a noble Yagami person is a blessing from my ancestors. Wang Jidi mocked. I think your ancestors aren't blessing you. They must have been struck by lightning, blowing the coffin boards out and then burning them, creating a thick smoke. For your family to produce someone like you, your ancestors must have committed sins. That's not quite right. A crooked beam leads to a crooked roof. Your ancestors probably weren't good people either. Zhu Xinwei scratched his head and said, How do you know our ancestors for 8 generations have been dogs? My grandfather was a translator for the Yagami people, and my father was a guide. Being a dog for our family brings enough benefits. In this day and age, as long as there are benefits, I'd even call a dog father. Who are you to care? Wang Jidi sneered. It seems the name this woman gave you is quite fitting. You are indeed a dog raised. Getting rid of scum like you is a blessing for China. Don't think it's still the same as before. In my eyes, Yagami people are nothing. Let me tell you, I'm determined to take this villa area, and no one can take it from me. Heisugawa Rui haughtily snorted. You Chinese are just willing to pull hard on a thin donkey. I want to see how you plan to take this villa area. When the auction comes, you'll realize how insignificant you are, daring to compete with our great Yagami people, truly unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. Just as Wang Jidi was about to speak, a system prompt suddenly rang in his ear. If uncle can endure, aunt cannot. You must make this despicable person kneel and sing conquer, task issued to punish the scum. Do you accept? Wang Jidi chose to accept without hesitation. Even if the system didn't have this task, he had to let this scum know the consequences of provoking a Chinese. Since you're so confident, why don't we make a bet? If you can take this villa area, I will run naked in front of everyone. If I take this villa area, you will kneel at the auction site and loudly sing, conquer 1,000 times in front of everyone. Wang Jidi provocatively looked at Heisugawa Rui, and this gaze made the woman furious. Heisugawa Rui roared, You ungrateful guy, how dare you provoke Sakura Corporation? You really don't know how to write the word death. I'll bet with you today and see how you run naked in front of everyone and how you'll face people afterward. Zhu Xinwei chimed in, I will definitely record it and post the video online, letting this idiot die a social death. Wang Jidi coldly smiled and said, Let's see who dies then. Listen well, you woman, if you lose, don't think about shirking responsibility. The consequences are something you can't afford. After he finished speaking, he turned and left without any hesitation. His confident demeanor made Nagasawa Ryui's heart race. Nagasawa Ryui thought to herself that with the financial power of Sakura Corporation, losing was simply impossible. There was no need to worry unnecessarily. When Wang Jidi returned to the villa, Linger had already gathered all the information about Sakura Corporation and projected it on the screen. Sakura Corporation is composed of several families, with the Nagasawa family being one of them. Officially, they are the leaders of the corporation, but in reality, they are merely representatives pushed to the forefront. Sakura Corporation has substantial financial resources and is one of the 4 major corporations of Yaki, but the funds they can muster will definitely not exceed 10 billion huabi. So, brother, defeating them at the auction is not a difficult task. The only question is whether this woman will keep her promise. Wang Jidi tapped his nose and then connected with the dream fairy who was lazily yawning. Why are you looking for me so early today, brother? Haven't you gone to accompany those sisters? You didn't turn them away, did you? Wang Jidi smiled and shook his head, saying, You mischievous girl, it's already afternoon and you're still saying early. How much do you know about the situation in the Yaki world? The dream fairy's eyes lit up. Why are you suddenly asking about the Yaki world? Give me a few minutes and I'll have those people gather intelligence immediately. Wang Jidi nodded and recounted what had happened in the villa area. The dream fairy exploded with anger. It's just a despicable woman, how dare she challenge brother? She really doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. I'll contact Huenquin right away and have this woman torn to pieces. Wang Jidi waved his finger and said, Killing her is too boring. Making her kneel and sing conquer in front of everyone is the most interesting thing. I'm worried this woman might play tricks. Do you have any way to make her afraid to do so? The dream fairy thought for a moment and said, This is easy. Brother, give me the video we shot earlier and I'll have those streamers broadcast it. Then we'll set up a betting game on the dark web, letting everyone bet on the outcome. If this woman dares to play tricks, she'll be against the entire dark web. The people on the dark web don't have much reason to discuss. it will definitely affect the entire Sakura Corporation. No matter how strong their backing is, they won't dare to confront the dark web directly. However, doing this will definitely attract the attention of Sakura Corporation, and they will mobilize more funds, making you spend more money. Wang Zhidi shrugged and said, "What does money matter? It's not worth feeding a donkey. Just do everything as you said. We must make this woman pay for her foolishness." The Dream Fairy nodded in agreement, and at that moment, the necessary information was also collected. The Dream Fairy came up with a good idea for Wang Zhidi and then received information from other streamers, indicating that the investigation was nearly complete. According to the intelligence I've gathered, the most active groups in the Yaki world are the Black Snake Society and their advanced version, the Black Python Society. The Black Snake Society is equivalent to the martial arts community in Hyugyo, while the Black Python Society corresponds to the martial world of Hyugyo, targeting the same objectives. Additionally, above the Black Snake and Black Python, there is an ultimate version called the Black Flood Dragon Society, which corresponds to the practitioners of Huaxia. It is said that the Black Flood Dragon Society is composed entirely of female onmyoji and male sorcerers. Furthermore, there are the legendary monks of the Rikyaya, who are said to be from the joyous Zen lineage and possess extremely strong combat abilities. As the external manifestation of the three meetings, namely the four major corporations, the Sakura Corporation that my brother has to deal with is at the bottom among the four major corporations. The Dream Fairy organized the information and told Wang Zhidi the main points, her tone filled with disdain, clearly not taking the other party seriously. Wang Zhidi tapped his temple and said, "Yagakoro is still a nation. What kind of power do they have in the Black Web?" The Dream Fairy immediately replied, "In the Black Web, the main force of Yagakoro is the Inamoto Association, primarily involved in the entertainment industry, which includes the kind of movies and live broadcasts that everyone enjoys. However, there are Yagakoro people in many organizations, mainly as cannon fodder samurai and ninjas used for reconnaissance and assassination. Yagakoro people inherently possess a peculiar servility. Once they join an organization, everything revolves around the organization. There was not telling everyone, Wang Zhidi is the supreme god. Otherwise, there would be no need to gamble, it would just be a crushing victory." After the information was leaked, everyone felt that Sakura Corporation had a better chance of winning, so more people bet on them. Similarly, many people thought otherwise, believing that since Wang Zhidi dared to call out, he must have some background, and it was worth taking a gamble. This matter was hotly discussed on the dark web, naturally attracting the attention of the Yaki faction, and Sakura Corporation was directly pushed to the forefront. Aisha Ikiru urgently came from Yaki Island to Binhai City, and upon meeting, he slapped Hasegawa Rui, knocking her to the ground. "You ungrateful bitch, you really have some nerve to create such a big mess. I see you want to die." Don't be fooled by Hasegawa Rui's previous arrogance. That was when she was facing outsiders. Within the Yaki faction, a woman's status is very low, basically just a plaything for men. Hasegawa Rui struggled to crawl forward a couple of steps, hugging Aisha Ikiru's calf, rubbing her face against his leg like a pitiful dog. Aisha Ikiru said sternly, "This matter has caused quite a stir and has already affected the reputation of Yaki. It must not be allowed to fail. If we do fail, you must fulfill the bet and kneel in front of everyone, singing, 'Conquer 1,000 times.' Don't think about playing tricks or escaping. The dark web will absolutely not allow such things to happen, and the consequences are something we cannot afford." According to the internal news we received, this matter has already piqued the interest of the Supreme God. We absolutely cannot disappoint this esteemed individual. So if you succeed, that's fine, but if you fail and fulfill the bet, you will directly become a slave girl, dealt with by the dark web. At the same time, your Hasegawa family, Sikong Ruyan, expressed her goodwill, also to draw an ally for herself, so that when the time comes, they could join forces to suppress all those who refuse to comply. Yuan Bingyu took the opportunity and smiled, saying, "Ruyan is truly understanding, just call me Bingyu. I believe that by assisting each other, we can definitely help Zhai Tite to improve everything." In just a few exchanges, the two established a defensive alliance, and naturally the atmosphere became harmonious, with the potential to become good friends. Wang Zhai Tite saw the two women's demeanor and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This attempt had succeeded, taking a particularly solid step forward. What needed to be done next was to integrate Shangyuan Yangsu and Hu Qingsu into the two pairs, with the Dream Fairy acting as a mediator. He arranged it this way because he felt that Shangyuan Yangsu was more suitable for Si Kong Ruyan's elite group, while Hu Qingsu fit better with Lan Minjing's commoner group. Wang Jidi saw Wang Yingji standing next to a middle-aged man he often saw in videos, the very helm of the Daoan group, Wang Xiaodong. Upon seeing Wang Jidi, Wang Yingji hurriedly greeted him, and they walked over with smiles to meet Wang Xiaodong for the first time. Wang Xiaodong smiled and said, "I didn't expect to see young Master Tai here. If I had known you were coming, I would have let Yingji come alone. After all, we are just here as support." Wang Jidi replied lightly, "Uncle, you are too polite. However, this villa complex is indeed within my grasp. Although Villa Number 1 is nice, it is ultimately just one villa and falls short in many aspects, not meeting my requirements. This villa complex is just right. I'll have Yingji discuss with my sister to see which area suits them, so they can come back and stay whenever they want." He spoke so casually as if the villa complex was already his, causing the big shots around him to look displeased. Wang Jidi smiled indifferently and said, "I know some people will think I'm bragging. Well, I'll go ahead and brag. This place will definitely belong to me. I welcome everyone to raise their bids and see if you can scare me off." His ostentatious display of wealth greatly pleased the system, which then issued a second task. "Congratulations, host, for triggering the task of being ostentatious. Crush everyone financially, instill fear in them regarding your wealth, and go trample on them." Wang Jidi did not expect to trigger a system task and felt immensely satisfied, causing the corners of his mouth to lift slightly. To others, his demeanor clearly seemed mocking, completely disregarding everyone else, which infuriated the big shots. Wang Xiaodong hesitated and said, "Young Master Tai's wealth is indeed admirable, but there are many big shots here. Isn't this somewhat inappropriate?" Wang Jidi replied nonchalantly, "I don't think there's anything inappropriate. This villa complex is, after all, for those with wealth. I believe I have the financial capability to secure the villa complex, so I am certainly qualified to say this. If anyone is dissatisfied, let them hold me to my word. If I fail to deliver, I will surely be embarrassed, and for them, that would be the most satisfying way to take revenge. Why not enjoy it?" His words were entirely reasonable. If those big shots could defeat him financially, it would indeed bring him shame, and he might even be too embarrassed to show his face. Wang Yingji hesitated and said, "Though that's what you say, not everyone thinks that way. Many big shots have backgrounds." Wang Jidi casually interrupted him. "In my eyes, no one has a background. They are merely shadows. Everything should be based on ability." With the system as his support, he felt confident. No matter how strong their backgrounds were, could they possibly create a more powerful system? Wang Xiaodong, seeing Wang Jidi's confident demeanor, secretly sighed in his heart. Being young is good, doing anything without reservations. The others, hearing this, were filled with suspicion and quietly sent someone to investigate Wang Jidi's background. These big shots had reached their current status without being fools. They would never act impulsively, always calculating before taking action. However, not all present were big shots. There were also some young masters who were impetuous and did not think things through as much. The auction soon began, with the host standing on stage, displaying the most professional smile. "I am pleased to host this auction. First, on behalf of the developers of the Villa Complex, I would like to thank everyone for attending. This auction will have two formats. One is a whole auction, and the other is a segmented auction. You will first conduct the whole auction, with a starting price of 1.8 billion, and each bid must be no less than 100 million. If there are no bidders, we will move to the segmented." Before the host could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Yuan Bingyu. "You don't need to mention the second option. We offer 2 billion to acquire the entire villa complex. Before that, I would like everyone to watch a video, and then you can consider whether to participate in the auction." As she spoke, she took out a USB drive and had the hostess play it on the spot. The content was precisely the conflict between Wang Jidi and Hasegawa Ryuyui, as well as their bet. Sikong Ruyan stepped forward and said, "We will definitely have a showdown with Sakura Corporation. If you feel that your financial strength is insufficient to suppress us, then don't waste your time. The previous bid was just to draw out the competition. Now it depends on you and Sakura Corporation. I hope you think carefully before taking action." As soon as she finished speaking, Hasegawa Ryuyui walked out of her private room, glaring at Wang Zhidi with anger, wishing she could bite a piece of flesh off him. You don't need to use such tactics. If I lose, I will naturally fulfill my promise. If you want to win against us, Sakura Corporation, it depends on whether you have the capability. We bid 3 billion. Yuan Bingyu said without hesitation. We bid 6 billion, and regardless of the final amount, the funds will be transferred tonight. The impact of this statement was quite significant. In auctions of such high amounts, buyers usually need some time to gather the funds. Now that she proposed immediate transfer, it meant they had an extremely large cash flow at their disposal. No family would convert all their assets into cash. Cash flow would only be a small part of their assets, indicating that their family's wealth was vast enough to instill fear. Iga Ikiru was also taken aback. According to auction rules, when both parties have equivalent funds, the one who can transfer immediately has the priority. He instructed Hasegawa Ryuyui to gradually increase their bid, dragging it out as long as possible, while he sought guidance from above on what to do. Hasegawa Ryuyui gritted her teeth and said, "We bid 6.1 billion. With the credibility of Sakura Corporation, there will definitely be no issues with the funds." Sikong Ruyan scoffed. "You're just squeezing out bids like toothpaste. It shows you don't have much capability. We bid 8.8 billion just to get a good omen." Hasegawa Ryuyui swallowed hard and said, "We bid 8.9 billion. We don't care about your Chinese customs at all." Yuan Bingyu said disdainfully, "In our territory you must listen to us. It's not your place as outsiders to shout. We bid 10.8 billion, which is absolutely a grand success." When this price was announced, the entire venue fell silent, and the young masters who wanted to show them a lesson all became obedient. After all, such financial power was something they could not provoke. Just this financial strength was enough to leave them in despair. Iga Ikiru and Hasegawa Ryuyui fell into despair. Sakura Corporation simply could not come up with this money, not to mention it seemed they still had surplus. The developers were ecstatic. They initially thought selling for 1.8 billion would be a huge profit, but now it had directly surpassed 10 billion, feeling like a surf singing after a turnaround. Wang Zhidi stood up and looked at the host, saying, "I think you can drop the hammer now. It seems no one can surpass this price." The host hurriedly nodded and shouted, 10.8 billion first time, 10.8 billion second time, 10.8 billion third time sold. Wang Zhidi laughed heartily, saying, "What did I say before? As long as it's something I have my eyes on, it will definitely fall into my hands. No one can snatch it from me. There's a saying, willing to gamble means willing to lose. You despicable wretch should fulfill your promise and kneel at the host's position, using his microphone to sing Conquer, so we can enjoy your singing voice." Hasegawa Ryuyui's face was filled with humiliation, but thinking of Iga Ikiru's words, she had no choice but to submit, slowly moving toward that spot. Wang Zhidi had already instructed Linger to transmit the entire process to the Dream Fairy, broadcasting it live on the dark web, leaving the viewers equally dumbfounded. Many of these viewers were wealthy, yet at this moment they felt the limitations of poverty constraining their imagination. Just as everyone was preparing to enjoy the singing of Nagasawa Ryuyui, a voice suddenly rang out. "Spare a thought for others. As a man, how can you force a woman like this? I will take charge of this matter." An extremely arrogant voice sounded, as if the speaker believed himself to be quite important, casually making decisions. Wang Zhidi squinted and said, "Whose belt is loose, letting out such a thing, thinking they are something special, daring to speak recklessly." He was utterly unreserved, clearly dismissing the other party, and combined with his earlier display of wealth, he appeared imposing. A young man walked down from upstairs, clapping his hands as if praising Wang Zhidi's courage. "I am Aizen Jiaro Jingguo, a descendant of the royal family. In our time, if it were back then, you would have been dragged out and executed long ago." Wang Zhidi had no idea what a royal descendant family was. He only knew he had his system father as a backing and didn't need to take others seriously. He snorted through his nose. "I really don't know where you came from, acting like a big bad wolf in my eyes. You're just a little pup. What royal descendant family? I've never even heard of it. All I know is my family tells me there's no need to care about other families. You think in your family's time of power, you could drag me out and execute me. If our family wanted to, your family wouldn't have had the chance to hold power. Do you really think being in power is something impressive? It's just that no one wants to argue with you. For many families, isn't it hard to turn the tables?" Wang Zhidi was purely talking big because the other party was acting too grand, directly blowing hot air in a daze. After all, boasting doesn't incur taxes, and what could happen if he blew it to the sky? His casual bragging ended up scaring some real big shots. These people were well informed and knew many secrets. Aizen Jiaro Jingguo was still a young man, not yet at his father's level, and didn't know that much. Shouted angrily, "You really have a big mouth. Today this matter is settled by me. What can you do?" Wang Zhidi ignored Aizen Jiaro Jingguo and instead looked indifferently at Nagasawa Ryuyui. "Now that someone is standing up for you, I give you a choice. Obediently fulfill the bet and then we can clear our accounts. Or take this opportunity to directly violate the bet. After all, someone is standing up for you, so you can justify it, but you need to think carefully about the consequences." Aisha Ikiru said without hesitation, "We Yatsukahido value the spirit of contracts the most. One must accept defeat when gambling, and we must ensure Miss Nagasawa fulfills the bet. In our Yatsukahido clan, women are the most lowly existence, so she offended young Master Tai before. I believe young Master Tai will not hold it against her. Perhaps we can become good friends." His words left Aizen Jiaro Jingguo feeling like Zhu Beiji looking in a mirror, truly caught between a rock and a hard place. Wang Zhidi replied indifferently, "As a Northeasterner, I will absolutely not become friends with the Yatsukahido. You can give up on that thought. I remember you have a translator named Zhu Zinwei, soon to be called Inyukai Zinwei. This woman is so arrogant. That dog is certainly not innocent." Aisha Ikiru immediately said, "Since it's a dog that doesn't know its place, it will naturally be dealt with. I will not let young Master Tai down." He was a very clever person, only responding to the latter part of the statement, leaving room for maneuvering. They were chatting animatedly, but Aizen Jiaro Jingguo felt extremely awkward, as if he were about to dig a 3-bedroom apartment into the ground with his toes. Aizen Jiaro Jingguo shouted angrily, "You damn brat, you really don't take me seriously. Do you know what happens when you offend me?" Wang Zhidi shrugged and said, "Reason isn't about how loud you shout. Why are you yelling so loudly? Not only will you scare the kids, but you'll also frighten the flowers and plants. Since you're so eager to shout, I'll give the royal descendants family a chance to let you continue bidding and see if your royal family can outspend me. I'm absolutely willing to bet and accept defeat. If I lose to you, I will definitely fulfill the bet and run naked in front of everyone, without any hesitation." He directly put Aizen Jiaro Jingguo in a difficult position, and although the royal descendants family had money, it didn't mean he could squander it at will. Aizen Jiaro Jingguo could manage to take out 1 billion or 8 billion, but to directly take out over 100 billion was simply asking for his life. At this moment he regretted it deeply. Had he known it would turn out this way, he wouldn't have come out to act foolishly. Now he had truly trapped himself. With his identity as the young master of the royal descendants family, he was used to being given some face wherever he went, which made him so arrogant. He never expected to encounter someone as stubborn as Wang Zhidi, who gave him no face at all and directly confronted him. Who could stand that? Just when Aizen Jiaro Jingguo was at a loss, a man in his 50s stood up. "I am Bai Hengwen from the Beishan Group. I have some standing, so let me be the judge. This matter is indeed the young master Aizen Jiaro's fault. He shouldn't have meddled just because he felt pity for a woman. I suggest you hurry back and tell your father about this. He will know how to handle it, so why embarrass yourself here?" Wang Zhidi looked at Bai Hengwen in surprise, not knowing where he had come from, and he seemed to have a strong background for not giving Aizen Jiaro Jingguo any face. He took the opportunity to say, "Thank you, Mr. Bai, for your righteous words. I made this woman fulfill the bet because she insulted our Hyugyuo, which is absolutely unforgivable. The young master Aizen Jiaro can show pity to any woman. He's just an animal thinking with his lower body. I estimate that when he takes over the family in the future, it will definitely be a big problem. No matter how powerful a family is, as long as the person in power has issues, collapse is just a matter of time. Just thinking about it is quite lamentable." The big shots below felt this statement made a lot of sense, and one by one, they began to reconsider their relationship with the Aizen Jiaro family. Aizen Jiaro Jingguo was furious, but he had no way to respond, so he could only clasp his hands towards Bai Hengwen and leave angrily. Wang Zhidi noticed the extremely fierce look in the other party's eyes as they left, knowing that they would not let it go easily. He quietly contacted Linger, asking her to notify Chi Chang'e to bring the special operations team over, mainly to ensure the safety of the two women. Chi Chang'e acted swiftly and soon brought 12 people here, their presence making others tremble. I've met the boss. They are my best brothers. We are known as the 13 protectors in the security company, the elite among the elite, specializing in the most important tasks. Chi Chang'e introduced them to Wang Jidi, emphasizing their strength, as the person in front of him was their benefactor. Wang Jidi nodded in satisfaction and said, "It seems you are all masters of hidden strength. Overall, you are quite impressive. Your task this time is to ensure their personal safety. As for me, you don't need to worry about that. I haven't exercised my muscles and bones for a long time, so it's just right to practice on the enemy. I hope they won't let me down. They must come." Xiang Kuan-yu hesitated and said, "Protecting the boss is our primary responsibility. How can we let the boss take risks alone? Let us handle it." Wang Jidi laughed heartily and said, "Letting you come to protect me is entirely Zhou Jianhua's idea. Originally, I didn't need your protection. To put it bluntly, those who can take me down, you can't stop at all. And those you can deal with are nothing in front of me. I don't even take them seriously in a direct confrontation. What I lack compared to you is mainly experience, so I finally decided to accept your protection to learn a few things from you. Of course, that's not the main point. The main point is that you can protect my family, allowing me to have no worries. Besides my parents and sister, my confidant is also my family, just like those two, who are your key protection targets. As your boss, I am now changing your task directive. No matter the time, protecting my family is the most important task." As he spoke, he released the peak aura of hidden strength, which was on par with Chi Chang'e's. The 13 bodyguards were taken aback. They had done detailed investigations and knew Wang Jidi's past. At that stage, Wang Jidi couldn't possibly practice martial arts, which means he surpassed their efforts of half a lifetime in just a few months. The key point is that this is just the beginning. Wang Jidi will only grow stronger, and now that he is on par with Chi Chang'e in the future, Chi can only look up to him. Initially, after hearing Wang Jidi's words, the 13 bodyguards felt quite unconvinced, but now they were completely convinced, realizing that all they had left to boast about was their experience. After Wang Jidi finished explaining to them, he excused himself to go to the bathroom, mainly to complete 2 tasks. The system dad had given over 2,000 red envelopes, all of which needed to be opened properly. Following his usual practice, Wang Jidi saved the 2 special red envelopes for last and then chose to open them. "You have received 1.8 million yuan, enjoy your click. You have received 3 boxes of Black Elephant instant noodles, enjoy your click. You have received 10 cases of Master Shui mineral water, enjoy your click. You have received 1 pistol, enjoy your click. You have received 10,000 rounds of universal pistol ammunition, enjoy your click. You have received 730,000 yuan in cash, enjoy your click. You have received a Special Forces King skill card, enjoy your click. You have received a special reward, Body Membrane, enjoy your click. You have received a special reward, 3-eyed skill card, enjoy your click." Seeing these rewards, Wang Jidi was naturally extremely happy, but before he could feel the effects, a sudden, unbearable pain shot through his body. He felt as if his muscles and bones were separating, as if someone was using a thin knife, scraping along the bone, cutting the flesh open, and then stuffing something inside. This thing not only adhered to the bones but also to the muscles, penetrating into the muscles and wrapping around the blood vessels and nerves. This kind of pain could rival that of Lingche. The entire process lasted only a dozen seconds, but Wang Jidi felt it lasted a century, and his spirit was about to collapse. A moment of clarity arose in Wang Jidi's mind. Just now, it was the body membrane, and now an extremely tough membrane appeared between his muscles and bones. Moreover, the membrane wrapped around the blood vessels, nerves, and tendons, turning him into true steel and iron bones, absolutely impervious to knives and guns. In the abdomen, where there was no bone protection, the membrane adhered directly to the muscles, providing 2 layers of protection, which was absolutely solid. As for the places that could cause unbearable pain to a man, they were equipped with 3 layers of protection, absolutely ironclad. Even detonating a grenade would be fine, and there were other effects as well. Wang Jidi was extremely satisfied with this change and immediately used 2 skill cards. With the recent experience of being tortured, this little pain was nothing at all. The 3-eyed vision, as the name suggests, grants the eyes 3 abilities: X-ray vision, omniscience, and night vision, along with some minor abilities like being unafraid of bright lights. All three abilities are active and can be turned on or off at will, while those minor abilities are all set to be on by default. The Special Forces King card grants all the skills of the top Special Forces King, the most important of which is combat experience, an absolutely priceless treasure. Wang Zhidi was very pleased with these two skill cards, especially the combat experience, which perfectly compensated for his shortcomings. He himself was a peak master of dark energy. If he were to fight, even 100 Special Forces Kings teaming up would be unable to defeat him without him breaking a sweat. With this combat experience, he had a significant advantage when facing other dark energy masters. As long as the terrain was suitable, killing a dozen or so masters of the same level would be as easy as playing a game. He asked Linger for the time. Only a few minutes had passed, a stark contrast to the last time he used the strengthening pill, which had taken much longer. The strengthening pill had transformed Wang Zhidi, laying a solid foundation for future skill enhancements, and was undoubtedly invaluable. The 13 bodyguards looked at Wang Zhidi as he walked out, feeling that he had changed significantly compared to just moments ago, but they couldn't pinpoint what had changed, which was particularly uncomfortable. Wang Zhidi said to Qi Changgang, "You all escort them home safely. You don't need to worry about the rest." Sikong Ruyan and Yuan Bingyu were both very intelligent women, knowing that not being a burden to Wang Zhidi at this time was the greatest help they could offer him. They nodded obediently, got into the 13 bodyguards' Hummer, and sped away. Aizen Jiaro Jingguo stood by the window, watching the departing convoy and then looking at Wang Zhidi, who was wandering around the villa area, gritting his teeth in hatred. The chief steward, Fu Yud, squinted and said, "The convoy that just left is the 13 bodyguards of the Tian Shield Security Company. Their ability to mobilize the 13 bodyguards is extremely powerful. We must be cautious." Aizen Jiaro Jingguo snorted through his nose and gritted his teeth as he said, "No matter what background he has, as long as he dares to provoke our royal family's descendants, he must pay the price. You go arrange it." Aizen Jiaro Jingguo completely ignored the chief steward's words, determined to clash with Wang Zhidi and regain all the face he had lost before. Although Fu Yud was the chief steward with significant authority, it was not worth provoking the family head's son over such a trivial matter. He had not been at the auction and had not heard Wang Zhidi's reckless words, believing that with the power of the royal family's descendants, they need not fear any family. Fu Yud immediately arranged this matter, quickly getting everything in order, and then accompanied the young master to the hotel to rest. They thought they were being discreet, unaware that they had been clearly spied on by Linger through hidden surveillance equipment. Wang Zhidi received Linger's message, confirming that the other party was only targeting him and that the two women would be fine, so he arrogantly got into the military Hummer. He drove at a slow speed, swaying along the road. From here to the city there was a secluded stretch of highway. Wang Zhidi instructed Linger, "Once we settle in, we must renovate this stretch of road, adding more streetlights, and each streetlight must be equipped with electronic eyes. Besides that, we need to add some mechanisms on the road surface. When necessary, they can be released to harm others. We can't let this place become a hidden danger for us." Linger replied with a smile, "Brother, you can rest assured. I will arrange everything properly. Anyone who dares to cause trouble on this road will meet a fate worse than death." They were chatting happily when Linger paused and said, "I just saw on the surveillance that over 100 motorcycles are heading our way. These motorcycles have 2 riders, and the person on the back is holding steel pipes and iron chains, clearly intending to commit violence. Facial recognition has confirmed that they are from a motorcycle gang composed of ruthless thugs." Wang Zhidi laughed heartily. "Since they are such people, there's no need to be polite. Let's cripple them. It's a way of upholding justice." The military Hummer he was driving was definitely high-end, with armor beneath the paint, impervious to ordinary bullets. The glass was top-grade bulletproof, capable of stopping sniper fire. No matter how strong those thugs were, they couldn't match the destructive power of a sniper rifle. Moreover, the vehicle had mechanisms that could extend spikes around it, increasing its collision resistance, and it could release chains and saw blades to attack and cut down approaching enemies. The headlights were modified to emit an extremely bright light, blinding anyone who looked at it in an instant. The military Hummer was originally designed for armed forces, where mercy was not an option, being merciful to the enemy was cruel to oneself, so it was all about being as ruthless as possible. The only thing this vehicle lacked compared to the same model used by armed forces was the absence of weapons. Adding 2 machine guns would make it even more perfect. Wang Zhidi activated the onboard radar and quickly spotted the motorcycles, which were splitting into 2 groups to encircle him. Without hesitation, he turned on the high beams, and 2 beams of intense light shot out, instantly blinding all the motorcycle riders in front. The motorcycles fell over, their momentum sending the 2 riders crashing toward the wheels of the military Hummer. Wang Zhidi showed no hesitation and drove straight over. The wheels of this vehicle were specially designed, with patterns that enhanced its crushing ability. As the Hummer rolled over the motorcycles, they were flattened into metal discs, and many of the riders and thugs were crushed into meat patties. The gang members in the back, witnessing this scene, were so frightened that their legs went weak, realizing they had truly encountered a formidable opponent. Just as they were contemplating whether to retreat, Wang Zhidi executed a perfect drift, turning the front of the vehicle toward them. He didn't use the high beams this time but charged directly at the motorcycles, intending to play a game of bumper cars with them. The roar of the military Hummer drowned out the sound of the motorcycles, like a roaring beast, utterly unstoppable. The gang members turned to flee, but the speed of the motorcycles couldn't match that of the military Hummer. Anyone who got rear-ended would be sent flying. In just a few minutes, the motorcycle gang was completely wiped out. Wang Zhidi turned around and continued driving forward, and Linger quickly reported that a few modified jeeps had appeared ahead, clearly intending to stage an accident. A cold smile appeared on his lips as he accelerated toward them, taking the initiative. The drivers of those jeeps, seeing the sharp iron spikes of the military Hummer, were nearly scared out of their wits and frantically tried to reverse. Wang Zhidi gave them no chance, relentlessly pursuing and crashing into them until they were completely totaled. The drivers in those vehicles screamed in despair. After years of bullying others, they never expected that today it would be their turn to suffer. All the jeeps were crushed, and the people inside died particularly tragically, many of them not even leaving a complete corpse. When Wang Zhidi stopped the car to admire his masterpiece, he suddenly noticed a group of people appearing out of nowhere. This group was incredibly strong. They lifted a wrecked jeep with one hand and threw it into a large box behind them. Wang Zhidi saw clearly that when the jeep was thrown into the box, it shrank to the size of a toy, which was simply unbelievable. He saw one of the people gesture for him to leave, and without daring to make a sound, he immediately drove away. Still shaken, Wang Zhidi asked Linger, "Did you see that group of people just now? They were really impressive." Linger looked puzzled and said, "I only saw those cars disappear by themselves. I didn't see any people. I used infrared scanning to obtain the images, which is different from what you see with your eyes. However, I can assure you that those people are definitely not ghosts, because my infrared has a special purple light added. Even if there were ghosts, I would be able to see them. Those people were able to evade my sight, which means they are definitely extraordinary beings. Brother, don't provoke them, or you might bring trouble upon yourself." Wang Zhidi nodded in agreement without hesitation. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, and besides, those people looked so strange that it was best to avoid them. Linger had recorded everything that had just happened and sent it directly to the dream spirit, letting her stream it live on the dark web for everyone to enjoy. Wang Zhidi was never one to suffer losses. Since the other side dared to act first, he would definitely retaliate. As soon as he returned to the villa, the dream spirit contacted him, looking furious. "Those bastards are truly despicable, daring to attack you on the highway. We must not let them go. They must pay an unbearable price." Wang Zhidi coughed lightly and said, "Great minds think alike. I was thinking the same thing. The mastermind behind this is someone named Aizen Jiaro Jingguo." The dream spirit immediately replied, "Linger has already told me what happened. I specifically contacted other streamers to find out more. The Aizen Jiaro family is indeed a royal descendant family. As the name suggests, royal descendant families are formed by the descendants of the royal families of each dynasty. Because they receive the protection of scattered dragon energy, these families are relatively prosperous and have strong overall strength, ranking at the top in the inner world. However, they are not that impressive. After all, it's just scattered dragon energy, which cannot be compared to true national fortune dragon energy. We can deal with them easily. As for their own power, brother, you have the entire dark web as your backing, whose power can compare to yours. You will definitely be able to take them down." Wang Zhidi smiled and nodded, asking the dream spirit to contact Huang Quan while reporting the matter to the entire management team. Once Huang Quan came online before Wang Zhidi could speak, he took the lead. "The royal descendant families are so audacious, their crimes are unforgivable. I have prepared enough assassins, and as long as the Supreme God gives the word, they will definitely pay an unbearable price." Wang Zhidi nodded in satisfaction and said, "I appreciate your response. You can let your people take action. I want to see if the royal descendant families are truly invincible. A few days ago, I got a drop of heavy water. I don't know what to do with it, so you can take it and play with it." Huang Quan was overjoyed to receive the heavy water, feeling that he had made the right bet this time. For these assassins, as long as there are enough benefits, they don't care who they are killing. They would dare to stab even the King of Heaven. Just after hanging up the video with Huang Quan, Kang Qingzhang sent a video request, and it was unclear what his purpose was. After the video call was connected, Kang Qingzhang said apologetically, "I'm sorry to disturb the Supreme God, but the purpose of this call is to hope to mediate the relationship between you and the royal descendants family. I believe this is a misunderstanding, and it would be better for everyone to sit down and talk it out. Whatever needs to be said should be said openly. It's naturally better than anything else." "What nonsense are you talking? Other party wants the Supreme God's life, and you tell me it's a misunderstanding. Should I arrange for someone to assassinate you every day and then say it's a misunderstanding?" The dream elf screeched like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her voice rising an octave as she roared and clawed. Kang Qingzhang was left speechless by the retort. Before he spoke on behalf of others, he had hesitated. If the mediator did not do well, it would be like Zhu Beiji looking in a mirror, neither human nor pig. He licked his lips and said, "Supreme God, please don't misunderstand. That's not what I meant. I just feel that the royal descendants family has formed an alliance. This alliance is very powerful, and a clash with them would be a loss for you. It would be better to turn swords into plowshares." Wang Zhidi coldly interrupted him. "What you mean is that the black web is nothing and doesn't dare to provoke the royal descendants family alliance, so if they want my life, I should just hand it over willingly. Since you say that, the black web has no meaning to me. Dream Elf, inform the management that I am officially withdrawing from the black web and will have no further dealings with them. As for the royal descendants family alliance, in my eyes, they are nothing. I don't believe I can't deal with them. Do they really think they are that impressive?" Kang Qingzhang's face changed drastically upon hearing this. He knew very well that if Wang Zhidi really withdrew from the black web, the remaining managers would use all means to tear him to pieces. The Supreme God not only had unparalleled wealth but, more importantly, had a sufficient amount of rare treasures. These things are hard to come by and are sought after by everyone. For someone to leave the black web like this was equivalent to cutting off everyone's financial lifeline. Cutting off someone's financial lifeline is akin to killing their parents, a vendetta that cannot be forgiven. Just thinking about it made him tremble inside. Kang Qingzhang hurriedly said, "Supreme God, please don't misunderstand. That's absolutely not what I meant. I just want to mediate a bit. I can swear to the heavens that if the Supreme God goes to war with the royal descendants family alliance, I will definitely stand on your side. The black fangs are the sharpest knife in your hand." Wang Zhidi snorted through his nose. "This is your first mistake. I'll give you a warning, equivalent to a yellow card in football. You should know the consequences of a second mistake. No matter who sent you to plead, just reply to them. Since the Aizen Giaro family dares to act first, I will definitely retaliate. Those who want my life must pay an unbearable price. The Dream Elf will transfer 10,000 black coins to you as a reward for the black fangs. I don't lack knives in my hand. Whether they can become a good knife depends on their performance." His arrogant demeanor was perfectly timed, completely intimidating Kang Qingzhang, ensuring he would no longer have any other thoughts. After receiving the intelligence, Aizen Giaro Yuanlong, the head of the Aizen Giaro family, was completely bewildered, not knowing what was going on. Aizen Giaro Yuanlong shouted angrily, "Who can tell me what's going on? Why is the black web targeting us?" The old steward and the spokesperson lowered their heads and said, "The Xiang family has informed us that our family wants the Supreme God's life, and the Supreme God has launched a counterattack. Their family's war madman has clearly stated that if it comes to war, all black web mercenaries will definitely be at the forefront, and if the Xiang family dares to intervene, they will fight their own family as well. Azenjiaro Yuanlong's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, "When did we ever want the life of the supreme god? What is going on here?" He Huyan calmly replied. "After receiving the intelligence, I immediately checked and found that the young master had previously mobilized the motorcycle gang to attack a young man. This video can be seen on the dark web. The young man was driving the highest-grade military Hummer, fully equipped except for weapons. The motorcycle gang was completely wiped out, and the young man was particularly ruthless, repeatedly crushing them. The extent of his brutality already indicates some issues. Additionally, I contacted Elder Bai Hengwen of the Beishan sword sect and learned about the events at that time. When the young master revealed his royal lineage, the other party's few words were chilling. He repeated those words, and Azenjiaro Yuanlong's expression turned extremely grim. Upon hearing He Huiyan's words and recalling the family's secret records, Azenjiaro Yuanlong's face instantly paled, filled with fear. "How credible do you think the old housekeeper finds what he said?" He Huiyan hesitated for a moment and said, "A young master from such a prominent family generally wouldn't speak carelessly, especially in that kind of situation. So I believe the credibility of this matter is quite high, and even if it's false, we cannot take it lightly. The other party can mobilize the power of the dark web, which indicates a strong background. If it comes to a confrontation, we can't predict the outcome. Moreover, we are completely in the wrong here. From any angle, it's the young master who is looking for trouble, deliberately trying to step on someone. Among all the royal lineage families, the Azenjiaro family and the Zhao family are at the bottom, and it's not easy to suppress those prominent families." After being a housekeeper for so many years, he dared to speak frankly, hitting the nail on the head. Azenjiaro Yuanlong was so furious he felt like he might explode and immediately video-called his son. Azenjiaro Jingguo had just forced a hotel attendant to look at the scenery and had someone throw the crying attendant out, lying on the bed in a big character shape. He saw Fuyuda rush in, panic written all over his face, and his heart sank as he hurriedly asked what was going on. Fuyuda said nothing, only casting the call onto the TV, where Azenjiaro Yuanlong's angry and twisted face immediately appeared. "You damned beast, you really have some nerve to do something like this. Do you really want to die?" Azenjiaro Jingguo looked at his father in confusion and asked, "Father, why is that person so angry? I just dealt with a service attendant. At most, it's just a matter of compensation. What's the big deal? You beast, shut up. Didn't you send the motorcycle gang to attack a young man who is also a young master from a family?" In his extreme anger, Azenjiaro Yuanlong fell into a calm state, coldly looking at his son and asking. Azenjiaro Jingguo immediately replied, "Indeed, that is the case. Father, you don't know how arrogant that kid is. He actually dared to look down on the royal lineage families. If we don't teach him a lesson, how will he know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth?" Azenjiaro Yuanlong interrupted his son's words. "He doesn't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. I think it's you. Do you think you are something, to casually attack the young master of another family? Do you know what kind of trouble that will cause? Moreover, you heard what the other party said. You didn't investigate the matter clearly and dared to act recklessly. It's simply audacious. Do you know how strong their background is and how troublesome this matter is? If this is not handled well, you won't be able to come back in the future. To be able to keep your life is your luck. The family will strip you of everything, and it will be the kind that can never be restored. You will be nothing but mud trampled underfoot by everyone." Azenjiaro Jingguo looked at his father's serious expression and knew he wasn't trying to scare him. He was completely panicked this time. "I don't know how it ended up like this. It's all my fault. I won't dare again in the future. Father, you must save me." Azenjiaro Yuanlong ignored his son's pleas for mercy and coldly stared at Fuyuda, who, feeling weak in the knees, directly knelt on the ground. "I made you the chief steward and let you follow the young master to see what you would do. You just let this beast act as he pleased. What use are you then?" Azenjiaro Yuanlong's tone was extremely cold, revealing waves of murderous intent. To resolve this matter, a scapegoat was necessary, and this guy in front of him was the best choice. Fuyuda naturally understood this, his face pale as he said, "It's all my fault. I have let down the family head's expectations. I'm willing to bear all the blame." Azenjiaro Yuanlong sighed. "If your life could truly calm this matter, I would not mistreat your family. You prepare all the manpower. Tonight, you must ensure this beast's life is saved. Tomorrow morning, I will go to Bin City and personally apologize. I haven't told anyone else about this, and you are not allowed to leak it. Tonight, who lives and who dies will depend on their fate. If you want someone's life, you must pay with your own." Hearing this, Aizen Jiaro Jinguo's heart sank to the bottom, knowing that even if this matter could be smoothed over in the end, he would absolutely never become the family head. His only role in the future would be to breed, to expand the family line, and any hope of grasping a bit of power would be nothing but a daydream. His life was completely ruined. Aizen Jiaro Yuanlong saw his only son in such a state and felt deep sorrow, thinking it was all his fault for not educating his son properly. He earnestly said, "If you can survive this time, come back and marry, have children, and within 2 or 3 years have a big fat boy. He still has a chance to become the family head. I will make sure to educate my grandson well, so he won't be as foolish as you. Today's incident could have been avoided. What does the humiliation of the Yagakoro woman have to do with you? Have you thought about it? That woman is the young lady of Sakura Corporation. Doing such a thing is an insult to the entire Yagakoro world. Why doesn't this woman play dirty? The man managing her side must have made her fulfill the bet. Even in the mess you created, she still insisted on doing so, which shows that young man is someone they cannot afford to provoke. With so many big shots present, they just watched that young man act arrogantly, and not a single person stood up to speak. Doesn't that indicate something? Anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't do something so foolish. I even suspect your mother must have strayed, giving birth to such a fool like you. How could my son be so stupid?" The more Aizen Jiaro Yuanlong spoke, the more he hated, wishing he could crawl out of the TV like Sadako and strangle this bastard, wondering why he hadn't thrown him against the wall back then. His words were like a wake-up call to Aizen Jiaro Jinguo, making this idiot realize how absurd his mistakes were. Their conversation, along with the entire scene, was being live-streamed by Linger, and Wang Zhidi and the Dream Elf watched with great interest. Wang Zhidi laughed and said, "As expected of an old family, it's indeed quite interesting. Notify Huenquin to make a full scale." The dreamlike elf smiled and agreed, then used a lullaby to put Wang Zhidi to sleep. The next day, when he opened the red envelope, the contents were quite interesting. 1 dragon jade plate tray, wishing you a pleasant click. 1 black copper incense burner, wishing you a pleasant click. 1 set of dragon pattern blue and white tea set, wishing you a pleasant click. 1 set of robot series combination, wishing you a pleasant click. Wang Zhidi looked at the contents of the red envelope in surprise. It was the first time he had opened one filled with physical items, and judging by the names, they were not anything famous. He had Linger check online, but there was no information about these items at all. It seemed that aside from the robot series combination, the rest were just some obscure things. Wang Zhidi first looked at the robot series combination and he was shocked. This series consisted of a dozen robots, with the top 2 looking just like the ones from Macau Wind and Cloud. However, they were more advanced in intelligence. Linger named them Green Fruit and Red Bubble, leaving Wang Zhidi speechless, as he could only let it be. The remaining robots varied in shape, including 4 combat-type robots that looked similar to Thunderbolt 5, armed with laser ion guns, absolutely dreamlike equipment. Wang Zhidi stored the combat-type robots in the basement of the villa, vowing not to use them unless absolutely necessary to avoid attracting huge trouble. There was also a robotic dog and a robotic cat, both purely in the form of cats and dogs, and they were made with ecological disguises. Unless you peeled back the skin, you would never know. The rest were the nanny robots, which were definitely all-rounders. They could even fight if needed, as they were made of iron and their fists could be used like hammers. Wang Zhidi yawned at the sun, ran to the balcony and did a set of calisthenics, feeling quite cheerful. In contrast to his good mood, Aizen Jiaro Yuanlong, who took the earliest high-speed train, was in a terrible mood. He said with his head down, "Last night, a total of 36 mid-level managers were killed. Their positions were very important, leading to a gap in our mid-level management. From last night's situation, although the other side was very tough, they still left some room and did not intend to completely fall out with us. Otherwise, they wouldn't have only targeted the mid-levels last night. Given the strength displayed by those assassins, the chances of successfully assassinating high-level personnel would also be very high. According to the news I just received, there was originally a mid-level manager who was supposed to be killed, but just as the other side was about to strike, the sun rose, and they immediately withdrew. This indicates that they have strict orders to pause their actions against us after sunrise, which shows their sincerity and gives us an opportunity. Based on their performance, I believe everything they said at the auction is true. If we don't negotiate well today, we might end up as pawns. Aizen Jiaro Yuanlong understood what this meant. The old butler had been the family's strategist for many years, so his credibility was very high. He sighed and said, "Everything is my fault for not educating that rebellious child properly. After bringing that rebellious child back, I will send him into exile in Ningyuta." Wang Zhidi gave a thumbs up to the nanny robot. Its skills were absolutely unquestionable, far better than a 5-star chef. He couldn't help but think of Yuan Bingyu. That girl's skills were also impressive. He wondered when he could have them compete to see whose skills were better. Just as Wang Zhidi was pondering this, the doorbell rang. Green Fruit went over to open the door, startling the few people standing at the entrance. Green Fruit politely asked, "I am the advanced intelligent robot housekeeper Green Fruit. May I ask who you are looking for?" Aizen Jiaro Yuanlong calmed his mind and said, "Please have the steward announce that the royal descendant Aizen Jiaro Yuanlong has come to apologize to Master Tai with his rebellious son." Hong Pao walked out from inside and said, "My master asked me to take you in. Don't touch anything inside. If you break something, you won't be able to afford it." Everyone silently scoffed, thinking Wang Zhidi was really putting on a show. However, once they entered the hall, this thought was immediately cast aside by Aizen Jiaro Yuanlong. Seeing the tray and tea set on the table, Aizen Jiaro Yuanlong's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. "Old steward, take a good look. Is that the 9-dragon jade plate and the dragon pattern blue and white porcelain tea set? Aren't these items offered by the Li and Zhao family's ancestors?" He Huiyan licked his lips and replied, "It should be those 2 items. The small bronze incense burner over there is the Xiang family's black bronze incense burner. The golden dragon calligraphy painting on the wall seems to belong to our family." It appears our previous guesses were correct. This time, we are truly in big trouble. Aizen Jiaro Yuanlong nodded vacantly, then turned his gaze to his son, feeling an impulse to strangle this beast. Aizen Jiaro Jingguo, seeing his father and the old steward finish examining the items, turned pale and was filled with curiosity. What are all these? How could they scare my father and the old steward like this? He quietly asked Fu Yud, who was just as confused and could only look helplessly at the old steward and He Huiyan. He Huiyan sighed, "Young master, after all, I watched you grow up, so let me explain it to you clearly. Every royal family, including the Aizen Jiaro family, chooses a treasure to offer to a mysterious family when their ancestor ascends to the throne. That tray and tea set were offered by the Li and Zhao families, that incense burner belongs to the Xiang family, and that painting is from your family. Do I need to say more?" Upon hearing this, Aizen Jiaro Jingguo felt his courage almost shatter. It turned out they were not just boasting, they could decide which family became royal. Compared to them, he was nothing, yet he had dared to challenge them. He truly didn't know how to write the word death. Fu Yud's heart sank even lower. Encountering such a person, he was surely destined to be a scapegoat, hoping that with his life, he could ensure a good life for his wife and children. While these people were lost in their thoughts, Wang Zhidi walked down from upstairs, appearing completely at ease. Because Wang Zhidi was on the stairs, everyone had to look up at him, and without realizing it, they felt he was superior. This was all designed by Linger, combining the highest psychology, capable of planting a seed in the other person's heart that would take root and flourish. Wang Zhidi smiled indifferently and said, "So it's the young master of Aizen Jiaro. The bumper car ride last night was quite interesting. I wonder what program you plan to arrange for tonight." Upon hearing this, Aizen Jiaro Jingguo's legs went weak, and he directly knelt before Wang Zhidi. "What is the young master of Aizen Jiaro doing, kneeling before someone? That's not your style. You should be imposing and powerful." Wang Zhidi looked down at Aizen Jiaro Jingguo, who was kneeling on the ground, casually teasing him as if he were just a servant. Aizen Jiaro Jingguo immediately said, "The previous matters were all misunderstandings. I was indeed wrong at the auction and shouldn't have meddled. As for what happened on the road later..." Wang Zhidi interrupted him. "I have always believed that one should admit their mistakes and accept punishment. Standing at attention when being hit is the only way to show sincerity. Therefore, I never like scapegoats. You better think it through before you speak. Many times, attitude determines everything." Aizen Jiaro Jingguo felt a tremor in his heart upon hearing these words. In a moment of urgency, he quickly devised a way to downplay the situation. The matter of the road was indeed arranged by me, but I absolutely did not intend to harm young Master Tai. I just wanted those people to teach you a lesson, so you wouldn't be so arrogant in the future. Although I am quite overbearing, I am not a fool. Young Master Tai has shown extraordinary wealth, so he must also be a young master from a prominent family. If I were to have someone teach you a lesson, your family would see us as descendants of the royal family and might not do anything to me. At most, my father would give me a scolding. However, if I were to take your life, that would be a serious matter. For the sake of your family's reputation, it would definitely not end well, and I would have to pay a great price. His words were completely reasonable, and anyone who heard them would indeed feel that way. Wang Zhidi did not want to expose Linger's ability to eavesdrop on everything, and he also did not want to escalate the situation, so he decided to go along with it. He snorted through his nose. "I'll take your words as the truth. Who gave you the courage to find someone to teach me a lesson? Now that your father has arrived, there's no need for this kind of nonsense. I wonder what the head of the Aizen family has to say." Upon hearing this, Aizen Yuanlong secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate that his son still had some quick wit, which lowered the potential harm of the situation. As long as it wasn't about taking a life, many things could be negotiated, making it easier to resolve the matter. Aizen Yuanlong immediately said, "This incident is due to my poor parenting, and I truly feel ashamed. I specifically want to apologize to young Master Tai." As he spoke, he was about to kneel down, but just as his knees were about to touch the ground, Wang Zhidi said, "All right." Wang Zhidi maintained a stern face and said, "It seems you are quite sincere. Since that's the case, I will give you a chance to apologize, but remember, it's only one chance." Aizen Yuanlong quickly took out a box, inside which was a jade bowl carved with a dragon, filled with pearls the size of longan fruit, with a gem on top. This gem shimmered with a rainbow of colors, clearly not an ordinary item, and combined with the pearls, it was undoubtedly worth a fortune. Wang Zhidi shook his head and said, "It seems you still lack sincerity. You didn't do your homework before coming, you should go back." He Huiyan immediately interjected, "Old servant dares to add a word. Young master just didn't look closely. This is not a single gem, but 7 gems combined. This gem is called 7 apertures linglong, which can be used as 1 gem or split into 7. It is a treasure of the Aizen family. The pearls in the bowl can be strung into a large necklace, paired with a 7 apertures linglong, or divided into 7 small necklaces, used with small gems. The meaning of this jade bowl is that everything is in the bowl, and I believe with this meaning, young Master Tai will surely be happy and fulfilled." Wang Zhidi smiled with satisfaction and said, "The old steward is indeed eloquent. Respecting the elderly and cherishing the young is a virtue of Huguo. For your sake, I will let this matter go. Lastly, I advise the head of the Aizen family not to think that being a descendant of the royal family is something remarkable. Among the people I know, there are many who could wipe out your alliance with a wave of their hand." This statement was suggested by Linger, and he naturally followed her advice. Aizen Yuanlong and He Huiyan felt a tremor in their hearts. Wang Zhidi was directly referring to the royal family descendants alliance, which carried even more implications. Aizen Yuanlong hurriedly clasped his hands and said, "Thank you, young Master Tai, for the reminder. I will definitely impose strict discipline on all the young members of the family and ensure that such incidents do not happen again." Wang Zhidi lightly coughed and said, "I'm just sharing my feelings with you. Whether you listen or not is your business. It has nothing to do with me. I won't see you out." Aizen Yuanlong exchanged a few polite words and left with those people, temporarily putting an end to the matter. Wang Zhidi didn't care at all whether this incident would cause other troubles. As the favorite child of the system dad, why should he worry about anyone? He looked at the jade bowl and its contents, pondering that perhaps he should acquire a jewelry store, which would be more convenient. Just as Wang Zhidi was thinking this, a red envelope page popped up, revealing 82 random red envelopes which he casually chose to open. "Congratulations, you have received a Supreme 95, enjoy your click. Congratulations, you have received 2 boxes of artery drinks, enjoy your click. Congratulations, you have received 36 million yuan in funds, enjoy your click. Congratulations, you have received 28% of the shares in the Zio Mail Gold Group, enjoy your click. Congratulations, You have received 6% of the shares in the Chanel International Group. Enjoy your click. Congratulations, you have received 3,659,807 yuan in cash. Enjoy your click. Wang Zhidi didn't expect to actually receive 6% of the shares in the Chanel Group. As one of the world's renowned conglomerates, the value of these shares was immeasurable. Additionally, there was the Xiaomiao Gold Group, a newly rising gold company, whose status was rapidly approaching that of Chow Tai Fook. As long as no major accidents occurred, it would eventually stand on equal footing with it. While Wang Zhidi was contemplating what the shares in the Chanel Group would mean for him, a video call from Shangyuan Yangsu came in. Shangyuan Yangsu looked apologetic and said, I previously told you that I would accompany you to look at the villa complex on Saturday and choose a villa you like, but I might have to go back on my word. Chanel is about to hold a grand ceremony, and I am among the invitees. There will be many big names there, and it's a great opportunity to expand my network, so I want to. Wang Zhidi interrupted her with a smile. I'm not a tyrant. I fully support you in doing what you want. Since I have nothing to do, I might as well go with you. Hearing this, Shangyuan Yangsu's eyes lit up. As an invited star, bringing 1 or 2 people along was no problem at all. The two exchanged a few more words when another call came in. Wang Zhidi answered the call and a clumsy Mandarin came through, which could only be spoken by foreigners. I'm pleased to speak with Mr. Wang. I am Helen Chris, the president of Chanel's Asia region. Congratulations on becoming Chanel's third largest shareholder, and thank you for your support of Chanel. Wang Zhidi was surprised and said, I only own 6% of the shares and I'm already the third largest shareholder. You must have quite a few shareholders. Helen Chris immediately replied, Chanel Group is a large shareholding group with hundreds of shareholders, none of whom hold more than 10%. Mr. Wang, with your 6% stake, you already have significant influence. My stake is 3%, and another good friend holds 2%. If Mr. Wang could support me on certain matters, we would have a voice in the shareholding committee with an 11% stake. Wang Zhidi chuckled and said, The only reason I bought shares in Chanel is to hope that my girlfriend, Shangyuan Yangsu, becomes Chanel's global spokesperson, the highest level. As long as you can make this happen, I won't interfere with anything else besides the dividends. I will fully support your decisions. What do you think? He had just been chatting with Shangyuan Yangsu and knew that this Chanel fashion conference was to select the global spokesperson for the Asia region. There were 3 global spokespersons for Chanel, and with the growing market in Huiguo, their status was rising, thus earning a spot. Wang Zhidi could sense Shangyuan Yangsu's eagerness for this endorsement. After all, securing this resource meant a complete rise to the top tier. However, Shangyuan Yangsu was self-aware. Despite the new movie currently performing very well as a newcomer, it was impossible for her to obtain this resource. Wang Zhidi thought of giving Shangyuan Yangsu a surprise, so he didn't tell her that he owned shares in the Chanel Group. Hearing this, Helen Kulis inwardly cursed, feeling that according to Huiguo's language, Wang Zhidi was nothing but a son of a dog, not a human. To make his girlfriend the global ambassador for Chanel and directly become the third largest shareholder of Chanel was simply outrageous. Even God would cry at such a move. Seeing Helen Kulis silent, Wang Zhidi asked in confusion, Aren't you the regional president? Can't you handle this little matter? It seems I need to go find your headquarters president. According to your words, he is the largest shareholder, and I am the third largest shareholder. If we join forces, we can completely dominate the conversation. He will definitely be interested in my support. This statement snapped Helen Kulis back to reality, and he scolded himself for being foolish. Allowing his mind to wander in front of such a person was truly unforgivable. Helen Kulis forced a smile and said, Mr. Wang, please don't misunderstand. I was just thinking about booking a flight to Binhai City to visit you. This matter is absolutely no problem for me. Miss Shangyuan Yangsu is already the global ambassador for Chanel. Wang Zhidi smiled in response. Don't inform Shangyuan Yangsu about this just yet. I will attend the fashion gala in Shasheng with her. By then, this will be my gift to her, and I believe she will love it. We can also meet at the gala, which will be good for everyone. His underlying message was that if this matter was resolved, they would all be good friends. If not, there would definitely be various obstacles in the future. Helen Kulis quickly nodded in agreement. For him, this was indeed a small matter. With the current 11% shareholding, he could already decide many things. After hanging up the phone, Wang Zhidi asked Linger to arrange the flight tickets. With the remaining free time, he could consider other girls. He felt he had become a master of time management, which was not good. He needed to change that. How could he be so unkind? He needed to spread the love evenly. Wang Zhidi called Lu Junliang, who was in charge of the final renovations of the villa area, and urged him to speed up the progress. Lu Junliang repeatedly assured him over the phone that everything would be ready before the end of the month and that he would not disappoint the boss. This kid was now seen as Wang Zhidi's little follower, and his family's status had risen dramatically. He had already taken on several big contracts. Lu Junliang used to be considered a waste at home, looked down upon by many, but now his status had undergone a tremendous change. He was definitely the pillar of the family. Wang Zhidi looked at the weather outside and thought it was suitable for playing badminton. After considering it, he called Yang Mengting to confirm she was home and rushed over in a flash. Yang Mengting simply tied her hair in a ponytail and sat in the passenger seat with a smile. "Why is my brother so free to ask me to play badminton?" Wang Zhidi patted her head and said, "You mischievous girl, are you saying I've neglected you lately? I'll stay at your place tonight to make it up to you. The villa area is almost finished. When it's done, you and Sister Minjing will move there, and we can see each other every day, so I won't neglect you anymore." Yang Mengting nodded with a smile, saying, "Sister Minjing has already told me that after moving to the villa area, I must be a good little sister so that every sister will like me. The paper can't ultimately cover the fire. Where in the world is there a wall that doesn't let the wind through?" The fact that Wang Zhidi has several beautiful girls around him is something these girls basically already know. However, due to the current atmosphere and the influence of the system dad, no one wants to back out. As long as the relationships aren't made explicit, it's better to be muddled. As for being arranged into a villa community, if they get along well, they can be good friends. If not, they can just be neighbors. What's the big deal? If Wang Zhidi knew their thoughts, he would definitely kneel down to the system dad. This is not just a godfather, it's clearly a biological father. The two were pondering where to play badminton when the red envelope page popped up just in time, this time only giving 7 red envelopes. 6 of them were cash, and together they only amounted to a little over 100,000, which could only be said to be better than nothing. The 7th red envelope, however, brought a surprise. The ownership of the largest Hualong Sports Center in Binhai City was now under Wang Zhidi's name, adding another asset to him. Wang Zhidi pinched Yang Mengting's nose and said, "Let's go to the Hualong Sports Center. The facilities there are complete, and we'll definitely have a great time." Yang Mengting smiled and nodded. As long as it was Wang Zhidi's arrangement, she wouldn't oppose it. This kind of obedience was what Wang Zhidi liked the most. They sped along the way and arrived at the Hualong Sports Center, which covered a vast area, with a sports building in the middle and more than 10 sports halls surrounding it. Wang Zhidi didn't want to be too ostentatious, so he bought tickets for the badminton hall and pulled Yang Mengting over. Just as they reached the entrance, they heard someone calling Yang Mengting's name. Yang Mengting looked in the direction of the voice and saw a woman dressed in a semi-transparent outfit, extremely flamboyant, and she was momentarily stunned. After carefully recognizing her, she hesitantly said, "You are Sister Chunying." The woman interrupted Yang Mengting. "Don't call me Chunying anymore, that rural name is long gone. Now everyone calls me Linda, which sounds nice and trendy. How did you end up here? The tickets aren't cheap. You wouldn't skip meals just to exercise, would you? That's not good for your stomach." Chunying seemed to be concerned about Yang Mengting, but her words were laced with sarcasm, and the disdain on her face was completely unmasked. Yang Mengting, holding onto Wang Zhidi's arm, said nonchalantly, "I came here with my boyfriend, so Sister Chunying doesn't need to worry." Chunying looked Wang Zhidi up and down, curled her lip and said, "Today's young people all want to pretend to be wealthy. They don't even check how much money they have in their pockets, yet they dare to come to any place." Wang Zhidi took over the conversation. "I don't know what Sister Chunying thinks this place is, but it's just a sports venue. What's there to be afraid of? Ticket price is indeed a bit high, but coming here to exercise once or twice a month doesn't seem like a big deal. It won't have too much impact." Hearing Wang Zhidi say this, Chunying became even more convinced that he was just a worker. Thinking about Yang Mengting's identity, she could indeed find a worker. With that thought, she raised her head proudly and said, "I'm not saying you, but one must be grounded. While young, work hard to earn money. Don't always think about things that are unattainable. Look at you two right now. You both look so shabby, thinking that spending a few hundred on badminton means you're living a good life. Do you see this bag of mine? This is a real LV bag bought for 28,000. And look at this watch on my hand. It's a famous Tissot watch which cost over 70,000. Just these two items combined are enough for you to earn in a year, but for my husband it's just a drop in the bucket, not worth mentioning at all. Yang Mengting blinked in confusion. What was so great about an LV bag? Their home had dozens of bags from various brands, and which one wasn't worth over 100,000? As for the watch, I really don't like it, so I casually bought a Roger Dubuy's King, spending over 800,000 at the time, which nearly dropped my jaw. Sister Menjing likes watches more. Wang Jidi sent a whole cabinet of top brands with the cheapest starting at $1 million. A watch worth over 70,000 can only be thrown in the toilet. When Chunying saw Yang Mengting's expression, she thought she was scared, feeling even more pleased. Also, my husband has decided to buy me a 100 square meter apartment worth over $1 million. When will you be able to earn that much money to have a place of your own? I also have a car worth over 200,000, which makes traveling much more convenient. You guys still have to squeeze onto the bus. Even taking a taxi requires some thought, right? Yang Mengting licked her lips, pondering whether to tell Sister Chunying that she currently has a 200 square meter flat worth over 4 million. She was about to move into a villa soon, and that large flat would just sit empty, a place to rest when she got tired from shopping. Although her car was just a 400,000 Mini, Wang Jidi had plenty of sports cars, each starting at several million, making her 200,000 car seem insignificant. Chunying looked at Yang Mengting proudly and said, "Since we come from the same place, let me give you a few pieces of advice. Don't pursue those illusory loves. Love can't be eaten like bread. You must seize these precious years as a woman to earn more money for yourself. The key to making money is finding a good husband. Don't believe the sweet words of useless men. Those can't fill your stomach. When you find yourself hungry, you'll realize how foolish you were." Yang Mengting replied unhappily, "I really didn't expect Sister Chunying to say such things. No matter if my boyfriend has money or not, as long as I'm with him, I'm happy. Besides, I'm very lucky to have found a boyfriend who loves me, so I'm incredibly happy. What Sister Chunying said is better taught to others." Chunying showed a look of disappointment, wanting to say a few more words when she heard someone call Linda, and hurriedly smiled in response. A middle-aged man, looking to be in his 40s with a receding hairline and a potbelly, approached, his face oily. Chunying quickly went up to him, sweetly saying, "Honey, I just needed to find you inside. Why did you come out? What if you get tired?" As she spoke, she clung to the man's arm, her fawning demeanor making onlookers feel nauseous. Yang Mengting looked at the man in surprise, not expecting Sister Chunying's husband to be such a middle-aged uncle, who could probably call Chunying's father Big Brother directly. Sister Chunying wasn't like this when she was in the village. How could she change so much in just a few years in the city? It was truly terrifying. Yang Mengting couldn't help but glance at Wang Jidi, feeling incredibly lucky and happy to have found such a caring partner. She felt truly content in this life. Just as she gazed affectionately at Wang Jidi, the man was also sizing up Yang Mengting, his eyes revealing blatant desire. "Linda, who are these two? Why don't you introduce me, especially this young beauty? I need to get to know her well." Upon hearing this, Chunying's heart sank. How could she forget her husband's nature, being someone who loves novelty? She had had several abortions, yet couldn't hold his heart. Yang Mengting was young and beautiful, surely catching her husband's eye, which was a disaster waiting to happen. Chunying thought this in her heart but didn't show it on her face, instead smiling as she introduced them. "This is my childhood friend Yang Mengting from my hometown, and the other is her boyfriend, whose name I don't know yet. Why don't we let him introduce himself? This is my husband, Chin Jiobai, the financial director of the Hualong Sports Center, and the third in command of the company. He is definitely a person of high status and power." She had already twisted her thoughts, feeling that such matters were impossible to prevent, and that she should find a way to turn things to her advantage. As for how to make it advantageous, of course, it was to send Yang Mengting to her husband and then take credit in front of him, thus solidifying her position. Wang Jidi looked at Chin Jiobai, and hearing that he was the financial director here, couldn't help but sneer inwardly, thinking that the other party had really walked into a trap. He would wait to see how Chin Jiobai would react. If it was as he suspected, this would indeed be interesting. While Wang Jidi was pondering, Chin Jiobai was feeling quite annoyed, thinking that someone like Yang Mengting, a delicate flower, should be with a successful person like him. Wang Zhidi's clothes looked decent, but according to what Linda had just said, this guy should just be a worker, nothing more than a counterfeit. Qin Jiobai smiled and said, "It's good for young people to love sports. How about I get you a VIP card? It will save you from buying tickets when you come here in the future, making it more convenient. A card isn't expensive, just 18,000, and I can give you a 10% discount, so you'll save a few hundred. You can even take a taxi with the leftover." Wang Zhidi shook his head and said, "I don't think it's necessary. We don't come here to exercise often. It's enough to play at home when we have time." Yang Mengting understood Wang Zhidi's meaning. The villa community had all kinds of facilities. Not to mention a badminton court, there was even a mini golf course. Once they moved into the villa community, they could play whenever they wanted in their own space, so why bother coming this far? It was simply unnecessary. Qin Jiobai and Chunying, hearing this, thought Wang Zhidi meant to play casually in the community, and their hearts were filled with disdain, feeling he was nothing but mud beneath their feet. Chunying pouted and said, "How can it be the same? You still have to come to a professional place to play. The places you can play in must be in terrible condition." Qin Jiobai took over the conversation. "Linda is right. A man shouldn't make his woman suffer too much. Otherwise, can he still be called a man? It's fine if you don't have money, but you must have self-awareness. Don't waste someone else's youth and make them suffer with you. Where do you get the face for that? A girl as youthful and beautiful as Miss Yang should be with a successful person. Only then can she enjoy life. I tend to speak quite directly, so please don't take offense, but what I say is sincere, and you should really think about it." Wang Zhidi replied with a half-smile, "Just now your woman gave Mengting a good lesson, and now you're lecturing me. It seems you are a well-missed teacher. There's one thing I don't quite understand. Where are all these successful people? Besides, those successful people are high and mighty. They aren't just anyone you can meet. But from what you said, it seems you consider yourself a successful person, and Mengting should be with you. Am I understanding that correctly?" Chunying glared and said, "It seems you're not stupid. My husband is definitely a successful person. If he weren't, would you be?" Yang Mengting almost laughed out loud. If Wang Zhidi wasn't considered a successful person, she really didn't know where else to find one. Just these two in front of her were simply too funny. Wang Zhidi caught a glimpse of Yang Mengting about to laugh, reached out to wrap his arm around her waist, pulling her into his embrace, her face just pressed against his chest, blocking her smile. Qin Jiobai saw this scene and was extremely furious, feeling that he was being underestimated. He absolutely could not swallow this anger. He was determined to have that girl. Linda is absolutely right. I am a successful person, someone you will look up to for your entire life. Just a little something I let slip through my fingers is enough for you to earn in a lifetime. Now I'm giving you a chance. Let your girlfriend go to me, and I'll arrange a job for you at Hualong Sports, guaranteeing you at least 8,000 a month. What do you think?" Yang Mengting, lying on Wang Zhidi's chest, couldn't help but laugh at Qin Jiobai's self-righteous words, biting down on Wang Zhidi's clothes. Wang Zhidi gently stroked the girl's back and looked at Qin Jiobai with indifference, saying, "You're just a financial director, not a human resources director. How can you arrange a job for me? Do you think I'm a naive rookie just out of society, someone you can deceive at will? It's a huge joke and not a very funny one at that." Qin Jiobai arrogantly raised his head and said, "What do you know? As the third in command at Hualong Sports, arranging someone is a trivial matter. Just say whether you want to do it or not." Wang Zhidi patted Yang Mengting and smiled, asking, "What do you think?" Yang Mengting hugged Wang Zhidi's waist, pouted, and replied, "Brother just knows how to bully me. I'm yours in life and in death. I don't want to leave you." Wang Zhidi pinched her cheek and said with wide eyes, "What nonsense are you talking? You are my sweetheart, meant to grow old together with me. What do you mean by death? Don't say such things in the future." Qin Jiobai, seeing the two flirting, felt a surge of unnamed rage rising from his heels to the top of his head, nearly exploding with anger. He roared, "You two ignorant people are truly despicable. I'm going to claim this girl today. If you dare say a single word against it, I'll make you regret it. No matter where you work, I can definitely find your supervisor, and then you'll be in for a world of trouble, begging me on your knees in the end." Chunying fanned the flames from the side. "My husband is right. In the eyes of a successful person like him, you're just a pile of mud to be trampled as he pleases. Yang Mengting, don't say I didn't give you a warning. Obey my husband's words or you'll have no place in Bincheng and will have to roll back to your village. Just like your father, a failure, stuck on that little piece of land, living the poorest life, becoming the laughingstock of the whole village. Yang Mengting showed no sign of anger, instead shaking her head and saying, "From what you just said, I can tell you haven't called my uncle in a long time. Otherwise, my aunt would definitely tell you that our family is no longer the same. My father is no longer the laughingstock of the village but the envy of everyone. I don't know how you've changed since coming to the city. When you were Sister Chunnying, you really seemed like a caring big sister. You really shouldn't be called Chunnying anymore, just stick to being Linda. But your taste is that great, not comparable to mine, a difference of 100,000 miles." Her words were filled with regret. The simple Sister Chunnying was nowhere to be seen, and this Linda was just a shameless wretch. Wang Zhidi tightened his arms and coldly looked at Qin Jiobai, saying, "I should thank you for letting me know the current state of Hualong sports. It turns out you have to see it in person to understand what it's like. I wonder if you can take a beating later. Many successful people might become unsuccessful because of you." Qin Jiobai scoffed disdainfully. "Didn't expect you to be so good at pretending. Aren't you afraid of bursting?" Wang Zhidi ignored the guy and took out his phone to dial a number. "Hello, young Master Tai, I've been waiting for your call. What can I do for you?" The phone rang only 3 times before it was picked up, and a respectful voice came through. The owner of this voice was Gong Zhengxi, the general manager of the Hualong Sports Group. Gong Zhengxi had previously received a notification that the entire sports group had been bought by a mysterious wealthy individual, which nearly made him drop his jaw in shock. He knew the power and financial resources of his boss. To take the sports group from his boss meant that this mysterious wealthy individual was of unparalleled stature. Gong Zhengxi only had the mysterious wealthy person's phone number and knew that the other party was referred to as Iron Young Master. But he knew nothing else and was not allowed to call the other party himself. The more this was the case, the more uncertain Gong Zhengxi felt. Generally, those who played this kind of game were extremely powerful and formidable individuals. Seeing the number on the caller ID, Gong Zhengxi hurriedly answered, and just as he relaxed his heart, it tensed up again. "I'm at the entrance of the badminton hall. You must bring all the senior executives here immediately. Not a single one can be absent, and don't keep me waiting too long." He only heard this sentence, and before he could respond, the call was abruptly ended, making it clear that Iron Young Master was very displeased. Gong Zhengxi jumped up as if his butt was on fire, running outside while shouting loudly, "All secretaries, drop what you're doing and immediately notify all senior executives to gather at the entrance of the badminton hall within 10 minutes. If you're late, you won't need to come back." Seeing Gong Zhengxi's urgent demeanor, the secretaries were all flustered, quickly utilizing their skills, each handling 2 or 3 phones to relay the message as fast as possible. Qin Jiobai sneered when he saw Wang Zhidi hang up the phone. "You really put on a good act. Don't forget, I'm also a senior executive of the group. If I don't get notified soon, let's see how you end up. Young people shouldn't daydream all the time. Take a look at your own worth. With your appearance, you dare to fantasize about being a wealthy heir. It's simply ridiculous." Wang Zhidi couldn't be bothered with this guy, merely wearing a cold smile, letting him be arrogant for a while. He would have his moment later. Chun Wang mocked with a sideways glance. "It's already been 7 or 8 minutes and my husband hasn't even called. Let's see how you keep up the act. You dare to offend my husband. This time, you're in big trouble. A successful person like my husband, just sneezing is like a level 10 typhoon for you." Qin Jiobai smugly patted his pocket, originally intending to take out his phone to show off, but then realized it was left on his desk. He felt a bit uneasy but quickly thought that this kid in front of him was just a pretentious fool, not worth worrying about. Qin Jiobai snorted, "I don't have time to waste with you. Have your girl go to the nearby hotel and book a room. If you serve me well, I'll let this matter slide, otherwise." Before he could finish his sentence, he heard hurried footsteps approaching. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw Gong Zhengxi rushing over with all the senior executives. Seeing these people, Qin Jiobai immediately felt something was off. Could it be that this kid was really someone significant? He hurriedly said to Gong Zhengxi, "Gong, why did you bring everyone here?" Gong Zhengxi ignored him, quickly stepping up to Wang Zhidi and respectfully calling out, "Iron Young Master." Just as Qin Jiobai's heart trembled, Gong Zhengxi's secretary said something that filled him with despair. "Why isn't Director Qin answering the phone? Luckily you're here, otherwise missing the chance to meet our new boss would be a huge problem for you." Qin Jiobai felt a chill rise from the base of his spine. This kid was actually the new boss. How could that be? What a ridiculous international joke. Wang Zhidi coldly looked at Gong Zhengxi and said, "Don't speak yet. Which one of you is the HR manager? Step forward." The HR manager, a woman in a suit, hurriedly walked out from the crowd. "I don't know what the boss wants from me, but if there's something, please give me the order and I will do my best." Wang Zhidi coldly smiled and said, "What I want you to do is to give me a list of all the senior executives in the company who have arranged for their relatives to be hired. If there's even one omission on this list, I'll send you to work on a sewing machine. Once you finish this list, you can pack your things and leave. As for why I'm doing this, you should ask your financial director. I've seen many impressive people, but I've never seen anyone as impressive as this." Upon hearing this, Gong Zhengxi and all the senior executives immediately understood that Qin Jiobai had offended the new boss, and it had affected them as well. Gong Zhengxi shouted angrily, "Qin Jiobai, what have you done? Speak up." Qin Jiobai knew very well the trouble he had caused and stammered through the whole situation. Gong Zhengxi felt blood rush to his head, wishing he could immediately strangle this bastard. He thought this scoundrel's eyes should be gouged out and thrown on the ground to be trampled. He repeatedly bowed and apologized to Wang Zhidi. "It's all my fault. I didn't manage my subordinates well. Please forgive me, young Master Tai, and I promise it won't happen again." Wang Zhidi squinted and said, "Since that's the case, I'll give you a chance. Start with the HR director and the financial director, and check all the senior executives. No matter if it's a report or any other aspect, nothing can be missed. It takes time to freeze 3 feet of ice. At least half of them must be sent in. The other half should ideally have no connection to you. If I find out you're using personal connections to protect your own, it will be a luxury for you to think about getting in. Also, as I mentioned before, those relatives of senior executives arranged in the company can only stay if they believe they have the ability to impress me. The rest must be cleared out, and before clearing, a thorough investigation must be conducted. Any economic issues exceeding 1,000 yuan must be sent in. You all remember this clearly. When I took over the new company, I was lenient about past matters, but you are the exception because you have a good financial director. Now I want to go play badminton. You all sort out your own matters outside and remember to keep it down so you don't disturb my mood. Lastly, Director Qin, maybe you were a successful person before, but from now on you are nothing. I don't need to take a piss to look at myself. You can do that." Qin Jiobai's face turned ashen. He knew he was completely finished. Even if he didn't end up on the sewing machine, these people would definitely not let him off the hook. Wang Zhidi took Yang Mengting's hand and swaggered into the badminton hall. As soon as they disappeared through the door, the senior executives immediately pounced on Qin Jiobai. Leading the charge was the HR director who, like a wild cat, swung her long nails and left Qin Jiobai's face covered in scratches. Following closely was Gong Zhengxi, who kicked Qin Jiobai hard in the face, knocking out 2 of his front teeth. "You all go ahead and beat him up. After you're done, we'll draw lots to see who should go in. Even if you go in, don't let this guy off the hook. After a while, when young Master Tai's mood improves and he's not focused on you, find a way to get yourselves out." Before becoming the general manager, Gong Zhengxi was a standard sports manager, very familiar with this business and knowing how to do it most advantageously. Wang Zhidi and Yang Mengting played for a while, but the girl simply couldn't keep up, so she decided to play dirty and quit. Wang Zhidi wrapped his arm around Yang Mengting and walked out, seeing Gong Zhengxi waiting at the door. "You don't need to wait here. My greatest virtue is that I keep my word. Since I've said it, I won't hold past matters against you, and naturally, there won't be any changes. Additionally, here's a small suggestion. It's best if the people you send in are all your direct subordinates, completely severing ties with the past and starting anew." Upon hearing the previous words, Gong Zhengxi was initially somewhat dissatisfied, but when he heard the last sentence, his eyes immediately lit up. Wang Zhidi's implication was to cultivate him as a direct subordinate, but there was still a test to see if he was willing to let go. Gong Zhengxi was very clear in his heart that as long as he could hold on to Wang Zhidi's thigh, everything else would be easy to negotiate. If the direct subordinates were gone, he could just cultivate a new batch. "I understand what young Master Tai means. I will definitely not disappoint young Master Tai. From now on, as long as it's young Master Tai's orders, I will do everything, even at the cost of my life." Wang Zhidi nodded in satisfaction. He chose to continue using these people out of necessity, as he had no one else available. He felt that those who held shares didn't count. He should completely consolidate the existing industries into a group company for easier management. While Wang Zhidi was pondering these matters, Gong Zhengxi began to report on the situation of the sports group, stating that the entire group's profit reached 38%, which could be considered a golden goose. Gong Zhengxi introduced, "Aside from maintaining the venues, our biggest expenditure is the sponsorship of 2 teams, with 10% of the annual profit spent on them." Yang Mengting exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't expect we had 2 teams. I wonder how they are performing." Gong Zhengxi immediately replied, "The basketball team's performance is decent. They secured 2nd place in the league last year. If it weren't for the issues with the refereeing, they would have definitely been champions. As for the football team, it's really hard to say, and they are a major drain on resources, but we can't refuse to take them on since it was imposed from above." Wang Zhidi snorted through his nose. "No one can force me to do what I don't want to do. You inform the football team that after their contract expires, we will no longer sponsor them. Let them find their own sponsors. If they think I'll give them money to eat sea cucumbers, they can stop dreaming. As for basketball, since they are performing well, we need to increase our investment. I don't like failure. 2nd place is failure. I will send someone to resolve other issues. If it really is a problem on their part, they need to think it over carefully. My money isn't easy to come by." Gong Zhengxi hurriedly nodded in agreement, assuring that he would handle the matter properly and would not disappoint Wang Zhidi. Wang Zhidi encouraged him a few more times and then stopped paying attention, taking Yang Mengting out for a tour and staying at her place that night. The red envelopes Wang Zhidi received in the morning were filled with trivial items, absolutely dull and unremarkable. He had intended to linger with Yang Mengting for another day, but unexpectedly, Lan Menjiang called, asking Yang Mengting to help out at the store, disrupting his plans. Upon returning to the villa, he had Linger organize the basketball team's situation over the past few years and discovered that there were indeed some referees who had intentionally targeted the basketball team. He instructed Linger to compile a list of these referees and then handed the list to the Dream Fairy, this time not using Huanquan, but offering a bounty of 50 black coins for their lives. Wang Zhidi's purpose in doing this was simple. He wanted to make an attempt. One cannot put all their eggs in one basket, and many things cannot rely on just one person. After learning this news, Huanquan understood Wang Zhidi's intentions and did not express any dissatisfaction. Any person in a position of power would make such a choice. What he needed to do was to handle his own affairs well, letting Wang Zhidi know that some matters still needed to be handled by him, while allowing others to take care of the smaller issues. Now, for these black web managers, what matters most is no longer Wang Zhidi's money, but the treasures he holds in his hands. These are rare and invaluable items that can greatly enhance one's strength. No one has ever thought of robbing Wang Zhidi. The fact that he can produce these items indicates the immense power behind him. Who would dare to do such a thing? It would be a path to self-destruction. After completing this task, Wang Zhidi began to consolidate his assets and found that he only truly owned 2 shopping malls, an Awu wholesale city and a Haishijiao club, along with a Shenong pharmaceutical group and the Hualong sports group. The rest were shares in various large corporations, and he had already promised those bosses that he would not interfere in the affairs of the group companies. They could only be considered a source of income. Wang Zhidi sighed inwardly, feeling that his assets were still too few. If he wanted to establish a large group company, it seemed he was still a bit short of the mark. If others knew his thoughts, they would surely want to hit him. The combined value of these assets was already in the hundreds of billions, and he still felt it was insufficient. How could he not aim for the sky? Wang Zhidi felt he was not skilled in this area, so he went to find Sikong Ruyan and told her everything. Sikong Ruyan, like others, wanted to slap him hard and tell that wealthy man not to be so ostentatious. Your current assets are already considerable, but the key is that their categories are diverse. Integrating them into a large group is not an easy task. Moreover, it requires a truly capable person to manage it, and you don't seem like that kind of person. What will you do then? Wang Zhidi grinned and said, "Whether I'm capable or not doesn't matter. What's important is that you are. Anyway, you will definitely be my housekeeper, and the group company will naturally be under your management. When the time comes, you will be the president and everything will be under your name." Upon hearing this, Sikong Ruyan felt deeply moved and simultaneously came up with an idea. She rolled her eyes at Wang Jidi and said, "Who is your housekeeper? You need to clarify that." Wang Jidi hugged Sikong Ruyan and said, "I can assure you that the housekeeper will definitely be you. Don't even think about escaping from my grasp, just obediently manage for me." For the first time, he made a promise to Sikong Ruyan, confirming her position, which made her extremely happy and deeply touched. Sikong Ruyan wrapped her jade-like arms around Wang Jidi's neck and smiled. "You rascal, falling into your hands is the happiest thing for me. Since that's the case, let's combine all the assets into a large group, including my tech company. You will be the chairman, I will be the CEO, and Bingyu will be the financial director. As for the other sisters, we can decide based on the situation later. However, to do this, I need to resolve the bet with my family properly." This was also the first time she made it clear how to handle Wang Jidi's relationships with his beautiful confidants. After receiving his promise, she began to exercise her authority as the boss. Wang Jidi felt there was no problem with this. No matter when, there had to be someone in charge in the backyard, or it could easily become chaotic. After developing a conqueror's mindset, he had changed in many ways. If it had been before, he certainly wouldn't have had such thoughts. Wang Jidi smiled and said, "This matter is quite simple. You and I just need to go back to the Magic City and tell those people not to think that a toad can eat swan meat. I need to go to Shasheng this weekend. You arrange this matter first, and after I return, we'll deal with that so-called betting agreement." Sikong Ruyan nodded and said, "What my husband said makes a lot of sense. The issues with the electronic factory in Binhai are almost sorted out, so we can go to the Magic City to discuss the lithography machine." Wang Jidi rubbed his nose and said, "There's no rush on this matter. I have a new idea. Buying a 28 nm lithography machine still leaves us a bit short. After relieving your pressure from the bet, you won't need to be in such a hurry. We can delve deeper into this area and reach the pinnacle of the world. I plan to form a research team to utilize the technology provided by Linger, researching carbon-based chips on one hand and developing our own 2 nm lithography machine on the other, so we can walk on two legs." When he spoke about his plans, he exuded a commanding presence, which was undoubtedly charming to a strong woman like Sikong Ruyan. Sikong Ruyan gazed at Wang Jidi with infatuation, her heart sinking deeper, deciding to ignore everything else and let him have his way with her first. Wang Jidi, seeing Sikong Ruyan like this, naturally understood her thoughts. He instructed his secretary and took her back to the villa, where they would enjoy the scenery together. In the following 2 days, the red envelopes Wang Jidi received were all money and some random little things that failed to pique his interest. Soon, it was time to depart. As someone who wasn't short on money, Wang Jidi certainly wouldn't take an early or late flight like others. He booked a first-class seat during peak hours. Wang Jidi was awakened by the notification sound of a red envelope and casually chose to claim it. "You have received a box of dental floss, wishing you a pleasant click. You have received 36,000 yuan in cash, wishing you a pleasant click. You have received 33% of shares in Hyugyu Airlines, wishing you a pleasant click. You have received 1.8 million in funds, wishing you a pleasant click." Wang Jidi showed a surprised expression, not expecting that on the day he was flying, he would receive shares in Hyugyu Airlines, and judging by the amount, he was definitely one of the top shareholders. He decided to take a high-speed train one day to see if he could acquire shares in the high-speed rail. If he could, it would be a huge deal. On the way to the airport, Wang Jidi had a phone call with Wang Cheng, the chairman of Hyugyu Airlines, and Gao Daing, the general manager, naturally reassuring them. Gao Daing wanted to arrange a private jet for Wang Jidi, but he directly refused, feeling it was just a means of transportation and not worth the trouble. Wang Jidi arrived at the plane via the VIP channel. Since it was a domestic flight, the difference between first class and business class wasn't very pronounced. It was just separated by a curtain. Wang Jidi was leaning back in his seat when he suddenly heard a commotion from behind, so he called the flight attendant over to ask what was going on. The flight attendant, wearing a professional smile, said, "There is a passenger in business class who bought 2 seats, one of which is occupied by an urn. The deceased is her husband, a border hero who lived a very frugal life, so his wife wanted him to take one last flight. The other passengers sitting with them felt it was too unlucky, so they were causing a scene, asking us to change their seat, but business class is already full." Wang Jidi's expression darkened as he said, You go tell the chief flight attendant to bring that passenger with the hero's ashes to first class. Heroes deserve to be treated like heroes." The flight attendant nodded and conveyed Wang Zhidi's words to the chief flight attendant, who quickly came to him. "I'm really sorry to upgrade that passenger. I need to consult with the higher-ups. It might take a little." Wang Zhidi interrupted the chief flight attendant. "Since I said to upgrade, there will definitely be no problem. If you think it's inappropriate, just call Gao Daying and tell him I am Wang Zhidi. He will tell you what to do." Chief attendant hurriedly nodded in agreement. Wang Zhidi dared to directly call Gao Daying's name, which surely meant he had this confidence. First, he would raise the cabin. Wang Zhidi initially thought it was a small matter, just raising the other party's cabin, but unexpectedly the noise from the business class grew louder. He couldn't help but frown, opened the curtain and stepped out, seeing a man shouting loudly. "Why should this woman be upgraded while I have to sit in such an unlucky place? Do you know what I'm going to do?" "I really don't know what you're going to do. Upgrading heroes and their families is my decision. What do you want to say? Bullying a few women is nothing to brag about." Wang Zhidi stood in front of the man, staring coldly at him. His sharp gaze immediately deflated the man's arrogance. The man licked his lips and said, "I am Kaoxung, the purchasing director of the Zhang Group. I'm here to negotiate a big deal worth nearly 10 million. Now I've run into all this bad luck. Who knows if it will affect my chances of success in the negotiation? If the deal falls through, who will compensate for this loss?" Wang Zhidi smiled and said, "You have a point. I wonder how you want to resolve this." Kaoxing immediately replied, "Throw this woman and her broken urn out and let me go to first class. That way there won't be any problem." Wang Zhidi slightly raised the corners of his mouth and proposed another solution. "I think your idea isn't great. I have another suggestion. Let your group change the negotiator." Wang Zhidi wore a smile as he presented his second solution, which was more direct, aimed at resolving the issue with this man. Kaoxing's eyes widened and he sneered, "Don't think that just because you can sit in first class you're something special. I'm the backbone of the company." Before he could finish, Wang Zhidi called Zhang Yunlong. "Is your group's purchasing director named Kaoxing? He's going to Sha City today to negotiate a contract, right? I think this person lacks humanity. He eats the company's food but doesn't do his job. How could your group employ someone like this? I will have the plane wait here for 10 minutes. You handle this matter well, and after 10 minutes the plane will take off. If he is still on the plane, he should never appear in my circle again." He hung up the phone and ignored Kaoxing, instead politely addressing the woman. "Glad you and your husband chose Hugyo Airlines. I'm the second largest shareholder of Hugyo Airlines, and I sincerely invite you and your husband to sit in first class." As these words left his mouth, the entire cabin fell silent, and everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to believe their ears. Hugyo Airlines is one of the Fortune 500 companies and one of the giants in the aviation industry. Their second largest shareholder is an incredibly important figure. The chief attendant was the first to react, immediately calling the flight attendants to respectfully escort the woman and the urn into first class. Kaoxing was drenched in cold sweat, realizing how foolish he had been to challenge such a powerful person. Just as he was about to plead for mercy, his phone rang. It was the chairman calling personally. He fumbled to answer. "You damn bastard, what inhumane thing have you done? Get off the plane immediately. You're not qualified to represent us in negotiations. I've already had someone thoroughly investigate your purchasing department's accounts. If there's even a slight discrepancy, I'll send you in to work a sewing machine so you can learn how to be a decent person. I was truly blind to have chosen you as the purchasing director. Clean your act up and get ready to sit in the hot seat." Kaoxing's face turned pale with fear, his legs trembling uncontrollably, unable to hold back his urge to urinate on the verge of wetting himself. Wang Zhidi looked at him with a half-smile and said, "It seems my method is better. You don't need to negotiate now, so you don't have to worry about bad luck. To say a heartfelt word, if I feel unlucky, it should be the spirit of the hero in heaven. Someone like you, a beast, is truly a disgrace to humanity. Why don't you just roll away?" Kaoxing had already forgotten about begging for mercy, numbly walking off the plane and directly kneeling on the lawn, right in the direction the plane had taken off, as if confessing to the hero. Wang Zhidi returned to first class, where the chief stewardess had already confirmed his identity, and along with the flight attendants, they surrounded him for the entire journey. He found it very boring and thought he should consider getting a private jet to avoid being so bothersome. If the chief stewardess and the flight attendants knew that their attentiveness led Wang Zhidi to consider getting a plane, they would probably have mixed feelings. The flight attendants were all trying hard to show themselves off, hoping to catch Wang Zhidi's attention, thinking that if they could get close to him, a bright future would be just around the corner. Wang Zhidi looked at these flight attendants and suddenly recalled something he had read before, when someone asked how great the fate between passengers and flight attendants could be, and whether they could end up together. A senior flight attendant had answered that whether a passenger and a flight attendant could be together did not depend on fate, but on the class of the seat. There was definitely no chance in economy class, but the chances were much greater in first class. On international flights, first class was almost like selecting a bride. After all, flight attendants are also human, with their own vanity, hoping to reap rewards without labor, using these years of youth to secure their future. Wang Zhidi had thought of it as a joke back then, but now, combined with the current situation, he realized it was indeed a profound truth. He shook his head inwardly, realizing that one's status truly dictates one's perspective. Poverty limits not only imagination but also height. As Wang Zhidi exited the airport, he immediately spotted Shangyun Yangsu, who, without hesitation, dove into his arms like a fledgling swallow. Coincidentally, the chief stewardess led the flight attendants out and saw Shangyun Yangsu and Wang Zhidi's embrace, each feeling ashamed and understanding why Wang Zhidi looked down on them. Wang Zhidi gently stroked Shangyun Yangsu's hair and teased her by her ear. "You big star, throwing yourself into my arms like this, aren't you afraid of the paparazzi taking your picture?" Shangyun Yangsu looked up pouting and said, "I don't care about that. If the paparazzi want to take pictures, let them. If no one wants to cast me in a movie, then you can support me." Wang Zhidi affectionately replied, "As long as you like, I will certainly support you for a lifetime. After the fashion gala, you can come back to Bincheng with me and check out our villa community. Choose a villa you like, and from then on, it will be your cozy nest, a safe haven for you no matter when." Shangyun Yangsu smiled and said, "Then I will have 2 cozy nests. I still prefer the romantic little house. That place belongs to the 2 of us." Wang Zhidi agreed with a smile, and just like that, holding Shangyun Yangsu, they walked out of the airport, naturally being photographed by the paparazzi. There are no secrets in that circle, and these paparazzi knew Shangyun Yangsu's background, so they had to think carefully about whether to release the photos. Wang Zhidi was considering hotel arrangements when suddenly the red envelope page popped up again, this time with dozens of red envelopes. He casually chose to receive them, and sure enough, as expected, one of the envelopes contained the ownership of a large villa. Shangyun Yangsu was happily introducing a few hotels she had in mind, believing it would be best to stay in the same hotel as her. Wang Zhidi smiled and said, "I had someone prepare our accommodation before I came. We can just go there directly." Shangyun Yangsu first showed a surprised expression, then felt that she was overreacting. It was very normal for a wealthy young man like Wang Zhidi to have properties in many cities. Wang Zhidi acquired a mansion called the White Sand Palace, the most luxurious residence in Sand City, truly living up to its name, resembling a small royal palace. After its completion, the mansion remained unsold due to its exorbitant price, gradually becoming a popular internet celebrity spot. However, these internet celebrities could only take photos outside, marveling at the lives of the wealthy. The idea of entering was nothing but a pipe dream. Wang Zhidi and Shangyun Yangsu arrived at the White Sand Palace, entered through the access card, and unexpectedly discovered someone inside. Upon seeing people in the White Sand Palace, Wang Zhidi frowned, took Shangyun Yangsu's hand, and walked in slowly. Just as they stepped inside, a guy in a vest immediately blocked their way. "Who are you? Who let you in? Can't you see we're live streaming? Hurry up and leave." Wang Zhidi replied with a stern face, "That's what I should be asking. Who are you to come into my home and live stream? Who let you in?" The vest guy was taken aback for a moment, then scoffed, "You're really full of it. Everyone knows the White Sand Palace hasn't been sold and is managed by the property company. We're here to pay rent to manager Ma and live stream. How dare you claim this is your home? Why don't you just fly up to the sky?" Wang Zhidi ignored the guy and directly called the development company of the White Sand Palace. "I'm Wang Zhidi, the owner of the White Sand Palace. I'm currently at the White Sand Palace and someone is live streaming in my home, turning it into a second-hand property. How dare you fool me? You really have guts. If this matter isn't resolved, I will make you understand what retribution means." Upon hearing Wang Zhidi's words, the vest guy sensed he wasn't pretending and quickly used a walkie-talkie to contact someone inside. Soon, a woman came out. The woman looked at Wang Jidi and said, I don't care who you are. We have a lease contract with the property company which is valid for 3 months and it's only been half a month. Please leave. Wang Jidi ignored her and coldly looked outside. Soon, 15 minutes passed. He said to Shangyu and Yangsu, let's go to your hotel. Call the front desk and have them prepare the presidential suite. Shangyu and Yangsu quickly nodded in agreement, and upon hearing this, the woman felt a pang of anxiety, realizing they had stirred up big trouble. Just as Wang Jidi and the others left, a large group of people rushed in from outside, all dressed in suits, clearly successful individuals. The leader shouted at the woman, where's the person who just called? The woman shook her head. They just left, saying they were going to some hotel and wanted a presidential suite. Who are you and why are you yelling at me? We have a lease contract with Manager Ma and it's legal for us to live stream here. Before she could finish, a man rushed out in a fit of rage. It was Manager Ma. Manager Ma looked dejected and said, shut up. Don't mention that lease contract. We're just the managing party and have no authority to rent it out. We're in big trouble now. They are indeed the buyers of the White Sand Palace, having spent over $1 billion. How can we afford to provoke such a person? The woman turned pale with fear, jumping up and down, shouting, what does this have to do with us? We paid the money, we have no authority. Why did you rent it to us? I'll sue you for fraud. The leader shouted, shut up. You need to figure out your issues with the property company. Get out of here immediately or we won't be polite. The property company better pray there's no damage here. Otherwise, I'll skin you alive and feed your flesh to the dogs. The remaining people are still looking around. Hurry to the major hotels and check those presidential suites. We must find Tai Xiao before dark. If we can't get his forgiveness, I'll throw all of you out to the abandoned mine outside the city. Those property management bastards better hurry up and call someone to clean this up. This person is from the Chen family, particularly influential in Sha City. Otherwise, they wouldn't have developed the White Sand Palace, such a top-tier luxury villa. For him, killing is nothing at all, so no one dares to take his words lightly, and everyone immediately takes action. Wang Jidi and Shangyu and Yangsu arrive at the presidential suite, hanging a Do Not Disturb sign on the door. Naturally, what follows is a little getaway that feels like a honeymoon. After an intense view of the scenery, Shangyu and Yangsu leans against Wang Jidi's broad chest, her delicate fingers happily drawing circles. Acting has always been my hobby. When I no longer want to act, I'll be by your side every day, being a good wife and mother. Wang Jidi tightens his arm around her and says, I won't let you be a canary. Everything will be according to your wishes. I am your strongest support. I've prepared a gift for you this time, but I can't tell you yet. You'll know when the fashion gala comes. Shangyu and Yangsu's beautiful eyes sparkle with curiosity, but she doesn't want to ask, just waiting for the surprise. Wang Jidi looks at her little expression, feeling a bit restless, just about to continue enjoying the scenery when a knock on the door interrupts them. He feels quite annoyed and immediately uses his third eye to look outside, only to see a few men in suits. Wang Jidi pats Shangyu and Yangsu, gets up, puts on his pajamas and opens the door, looking indifferently at these men. The leader slightly bows and says, I am Chen Zhichao, the developer of the White Sand Palace. I sincerely apologize for what happened today. Wang Jidi squints and replies, do you think an apology is enough? You've turned the White Sand Palace into a second-hand property. How can I still live here? Chen Zhichao immediately responds, we have decided to replace all the beds and furniture in the White Sand Palace, ensuring it will be of a higher standard than before. At the same time, we will disinfect the entire White Sand Palace and clean it thoroughly, guaranteeing it will be as good as new. We will not let Tai Xiao down. Wang Jidi picks up a piece of cake, takes a bite, and then places it in front of Chen Zhichao. This is what you sold me as the White Sand Palace. Even if you fix this gap, it will still be something that has been bitten into by someone else, which is disgusting to think about. You didn't even send anyone to check before selling the White Sand Palace to me. Should I say you were negligent, or that you didn't take me seriously? In any case, I don't want the White Sand Palace anymore. You not only need to refund the previous payment but also compensate me for breach of contract. This request shouldn't be excessive, right? Chen Zhichao swallows hard and says, this time it is indeed our fault, but we have already provided a repair plan. For Tai Xiao to make such demands is a bit too much. How about this? The property management company caused this incident, and I'll have them all taken outside and buried using their lives to atone. Wang Jidi snorts through his nose. What you're saying is just trying to scare me. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to discuss. Get out of here right now. Chen Zhichao's expression darkens and he angrily says a few words. Seeing that Wang Jidi is unyielding, his face immediately falls and he coldly snorts. Tai Xiao, don't be unreasonable. I'm not a nameless person. My cousin is Chen Yuanji and the Chen family is the fourth of the old 9 gates. Everyone calls him fourth master. Wang Jidi squinted and said, "What do you mean by saying this to me? Trying to scare me with the old 9 gates? I've been scared since I was a child and I've never fallen for that. Now get out of here. Think clearly about what you should do. If you can't figure it out, go find your cousin and see what the old 9 gates can do to me." Chen Jichao, seeing that Wang Jidi was impervious to both soft and hard tactics, was extremely furious and pointed at Wang Jidi, his meaning clear. Wang Jidi snorted through his nose. "Go back and cherish your fingers. You won't be able to keep them for long. Now get lost." When he said the last 3 words, an overwhelming aura surged up, startling Chen Jichao, who felt he had gotten himself into trouble. Chen Jichao took a deep breath, barely suppressing the fear in his heart, and hurriedly left with his subordinates. He returned to the car, calculated in his mind, and decided to find his cousin to have him back him up, to avoid unnecessary complications. Shangyuan Yangsu said worriedly, "From what he just said, the old 9 gates should be a local power. They say a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Are we going to suffer losses?" Wang Jidi held her in his arms and smiled. "I used to suffer losses all the time, but since that day I vowed never to suffer again. Whoever dares to make me suffer will have to pay an unbearable price. You are my closest people. If you suffer, it will be the same." He smiled and took out his phone, letting Linger greet Shangyuan Yangsu. Among the few women, only she didn't know Linger, so he couldn't be biased. Shangyuan Yangsu looked at the 3D image on the phone, realizing what kind of existence Linger was, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground in shock. Wang Jidi looked at the astonished Shangyuan Yangsu and revealed a satisfied smile. Finally, among his women, there was one who reacted normally. Shangyuan Yangsu swallowed and exclaimed, "Husband, you are truly amazing. There's such a magical artificial intelligence. I just love you to death. I really want to fly back with you right now to see Linger in the villa. Linger is not just artificial intelligence. She's simply digital life, and she will be my most beloved sister from now on." Wang Jidi, feeling depressed, closed his eyes, thinking he should take back what he just said. Indeed, birds of a feather flocked together, and all his women were oddities. Linger, however, was very satisfied, sweetly calling Shangyuan Yangsu's sister, completely finishing the recognition process and acknowledging all the women. Wang Jidi interrupted their conversation, asking Linger to contact the Dream Fairy and send her the video from earlier, then inquired about the old 9 gates. The Dream Fairy first greeted Shangyuan Yangsu, sweetly calling her sister Zhu, quickly pulling her into an alliance. One must say her social skills were extremely high. After establishing connections, she angrily said, "The old 9 gates is an organization made up of tomb raiders, with the first generation consisting of 8 masters and 1 grandmother, who were indeed capable people. However, each generation has been worse than the last, and their strength is not even a fraction of what it used to be. Now they are just a bunch of local rats, really thinking of themselves as something important. As long as my brother says a word, I will notify the management and mobilize the forces of the Black Web, making them unable to escape and kneel before my brother singing, 'Conquered.'" Wang Jidi listened to the Dream Fairy's words and knew the old 9 gates had some capability. Otherwise, they wouldn't be trying to make them submit but would have directly wiped them out. He coughed lightly. "Right now, it's just a dog barking. The old 9 gates haven't done anything yet, so there's no need to take action against them for now, lest it be said that I'm bullying them. Organize the information on the old 9 gates and send it to Linger, so I have some understanding and won't be completely in the dark." The Dream Fairy cheerfully agreed, sending the information over in a few minutes, while continuing to build rapport with Shangyuan Yangsu as Wang Jidi reviewed the data. She constantly gave warnings to Shangyuan Yangsu between her words, saving Wang Jidi's effort, truly a thoughtful little girl. After reading the information, Wang Jidi couldn't help but nod. The strength of the old 9 gates was neither strong nor weak, and he couldn't afford to be careless. With his steel-like body and peak dark energy cultivation, he wasn't worried about those people. He could just fight if necessary. However, with Shangyuan Yangsu by his side, such a delicate beauty, if she were to get hurt, it would be a loss not worth the gain. Wang Jidi had Linger dial the highest internal phone of the Tiandun security group, Shasheng branch, and the person who answered was the head Yu Hanbai. Yu Hanbai respectfully said, "Hello, boss. I wonder what matter you have for me, Wang Jidi replied calmly. You don't need to be so polite. I'm in Shasheng now. Organize a few capable female bodyguards to protect the people around me. Yu Hanbai immediately said, You mean to protect Miss Shangyuan, right? I've already made thorough arrangements. From the moment Miss Shangyuan arrives in Shasheng, she will be under our strict protection. I also know that you are in Shasheng, and I've made arrangements at the first opportunity. Currently, we have a grasp on Chen Jichao's movements. As long as Chen Jichao dares to make any moves, our people will act immediately to ensure the safety of you and Miss Shangyuan, and we will not allow you to suffer any harm. He spoke with great confidence. As a senior member of the Tiandun Security Company, arranging these matters was second nature, and there would definitely be no mistakes. Wang Jidi showed a satisfied smile and said, I'm very pleased with your way of working. It should be like this in the future. The priority is to protect my family and close friends. Their safety comes before mine. Keep a close watch on Chen Jichao. If he goes to find the old Nine Gates people, don't interfere. I want to see what tricks these local rats can come up with. Yu Hanbai, pleased with the praise, quickly expressed his understanding and assured that there would be no issues with Shangyu and Yangsu. With his worries lifted, Wang Jidi felt very relaxed and looked forward to seeing what tricks the old Nine Gates could play. In fact, the matter of the Beisha Palace was just a small issue. If Chen Jichao had chosen a different way to handle it, it could have been easily resolved. The way he chose was the most wrong, turning a small matter into a big one, and how it would end up was a very difficult problem. Wang Jidi soon threw this matter out of his mind and quietly contacted Helen Kelly, knowing that everything had been taken care of. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Next, he would wait to give Shangyu and Yangsu a surprise at the fashion gala. The fashion gala was the next evening, and Wang Jidi and Shangyu and Yangsu were glued to the presidential suite, enjoying the view over and over, never getting enough. Shangyu and Yangsu's manager worked hard to get them out of the presidential suite to attend the fashion gala. Wang Jidi did not use his identity as a shareholder of Tangsing Entertainment and Zhongxing Film Line, but attended the gala as Shangyu and Yangsu's attendant. Attendants were not qualified to walk the red carpet, so Wang Jidi could only watch from below as one star after another walked the red carpet. Wang Jidi noticed that these female stars were really trying hard, exposing all the places they should and shouldn't, almost as if they wanted to wear nothing at all. Shangyun Yangsu, in this regard, was very conservative, wearing a light blue kippao, looking like a proper young lady. She walked past the red carpet and immediately came to Wang Jidi's side, standing there like a little bird, making it clear that their relationship was not simple. Others curiously sized up Wang Jidi, recalling how Shangyun Yangsu had defeated Hong Yi and Li Yuhan, and suddenly had a moment of realization. The gazes of those female stars towards Wang Jidi became extremely fervent. They believed that their looks were certainly not inferior to Shangyun Yangsu's, and perhaps they could even steal her thunder. Even if they couldn't bring the wall down, as long as they could establish a connection with him, they would definitely reap benefits, and that would be enough. Shangyun Yangsu felt the stares from those female stars and smiled, saying, If my husband waved his hand right now, there would be many who want to stay in the presidential suite with you. Wang Jidi affectionately pinched her nose and said, What a mischievous girl you are. In this circle besides you, who else could catch my eye? Shangyun Yangsu was very pleased with his words and actions, smiling as she leaned closer to him, appearing even more intimate. This fashion gala also featured many performances, and soon it was time for a female star from Xinjiang to take the stage and sing. This female star always wore revealing clothes, but every time she stood up, she would press her hand against her chest, as if afraid of exposing herself. Wang Jidi had always found this puzzling, and seeing it again, he couldn't help but ask, Do you think she wears such revealing clothes and covers her chest when she stands up because she wants people to look or doesn't want them to look? Shangyu and Yangsu smiled and replied, They dress so revealingly because they naturally want to be seen, but it depends on who is looking. Walking the red carpet and standing on stage is for you wealthy people to see. If they can pique your interest, they wouldn't mind finding a place for you to look more closely. As for covering up besides showing a bit of innocence, it's to avoid letting those poor losers see them. Being seen by them would be a huge loss. Wang Jidi suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Thinking about it, if they really didn't want others to see, they should dress like you, all wrapped up and only show themselves to me. Shangyu Yangsu playfully rolled her eyes, then revealed a sweet smile, feeling incredibly happy and lucky to have found a capable and understanding partner. Otherwise, she would eventually end up like those female stars. No one is born this way, everything is done out of necessity, and wanting to be famous always comes at a price. You all sit in the back, and you dare to sit in the front row without knowing your status. You really don't understand the rules. Just as the two were being affectionate, a loud voice suddenly interrupted them. Wang Jidi looked in the direction of the voice and saw a heavily made-up middle-aged woman. That face was too familiar. It was the famous international superstar Zhang Junhong. Wang Jidi frowned and said, "Our seats were arranged by the organizers. If you're not satisfied, you can go find them and express your concerns." Zhang Junhong glared and scolded Wang Jidi. "Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? Don't you know who I am?" Wang Jidi shrugged and said, "Who doesn't know you, international dirty? The role you played for Yachai was simply a performance of yourself, truly remarkable. My status isn't important. What's important is your status. What right do you have to drive us from our seats? Yangsu isn't without her own standing." Zhang Junhong snorted. "I know she has some background, but so what? Just because she forced Li Yuhan out of the industry by taking down that Hong, does she think she's something special? It's simply a joke. I'm an international superstar, and I collaborate with the world's famous brands. That little influence is nothing in my eyes." Wang Jidi shook his head and said, "I really don't know where you get your confidence from, thinking that rolling in the sheets with those foreigners will make them speak for you. These days it's all about interests. Whoever can bring benefits is the useful one. A vase that can't bring benefits is just a plaything. The electric-eyed beauty back then, wasn't she just two golf balls? You aren't even as good as her. What right do you have to shout here?" Zhang Junhong said angrily. "I know you're that second-generation rich kid. No one taught you that trouble comes from your mouth, and speaking carelessly can bring trouble. Tonight's fashion gala is held for me, the only global spokesperson for Chanel in the Asia region. It must be me." Wang Jidi sneered. "You really have a big mouth. Aren't you afraid the wind will blow your tongue away? How can you be so sure it's you? Why don't we make a bet? I say the spokesperson today is someone else, definitely not you, you little tramp. If you lose, you owe me 3 golf balls. If you win, I'll fill 3 golf courses with money and all the money will be yours. Do you dare to bet with me?" Zhang Junhong had already accompanied Helen Klaus to see the scenery for a long time, feeling confident that the outcome was in her hands and that it would definitely not fall to someone else. She proudly said, "Since you want to give me money to spend, I have no problem with that. Just afraid you can't come up with that money and end up embarrassing yourself." Shangyu Yangsu said angrily, "Don't look down on people with your dog eyes. Have your assistant check who the owner of the sky-high 100 billion villa group in northeast Bincheng is. Then you can say such things again. If you can still say it, I'll consider you have real skills. As long as my husband is willing, money is not a problem." Her words were particularly domineering, and everyone around heard it and lowered their heads to check their phones. They quickly found the information, along with a blurry photo. Everyone looked carefully at the photo, then scrutinized Wang Jidi, feeling he resembled the person in the photo quite a bit. Thinking back to what was just said, everything clicked into place. Everyone gasped in shock, not expecting this person in front of them to be so wealthy. It was simply inhumane to such an extent. Zhang Junhong was also feeling anxious. Wang Jidi was so rich and powerful, he definitely wasn't an ordinary person. Offending him was certainly not a good thing. She was now in a difficult position, as the saying goes, once the bow is drawn, there's no turning back. Having come this far, she could only grit her teeth and persist. At worst, she would just have to make amends later. Soon it was time for the most crucial moment. Helen Klaus personally came to the stage, smiling and greeting everyone. "Ladies and gentlemen, hello everyone. I'm very glad you could come to the Chanel Fashion Gala, and I am extremely grateful for that. I believe you all know that Chanel has selected 3 top global spokespersons worldwide, 2 of whom have already been announced. Next, I will announce the last one, the top global spokesperson for the Asia region. Let us give a warm round of applause to Miss Shangyu Yangsu. Now please welcome Chanel's top global spokesperson for the Asia region, Miss Shangyu Yangsu, to the stage to sign the contract. Let's give her a round of applause." Just as Helen Klaus was about to announce the name, Zhang Junhong had already stood up confidently, ready to wave to everyone, but unexpectedly, the name that came out was Shangyu Yangsu. Shangyu Yangsu looked incredulous. She never even dreamed that she would become Chanel's top global spokesperson. Wang Jidi gently patted her hand and said, "What are you still dazed for? They're asking you to come on stage." Shang Yuan Yangsu finally regained her composure, hurriedly stood up and walked onto the stage, smiling as she shook hands with Helen Klaus. At this moment, Wang Jidi looked at Zhang Junhong and said, "It's not you, remember that. Why don't you believe it? You insisted on betting with me, remember. No one who bets with me dares to go back on their word. Soon someone will come to you, asking you to fulfill the bet." Zhang Junhong remained in a daze, not understanding why it had turned out this way, and regarding Wang Jidi's words, she temporarily had no mind to pay attention. After the contract was brought up, Helen Klaus smiled and said, "Next, let us invite Mr. Wang Jidi, the third shareholder of our Chanel Group, to represent Chanel Group in signing the contract with Miss Shang Yuan Yangsu." Wang Jidi stood up with a smile, waving to everyone, and their eyes widened in shock, completely stunned by the news. At the same time, everyone understood why Shang Yuan Yangsu had become Chanel's top global spokesperson in the Asia region. Her background was simply too formidable. Wang Jidi approached Shang Yuan Yangsu, elegantly smiling. "How do you like the surprise I prepared for you? As long as it's your wish, I will definitely help you achieve it." Tears of joy sparkled in Shang Yuan Yangsu's eyes, and a happy smile spread across her face. She felt incredibly blessed and lucky, believing that no matter what this man did for her in the future, she would never regret it. Helen Klaus, hearing this, felt a storm of emotions rise within him. Although he already knew that Wang Jidi had acquired shares in Chanel to fulfill his girlfriend's wish, hearing it again made him feel that the other party was utterly inhumane. How could he be so unrestrained? Wang Jidi held Shang Yuan Yangsu's hand and waved to the crowd below. They truly looked like a perfect match, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. As they descended from the stage, Zhang Junhong finally snapped back to reality and immediately approached, hoping to salvage the impression she had just lost. As for the bet, she had long since cast it aside, and Wang Jidi's earlier words were naturally ignored. "I'm really sorry about earlier. I was being thoughtless and offended young Master Wang. Please have mercy and let me off this time. I'm willing to make amends in any way. I can not only act like a chicken girl, but am better than them in many aspects, and I will definitely satisfy you." Wang Jidi looked at the utterly shameless Zhang Junhong and snorted disdainfully. "You are utterly filthy. Just seeing you makes me feel sick. Get lost. Someone as disgraceful as you becoming a big star is simply a sign that heaven is blind. Sooner or later, you will pay the price." He was not polite at all, but Zhang Junhong dared not show any dissatisfaction, maintaining a smiling face as she scurried away like a stray dog. The other female stars looked at Shang Yuan Yangsu with absolute envy, jealousy, and hatred. With such a wealthy supporter, wanting to become an international superstar was definitely a piece of cake. Wang Jidi didn't even glance at the other female stars, focusing solely on showing affection to Shang Yuan Yangsu, and no one dared to express discontent. The two returned to the presidential suite, and the extremely excited Shang Yuan Yangsu shyly showed Wang Jidi some unique sights, truly breathtaking. Now that this matter was settled, the situation regarding the White Sand Palace was still ongoing. Yu Hanbai continuously received intelligence, estimating that the old Nine Gates would take action in the next couple of days. He reported this to Zhou Jianhua, who naturally took it very seriously. The nearby provinces of Shasheng had already concentrated their forces. Now, with just one word from Wang Jidi, the concentrated power of the Tiandun Security Company could turn the old Nine Gates upside down, leaving these local rats with nowhere to hide. As the local tyrants here, the old Nine Gates were certainly not oblivious to this situation. The intelligence officer, Third Lady Shen Wanrong, informed the current Buddha Zhang Yunj about this matter. Zhang Yunj frowned and asked, "We have never had any conflicts with the Tiandun Security Company. Why are they doing this?" Shen Wanrong placed Wang Jidi's photo on the table and said, "This person has many identities, and the one most closely related to us is the owner of the White Sand Palace. Regarding the disputes over the White Sand Palace, don't tell me you know nothing. Chen Zhicha wants to use Chen Yuanji's hand to directly suppress the other party. Fortunately, Chen Yuanji has been busy with something recently and hasn't done this otherwise. What would be gathered here wouldn't be the Tiandun Security Company, and perhaps our heads would no longer be on our shoulders." The hereditary fortune teller, Kai Yuancheng, shook his head and said, "I calculated with my fingers, and among his identities, there must be one that is the owner of Tiandun Security Company. Otherwise, Tiandun Security Company wouldn't be able to concentrate its forces like this. Several area leaders have come, clearly indicating they want to fight. I wonder what other identities he has. Shen Wanrong snorted. Your tricks might fool others, but they won't work on me. Anyone can think of the connection between him and Tiandun Security Company. One of his identities is quite impressive. He is the idol of the fifth master, the supreme god of the Black Web, and the Black Web has acted for him twice before. Although they sent assassins, the targets were not that simple. One was a branch vassal of the Zhang family from the three great families of Magic City, and the other was a royal descendant family. We almost became the third target. Should I feel honored or lucky? I almost wet myself back then. Zhang Yunj and Kai Yuancheng swallowed hard at the same time, now also feeling a strong urge to urinate. What should they do about this? Zhang Yunj wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "Get the fourth master back immediately, and also bring that bastard Chen Zhiqiao back to me." Shen Wanrong nodded and went to do as Zhang Yunj said, while also informing the others in the old 9 gates about this matter. They were equally shocked. They usually accessed the Black Web and certainly knew what the Supreme God was about. Someone like them, mere country mice, could not provoke. Especially the fifth master, Meng Guanji, who, upon hearing that Chen Zhiqiao dared to offend his idol, jumped up directly, planning to gut that guy. Chen Yuanji hurried back, secretly relieved that he had encountered a big shot this time. If he hadn't found the time earlier, it would have been a huge trouble. Zhang Yunj said coldly, "You already know about this matter, I won't waste words with you. Let's talk about what to do." Chen Yuanji braced himself and said, "After all, this is Shasheng, our old 9 gates territory. We can't let outsiders be arrogant." Meng Guanji interrupted him. "So what if it's the old 9 gates? Do you think it's like your great-grandfather's time when no one was worth considering? Anyway, I don't know about you, but as a candidate, I definitely can't compare to the fifth master of the past. If those assassins want to kill me, I have no confidence in surviving. Maybe you can, after all, you are the direct descendants of the old 9 gates." Kai Yuancheng quickly smoothed things over. "Why does the fifth master say that? We are all from the old 9 gates. What's the difference between direct descendants and others? It's all the same." Shen Wanrong snorted from her nose. "I think the fifth master is right. Things are different now. With such developed transportation, it's very convenient to mobilize people. The concept of home ground hardly exists. Especially for someone like Wang Zhidi, the other side's line is simply unusable, and it's even more so." Chen Yuanji knew very well that Shen Wanrong was completely right. As for the advantage of terrain, that was nonsense. Let's not forget about the existence of traders. Wang Zhidi was absolutely wealthy enough to rival a nation, and with money paving the way, there would be plenty willing to guide them, not to mention the potential traitor, the fifth master. Chen Yuanji said with a bitter face, "So what do you all suggest? That bastard Chen Zhiqiao has already used the old 9 gates banner. We can't just lose face, can we?" The ninth master coughed. "A lot depends on how you say it. This matter is originally not in our favor. They spent such a large sum to buy the Beisha Palace. We turned it into a second-hand house for them. Let's think from their perspective. If it were you, you wouldn't let it go easily either. Asking for a refund and compensation is not unreasonable." Seventh master took over the conversation. As a result, not only did they refuse to meet the demands, but they also wanted to intimidate others, which is indeed too overbearing and cannot be justified. Chen Zhiqiao is indeed the cousin of fourth master, but he is not one of our old 9 gates people and has no right to act under our banner. Now he is using the old 9 gates banner to commit such a bad deed, which completely goes against our family traditions. According to our ancestors' rules, he should be punished severely. The two of them seemed to be reasoning, but the actual meaning was very simple: to sacrifice Chen Zhiqiao to save their own reputation. If Chen Yuanji disagreed, this matter would be a conflict between the Chen family and Wang Zhidi, with nothing to do with the old 9 gates, and they absolutely would not intervene. Their words received everyone's approval, and Chen Yuanji was also willing in his heart, just putting on a dissatisfied look. After all, he was his own cousin. Zhang Yunj coughed heavily. "Since everyone thinks there is no problem, let's proceed as discussed. Wanrong, please invite Wang Zhidi to come here for a talk." After all, Shen Wanrong was a woman, and in the understanding of Huiguo, a good man does not fight with a woman, and women are usually the ones who benefit. Shen Wanrong looked at Chen Yuanji and said, "To meet Wang Zhidi, we must have a gift, and this gift needs to be taken from Chen Zhiqiao. Fourth master, do you think that's okay?" Chen Yuanji asked in confusion. "I don't know what the gift is. It would be best if third madam could clarify." Shen Wanrong opened her phone to show everyone a video, which captured the scene of Wang Jidi talking to Chen Zhichao. She paused the video. During the conversation, Chen Zhichao repeatedly pointed at Wang Jidi with his finger, which was extremely arrogant. Wang Jidi had a word for him at that time. He must have that finger, so to show our sincerity, that finger is the meeting gift. Additionally, let me inform you, this video was sent to my phone by someone, which means their hacker can monitor everything we do at any time. As an intelligence expert of the old Nine Gates, she had always kept up with the times and was the best in technology. Now, saying such words meant that the old Nine Gates really had no chance of winning, so there was no need to struggle. Chen Yuanji looked dejected and said, "If you make a mistake, you must accept the punishment. If you get hit, you must stand firm. What else can I say? Just handle it as you see fit." Shen Wanrong smiled and nodded. This result was exactly what she wanted. Whether for public or private reasons, it was beneficial for her. Linger was the truly omnipresent existence. Wherever there were electronic devices, there was no place she could not infiltrate. Whether it was the previous discussion among the three of the old Nine Gates or the content of the subsequent meeting, it was all clearly seen by Linger, recorded and sent to Wang Jidi. Wang Jidi watched the video content, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Since the old Nine Gates were so understanding, he could forgive them this time. Shen Wanrong arrived at the presidential suite, elegantly greeting. "The third aunt of the old Nine Gates has met with young Master Tai. The previous matters were all misunderstandings. Please forgive us, young Master Tai." Wang Jidi smiled leisurely. "I have been waiting for the old Nine Gates to come to me. The attitude of the third aunt makes me very satisfied, so I can naturally forgive you. However, many things cannot be settled just by words. After all, I am the one who suffered losses and I need an explanation." Shen Wanrong nodded and said, "I understand young Master Tai's meaning. Young Master Tai is wealthy enough to rival a nation, so naturally he is not short of this little money. What he actually lacks is face. First, I want to clarify that Chen Zhichao has no relationship with the old Nine Gates. He is just the cousin of Chen Yuanji, and Chen Yuanji is the fourth master of the old Nine Gates. Chen Yuanji cannot represent the Chen family, so regarding this matter, our old Nine Gates will absolutely not take the blame. Everything is the Chen family's own business. Chen Zhichao dared to act under the banner of our old Nine Gates, which has already violated our rules. If it weren't for giving Tai Xiao an explanation, we would have already dealt with him in the incense hall. To show our sincerity, I specially prepared a meeting gift, and I believe Tai Xiao will be satisfied." As she spoke, she took out a small box and pushed it in front of Wang Jidi. Wang Jidi used his three-eyed vision to easily see through the box. Inside was a bloody finger, and it was obvious whose it was. He pushed the box back and said, "I'm very satisfied with your sincerity. This kind of thing should be fed to dogs. Please give it to the stray dogs." Shen Wanrong's expression changed slightly, and she secretly calculated in her heart that Wang Jidi was not only a wealthy young master but also had other abilities. She smiled and said, "Since it is Tai Xiao's request, I will certainly not let you down. Our Buddha wants to invite Tai Xiao to dinner. I wonder how Tai Xiao feels about that." Wang Jidi laughed and said, "I have always believed that if others respect me a foot, I will respect them a mile. If someone steps on me, I will make them pay dearly. Now that you are so sincere, how can I not appreciate it? It's just right to visit the Buddha." Shen Wanrong secretly breathed a sigh of relief, placed an invitation on the table, said a few polite words, and then left. Wang Jidi called Zhou Jianhua, instructing him to withdraw all the people he had sent, and at the same time transferred 100 million to the company's account as a bonus for these people. Zhou Jianhua knew that Wang Jidi was very wealthy, but he didn't expect him to be so extravagantly generous. Although Tiandun Security Company earned a lot, its annual net profit was only a little over 10 billion. For someone like him to casually give away a fraction of that was astonishing. As a smart person, Zhou Jianhua naturally wouldn't keep such matters to himself and directly informed the entire company, ensuring that the bonuses were distributed without a penny missing. All the branch managers were ecstatic, feeling that working for such a boss had a bright future. The previous one was simply a miser and should have been replaced long ago. Wang Jidi was completely unaware of all this, staring blankly at the small bottle in his hand, having just triggered a random red envelope. The random red envelope not only provided a large amount of wealth but also a drop of Qianqi blood, the purpose of which was unknown. Wang Zhidi glanced at the invitation on the table, feeling that the system wouldn't act without reason. The Qianqi blood was definitely prepared for tonight. He decided to use the Qianqi blood as a gift. After all, it sounded impressive and could surely pass as a decent offering. Wang Zhidi arrived at the Buddha's manor, and upon entering, saw a large Buddha statue made of an unknown material that exuded an overwhelming pressure. He couldn't help but frown. Logically, a Buddha statue should be solemn and dignified, not make people feel pressured, as that would go against its original purpose. Zhang Yunj was already waiting for him at the main entrance, accompanied by several other heads of the old 9 gates, giving Wang Zhidi plenty of face. Wang Zhidi spoke first. To have the Buddha wait for me here is truly an honor. I am unworthy of such treatment. Zhang Yunj smiled broadly and said, Tai Xiao is too polite. Your presence here brings great honor to this place. Please come inside. Everyone entered where a lavish banquet had already been prepared. Everyone sat around the table without distinction of rank. Wang Zhidi smiled and said, I came to visit the Buddha this time without any special gifts, just a drop of Qianqi blood. I hope the Buddha won't mind. Upon hearing it was Qianqi blood, Zhang Yun's eyes widened in surprise, clearly indicating that this drop of blood was extremely important to him. Chen Yunji laughed heartily and said, Tai Xiao is truly wealthy and generous, even able to bring out Qianqi blood. It's truly admirable. However, there is one thing Tai Xiao may not know. The Buddha's family has always been of the Qianqi bloodline and can verify whether the Qianqi blood is real or not. His implication was clear. Wang Zhidi's blood of Qianqi was fake. This time the false Li Gui had encountered the real Li Qi, and he would surely have nowhere to hide. Wang Zhidi snorted through his nose. This must be Fourth Master. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you, Fourth Master. What I present has never been fake. Since Buddha can distinguish between true and false, let's do that now, so Fourth Master can rest assured and not think I'm just a fraud, feeling wronged by my loss. Zhang Yunj carefully put away the small vial and said, I'm currently boiling with excitement. This drop of Qianqi blood is definitely real. Young Master Tai has done me a great favor, and I am immensely grateful. From now on, as long as it's young Master Tai's command, the Zhang family will do everything in our power, even at the cost of our lives. He cleverly separated the Zhang family from the old 9 gates to avoid internal discord later, making it easier for him. Wang Zhidi shook his head inwardly. Compared to Zhang Yunj, he was far too lacking. The first generation of Buddha would never resort to such tactics. He smiled and said, It's just a drop of blood. It's nothing serious. There's no need for Buddha to take it to heart. We're friends, after all. Zhang Yunj immediately agreed, and the others followed suit. Even Chen Yuanji wore a broad smile, showcasing human nature in all its glory. After a few drinks, Chen Yuanji raised his glass and said, I must apologize to young Master Tai regarding the matter of the White Sand Palace. I truly had no knowledge of it. Otherwise, I would never have let Chen Zhiqiao act recklessly. Wang Zhidi waved his finger and said, Fourth Master is too polite. It's just a house, nothing serious for me. The reason I was angry at first was that after I made the call, I waited 15 minutes and no one came to handle the matter. Upon hearing this, everyone showed expressions of anger. If it were them, they would have been furious. Clearly, they were not being taken seriously. Chen Yuanji cursed Chen Zhiqiao in his heart, thinking he was an idiot, a complete fool. Such a huge blunder, and he didn't even show an attitude, leaving the person hanging. Wasn't that clearly asking for trouble? How could someone who could spend a fortune on the White Sand Palace be someone with a bad temper? It was truly excessive to deal with him. Wang Zhidi raised an eyebrow and said, As for the subsequent matters, you all understand very well. Do you really think I'm a beggar, easily dismissed? If the attitude had been a bit better at that time, their proposed plan wouldn't have been unacceptable. After all, I might not come to Shasheng for years. Who knows, I might forget about this house. These people knew of Wang Zhidi's deeds and understood that he was someone who could spend billions to buy luxury villas just to vent his anger. It was indeed possible for him to forget about this house. Wang Zhidi coughed and said, For the sake of Fourth Master's face, let's just let this matter go. However, I don't want to see Chen Zhiqiao again. Fourth Master can arrange the specifics. Not wanting to see him didn't mean he had to die. Just find a remote place for him to stay and not come out again. Chen Yuanji felt that Wang Zhidi had been more than generous at this point. He couldn't be ungrateful, or it would be asking for trouble. He smiled and nodded in agreement, and naturally the atmosphere became harmonious, with everyone gaining a friend. Wang Jidi had initially planned to stay in Shasheng for a couple of days, but after receiving a message, he hurriedly rushed back. The reason Wang Jidi was in such a hurry to return was that the Dream Fairy had also arrived in Bincheng, and with Shangyu and Yangsu returning, the backyard was finally full. He had reached a crucial point in his happy life. If this matter wasn't handled well, it could lead to serious trouble, and being overwhelmed would be the least of his worries. It could easily turn into a disaster. Wang Jidi also prepared a large flat for the Dream Fairy, where he saw her true form and received all her firsts. The Dream Fairy nestled in Wang Jidi's arms, smiling as she said, "From now on, brother should call me by my name, Ryuzai, and not Dream Fairy anymore. That would be more real." Wang Jidi pinched the girl's nose and tightened his arms, saying, "Now that we've met honestly and I've completely taken you, you still think it's not real. You are my little fairy, and that won't change no matter when. You and Meng Ting are like sisters, which is absolutely perfect." Duan Ryuzai giggled and said, "Brother is such a flirt, but your words are so sweet that I willingly fall into your hands. Brother should think about how to win over the other sisters. Just make sure not to put on a show of martial arts when we meet. That would be interesting." Wang Jidi gave her a playful slap on her perky bottom, telling her not to be so mischievous, then frowned, genuinely unsure of what to Linger's mainframe has already been transferred here, and its overall performance is absolutely worlds apart from before. She is more like a digital life form with independent consciousness now. The super intelligence of Villa Starfish No. 1 is still retained, becoming Linger's strongest avatar, while the previous robot combination remains there. The robot combination is truly stunning, and it's best to keep it out of sight as much as possible. After all, in this world, there are people called the upper echelons who can do anything. Wang Jidi looked at the red-faced confidence gathered for the first time and felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. The words he had prepared earlier simply wouldn't come out. Sikong Ruyan coughed lightly. "Since you don't know what to say, let us speak for ourselves. After all, we are all sisters." After she finished speaking, she began to introduce herself, then gave Yuan Bingyu a meaningful glance, indicating that she must perform well at this moment to earn some points for herself. Just as Yuan Bingyu was about to speak, Shangyu and Yangsu jumped in ahead of her. As a qualified actress, this was the perfect moment to shine. Following her was Lan Menjiang, and then it was Yuan Bingyu's turn, naturally followed by Hu Qingsu, and finally the well-behaved Yang Mengting and the adorable Duan Ruoxi. After everyone introduced themselves, they realized that they all got along very well. The feeling was different, as if they were destined to be family. Sikong Ruyan took the initiative, smiling as she said, "It's rare for everyone to hit it off so well. From now on, we are sisters. Sister Menjiang is the eldest, and I'll be the second sister. No one opposes that, right?" Lan Menjiang nodded with a smile and said, "I wonder whose birthday is bigger between Bingyu and Yangsu. Next should be Qingsu, and which is younger between Mengting and Ruoxi." Everyone reported their birthdays, with Shangyu and Yangsu coming in third, Yuan Bingyu fourth, Hu Qingsu fifth, and Yang Mengting taking the sixth position by a 2-day advantage. Duan Ruoxi was naturally the youngest sister, immediately using her advantage to make all 6 sisters very happy, and they quickly became close friends. Wang Jidi secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling extremely satisfied with Sikong Ruyan and Duan Ruoxi, thinking they were truly virtuous helpers. He smiled and said, "I call this place 7 Beauties Manor. You should know what I mean. This heart remains unchanged. A lifetime of companionship." Lan Menjiang shot Wang Jidi a glare and said, "I never realized before that your skin is so thick. I bet you couldn't be pricked with a needle. Our sisters will definitely not be separated, and whether you will accompany us for a lifetime depends on our sisters' feelings. You'll have to behave in the future." The other girls echoed in agreement, and Wang Jidi let out a wolf howl, lunging towards them. The scenery here was simply delightful. Just as Wang Jidi was feeling satisfied, the voice of System Daddy rang out. "Congratulations on completing the hidden task of gathering the 7 beauties. You are rewarded with a special red envelope." Upon hearing the system's prompt, Wang Jidi couldn't help but show a surprised expression, not expecting that stabilizing the backyard would also count as a hidden task. He immediately chose to claim it, and besides a special red envelope, there were over 1,000 ordinary red envelopes. Received funds of 8 million, enjoy your clicks. Received 2 bags of corn soft candy, enjoy your clicks. Received cash of 365,240 yuan, enjoy your clicks. Received a formal rifle, enjoy your clicks. Received 30,000 rounds of universal rifle ammunition. Enjoy your clicks. Received a boxing skill card. Enjoy your clicks. Received a super god contract. Enjoy your clicks. As the last special red envelope was opened, all the envelopes were completed. Aside from a large amount of cash and funds, the remaining items were a jumbled mess. The best item in the ordinary red envelopes was the boxing skill card, which when used granted him the boxing technique, a set of martial arts popular in the Northwest, particularly emphasizing lethality. Additionally, there is the medium caliber rifle and rifle bullets. This rifle, when placed alongside the last shotgun, is simply an antique gun collection. Wang Jidi had previously fired a few shots with the shotgun at the shooting range in the Jun Fitness Club. After all, it was still a gun, and its power was passable. At that time, Li Jiaming had even joked about Wang Jidi, saying he was using such an antique gun and that he would get him 2 advanced shotguns, which Wang Jidi had declined. Wang Jidi focused on the contract opened by the special red envelope, choosing to equip the contract. At first, a light spot appeared in his mind which slowly transformed into text, eventually becoming a contract. Truly worthy of being a super divine contract, it was indeed incredibly powerful. The main contract could split into countless subcontracts, each with various effects. The best among them was the life and death contract, prepared for lovers. After signing this contract, if one person was harmed, the harm would be shared by all. At the same time, if the signer of a subcontract was threatened, they would be directly transported to the side of the main contract holder, serving as ultimate defense. Wang Jidi felt that the super divine contract was tailor-made for him. The system was truly impressive. He glanced at the 7 beauties, who were already getting along famously and seemed to be on the verge of becoming close friends. With a slight smile, he cleared his throat heavily to draw their attention. Sikong Ruyan rolled her eyes and said, "Dear landlord, you wouldn't be suffering from laryngitis, would you? If you need to cough, go outside and cough. Don't pollute our air." Lan Menjing laughed in agreement. What the second sister said is right. With us beautiful tenants around, the landlord is certainly having a feast for the eyes. You should give us a tip in the future. The remaining girls all burst into laughter, and the 7 beauties laughed so heartily that Wang Jidi felt parched, wishing he could immediately transform into a wolf and pounce on them to indulge. Wang Jidi thought it was more important to handle the serious business first, took a deep breath, and suppressed his surging emotions. "Ladies, shall we sign the rental contract first? This contract is particularly magical. Once signed, you can never move away, and we will share life and death together." He rubbed his hands together and then waved outward, and each beauty found a peculiar contract parchment in her hand. Wang Jidi had previously revealed some information about the inner world to the 6 beauties, and Duan Ryuoxi knew quite a bit, aware of how many miraculous things existed in this world. Therefore, although the 7 beauties were curious about his magical display, it was not unacceptable, especially since their attention was drawn to the contents of the contract. Wang Jidi said earnestly, "You all have seen the contents of the contract. I absolutely won't force you after all." Before he could finish his sentence, the 7 women unhesitatingly pressed their fingers on the contract. The 7 beauties felt a slight pain at their fingertips, and then a red fingerprint appeared at that spot, after which the parchment vanished into thin air as if it had never existed. Yang Mengting fluttered her beautiful big eyes and said incredulously, "Where did that piece of parchment go? It's truly amazing." As she spoke, she raised her hand to her eyes, carefully examining her fingertip, and finally discovered a pinhole the size of a mosquito's whisker, confirming that it was not a dream. Duan Ryuoxi smiled and said, "My husband's family is particularly powerful, with such advanced artificial intelligence and such miraculous means. It's nothing to be surprised about." Everyone thought of the miraculous Linger and felt that her words made a lot of sense, and upon reflection, it seemed acceptable. Hu Qingsu asked in confusion, "Xuanghua is my husband's biological sister. Why is she completely unaware of family matters?" Duan Ryuoxi smiled and replied, "Fifth sister, you wouldn't know this, but those truly big families have many seemingly cold-blooded rules. Our little sister-in-law has clearly been excluded from the family. It seems that from the family's perspective, having my husband take care of her and her parents is already enough. Don't think this is a bad thing. It is precisely because the family values my husband that such arrangements are made, allowing my sister-in-law to freely fall in love and live the life she desires." Sikong Ruyan empathized, saying, What my younger sister said is right. I'm the illegitimate daughter of the Du family, and I can't even carry the Du surname. Everything still has to be arranged by the family. The reason I came here is that I didn't want to accept an arranged marriage by the family, marrying that playboy from the Zhang family. With my brother's help, I got a chance to gamble against the family. Fortunately, I came here and met my husband. I am truly happy and lucky. No matter the level, there is always one's own sorrow. Yuan Bingyu blinked and said, "At least second sister has the family's recognition. My mother and I were driven out by my father's family and we were stripped of our surname. They don't want to acknowledge us at all." She recounted her situation again. Girls are the most emotional, naturally evoking a strong resonance, and they condemned that unscrupulous man together, deepening their bond further. Wang Jidi listened to the conversation among the 7 beauties, neither acknowledging nor opposing, letting them guess for themselves, which would make future conversations easier. The chat among the 7 beauties came to a temporary halt as Yang Mingting looked around and then loudly called for Linger. The projection on the ceiling of the room turned on, and Linger's 3D image appeared. The ceiling projection was specially designed by Linger. Every villa had one, allowing Linger to project her image in any villa. Linger smiled and said, "Having met several mistresses, we are finally gathered together. We are now a joyful big family." The 7 beauties adored this virtual little girl, chatting and laughing around Linger until evening. After all, there were still sights to see. For the first time, Wang Jidi got out of bed before the red envelope notification sound, not because he woke up early, but because he hadn't slept at all. He suddenly admired Wei Xiaobao. That guy had never used a body transformation pill and could handle situations just like him, truly deserving of having grown up in brothels. Wang Jidi felt that although his stamina was good, he shouldn't overdo it. The first celebration was enough, and the rest had to be spaced out. It must be said that under such circumstances, luck would greatly improve. With a fixed 9 red envelopes every day, today's harvest was definitely impressive. First, he got a Lycan hypercar, worth over 10 million, and then he obtained 3 cashback multiplier cards. Cashback multiplier cards are definitely good things. The previous one was used when paying for the villa complex. Although he only got 3 times the cashback, he still received over 30 billion back, meaning the villa complex cost him nothing, and he even made over 20 billion. So when spending big money, pulling out a cashback multiplier card at least ensures no loss, and everything else is profit. Next was a cultivation enhancement card. After using this card, his cultivation level soared from the peak of dark energy to the peak of transformation energy. In the entire martial arts world, there are not many who have reached this level. After reaching this realm, Wang Jidi's ability to tap into the physical treasures brought by the body transformation pill reached a new height. Wang Jidi felt that with his current physical condition, handling the scene from last night would definitely be much easier. Finally, there was a passive skill of light refraction, which made it impossible for others to lock onto him. At the very least, it would be impossible for a sniper to hit him. However, this ability was ineffective against Kaimai. As the signatory of the magical contract, Kaimai could approach him however she wanted, and nothing could stop her. The remaining red envelopes yielded 400 million in funds and several million in cash. He had become numb to all this, as it was really just a string of numbers. Wang Jidi jumped directly off the balcony and ran to the bamboo forest behind, performing a set of chakwin, with the final strike producing a sonic boom, known in the martial arts world as the tiger-leopard-dragon sound. He moved his muscles and bones, a satisfied smile appearing on his face, while his heart was filled with curiosity, wondering what it would be like to step into the realm of transformation and what it would mean to become an ancient martial artist. Wang Jidi then revealed a self-deprecating smile, shaking his head vigorously to dispel this curiosity. As a true wealthy man, he shouldn't be pondering such questions. He had entrusted the villa's security work to Qi Changgang and the others, as it was best for professionals to handle professional matters. Returning to the villa, he saw breakfast laid out on the table. Sniffing the air, he immediately concluded it was Yuan Bingyu's cooking. Using his all-seeing and X-ray vision, he saw Kaimai busy in the kitchen, with the head chef being Yuan Bingyu, while Sikong Ruyan and Shangyun Yangsu were helping out. Wang Jidi counted in his mind, and sure enough, within the scheduled time, Sikong Ruyan and Shangyun Yangsu had been cleared out, as they were really affecting the progress. Seeing Wang Jidi sitting at the table, Sikong Ruyan and Shangyuan Yangsu smiled shyly and then sat beside him, leaning against him. This breakfast was particularly warm. After last night and this morning, Kaimai had completely dropped their barriers, feeling like sisters, which spoke volumes about the magic of the contract. 2 days passed in a flash, and everything was back on track. Everyone was about to hold a family meeting to discuss the establishment of the Kaimai group and their division of responsibilities. Sikong Ruyan smiled and said, "I already have a preliminary plan for our group company. Yangsu will be the spokesperson for the company. My younger sister will be in charge of public relations and promotion, while Bingyu will still handle investments, and we need to quickly withdraw from Binchang Bank to avoid being caught with any dirt. Mengting has resigned from the 4S store, and the company's logistics and administration will be handed over to you. Kingsu will also leave Dawin Group and first learn in the finance department of the group company. Later, the entire finance will be entrusted to you. Lastly, I hope the eldest sister can come over to be the vice director and work with me on the overall company matters. With the eldest sister's capabilities, everything will surely be done well." Lan Menjiang nodded and said, "The second sister's distribution is very reasonable, but I think we should also consider the placement of the original management of these companies when integrating them." Sikong Ruyan smiled and said, "I've considered everything the eldest sister mentioned. These people will become managers of the branches, meaning their original positions will remain largely unchanged. Moreover, when necessary, we can consider giving them some shares. If they become unstable, we can always find replacements." Duan Ruoxi, like a little cat, lay in Wang Zhidi's arms, grinning and saying, "If they really dare to betray us, just leave them to me, and I'll make sure they wish they were dead." Everyone already knew this girl was a black web streamer, and naturally knew Wang Zhidi was the supreme god of the black web. They were all astonished at the time, and then excitedly teased the supreme god. They were also eagerly watching the live stream of International Dirty Golf, and one had to say that the capacity of International Dirty was indeed impressive. Sikong Ruyan smiled and said, "In fact, the most important part of our Kaimai group is the technology company in our hands. The others are just side dishes around the main course. Technology is the primary productive force, and that will never change. Once we stabilize things a bit more, when my husband returns from the Magic City, we can start researching the scientific research team. As long as our ideas can truly succeed, just with the patents we apply for, we can do nothing and still have a large income every year." Yang Mengting teased with a smile, "If you want to just sit and count money, I think those patents won't help. It's still the husband who is the most reliable. Money will never run out." Few women felt that the girl was right. If they were willing to be canaries, Wang Zhidi could really get them a pure gold palace, a golden house to hide a beauty. Wang Zhidi smiled and said, "You are really mischievous. You have all been assigned roles. What am I supposed to do?" Sikong Ruyan rolled her eyes and said, "As long as you don't mess things up, that's good enough. You are the chairman of the company, a mascot, and also the face for expanding connections. You should just play with those rich young men, not only the ones from Bincheng, but also those you can meet in Magic City this time." Shangyu and Yangsu interjected, "Playing with those rich young men in Magic City means we have to go there. What's the point of building this villa complex then?" Sikong Ruyan waved her finger and said, "You're mistaken if you think that way. As a husband, there's no need to accommodate them. They should be the ones accommodating us. As long as we truly grow strong, not to mention Magic City, rich young men from all over the world will gather here. That's the manifestation of strength." Wang Zhidi looked at Sikong Ruyan, who was radiating confidence, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. As the owner of those companies, Wang Zhidi was to merge them into the Kaimai group. Even if they were dissatisfied, they could only follow orders. However, these people soon realized that they had only been demoted by one level, from general manager to the general manager of a branch group, with everything else remaining unchanged. Moreover, the Kaimai group, aside from the technology company firmly controlled by a few women, resembled a business alliance that benefited everyone. Coupled with Wang Zhidi's strong background, the previous resistance from these people vanished, and they became even more eager, making the entire group more united, which was an unexpected delight. The only variable in this was the Tiandun Security Group, which was not incorporated into the Kaimai Group, but the security for all the group's companies was now handled by Tiandun Security Group. When Zhou Jianhua received this order, he was in awe of Wang Zhidi, feeling that he had underestimated him before. Wang Zhidi's maneuver was so skillful, equivalent to holding the gun barrel in his hand. When necessary, dealing with those high-level executives would just be a matter of raising his hand. If Wang Zhidi knew Zhou Jianhua's thoughts, he would definitely be rolling his eyes in his heart. He hadn't thought that much, just felt that his security company was too wasteful. Sikong Ruyan had originally said she would return to Magic City in a couple of days, but ended up being busy for half a month. Finally, after stabilizing everything, she returned to Magic City with Wang Zhidi. Wang Zhidi and Sikong Ruyan still chose Huiguo Airlines, and coincidentally, it was the same flight attendants from last time. The chief flight attendant immediately brought everyone over, providing particularly attentive service. The flight attendant's performance drew the dissatisfaction of those nearby. A greasy middle-aged man angrily pressed the call button. A flight attendant came to the man, showing the most professional smile and asked, "Is there anything I can assist you with, sir?" The man angrily questioned. "The plane has been flying for so long. Why haven't the drinks been served yet? Don't you know I'm already thirsty?" The flight attendant continued to smile and replied, "I sincerely apologize. The plane has just entered the cruising altitude and bringing out the cart has certain risks. In about 10 minutes, once the plane is completely stable, we will serve all passengers and ensure your satisfaction." A fat woman pointed at Sikong Ruyan, who was drinking, and huffed, "Why does she get a drink? We're all in first class. What's the difference?" Flight attendant helplessly said, "I truly apologize, but that lady is not drinking a beverage. She is drinking a special functional water that prevents motion sickness. This functional water is not provided on the plane. It was brought by that lady herself. We treat everyone equally, and she will also have to wait until the drinks are distributed to have a beverage." A young man heard this and, dissatisfied, said, "Isn't it said that individuals can't bring liquids on the plane? Why can he?" The flight attendant snorted through her nose, "Because this lady's husband is the second largest shareholder of Huiguo Airlines, and we don't believe they would do anything to endanger the plane." The three people who had been shouting earlier, upon learning Wang Zhidi's identity, fell silent like ducks with their necks pinched. Everyone understood the flight attendant's implication. As the second largest shareholder of Huiguo Airlines, Wang Zhidi's wealth was absolutely immense, and such a person would value their life above all else. How could they possibly do anything to endanger it? Wang Zhidi noticed everyone's gaze focused on him and shook his head helplessly. "It seems that next time I come back, I really need to get a private jet. Sitting in first class with these boring people is not as good as chatting with someone in economy class," he said casually, but no one thought he was putting on airs. Instead, they felt it was a true reflection of his character. After all, it is said that status determines position. As long as one has status, anything they say is right, but without status, even the most correct words are just nonsense. Coincidentally, in a corner of first class, there sat a girl with her hat pulled low, looking at Sikong Ruyan with eyes full of jealousy and hatred. This girl was named Lu Fangting, and like Sikong Ruyan, she was an illegitimate daughter of the Du family, but her mother was too harsh and not liked by the Du family. Therefore, her relationship with the Du family was far inferior to that of Sikong Ruyan, leading to her envy and resentment towards Sikong Ruyan. When Sikong Ruyan went to Penang, many sisters celebrated, and the one who appeared the happiest was Lu Fangting. Lu Fangting never imagined that Sikong Ruyan would turn misfortune into fortune and find such a powerful husband. She was so jealous that her eyes turned red. Watching the blissful Sikong Ruyan, her mind raced, deciding that once they arrived in the Magic City, she would definitely employ some tricks to make Sikong Ruyan's efforts come to nothing. Lu Fangting originally planned to have a chance encounter with Sikong Ruyan at the airport exit to avoid not speaking on the same flight, which might annoy that man. However, unexpectedly, when she got off the plane, she saw a stretched Lincoln parked in front of the aircraft, with a poised woman waiting there with a few people. Lu Fangting's mother, Lu Zifeng, was a well-known socialite, so she had a wide range of experiences and immediately recognized this woman as Bai Yujiao, the head of the Tiandun Security Group's branch in the Magic City. The Tiandun Security Group was one of the few forces in the Magic City that one could not provoke, and Bai Yujiao being able to drive directly into the airport was nothing surprising. Wang Zhidi took Sikong Ruyan towards the Lincoln, and Bai Yujiao immediately came forward, bowing respectfully. "I've met young Master Tai and Miss Ruyan, Everything has been arranged, please follow me. In the past half-month, Wang Zhidi had drawn a castle-like villa in the Magic City as a red envelope, which was also worth a fortune, giving him a place to stay. To prevent a repeat of the White Sand Palace incident, he had Bai Yujiao prepare in advance and instructed them to call her Miss when there were people around and Madam in private. Lu Fangting watched as Sikong Ruyan, smiling, got into the Lincoln and felt a surge of anger almost bursting out of her. At the same time, she was curious about the man beside Sikong Ruyan and what kind of background he had to be so impressive. Lu Fangting decided to rush home as quickly as possible to tell her mother about this matter and then discuss how to scheme. Sikong Ruyan was completely unaware of all this, simply happily leaning against Wang Zhidi. She used to feel anxious every time she returned to the Magic City, but now with someone to rely on, she finally felt no fear. This feeling was wonderful. Wang Zhidi smiled and patted Sikong Ruyan's hand, then glanced at Bai Yujiao, who immediately took out a tablet computer to report on the previous investigation. Bai Yujiao connected the tablet to the car's display screen, and several photos appeared, featuring important figures from the three major families of Magic City. The Huang family is the leader of the three major families in Magic City. The three chubby men in the middle are the family head Huang Fengding and his two sons, Huang Wensheng and Huang Daisheng. The two men on the left are the head of the Du family, Du Tingxuan and his son Du Yongren, who are Miss Sima's father and elder brother. They are the think tank of the three major families. The two men on the right are Zhang Gijin, the head of the Zhang family, and his son Zhang Mupeng. The Zhang family serves as the enforcers and scapegoats among the three major families. Because of this, as long as the Zhang family does not cross the line, the Huang and Du families are quite tolerant of them, considering it a form of compensation. Behind the three major families of Magic City is the Qing Hong men of the underworld, which can be traced back to the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, where many fierce individuals emerged. Later, the Qing Hong men retreated to the beautiful country, and after 2 generations, what remained were pure banana people, absolutely yellow-skinned and white-hearted, who have begun to be despised by the underworld of Huiguo. However, due to the complex web of interests, the Qing Hong men still maintains connections with many families in the country, represented by the 3 major families of Magic City. She knew that one of Wang Zhidi's identities was the supreme god of the dark web, so she had no reservations and introduced everything clearly. Wang Zhidi tapped his fingers on his knee and said, "No matter what the background of the 3 major families in Magic City is, as long as they provoke me, they will inevitably pay an unbearable price. There are so many people in the 3 major families, and you only brought out these few. They must be the most important. I wonder about the others." His question hit the nail on the head. A powerful family cannot consist of just a few people, and those brought out are the most significant, so one cannot let their guard down regarding the others. Bai Yujiao immediately entered the next interface, and dozens of photos of middle-aged individuals appeared on the screen, representing the backbone of the 3 major families. Then the interface changed again, revealing over 100 photos, this time all of young people, who are the offspring of those middle-aged individuals, constituting the younger generation. Bai Yujiao placed the 2 interfaces side by side and clicked on one, causing some photos to be highlighted with red borders, indicating the important figures among them. She said seriously, "These are the main personnel of the 3 major families. In addition, there are some marginal figures and a large number of illegitimate daughters." Wang Zhidi shook his finger and said, "There's no need to introduce these people. My smartphone has already recorded all of them. We can discuss it when we meet." Bai Yujiao nodded in agreement and switched the interface again, returning to the previous screen, this time highlighting Zhang Mupeng. The Du family wants the second wife to marry him. He is a notorious little tyrant in Magic City, having committed countless heinous acts, with crimes too numerous to mention. However, due to the influence of the 3 major families in Magic City, no one can do anything to him. The so-called justice is trampled underfoot in the face of absolute power. Zhang Mupeng is also the most troublesome point this time. The boss wants to cancel the betting agreement, which gives Zhang Mupeng an excuse, and he might stir up some trouble. I have already arranged personnel in advance to handle any situation. If things escalate, we can call in reinforcements from the capital headquarters. cold smile appeared at the corner of Wang Zhidi's mouth as he said, "There's no need to go through all that trouble. Aside from the people in the Magic City branch, there's no need to mobilize anyone else. You just need to ensure Ruyan's safety. If the Zhang family dares to play games with me, I will gladly play along with them. It would be best to drag all 3 major families of the Magic City down with me, and I can give my father-in-law a surprise, letting him know how excellent his daughter is." His last sentence had a cold tone, and Bai Yujie, who was used to the battlefield, felt a chill rise from her tailbone, making the hair on her body stand on end. Sikong Ruyan held Wang Zhidi's hand and said, "My father and elder brother treat me well, so please try not to involve them. The rest is up to you." Wang Zhidi patted Sikong Ruyan's hand and smiled. "Don't worry, after all, they are my father-in-law and brother-in-law. I won't do anything to them. I wonder how my mother-in-law is doing right now. There must be no problems at this time. I really don't want my precious to be heartbroken." Bai Yujie immediately replied, "Young Master Tai and Second Madam, rest assured, I have arranged for people to protect Sikong Kaienkian. There will definitely be no issues." Wang Zhidi was very satisfied with this and said with a smile, "Once everything is settled, Ruyan, call your mother and have Yujie send someone to pick her up so we can meet and chat first." As the head of the family, once he made a decision, it was final, and everyone had to follow his orders. They quickly arrived at the villa, and Sikong Ruyan looked at the grand castle before her, feeling a surge of emotions. "When this villa was completed, I came here to see it, and at that time I thought to myself, what kind of person could live in such an extravagant villa? I never even dreamed that I would have a place here. Being able to be with my husband is the greatest happiness and luck in my life." Wang Zhidi gently wrapped his arms around Sikong Ruyan and softly said in her ear, "This is something I should say. No matter how precious things in this world are, they are merely valuable treasures. You are priceless in my heart. Being favored by you is my happiness and luck, and you are irreplaceable." He always insisted on treating the 7 beauties as a whole, which subtly influenced them to accept this situation more in their hearts. Moreover, this approach seemed fair, avoiding favoritism, making it more suitable for them to get along, and preventing excessive competition for affection. They entered the villa, and Wang Zhidi looked at the fully Western-style decor and couldn't help but shake his head. "Clearly this is our Hugu's place, yet it has to be made like this. It's truly lamentable. If I have the energy in the future, I must build a palace in the Magic City, so everyone knows that Hugu's ancient architecture is the best in the world." Everyone rolled their eyes at this remark, thinking it was ridiculous to buy something they didn't like. It was simply burning money. Sikong Ruyan looked around, sighed in her heart, and then called her mother. Upon hearing that her daughter had returned and was with a man, Sikong Kaienkian immediately exploded. "You little brat, you know your situation. How could you do something like this? How am I supposed to explain this to your father? This is driving me crazy." Sikong Ruyan understood her mother very well. After speaking, she put the phone aside and picked it up again a few minutes later, saying one sentence that silenced her mother. "Mom, are you done scolding? If not, I can send someone to pick you up, and when you get here, you can decide whether to continue scolding." Sikong Ruyan casually said to her mother. Having been scolded by her since childhood, she had long since gotten used to it and knew how to deal with her mother. Seeing her daughter's firm tone and considering her personality, which was not the type to make reckless lifelong commitments, Sikong Kaienkian thought she should go see for herself. She quickly received the call, came downstairs to the company and saw a large Hummer. The driver looked like a tough guy, definitely a high-end bodyguard. The driver respectfully said, "I am from the Tiandun Security Group. The boss sent me to pick up Miss Sikong. Please get in the car." Sikong Kaienkian exclaimed in surprise, "You are actually from the Tiandun Security Group. It was my daughter who sent you to pick me up. This is truly unbelievable." The driver said nothing, only showed Sikong Kaienkian his credentials to confirm his identity, then respectfully invited her to get in the car. Sikong Kaienkian looked at the castle villa, her mouth agape, almost able to swallow an egg. Sikong Ruyan came out of the villa, smiling as she took her mother's hand, feeling particularly happy that she had finally managed to surprise her mother. "Jai Tai was supposed to come out to pick you up, but the head of Tiandun Security Group in Madu had some matters to report, so he didn't come out." She spoke very casually, as if explaining a trivial matter. Sikong Kaienkian asked in astonishment, "What exactly is your boyfriend's background? Why does he need to report to him?" Sikong Ruyan replied nonchalantly, He is the new boss of Tiandan Security Group, and since it's his first time in Madu, of course, he needs to hear a work report. Sikong Kyankian almost gasped, taking several deep breaths to calm herself. Sikong Ruyan found it amusing and decided to drop another bombshell on her mother to see if she could elicit a reaction. Jaitai has many identities, for example, the second largest shareholder of Hugyu Airlines, the third largest shareholder of Chanel Group, and he has also fully acquired Sheningtang Pharmaceutical Group. Sikong Kyankian couldn't hold back any longer and finally let out a gasp, satisfying her daughter's vanity and bringing a proud smile to her face. "You little brat, you didn't even give me a heads up. Did you really want to scare me to death?" Upon hearing her mother's complaint, Sikong Ruyan playfully stuck out her tongue and said, "I just wanted to give you a surprise." Sikong Kyankian shot her daughter a glare. It was indeed a surprise, but more of a shock. With someone like that, can you? She hesitated, clearly afraid her daughter would follow the same path she had, while also feeling that following that path wasn't so bad, at least she had lived well. Sikong Ruyan didn't hide anything from her mother and briefly explained the situation around Wang Jaitai, emphasizing her own position. Sikong Kyankian was not the least bit surprised. If Wang Jaitai had only Sikong Ruyan by his side, that would have caught her off guard. Although you have his promise, you must not let your guard down. You need to be diligent and give birth to a son as soon as possible. Your biggest advantage compared to others is your background. You are just a little better off as a mistress. If someone else gives birth to a son first, then the mother will have the upper hand and it's not impossible for you to be pushed down. You silly girl. Sikong Kyankian had the most authority on this matter, teaching by example. Sikong Ruyan rolled her eyes but took it to heart. Wang Jaitai, through the villa's surveillance, saw the scene of the mother and daughter. Linger translated Sikong Kyankian's words through lip reading, leaving him dumbfounded. Hearing Sikong Kyankian teach her daughter how to please him, he immediately thought this mother-in-law was fantastic. If all mothers-in-law were like this, life would be much easier. Wang Jaitai said to Bai Yujiao, "While we are not in Madu, my mother-in-law's security level must be raised to the highest level. We absolutely cannot let Ruyan be upset." Bai Yujiao immediately nodded in agreement, then turned to leave. When she saw Sikong Kyankian, she even bowed slightly. Sikong Kyankian had only seen Bai Yujiao from a distance before, as they were completely on different levels. Now, in this situation, she felt flattered and surprised. She saw her daughter looking calm and composed and couldn't help but sigh again. Upon entering and seeing Wang Jaitai, she was taken aback by how young he was. Although Sikong Kyankian trusted her daughter's judgment, she had never imagined that the person her daughter found would be such a young, wealthy heir. It was truly beyond her expectations. She was suddenly shocked. Wang Jidi was so young yet had so many industries and shares. The strength of the entire family made her heart tremble. If her daughter wanted to officially enter the family, it probably wouldn't be enough to just have a son. It was definitely a heavy responsibility, and she needed to be well educated. Wang Jidi said gently, "I have met my mother-in-law. I should have visited in person, but due to some trivial matters I could only bring my mother-in-law over. I hope my mother-in-law can understand." Sikong Kyankian hurriedly replied, "There's no need for such formality, son-in-law. You're a busy person and that's understandable. As long as you treat Ruyan well in the future, I will be satisfied." Wang Jidi immediately made a promise and then smiled. "I didn't prepare any gifts for my mother-in-law this time, so let's use this villa. I have already told Bai Yujiao to transfer this villa to Ruyan's name. If my mother-in-law doesn't mind, you can live here in the future. Ruyan and I will occasionally come back, just like returning to your family home. If my mother-in-law feels too lonely living alone, you can invite my father-in-law to stay with you." He spoke so casually, as if he were giving away not a villa worth hundreds of millions, but just a small cottage in the fields. Sikong Kyankian was completely overwhelmed by Wang Jidi's generosity, quickly nodding in agreement, and looking at Wang Jidi with eyes that clearly showed a mother-in-law's growing fondness for her son-in-law. She thought to herself that in a couple of days, she would bring Du Tingxuan here to let him see their new home, which would surely earn him more favor in the future. Sikong Kyankian had long given up any hope of becoming a formal member of the family. Gaining a little more affection was her greatest wish. If Wang Jidi knew his mother-in-law's thoughts, he would definitely scold his father-in-law for being an irresponsible scoundrel, a complete disgrace among scoundrels. Just look at him. He was the model, directly creating a villa complex to keep the seven beauties together, taking care of each one without favoritism. Wang Zhidi's idea could no longer be called scoundrel-like. It was simply shameless to the extreme, putting all the meat in his own bowl without giving anyone else a chance. Naturally, they would enjoy a harmonious time together, while in an ordinary villa, Lu Fangting was discussing matters on the plane with her mother. What did you say? That little vixen Sikong Ru Yan is actually involved with the second largest shareholder of Hugyu Airlines, and he's a young master. Lu Zifeng's voice shot up an octave upon hearing her daughter's words, even reaching dolphin-like pitches. Among all of Du Tingxuan's spiritual medicines, she and Sikong Kaienqian were the most outstanding and competed fiercely, but in the end, neither of them got what they wanted. Unlike Sikong Kaienqian's self-pity, Lu Zifeng felt that everything was someone else's fault. If it weren't for those people competing, she would definitely have become Mrs. Du. Lu Zifeng had completely fallen into a mental trap, developing a pathological mindset, and now hearing about Sikong Ru Yan's good fortune felt like her heart was being torn apart. Lu Fangting added fuel to the fire, and that's not all. When they got off the plane, the head of the Tiandun Security Group's Shanghai branch personally drove to the airport to pick them up. That person showed special respect to that wealthy young man. It felt less like an employer-employee relationship and more like dealing with a superior. His background must be incredibly powerful. Lu Zifeng found it even harder to accept, angrily shouting, "What right does that little vixen have to be so lucky? Heaven is too unfair to us mother and daughter. Absolutely cannot let that pair of vixen mother and daughter succeed. We must ruin their plans. It would be best if you could take advantage of the situation and replace Sikong Ru Yan." Lu Fangting licked her lips and said, "I want to do that too, but we don't even know who they are. How should we operate?" Lu Zifeng regained her composure and said, "Sikong Ru Yan went to Binhai City, so she must have met him there. As long as we send someone to investigate, we will definitely find out." Moreover, when Sikong Ru Yan returned from Bincheng, it must have been to resolve the gambling issue, so it was impossible for her not to show up. As long as she made an appearance, there would be an opportunity. Furthermore, the young master of the Zhang family was determined to have Sikong Ru Yan, and knowing that she returned with a man, he would definitely not let it go easily. There would be a good show to watch then. Lu Fangting said worriedly, "That man looks extraordinary at first glance. If things escalate and the Zhang family suffers losses, what will we do? Will they vent their anger on us?" Lu Zifeng gently shook her finger and said, "You really are a silly girl. Why do you have to tell Zhang Mupeng? Can't you find a few more people to pass the message? By then, even if it traces back to you, you can only say it was you gossiping with your best friend. Gossiping is a woman's nature, and since it wasn't said directly to Zhang Mupeng, how could they blame you?" Lu Fangting thought about it and realized it was indeed the case. As expected, the older Ginger is spicier. Compared to her mother, she was far behind. The mother and daughter exchanged a glance, revealing a cunning smile. Indeed, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. A mother wolf can only give birth to wolf cubs. Wang Zhidi had a servant take Sikong Kaienqian to choose a suitable room, and then prepared a sumptuous dinner, with everyone chatting while eating. Sikong Ru Yan had already informed Sikong Kaienqian about the Seven Beauties group and mentioned wanting to cancel the gambling agreement. Sikong Kaienqian hesitated for a moment and said, "If you do this, I'm afraid the Zhang family won't let it go easily, and there will definitely be trouble." Wang Zhidi rubbed his nose and said, "The Zhang family from Fengcheng provoked me before, and I gave them a warning, even taking a piece of meat from them. The Fengcheng Zhang family is a branch of the Zhang family in Madu. If the Madu Zhang family doesn't know what's good for them, I wouldn't mind replicating that on them and conveniently skinning them. That so-called gambling agreement is a joke in my eyes, completely not worth mentioning. The three major families in Madu are seen as giants by others, but to me, they are just that." His gaze was particularly firm, making people feel confident, and the words he spoke were highly credible. Sikong Kaienqian hesitated for a moment and said, "I absolutely believe in your abilities, but the three major families in Madu have always stood together. Dealing with one of them is equivalent to declaring war on all three. No matter how you look at it, the Du family is Ru Yan's maternal family, and clashing with them is really not good. It would be difficult for me and Ru Yan to be caught in the middle. How about this? You all don't go to the Du family for now. I'll have a good talk with Tingxuan and let him do some work from the inside. Everything will fall into place naturally, and it will be easier to handle." Wang Zhidi looked at Sikong Ru Yan and smiled, nodding. Since mother-in-law says so, let's do it according to mother-in-law's wishes. When you communicate with father-in-law, just say it was my suggestion. If it really comes to war, let alone the three major families in Madu, even the Kinghang sect won't be taken seriously. Sikang Kyankian was just a lover of Du Tingxuan and knew nothing about the affairs of the inner world, completely unaware of which sect Kinghang was. However, as a smart woman, she was very clear in her heart that Wang Zhidi specifically mentioned the Kinghang sect, which must have special significance. They no longer continued this topic and talked about some trivial family matters. When Wang Zhidi mentioned his family, Sikang Kyankian naturally wouldn't believe it. Back in her room, Sikang Ruyan nestled in Wang Zhidi's arms, her face full of happiness, and naturally they enjoyed the scenery together, truly a splendid view. Wang Zhidi was awakened by the notification sound of a red envelope and directly chose to receive it. As expected, being in a new place brought considerable rewards. First, he obtained ownership of a building, which was located by the Lupu River and was definitely worth a lot. Next was ownership of a horse farm, a place that the upper circles of Madu were particularly fond of visiting. It should be said that the value of the horse farm itself was not significant, but the connections it could bring were immeasurable. Finally, there was a jade ring. According to the information provided by the system, this jade ring was the token of the leader of the Qing gang in Magic City. The Qing gang is the main body of the Qing character faction within the Qing Hongmen, holding significant representative meaning, though whether it is recognized now is another matter. However, with this jade ring, at least it can stand on solid ground in principle, and coupled with formidable strength, the other party would have no choice but to acknowledge it. In addition, 3 skill cards were obtained, namely the Hong Quan, the Death Grip, and the Super Hearing ability. Wang Zhidi naturally chose to use them. As the saying goes, more skills are never a burden. Having more abilities is always better than being caught off guard when needed. The last 3 red envelopes included one with 80 million in funds, another with 6 million in cash, plus a solid iron spear. Wang Zhidi took out the spear and found it resembled those in the movies, also consisting of 3 sections and a spearhead that could be attached to either end. He casually fiddled with it, connected the pieces, and tossed it back into storage, placing it alongside the 2 antique guns, estimating it wouldn't be needed in the future. Wang Zhidi and Sikang Ruyan arrived at the dining room, where they saw Sikang Kyankian already there, so they naturally had breakfast together. Just as they were halfway through their meal, Sikang Kyankian's phone rang. After hanging up, her expression turned grim, clearly indicating something bad had happened. The servant said Zhang Mupeng knows Ruyan is back and specifically came home to look for her, declaring he won't give up until he finds her. Wang Zhidi snorted. Zhang Mupeng is really arrogant, daring to come looking for trouble. Mother-in-law, give the Zhang family a call and let them know if they have the guts. They can come here. Sikang Kyankian certainly wouldn't do that. She hurriedly offered some comforting words and then called Du Tingxuan to inform him of the situation. Now that the information had leaked, the plan discussed yesterday was no longer viable. This is the speed at which plans can change. Sikang Ruyan, puzzled, said, "We got off the plane and came straight here. How did Zhang Mupeng find out?" Wang Zhidi rubbed his nose and replied, "It should be that someone in first class recognized you, and that person informed Zhang Mupeng, leading to this situation. It's easy to find out who it is. Just pull the passenger data from that flight for first-class passengers, and Linger can handle it easily." For Linger, this was no more complicated than a simple dish. She quickly retrieved the passenger data and conducted a preliminary screening, marking out the key suspects. Upon seeing Lu Fangting's name, Sikang Ruyan immediately confirmed, "It must be her who leaked the information. She and I are sisters, both illegitimate daughters of my father. However, her mother is sharp-tongued and less likable than mine, and she is cunning. My brother doesn't like her at all and shows her no kindness. So the 2 of them have always been jealous of my mother and me, often causing me trouble, hoping we don't do well, wishing for our misfortune every day. On the plane, the flight attendant revealed your identity. She must have heard it clearly and became even more envious of me, which is why she did this. She truly is a top student and a strong woman, with analytical skills that are top-notch, quickly identifying the key points and reconstructing the situation almost perfectly." Wang Zhidi nodded and asked Linger to pull up the information on the Hu family mother and daughter, unexpectedly discovering that their main business was building management. The main pillar of their project was the very building he owned, and they had relied on the Du family's influence to avoid renewing the contract after the last one ended. This essentially meant extending the previous contract, a common practice among large families and factions, maintained by reputation. Wang Jidi handed his phone to Sikong Ruyan and said, "I didn't expect it to be so coincidental. Last night I was bored and thought it was pointless for you to have just a villa in Magic City. You should have some business too. Let's just arrange it, and coincidentally, this building is included. The management contract for the building has expired for a year, so it's just right to have someone else manage it." Sikong Ruyan glanced at the information on her phone and smiled as well. This move was equivalent to cutting off the enemy's supply line, a tremendous blow to the Lu family mother and daughter. She cheerfully said, "My husband always surprises me. Since that's the case, let's do it this way, invite them out to discuss the renewal. Where should we meet?" Wang Jidi laughed heartily. "Of course in the building. Their office is there and they owe 10 years of rent, so it's perfect to watch them get kicked out." Sikong Ruyan agreed with a grin. With Wang Jidi as her support, there was nothing she was afraid to do. Sikong Kyankian listened to their conversation, understood what was happening, and wanted to dissuade them but ultimately gave up. She knew her own situation. Without being able to provide any help to her daughter, all she could do was not hold her back to avoid being disliked by her son-in-law. While they were discussing this, Lu Zifeng also received the news that the building had a new owner, a mysterious person known only by a phone number and the title Iron Young Master. Lu Zifeng told her daughter about this, frowning. "After receiving this news, I feel a bit uneasy, as if something is going to go wrong." Lu Fangting comforted her, "Mom, you're just being overly worried. We have the Du family backing us. No matter how strong the other side is, a strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. Besides, we manage the building every year and the profits are quite good. It doesn't matter who manages it, they definitely won't do anything to us. You can rest assured." Lu Zifeng felt her daughter made sense and calmed down, pondering how to deal with that little vixen. Just as she was gritting her teeth, she suddenly received a call saying that the new owner of the building would arrive in half an hour and wanted her and her daughter to come over immediately. Upon hearing that she should bring her daughter, and recalling the title Iron Young Master, Lu Zifeng couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, thinking it was a good opportunity. Lu Fangting agreed with her mother's idea, her eyes sparkling as she hurriedly dressed up and followed her mother to the building. Due to the time spent on dressing up, they arrived at the building 15 minutes later than scheduled. Lu Zifeng and her daughter reached the designated office, pushed the door open, and saw a boss's chair facing away from them. Lu Zifeng put on a smiling face and said, "I'm really sorry for keeping the Iron Young Master waiting. Please forgive us." Lu Fangting chimed in, "It's all my fault. I wanted to leave a perfect impression on the Iron Young Master, so I took a little time to dress up. Surely the Iron Young Master is magnanimous and won't hold it against a young beauty like me. I can join you for coffee as an apology. You really overestimate yourself. With your looks, how could you catch my husband's eye? It's simply a joke." A familiar voice came from the boss's chair, which then turned around to reveal Sikong Ruyan sitting there. Lu Fangting exclaimed in disbelief, "How can it be you? Why are you here?" "Because this building belongs to my husband and I am the landlady here, so naturally I need to be here. You and I came back on the same flight. You must know my husband is the second largest shareholder of Huiguo Airlines, and this is just one of his many identities. Now he has another identity, which is the owner of this building. Our family also has a management company, so we won't trouble Aunt Lu." Sikong Ruyan's words were clear and layered, indicating she already knew Lu Fangting had returned on the same flight and that what she was doing now was revenge. Lu Zifeng, furious, shouted, "How can you do this? We had an agreement. You can't just replace us at will." "Is Aunt Lu so angry? The contract in your hand has expired for a year and has no legal effect at all. As for the agreement you mentioned, it was between you and the previous boss and has nothing to do with us. By the way, there's one more thing I need to tell you. Do you want to take a quick acting heart-saving pill first?" Sikong Ruyan paused, looking at Lu Zifeng and her daughter with amusement, and as she thought about what to say next, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but slightly rise. "Aunt Lu, the office in the building has never paid rent since it was used. I could overlook it before, but I definitely can't anymore. I don't think you have that credit, so I won't be renting the office to you. Please move out of my office before dark." Lu Zifeng was already furious, and hearing this made her even more enraged, causing her to jump up directly. "What nonsense are you talking? I've been struggling in the business world for so many years. Who dares to say my credibility is bad? Why should I move out? Sikong Ruyan was not angry at all, smiling elegantly as she said, I don't care how others think, I just believe Aunt Lu's credit is bad. As for why I can make you move out, of course, it's because this is my husband's place. Not making you pay the previous rent is already considering my father's face. You and my mom are both my father's elixirs, and there's no distinction in status. If it really comes to a dispute, my dad will definitely wash his hands of it, and you won't be able to outdo me. Asking you to move out before dark is already giving you face. Otherwise, I would have the security throw all your things out right now, leaving you with no face at all. Lu Zifeng felt an unnamed rage surging from her heels to the top of her head, and she was about to explode, truly wanting to pounce on her and scratch her. Lu Fangting grabbed her mother's hand tightly, staring at Sikong Ruyan and said, Everyone in the Du family is in a similar situation. There's no need to be so ruthless. Sikong Ruyan snorted from her nose. Why should I be so ruthless? Don't tell me you have no idea. Zhang Mupeng came to my house early this morning. Besides you, no one else knows I've returned to the Magic City. I plan to deal with my own matters after seeing my father. If you dare to scheme against me, there's no need to be polite. Your little tricks are not worth mentioning in my eyes. I've already had my mom notify Zhang Mupeng. If he has the ability, he can come to the castle villa to find me, and by the way, let him ask the Fengcheng Zhang family who my husband is. Her words were particularly domineering, directly suppressing the Lu mother and daughter, making them realize how foolish they were. Lu Fangting gritted her teeth and argued, I did mention your return, but I didn't tell anyone from the Zhang family, just a few of my close friends. I don't know which big mouth told Zhang Mupeng this news. It really has nothing to do with me. You can't hold me responsible. Whether you told the Zhang family is not important, or whether what you said matters is not important. What matters is that only you know about this. Now that this matter is exposed, you must bear the responsibility. If it weren't for my mother-in-law considering old feelings, I would have just dealt with you like this. Wang Zhidi walked in from another door, a sinister smile on his lips, speaking without any courtesy, causing the Lu mother and daughter to feel a chill run down their spines. At this moment, the Lu mother and daughter realized how naive their thoughts were. For those big figures, there was no need to consider the details. Just having a general direction was enough. It could be inferred that once the Zhang family suffered a loss, they would definitely do the same. Even though Lu Fangting was the illegitimate daughter of the Du family, she could be sacrificed just as easily. Lu Zifeng had lost her former prestige like a defeated hen, drooping her head in surrender. My daughter really didn't mean it. I beg you to be merciful and let us go this time. We won't dare again in the future. Wang Zhidi coughed and said, Put away your act. It won't work in front of me. Since I've made my decision, it won't change. You've run your company for so many years, and the money you have is enough to live comfortably for the rest of your lives. Just go back and dissolve the company, and everything will be resolved. Lu Fangting gritted her teeth and said, Today you are the victors, and you can do whatever you want, but you can't be victors forever. Sooner or later, the tides will turn. Wang Zhidi clapped his hands and said, That's a good line. It has a bit of spirit. For the sake of that line, I'll give you one more day to move. When the Lu family mother and daughter heard the earlier words, they had ignited a glimmer of hope, but the last sentence doused it with cold water, leaving them utterly chilled. Lu Zifeng knew that at this point, continuing to speak would only bring humiliation upon herself, so she could only grit her teeth and accept it, leading her daughter out. Sikong Ruyan watched their retreating figures, feeling immensely relieved. She had been bullied by them all her life, and now she finally felt a sense of vindication. With tears in her eyes, she nestled into Wang Zhidi's embrace, startling him, unsure of what was happening. Wang Zhidi held Sikong Ruyan tightly and softly comforted her. Why are you crying? Did I do something wrong? Sikong Ruyan gently shook her head and said, These are tears of happiness. When I was a child, I would hide in a corner and cry after seeing my mother being bullied. I felt so useless and vowed to work hard so that my mother would never be bullied again. That's why I studied harder than anyone else and became a top student. After graduating, I also worked very hard, but in the end, nothing changed. I was still that girl looked down upon by others. If it weren't for my brother protecting me, I would have long been a tool for others to trample on. All my efforts have turned into a joke. The greatest happiness in my life is meeting you. You have given me support. From now on, I will always be yours. Even if you abandon me, I will cling to your side. Wang Zhidi tightened his arms and said, "What are you talking about? How could I abandon you? I have already given you the most sacred contract. We will never be separated. Since our whereabouts are already exposed, let's simply invite your brother out to meet. We will definitely become good friends." While he felt moved in his heart, he also felt particularly pained for Sikong Ruyan and decisively changed the subject to divert her attention. Sikong Ruyan's attention was indeed diverted, and she nodded with a smile, agreeing. In her heart, Wang Zhidi ranked first, followed by her brother with her parents coming after. The two of them were in a sweet exchange, their feelings rapidly intensifying, absolutely blissful, while the Lu family mother and daughter returning to the office did not share such good spirits. Lu Zifeng threw everything on her desk to the ground and screamed hysterically, "That damned little wretch dared to treat me like this. It's simply too despicable." Lu Fangting looked at her mother, who was going mad, with a look of disdain in her eyes, which then turned sinister as she came up with an idea. "Look at what you've become. You're simply a shrew with not a trace of elegance left. If Dad saw you, he would surely despise you even more. That pair of wretched mother and daughter want you to become like this. How can you comply with their wishes? It's truly disappointing." Lu Fangting looked at her mother with contempt, speaking without any politeness, marking the first time in her life she had spoken to her mother like this. Lu Zifeng looked at her daughter in surprise, clearly not expecting her to say such things, momentarily silencing her. Lu Fangting calmly looked at her mother and said, "What do you want to do now? Are you planning to find father and have him seek justice for you? Don't harbor such delusions. Why am I so embarrassed among several illegitimate daughters? Isn't it because father doesn't like you?" Moreover, Sikong Ruyan found such a husband purely from a profit perspective. Father has to protect Sikong Kian. Lu Zifeng listened to her daughter's words and felt that it was indeed the case. She sat dejectedly to the side, unsure of what to do. Lu Fangting squinted and said, "If we lose this building, the entire company's profits will be halved. It won't be easy to maintain it. We might as well do as that man said and sell the company outright. After all, we have the Du family backing us, so we can definitely sell it for a good price. You can use this money for retirement, and I will go all out with Sikong Ruyan. As long as I'm willing to give up something of myself, finding a capable man won't be difficult. Zhang Mupeng won't be satisfied if he can't have Sikong Ruyan, so I'll go find him. After all, it's a Du family's illegitimate daughter marrying him. I meet the criteria too." Lu Zifeng looked at her daughter in disbelief, suddenly feeling that her daughter was very unfamiliar. She wanted to say something but ultimately held her tongue and could only nod in agreement. Sikong Ruyan contacted her brother Du Yongren, who also knew she had returned, and they immediately arranged to meet at a private bookstore. Wang Zhidi drove the jeep that Bai Yujiao had prepared for him to the agreed location, which was quite remote yet very tranquil. Sikong Ruyan smiled and said, "This bookstore was opened by my brother when he was in high school. It has all kinds of books like a library. I used to read here all the time, and my brother would occasionally recommend books to me and quiz me on their content. If I did well, I would get some rewards. I think that's why my brother treats me well, unlike the other sisters who struggle to achieve this." Wang Zhidi nodded with a smile, internally scoffing that only the young masters of these big families would have the leisure to do such things. When he was in high school, he worked like a dog to earn his college tuition and had no time to cultivate himself. Sikong Ruyan pulled Wang Zhidi into the bookstore, which was simply decorated, entirely divided by bookshelves. Between the bookshelves were round tables, each with a burner of incense, creating a classical atmosphere. Sikong Ruyan skillfully made her way to the back, where Du Yongren sat beside an antique-style writing desk. On it were the four treasures of the study, some thread-bound books and a set of tea utensils, all in an antique style. Sikong Ruyan smiled and called out "brother," completely shedding her strong woman persona and acting like a little sister who was being coy in front of her brother. Du Yongren gently said, "You mischievous girl, have you forgotten your brother now that you have a husband? You didn't even come to see me first when you returned." Sikong Ruyan playfully stuck out her tongue and said, "Who said I forgot my brother? I just got back yesterday and today I'm here to find you. This is my husband Wang Zhidi, someone I can trust for life. I'm sure you two will become good friends." Du Yongren nodded at Wang Zhidi, then made a gesture inviting him to sit, intending to brew him some tea. Suddenly, a red envelope page popped up in front of Wang Zhidi. There weren't many envelopes, only a little over 10, and he immediately chose to open them. This time, he received a set of Gu Jingzhu's squirrel grape tea utensils, a gold and silk Nanmu tea tray, an original version of the ancient tea scripture, and a tea art skill card. The rest was several tens of millions in funds, plus hundreds of thousands in cash, which didn't even pique Wang Zhidi's interest. Wang Zhidi smiled and said, "Look at my memory. I left the gift I prepared for my brother in the car. You chat with him first, I'll be right back." He finished speaking, turned around and walked away, striding back to the car. First, he used the tea art skill card, and in just a few minutes he transformed into a true tea master. Then he took out 3 items from the storage space, wrapped very casually, looking nothing like precious items. Wang Zhidi returned to the table, where Sikong Ruyan and Du Yongren were chatting happily. "I don't know what you two are talking about. This small gift is just a token of respect. Please don't think it's too little, big brother." As he spoke, he removed the tea set from the table, opened his cloth bag, and took out a gold and silk Nanmu tea tray, then placed the squirrel grape tea set on it. Du Yongren's 2 great hobbies in life were reading and tasting tea, and as a true tea master, he naturally understood tea sets very well. When he saw the gold and silk Nanmu tea tray just now, his eyes changed. Using such a large piece of gold and silk Nanmu to make a tea tray was indeed extravagant. When Du Yongren saw the tea set placed on the tray by Wang Zhidi, his eyes immediately became fervent, and he unconsciously swallowed. Could this tea set be Master Gu Jingzhu's squirrel grape 10-piece set? It is said that Master Gu only made 3 sets in total. One of them was auctioned at the Mobai auction for a stunning price of 10 million beautiful coins. That was a few years ago, and the price should have doubled by now. Upon hearing his brother's words, Sikong Ruyan also gasped inwardly. Her husband really wanted to please her brother, but did he have to spend so much? Wang Zhidi casually said, "This set is the first of the 3 sets, so it should be a bit more expensive than that one, but it's no big deal. After all, it's just a tea set and it's meant for brewing tea. I just don't like tasting tea. I prefer to drink it straight, so this set has been gathering dust with me, and it's just right to give it to Big Brother. Also, I have a tea classic here, an authentic ancient edition which I find rather uninteresting now. Big Brother can flip through it to pass the time." He casually pushed the tea classic over, and Du Yongren curiously took it. Seeing the words Tea Compendium written in small seal script, his heart skipped a beat. Du Yongren hurriedly flipped through the contents, confirming that it was indeed the original Tea Compendium by the tea immortal Lu Tong, and he went crazy inside. As the eldest son of the Du family, he naturally had his own channels of information and knew that Wang Zhidi was a wealthy man, but he never expected him to be so extravagantly wealthy. Could they still have fun together? Du Yongren silently complained in his heart, but on the surface, he remained calm, as if he was used to it and it was nothing special. Wang Zhidi secretly nodded. As expected of the young master of a prominent family, he truly had grace, and just for that grace it was worth making friends. Moreover, the other party was his brother-in-law, who had a very good relationship with his wife, making it even more worthwhile to deepen the connection. Du Yongren brought up the previous tea set again. He wasn't as extravagant, and those good things should be treasured, not squandered. "You used to be so composed. How come after getting a man you've become so radical? It seems that having support makes a difference. Even if Lu Zifeng did something wrong, she is still your aunt. A lesson is enough, why be so harsh? Do you still want to be a family in the future?" He spoke gently to Sikong Ruyan, making it impossible for anyone to feel any resentment. Instead, it warmed the heart, making him seem like a caring brother. At the same time, he showcased the strength of the Du family. As long as something happened in the Magic City, the Du family could grasp it immediately and come up with a response when needed. Sikong Ruyan pouted in response, but in her eyes she was dismissive. For these spiritual medicines and illegitimate daughters, they were merely competitors, with no familial ties to speak of. Wang Zhidi held Sikong Ruyan's hand, shaking his head, and said, "I think Big Brother is wrong. If the Lu family mother and daughter treated Ruyan as family, they wouldn't do such things. They were eager to push Ruyan into the fire pit, completely destroying her so that she could never rise again, living a life worse than death. If it weren't for Ruyan, how could it be such a simple punishment? The poor families in the mountains were their mother and daughter's true home." When he said the last sentence, his gaze turned extremely cold, and Du Yongren felt a shiver in her heart, as if facing a demon from hell. Sikong Ruyan smiled and waved her hand, saying, This time is mainly to let you meet my brother. Why talk about such depressing things? Du Yonggren replied. What my little sister said is right. There's no need to mention those unhappy matters. Since my brother-in-law is here in the Magic City, I naturally have to show him hospitality. Tomorrow, I'll invite some people from the circle to the racetrack to watch the horses run. My brother-in-law can get to know them, and who knows, it might come in handy in the future. It's always good to have more friends. Wang Zhidi returned to his gentle demeanor and said, I'll follow my brother's arrangements. If there's anything in the future, just let me know, and I'll do my best to help. Du Yonggren smiled and agreed, then started chatting casually, inadvertently bringing up the art of tea drinking, only to be overshadowed by Wang Zhidi again. Losing to Wang Zhidi in his strongest area left him feeling extremely frustrated, and he casually found an excuse to send them out shopping. After they left, Du Yonggren opened the cabinet behind him, which was filled with surveillance screens, monitoring an area of several dozen miles. He spent a lot of effort to find someone from the Tiandun security group, explaining that the other party was elite among elites. It seemed his previous guess was correct. Wang Zhidi was indeed the new boss of the Tiandun security group. The three major families in the Magic City had a deep understanding of the Tiandun security group because they were backed by the Qinghang gang. After all, in the eyes of others, they were still just the Tiandun security company. Du Yonggren was very clear about how strong the background of the Tiandun security group was. Wang Zhidi becoming their boss was beyond just having a deep background. He looked at the three gifts again, his gaze becoming even more profound. Sikong Ruyan being with Wang Zhidi was a tremendous opportunity for the Du family. The reason Du Yonggren had always protected Sikong Ruyan was not only because the girl was indeed outstanding, but mainly because of her fate. He had a friend who was skilled in fortune-telling, and that friend was remarkably accurate. At that time, they were having tea here when Sikong Ruyan came to read for the first time. The friend showed a look of surprise upon seeing Sikong Ruyan's face, then asked for her birth date and time, carefully calculating. This friend asserted that if the Du family wanted to advance further, Sikong Ruyan was the key to everything, and they should not force her to do anything. Everything should be according to her wishes. Du Yonggren kept his friend's words in mind, which is why he always supported Sikong Ruyan and worked hard to maintain his brother's image. Now, all of this was finally paying off. If this opportunity was missed, it would be a sin for the Du family, and he would have no face to meet his ancestors. Du Yonggren played with the tea set, then flipped through the tea shop, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting, repeatedly saying good things in his heart. He returned to the Du family before dinner, drank an extra bowl of soup during the meal, and Du Tingxuan's eyes immediately brightened, asking his son to come to the study after dinner. Du Tingxuan smiled and asked, "What has made you so happy that your appetite has increased?" Du Yonggren pulled a book from the shelf, flipping through it while recounting today's events. I've said before, the person Ru Yan is looking for must be remarkable. Zhang Mupeng is simply not enough. The 3 gifts Wang Zhidi gave me, if appraised, would be worth at least 200 or 300 million, not to mention his grand gestures in the Northeast, spending billions. I've analyzed it carefully. He is definitely not acting out of spite but to create momentum for himself. There's nothing more powerful than stepping on the underbelly of a nation. All of this indicates that Wang Zhidi's scheme is absolutely beyond our imagination. For our Du family, establishing a relationship with him is both an opportunity and a challenge. It all depends on whether my father dares to face it. If he is content with the status quo and uses this opportunity to sever ties with Sikong Ruyan, we will have no further dealings with them in the future. Du Yonggren laughed heartily and said, "As the saying goes, no one knows a child better than their father. I still don't know what you're thinking. If I were to do that, the first to oppose me would definitely be you. Since ancient times, wealth and honor have been sought through danger, especially for us, the 3 great families of Magic City. We have our heads on the line, who knows when we might meet our doom. However, there is a problem here. The Zhang family has taken on so much blame, and now Zhang Mupeng has set his sights on Ruyan. How can I refuse? I can't bring myself to say it. There was also a betting agreement before which served as a cover. Now that girl has lifted the cover herself. What do you think I should do?" Du Yonggren smiled slightly and said, "What you need to do is neither agree nor oppose, while also calming the other 2 old fellows so they don't meddle blindly. As for the matters of our younger generation, of course, they should be resolved by the younger generation themselves. Zhang Mupeng has been stepped on by Wang Jidi a few times, so he will naturally behave. At that time, among the remaining illegitimate daughters, we can choose one for him as a wife, and he will have to thank us. I'm inclined towards Lu Fangting. We must arrange a strategist for him. Du Tingxuan's eyes brightened upon hearing his son's words. I didn't expect to encounter a snag this time. In the Du family study, there isn't even an electronic component, so it's impossible to hear their conversation. Linger angrily complained to Wang Jidi. In such a situation, even the most powerful digital life would be helpless. Wang Jidi smiled and comforted her. It doesn't matter if we can't monitor them. Not everything needs to be under our control. If we were all omniscient, wouldn't that be too boring? As long as we have enough capability, we can handle anything. The unknown challenges are often more exciting. Don't you think what your brother said is right? Linger nodded with a smile. Brother is absolutely right. With me protecting you, you definitely won't get into trouble. There are no electronic devices in the study, but there are plenty outside. If I want to, I can easily create an accident and send their family to hell. She showed a proud little expression, almost indistinguishable from a real person. If she were to clone a body, she could completely impersonate a real person. Linger had thought about this matter, but Wang Jidi directly vetoed it, saying that such actions were too much of a challenge to the bottom line and simply unacceptable. When Wang Jidi heard Sikong Ruyan calling, he immediately went downstairs and saw Sikong Kaienqian looking dejected, clearly having failed to accomplish what needed to be done. Sikong Kaienqian said gloomily, I just spoke with Ruyan's father on the phone. He has taken a neutral stance on what you said. According to him, the betting agreement can be voided. Whether Zhang Mupeng can be made to retreat depends on your ability. If you can force Zhang Mupeng back, choose one of the other illegitimate daughters to be his wife. Wang Jidi smiled indifferently. I thought it was something serious. It turns out to be such a small matter. Don't say just a second-generation heir. Even if I include my father-in-law, I don't take it to heart. Sikong Kaienqian hurriedly said, Tingxuan just told me that this is a matter between you young people. As long as you don't kill Zhang Mupeng, the older generation will definitely not interfere. Upon hearing this, Wang Jidi's interest was piqued. Du Tingxuan was clearly testing him to see if the Du family was worth betting on. As for the bottom line of not killing Zhang Mupeng, after all, such conflicts involve many aspects, and sometimes it's hard to settle things without one or two people dying. Wang Jidi smiled and said, My dear mother-in-law can tell my father-in-law that since he wants me to have some fun with Zhang Mupeng, let him watch a good show. However, the bottom line is mutual. If Zhang Mupeng crosses my line, I definitely won't hold back. If things go wrong, my father-in-law shouldn't blame me. Sikong Kaienqian was a very clever woman. When she heard Du Tingxuan's words, she had already guessed her man's intentions. Her earlier expressions were all feigned. She quickly nodded and said, That's inevitable. I've already agreed with Tingxuan that in a couple of days, when we have time, we'll have dinner together. After all, we're family. Wang Jidi smiled and nodded in agreement. Everything that needed to be said was clear. Since he had nothing much to do anyway, playing around wasn't a bad idea. It was just a way to pass the time. After gaining the heart of a conqueror, Wang Jidi's mindset had been changing unconsciously, increasingly embodying the aura of someone in power. Compared to when he first received the red envelope system, he had undergone a tremendous transformation, to the point where he seemed like a completely different person. Early the next morning, Sikong Ruyan received a call from Du Yongren, asking them to come to the racetrack to meet everyone. Wang Jidi nodded at Sikong Ruyan, and she immediately indicated that there was no problem. They would head over shortly. Wang Jidi hugged Sikong Ruyan and joked, It seems my father-in-law and big brother can't wait to push me to the front stage and roast me over the fire. Sikong Ruyan wrapped her jade arms around his neck and said softly, Hubby is the best. Even if it's the true fire of Samadhi, it can't hurt you at all. Wang Jidi laughed heartily, and after goofing around with Sikong Ruyan for a while, he changed into sportswear and drove to the racetrack. When they arrived at the entrance of the racetrack, they saw more than a dozen supercars parked there, with only their Jeep standing out, making them feel out of place. Wang Jidi casually glanced around and noticed that half of the supercars were similar to the one Sikong Ruyan had driven earlier, indicating that a significant portion of the people they were about to meet were the illegitimate daughters of the three major families. In the case of such powerful families, those who did not belong to the family name were all illegitimate daughters, as the sons had been brought back into the family. No matter the time, for any family power, men were always much more important than women. Every man was an extremely valuable resource, while women, unless particularly outstanding like Sikong Ruyan, could only serve as tools for marriage alliances. Therefore, illegitimate daughters were generally not recognized and took their mother's surname, while illegitimate sons typically took their father's surname, not falling into the category of illegitimacy, though their status was slightly lower. Wang Jidi held Sikong Ruyan's hand and swaggered into the racetrack, hearing Du Yonggren's voice calling from a distance as they walked in that direction. Halfway there, they suddenly heard a horse neighing, and a woman riding a horse charged towards them, targeting Sikong Ruyan. Wang Jidi's expression turned cold as he stepped forward, positioning himself to shield Sikong Ruyan behind him, and then threw a powerful punch at the horse's neck. The woman saw this and suddenly pulled on the reins, causing the horse to rear up, seemingly trying to avoid them, but in reality, it was aiming to kick Wang Jidi with its hooves. Wang Jidi showed no expression. He simply changed his swinging fist into a real punch and struck the horse's chest directly before the hooves could come down. His punch was incredibly powerful, sending both the horse and rider flying over 20 meters before they crashed heavily to the ground. The woman on the horse had one leg pinned beneath it, letting out a piercing scream, clearly indicating that her leg was completely ruined. When Du Yonggren saw the horse charging towards Wang Jidi and Sikong Ruyan, his expression turned extremely grim, and he hurriedly ran over. He had just run a few steps when he happened to see the scene behind him, and he was instantly stunned, his heart surging with waves of shock. Wang Jidi seemed to be doing something trivial, continuing to hold onto Sikong Ruyan's hand as he walked over in this direction. At that moment, Du Yonggren finally realized what was happening, shot a fierce glare at Zhang Mupeng, and then continued running towards Wang Jidi, his face filled with concern. "You guys weren't hurt, right? That really scared me just now. I don't know which bastard can't ride a horse and dares to run around like that. They must not be forgiven. Their family will definitely have to pay an unbearable price." As soon as Du Yonggren said this, the expressions of those around him changed dramatically. Among the people present, 2 of them changed their expression, clearly having a deep connection with the woman who was riding the horse. Huang Daisheng interjected, "What you said, Brother Du, is not right. They weren't hurt. The one who got hurt is that girl on the horse. That's not fair." Wang Jidi snorted from his nose. "According to young Master Huang's logic, we should have been trampled to death by the horse and then it would be fair. How about this? Later I'll drive my car and hit you. If you can damage my car and make me hurt, I'll definitely say it's fair." He was not polite at all, directly countering Huang Daisheng, who was infuriated, his eyes turning extremely sharp. Just as the atmosphere was tense, a middle-aged man hurried over, and before he reached them, he began to apologize. "I'm really sorry. The horse that Miss Zhou was riding just now got startled for some reason. It's all our fault, and we are willing to make compensation." Huang Wensheng patted his belly and said, "Manager Li doesn't need to say that. Such accidents can easily happen, and besides, no one was hurt this time. No one will make a fuss about it." Upon hearing Huang Wensheng's words, Du Yonggren immediately realized that this matter was arranged by their brothers. He had been too focused on guarding against Zhang Mupeng and had forgotten about these 2 troublemakers. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Jidi had already opened his mouth. "Who said this matter won't be accounted for? It is absolutely unforgivable for such an incident to happen at a horse farm." Huang Daisheng jumped up, glaring and shouting, "Who are you, a country bumpkin, to speak here? You damaged a racehorse and you haven't even compensated yet." While Huang Daisheng was jumping and shouting, Huang Wensheng gave Manager Li a look, and the latter understood immediately what to do. Manager Li wore a fake smile and bowed to Huang Daisheng, saying, "Thank you, young Master Huang, for your straightforwardness. This horse of ours is worth over 100,000 and now it's ruined. The loss is truly too great. However, all of you young masters are noble people and surely won't quibble with a country bumpkin over this. Let's just let this matter go, to avoid being accused of bullying a country bumpkin." Wang Jidi snorted. "You really know how to play the game of Tai Kai well. Clearly, it's your fault, yet you want to push it on to others while pretending to be magnanimous. It seems that in your circle of young masters in the Magic City, apart from my brother-in-law, everyone else is an extreme big shot. I hope that a country bumpkin like me cannot be friends with you." Zhang Mupeng finally seized the opportunity to speak, arrogantly saying, "You do have a bit of self-awareness. A country bumpkin like you has no right to be friends with us. If it weren't for Brother Do today, you wouldn't even have the qualification to enter the horse farm. Sikong Ruyan running off to some remote place to follow you, a country bumpkin, is truly blind. Wang Zhidi coldly smiled and said, "It seems everyone agrees with your words. Since that's the case, I believe you wouldn't want to come to the place that belongs to me, a country bumpkin. I kindly ask you all to leave my place. From now on, you are no longer welcome here. You can set up another horse farm as your gathering place for noble people." Including Du Yongren and Sikong Ruyan, everyone was left dumbfounded. How could this horse farm, which had stood in the Magic City for many years, suddenly become his? In contrast to the astonishment of these people, Manager Li felt his legs go weak. He had already received a notification from General Manager Ma Jikai, knowing that the horse farm had changed owners. Moreover, this new owner was very mysterious, leaving only a phone number and a title and forbidding them from disturbing him at will. Manager Li gritted his teeth and asked, "Are you Iron Shao?" Wang Zhidi squinted and said, "It seems you have a bit of sense. I was going to fire you directly, but since it's like this, I'll give you a chance to explain what's going on with that horse." Manager Li felt dry in his mouth and looked to the Huang brothers for help. Everyone was perceptive and immediately understood the situation. Everyone was shocked, mainly for two reasons. First, this country bumpkin in front of them had such capability to quietly take over this horse farm. It should be noted that while the horse farm itself was nothing special, as the largest gathering place for the upper class in the Magic City, its importance for networking was undoubtedly significant. Second, the Huang brothers were actually going to deal with Wang Zhidi. They didn't seem to have any connection. If it were Zhang Mupeng, everyone could accept it. Wang Zhidi snorted through his nose. "Since you don't want to speak, I won't force you. Just take what you said earlier as true. Call Ma Jikai immediately and have him compile a blacklist. Everyone here except for my brother-in-law will be on it, and they are not allowed to step into the horse farm again." Manager Li didn't dare to delay for a moment and immediately called Ma Jikai. Upon hearing that the boss had arrived and had caused such a big incident, Ma Jikai hurried over. Before Ma Jikai arrived, Wang Zhidi and the Huang brothers clashed again, and their attitudes were even worse. Huang Wensheng said aggressively, "You're quite arrogant, daring to put us on the blacklist. As long as our Huang family is willing, we can make it so that your horse farm can't operate." Wang Zhidi disdainfully snorted, "Arrogance requires capital. If you have the ability, try it and see if my horse farm will stand strong. This time, I'm giving face to my father-in-law by only putting your brothers on the blacklist. If you dare to shout again, I'll put all the Huang family members on it and see if your father can handle this." Du Yongren hesitated and said, "Let's not involve our parents in matters between young people. Resorting to parents when you can't win is a child's tactic. Besides, there are many things to enjoy in the Magic City. It's not necessary to ride horses. Going to the grand world to listen to some music is also a very interesting thing." He appeared to be mediating, but in reality, he was siding with Wang Zhidi, fully supporting putting everyone present on the blacklist, giving no face to anyone. This matter had developed to this point, evolving into a conflict between the Du and Huang families, which was essentially an internal conflict among the three major families. This was precisely where Du Yongren's cleverness lay, completely internalizing the issue. Who suffered and who benefited among the three major families was a trivial matter. The key was to neutralize the potential conflict between Wang Zhidi and the Huang family, directly nipping the danger in the bud, only losing a bit of face. Among the second-generation members present, a few truly astute individuals quickly grasped the key point, their gazes toward Wang Zhidi filled with fear. Many things were terrifying upon deeper thought. Wang Zhidi could make Du Yongren make such a change, indicating that he could stand firm against the Huang family, and further, he could confront the three major families with a chance of winning. Just as these people grew increasingly fearful, Ma Jikai hurried over. In the past, Ma Jikai would definitely greet a few young masters first, but this time was different. He directly set his sights on Wang Zhidi. Ma Jikai was the absolute confidant of the previous boss, aware that the boss had gotten into serious trouble, and it was a foregone conclusion that his family would be wiped out. Just when the boss was waiting for death with closed eyes, someone suddenly stepped in and resolved the matter, taking over the horse farm as payment for their services. Ma Jikai was very clear about his boss's strength and connections. What was a matter of waiting for death for his boss was merely a matter of a word for that person. This showed that the other party's power was already at a level that defied the heavens, and his boss was not even worthy of carrying their shoes. Such a person had to be revered like an ancestor. Majikai wished he could lower himself to the dust, bowing deeply and respectfully to Wang Jidi. This lowly one has met young Master Tai. I do not know what orders young Master Tai has, but even if it means shattering my bones, I will definitely fulfill them. The Huang brothers and Zhang Mupeng were taken aback by Ma Jikai's demeanor, knowing that the other party was facing the heads of the three major families in the Magic City, yet was still at ease. Wang Jidi coughed lightly. No need to shatter your bones, but there are 3 things I need you to do. First, establish a blacklist. Among those present, except for my brother-in-law Du Tingxuan, the rest are forbidden from stepping into the horse farm for life. Anyone who dares to come in will have their legs broken and be thrown out. Second, return Miss Zhou to the Zhou family and tell them there is no need to go to the hospital. They will definitely not see the sun tomorrow morning, so they should cherish the time they have left. Third, conduct a thorough check of all the horses in the farm. I do not want any more incidents of horses being startled in the future. Manager Lee will provide you with the specifics. Manager Lee will not hold this against you this time. The rest is up to you. If you find it difficult, I can have someone else handle it. Ma Jikai immediately said, as long as it is young Master Tai's order, no matter how difficult it is, I will accomplish it and will not let young Master Tai down. Wang Jidi smiled and said, I appreciate you a bit. I'm going to ride with Ru Yan. Brother-in-law, come along. Du Yongren nodded with a smile and left with the 2 of them, leaving the others looking at each other in confusion. Ma Jikai drooped his eyelids and said to the Huang brothers and Zhang Mupeng, the 3 young masters have already heard our boss's words, so please leave on your own and do not come back in the future, to avoid making it difficult for me. I will contact the 2 family heads and explain this matter to them. If they are not satisfied, they can take the horses stored here away. His implication was that if the Huang and Zhang families were dissatisfied, he would ban all their people, making them a complete laughingstock. Huang Daisheng jumped up and shouted, do you know what you are saying? Do you think our Huang family is fake? Ma Jikai snorted disdainfully. I don't know if your Huang family is fake, but I know our boss is real. Considering that you used to come here often, I will give you a piece of advice. Do not provoke someone who is not on the same level. If our boss really wants to do something, let alone you few young masters, even the family heads have to listen. No one is invincible. His words were a blatant threat, and the threat was not directed at the people present, but at the heads of the Huang and Zhang families, indicating his absolute confidence. Huang Wensheng sighed and said, Mr. Ma, please rest assured, we will definitely not come again. Miss Zhou, we will take her away directly. I wonder if we can have this favor. Ma Jikai shook his head. Since it is our boss's order, it must be us who return her. Young Master Huang can rest assured that Miss Zhou will definitely not be harmed in any way. I am more worried about her safety than you are. After all, our boss has not yet made a move, and if I disturb his enjoyment, I cannot bear the consequences. Zhang Mupeng shouted angrily. You give a little color and you start a dying room. Do you really think we are easy to deal with? Huang Wensheng coughed, interrupting his words. There's no need to make a big deal out of a small family. Let's go. Ma Jikai looked at the backs of the 3 young masters and couldn't help but shake his head, then turned his gaze to Manager Lee. Although Wang Jidi said to let bygones be bygones, it didn't mean that Manager Lee would have an easy time in the future. His hard days were just beginning. On the other side, Du Yongren had Sikong Ruyan go ride a horse, then stood by the railing with Wang Jidi. Don't be fooled by the Huang brothers looking as fat as pigs. The second one is indeed a stupid pig, a pig that only thinks with its lower half. But the eldest is a fierce beast pretending to be a pig. Anyone who underestimates him will pay the price, and one must never let their guard down around him. Du Yongren's eyes became extremely deep, clearly indicating that the changes in this matter had gone beyond his control. Wang Jidi nodded and said, I think this time it's not that stupid pig causing trouble, but rather the idea of that fierce beast. Du Yongren tapped his fingers on the railing and said, That's indeed the case, but I can't understand why Huang Wensheng would do this. He never acts without purpose. Whenever he does something, he has his own motives. You have no connection with him, so there's no need for this. As for trying to please Zhang Mupeng, that's even more absurd. The Zhang family has done many bad things, and indeed a large part of it is taking the blame for the 3 major families. However, there are some things that our Du family has always detested, like their collusion with the Eight Flag people, selling out the interests of Huagyu. Back then, to punish them severely, my great-grandfather Du Risheng directly killed the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Xiaodi, which caused a huge uproar. Later, it was still the head of the Huang family, Huang Yinrong, who stepped in to mediate, allowing the Du and Zhang families to reconcile and work hard to mend the rift between them. For our Du family, we hope someone can replace the Zhang family, but it's hard to find such a scapegoat, so we remain in conflict. The Huang family, as a representative of the three major families, has been working hard to maintain the relationship between the three families while solidifying their own position, providing support to the Zhang family. Wang Zhidi understood Du Yonggren's implication. If the Zhang family weren't a scapegoat, they would have been eliminated by the Huang and Du families long ago, and there would be no need for Huang Wensheng to please Zhang Mupeng. In other words, Huang Wensheng's actions against him had nothing to do with Zhang Mupeng. It was precisely because of this that it didn't make sense. After all, the two were strangers to each other. Even if two strangers on the street were to fight, they would first exchange glances, then say, "What are you looking at?" before they could start fighting. It was impossible for two people who had never met to decide to attack him. That could only mean it was premeditated, and there must be some special factors involved. Just as the two were puzzled, a flash of inspiration struck Wang Zhidi, and he thought of a possibility. Wang Zhidi suddenly thought of a way to excuse himself to get something, and after returning to the car, he asked Linger to pull up all the recent communication records of the Huang family. Sure enough, as he suspected, Huang Wensheng had been in contact with the beautiful country via satellite phone these past few days. If it weren't for Linger's exceptional skills, he wouldn't have been able to find out. Since satellite phones don't record conversations, he didn't know the content of the calls, and Linger felt both angry and ashamed. It's all Linger's fault for not monitoring everything, disappointing brother. Wang Zhidi looked at Linger's dejected expression and hurriedly comforted her. How can you blame yourself for this? There are countless calls made around the world every day. It's impossible to monitor them all. The fact that you were able to find their call records and help brother find a clue is already amazing. You're the best little assistant brother could ask for. After evolving into a digital life, Linger was just like a real little girl. A few comforting words made her smile happily. I knew that brother spoils Linger the most. From now on, Linger will definitely keep a close watch on the three major families in the Magic City, on all forces related to brother. As long as they make any move, brother will definitely know right away. Those two fat guys are so detestable. I'll arrange for them to have electrotherapy soon. Wang Zhidi praised a few times with a smile, then said not to alarm the snake in the grass, and that it was enough to keep a good watch on those two fat guys. He returned to the previous spot, where Sikong Ruyan had already dismounted and was chatting with Du Yonggren, occasionally showing an angry expression. Wang Zhidi smiled and said, "What are you two siblings talking about? Who dares to make my precious girl angry? They must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. I will make sure they can't handle the consequences." Sikong Ruyan linked her arm with Wang Zhidi's and replied angrily, "We were talking about what just happened. The Huang brothers are simply too detestable. We won't deal with them anymore. Also, there's that Zhou family. Big brother said he would arrange for someone to make sure the Zhou family pays for this matter." Wang Zhidi said lightly, "There's no need for Big brother to intervene in the Zhou family's affairs. Since I already said it, I will definitely follow through. Big brother doesn't need to advise me. If I hadn't reacted quickly just now, Ruyan would have been injured by that horse, which is absolutely intolerable. Someone must pay the price. Big brother, tell father-in-law when you go back that this matter has crossed my bottom line and I won't let it go easily. From now on, I will have dealings with the Huang family." His tone was firm and unquestionable, not a discussion but a direct notification. Du Yonggren showed a wry smile, shaking his head helplessly, not saying anything else. Wang Zhidi patted Sikong Ruyan's hand and nodded towards a cute little horse nearby, the meaning clear. Sikong Ruyan smiled and nodded, happily running towards the little horse, leaving the two men to discuss important matters. Wang Zhidi squinted and said, "Huang Wensheng has been making satellite calls with people from the beautiful country these past few days. What does Big Brother think?" Du Yonggren's expression changed, saying, "If you can confirm the accuracy of the news, it should be the prince of the Qinghang sect, Hong Mayan. He is the only grandson of old Master Hong and has always been particularly favored. while old Master Hong is the guiding star of the King Hong sect, an absolute stabilizing force. The key is that besides old Master Hong's background, Hong Mayan's own abilities are also particularly strong. Among the younger generation, he is definitely a standout. Wang Zhidi's eyes slightly changed. According to Big Brother, Hong Mayan has both ability and background, so he must be the leader of the next generation of the King Hong sect, and no one will compete with him. Du Yongren shook his head. I need to correct one thing. Hong Mayan not only has ability but also possesses powerful strength, and this strength is not what you might think. According to rumors, Hong Mayan awakened his shaman bloodline at the age of 16, thus gaining very extraordinary abilities. I don't know much about this bloodline, but the abilities are somewhat similar to special powers. Although I haven't seen him use them, there's no smoke without fire. Wang Zhidi's mouth slightly curled up as he used his X-ray vision to scan Du Yongren. I didn't expect Big Brother, such an elegant person, to actually be a bit repressed. That Mickey is quite good-looking. Du Yongren was momentarily stunned, then reacted, looking at Wang Zhidi in shock, unable to speak. Wang Zhidi smiled and said, Big Brother doesn't need to be so surprised. I haven't awakened any bloodline, but I do have special abilities. This ability isn't anything remarkable. As long as the opportunity is right, it's not a problem for my woman to possess it. He was definitely not bragging. After the 7 beauties signed the contract, their connection with him was extremely close, and he could easily transfer abilities to them. Wang Zhidi had just spoken when he had already transferred the ability of light refraction to Sikong Ruyan, ensuring her safety. After all, he had a protective membrane, as strong as steel and iron, standing there being hit without any problem. For him, light refraction was hardly more than a mere embellishment. Du Yongren took a deep breath to calm his turbulent emotions, so as not to affect his judgment and avoid making a wrong decision. My brother-in-law has brought me too many surprises, it's turning into a shock. We are family, and our Du family will definitely support you. At worst, we can just turn against each other. Wang Zhidi smiled and shook his finger, saying, I appreciate my brother's intentions. I can handle these matters myself. There's no need for my brother to help. I have a question for you, brother. You must tell me the truth. Do you want to become a true legendary patriarch like your great-grandfather Du Risheng? Upon hearing this, Du Yongren's eyes immediately lit up with eagerness, which startled Wang Zhidi. My great-grandfather has always been my idol. Since I was young, I have admired him immensely and have always aimed to be like him. I have memorized his sayings completely and conduct my actions according to his teachings, achieving perfection in everything I do. Wang Zhidi looked at the loquacious Du Yongren and silently exclaimed in his heart, not expecting that his cultured brother-in-law was actually a fervent admirer of Du Risheng. After Du Yongren finished, he smiled and took out a jade ring from his pocket, handing it to him. Hong Mayan had Huang Wensheng deal with me, likely for this ring, which can shake his foundation. Since he has special abilities and feels my threat, it's completely understandable. After all, such matters cannot be deduced by common sense. I don't know how strong his abilities are, but since I've taken it on, it shouldn't affect others. Brother, your opportunity has come. Du Yongren took the ring, examined it seriously, and became increasingly solemn. Brother can keep his mouth shut. It's exactly the ring you think it is. The King Hong sect should have Qing in front and Hong behind, but now the world is turned upside down. My great-grandfather was the most outstanding figure of the Qing faction, and as his great-grandson, it is absolutely fitting for you to revive the Qing name. It's the cycle of fate. Wang Zhidi looked at Du Yongren with a smile, his tone filled with temptation, further solidifying Du Yongren's ambition. Du Yongren took a deep breath, wordlessly putting the ring on his thumb, the meaning unspoken. He raised his thumb to the sky, and the jade ring shone brilliantly in the sunlight, resembling the most sacred crown. Du Yongren then brought his hand back, pressed the ring to his chest, bowed his head in silent tribute for a minute, and finally took off the ring and put it away. He looked intently at Wang Zhidi and said, From now on, no matter what others say, in my heart, you are my only brother-in-law. No one can replace your position. Wang Zhidi smiled slightly and said, I was a bit confused just now and don't remember what happened. Brother, good luck. Du Yongren showed a satisfied smile and then changed the subject. Today, the Huang brothers caused a disturbance, and Zhang Mupeng was just a bystander. From what I know of Zhang Mupeng, he definitely won't be satisfied and will surely stir up more trouble. You need to be careful. Wang Zhidi looked at Du Yongren in confusion. With his strong performance today, If Zhang Mupeng still dared to cause trouble, that guy must have a problem with his head. Du Yongren shrugged helplessly and said, "The Zhang family, besides being wicked and shameless to the point of having no bottom line, is most famous for being incredibly dense. The thought process of the Zhang family is simply more bizarre than that of women. You can never understand what they are thinking or what they might do. If you try to guess them with the thinking of a normal person, you will definitely be the one to suffer in the end. You can understand them as a mix of idiots and lunatics. Moreover, you must remember that every promise made by the Zhang family is worth less than a dog's fart. At least a dog's fart makes a sound, but they don't make a peep." Wang Zhidi understood and nodded with a smile. Sikong Ruyan returned with the little horse, and everything came to a close. Wang Zhidi and Sikong Ruyan returned to the castle villa and contacted Duan Ruoxi via video to tell her about today's events. Duan Ruoxi exploded with anger, shouting fiercely, "Those damn bastards! They really have some nerve to plot against my second sister. We must not let them off the hook. I'm going to put a bounty on them right now. Before the sun rises tomorrow, we must wipe out all the Zhou family members and let them know what happens when they act like dogs." With the experience of the last bounty to eliminate the referee, Duan Ruoxi was absolutely familiar with this process and quickly arranged everything. Wang Zhidi had questions about the witch people. Knowing oneself and the enemy is crucial to victory, and any carelessness is unacceptable. Duan Ruoxi smiled and said, "A few days ago, I met a girl named Zinj who specializes in intelligence. I'll go ask her now." As she spoke, she connected with the other party and the screen switched over. Zinj was a chubby girl with an ordinary face, someone you wouldn't recognize if you threw her on the street. Zinj respectfully greeted, "I have met the Supreme God, and it is an honor for Zinj to serve you." Wang Zhidi smiled and casually transferred 100 black coins as a meeting gift. Zinj hurriedly thanked him and said, "The witch people you asked about should actually be called the Witch Clan, which is a powerful offshoot of practitioners. The Witch Clan is a product of the interbreeding of the witch tribe and the human tribe in ancient times, with the most famous representative being the god of grinding Chiyu. I don't need to elaborate on his legend, do I?" Sikong Ruyan asked in surprise. "You said it's a legend. How can it be true?" Zinj replied seriously, "Madam, that's not correct. There's a saying that where there's smoke, there's fire. If there were no basis, how could there be such a splendid legend? The Jianghu is also a legend. Everyone thinks it only exists in novels, but what happened? The narrow world is just the Jianghu." Sikong Ruyan thought about it and realized it made sense. Since Jianghu could become real, those legends might also exist, which didn't seem like a big deal. Zinj continued, "After Chiyu's defeat, the witch clan was tragically exiled. According to the legends, they were exiled to the cold and bitter lands of the West, which are now those barbaric places. The witch clan has half of the witch tribe's bloodline and can use the natural powers of heaven and earth. This power is the predecessor of supernatural abilities, but much stronger. Moreover, witches are different from practitioners. They don't need to cultivate hard. As long as their bloodline awakens, they can possess formidable power, which is why their combat ability is very strong. However, witches are different from supernatural beings. Supernatural beings are a result of genetic mutation. Theoretically, all races can have supernatural abilities, which is very broad. But witches must have the bloodline of the Jiulai, meaning they must be of Huigyu descent, regardless of whether they are yellow-skinned and white-hearted or some other mixed breed. This point cannot be changed." Wang Zhidi sensed Zinj's implication and couldn't help but smile slightly. She was somewhat interesting and might become a long-term source of intelligence. He tapped his knee with his fingers and said, "I'm very satisfied with your intelligence. I plan to entrust all future intelligence work to you. I will give you a base salary of 10,000 black coins each year, and in addition, I will provide certain rewards based on your intelligence. What do you think?" Zinj answered without hesitation. "Of course, there's no problem. It is our honor to serve the Supreme God." Finally, weakly asking, "If we don't want the black coins, can we exchange them for rare treasures?" Wang Zhidi said with a stern face, "What I give you, you cannot refuse. What I do not give you, do not think too much about it. The base salary will definitely not change, and rare treasures can be the highest reward. Whether you can get the reward depends on your abilities. Since you are friends with the elves, I won't be too harsh. As long as you perform well when rare treasures are urgently needed, you can claim the reward in advance. However, I do not like being deceived. Unless you can ensure I never find out, the price you will have to pay will definitely be something you do not want to bear." The carrier pigeon immediately pledged loyalty. Rest assured, Supreme God, whether it's a full meal or a satisfying feast, we can definitely distinguish between the two. I'm just one of the carrier pigeons. We have a very large pigeon house, and we will not disappoint the Supreme God. The highest reward will definitely be ours. Wang Jidi did not speak further, casually cutting off the video. Many things were left for Du and Ryuoxi to say, which would have a more obvious effect. While they were having dinner, a call came in on Sikong Ruyan's phone. Sikong Ruyan saw the phone number and frowned, glancing at Wang Jidi before answering the call. I wonder what young Master Zhang wants with me. My husband and I are going to rest and don't want to go out tonight. Upon hearing that it was Zhang Mupeng calling, Wang Jidi casually took the phone and happened to hear the other party's words. What do you mean by that? Even if you can't become my wife, at least we are friends. We can't just ignore each other forever. Besides, I didn't ask you to come alone. I asked you to bring your husband along. You were so arrogant during the day, are you scared now? Wang Jidi snorted from his nose. Young Master Zhang really knows how to tell jokes. With you few stinky fish and rotten shrimp, how could I be afraid? Share the address and we'll be there shortly. I hope you won't disappoint me and leave all the Zhang family members behind. He was not polite at all, and without giving Zhang Mupeng a chance to respond, he hung up the phone, a look of disdain on his face. Just as Du Yongren had predicted, this also showed that Zhang Mupeng was a simple-minded guy, not worth mentioning at all. Sikong Kaienkian looked at them with some concern. There is an old saying that no banquet is perfect, and attending such events usually leads to many troubles. Wang Jidi smiled slightly and said, "Mother-in-law, there's no need to worry. Since I have decided to attend the banquet, I naturally have absolute confidence. Otherwise, I wouldn't let Ruyan take the risk. She is a treasure in my heart, and even the slightest harm to her would break my heart." Sikong Ruyan smiled and responded, "Mom, just rest assured. Jidi never does anything without confidence. If Zhang Mupeng doesn't know what's good for him, the one who will be in trouble might not be who he thinks." Sikong Kaienkian thought of Wang Jidi's might and felt this made a lot of sense. Just as she was about to give a few more reminders, her phone vibrated. The location shared by Zhang Mupeng was a KTV called Magic City Star. The fact that it dared to use such a name indicated some background. Upon seeing the name of the KTV, Sikong Ruyan's face showed a look of disgust, her eyes filled with rage. Wang Jidi looked at Sikong Ruyan in confusion, not knowing what was going on. Sikong Ruyan gritted her teeth and said, "Magic City Star KTV is a property of the Li family. The Li family started by running a horse racing business and has always been a family in the underworld. The current head of the family, Li Chuanj, has a son, Li Danwen, who is in the same school as me. He is a good-for-nothing, a scoundrel. I once had a close friend who studied dance, and she had a childhood sweetheart who was a top student. Everyone said they would definitely become a scientist and a dancer in the future, absolutely the most perfect match. I never expected that my best friend would later catch the eye of Li Danwen, who wanted to pursue her but was firmly rejected. Li Danwen then hired someone to create a car accident, severely injuring my friend's boyfriend, leaving them with exorbitant medical bills. He also tricked my friend into going to this KTV, where she was violated, and one person wasn't enough. He arranged for many beasts. After I learned about this, I immediately went to find my brother. With my brother's help, we rescued my friend from the KTV, but she was already in a terrible state. My friend, feeling hopeless, mixed a bottle of pesticide into cola and drank it with her boyfriend, ultimately choosing to leave this world together. Just thinking about it makes me feel hatred. Wang Jidi looked at Sikong Ruyan, who was gritting her teeth, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Since he was such a villain, he should make his wife happy. He cleared his throat and said, "Since he is such a villain, he naturally cannot be tolerated. Leave everything to me." Sikong Kaienkian hesitated for a moment and said, "The Li family not only has considerable strength but is also a vassal of the Zhang family, making them difficult to deal with." Wang Jidi smiled slightly and said, "In my eyes, there is no one who is difficult to deal with. You can rest assured, my dear mother-in-law, since Ruyan dislikes that place, you shouldn't go there tonight. I'll go and see what tricks they can play." Sikong Ruyan nodded in agreement, reminding Wang Jidi to come back early, and then watched him leave. Wang Jidi found Zhang Mupeng's private room and quickly checked the identities of those people, discovering they were all young masters from the underworld. However, there was one person of particular interest, named Huo Yulun, the eldest son of the Huo family. The Huo family was not an underworld family, but one of the three major families in the martial arts world, with their ancestor being the famous Huo Yuanjia. However, after Huo Yuanjia and Huo Tingen, the Huo family had long lost their chivalrous spirit and had become a complete evil force, serving as a backing for underworld families. Strictly speaking, the Zhang family is not an underworld family. The true power controlling the underworld families is the Huo family, which simply does not acknowledge itself as such. Moreover, the Huo family is not just the Huo family. It also includes the Chen and Liu families, descendants of Chen Zhen and Liu Zhensheng, forming more of an alliance. Wang Zhidi looked at the in-depth information and found that the current head of the Huo family, Huo Nanju, was about on par with him, making the outcome of a fight uncertain. He weighed it in his mind and felt that with his physical fitness, combined with his steel-like bones, he should be able to take the opponent down. Wang Zhidi arrived at the shared address and could see the flashing neon lights from a distance. As he got closer, it was even more resplendent. He casually parked his car on the outskirts, swaying as he walked to the entrance, casually taking out a stack of old man coins and stuffing them into the welcoming lady's chest. The welcoming lady smiled brightly, respectfully saying, "Welcome, young master, to the Star of Magic City. We will surely meet all your requirements." Wang Zhidi casually smiled and said, "Zhang Mupeng invited me. Please take me to the private room he reserved." Upon hearing this, the welcoming lady's attitude became even more respectful. She quickly gestured for him to follow and led him to the private room that Linger had found. This private room was on the top floor of the KTV, and there were only 4 private rooms on this floor, known as the Supreme Rooms, which couldn't be reserved just because one had money. Wang Zhidi swaggered in, casually glancing around. His gaze was not sharp, yet everyone who saw him felt a chill run down their spine. Huo Yulan's expression changed, revealing a look of disbelief. This situation had occurred with his father before. How could Wang Zhidi possess such ability? He thought it must be an illusion. He had already received news that the other party was a young master from a prominent family, which must have cultivated an aura of superiority, hence the way he carried himself. Huo Yulan thought more and more that this was the only explanation. Otherwise, they were all young people. How could the gap be so large? It was as if they were not allowing others to live. Zhang Mupeng was the first to regain his composure, looking at Wang Zhidi with a bold expression. Just as he was about to speak, unexpectedly, Wang Zhidi ignored him and spoke first. Wang Zhidi did not pay attention to Zhang Mupeng, but instead focused his gaze on Li Danwen, his eyes becoming sharper and sharper, finally like a knife. Li Danwen felt a wave of fear, his clothes instantly soaked with cold sweat, as if he was about to die at any moment. Huo Yulan, with his family background, coughed heavily, breaking the atmosphere that Wang Zhidi had created, rescuing Li Danwen. Wang Zhidi glanced at Huo Yulan casually before shifting his gaze to Zhang Mupeng. "Young Master Zhang chose such a place to invite us. I wonder if he is really foolish or just pretending to be foolish. As for Zuyan, she didn't think of coming here, so I came by myself." His words were not polite at all. Zhang Mupeng was taken aback at first, then he realized that it meant he was indeed foolish. Zhang Mupeng snorted from his nose. "These rich young ladies are just pretentious. There aren't that many things. If they have no ability, they should be stepped on. That girl back then, I was the first to visit. It's just that, with that kind of flexibility, she wants to become a dancer. She is really too far off." Wang Zhidi coldly smiled and said, "I hope the Zhang family still has a successor. Otherwise, with someone like you, the Zhang family will definitely be ruined. I don't care who was first, but I care about who owes a debt. Debts must be repaid, and they must be repaid double. Don't think that this kind of debt can be ignored by men. If you want to think about it, you must repay it. In these few days, I will definitely recommend you a Black Web live broadcast. The content will definitely interest you." The meaning of his words was very clear. It was to return the favor in kind. As for who would be the target of punishment, everyone could guess with their toes. If it had been when Wang Zhidi first entered, Li Danwen really wouldn't have taken it seriously, but now it was different. Li Danwen thought of Wang Zhidi's gaze just now. A chill ran down his spine, and he looked to Zhang Mupeng and Huo Yulan for help. Huo Yulan silently cursed himself, really wanting to give himself 2 slaps. Instead of sleeping well at home, he came here to join in the fun. Fortunately, everyone knew that the Li family was a vassal of the Zhang family, so the focus was on Zhang Mupeng, and Huo Yulan was not the primary target. Zhang Mupeng, with a stiff neck, said, Don't think that just because you are the owner of the Magic City racecourse, you can be so arrogant. Wang Jidi interrupted Zhang Mupeng. Even without the Magic City racecourse, I would still be this arrogant. I have the capital to be arrogant, of course. I can do whatever I want. As long as I want, with a snap of my fingers, I can make your heads explode. As he spoke, he extended his finger, and at the same time, a red dot appeared on all their heads. These people all had connections in the underworld and had strong influence, so they naturally knew about firearms and understood what the red dot meant. Huo Yulun calculated in his heart that with his ability, he should be able to dodge the first shot, but after that, he would definitely face a concentrated attack and would surely be finished. He spread his hands and said, "Young Master Tai, what is this for? We sincerely invited you to have fun, absolutely no other intentions." Wang Jidi laughed heartily, laughing so hard that he couldn't catch his breath, leaving these people confused. A second-generation rich kid suddenly slapped his thigh and shouted, "We are in a KTV private room. There isn't even a window around. How could we be targeted by a sniper rifle?" Everyone realized this and thought about it. It really was the case, whose infrared aiming was so powerful that it could penetrate walls. Compared to the righteous indignation of these people, Huo Yulun felt a chilling coldness in his heart. In this situation, it would be better to be targeted by a sniper rifle. The private room was only so big and the red dot had to come from somewhere. This question was absolutely terrifying upon deeper thought, and overthinking could scare one to death. Wang Jidi clapped his hands and said, "I was just joking with you all earlier. You wouldn't take it too seriously, would you?" Huo Yulun quickly replied, "Young Master Tai, what are you talking about? I think this joke is really interesting. On behalf of the Huo family, I hope to gain your friendship, and no matter what you want to do, I will absolutely support you. Young Master Zhang has a point. The weak are just the mud under the feet of the strong. Back then, they were the strong and could trample on others as they pleased. Now that young Master Tai is the strongest, you can naturally do as you wish. One cannot become weak and claim that being weak is justified. One cannot have double standards in life." He suddenly changed his stance, startling these people. Among the families in the underworld, apart from a few relying on the Zhang family, the vast majority still looked up to the Huo family. These people immediately echoed, "Young Master Huo is absolutely right. How can one be so shameless? If you have the ability, then act. If you don't, just lie down and play dead." Zhang Mupeng, seeing the expressions of these people, felt extremely frustrated. He originally wanted to show off a bit but ended up becoming a supporting character. Why was it so difficult? Wang Jidi laughed heartily and said, "Getting to know young Master Huo is the biggest gain of today. I just came to keep an appointment and really have no mood for anything else. Let's go out for a drink another day. Royan has made soup at home, and I need to go back to drink it." It seems young Master Zhang can only arrange for the next event. His words were a blatant provocation, making Zhang Mupeng so furious that he nearly combusted. After Wang Jidi left, Huo Yulun looked at Li Danwen with pity, shook his head, and stood up. "Tonight has taught me a lesson. There is retribution in this world. In the future, when you do things, you must have a bottom line. I need to go back and rest. Only by restoring my spirit can I properly enjoy the live broadcast." Watching others face retribution is also quite an interesting thing. Huo Yulun's words were filled with sarcasm. Among all the families in the underworld, the Li family was one of the least favored by the Huo family. This situation arose because the Li family was straddling two boats, often paying lip service to the Huo family while being subservient to the Zhang family. Li Danwen hurriedly said, "Young Master Huo, please don't say that. We all play together and there is some friendship. You must help me." Huo Yulun coldly smiled and said, "Good and evil will eventually be rewarded. The heavens have their cycles. If you don't believe it, just look up. Who has the heavens spared? Take care of yourself." After saying this, he turned and walked out. The remaining young masters exchanged glances, each finding an excuse to leave, intending to go back and tell their families about this matter. They wanted to see if Wang Jidi could really follow through on his words. If so, many things would need to be reconsidered. Zhang Mupeng looked at the dejected Li Danwen, snorted heavily, and no longer paid attention to this guy, preparing to go back and think about how to make himself the main character next time. Wang Jidi was completely unaware of all this. When he got into the car, the red envelope page popped up. Wang Jidi immediately chose to claim it. This time the amount wasn't much, only a little over 80, but the quality of the items was very high, with over 20 types of rare materials. The rest were jumbled and messy items, the most extravagant being a set of old-fashioned machine guns, consisting of a total of 9 machine guns, including a crooked one. Additionally, there were 100,000 rounds of universal machine gun bullets, all piled up in the storage space, looking particularly impressive. These old guns, when placed together, could already be put in a museum. Who knows when they would come in handy? Just thinking about it was quite interesting. Wang Jidi returned to the castle villa, where Sikong Ruyan was sitting on the sofa, hugging a cushion. Upon seeing him return, she immediately came over. Wang Jidi held Sikong Ruyan in his arms and recounted the events of the evening, leaving her dumbfounded. Sikong Ruyan swallowed hard and said, "How could you be so bold, husband? What if things go wrong? That would be terrible. I can't talk to you about these things anymore. If you get even a little hurt, I would be heartbroken." Wang Jidi tightened his arms and said, "What are you talking about? You should know my abilities. How could anything happen to me? I'm willing to share everything with you and resolve all your regrets, so you won't have any burdens in your heart. You are my most important treasures. If you have worries and are occasionally unhappy, I will be sad too." Men are indeed trained. Wang Jidi's skills in sweet talk were getting better, making Sikong Ruyan extremely happy. The two returned to the bedroom, where Wang Jidi connected with Duan Ruoxi. Linger had already sent her the information to let her know what was going on. Duan Ruoxi stared with her large, Kalenzi-like eyes and said, "That damn bastard actually dared to provoke my second sister. He must not be allowed to get away with it." Wang Jidi nodded and said, "Since I've already spoken, I must follow through. Otherwise, how would I have the face to show up? You contact the management team and see who can handle this matter. I will offer an 800-year-old Hishu Wu as a reward for the other party." Duan Ruoxi cheerfully agreed. "Don't worry, husband. With this Hishu Wu, this matter will be a piece of cake. Even if Li Danwen hides in a mouse hole, we can still dig him out. I used to know a streamer whose live room was all about this kind of thing. As long as we can catch this guy, everything will be fine." Wang Jidi let Duan Ruoxi handle it herself. If it didn't work out, he could always offer more rewards. Duan Ruoxi happily agreed and then informed the management team. Upon hearing about the reward, everyone was immediately excited. Duan Ruoxi cheerfully said, "I don't care what methods you use. Whoever can catch that bastard and bring him to the live room within 3 days will get that Hishu Wu. You all must work hard. I have high hopes for you. Don't let my husband down, or the consequences will be very serious." No one paid attention to Duan Ruoxi's teasing. Everyone quickly arranged personnel, determined to catch that Hishu Wu before anyone else. While they were making arrangements, Li Danwen was anxiously crying to his father, asking him to protect him. Li Chuan showed a cold expression and said, "This kid really has a big mouth. No matter what background he has, the Magic City is our territory. He definitely won't be able to act arrogantly. You stay at home for the next few days. I want to see what means he has to take you away from here. When the time comes, I will make sure he knows how to behave." Danwen let out a long sigh of relief, feeling that with his father's protection, there would definitely be no problems. In the following 2 days, everyone's attention, including the 3 major families of the Magic City, was focused on the Li family, eager to see what the outcome of this matter would be. By the morning of the 3rd day, an explosive piece of news spread throughout the family circles of the Magic City. Li Danwen had disappeared from his bedroom. Li Chuanj roared in anger, "You useless fools! How could so many of you not keep an eye on the young master? How could he just vanish?" His subordinates, trembling with fear, replied, "We don't know what happened either. The young master was here last night, but this morning he was gone. We found that the surveillance had been hacked and all the footage was frozen. We can't find out anything, and we don't know where the young master has gone." Upon hearing his subordinates' words, Li Chuanj's face turned extremely ugly, and a wave of fear surged in his heart. The other party could take away his son from home, and naturally, they could do other things, even wipe out their entire family. Li Chuanji thought of this and immediately recalled his son's earlier words, knowing that the mastermind behind this incident must be Wang Zhaitai. He hurriedly ordered his subordinates to track Wang Zhaitai's whereabouts and learned that Wang Zhaitai and Sikong Ruyan were shopping in a mall, so he rushed over with his men. Wang Zhaitai was spending money lavishly in the largest mall in the Magic City when he suddenly noticed the crowd becoming chaotic. Looking in that direction, he saw a group of people approaching them. He had seen a photo before and immediately recognized that the leader was Li Chuanji, understanding why they were coming. Wang Zhaitai casually waved his hand, and the bodyguards hiding in the shadows immediately stood still, merely watching these people coldly. He looked at Li Chuanji, who was approaching, and a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. Li Chuanji shouted angrily, "Did you take my son? Hand him over quickly." Si Kong Ruyan interrupted Li Chuanji without hesitation. "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. How will we know where your son went? It should be that after doing so many evil deeds, you finally got your comeuppance. It seems that heaven has eyes. Evil people should have such a fate, which is truly satisfying." Li Chuanji gritted his teeth and said, "Don't be so smug. If anything happens to my son, I will make you pay for it." Wang Zhaitai snorted coldly. "I have always been a man of my word. I hope you can do what you say, otherwise it would be too disappointing. I suggest you keep your phone available and be ready to receive messages. Remember to open the link. The content inside will be particularly exciting. I live in the castle villa, waiting for you to find me. Don't keep me waiting too long. I will be returning to Bin City in a couple of days." He didn't take Li Chuanji seriously at all. A useless street boss like him could be dealt with by Li Zhaiming, let alone that group from the black web. Li Chuanji, with a fierce exterior but weak inside, said, "You don't need to be so arrogant. We are vassals of the Zhang family, one of the 3 major families in the Magic City, and we will not be afraid of you. Let's wait and see." Wang Zhaitai looked at the blustering Li Chuanji with even more disdain in his heart. By nightfall, all the prominent figures in the Magic City received text messages with links. For all the prominent figures in the Magic City, tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. The live broadcast was too explosive, and the identity of the main character was even more shocking. Huang Jia's head, Huang Fengding, looked grimly at his 2 sons. Although he didn't say a word, it made his 2 sons feel terrified. Huang Daosheng was the first to crack under the pressure, his legs giving way as he knelt down, and Huang Wensheng immediately followed suit. Huang Wensheng lowered his head and said, "It's all my fault. It has nothing to do with my brother, but I did this." Huang Fengding interrupted his son's words. "I know it's the prince's intention, and that's why I'm even angrier. When did the Huang family become a puppet of the Qing Han gang? People in the underground world all know that the 3 major families in the Magic City are behind the Qing Han gang, believing that the 3 major families are just dogs of the Qing Han gang. We have never defended ourselves because it better suits our interests to shift all the blame onto the Qing Han gang. But we cannot think this way ourselves. The 3 major families in the Magic City and the Qing Han gang have a mutually beneficial relationship. Or rather, our status is higher than that of the Qing Han gang. Because the ancestors of our 3 major families in the Magic City were the leaders of the Qing gang, the true Tycoons, figures whose stomping could shake the Magic City. The reason the Qing Han gang is called this is that it is composed of the Qing gang from the Magic City and the overseas Hongmen, with Qing in front and Hong behind, and Qing above Hong. This was the first time the Huang brothers heard their father say such words, and they listened in astonishment, feeling a surge of pride, realizing how impressive their ancestors were. Huang Wensheng, as the key cultivated successor, was not comparable to that foolish younger brother. He immediately realized that he had been used by the Crown Prince. He cautiously asked, "The Crown Prince asked me to do this, intending for me to offend Wang Jidi and thereby weaken the power of the 3 major families in Magic City." Huang Fengding shot his son a fierce glare, then turned his head to the screen, watching the disgusting scene inside, his fingers tapping on his knee. The meaning was clear. The back of Huang Wensheng's shirt was instantly soaked with cold sweat. The Crown Prince's actions indirectly proved that Wang Jidi was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Huang Fengding sighed and said, "I've been thinking these past few days, our family has at least 100 girls with the surname Huang, yet not one can compare to Sikuo Ruyan. Old Du has a good daughter, truly enviable. He already has a good son. Why does heaven still allow his daughter to be so fortunate? It's really too blind." As he spoke, he slapped his thigh, his tone sour, clearly filled with envy and jealousy. Huang Wensheng hesitated for a moment and said, "I think my cousin Huang Yangxi is not only outstanding in appearance but also quite talented, different from the others in the family. The key is that my cousin is best friends with Sikuo Ruyan, making it particularly easy to establish connections. If we let my cousin and Sikuo Ruyan interact more, it might not be impossible to get involved. According to my investigations these past few days, Wang Jidi has bought a large villa, and there are currently 7 beauties living inside. which should be considered his main wives. This can be seen from how he refers to his group as the Seven Beauties group, but that's not important. After all, having 7 main wives and some side wives is quite normal. He was somewhat of a misfit. He couldn't compare to Du Yongren in following the right path, but in other aspects he could still manage a few things. Huang Fengding showed a satisfied smile, casually pointed at the clock, then patted his belly and left, while his 2 sons remained kneeling there until dawn. Similarly, the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Gijin, also taught his son a lesson, first boasting about the history of the 3 major families in Magic City, but with a different emphasis. Zhang Gijin shouted angrily, "You useless waste, you can't even handle this little matter, yet you want to compete with them, it's simply a daydream. Don't think about Sikuo Ruyan anymore. I've already discussed it with old Du and will find another girl among their illegitimate daughters for you to marry. This time you better weigh your options. Don't look for someone proud and arrogant. A forcibly picked fruit isn't sweet. If you want to pick, you should look for those with slender stems." Zhang Mupeng hung his head and said, "You're my father, so whatever you say goes, but I can't swallow this anger." Zhang Gijin snorted, "What good does it do to not swallow this anger? Do you have the ability to fight them? If you really have that courage as your father, I will definitely support you, but listen carefully, don't set your sights on the Du family. Also think clearly. Fighting someone like Wang Zhidi, if you win, everything is fine, but if you lose, it will be hard to even think about dying. That idiot is your cautionary tale." As he spoke, he pointed at the screen. Zhang Mupeng looked up and involuntarily swallowed, then raised his neck again. Zhang Gijin showed a satisfied smile and said, "Now you look like my son. Tomorrow, go find Miss Hinata Shari from Xinjiang Corporation and act with their support." Upon hearing his father tell him to find the Yada people, Zhang Mupeng couldn't help but think of his great-grandfather Zhang Xiaodi, who had also cooperated with the Yada people and ended up with no burial place. He shook his head vigorously, dismissing that thought. Since he had already decided to act, he couldn't think too much. The situation of their 2 families was broadcast live by Linger, while Wang Zhidi watched with great interest as he held Sikuo Ruyan. Sikong Ruyan was drawing circles on Wang Zhidi's chest, charmingly saying, "Huang Yangxi is one of my only 2 close friends, indeed a talented and beautiful big beauty. Nowadays, for such a beauty, to get close to the water's edge first requires some effort. Are you feeling particularly proud and a bit restless in your heart?" Wang Zhidi tightened his arms, pulling Sikong Ruyan close to his chest, using a man's breath to make the girl feel a wave of softness. "When did you become so mischievous? You don't even have a hint of a strong woman's demeanor anymore. Chi Mei is my bottom line. It will definitely not be crossed. As for your friend, you can handle it as you see fit. After all, our group also needs some management personnel. Having a few more assistants is good. There are quite a few young masters in Bincheng. Who knows if there are any that don't see eye to eye. It would be quite interesting if the Huang family ends up losing out." Sikong Ruyan rolled her eyes while showing a satisfied smile. Men should be kept in check at all times to avoid getting too arrogant. Wang Zhidi smiled and said, "Speaking of which, among the 3 major families, the Du family is still the most formidable. Even Linger couldn't peek into the study. The situation is almost ready now. It's time to meet my father-in-law. You and my mother-in-law should discuss when would be appropriate." Sikong Ruyan cheerfully agreed, and with a flirtatious glance, Wang Zhidi naturally wouldn't disappoint the beauty. The next step was to enjoy the scenery. The next morning, the red envelopes Wang Zhidi received were all antique calligraphy and paintings, clearly prepared for meeting his father-in-law. The system dad is always so thoughtful. Sikong Kaienkian was particularly concerned about this matter and immediately contacted Du Tingxuan. After some discussion, they decided to meet at the Du family's old residence. The Du family's old residence is the most glorious place for the Du family, and Du Tingxuan receiving Wang Zhidi, there was enough to show the importance placed on him. This time, apart from Du Tingxuan and his son, the other members of the Du family were absent. After all, Sikong Ruyan was just an illegitimate daughter and didn't have the qualifications to summon the clan elders. Du Yongren was very dissatisfied with this decision but had no way to object, only secretly resolving to clear out those old geezers in the future. Wang Zhidi smiled and said, "It's good to meet my father-in-law. Ruyan said you prefer antique calligraphy and painting, so I brought a few small gifts. I hope you won't find them lacking." As he spoke, he placed a few items in front of Du Tingxuan. With Du Yongren's previous experience, Du Tingxuan was already prepared. However, upon seeing these items, Du Tingxuan was still shocked, finally understanding his son's feelings at that time. The least valuable among them was a piece by Huang Tingjian, while the best was an authentic work by Wang Zizhai, which was said to have been destroyed in the flames of war. He never expected to see it today. Du Tingxuan calculated the value of these antique calligraphy and paintings in his heart. They could already rival a small publicly listed company. Wang Zhidi's generosity was indeed astonishing. It seemed his son was right. Those old geezers just didn't know how to appreciate it, and he must find an opportunity to deal with them. Du Tingxuan, after all, was a person of deep strategy. Despite the stormy waves rising in his heart, he remained calm on the surface, appearing completely at ease. It's good that my son-in-law has come. Why bring such valuable gifts? Hurry and take the gifts away. Be sure to be extra careful and bring the best tea. Upon hearing his father's words, Du Yongren immediately knew that his father had been subdued by Wang Zhidi. To shock this old fox, Wang Zhidi was undoubtedly the first. Next, they chatted about some family matters, and Wang Zhidi spoke openly about his family situation without any reservations. Du Tingxuan was not one of those ignorant fools. He knew much more and had a more reasonable imagination, which elevated Wang Zhidi's status several levels higher in his mind. If Ru Yan can find a good husband like you, it is the blessing of our Du family's ancestors. You must treat her well in the future and not let her suffer too much injustice. Of course, our Du family understands the rules. If Ru Yan breaks any rules, you can punish her as you see fit. No matter what happens, I will not blame you. Du Tingxuan first expressed the father-daughter affection, then brought up the family rules, appearing both emotional and principled. Wang Zhidi smiled and replied, I don't care about family rules as long as my beloved is happy. From now on, we are family. If you need anything, just let me know. There's not much I can't do. He spoke with such confidence that it was infectious, making everyone feel it was indeed the case. Du Tingxuan was very satisfied with Wang Zhidi's promise, and this matter was settled. As for other aspects, there was no need to consider them at all. In their casual conversation, they began to talk about the Li family. Li Danwen had already been released, but he had completely gone mad and lost the ability to carry on the family line. Du Tingxuan calmly said, the Li family has been passed down for 3 generations, and with this kid rendered useless, the Li lineage will be completely cut off. I feared he would suffer too much, so I had them both, father and son, submerged in the Green Poo River to enjoy their family bliss on the other side. All their family assets have been liquidated and invested in Kaienqian's company. I must ensure her strength grows so she can enter the Du family. He showcased his own power while painting a bright future for Sikong Ru Yan, giving her an additional motivation. Du Tingxuan understood his daughter's thoughts very well. Her biggest dream was for her mother to become Mrs. Du, so this vision would definitely be appealing. If Sikong Ru Yan truly demonstrated enough value, making Sikong Kaienqian Mrs. Du would not be a problem. As for missing his deceased wife, it was enough to keep that feeling in his heart. Why should a dead person occupy space without contributing? Sure enough, as Du Tingxuan had thought, when Sikong Ru Yan heard this, her eyes immediately lit up. Wang Zhidi smiled slightly and said, You are truly thoughtful, father-in-law. I wonder what level of strength mother-in-law's company needs to reach to enter the Du family. You don't need to set a standard for me. Within 5 years, mother-in-law's company will definitely meet the standards in your heart. He spoke with great confidence. If necessary, he could just invest, with hundreds of billions in funds at his disposal. What couldn't he accomplish? Sikong Kaienqian had been in a daze since Du Tingxuan spoke those words. She had lost hope, but now there was a glimmer of light. This feeling was beyond the understanding of outsiders. Du Yongren wore a faint smile on his face. From the moment he received the green jade ring, his pursuits had already diverged from those of his predecessors. He was very clear in his heart that to achieve that pursuit, Wang Zhidi was the most crucial link. As long as he had Wang Zhidi's support, everything would be fine. Everyone had their own thoughts, and when these thoughts came together, they could form a beautiful family, which was a dream in itself. Next, following the traditions of Huiguo, everyone shared a home-cooked meal together, making it feel more like a family. This meal was undoubtedly harmonious, and everyone's relationships deepened further before they all went to the castle villa. Sikong Kaienqian had already informed Du Tingxuan that the castle villa would be their residence in the future, and Du Tingxuan appeared very casual about it. Wang Jidi reiterated, Magic City has always been a place of foreign charm, but I find the foreign flavor here too strong, which I dislike. Therefore, I want to choose a place in Magic City to create an absolutely ancient-style palace complex, so that the people of Magic City know that the history of Hyugyu is the most brilliant. To others, he might just seem arrogant, but Du Tingxuan looked at things differently, more firmly convinced that Wang Jidi was one of those people who could not be offended. Du Yongren tapped his nose and said, It's quite a coincidence. An area in the old city is going to be sold soon, and it's large enough to meet your requirements. However, the price is steep, but considering your previous lavish spending, I assume this won't be a problem for you. I'll take you to have a look tomorrow. Wang Jidi nodded with a smile in agreement. Just as they were chatting and laughing here, Zhang Mupeng, who was drinking alone in the bar, saw Lu Fangting walking towards him. Zhang Mupeng's eyes widened at the sight of Lu Fangting sitting next to him. He really didn't want to see anyone from the Du family right now. Lu Fangting guessed his thoughts, ordered herself a drink, and gently swirled it. If only I were from the Du family, I wouldn't be like a worn-out shoe, kicked around by others. You know what my dad and brother are doing now? They're entertaining their good son-in-law Wang Jidi at the Du family's old residence. If nothing unexpected happens, Sikong Kaienkian will definitely become the new Mrs. Du. After all, their daughter is quite impressive. Zhang Mupeng gritted his teeth and said, Why are you telling me this? Do you want me to feel sorry for you? Lu Fangting pouted and replied, We're both lost souls in this world. Who needs anyone's sympathy? Don't joke around. We're both defeated by Sikong Ruyan like crows landing on a pig. Let's not mock each other. I don't know if you're willing, but I'm not satisfied. Sikong Ruyan isn't better than me. He just has better luck and found a good man. I think you're a very good man too. The key is that we have a common enemy. If you're willing, I can become your wife and we can fight against Sikong Ruyan together. Zhang Mupeng looked at the determined and gritting Lu Fangting, suddenly attracted to her, thinking that having such a woman by his side might be a good thing. I think you have a point. My dad wants me to stay away from Sikong Ruyan in the future and choose one of the other illegitimate daughters to be my woman. Now I've decided to choose you. As for whether you can become Mrs. Zhang in the future, that depends on whether you're really better than Sikong Ruyan. As he said this, he altered his father's words a bit, not making Lu Fangting his wife but rather his lover. Lu Fangting naturally understood this, feeling a deep resentment which she directed towards Sikong Ruyan, absolutely unreasonable. You can rest assured, I didn't get what I wanted before, but I will definitely get it in the future. Now I'll give you all my firsts. You choose a place. She spoke decisively, and her momentum stunned Zhang Mupeng, who took several seconds to regain his composure before smiling and pulling her out. While these two were fooling around, Wang Jidi had completed his meeting with his father-in-law, and everyone seemed quite satisfied. Sikong Ruyan nestled in Wang Jidi's arms, incredulously saying, The things that have happened during this time sometimes make me feel like I'm in a dream. I'm really afraid this is a dream, and I don't know when I'll wake up to face the unfortunate reality. Wang Jidi held Sikong Ruyan tightly, stifling her words, allowing her to feel his solid chest and the reality of everything. Sikong Ruyan smiled happily, burying her head in Wang Jidi's chest, and from then on everything was just perfect. After enjoying the scenery, a damp-haired Sikong Ruyan lazily sprawled on the bed. Now that my personal matters are resolved, it's time to tackle the professional ones. Where can we find a research team? Wang Jidi smiled and said, Many things can't be rushed. Besides, there's no betting agreement right now. We can take our time. Sikong Ruyan felt that what he said made a lot of sense, and since she was too tired, she simply decided not to think about it and dozed off. Wang Jidi was woken up on time by the sound of a red envelope notification. He prayed silently in his heart and then chose to open it. Daddy System had never let Wang Jidi down. This time, the first 8 envelopes contained technology blueprints and documents, and the 9th was a technology center. Wang Jidi was taken aback by the information he received about the technology center. It was definitely a bizarre existence. The technology center originally belonged to Hyugyu and gathered a group of top-notch research talents, covering all aspects with all kinds of talents. However, when these people were researching things, due to many restrictions, their achievements were very limited, mostly theoretical. Unfortunately, these limited achievements were stolen by those damned pests, sold to other countries for money, and then the blame was thrown on them. At first, some countries supported them, but later, when Madu underwent economic adjustments, They were directly kicked out, becoming what was called self-sufficient. Relying on these research maniacs to make money was like expecting a sow to climb a tree. The outcome was naturally predictable. It must be said that the thought process of these research maniacs was different from others. They decided to sell themselves and find a long-term sponsor. As a result, it fell into Wang Zhidi's hands. One could say these people were tailored for him. After all, he was someone who truly understood technology, unlike those wealthy dogs. Wang Zhidi smiled with satisfaction, glancing at the lazy sleeping beauty beside him, and directly held her for a nap. When Sikong Ruyan woke up, Wang Zhidi smiled and said, "In a while, come with me to a place that will definitely satisfy you." Sikong Ruyan was taken aback for a moment, then quickly reacted, staring wide-eyed and asking, "Husband, you didn't solve the research team issue, did you?" Wang Zhidi nodded with a smile and explained the situation of the technology center, leaving Sikong Ruyan dumbfounded. According to the information, those people inside are definitely real talents, but they seem a bit foolish. Without support, they will surely starve. Anyway, we're not short on money. We can just bring them to Bincheng and later take down the technology building as the headquarters of the technology group. By the way, we can buy up the factory buildings behind and build them a few small villas, then set up a large technology center. I don't believe we can't figure it out. The more Wang Zhidi spoke, the more excited he became, deciding to take action immediately. He called Yuan Bingyu to handle the matter, insisting on a dual approach to get everything done as quickly as possible. Then he notified Lu Junliang to prepare for the construction matters. Whether those two places could be bought was not even in Wang Zhidi's consideration. There was nothing in this world that wasn't for sale. It was just that you hadn't reached the bottom price. As long as you broke through the bottom price, you could get anything. After arranging all of this, the two headed to the technology center, discussing along the way how to persuade those tech maniacs when they met them. However, when they arrived at the entrance of the technology center, they were shocked by the scene before them. Dozens of men with messy hair stinking to high heaven were angrily standing at the door. Opposite these men stood an extremely arrogant fat man. Just by looking at his bulk, one could tell he was not a good person. Wang Zhidi had Linger check the information, and a younger chicken coop head, wide-eyed, shouted, "We are doing research here which has been recognized by the higher-ups, and we receive funding every year. Back then, you all embezzled the funds and stole our results. Now, you want to drive us away after using us. It won't be that easy." Wang Zhidi glanced at his phone. This person named Mu Zhanli was a top student researching chips. Because Mu Zhanli was the youngest, he was more lively compared to the other chicken coop heads and became their spokesperson. It was also this kid who came up with the idea to sell themselves. It seemed he could become his technology supervisor. At least he could get things done. Nambe glared fiercely and shouted, "You ungrateful brat, you really want to live impatiently. Watch how I deal with you." As he spoke, he waved his hand at the security guards behind him, and those guys showed fierce expressions, grinning as they approached the chicken coop heads. "You really have the audacity to touch my people. If anyone dares to lay a finger on my people, I will chop off all 20 of their fingers." Wang Zhidi swaggered over, holding Sikong Ruyan, and glared fiercely at the security guards, making them hesitate to advance. Sikong Ruyan asked in confusion, "A person only has 10 fingers, how can you chop off 20? Wang Zhidi replied with a smile, "Of course I'll include the toes. If the fingers are gone, what's the point of keeping the toes?" He said it very casually, but to these people it sent a chill down their spines. Nambe glanced at Sikong Ruyan, pondering Wang Zhidi's identity, deciding to wait and see. For the true upper class, there are many resources to compete for, and beautiful women are one of them. Sikong Ruyan was definitely goddess level. Anyone who could hold such a goddess in their arms was certainly not an easy target. Nambe's expression changed like a mask, smiling broadly. "I don't know how to address this young master. What brings you here?" Wang Zhidi completely ignored him and focused on Mu Zhanli, then surveyed the others. "Wasn't it said there were 20? We only have 16 here. Please don't tell me you plan to breach the contract. The consequences of that would be very serious." Mu Zhanli suddenly realized, "You are the young Master Tai who promised to fund our research." Wang Zhidi interrupted Mu Zhanli. "What do you mean I fund your research? I'm giving you money to research things according to my requirements. You can only research your things after you finish what I want. I'm not short on money, but I don't like failure. If you can't produce results, you'll be in trouble. Don't talk to me about nonsense. Where are the other 4? No one dares to stand me up. Otherwise, even if they run to the ends of the earth, I'll have them caught and buried. His words were particularly domineering, actually directed at Nanbei, making this fat man understand that provoking him would not end well. Mu Zhanli immediately said, "The other four had something come up so they couldn't make it, but they absolutely won't breach the contract. They will keep their word." Wang Zhidi nodded and then asked, "What's going on here? It seems you were thrown out." A chicken coop head angrily said, "We were doing research here, but this fat man wants to turn this place into a guest house, so he drove us out." Wang Zhidi tapped his nose and said, "Anyway, I plan to take you back to Bin City. It doesn't matter whether this place is kept or not. If there's nothing of yours inside, just come with me." What he valued were these chicken coop heads. As for this shabby research center, he really didn't care and simply decided to abandon it. Originally, at this point, Wang Zhidi would take these chicken coop heads away, and everything would be settled. Unexpectedly, when Nanbei heard Wang Zhidi's words just now, especially the mention of the name Bin Cheng, he regarded him as a nouveau rich from a small place. Nanbei is a standard native of the Magic City, possessing that inexplicable pride typical of its locals, believing that everywhere else is just the countryside. He felt that he had just been frightened by a bumpkin, which was a disgrace to the people of the Magic City, and he had to regain that face. Otherwise, how could he continue to act like a noble resident of the Magic City? Nanbei grinned and shouted, "Do you think this is just any place where you can come and go as you please? It's simply a huge joke." Wang Zhidi looked at Nanbei in surprise and mocked, "You fat pig, I didn't want to argue with you, but you jumped out instead. It seems this is your fate. Since that's the case, why don't you tell me what kind of place this is? Is it a dragon's den or a tiger's lair, where one cannot just come and go?" Nanbei had already concluded that Wang Zhidi was a nouveau rich from a small place, thinking he was a frog at the bottom of a well, only able to see the sky from there, completely unaware of the vastness of the world. Nanbei patted his belly and grinned, saying, "You little bumpkin, listen well, this is the Huang family's territory, even more formidable than a dragon's den or a tiger's lair." Wang Zhidi frowned slightly. According to the information he had received earlier, this should belong to the district office. When did it become the Huang family's place? Sikong Ruyan asked, "Are you talking about the Huang family among the three great families of the Magic City? How could they possibly take a liking to this place?" "That's just too tasteless. Although the Huang family is full of fat people, they can't just stick their name on anything, fearing that too many fat people would sink their big ship." Her latter words were a complete mockery of the Huang family, indicating that she didn't take them seriously. Logically speaking, anyone who heard Sikong Ruyan's words would ponder them carefully before deciding what to do. However, Nanbei had a preconceived notion, believing they were simply ignorant and didn't even know how powerful the Huang family was, yet dared to speak recklessly. He sneered, "You two bumpkins are truly fearless in your ignorance, daring to mock the Huang family. You really don't know how to write the word death. Look at you, you have some looks. Obediently come with me to meet young Master Huang Yunxuan, serve him well, and you might save your lives. Otherwise, you won't be able to eat and walk away." Wang Zhidi's gaze turned cold, his expression darkening as he said, "What is Huang Yunxuan? I've never even heard of him. I have seen Huang Wensheng and Huang Daisheng before. It seems I need to call them here for a good chat." While he was saying this, Sikong Ruyan had already called Huang Yangxi. Sikong Ruyan's idea was very simple, to give Huang Yangxi an opportunity. After all, she was her best friend and needed to be taken care of. Huang Yangxi had already received a notification from her family, instructing her to build a good relationship with Sikong Ruyan, ideally joining each other's group and becoming lifelong sisters. As a direct descendant of the Huang family, she understood what this notification meant and was very happy, genuinely pleased for her friend. When Huang Yangxi received Sikong Ruyan's call and heard the general situation, she immediately shouted in anger, "Huang Yunxuan is just a branch family. In our eyes, he's not worth a fart. How dare he be so arrogant? I'm calling my two cousins right now, and we'll go together to see who the blind fool is that dares to shout at you." Sikong Ruyan hung up the phone, nodded at Wang Zhidi, indicating that everything was arranged, and they just needed to wait for people to arrive. Wang Zhidi arranged for the Tiandun security company to take away those chicken coop heads. These people were treasures. First, they would tidy up the chicken coop heads, then bring the family members along, and finally send them to Bin Cheng for settlement. Wang Zhidi and Sikong Ruyan looked calm and composed, waiting for the Huang brothers to arrive. Nanbei felt a bit uneasy and immediately called Huang Yunxuan, embellishing the story with his own guesses. Huang Yongxuan happened to be nearby and arrived first, looking as if he owned the world. Who has the audacity to disturb the earth under the Tai Sui's head? They really don't know the heights of heaven and earth, seeking death with all their heart. Although Huang Yongxuan shared the surname Huang, as Huang Yangxi said, he was merely a minor branch with no high status. Moreover, Sikong Ruyan used to be an academic star, but later went to Binhai due to a betting agreement, rarely appearing in the circle of young masters and ladies. Therefore, Huang Yongxuan did not recognize Sikong Ruyan, and when he saw her, his eyes widened in surprise. Sikong Ruyan felt disgusted by Huang Yongxuan's gaze and coldly snorted. Wang Zhidi shifted his stance to block Huang Yongxuan's view while pondering how to deal with this idiot later. Huang Yongxuan, unable to see the beauty because Wang Zhidi was blocking his view, was extremely irritated. He looked at Wang Zhidi arrogantly and said in a very arrogant tone, "You country bumpkin from a small place, now that your luck has come, you must seize it well. Your girlfriend caught my eye. I'll give you 5 million and an opportunity to serve the Huang family. Hand your girlfriend over to me. Your future achievements depend on how well she serves me, and you still won't get out of the way, you ignorant fool." Nanbei chimed in, "A bumpkin like you getting such an opportunity in this lifetime is like your ancestors' grave smoking green. You should kneel and bow to young Master Huang. That girl is just standing there like a wooden stump. Hurry up and go to young Master Huang so he can check your body properly." Wang Zhidi squinted and said, "You two are very good. It seems the Deformity Museum is about to have a new source of goods. I believe you will satisfy everyone." Huang Yongxuan shouted angrily, "You ungrateful thing, what nonsense are you talking? A bumpkin is still a bumpkin. You can't even seize the opportunity given to you. Let me tell you, the Huang family is the sky of Madu. Anyone I take a liking to cannot escape. Just wait and see how I deal with you." Sikong Ruyan angrily retorted, "You really have a big mouth. No wonder the sky is so overcast. It turns out you blew your cow up to the heavens. The Huang brothers are coming soon. I want to see how your Huang family can be the sky of Madu. When the sky falls, let's see who can withstand it." Huang Yongxuan disdainfully curled his lip and mocked, "You really don't even draft your lies. What kind of people are the two young masters? How could you bumpkins ever meet them?" Before he could finish, a heavy pickup truck came rushing over. The Huang brothers, being big guys, found it difficult to squeeze into sports cars, so they chose particularly large vehicles instead. Thus, among the wealthy young masters of Madu, the Huang brothers' cars were the easiest to recognize. After all, only they drove around in big pickups. Huang Yongxuan looked at the pickup truck that stopped in front of him, cold sweat immediately breaking out on his forehead, and his heart trembled. Where did these barbarians come from? Can they even drive? Driving a broken pickup truck recklessly, do they all want to die? Nanbei, a guy with no sense of danger, actually shouted at the front of the pickup. Hearing Nanbei's words, Huang Yongxuan nearly wet himself and kicked the fat guy, sending him rolling like a gourd. A bright red sports car followed the pickup, and a tall beauty stepped out from it. Sikong Ruyan looked at the beautiful woman, a smile appearing on his face. Then he opened his arms and gave her a big hug. The door of the pickup truck opened, and two big fat men jumped down. When they landed, the ground seemed to tremble slightly. Huang Wensheng patted his belly and laughed like Maitreya Buddha, saying, "I've been thinking about treating Tai Xiao to a meal these past few days to apologize for what happened last time, but I just didn't know how to bring it up." Wang Zhidi smiled indifferently and said, "Young Master Huang is too polite. Many things are understood between us. No matter how unworthy I am, I wouldn't stoop to quarreling over a knife. Besides, putting you on the blacklist of the racetrack is already punishment enough. Whatever anger has been vented is in the past. There's no need for apologies. You're underestimating me." His words revealed a lot of information, directly indicating that he already knew who was behind it, which led Huang Wensheng to have many thoughts. For those truly clever people, there's no need for deep instigation. Just giving them a vague hint is enough for them to figure it out themselves. Huang Yongxuan, hearing the conversation between the two, felt his legs go weak and collapse to the ground, finally unable to hold back his urge to urinate, wetting his pants. Wang Zhidi smiled and said, "The main reason for inviting you two young masters here today is to ask about something. He's from your Huang family and just told me that in the Magic City, your Huang family is like the heavens. Anyone you set your sights on is yours for the taking. My luck is quite bad. Ruyan has caught his eye. What do you think? Should I just hand her over and greet the Du family, then scurry out of the magic city with my tail between my legs? The Huang brothers turned green with anger upon hearing this. If these words got out, not just Wang Zhidi, but even the Du and Zhang families would have to give the Huang family an explanation. The Huang family was the ruler of the magic city. What would happen to the other families? The two brothers glared fiercely at Huang Yongxuan, grinding their teeth as they approached. Seeing the fierce expressions of the Huang brothers, Huang Yongxuan was even more terrified, losing control of his bowels, which made it even harder for the Huang brothers to act. It was simply too disgusting. Huang Wensheng gritted his teeth and said, "You damned beast, you really have some nerve to offend Tai Xiao. Even the King of Heaven can't save you now." Huang Yongxuan struggled and pleaded, "It's all my fault. I was too bold. I beg the two young masters to show mercy and spare me this once." Huang Daisheng could no longer tolerate it and cursed this fool in his heart, not even knowing who he had offended. He truly deserved to die. Wang Zhidi coughed lightly and said, "If someone else provokes me and I happen to be in a good mood, perhaps I can overlook it. But if you provoke my family and women, no one can save you. If I weren't waiting for you two young masters to come and see your attitude, I would have dealt with them just now. This time, I won't give you face. I hope you don't mind." Huang Wensheng replied without hesitation, "If you get hit, stand straight. If you make a mistake, you must accept the punishment. This beast brought this upon himself. He can't blame anyone else. There's no need for Tai Xiao to take action. I'll arrange for someone to sink them into the Green Poo River. We can't let such beasts live, can we?" Wang Zhidi shook his finger and said, "Before the two young masters arrive, I've already chosen a place for them. Someone will come to pick them up shortly. The freak show is due for new exhibits." The Huang brothers, unlike Sikong Ruyan, knew what the freak show was. They praised it as a hell on earth. Entering there as an exhibit meant true suffering. One could say that if those exhibits could die, it would be a blessing for their ancestors. The Huang brothers looked at Wang Zhidi, who appeared calm and unbothered, and felt a chill run from their tailbone straight to the crown of their heads, freezing every pore. The two brothers were genuinely afraid. This fear penetrated their souls, and they felt that the person before them was not human, but a demon that had crawled out of the abyss. It is precisely because of this matter that the Huang brothers have never considered being enemies with Wang Zhidi in their lives. No matter how good the opportunity, they firmly stand by Wang Zhidi's side. The two brothers also turned misfortune into fortune, allowing the Huang family to advance further, so knowing to respect and fear in one's heart is very important at many times. Duan Ruoxi had already received information from Wang Zhidi and contacted the Deformity Museum. A phone call later, the person picking up the goods arrived quickly. Wang Zhidi, adhering to the principle of eradicating evil, sent Huang Yongxuan and the families from both the north and south into the museum, which gained another exhibition hall. When Sikong Ruyan and the other 6 beauties saw the exhibits, they realized what the Deformity Museum was and understood the heavy punishment it represented. After dealing with Huang Yongxuan, the Huang brothers said quite a few good words, finding an excuse to leave, also creating an opportunity for their cousin. Sikong Ruyan held Huang Yangxi's hand, smilingly saying, "I've been thinking about bringing you and Yue Tong over to help me. What do you think?" Huang Yangxi rolled her eyes and said, "I just received a family notice telling me to flatter you properly. Everything is at your command, whatever you say goes. Yue Tong seems to be having a rough time lately. We should invite her out, have some fun, and see what she thinks. I don't think it'll be a problem. If she disagrees, we can just tie her up and bring her to Bincheng. We have to support our sister no matter what." Wang Zhidi knew that the Yue Tong they were talking about was another close friend, Ru Yue Tong, who came from an ordinary family and was the most capable among the 3. The abilities and backgrounds of the 3 in Sikong Ruyan's friend group were inversely proportional, and the fact that they could become good sisters was quite interesting. Sikong Ruyan smiled and said, "My husband gave me the supreme black card from the Michelin restaurant. I'll take my 2 best friends out to eat and then go shopping. You can have your free time." Wang Zhidi smiled and agreed, casually handing the supreme black card to Sikong Ruyan. Huang Yangxi's expression changed upon seeing this. Wang Zhidi watched Sikong Ruyan get into the sports car and drive away, contemplating in his heart, deciding to take a stroll by the Green Poo River. While he was wandering by the river, he suddenly heard someone calling out. Looking in the direction of the voice, it was the young master of the Huo family, Huo Yulan. Huo Yulan smiled and said, "I just saw you and thought you looked like Xiao Tai, so I took the liberty to call out." Wang Jidi smiled slightly and said, "Young Master Hugh is too polite. Why are you here alone by the river?" Hugh Yulin raised an eyebrow and said, "Aren't you also here alone?" "It's my father who insists on forcing me to go on blind dates. It's really annoying, so I came out to relax." Wang Jidi looked at Hugh Yulin in surprise and said, "I must be hearing things. The dignified young Master Hugh is actually being forced into blind dates. What kind of international joke is this?" Hugh Yulin said with a bitter face. "If it were a joke, that would be great. My blind date is Huang Fei, the eldest daughter of the Huang family in Fashion, a standard violent woman. The Huang family in Fashion is a descendant of Huang Feihang and is also one of the three major families in the martial arts world. The other is the Yi family from Hong Kong, which is the family of Yi Wen. The three major families in the martial arts world have always had a habit of intermarriage, so my father wants me to be with Huang Fei to deepen the relationship between our two families." Wang Jidi laughed and said, "I think your father's idea is correct. For you children of big families, marriage is just that, it can't really bind you. Why do you look so glum? Is it because Huang Fei looks like a ghost, making people scream in the middle of the night?" Hugh Yulin shook his head and said, "It's exactly the opposite of what you said. Huang Fei is definitely a youthful beauty, especially with an incredible figure. The key point isn't here. As I just mentioned, she is a real violent woman who solves everything with force. The problem is I still can't beat her. Just think about it, after we get married I'll be abused by her every day. How will I have any face left?" Wang Jidi curled his lips and said, "I thought it was something serious, but it turns out to be such a small matter. This is nothing at all, it can be easily resolved. After you two get married, just don't fight with her. What's the big deal about being hit a couple of times by your own woman? It's just a reflection of love for your woman." Hugh Yulin looked at Wang Jidi in surprise, suddenly slapping his thigh and saying, "I just remembered, you Northeasterners are famous for being afraid of your wives. Discussing this with you is just leading myself into a pit." Wang Jidi rolled his eyes and said, "If you say that, I'll sue you for defamation. Who says we Northeasterners are afraid of our wives? That kind of situation should be called love. If it really comes to blows, how many men can't beat their women? Your family is an exception and not in the consideration range." The two found a topic in this regard, chatting and laughing happily. Hugh Yulin took the opportunity to invite Wang Jidi to the Hugh family to deepen their relationship. Wang Jidi followed Hugh Yulin to the Hugh family, which is the old site of Jingwomen, covering a vast area and showcasing their power. Hugh Yulin smiled and said, "This place is divided into 3 areas. The middle is our Hugh family's place, the left is Uncle Liu's Liu family, and the right is Uncle Chen's Chen family. Although we refer to it as the Hugh family to the outside world, we still call ourselves Jingwomen in here. After all, the name is quite famous." Wang Jidi nodded. Nowadays, everything emphasizes branding, and the Jingwomen brand is indeed much more useful than the Hugh family. He saw 3 young men, and Hugh Yulin immediately introduced them. On the left is Chen Huadong from the Chen family, and on the right are the Liu brothers, Liu Zhao and Liu Li. The Chen family also has a daughter named Chen Tangxin, who is currently in the backyard with Huang Fei looking at flowers, and they will see her shortly. As for the 3 giants of Jingwomen, Hugh Nanju, Liu Chunlin and Chen Kaixing, they were waiting for them in the hall. Wang Jidi, being a junior, couldn't let the 3 giants come out to greet him. It was already a great respect for them to wait for him in the hall. When they arrived in the hall, Wang Jidi quietly observed the 3 giants, feeling their aura was similar to Li Guangjun's, but slightly lacking compared to himself. However, the 3 giants were all middle-aged, not much older than Li Jiaming, which also showed that the gap between the Li family and Jingwomen was quite significant. Wang Jidi took the initiative to speak. "I've met the 3 uncles. I came here uninvited this time and didn't prepare any gifts, just a few bottles of liquor. I hope you won't mind, uncles." He pretended to take a box of Maodai out of the car's trunk, which was from the red envelope he had opened earlier, a vintage Maodai from the 1950s, worth hundreds of thousands. Liu Chunlin was a connoisseur of liquor and recognized the value of the box at a glance. Money was one thing, but the key was being able to get it. "Nephew is too polite. We're just happy you could come. Why prepare such an expensive gift?" The other 2 immediately understood the value of the liquor upon hearing this, their smiles widening, and the atmosphere became even more harmonious. Chen Kaixing smiled and said, "I've been hearing people mention Tai Xiao these past few days. There aren't many who can make the Huang family suffer in Madu. Wang Jidi smiled slightly and said, Uncle Chen, you flatter me. I'm just lucky and have some background which allows me to talk with the Huang family. To be honest, my conflict with the Huang family brothers is just a matter of pride. It's really nothing serious. They've already been blacklisted from the racetrack, so there's no need to hold grudges. Just this morning, someone named Huang Yongxuan offended me, so I called the Huang brothers out to talk, and we resolved our differences and became friends. He spoke very casually, but those present felt a storm brewing in their hearts, shocked by his boldness. Yu Nanju smiled and said, Tai Xiao is indeed a man of great ambition. If my son had your spirit, he wouldn't have to worry about finding a qualified heir in the future. Wang Jidi responded with a smile. Brother Hugh is already a dragon among men, an absolutely outstanding figure. It's just that uncle has such high hopes for his son that he feels he falls short. If it were any other family, having a child like Brother Hugh would have them overjoyed, who would still complain. Everyone loves to hear good words, and Huo Nanju found Wang Jidi more pleasing to the eye. As they were chatting happily, two girls walked out from behind, one of whom resembled Chen Huodong. Naturally, it was Chen Tiangxin. Wang Jidi looked Huang Fei up and down and quickly noticed something amiss. After considering it in his mind, he decided to point out the issue. Previously, when chatting with Huo Yulan on the road, he could sense that Huo Yulan really liked Huang Fei but couldn't stand her temper. Wang Jidi found it strange at the time. Huang Fei, as a southern woman, even if raised in a martial arts family with some tomboy traits, shouldn't be like this. Now he saw where the problem lay. If he could resolve this issue, the rest would be easy. Not only could this lead to a marriage, but it would also earn the gratitude of the Huo and Huang families, so why not? With this thought, Wang Jidi smiled and said, This must be the future sister-in-law, truly a remarkable woman. Since I am friends with Huo Yulan, sister-in-law is not an outsider. I have to say you have a problem. Huang Fei immediately raised her eyebrows and shouted angrily, You're the one with a problem, your whole family has a problem. Huo Nanju sternly reprimanded, Feier, don't be unreasonable. Since Tai Xiao has said this, there must be a reason. While scolding Huang Fei, he also expressed his dissatisfaction. Wang Jidi smiled and said, Since I said this, I will naturally take responsibility for my words. Sister-in-law's inability to control her temper is due to her health issues. When sister-in-law practices, she must be too eager for quick results, which has injured her San-Yang Jiao meridian, leading to an excess of liver fire. With strong liver fire, her temper will naturally be great, and many times after losing her temper, sister-in-law regrets it immensely. She must have secretly vowed to control her temper in the future but can't help it. It's a vicious cycle. Huang Fei was dumbfounded. Even her father, Huang Yanggang, didn't know about her injury to the San-Yang Jiao meridian, so this person couldn't possibly have known in advance. This meant that this young man had seen her injury at a glance, and he was definitely a true divine doctor. Everyone saw the change in Huang Fei's expression and immediately knew that Wang Jidi's words hit the mark, leaving them all astonished. Liu Chunlin gave a thumbs up and loudly praised, I never expected Tai Xiao to be a master of medicine, truly impressive. Wang Jidi smiled slightly and said, Medicine is just one of my hobbies. I learned a bit when I had nothing to do, and that's how I reached my current level. I wouldn't dare to call myself a master. In my opinion, most ordinary doctors are just mediocre. I just have no interest in treating others, so I ignore those who boast. Treating a cold for my beautiful confidant at home is just putting my knowledge to use. Everyone internally exclaimed in shock. They had seen arrogance before, but never this level of it. It was truly shameless. Wang Jidi casually composed a text message and sent it to Huo Yulan's phone. The content was a prescription. Follow this prescription to prepare the medicine. Boil 3 bowls of water down to 1 and drink it for 3 months, and sister-in-law's illness will be cured. She won't lose her temper anymore, at least not towards others. As for you, it depends on whether you deserve a beating. Wang Jidi finally joked, and everyone laughed heartily, the atmosphere becoming even more harmonious. While they were enjoying themselves here, the 3 women dining at the Michelin restaurant encountered some trouble. Sikong Ruyan and Huang Yangxi, in an ordinary neighborhood, picked up a gentle girl who was none other than Ru Yuitong. Ru Yuitong looked a bit haggard, but still wore a warm smile that made people feel particularly cozy. Sikong Ruyan smiled and said, If you hadn't resigned, we wouldn't have dared to come find you, afraid of interrupting your work plans. Ru Yuitong replied gently, You, the strong woman, how can you still say that? Why do you have so much free time today, not busy with company matters? Huang Yangxi rolled her eyes and said, you just don't take your sisters seriously. Ruyan has been in the Northeast for so long. What company is there in the Magic City? Ru Yuitang shook her head and said, just because Ruyan went to the Northeast, I would ask this. She wouldn't have come back to the Magic City just to hang out with me, right? Sekong Ruyan took Ru Yuitang's hand, shaking it as she said, I came back with my husband, mainly to handle family matters. After this, I'll be free as a bird. Yangxi has already agreed to go to the Northeast with me, and I was still thinking about how to persuade you. I didn't expect you to resign. It must be fate. Ru Yuitang sighed, not saying a word, just nodding heavily. Sekong Ruyan was very happy, pulling the two of them to the Michelin 3-star restaurant to celebrate properly. The front desk at Michelin saw the supreme black card, and their attitude became extremely respectful, leading them to the best table and serving the finest dishes. Ru Yuitang asked in surprise, what card do you have? Why has their attitude changed so much? This table is obviously not cheap. Huang Yangxi replied with a smile, Ruyan is something else now. Her husband is particularly impressive. The card she just used is the supreme black card, which is held by no more than 100 people worldwide. That's why they say a woman's greatest skill is finding a good husband. Once you have a good husband, you won't have to struggle for the rest of your life. Ru Yuitang thought of the scumbag she had encountered and couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Fortunately, she had held her ground, only losing money and not her dignity. Otherwise, she would have lost everything. Sekong Ruyan saw Ru Yuitang's despondent look and immediately guessed her thoughts. With a twinkle in her eye, she came up with an idea. After I got to the Northeast, I realized that spoiling a wife is something Northeast men excel at. Everything else is unnecessary. There are quite a few rich young men who play with my husband. Don't be fooled by their wildness now. Once they get married, they all behave like babies. I'll find you one and you'll make up for any losses, plus you can take charge of household matters and continue to showcase your grand ambitions. Huang Yangxi quickly nodded in agreement. What Ruyan said is absolutely right. With her as our support, who would dare to be a scumbag? We just break their third leg. Ru Yuitang felt much better after her sister's encouragement, and her previous idea of starting anew in a different place became even more resolute. After letting go of her worries, she chatted happily with her two sisters, filled with laughter. All three women were exceptionally beautiful, and sitting together quickly attracted the attention of others. He Rongtelang, the young master of Qingwei Corporation and the younger brother of Hinata Shari, was a typical spoiled second-generation rich kid. Seeing the three beautiful Wo, Sekong Ruyan looked at the lackey and snorted from her nose. What do you think you are? Dare to bark here, truly unaware of how to write the word death. Get lost with your young master, and if you dare to cause trouble, I'll make sure you regret it. Influenced by Duan Ruoxi, the few of them would occasionally watch some bloody live streams, gradually getting used to it, and their words became particularly harsh. Duan Ruoxi intended this. As women of the supreme god of the dark web, they absolutely could not be soft-hearted little girls. At the very least, they had to be iron-blooded women of the big brother. Wang Zhidi could not deny this matter. Everything was according to their wishes, and with the contract in place, there could be no problems. He Rongtelang saw the lackey being humiliated and felt his face was swept away, standing up angrily. You lowly Huguo people, you don't understand a bit of etiquette, it's simply embarrassing. To be valued by this young master is your fortune. You better do as I say or I'll drive you away. Huang Yangxi squinted and said, you really have a big mouth, aren't you afraid the wind will blow your tongue? Do you know who we are? He Rongtelang arrogantly raised his head and said, no matter who you are in front of our Dabaki, you can only be a lowly existence. I am the young master of Qingwei Corporation. Do you know how many people in Madu rely on me for their livelihood, how many bosses beg like dogs in front of me? Looking at you, you're just the woman of a small family. With a word from me, I can make your family disappear from Madu. Ru Yuitang said angrily, this is our Huguo. It's not your damned backy beasts who can be arrogant here. Your volcano is about to erupt. Retribution is coming soon. Usually she appeared gentle, but when arguing she struck at the vital points, leaving the opponent speechless with a single sentence. He Rongtelang was so furious he howled, you lowly women dare to curse Dabaki. I will definitely not let you go. Young Master Zhang Mupeng of the Zhang family is our partner. I'll call him right now and make your family pay for your words. Sekong Ruyan disdainfully snorted. When you call, make it clear that the one saying this is Sekong Ruyan, and let's see if that little brat Zhang Mupeng can even let out a fart. What Qingui Corporation? In my eyes, it's not worth a fart. There was a miss from Sakura Corporation who dared to shout at my husband, and right in front of everyone, she knelt down and sang, "Conquer." You are even more despicable than that cheap woman. I will definitely tell my husband and make you damned beasts pay the price. Regarding the Hasegawa family, the whole Baki was in an uproar, and Rongtalang, this second-generation heir, had heard some rumors. Rongtalang looked at Sikong Ruyan in surprise, not expecting this woman to be related to that man. He shouted arrogantly, "In that case, I can't let you go. Grab these women for me, and I want to see who dares to meddle." As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen security guards rushed in from outside and surrounded them. Rongtalang looked at the security guards who rushed in, revealing a proud expression, thinking these people were there to help him, but it was beyond his expectations. The manager of the Michelin restaurant shouted at Rongtalang, "You really have a lot of nerve daring to disturb our guests. Get out of here right now." Upon hearing this, Rongtalang felt an unnamed rage surge from his heels to the top of his head, nearly exploding with anger. He roared furiously, "You are the ones with the audacity. I am the young master of Qingui Corporation and a guest of Michelin. How dare you treat me like this?" The manager scoffed contemptuously. "What does your broken VIP card count for? Your entire Xinjiangzhou family company only has a first-level VIP card at best. Do you know what kind of VIP card this lady has? It's the top-tier Supreme Black card. Your first-level VIP card is nothing but a scrap of paper in front of the Supreme Black card. Those who possess the Supreme Black card are the gods of Michelin. Whatever they want to do, all Michelin branches must obey unconditionally." Rongtaro was shocked by these words. He never dreamed that the woman before him actually had a Supreme Black card. It was simply ridiculous. Sikong Ruyan coldly smiled and said, "Your reaction is too slow, which makes me very dissatisfied. I will tell my husband when I go back and let him demand an explanation." The manager, like a lapdog, nodded and apologized. "It's all our fault. Please forgive us, madam. We will definitely correct our mistakes in the future." Sikong Ruyan huffed, "If you want me to forgive you, that's not impossible. This Yakumo beast is the main culprit. Drag him out and beat him for a couple of hours, then throw him by the garbage heap." The Michelin manager dared not say a word against it and immediately nodded in agreement, instructing the security to rush up and beat Rongtaro. The onlookers, upon hearing that they were going to beat the Yakumo beast, immediately became interested, and everyone went up to kick him a few times, creating quite a lively scene. A woman in a kimono tried to report to the police, but an older lady slapped her phone out of her hand, and then she was beaten up. This woman shouted that she was Chinese, which only made everyone angrier, and she was beaten even more severely, leaving her unable to take care of herself for the rest of her life. Sikong Ruyan couldn't be bothered with such a scene and left with her two friends, taking them directly back to the castle villa. Wang Jidi returned from the Huo family satisfied, and upon entering, saw Sikong Ruyan and the two others, revealing a look of surprise. "Why are you back so early? Shouldn't you be out shopping until late?" Sikong Ruyan smiled and took his hand, introducing him to her friends, and then talked about the Michelin restaurant incident. Wang Jidi's eyes glinted coldly. "Those damned Yakumo beasts actually dared to provoke you. They really must be tired of living. Let Linger give them a surprise tonight." The surprise he mentioned was not to kill Rongtaro. A second-generation heir wasn't worth using Linger on. It was aimed at the entire Yakumo, making them collectively pay the price. Linger directly cut off the main power grid of Yakumo, plunging the entire island into darkness, while also detonating the nuclear wastewater tanks, allowing the nuclear wastewater to mix into their underground pipelines. According to Yakumo's own claims, their nuclear wastewater had been treated and met the standards for direct drinking, so there would be no problems at all. Yakumo suffered such a heavy blow but had no idea what was happening, only able to flail around like a headless fly, resulting in quite a few incidents. And the instigator of all this, Wang Jidi, was swaggering back to Binhai City with his wife and her two friends. Sikong Ruyan turned the original Phoenix Mountain No. 4 villa into an apartment for her two friends, and then introduced them to the other sisters. The two women had already been given a warning, so they were not too surprised and got along very well with the five beauties. Shangyun Yangsu had gone to a new film crew and met them through video to avoid not recognizing each other and causing trouble in the future. That evening, everyone had dinner together, and Yuan Bingyu stirred the soup, saying, The technology building has been taken down, half of the surrounding factories have been secured, and 2 are still negotiating with us. They are really greedy, clearly treating us as fools. One even dared to flirt with me, and I slapped him right then. Wang Zhidi squinted and said, "You don't need to worry about these 2 companies. Just give me their information and arrange for Lu Junliang to demolish all those factories. I want to build a large technology experimental site. Also, notify everyone in the technology building to move out within a month, regardless of how long they've been renting here. You will refund all their previous rent. If anyone feels it's unfair, provide reasonable compensation. If anyone dares to cause trouble, hand their information over to me as well." Duan Ruoxi chimed in. "When my sister was harassed, I wanted to have someone deal with that bastard, but she wouldn't let me and insisted on waiting for her husband to handle it." Wang Zhidi coughed lightly. "In the future, if something like this happens, there's no need to listen to a few sisters. Just take him to the Deformity Museum and let him know how to behave. This time, let's not act just yet. I'll arrange for someone to have some fun with them first, and after they've had their fill, we'll deal with him. How dare he harass my woman? It's like digging a hole on the head of the god of earth." Duan Ruoxi smiled and agreed. This girl had 2 horns on her head and a tail behind her, definitely a little devil. Hu Qingsu hesitated for a moment and said, "The new manager I mentioned to my husband last time has been targeting Xuanghua lately. I feel like something might happen. I've already asked Qi Changgang to pay attention to Xuanghua's safety, but if something happens in the company, they won't be able to help. So I haven't resigned yet. I plan to stay with Xuanghua for a while longer to make sure everything is fine before coming to our group." Wang Zhidi frowned and said, "Does Wang Yingji know about this? Keep an eye on Xuanghua. This girl is too stubborn and shouldn't get hurt." Hu Qingsu immediately agreed, and the other women shared some situations, but there wasn't anything important. Enjoying the scenery in the evening was the most important thing. Wang Zhidi was awakened by the sound of a red envelope notification. His first trip home didn't yield much, and he ended up with over 100 gold bricks, which left him speechless. He followed his wives to the technology building, pretended to be a salted meat for a while, and then went to the Black Stone Reef Club to arrange for yesterday's matters. Zhu Shaowei listened to Wang Zhidi's instructions and immediately nodded in agreement. For matters like this, there's no need for the boss to make a trip personally. Just give me a call. I have specialized personnel to deal with these stubborn residents, and I will definitely make them obediently sell the factories to the lady, ensuring the boss won't be disappointed. Wang Zhidi smiled and nodded, then chatted idly, hearing about an interesting place. "How's the progress with the boss lady? You're not just standing still, are you? If you really can't make any moves, then don't force it. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Why cling to just one flower?" Wang Zhidi was in a good mood, teasing Zhu Shaowei. Zhu Shaowei chuckled and said, "Standing still is impossible. I've made some progress. If it weren't for her going to the Luan Feng tea house recently, I might have made even more progress." Wang Zhidi asked in confusion, "What is the Luan Feng tea house? I've never heard of it before." Zhu Shaowei immediately replied, "The Luan Feng tea house is a new tea house that just opened. The person in charge is named Lin Wangqing, a very beautiful woman from Jiangnan. There's also an old lady named Liu Xufan, who is Lin Wangqing's grandmother, referred to as the Old Buddha, and she seems to have a very powerful background. I don't know how strong her background is, but anyway, Tang Yushin took me to visit the Old Buddha before the tea house opened. When I went, I saw Li Guangjun there, and he was very respectful, even though they are about the same age. He kept calling her Old Buddha." When the Luan Feng tea house opened, many big shots came, and the gifts they presented were all quite valuable. The value of those gifts could keep our club running for over a decade. Wang Zhidi's interest was thoroughly piqued. After casually exchanging a few words with Zhu Shaowei, he went to the Jun Fitness Club to find Li Zhiming, hoping to gather some useful information. Upon hearing Wang Zhidi's question, Li Zhiming answered without hesitation, "Even if young Master Tai doesn't come to find me, I was planning to take you to the Luan Feng tea house for a visit, and then look for an opportunity to pay a visit to the Old Buddha. The Old Buddha is a true figure of the martial world, with formidable skills, especially the paired butterfly kick, which is renowned in the martial arts community and has earned its reputation through real experience." Wang Zhidi was momentarily taken aback, then realized that being referred to as a person of the martial world indicated that the Old Buddha was an ancient martial artist, which indeed sparked his interest. He had never met an ancient martial artist before, and his curiosity grew stronger. He urged Li Jiming to take him there immediately, planning to discuss the details on the way. Wang Jidi was driving a military Hummer. The extreme lightning model was not something he could easily take out, as it was highly intelligent and sometimes difficult to fabricate a story around. Li Jiming looked outside and said, "Don't be fooled by the fact that my father is a master. There is still a considerable gap compared to those in the martial world. We martial artists only reach the minimum standard of the martial world when we attain the realm of micro-force masters, which is the threshold of ancient martial arts. If one can transform force into energy, they officially step into ancient martial arts and can continue their training. Otherwise, they can only maintain that level. Ancient martial arts are divided into 4 realms: acquired martial artists, innate strong ones, virtual realm supreme, and martial fragmentation of the void. It is said that after reaching martial fragmentation of the void, one becomes a terrestrial immortal, but I don't know if that's true." Wang Jidi had already learned some things about ancient martial artists from Duan Ruoxi, but not as detailed as what Li Jiming was saying. He pondered that the so-called terrestrial immortal after martial fragmentation of the void should mean achieving the path through martial arts, becoming what is known as a cultivator, or further, a true cultivator. Wang Jidi was not particularly concerned about this. As someone with a red envelope system, his goal was to become a wealthy layabout, and these fighting and killing methods were just stories to listen to. While he was contemplating this, the red envelope page suddenly popped up, this time offering over 3,000 red envelopes. Wang Jidi immediately chose to open the envelopes, as Li Jiming was driving and it wouldn't affect him. Received funds of 8 million, enjoy your click. Received an EVO supercar, enjoy your click. Received an enhanced military Hummer, enjoy your click. Received a set of vintage artillery, enjoy your click. Received 1 million universal shells, enjoy your click. Received cash of 5,639,821 yuan, enjoy your click. Received top-tier ancient martial arts technique, the Yi Jin Jing, enjoy your click. Received first-class ancient martial arts technique, the 6th Supreme Vajra, enjoy your click. Received super ancient martial arts technique, the Dragon Elephant Prajna, enjoy your click. Received 3 years of internal energy, enjoy your click. Received 2 years of internal energy, enjoy your click. After opening all the red envelopes, Wang Jidi was stunned by the contents. Was it really necessary to be this extravagant? The best items in the envelopes were naturally the ancient martial arts techniques and internal energy, which, once chosen for use, allowed Wang Jidi to undergo another transformation. Wang Jidi directly upgraded from a current martial artist to an ancient martial artist, and he instantly possessed over 20 years of internal energy, becoming a peak acquired martial artist. As for the 3 sets of techniques, each was more powerful than the last, with the best being the Yi Jin Jing, which originally had the effect of transforming one's body. Now, with further exploration of the previous body refining pills effects, Wang Jidi's body directly reached the innate level. The Dragon Elephant Prajna skill goes without saying. It is definitely a well-known technique, primarily used to increase strength, which is quite helpful in nature as well. However, in actual combat, the real technique used is the Vajra 6 Absolutes. The first 3 are palm techniques, the Great Strength Vajra Palm, the Prajna Vajra Palm, and the Vajra 6 Yang Palm. The latter 3 are a set of body protection techniques called the Vajra Holy Body, a combination of lightness skill and stepping technique known as the Vajra Battle Steps, and a sound wave technique called Vajra Zen Chant. The Vajra 6 Absolutes are very comprehensive, covering all aspects, with the highly defensive Vajra Holy Body, combined with the effect of the skin membrane, making Wang Jidi truly an indestructible iron Vajra. As for the remaining items, the most impressive is the old-style cannon combination. Despite being old, it is still a cannon, and its power is quite considerable. The key is that it is equipped with 1 million rounds of ammunition, which makes things interesting. When in a hurry, firing the cannon could lead to unexpected consequences for anyone involved. Li Jiming glanced at Wang Jidi and said with confusion, "Why do I suddenly feel like you're a bit different?" Wang Jidi shrugged and replied, "Li, you're not a woman, so why rely on feelings? There's nothing different. You've always liked this military Hummer. I'll drive it back to your place, and I've got a reinforced version for you as a gift." He cleverly shifted the topic, and with the system as a cover, Others couldn't discern his true strength. At most, they would just have a vague feeling. Li Jiming was a smart man, aware that some things shouldn't be probed too deeply. Those who habitually dig for the root of every issue usually end up in trouble. He deftly redirected the conversation to the vehicle, praising it for its impressive presence, which would surely be enjoyable in the future. As they joked, they arrived at the Luanfeng tea house. Upon entering, Wang Jidi and Li Jiming first noticed the grand hall decorated in an ancient style, exuding a strong sense of antiquity that made one feel as if they had traveled back in time. He smiled and said, "Indeed, this is quite interesting. It seems I need to pay more attention to things in Binhai City in the future. Otherwise, being ignorant would surely be a laughingstock." This statement was double-edged, not only directed at Li Jiming beside him, but also meant for Tang Yushin, who was in the hall. The meticulous decoration of the Luanfeng tea house was no small feat. It would take at least a month or even a year and a half to accomplish. Wang Jidi had left Binhai City for Madu, and if he counted his previous trip to Shasheng, it had only been a little over a month. His ignorance of the local situation was quite intriguing. If one were to investigate, many would find themselves in a difficult position. It's not about saying that informing someone is a matter of friendship, while not informing is a matter of duty. Such words are usually spoken by those of equal standing. Saying this in front of a strong person is clearly asking for trouble, and if one gets hurt, it wouldn't be surprising. Wang Jidi had not blamed Zhu Shaowei before because everyone's circumstances were different. A weak person shouldn't be made aware of what a strong person should know. Li Jiming and Tang Yushin both felt a shiver, especially Tang Yushin, who felt a deep sense of dread, thinking she had made a significant mistake. Tang Yushin hurried over and respectfully said, "I didn't know young Master Tai was back. Otherwise, I would have definitely had Wonking send an invitation to you." Wang Jidi replied with a stern face, "No need for an invitation. Considering Zhu Shaowei's face, let's leave it at that this time. Remember, help has its limits. This place is nice, but it doesn't suit me. Drinking tea doesn't have to be done in a tea house. Setting up a gathering at home can be just as enjoyable. Since I'm here, I should bring some gifts. Please deliver the contents of this box to the old Buddha and convey my respects." As he spoke, he took out a small box from his bag made of sandalwood, exuding a pleasant sandalwood fragrance that was refreshing. Inside the box was a jade pendant, which he had obtained from a red envelope recently, known for its calming effects, particularly suitable for the elderly. Wang Jidi and Li Jiming returned to the car. Before Li Jiming could say anything, Wang Jidi waved at him and then got out to walk away. Li Jiming calculated in his mind and immediately drove home to tell Li Guangjun about this matter. Li Guangjun did not say much but took out the jar of wine that Wang Jidi had given him during the last birthday celebration and carefully poured a small cup. He licked his tongue and said, "This truly is aged ginseng. The effect is simply too good. Drinking a small cup every day makes my body better and better. I can at least live another 20 years. Li Jiming understood his father's meaning and lowered his head, saying, "It's all my fault. I really didn't expect Wang Jidi's reaction to be so strong." Li Guangjun downed the wine in the cup and then crushed the cup in his hand. Such good wine should not leave a single drop for others. When I was learning martial arts, my master once told me that the reason the tiger is the king of beasts is because of its absolute dominance. There are only packs of wolves, but the fierce tiger stands alone. In a territory, there can only be one tiger king. All other fierce beasts must bow down. Wang Jidi is now the tiger king of Binhai City, and in the future, he will be the tiger king of northeast China and even the whole of Huiguo. In his territory, fierce beasts can exist, but they cannot challenge his authority. What you are doing now is provoking his authority, but to him, your provocation is not worth worrying about, so he just gives you a cold shoulder to let you know what's going on. When he truly feels threatened, he will definitely not let you see it. Instead, he will smile and send you on your way. This is why it is said that having an elder at home is like having a treasure. These elders have enough experience to see things more clearly and think more deeply. Li Jiming was sweating profusely and swallowed hard, asking, "I don't know what I should do to make up for it." Li Guangjun glared at him and said, "Have you gone stupid from practicing? Wang Jidi isn't even concerned about this matter anymore. What do you need to make up for? What you need to do is remember this lesson and not make the same mistake again. If you fall in the same place twice, there's no need to get back up. From now on, you don't need to worry about the old Buddha. I will handle everything." After all, I am an elder, and Wang Zhidi won't hold it against me. Li Jiaming quickly nodded in agreement, determined that in the future, he would inform Wang Zhidi immediately of any signs of trouble. Wang Zhidi learned about the conversation between the father and son Li from Linger and smiled with satisfaction, thinking that if there was an opportunity in the future, he could help them further. Compared to the Li family, Tang Yushin was in a worse mood. She held a box and went to the courtyard behind the tea house, respectfully handing it to the old Buddha. The old Buddha opened the box and, seeing the jade pendant inside, her eyes brightened slightly as she pressed her hand on it, sensing it carefully. Lin Wangqing was a very beautiful woman, absolutely stunning, wearing a light blue kippah that was equally alluring. She said discontentedly, "Wang Zhidi is just a young brat. Even if his family has real ability, he shouldn't be so arrogant. He doesn't take others seriously at all." The old Buddha withdrew her hand, shaking her head and saying, "It's not him who is arrogant, it's that I am becoming increasingly ignorant of etiquette. I am truly regressing. Arriving at someone else's place without paying respects and expecting them to come and present gifts is really shameful. I have no place to put this old face." Lin Wangqing and Tang Yushin were left dumbfounded, never having dreamed that the old Buddha would say such a thing. The old Buddha looked at Tang Yushin and said, "You can go back to your bar. You don't need to come help anymore. I retreated from Beijing to Binhai City to withdraw from the circle of disputes, yet I still made the mistakes I shouldn't have. It's truly a case of power harming people." Tang Yushin's heart was stirred by a tumult of emotions. She knew Wang Zhidi was formidable, but she had no idea he was this powerful. Even the old Buddha had to reflect on this, let alone someone as insignificant as her. If it weren't for Zhu Shaowei this time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Tang Yushin quickly made a decision. She had to keep Zhu Shaowei close. After all, he was obedient to her, and there was nothing that couldn't be compromised. She respectfully bowed to the old Buddha and said, "Since you say so, I will take my leave now. If you have any orders in the future, please do not hesitate to inform me, and I will do my utmost to fulfill them." After Tang Yushin left, the old Buddha's expression darkened further. She held the jade pendant from the box in her hand, and only after a moment did she return to normal. The old Buddha looked at her puzzled granddaughter and decided to clarify things for her, letting her know what it meant to have hidden talents. The old Buddha gestured for her granddaughter to take the jade pendant. Lin Wangqing approached with confusion and took the pendant. It felt cool to the touch, and a chill seemed to flow from her palm straight to her brain, making her mind exceptionally clear. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her face filled with incredulity. If she practiced with this jade pendant, it would surely yield twice the result with half the effort. This jade pendant is called the Ice Heart Pendant, carved from the heart of a jade mine. Once the heart is removed, all the jade in the mine will turn into ordinary stone. Just having the jade heart isn't enough. It also requires a true master sculptor to carve it with great effort. If lucky, they might survive the process, but their life would be ruined. The last time I saw the Ice Heart Pendant, I was still a young girl. At that time, the quest for that pendant stirred up a bloody storm in the martial world, and many died. Just when everyone was at an impasse, a mysterious family suddenly appeared, and no one knew what methods they used. The top sects joined forces to suppress the entire martial world, ultimately bringing the matter to a close. This was possible not only because of the strength of the sects, but also because they smashed the Ice Heart Pendant into jade powder in front of everyone. According to later rumors, the reason the leaders of the major sects smashed the jade without hesitation was that each of them had an Ice Heart Pendant in their possession. Lin Wangqing said in disbelief, "Are you saying, Grandma, that the Ice Heart Pendants everyone was fighting over are plentiful in that family's hands? How is that possible?" The old Buddha sighed, "I thought the same way as you back then, but as I grew older and gained more experience, that notion faded away. We martial artists have always entertained ourselves in the martial world, like a frog sitting in a well, seeing only a sky the size of a palm. In reality, there are many who are more capable than us. Your grandfather and I encountered one such person once, and thinking back on that person's methods, I still feel like a tiny ant." Lin Wangqing looked at her grandmother's fearful expression, her heart trembling as well. To frighten her grandmother like this, one could only imagine how shocking the situation must have been. She carefully placed the jade pendant back in the box, licking her lips as she said, "Did Wang Zhidi give the Ice Heart Pendant as a gift without knowing its value, or—" Lin Wangqing couldn't finish her thought. Considering Wang Zhidi's previous words, how could he possibly be unaware of the pendant's value? It could only be said that he didn't take it seriously. She hesitated and said, "How about I take the initiative to invite Wang Jidi to dinner, apologize to him, and turn hostility into friendship?" The old Buddha waved her hand and said, "If he brings out the ice heart pendant and we bow to him, wouldn't that seem too contrived? The best approach is to remain silent and wait for a chance to show our worth later. Women find it easy to become friends with each other. You should put more effort into this aspect." Lin Wonking understood immediately and expressed that there would be no problem, and she would definitely work harder in this regard. They thought they would not be discovered, but unexpectedly, this scene had already been broadcasted to Wang Jidi by Linger. Wang Jidi complained inwardly. He only knew that the jade pendant was called Binkson Jade, but he had no idea it had such high value. His lack of knowledge was truly harmful. He then calculated in his mind that the old Buddha must have encountered a cultivator, probably experiencing some supernatural phenomenon, which made her feel that cultivators were particularly powerful. Thinking about it, although Wang Jidi's abilities were already strong, when faced with demons and monsters, he would probably only be a helpless prey, becoming someone else's meal. Wang Jidi immediately dismissed this thought. How could he possibly encounter such things? Did he really think that System Daddy was fake? He no longer took this matter seriously. The next morning, when he received his red envelope, he got 2 Butterfly TK bicycles. The Butterfly TK bicycle is the most luxurious bicycle brand in the world, with the price of the 2 bikes reaching 1.5 million beautiful coins, which converts to over 10 million huobe. During breakfast, Wang Jidi smiled and asked, "I want to ride a bicycle out today. Who wants to ride with me?" Sikong Ruyan shook her head and said, "There are some matters in the group today. Sanmei has to handle them with me, so I definitely can't accompany you." Lan Minjing took over the conversation. "I'm currently dealing with the handover of the Lion family branch. Liu-mei has to help me with that. Let's see if Wu-mei or Kiyu-mei can go with you." Hu Kingsu immediately said, "I need to go back to the company to keep an eye on my little sister. I can't let anyone bully her. This glorious and arduous task will be handed over to Kiyu-mei." Duan Ryuoxi smiled and nodded in agreement. "Sisters, don't worry. I will definitely keep an eye on this flirtatious big carrot and won't let him go out to fool around." Wang Jidi rolled his eyes helplessly. As the one with all the evidence in front of him, he had no power to speak. He and Duan Ryuoxi went to the villa where miscellaneous items were stored, and the 2 expensive bicycles were casually leaning against a cabinet. Duan Ryuoxi glanced at the bike logo and exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't expect it to be Butterfly TK. When did you get it, hubby?" Wang Jidi playfully scratched her nose and said, "You talk too much. You still don't know my abilities. What do 2 bicycles count for?" Duan Ryuoxi pouted and hummed a few times playfully. The 2 rode away from the villa. Although this girl always appeared delicate, her physical fitness was quite good. According to her, her mother had been running around with people since she was little, and her father was a gambling addict and alcoholic, deeply in debt. The 2 of them were either being chased or on the run every day, so naturally, her body became stronger. One time her father caught a severe cold and couldn't run away, resulting in him being killed by a mob. By the time she found him, the body was already decomposing. Since then, Duan Ryuoxi lived alone, using every means to protect her purity, which resulted in her becoming as slippery as an eel. Wang Jidi felt heartbroken listening to Duan Ryuoxi's story. He held her all night, allowing her to feel his solid chest so she would never have to sleep poorly again. Duan Ryuoxi rode her bicycle, shaking her head and saying, "It's been so long since I've been out like this. It feels really great. Hubby, you should get a few more bicycles so that our whole family can come out together and find a place to enjoy the spring. It would be wonderful." Wang Jidi smiled and replied, "If the whole family comes out, we won't buy bicycles. We might as well get a good RV so we can go wherever we want. Wouldn't that be even better?" Duan Ryuoxi clearly misunderstood, pouted, and sped ahead, riding with a sense of urgency. Wang Jidi followed closely behind the girl, and the 2 arrived at the Tongniu Ridge scenic area, casually parking their bicycles there. However, after just a few steps, trouble arose. As Wang Jidi and Duan Ryuoxi had not walked far, they heard a loud crash and immediately turned back to see their bicycles lying on the ground. There was also a BMW X7 parked nearby, and it was clear that it was that car. Instead of looking for a parking space further away, the driver had parked by the roadside and ended up knocking over their bicycles. The 2 quickly approached the BMW, and a flashy, overweight woman stepped out, exuding an air of arrogance. Duan Ryuoxi angrily said, "How do you drive? Didn't you see our bicycles here? How dare you crash into them like that? The overweight woman disdainfully curled her lip and replied, "It's just two broken bicycles. How much are they worth? Besides, your junk bicycles scratched my car." Wang Jidi squinted and said, "There are surveillance cameras here. If we pull up the footage, it will be clear what happened. Our bicycles were parked by the roadside and it's illegal to park cars here. You are definitely at fault." The overweight woman shouted arrogantly, "You two poor losers dare to talk back to me. It's just two broken bicycles. What can you do about it? I don't believe this nonsense. Today I'll show you what it means to be wealthy and powerful. Just wait and see how I deal with you." Saying this, she got back into her car and reversed, crushing the bicycles under her wheels, quickly turning them into scrap metal. Wang Jidi took a picture of the BMW's license plate with his phone, looking at the overweight woman who rolled down her window, revealing a contemptuous smile. "I admire your courage. I've recorded everything. Now it's time to discuss compensation. You'd better ask someone what a butterfly TK bicycle is worth." The overweight woman pulled out 1,000 yuan from her pocket and tossed it on the ground, wearing an extremely arrogant expression. "What do I care about your butterfly? How much can two broken bicycles be worth? Here's 1,000 yuan, it's enough to compensate you." Duan Ruoxi raised an eyebrow and smiled. "You really dare to say that? 1,000 yuan is definitely not enough. You should add a zero to that. Don't think about running away, we've already noted your license plate. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, we can still catch you." The overweight woman jumped out of the car again, shouting, "Are you too crazy for money? Wanting 10 million for two broken bicycles? Why don't you go rob a bank?" Wang Jidi coldly smiled and said, 10 million is a lot for you, but it means nothing to me. If you don't pay, you can call the police right now. My bicycle has all the proper paperwork and then you'll know whether I'm trying to scam you." The overweight woman yelled, "Stop talking nonsense. Do you know who my husband is? You want to scam me? You must be tired of living." Wang Jidi became interested and asked with a smile, "Sounds like your husband is quite a big shot. Let me see just how impressive he is." The overweight woman shouted, "Just wait. I'm calling my husband right now. I'll make sure you two regret this." She took out her phone, glaring fiercely at Wang Jidi, and then dialed. "Honey, come quickly. Someone is bullying me at Tongyu Ridge. Bring a few more people. You must teach them a good lesson." After hanging up, the overweight woman raised her head triumphantly, as if she could already see Wang Jidi and Duan Ruoxi beaten and kneeling before her, begging for forgiveness. After about 20 minutes, a sedan and a van arrived, and a similarly hefty man got out of the sedan. Immediately shouted, "Which damn bastard is it? You really don't want to live, daring to offend my wife." Wang Jidi scratched his ear and said disdainfully, "What are you shouting about? Just trying to show off your loud voice. Your wife damaged my bicycle, let her compensate me at the market price, and then she keeps whining, saying her husband is particularly impressive. Looks like a pig to me." The fat man, furious, shouted, "You damn bastard, how dare you talk to me like that? Do you believe I—" Before he could finish, the group that had gotten out of the van immediately swung a metal rod and struck him hard on the back. The fat man fell over, groaning on the ground, then pointed at Wang Jidi. "Bioji, why are you hitting me? The troublemaker is this kid, you've got the wrong person." Wang Yongbao stepped up and struck again, hitting the fat man's hand hard, a crisp crack echoing as it was clearly broken. "You damn dog, you really have some guts to point at our boss. Uses that paw now." The fat man turned pale at these words, never having imagined that this young man before him was actually Wang Yongbao's boss. Wang Yongbao immediately changed his demeanor in front of Wang Jidi, nodding and bowing like a lapdog. "I didn't know the boss was here, otherwise I would have come over sooner. This bastard dared to provoke the boss. Soon I'll break his bones and feed him to the dogs." Wang Jidi snorted. "What nonsense are you talking? Am I that kind of person? His wife broke my bicycle. As long as he compensates me, that's enough. My bicycle is a butterfly TK, worth 30 million. His attitude is bad, so he must compensate me double. He pays one amount and his wife pays another, totaling 100 million. You handle the collection, and the interest will be at 9 out of 13. Hand the collected money to Zhu Shaowei. It will be the activity fund for you brothers in the future." The fat woman was also terrified, her legs weak as she sat beside the man. Hearing the amount they had to pay, she immediately started shouting again. "What kind of bicycle is so expensive? You're clearly extorting us. I'm going to report you to the police." Duan Ruoxi looked down on her, saying, "You can report us if you want, but check first what a butterfly TK bicycle is and see if we've scammed you. Your attitude is so bad that it puts me in a terrible mood. Let's double the amount again as my emotional distress fee. You people in this line of work, don't tell me you can't come up with the money. If not, what use are you? I might as well feed you to the bears." Wang Yongbao quickly said, "Madam, don't worry, we can definitely get the money. This fat guy has a company that specializes in fruit loans. He has some cash on hand." Duan Ruoxi glared, didn't expect such scum. Just looking at him is annoying. "Let's double it again. If they can't come up with it, sell their parts." Wang Jidi added, "Let's make it a round number, just say 500 million. Just like my wife said, if the money isn't enough, sell the parts. If they can't gather it, add their relatives." The way they spoke casually made them sound like demons to the others. Wang Jidi handed the two fat pigs over to Wang Yongbao, took Duan Ruoxi's hand and swayed away from there, leaving the rest to their abilities. Duan Ruoxi smiled and said, "Looks like today isn't a day for cycling. If it's not a family outing, let's not play like this anymore." Wang Jidi playfully scratched her nose. "You mischievous girl, I asked you to accompany me, and you're still unwilling." Duan Ruoxi clung to Wang Jidi's arm and acted coy. "Of course I want to be with you. You just like to bully me. I'll tell the sisters when we get back that you're sleeping on the sofa tonight." Wang Jidi chuckled and used his all-seeing and X-ray vision to scan around, confirming absolute safety. He had a good time tormenting the girl, which was quite enjoyable in its own way. When he returned to the villa in the evening, the family gathered for dinner, as it was Wang Jidi's request. As long as conditions allowed, they had to eat together. Even Shangyu and Yangsu, who was filming outside, joined via video call to enhance everyone's cohesion and prevent any potential conflicts. Duan Ruoxi cheerfully recounted the day's events, making everyone laugh, and they all agreed that in the future, they must check the almanac before going out to play. They unanimously decided that tonight, Wang Jidi should sleep on the sofa to make sure he understood his position in the family. Naturally, Wang Jidi took the opportunity to punish Liu Mei, who spent half the night enjoying the scenery, leaving them utterly exhausted. The next morning's fixed red envelope revealed 8 butterfly TK bicycles, completing the family mobilization. The last red envelope surprisingly contained 100 boxes of old-fashioned wooden handle grenades, adding another member of age to Wang Jidi's arsenal. Wang Jidi felt indifferent about this. Previously, he had received an upgraded military Hummer, which had 2 tracks near the sunroof for mounting a machine gun. He tested it with an old machine gun and was surprised to find it could indeed be mounted, allowing him to show off when needed. More than a week passed in a flash, and Wang Jidi was dozing on the sofa when suddenly a red envelope page popped up in front of him, showing only 2 lonely red envelopes. "Congratulations on obtaining 31% of Dowen Group's shares. Enjoy your click. Super magical burn ointment. Enjoy your click." Upon seeing the contents of the red envelopes, Wang Jidi sat up straight. The system's gift was definitely not random, and something must have happened to his little sister. Just as he picked up his phone, Hu Kingsu's call came in, and he immediately pressed the answer button. "Hurry to the apartment, someone bullied my little sister." Wang Jidi's expression turned extremely grim as he activated his extreme speed, racing to the apartment as fast as he could. Upon entering the room, he saw his sister lying on the sofa, her face covered in several blisters, clearly scalded by boiling water. Seeing his little sister in pain ignited a surge of unnameable fury within him, rising from his heels to the crown of his head, nearly causing him to explode with rage. "How could my little sister end up like this? Where did that woman get the guts to touch my sister?" He roared like an injured lion, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop to freezing point. Hu Kingsu lowered her head and said, "I didn't keep an eye on her. I was talking to a colleague when that woman suddenly rushed in and splashed a cup of boiling water on my sister's face. I wanted to deal with that woman, but a few others held me back. They were from the administrative department and had no previous connection with us." While she was speaking, the other 5 girls arrived, and upon receiving the news, Shangyu and Yangsu had already bought the nearest plane ticket. Duan Ruoxi jumped up and shouted, "Those damned beasts dared to treat my sister like this. We can't let them go, we must send them all to the Deformity Museum." Lan Menjing shot Duan Ruoxi a glare and said, "This is not the time for that. Contact the best hospital immediately. We must not let my sister's face scar." Wang Jidi waved his hand and said, "I am the best doctor. Why go to the hospital? First, I'll use silver needles to pop these blisters. Then I'll apply a special burn ointment, and in 7 days it will be as good as new. Later, I'll acquire a pharmaceutical factory to produce this burn ointment according to the formula. Although the effect won't be as good as the original, it will be several times stronger than what's on the market. As for other prescriptions, we'll figure that out later. Was speaking while quickly using silver needles to pierce the water cannons, then applying burn ointment. The little sister, who had been crying out in pain, immediately felt a cool sensation and no longer felt any pain. Sikong Ruyan asked coldly, "Where did Wang Yingji go when this happened to the little sister?" The little sister quickly replied, "Yingji had urgent business last night and went to Ningcheng. He definitely doesn't know about this. I don't think this can be blamed on Yingji. He certainly didn't expect that crazy woman would dare to do this." Wang Jidi squinted and said, "You've already become like this and you're still speaking up for Wang Yingji. It really makes me furious. Since Wang Yingji knows that woman is targeting you, he should have driven her away. How can he let her run rampant in the company?" The little sister hurriedly defended, "Brother, you don't know. That woman's family holds 23% of Dawen Group's shares and has connections with many small shareholders. So even if Yingji is unhappy, he can't do anything to that woman. He has already argued with her several times because of me." Wang Jidi was about to speak when Yang Mengting suddenly interjected, "Wang Yingji is indeed in the wrong, and we aren't doing much better. This matter fifth sister has already mentioned to us several times, but none of us took it seriously. If we had paid attention earlier, it wouldn't have come to this." This naive girl, who usually didn't say much, often hit the nail on the head when she did speak. Wang Jidi nodded and said, "Mengting is right. I indeed neglected this, thinking that with my current power no one would dare to harm my family. Fortunately, the little sister was only burned. If she had suffered any other serious injury, I would feel guilty for the rest of my life. I must take this as a warning. In the future, as soon as there is a hint of trouble, we must crush it. Better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than let one go. You all must remember this." As he finished, his face was terrifyingly cold and his tone was particularly frigid, as if a chill from hell had blown through. The women quickly nodded in agreement, and Wang Xuanghua looked at her brother in confusion, not understanding how he had become like this. It was truly frightening. After his sister was harmed, Wang Jidi underwent another transformation. It was time for revenge. Wang Jidi instructed Hu Qingsu and Yang Mengting to stay and take care of the little sister, while the others returned to their own matters, leaving the rest for him to handle. Wang Xuanghua hesitantly said, "Yingji is sincere to me, brother, please don't." Wang Jidi glanced at his watch and said, "If Wang Yingji doesn't show up here by 4 in the afternoon, I'll choose another partner for you. You don't need to argue with me. Everything is up to me. Now go rest in your room and give me her phone." Hu Qingsu quickly nodded in agreement, and Yang Mengting supported Wang Xuanghua as they walked toward the room. Yang Mengting whispered, "I think your brother is right. Fourth sister just called. She will arrive in Bincheng around 3:30, which is much farther than Ningcheng." Wang Xuanghua understood the implication of this and nodded heavily, deciding to follow her brother's advice, just to see if Wang Yingji had her in his heart. Wang Jidi had Linger pull up the surveillance from Dawen Group and also check all the information on that woman. The woman was named Han Yaqiang, and her family was also from a very famous large group, comparable in strength to Dawen Group. Wang Jidi called Zheng Dengwei. "I don't care what method you use, you must make Han's group's stock price completely drop to the limit. It's not just for one day, it must stay down until they go bankrupt. Don't touch the Northeast Financial Group's money, I will transfer the funds to you. Why are you talking so much? Either make Han Group go bankrupt, or I'll make the Northeast Financial Group go bankrupt first. You choose one." Zheng Dengwei felt a jolt in his heart upon hearing this, knowing that the Han Group must have committed an unforgivable mistake, and this time it was serious trouble. He was very clear in his mind that Wang Jidi's influence was far greater than he had imagined, and he quickly nodded in agreement, indicating that he would spare no effort. Wang Jidi thought for a moment and then called Helen Chris. "I have some fantastic news for you. I've decided to give you my shares in Chanel, but I need you to do something for me. I want to freeze all the Han family's assets abroad, not just temporarily, but for a lifetime. Don't tell me you can't do it. If you can't, I'll find someone else. Trust me, there are definitely people willing to cooperate with me for these shares. Okay, I'll wait for your news." Wang Jidi was about to call the general. "I have a 600-year-old red fruit in my hand. I don't know if you want it. I need you to do one thing. Before dark today, all the goods shipped by the Han Group to the world must contain powder, and they must be seized by the local security bureau. I want all the goods of the Han Group to be in a state of being detained. I'll send you the Han Group's information now, and if you can't do it, Don't contact me again in the future." The general assured him that there was no problem at all. Such matters posed no pressure for him. Wang Zhidi then found Huang Quan and instructed him to send a death notice to all of the Han Group's partners. Before midnight today, those who do not terminate their cooperation with the Han Group will definitely not see the sun tomorrow morning. As a reward for this task, Huang Quan would receive a drop of lotus water, enhancing his strength further. While Wang Zhidi was arranging these matters, Liu Junheng hurriedly informed Wang Xiaodong about Wang Xuanghua's injury. Upon hearing this news, Wang Xiaodong jumped up from his chair and immediately called his son, scolding him fiercely. Wang Yinji figured out what was going on and, equally anxious, took the nearest high-speed train back to Bincheng as quickly as possible. After scolding his son, Wang Xiaodong called the head of the Han Group, Han Mingguo, Han Yaqiang's father. "Brother, your daughter has gotten into big trouble this time. To protect our Wan Group, I can only terminate all contact with you. You're on your own." Han Mingguo was taken aback at first, then quickly reacted and asked what had happened. Wang Xiaodong replied in a low tone, "What happened? Don't ask me, go ask your precious daughter. I'm about to go and plead for forgiveness. Whether I can get through this is still uncertain. Don't think about letting your daughter run away. With their power, even if she hides to the ends of the earth, she will definitely be found." After saying this, he hung up the phone, leaving Han Mingguo feeling even more unsettled. He hurriedly called his daughter, but just as the call connected, his secretary rushed in anxiously. "Bad news. Our stocks are facing a strong attack from the Northeast Financial Group and are heading towards a limit down. The Northeast Financial Group has already made it clear internally that it's a fight to the death with us." Han Mingguo stared wide-eyed and said, "We haven't provoked the Northeast Financial Group. Why are they doing this?" Just as the secretary was about to respond, Han Mingguo's family phone rang, and he quickly pressed the answer button, only to hear a roar from the other end. "You damn bastard, what have you done? All the family's assets abroad have been frozen. A friend tipped us off that we've offended someone we shouldn't have. They've offered 6% of the Chanel Group shares as a reward for this matter, which amounts to billions of beautiful currency." Cold sweat instantly broke out on Han Mingguo's forehead. Being able to make such a big move meant this matter would not end well, and he had no idea what would happen next. He immediately knew what the next step was. The logistics manager rushed in, panicked and breathless, to report that goods shipped worldwide had been seized almost simultaneously by law enforcement agencies in various locations. All the shipments contained powder, and the quantity was substantial. Preliminary estimates suggested that the value of the powder was several times that of the goods. It was expected that, by tomorrow morning at the latest, the National Bureau of Forbidden Territories would come to question them. This news could not be kept under wraps and would be a huge blow to the stock market. Han Mingguo felt a wave of spasms in his heart, already contemplating the idea of directly killing his daughter. What the hell had this damned girl done? The managers from various branches came in to add fuel to the fire. All the partners terminated their cooperation with them, preferring to pay breach of contract penalties rather than continue working with them. The reason was very simple. These partners had received death notices. One who didn't believe it tore up the notice, and half an hour later, he was eliminated. The key was that the video of this guy being taken out was sent directly to the phones of all the partners who received death notices. Between money and life, everyone knew what to choose. Under extreme pressure, Han Mingguo calmed down instead, quickly calculating in his mind that to resolve this matter, he needed to let the backing behind him step forward. When Han Mingguo went to find his backer, his daughter Han Yaqiang had already learned from the secretary about the crisis the Han family was facing. Han Yaqiang's face turned pale with fear. She never dreamed that Wang Xuanghua had such a background, and now they had stirred up a huge disaster. She glared fiercely at the people around her and roared angrily, "You damned bastards, what did you tell me before? How did it turn into this?" A woman, trembling with fear, replied, "I had warned you before, miss, that those 2 interns in the finance department were specially recruited by the group. It's not that simple. It was you who insisted that no one was beyond your reach, and that's how it ended up like this. You can't blame us." Han Yaqiang shouted, "Are you saying it's my fault? Why didn't you pull me back at the time? What am I supposed to do now? Listen up, you are all accomplices in this matter. My dad will definitely find a way to protect me, and you are all finished. I really don't know who gave you that confidence. You still don't know who you've offended this time." Even if the Han family can protect itself, you definitely won't be fine. I brought people here to prevent you from running away. President Wang is on his way back. He will personally apologize to young Master Tai. Come with me. Liu Junheng arrived with his people and directly took them all away. There was no need to talk about feelings now. They should first think about how to get through this. He had already received news that Wang Jidi had acquired 31% of the shares in the Dawen Group and understood what that meant. If the boss and the young master mishandled this matter, Wang Jidi wouldn't need to use other means. He could use these shares to make a move. In less than 2 years, he could completely collapse the Dawen Group and leave the Wang father and son destitute. Wang Xiaodong rushed back in a panic, also influenced by this situation. He regretted it deeply and wished he could find a block of tofu to crash into. The first to rush back was Wang Yingji, who hurriedly burst through the door, ignoring Wang Jidi sitting on the sofa, and dashed toward Wang Xuanghua's bedroom. Linger, through comprehensive testing, confirmed that Wang Yingji was not pretending. He genuinely cared about Wang Xuanghua and had only her in his mind, which was why he acted this way. Upon hearing Linger's conclusion, Wang Jidi decided to forgive Wang Yingji for being 5 minutes late and give him another chance. Hu Qingsu and Yang Mingting came out of the room and sat beside Wang Jidi, urging him not to be so angry and to remain calm. Wang Jidi nodded and said, "I am much calmer now, and you all must be tired. Let's go back and rest." After he finished speaking, he stood up, opened his sister's room, and saw his sister curled up like a weak little cat in Wang Yingji's arms, tears at the corners of her eyes. Wang Jidi made a shushing gesture to Wang Yingji and then said, "Since you are back, I will leave my sister in your care. We can discuss the rest tomorrow. Take good care of her." Wang Yingji hurriedly nodded in agreement. At this moment, his heart was filled with concern for Wang Xuanghua, and he couldn't think about anything else. Wang Xuanghua looked at Wang Yingji's pained expression, her heart filled with sweetness, feeling that through this incident, she understood her lover's feelings, which made it all worthwhile. Wang Jidi sent Hu Qingsu and Yang Mingting back to the villa complex. Duan Ruoxi said that Zhan Kuang wanted to see him, probably related to this matter. Wang Jidi took Duan Ruoxi back to Villa Xinghai No. 1, which had now turned into a mechanical fortress. It was not an exaggeration to call it a den of dragons and tigers. There were usually red fruit and green bubble managing the place, and the two of them could be considered digital lives. Having nothing much to do, they had tinkered together to create quite a few powerful robots. Duan Ruoxi received a communication signal, and Zhan Kuang appeared on the screen, always dressed in armor, looking like a time traveler. "I have met the Supreme God. I'm here to ask for a favor on behalf of someone who hopes you can spare the Han family." Wang Jidi interrupted Zhan Kuang. "Don't mention this matter again. There is absolutely nothing to discuss. The Han family is doomed, and even the King of Heaven cannot save them. This is what I say." Zhan Kuang hurriedly said, "Supreme God, please do not be angry. The one asking me to plead is the young master of the hidden family, the Wang family." Duan Ruoxi interrupted Zhan Kuang again. "Do you know what the Han family has done? Miss Han Yaqiang wanted to disfigure my sister-in-law. My husband only has this one sister, and our whole family treasures her. How could the Han family dare to do such a thing and expect to get away with it?" Zhan Kuang was directly stunned. It was clear that the young master of the Wang family had not told him the true situation and thought it was just a minor conflict, which is why he was trying to plead. Zhan Kuang licked his lips and said, "I truly apologize, Supreme God. I had no idea such a thing had happened. If I had known, I would have scolded that bastard back long ago. To make up for my mistake, I am willing to lead the Black Web mercenaries to be the vanguard for the Supreme God. No matter who stands in your way, they will be left with no place to die." Wang Jidi had already passed the anger phase and had completely regained his calm. His approach to handling the matter was no longer as aggressive as before. "You don't need to say much. Everyone can be deceived at times, but you need to keep your eyes open. Not everyone can be friends." Zhan Kuang hurriedly nodded in agreement. "What the Supreme God says is right. I will go find that bastard and have a word with him. How dare he deceive me, thinking that the hidden family is so great?" Wang Jidi had heard Zhan Kuang mention the hidden family twice and was filled with curiosity, but he did not ask. Many times, pretending not to understand can yield very good results. After disconnecting from Zhan Kuang, Wang Jidi asked Duan Ruoxi to contact the carrier pigeon to inquire about the hidden family and also to investigate who was behind the Han family. The carrier pigeon quickly came online, looking fatter than before, clearly having had good meals during this time. Without saying a word, Wang Jidi first transferred 10,000 black coins for food expenses. Recently, he had also issued a capital doubling card, which had multiplied all assets by 8 times. The black coins always started multiplying from the original base, suddenly increasing by 800 million. It was truly impossible to squander it all. The carrier pigeon said seriously, "Regarding the young lady's matter, all of our carrier pigeons express outrage and will support the Supreme God spiritually, ensuring that the other party pays the price. We have already found the information that the Supreme God wants, but before that, there is a small doubt that I don't know whether I should ask or not." Wang Jidi rubbed his nose and said, "I know what you want to ask. Don't always think of me with the mindset of the inner world. Why must I be a person from the inner world?" Upon hearing this, the carrier pigeon recalled the information it had heard before, and a storm surged in its heart, quickly covering it up and reporting the known information. The carrier pigeon was startled by Wang Jidi's words, taking several deep breaths to suppress the rising tide of emotions before reporting the known situation. In the inner world, there are several types of families, among which the most powerful are the hidden families. The next level is the royal descendant families, like the Aizen Gyaro family that the Supreme God met last time, which is one of the royal descendant families. Below that are the large families with combat power, such as the 8 great ancient martial families and the 3 great families of the martial arts world. Finally, there are those so-called large families, with the most representative being the 3 great families of Magic City and the 4 great families of the capital. Wang Jidi nodded thoughtfully. Since ancient times, there has been a saying that martial arts are sold to the royal family, so it is understandable that royal descendant families hold a higher status than combat families. At that time, the Aizen Gyaro family was likely frightened by him, thinking he was a young master from a hidden family, and the carrier pigeon's previous doubts must have been the same. Fortunately, Linger reminded him in time, and Wang Jidi came up with another set of rhetoric to directly cover this aspect. Otherwise, it would have definitely exposed the truth. The carrier pigeon continued, "There are also distinctions among hidden families. Lower-level hidden families have no advantage against higher-level royal descendant families. In fact, this is true for every level of family, but it is not so easy for these families to cross levels. Besides these 4 levels of families, there are also some special families that were originally unremarkable but later became incredibly powerful due to the emergence of remarkable individuals. The most famous among them is the Zhu family from the capital. Their matriarch, Zhu Shiding, is the master of the ghostly beauty tower on the Yin-Yang Road, with immense strength. She is also the wife of the ghost dragon emperor, and her background is beyond compare. Every generation of the Zhu family produces formidable individuals, and I don't need to mention their status." Wang Jidi understood the carrier pigeon's meaning. Families like the Zhu family are already very formidable, and their backing is incredibly strong. Who would dare to trouble them? However, such families are rare, and they must have a strict family code, not easily provoking trouble. After all, they have to consider the face of their ancestors. The carrier pigeon licked its lips and said, "The Han family's backing is the Wang family, which happens to be the lowest existence among the hidden families. Therefore, the Xiang family at the top of the royal descendant families, where Zhan Kuang belongs, is not at all afraid of the Wang family. When it comes to a fight, it's uncertain who would eliminate whom." The meaning in her words was clear. The young master of the Wang family dared to fool Zhan Kuang, and Zhan Kuang would definitely not let it go easily, which is a point that could be exploited. Wang Jidi shook his finger and said, "I never exploit those who help me do things. That would be too unrefined. As long as they work for me, they will definitely receive corresponding rewards. I have always believed that in this world, besides close relatives and my own woman, the most reliable relationship is the relationship of interests. All betrayals occur because of the emergence of higher interests. In this case, I think betrayal is not wrong. If there is blame, it should be on oneself for being incompetent, unable to provide irreplaceable benefits to partners. Similarly, betrayers are not worthy of forgiveness. Once they betray, they must bear unbearable punishment. There is absolutely no such thing as forgiveness." His words were spoken with absolute certainty, each word resonating with authority, and yet, upon reflection, they instilled a deep, chilling fear that could lead one to frighten themselves to death. The carrier pigeons are very clever. They will convey this message in its entirety, ensuring that everyone understands how to deal with the Supreme God in the future. The pigeons sent a document to Duan Ruoxi's email, containing all the intelligence about the Wang family. This kind of situation cannot be disclosed, as it would be against the rules. Wang Jiti also transferred 10,000 black coins to the pigeons, considering it a consultation fee. Maintaining such a generous approach is essential to instill respect in the other party. Linger projected the information onto the large screen, and the first images that appeared were two photographs. On the left was the family head Wang White, and on the right was the eldest son Wang Qinbin. Following that was an introduction to their entire family. The Wang family is a hidden family primarily focused on ancient martial arts, which is precisely why they are ranked at the bottom. The truly top-tier hidden families are those centered around practitioners, at the very least like Uncle Jiu, who possess the ability to command spirits and demons. After reviewing the information on the Wang family, Wang Jiti felt reassured. He is also an ancient martial artist and has no need to fear the other side. He could just go for it directly. He instructed Linger to strengthen surveillance on the Wang family while sending a message to Wang White, containing only 7 words. What does it matter if you are a hidden family? This statement was a blatant provocation and a threat to the Wang family, making it clear that not everyone can be trifled with. When Wang White received this message, he was listening to his son complain. That bastard Han Mingguo actually dared to deceive me. How could his daughter do such a thing and still have the face to ask us for mediation? Zhang Quang scolded me mercilessly, telling me that I would have no friends left in the future. Knowing him, he definitely means what he says. This is a huge problem. Wang White looked at his son and shook his head, saying, "Instead of complaining about others, you should reflect on yourself and why this situation occurred. If you hadn't assumed that Han Mingguo wouldn't dare to deceive you and had investigated instead of blindly believing him and going to Zhang Quang, this wouldn't have happened. You are used to being high and mighty, looking down on everyone. Such mistakes are inevitable and should serve as a warning." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the most secretive phone ring with a text message alert, causing him to frown and pick up the phone to take a look. Wang Qinbin saw a flicker of shock on his father's face, followed by a surge of anger and finally, an extremely gloomy expression, leaving him incredibly curious. Why is my father's expression changing so rapidly? What on earth has happened? Wang White did not answer his son's question but simply threw the phone at him, telling him to read the message himself. Wang Qinbin was initially taken aback, but then he quickly realized, using his toes to guess who the sender was. He jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, shouting and flailing his arms. "That Wang guy is too arrogant. He actually dares to speak to my father like this. We must make him understand the power of the Wang family." Wang White slammed the table and scolded sharply, "Shut up. Before you say such things, think about what this message means." Upon hearing his father's question, Wang Qinbin immediately fell silent, racking his brain for a moment before finally grasping the key point. He suddenly slapped his thigh and shouted, "How could Wang Jiti send a message to my father's most secretive phone? Could it be that we have an insider in our family? Logically, that shouldn't be the case." Wang Qinbin shouted while slapping his thigh, then quickly denied his own thought, as such a thing was simply unbelievable. Wang White glared at his son and said, "The only ones who know about this phone are the 2 of us. Do you think you are the insider, or am I the insider?" This situation can only indicate one thing. The Wang Jiti family is even more powerful than imagined, which is why they would use such a method to warn us. The key is the content of the message, which speaks of how remarkable the hidden families are, meaning that Wang Jiti's family is not one of them. Otherwise, they would never say such a thing. Moreover, this statement provokes all hidden families. Anyone who wants to make an issue out of this can easily justify it. He is really quite arrogant. Wang Qinbin stared wide-eyed and said, "Right now, it's not about whether he is arrogant or not, but what we should do. Should we support Han Mingguo and go all the way against Wang Jiti?" Wang White closed his eyes, his fingers tapping incessantly on the table, his mind racing as he weighed the pros and cons before deciding what to do. He suddenly opened his eyes and said slowly, "Han Mingguo is our family's dog. Many people know this. We cannot just watch him get into trouble. However, this matter is also his fault, so it must be resolved properly. You tell Han Mingguo that all the Han family's assets outside of Huiguo will be unfrozen for 2 hours. He must handle all the assets during this time and gather all the funds to invest in the stock market. He must ensure the stock market is stable. As for the powder issue, let the managers of those foreign branches handle it. And for the domestic side, you go and give a heads up to promote their vice president. The Han Group still has many other stocks. Sell all those stocks, liquidate the real estate, and concentrate the capital for a fight. Wang Qinbin knew that once his father made a decision, it was absolutely unchangeable, and he immediately nodded in agreement, quickly leaving the study. The conversation between the father and son was live-streamed by Linger. One could say that the development of technology made Linger omnipresent. For Linger, the only places that were out of reach were those impoverished areas, characterized by communication relying mostly on shouting. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Wang Zhidi's mouth as he called Helen Chris, asking him to do everything possible to prevent the Han family's assets from being temporarily unfrozen. Even if it couldn't be done, it didn't matter. Getting to this point already satisfied Wang Zhidi. The transfer contract for the Chanel shares had already been sent over. While expressing his gratitude, Helen Chris emphasized that they were still good friends and that he could be contacted whenever needed. Wang Zhidi smiled in agreement. He didn't take these foreigners' words seriously. Once they lost their value, they would turn on you faster than flipping a book. He then called Zhang Dengwei, demanding that no matter what happened, they should fight the Han Group to the end in the stock market, with all expenses covered by him. While Wang Zhidi was making these arrangements, Wang Qinbin also informed Han Mingguo of his father's decision. Han Mingguo listened in shock, unable to believe his ears. He swallowed hard and said, "Since it's Lord Wang's order, I will definitely comply. My daughter is still in Binhai City. I don't know if it's possible." Wang Qinbin glared and shouted, "What are you thinking? If it weren't for your foolish daughter, how would we have come to this point? As a father, it's normal to worry about his daughter. Tomorrow, you go with him to Binhai City and bring his daughter back." Wang White appeared on the second floor, looking down at them like a lofty emperor. Wang Qinbin immediately nodded in agreement. "I will do everything according to my father's orders. I will not let my father down." Wang White thought for a moment and said, "You can meet with Wang Zhidi and tell him this matter is a misunderstanding. As long as he is willing to let go, everything can be negotiated. As for his sister's burn injury, we can send her to the best beauty salon, and all expenses will be borne by the Han family 100-fold. Decided to do this out of a consideration for caution, not giving Wang Zhidi a way out, making the next steps easier to discuss. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Wang Xiaodong stood by the window of Villa No. 2, looking at the lights of Villa No. 1, his heart filled with unease. Wang Xiaodong already knew about the Han family situation, and at that moment he felt a chill in his heart. Wang Zhidi's methods were indeed ruthless, clearly aiming to destroy them. He knew there were people behind the Han family, but the problem was that he didn't dare to gamble, leaving him in a dilemma, unsure of what to do. Liu Junheng came to Wang Xiaodong's side and said with his head down, "I just spoke with the young master on the phone. He is with Miss Xuanghua. Their relationship has not been affected at all. In fact, it has even improved, so it can be considered a blessing in disguise." Wang Xiaodong breathed a sigh of relief and said, "As long as their relationship is unaffected, that's good. We'll go to Villa No. 1 early tomorrow morning. Remember to bring the gifts." Liu Junheng hesitated for a moment and said, "Other women are fine, but Han Yakyang is a young lady from the Han family. Will there be trouble if we just hand her over?" Wang Xiaodong's expression darkened as he said, "No matter what we do, the worst thing is to be on 2 boats at once. Since my son is not affected, we must make the right choice. As for whether the people behind the Han family can win, that is no longer within my consideration. Han Mingguo's shares are no longer a concern." Liu Junheng understood the implication of Wang Xiaodong's words and chose not to say anything further, going down to arrange this matter. Wang Zhidi was awakened by the sound of a red envelope notification. Today's red envelope was quite interesting, consisting of shares from 9 major international groups, all at 9%. Soon these groups called him, naturally showering him with flattery, and after establishing relationships with these people, he would gain international influence. A smile appeared at the corner of Wang Zhidi's mouth. It seemed this was a compensation from the system, indeed quite interesting. He and Duan Ruoxi were having breakfast when the doorbell rang. Lu Pao went over to open the door, and standing outside was naturally Wang Xiaodong. Wang Xiaodong had only heard from his son that Wang Zhidi's family had two highly intelligent robots, and he hadn't taken it seriously at the time. Now seeing Lu Pao, his eyes lit up, further solidifying his thoughts. He must not choose the wrong side. Wang Zhidi smiled and said, "Uncle, haven't you always been in the capital? How come you have time to come back so early in the morning to find me? You must have something to say." Seeing Wang Zhidi's smile, Wang Xiaodong felt a bit more at ease and clapped his hands vigorously, bringing the women in. Wang Zhidi already knew what he was going to do when Wang Xiaodong clapped. As long as there were electronic devices, it would be hard to hide it from Linger. Several women were brought in, all with expressions of fear, especially the instigator Han Yakyang, who looked particularly pale. Wang Xiaodong sighed, "Everything is my fault. If I hadn't been so concerned, Yingji would have long since chased Han Yakyang away, and this incident wouldn't have happened. They say it's never too late to mend the fold after the sheep are lost, but no one thought about the dead sheep. I brought them here to make amends for my mistakes." Wang Zhidi's expression darkened as he said, "You must already know that I have acquired 31% of your group's shares. Originally, this was a sword aimed at you, which would make you pay an unbearable price. You should be grateful you have a good son. His genuine feelings yesterday made me change my mind and decide to turn these shares into my sister's dowry. My sister is a stubborn and emotional girl, so I won't transfer the shares to her name, but I will give her the right to use them. You understand what I mean?" Wang Xiaodong knew that Wang Zhidi was warning him while also allowing him to act without worries in the future, as the combined shares of both families had already exceeded 60%. He immediately responded, "You can rest assured, Tai Xiao, that such things will never happen again. Xuanghua is my only daughter-in-law, and that will never change." Wang Zhidi did not take the bait but instead focused his cold gaze on the women, making them feel a chill rising from the depths of their souls. Han Yakyang had long lost her previous arrogance, crying and pleading, "I know it's all my fault. I'm just a beast. I won't dare again. Please spare me." She was very clear in her heart that the Han group had already been reduced to shambles by Wang Zhidi, and saying anything else was useless. The only path left was to beg for mercy. Wang Zhidi snorted through his nose. "No one can remain unscathed after touching my sister. I know your father has found a backer. Unfortunately, your family's backer is useless. Now, your father and your family's backer are on a plane to Bincheng. I'll give you a few days to see what tricks they can come up with. As for the rest of these women, the Deformity Museum will have a new batch of goods. Last time, I just got them an extra exhibition hall, and now there's new stock coming in. I wonder how they will thank me." Duan Ruoxi had already contacted the people from the Deformity Museum, and they would arrive here soon. The tragic fate of these women was about to begin. The women did not know what the Deformity Museum was, but just hearing the name made them realize it was not a good place, and one by one, they were so scared that they lost control of themselves, unable to even plead anymore. And Yakyang was also terrified as she saw these women being dragged away, her legs going weak, while a glimmer of hope arose in her heart, wishing her father could save her. Hong Guo commanded 2 household robots to lock Han Yakyang in the basement, which had been expanded and equipped with numerous advanced mechanisms, qualifying it as a death trap. Wang Zhidi looked at Wang Xiaodong, who seemed hesitant to speak, and said, "Uncle, you won't be able to participate in the next matters. You should return to the headquarters in Beijing." Wang Xiaodong quickly nodded in agreement. Back at Villa Number 2, he pondered for a long time with his phone in hand, ultimately deleting all contact information for Han Mingguo. Wang Zhidi smiled slightly upon hearing Linger's report. Wang Xiaodong made the right choice, which was a good thing for everyone. As soon as Han Mingguo got off the plane, he received a multimedia message containing several photos, which were, of course, of his daughter, completely unsightly. These photos were taken by Duan Ruoxi while commanding the robots to ravage Han Yakyang. Anyone who saw them would feel their stomach churn. Wang Qinggan saw Han Mingguo's face change dramatically and reached out to take the phone, directly shocked by the content inside. He covered his mouth and said, "I think we should just stop trying to get your daughter back. Even if we do, she will be useless." Han Mingguo was in tears, crying out, "How could they do this to my daughter? They are worse than beasts." Wang Qinggan curled his lip and said, "I think quite the opposite. This is the cycle of heaven's justice, retribution at its finest. You should be very clear about what kind of person your daughter is. The number of young girls harmed by her jealousy is at least a stack." Is your daughter human while other women are not? I can't stand people like you with double standards. You should also face retribution. Han Mingguo was left speechless. He knew his daughter's character and all those past crimes had been smoothed over with money. Wang Qingyan coughed lightly. You don't need to make that deadpan face. It makes people uncomfortable like they want to kick you. Since we are already here, we still have things to do. You two, father and daughter, are beasts, worthless, but we, the Wang family, cannot lose face. His words were laced with disdain, as if he were addressing a dog. Han Mingguo lowered his head and dared not speak. He was originally just a dog of the Wang family, and no matter what his master said, he could only wag his tail and beg for mercy. Wang Qinbin naturally did not come alone. He brought over a dozen postnatal martial artists, feeling that they could handle any situation. Liu Huihang was the leader of these guards and said, according to our previous investigation, Wang Zhidi is the new boss of the Tiandun Security Group. The Tiandun Security Group has arranged for 13 bodyguards led by Qi Changgang to protect his safety. The 13 bodyguards are all masters of dark energy, which is barely acceptable. However, these people are just the martial arts personnel from the Tiandun Security Group. They also have many martial artists and are not lacking in innate masters. The Tiandun Security Group's response is also very quick. I think they will soon send martial arts experts over, so our time is limited. Wang Qinbin squinted and said, Wang Zhidi is the supreme god of the Black Net, with immense power. Unless we have absolute certainty, we cannot act rashly. First, let's have a good talk with him. It would be best if we could make him retreat in difficulty. If that doesn't work, then you can take action, which would also be reasonable. Liu Huihang cursed inwardly. What he had just said was completely like playing the lute to a cow. If they didn't hurry to create a time difference, what reason would they have? By the time the Tiandun Security Group's martial arts experts arrived, having reason wouldn't matter. It was uncertain who would win in a fight. Although Liu Huihang thought this way in his heart, he did not show it. After all, the other party was the young master, and everything had to be done according to his orders. He pondered for a moment and thought of a suitable force to act as a middleman, and immediately spoke up. Young master is absolutely right. After all, we are outsiders and need to find some local snakes to help us. The Jun boxing gym has long been famous in the martial arts world. Li Guangjun also has a wide circle of friends. His son, Li Jiaming, founded the Jun Fitness Association, which has attracted many dignitaries, and Wang Zhidi is one of the supreme cardholders. It is said that the last time Li Guangjun celebrated his birthday, Wang Zhidi personally went to pay his respects and presented a jar of ginseng wine made with 600-year-old ginseng. As Liu Huihang said this, he cursed inwardly again. Using 600-year-old ginseng to make wine was simply a waste of heavenly treasures, and Wang Zhidi was too extravagant. He then recalled the news he had seen on the Black Net. The supreme god of the Black Net was not only wealthy enough to rival a nation, but also had all kinds of rare treasures. Be enemies with such a person without seizing every rare opportunity meant there was no chance of victory, and in the end, one could only die without a burial place. Wang Qinbin noticed that Liu Huihang suddenly fell silent, his eyes becoming vacant, clearly lost in thought, and felt extremely dissatisfied, letting out a heavy snort. Upon hearing this sound, Liu Huihang came back to his senses, realizing he had been inappropriate and couldn't help but smile awkwardly. I'm really sorry. I just thought of something and hope the young master can forgive me. Wang Qinbin was very displeased, but he couldn't scold these ancient martial artists too harshly, so he could only snort again. Liu Huihang pretended not to hear and continued, We can use Li Guangjun and his son to invite Wang Zhidi out and see if we can negotiate. Wang Qinbin nodded and said, This idea is good. I'll leave this matter to you. Make sure to handle it properly. Liu Huihang immediately agreed, first reaching out to people in the northeastern martial arts community to connect with the Li family, then explaining the situation. Li Jiaming quickly informed his father about this matter. After all, both parties involved were too powerful, and they had to be careful in their dealings. Li Guangjun squinted and said, Since the other party wants us to act as a bridge, it wouldn't hurt to raise our hands, but we must make it clear which side we stand on. Li Jiaming answered without hesitation, Young Master Tai is definitely good to us, he must be on our side. But the other party is an ancient martial artist. Even if our whole family were to act, we would not be their match. Recklessly letting them meet, would that be inappropriate? Li Guangjun waved his hand and said, You underestimate Tai Xiao too much. As long as he is willing, he can definitely summon many ancient martial artists. We don't need to worry about that. What we need to show is an attitude. Only then can we continue to be friends with Tai Xiao. Once this jar of wine is finished, I will become a minor master of martial arts, and there will be no need to fear those ancient martial artists. Li Zhiming showed a look of joy, indicating he understood what to do, and immediately called Wang Zhidi, explaining everything in detail. Wang Zhidi replied with a smile, "Since they want to show courtesy before aggression, let's play along and tell them to meet tonight at the Dream Fantasy Bar." Li Zhiming hurriedly agreed, "We will follow Tai Xiao's arrangements. The Li family firmly stands by Tai Xiao's side. Even if we can't help much, we can at least splash them with some blood." Wang Zhidi laughed heartily. "I'm already very happy that Brother Li can support me. But they are just some ancient martial artists. There's no need to take them to heart. Tonight, Brother doesn't need to bring anyone, just come over alone to act as a bridge. I want to see what tricks they can come up with." After chatting with Li Zhiming for a bit longer just as he hung up, Qi Changgang arrived with a few people to see Wang Zhidi. Qi Changgang introduced, "These are the new bodyguards sent by the company. The leader is Zhang Zuolei, who is extremely skilled. He and the other 9 are known as the 10 Tigers, all of whom are postnatal martial artists. With them here, those ancient martial artists will definitely not gain any advantage if they try to cause trouble." Zhang Zuolei clasped his fists and said, "I've met the boss. As long as we 10 Tigers are here, we will ensure the boss's safety." Wang Zhidi said with satisfaction, "I'm quite pleased with Zhou Jianhua's reaction speed. I will reward him later. You guys, like the 13 bodyguards, have the main task of protecting my family and women, preventing them from being harmed. As for my safety, you don't need to worry too much. Like I said before, anyone who can deal with me, even with you all, is just a waste of effort." As he spoke, he released his aura, which was definitely at the peak level of postnatal martial arts, startling the 10 Tigers. Zhang Zuolei assessed in his heart that if it really came to a fight, he might not be Wang Zhidi's opponent, which was quite frustrating. Wang Zhidi retracted his aura and said, "I usually prefer to solve problems with money, but that doesn't mean I lack ability, it's just a matter of laziness. In the future, the security level for my family and women will absolutely be prioritized. As long as they are safe, everything else can be sacrificed. Do you understand what I mean?" Zhang Zuolei quickly replied, "Boss, you can rest assured. With us and the 13 bodyguards here, there will definitely be no problems." Qi Changgang interjected, "We feel deeply guilty about the recent incident with the young lady. We have already applied to the higher-ups to transfer the Beihua group over to provide close protection for the young lady and the wives. Such incidents will never happen again." Wang Zhidi clapped his hands with a smile, and at the same time the phones of Shihu and the 13 bodyguards buzzed with text message alerts, each person's account receiving an additional 10 million. "This is a welcome gift for you. The 13 bodyguards are for your hard work. If you do your jobs well in the future, you will definitely reap the benefits." They all hurriedly expressed their thanks, regardless of whether they were ancient or modern martial artists. Everyone wanted to live a good life. Such a huge reward filled them with joy, and they all resolved to cling tightly to Wang Zhidi's leg, vowing never to let go. Once everything was arranged, Wang Zhidi went alone to the Dream Fantasy Bar. Just as he was about to open the door, a red envelope page suddenly popped up. This time, he received over 180 red envelopes, and he casually chose to open them, revealing a variety of contents. This time, in addition to the usual cash and funds, there were some rare treasures and a dozen martial arts manuals. It seemed he needed to put some effort into this area. Wang Zhidi slightly raised the corner of his mouth, opened the door, and walked in. Hai Donking was practicing in the yard, looking as if he had hit a bottleneck. He felt a stir in his heart, took out a book, and threw it over. Hai Donking caught it and saw that it was titled Powerful Eagle Claw Technique. "Your current situation is clearly the result of going off track. There's no need to continue practicing internal strength. Switch to this technique. If you practice it well, you can become an ancient martial artist. If it fails, then it fails, but it's better than your current indecisiveness," Wang Zhidi said casually. Hai Donking felt immensely grateful. Such manuals were priceless and hard to come by. Wang Zhidi couldn't be bothered with him and swaggered into the house, instructing Tang Yushin to prepare for the evening. At the appointed time, Wang Qinggan arrived with Han Mingguo and his subordinates. Tang Yushin was already waiting for them at the door. "This must be young Master Wang. Young Master Tai is already inside waiting for you. He came alone, so you can go in together." Tang Yushin said earnestly, but her words clearly conveyed disdain for them. Liu Huiheng waved his hand to his subordinates, saying, "You wait here. I'll accompany the young master inside." He knew very well that someone of Wang Zhidi's status wouldn't fake such matters. He couldn't afford to lose face. Wang Qingyan appeared somewhat hesitant but ultimately steeled himself to agree. The comparison between them was immediately apparent. Han Mingguo had no say and could only follow Wang Qingyan like a dog, praying for a peaceful resolution to the matter. The Dream Bar was not open for business. All the tables had been moved aside, leaving only a round table in the center, where Wang Zhidi sat behind it. Wang Zhidi looked indifferently at Wang Qingyan, tapping his fingers on the table. "Brother Li hasn't arrived yet. We can wait a bit. It's appropriate to clarify things in front of the mediator. One must understand etiquette." Wang Qingyan initially wanted to object but swallowed his words upon hearing this. Silently sitting at the table, his momentum diminished. After 5 or 6 minutes, Li Zhiming hurriedly walked in, apologizing as soon as he entered. "I'm really sorry. There was a small issue on the way that delayed me a bit. I hope the two young masters can forgive me." Wang Zhidi clapped his hands. "It's no big deal. Brother Li, please sit down and have a drink while we discuss." Li Zhiming quickly replied, "Thank you, young Master Tai, for your generosity. I'm just here to mediate tonight. I won't interfere with anything else. You two can talk amongst yourselves." Wang Qingyan snorted through his nose, as if you could manage anything. "What a load of nonsense. Go sit aside and drink." Upon hearing this, Li Zhiming's face slightly changed. He glanced at Liu Huiheng, lowered his head and retreated to the bar, pouring himself a drink. Liu Huiheng was very dissatisfied with his young master's attitude. Regardless of Li Zhiming's abilities, he was still the mediator. Such an attitude was akin to burning bridges. If word got out, they would lose face, and no one would want to mediate for them in the future. Wang Qingyan arrogantly looked at Wang Zhidi and said, "This matter is just a dispute between women, nothing serious. Why make such a big deal out of it?" Han Yaqiang was indeed a bit harsh. "Let her apologize to your sister and offer 100-fold in medical expenses. If she gets a good recovery, then everything will be fine." Wang Zhidi coldly smiled. "You just let out a light fart. My sister was injured and nearly disfigured. It can't just end like that. Today, I'll make it clear. This matter will not be settled. I will ensure that the Han family becomes beggars to quell the anger in my heart. Whoever dares to get involved in this matter will be my enemy. No matter how powerful they are, they must pay the price. If you don't believe it, you can try." His words were blunt, leaving no room for negotiation. After hearing this, Han Mingguo felt his clothes instantly drenched in cold sweat. Han Mingguo pleaded in a low voice, "It's all my fault. I didn't raise my daughter well, which led to this situation. I am willing to do everything to make amends. I only ask that young Master Tai shows mercy and spares my daughter." Wang Zhidi suddenly smiled and said, "What do you mean by that? I never intended to take your daughter's life. Letting her die just like that would be too easy for her. The timing is just right. I invite you to watch a live broadcast, a live stream from the Deformity Hall, the source of which I delivered today." As he spoke, he snapped his fingers and the bar's large screen turned on, revealing a bloody live room, broadcasting how to transform normal people into exhibits. In the lower left corner of the screen was a photo of the original appearance of the transformed person, which would be even more enticing when compared. Liu Huiheng looked at the photo and said, "This woman is one of Han Yaqiang's accomplices in this incident. Young Master Tai is truly ruthless." Wang Zhidi casually replied, "Do you think I'm ruthless? I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words and answer me." Liu Huiheng felt a chill rise in his heart upon seeing Wang Zhidi's eyes and quickly turned his head aside. Young Master Tai is merely using their own methods against them. After all, they intended to ruin the young lady's looks, so they should face such retribution. Wang Qingyan looked at Liu Huiheng in surprise, not expecting that Wang Zhidi's single sentence would make him change his stance directly. Liu Huiheng lowered his head and took a few steps back, just retreating to Li Zhiming's side, pouring himself a drink to relieve the pressure in his heart. Wang Qingyan, as a key successor cultivated by the Wang family, had decent abilities aside from being somewhat arrogant. Seeing this situation, his heart sank. Liu Huiheng had already proven through his actions that the pressure Wang Zhidi exerted was too great, forcing him to choose submission. Han Mingguo watched the bloody scene in the live broadcast, his legs trembling in fear, hating his daughter for causing such a colossal disaster. I know it's all my daughter's fault, but she's still young. I beg young Master Tai to show mercy and spare her. Wang Jidi coldly smiled and said, "It seems your ears aren't working well. You didn't hear what I just said. This matter will not be dropped. Not only your daughter, but your entire Han family will have to pay an unbearable price for this. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for not knowing how to behave. Good and evil will eventually be rewarded. The heavens have a way of balancing things. If you don't believe it, just look up. Who has the heavens spared? The things the Wang family can investigate, I can investigate too." When your daughter was in middle school, because there was a girl in her class who played the pipa well, someone had both of that girl's hands chopped off. At that time, did you ever think about how young she was and what her future would be like? When your daughter was in high school, because she couldn't compare in looks to another girl, someone sold that girl into the mountains. Did you ever think about whether it would ruin her life? After your daughter went to university, the sins she committed multiplied, and every time you just paid to settle things. You even shamelessly told those victims that the weak deserve to be trampled by the strong. Now in my eyes, you are a weakling who cannot be weaker. I will trample you underfoot, crushing you to pieces. Shouldn't that be the case? Faced with Wang Jidi's retort, Han Mingguo couldn't even let out a sound. One can have double standards in life, but it depends on who they are dealing with. Wang Qingyan helplessly glared at Han Mingguo and then informed Wang Jidi that the Han family had been secured. Wang Jidi's lips curled slightly as he took out a piece of paper and threw it in front of Wang Qingyan. Wang Qingyan curiously picked up the paper and saw some names written on it. He looked at Wang Jidi with a puzzled expression, not understanding what it meant. Wang Jidi mocked, "Playing with your Wang family is not interesting, so I found you a few allies to strengthen your power a bit. All the forces on this list are those who are at odds with me. As long as you go out with the banner of the hidden family to find them, they will definitely be willing to team up with you. This includes the local tyrants from the northeast, the reckless youths from the Magic City, and the damned 8-headed beasts, which are just your kind of people. Moreover, they also have some allies backed by the hidden family, and these monsters will definitely dare to come out. It will be quite entertaining." His demeanor was particularly infuriating. Even Li Zhiming and Tang Yushin wanted to leave a couple of footprints on his face to make him stop being so arrogant. Wang Qingyan glared at Wang Jidi, enunciating each word. "You are really too arrogant. Has no one ever told you that being too arrogant can lead to injury?" Wang Jidi replied playfully, "Arrogance requires capital. I have enough capital to be as arrogant as I want. I just don't know if you have that capital. If I were you, I would go find these allies right now, instead of waiting until I give you a good beating and then go looking for them. That would be quite embarrassing." Wang Qingyan looked at the arrogant Wang Jidi and felt a surge of unnamed fury rising from his heels to the top of his head, nearly exploding with anger. He slammed the table and roared, "I've seen plenty of arrogant people, but someone as arrogant as you is truly a first. You don't need to be this arrogant. Our Wang family will definitely play this to the end with you and see who can laugh last. Just wait and see." Wang Jidi rhythmically tapped the table, grinning without sincerity. "I just love your flustered look. It's really quite amusing. Having no opponents is a lonely thing. No matter what tricks you have, just use them. In the end, it will be you who cries." Wang Qingyan gritted his teeth and said, "Since I'm giving you face and you don't want it, let's just wait and see. We're leaving." As he stood up, Han Mingguo, who had been silent, did not follow him but instead pleaded with Wang Jidi. "Everything is my fault for not teaching my daughter properly. I beg you, young Master Tai, to spare my daughter this time. I will definitely discipline her well when we go back and won't let her do bad things again." Wang Jidi snorted from his nose. "At this point, you still don't know how to repent. It's really disappointing. For the sake of your deep father-daughter bond, I'll give you a chance. Your daughter is locked in the basement of Villa C-Star number 1. If you have the ability, go bring her out." His last sentence was directed at Wang Qingyan, the implication clear. Whether or not they could take Han Yakyang away was the first substantial confrontation between the two sides. Wang Qingyan's eyes flickered as he exchanged glances with Liu Huihang, who then grabbed Han Mingguo by the collar and dragged him out like a dead dog. Li Zhiming watched their retreating figures, worriedly saying, "The hidden family is already the top existence in the underground world. Is young Master Tai being too overconfident by finding them allies?" Tang Yushin interjected. Young Master Tai's move is clearly a retreat to advance. The hidden family has its pride, and the Wang family would definitely feel embarrassed to do this. Wang Zhidi shook his head. If you think that way, you're mistaken. The more top-tier families are, the more they know how to weigh gains and losses and how to act with the most power. If Wang Qingyan tells his father about this list, his father will definitely make him seek out the forces on the list, but not as allies, rather as collaborators. Collaborators and allies are two different concepts. Allies are equal relationships, while collaborators are a superior to inferior relationship, which gives them face. And they can also use these collaborators as pawns, which not only reduces their losses but also weakens my power. It's truly killing two birds with one stone. Tang Yushin looked at Wang Zhidi in confusion, unable to understand why he would do this. Could it be that he had some psychological issues? Li Zhaiming suddenly realized, I understand what young Master Tai means. It's about not giving this list to Wang Qinbin. With the Wang family's influence, they could find out everything. Rather than letting them search for people, it's better for young Master Tai to hand it over to them proactively. This way, it shows he has everything under control and can put inexplicable pressure on them, leading to mistakes they shouldn't make. Tang Yushin clapped her hands and said, Now that you mention it, I get it. Young Master Tai is truly brilliant. He's simply a model of strategic planning. Wang Zhidi shrugged helplessly and said, You two shouldn't praise me so much. You'll make me feel like I'm being put on a pedestal. Aren't you afraid of dropping me? I never thought that much. I just worry that they are too weak, so I want to strengthen their power a bit. It would be more interesting that way. Speaking of which, since you are related to me, you might get implicated if things go wrong, so you must be careful. Otherwise, I won't feel good about it. As he spoke, he took out a manual and smiled as he handed it to Li Zhaiming, suggesting he take it back to practice with his father, as there was a good chance of becoming an ancient martial artist, gaining more self-defense power. Every modern martial artist dreams of becoming an ancient martial artist, and now the opportunity to realize that dream was right in front of Li Zhaiming, driving him almost mad. Young Master Tai's great kindness to our Li family will never be forgotten. In the future, we will not hesitate to sacrifice ourselves for young Master Tai. Li Zhaiming kept swearing and vowing to become Wang Zhidi's most loyal fighting dog, tearing apart all his enemies. Wang Zhidi smiled lightly and said, Your brother is being too formal. We are good friends and should help each other. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Li Zhaiming hurriedly left, racing home to give the manual to his father. After Li Zhaiming left, Wang Zhidi looked at Tang Yushin and said, You are different from Li Zhaiming. It's hard for you to improve your own strength, so you can only rely on outsiders. When you have time, go to the Luanfeng tea house for a walk. After all, you have a good relationship with Lin Wangqing, so it's good to build some connections for yourself, which can provide more security. Zhu Shaowei has been performing well. There's no need to drag him into the vortex. You should be able to keep him in check. Tang Yushin quickly nodded in agreement. I understand young Master Tai's meaning. I won't let you down. After a while, I will marry Shaowei and live a more stable life. Wang Zhidi smiled without saying a word, swaying as he left the dream bar, driving an upgraded military Hummer towards the villa area, soon arriving at a secluded road. He parked the car, opened the sunroof, and stuck half his body out, setting up a Maxim machine gun on the rail. Wang Zhidi used his three-eyed vision to see everything clearly around him, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he directly pulled the trigger. The crisp sound of the machine gun echoed in the silent night sky like firecrackers, the bullets pouring out, making those hidden people cry out in despair. Wang Qinbin, watching this scene through a drone, couldn't believe his eyes. How could someone in Huiguo possess a machine gun? I can accept that this bastard has a pistol or even a submachine gun, but what's the deal with the machine gun? Can we still have fun? Wang Qinbin shouted in frustration. With the firepower of a machine gun, even a postnatal martial artist would struggle to withstand continuous hits, let alone those little karami. Liu Huihang observed seriously and said, He's using an old-fashioned machine gun. It should have been left over from that era. In fact, the weapons of that era, apart from being particularly heavy, were not inferior to today's weapons in terms of power. In fact, due to the caliber, they might even be stronger. Wang Qinyan understood the meaning of this statement. For top families, acquiring new heavy weapons domestically was not easy, but it was quite simple to ensure that existing ones were not confiscated. Wang Zhidi had already spotted the drone in the sky, casually stowing away the heavy machine gun and pulling out a Type 38 rifle, firing a shot at the drone. As the drone was shot down, the screen was filled with static, and Wang Kainian yelled in anger, storming out of the surveillance vehicle. Before Wang Kainian and Liu Huihang had walked 2 meters, they heard a scream from inside the vehicle and hurried back to see a shocking scene. All the instruments inside the vehicle were sparking, and the subordinates were charred, clearly indicating that both the subordinates and the equipment had been completely destroyed. Cold sweat dripped from Wang Kainian's forehead, and he felt an overwhelming urge to urinate, unable to hold it in. It was truly terrifying. Liu Huihang also looked pale. Even a postnatal warrior was just a human, and under such a massive electric attack, the only outcome was death by electrocution. He swallowed hard and said, "I heard people say before that Wang Zhidi had mastered advanced technology. It seems this information is accurate. We need to be careful from now on. That damned bastard is truly despicable. Execute Plan B immediately. We must turn the tide tonight, or we'll be utterly humiliated," Wang Kainian said through clenched teeth. Liu Huihang felt uneasy, but, seeing Wang Kainian's demeanor, thought that opposing him might lead to trouble. After all, even if something went wrong, it would be others who would suffer, so there was no need to provoke Wang Kainian. He nodded in agreement. A group of men in black quietly infiltrated the Haixing Villa area, easily evading the security guards and arriving at the perimeter of Villa Number 1. These men thought they were hidden, unaware that they had already been spotted by concealed cameras, and the footage was sent to Wang Zhidi's phone. Wang Zhidi was sitting in his car, watching the previous group collect the bodies. These men appeared out of nowhere, and Linger still couldn't see them. This time, they acted like garbage collectors, carrying black bags and tossing the bodies inside as if they were throwing away scraps of paper. The black bags were small, yet their capacity seemed limitless. The bodies were thrown in without even a hint of bulging. Once the body collectors finished their work, one suddenly appeared next to the surveillance vehicle, stuffing the vehicle into the bag before vanishing. Wang Zhidi thought that these body collectors seemed to be playing with him. He had no idea how to establish a connection with them or what to offer. As he pondered this, his phone vibrated and the screen lit up, showing the situation at Villa Number 1. Wang Zhidi had previously given orders that anyone who trespassed into the villa would be killed without mercy. The secrets of the villa could not be known to outsiders. Hong Guo and Lu Pao received the instructions and immediately deployed the robots inside the villa, bringing out all the newly manufactured combat robots. These robots were different from the previous combat robots. They were not equipped with particle weapons, but were programmed with martial arts skills, using various cold weapons. The men in black approached the villa, using thermal imaging to scan and confirm that there was no one inside before climbing in through the windows. The leader made a hand gesture to his subordinates, who quickly produced a device and soon detected a faint heat source. The person nodded, confirming that the heat source was in the basement, consistent with the previous intelligence. The leader gestured for everyone to spread out, and they immediately dispersed, cautiously moving in different directions. The leader never imagined that this command would be their death warrant. After they scattered, it gave the robots the opportunity to take them out one by one. These robots are made of the best steel, with exceptionally strong defenses. They use a mutually destructive fighting style, leaving no chance for those subordinates at all. By the time the leader and the previous person reached the basement door, all the subordinates had already been eliminated. The person holding the instrument inadvertently scanned for heat sources and suddenly found only 3 left, meaning the target and them. This guy's face changed dramatically, and he hurriedly called the leader to inform him of the situation, which startled the leader as well. The leader gritted his teeth, not caring about anything else for now. He needed to find the target in the basement first, then deal with other matters. The one with the instrument intended to pry open the basement door lock, but as soon as his hand touched it, the door opened, and then he slipped, tumbling into the basement with the leader. The two were astonished to find that the basement was particularly large, with Han Yaqiang chained to a wooden frame in the center, her body covered in bloodstains, and the scene was utterly horrific. Bright lights illuminated the area, making it as bright as day, and 2 robots emerged from the light. "Fools daring to come here looking for trouble, you really don't know how to write the word death. The master has given the order, you have no chance of survival. If you obediently take your own lives, it will be less painful." Red Fruit's voice was filled with disdain, clearly not taking these 2 guys seriously, as if they were lambs to the slaughter. The leader, a postnatal martial artist, was furious at being looked down upon by the robots. "You two metal lumps dare to mock me. Watch me tear you apart," he said, pushing off the ground with his toes and lunging forward. Just as he was about to pounce on red fruit, two beams of light suddenly shot out from the sides. These beams, like scissors, directly bisected him, and his two halves fell to the ground, writhing in agony. The attackers were naturally the earliest battle robots, whose particle flow laser guns could ambush even the supreme of the virtual realm, let alone a postnatal martial artist. The last person was so scared he nearly wet his pants, thinking he was doomed when a turning point appeared. Just when he thought he was surely going to die, Wang Zhidi decided to spare him, allowing him to return with Han Yaqiang's right hand. Wang Zhidi's decision was spurred by the corpse collectors. Those people entered the villa as if it were unguarded. He felt that with these people around, it would be difficult to keep any secrets, so he decided to be generous, which could also add some pressure on the enemy. The guy, in a daze, ran back and placed the bloody right hand in front of Wang Kainian, stammering as he recounted the events. "Those robots are too powerful. The boss didn't even have a chance to react before being cut in half, and he wailed on the ground for over 10 minutes before dying. Wang Zhidi told me to inform the young master that he won the first round effortlessly. It was too easy, with no sense of achievement, like bullying a child. He told the young master to follow the list to find allies. Only then can it be more enjoyable. Also, don't be so childish. Many things are too trivial." Wang Kainian was infuriated by these words, feeling like his lungs were about to explode. Wang Zhidi was truly ungrateful, making things difficult for him. Grinding his teeth, he said, "That damned bastard, taking advantage and acting innocent, thinking these people can't do anything to him. I can't do anything about him. I'll engage him in a business war and see how much he can spend. Also, I'll contact those on the list. They aren't qualified to be my allies but can be my collaborators." His last sentence was directed at a woman in an OL suit, who was his father's arranged secretary, Gongsun Yulan. Gongsun Yulan was a true high achiever, coming from a humble background, embodying many traits of the underprivileged. This trait makes this woman ruthless in her actions, capable of committing any vile deed. To call her a femme fatale would be an insult to the term. It is precisely because of this trait of the cold-blooded that hidden families particularly like to use people from the cold-blooded, and can discard them at any time like a worn-out shoe. Gongsun Yulan nodded and said, "Young master, rest assured, I will arrange this matter properly and will not let you down. Among the forces on the list, the Aizen Jiaro family, the Qinghang sect, and the eight-headed serpent are the most suitable partners for our cooperation. The rest are not worth mentioning." Liu Huihang hesitated for a moment and said, "There's no problem in joining forces with the Aizen Jiaro family. Although the Qinghang sect has deteriorated, its overall reputation is still decent. However, the eight-headed serpent has always been our enemy, and cooperating with them is indeed inappropriate. We should consider this carefully." Gongsun Yulan shook her head in rebuttal. "What you said is not right. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. As long as they can help us deal with our enemies, they are potential partners. As for the hatred between us and the eight-headed serpent, that is a matter of the previous generation. We should forgive them on behalf of the previous generation so that we can look forward better." Liu Huihang snorted through his nose. "What are you to forgive on behalf of the previous generation? Anyway, I think cooperating with the eight-headed serpent will eventually bring trouble. We should be cautious." As a postnatal martial artist, he did not take Gongsun Yulan seriously at all, so he reprimanded her without reservation and insisted on his own opinion. Wang Kainian coughed and said, "I think both of you have a point. We should take a compromise approach, letting the eight-headed serpent take the lead. Wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone?" He was clearly biased towards Gongsun Yulan, and Liu Huihang felt very dissatisfied in his heart but had no way to object, so he could only nod in agreement. Liu Jiu, seeing this segment of the live broadcast on his phone, revealed a cold smile. Gongsun Yulan could even forget the hatred of her ancestors, and sooner or later she would be sent to the Deformity Museum as an exhibit. The next morning, he drew 2 asset doubling cards in a row, 1 tripling and 1 doubling. After using them all, his cash flow reached a terrifying level. Wang Zhidi had Yuan Bingyu contact Lin Qiulin, using the Bincheng bank account as collateral to secure a huge loan from the 4 major banks of Huiguo, transferring it to the Northeast Financial Group's account, and then gradually filling this hole from his own account. This way, he could avoid others discovering his massive cash flow, and with so much debt to the four major banks, Wang Zhidi could just sneeze, and the presidents of the four banks would tremble. This would allow him to leverage the network of the four major banks to directly smooth over the upper-level influences. As long as the hidden families could not utilize the upper-level powers, the rest would be easy to handle. All of this was designed by Linger. For someone with a super-intelligent brain like Linger, this was merely a small trick, not worth mentioning at all. Wang Zhidi had Yuan Bingyu and Zhang Dengwei coordinate, with a very clear purpose during the investment market's business war, not only targeting the Han Dai group, but also everything related to the Wang family. Han Bingguo, having received his daughter's right hand, had completely given up on saving her and was wholeheartedly focused on avenging her, determined to fight Wang Zhidi to the end. After learning this news, Wang Zhidi sent Han Yaqiang to the Deformity Museum as well. Everything was caused by this woman, and she naturally had to bear the unbearable consequences. Their current confrontation still belonged to a stable business war, as everyone was in a stage of accumulating strength. The forces on the list received the information transmitted by Wang Kainian and began to discuss what to do. Aizen Jiaro Yuanlong looked at the core members of the family and asked for their opinions. Aizen Jiaro Jingguo was the first to speak. We lost such a significant person before. Now that we have such a good opportunity, we must seize it and completely regain our face. After a moment of hesitation, Hui said, "The young master has a point. The Wang family, as a hidden family, is indeed very powerful and can serve as our backing. The only problem is that in the confrontation between the two families, there will usually be some cannon fodder. How can we ensure that we won't become cannon fodder?" Aizen Jioro Yukai echoed repeatedly. "The old housekeeper is right. Such matters must be approached with caution. The head of the family needs to think it over carefully." Aizen Jiaro Yuanlong's fingers tapped incessantly on the table. Just as he was in a dilemma, a phone call came in. The caller was from the Black Python Society, and their intention was very clear. They hoped to join forces with them to deal with Wang Zhidi. The Aizen Jiaro family ranked at the bottom among the royal descendants largely because of their collusion with the eight-headed beasts. Moreover, the Aizen Jiaro family was particularly foolish, easily believing the words of the eight-headed beasts and often acting in concert with them. Upon hearing that the eight-headed beasts decided to ally with the Wang family, Aizen Jiaro Yuanlong immediately expressed his intent to follow suit, assuring that he would not let them down. After making his decision, he promptly took action and personally contacted another person. Chapter 178. Very concerned, Aizen Jiaro Yuanlong sought out his relative Wanyan Weiming, the head of the Wanyan family, which was also a royal descendant family, to pull him in as an ally. It should be noted that the Aizen Jiaro family evolved from the Wanyan family. However, the two sides were distantly related, and whether they acknowledged their kinship depended on mutual benefit. Wanyan Weiming looked at Aizen Jiaro Yuanlong with a forced smile and said, "I knew you wouldn't come to me for anything good. You want to drag me down with you. I'm not unaware of what happened last time with your family. If I act with you now, wouldn't that be going to my death?" Aizen Jiaro Yuanlong shook his finger and replied, "What you said is not right. The last time I suffered a loss, I didn't come to you for help because I was afraid of dragging you down. But this time is different. The hidden family Wang has extended an olive branch to me, wanting to join forces against that bastard. This means we have a backing. Besides the Wang family, the Black Python Society of the Eight-Headed Beasts and the Qing Hongmen from the beautiful country are also our allies. With such formidable strength, why should we fear that kid?" Wanyan Weiming frowned and said, "You do have a point, but how can you be sure that we can definitely win against that kid's family? Even if we win, how can we ensure that we won't become scapegoats, turning into sacrifices to appease others? Such things happen quite often." Aizen Jiaro Yuanlong confidently replied, "That's why I came to find you. With your relationship with Yelu Chengren, you can definitely pull him onto our side. In the entire Northeast, we are the only 3 royal descendant families. If we all get into trouble, the royal descendant families will lose face, and the alliance will not stand by idly. At most, the 3 of us heads of families will die to atone, but the family will definitely not waver. Are you not willing to gamble with our 3 lives? If we win this bet, our status will surely rise significantly, and we will no longer be at the bottom. It will definitely bring glory to our ancestors. Wang Yunwei considered this in his heart and felt that Aizen Jiaro Yuanlong had a point. He immediately called Yellow Chengren to discuss the matter. Yellow Chengren tapped his knee and said, Yuanlong is not without reason. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. We can indeed take a gamble. However, everyone needs to think it through. Once we board the pirate ship, it won't be easy to get off. Whether the family can retreat unscathed is definitely an unknown. That kid refuses to back down. The royal descendant family alliance will indeed take action, but all losses will inevitably fall on our three families. Aizen Jiaro Yuanlong immediately said, if we are willing to risk our lives, what could that kid possibly be dissatisfied with? Going to war with the royal family's descendants is such a crazy thing. Any normal person wouldn't do this. The last time I met him, I found him very aware of the situation. He definitely wouldn't act this way. He would never have imagined that the Wang Jidi he met back then and the Wang Jidi now had undergone a tremendous change in character, a transformation that could be described as like two different people. Wang Yunwei licked his lips and said, since you say that, Brother Yuanlong will trust you this time. The three royal families of Northeast will stand together. But let me say this up front. If those people treat us as cannon fodder, don't blame us for being ruthless. When it comes to a fight, who's afraid of whom? Aizen Jiaro Yuanlong hurriedly assured them it wouldn't happen, and after discussing with the two, he sent the three young masters of the royal families to Bincheng. According to his plan, the one in charge now is Wang Qingyan, and young people communicate well. They might even become good friends, paving the way for a brighter future. The heads of the three major families in Madu were also discussing this matter, but their differences were quite significant. Du Tingxuan snorted coldly. Zhang Gijin, you called me here to discuss dealing with my son-in-law. Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Zhang Gijin smiled without humor and said, what are you pretending for? Someone like you still talks about family ties. That's the best joke I've heard this year. It's not that I want to deal with your son-in-law, it's the crown prince who wants to deal with him, along with the hidden family Wang and the world of Bakiri. The momentum is absolutely enormous. And I'm not here to discuss with you. I'm formally informing you that the Zhang family of Madu and the Zhang family of Fengshan have decided to follow the crown prince and properly deal with your son-in-law. Du Tingxuan disdainfully said, was what I just said a joke? That's hard to say, but what you said is definitely a joke, and not a funny one at all. If my son-in-law dares to disrespect the Wang family, it shows he doesn't take them seriously. If the Wang family could handle my son-in-law, they wouldn't need so many fighting dogs for help. No matter how many wild dogs there are when facing a fierce tiger, it's still a 30-70 split, and after a fierce fight of 3 minutes, the tiger is only 7/10 full. It's completely meaningless. I've received your notification, and I'll tell you this. The Du family does not allow you to do this. You can try, but we reserve the right to take further action. His last sentence revealed his true nature, meaning that as long as this alliance was defeated by Wang Jidi, the Du family would immediately jump out to take advantage. Before that, it was all about restraint, maintaining neutrality to watch them fight, which could also be understood as sitting on the mountain to watch the tigers fight. After both expressed their stance, they turned their attention to Huang Fengding, waiting to see what choice the Huang family would make. Huang Fengding patted his belly and said, we are the three major families of Madu. I only care about matters in Madu. I absolutely won't allow you to fight here. Outside, you can do as you please. The Zhang family has carried this burden for so many years. As long as it's in Madu, I'll protect you. At worst, I'll put aside my old face and go plead with Wang Jidi to leave a legacy for your family. The same goes for Wang Jidi. As long as he can escape to Madu, I will definitely protect him. At worst, I'll just fight. Who am I afraid of with this body of mine? His statement surprised both of them, especially Du Tingxuan, who had previously thought the Huang family would remain neutral but didn't expect such a form of neutrality. Huang Fengding's choice was influenced by his two sons, who unanimously believed that Wang Jidi was invincible and absolutely could not stand against him. He might not believe his eldest son's judgment, but he definitely couldn't disregard his youngest son's judgment. The so-called cleverness often backfires, and fools are often more accurate. Huang Fengding continued, moreover, for the three great families of the Magic City to thrive and not decline, the next generation cannot be sheltered flowers in a greenhouse. They must be allowed to act in their own names. No matter what they do, We, as elders, cannot interfere, and retaliation afterwards is absolutely not allowed. Do you understand my words?" As he spoke, both Du Tingxuan and Zhang Gijin's expressions changed simultaneously. This meant letting the younger generation compete, and the consequences that followed were often immense.